The man woke up. Ragnarok Online opens at 9 a.m. If you keep sleeping, you'll miss it. Zhou Xiaopeng's voice rang in his ears. The man stared at his familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings, completely stunned. This was the Dream Chaser Club, but he clearly remembered being tricked to death by Wu Xiaodao. The man quickly grabbed his phone. The date was May 20th, 2032. I've been reborn. I've gone back 10 years. Seeing his strong reaction, Zhou Xiaopeng said, Brother Hao, the brothers will all help you raise money. Your sister will definitely be all right. These words instantly triggered Lin Tianhao's memories. In his past life, at this time, his younger sister was hit by a car and needed surgery costing 300,000 yuan. The driver who caused the accident fled the scene, leaving him to bear all the costs. Even with the help of his brothers and loans, he could only scrape together 260,000 yuan. He knelt in the hospital and begged desperately, but with 40,000 yuan less, the surgery could not be performed, and his sister died in the hospital bed as a result. He looked at Zhou Xiaopeng. Fatty, get into the game. Once inside the game pod, Lin Tianhao already had a plan in mind. Ragnarok is touted as a second world jointly created by hundreds of countries around the world, but Lin Tianhao knows that the truth is not like that at all. This is actually a god-making game created by the galactic god with the help of the ancient gods of Earth, in order to prepare for the great catastrophe 5 years later. 5 years later, the Eric Galaxy will invade the Milky Way galaxy. Having survived that catastrophe, Lin Tianhao's first task is to awaken his talent. Before character creation, an 8-hour promotional video will be played. The first person to watch the entire promotional video will receive a God-tier talent awakening stone. In his previous life, he failed to awaken even a saint-level awakening stone, which suggests that his talent is very likely to reach the God level. 8 hours later, the notification sounded as expected. Ding. Congratulations on being the first player to watch the promotional video. Reward: 1 Divine Talent Awakening Stone. Occupation: Archer. Nickname: Snow Empress. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao followed his previous life's choice and quickly entered beginner village number 10086. He then went to a secluded corner and directly chose to awaken his talent. Ding! Due to your exceptionally high talent, the God-level talent awakening stone can only awaken a portion of your talent. Ding! You have awakened your talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment. Lin Tianhao was stunned on the spot. A divine-level awakening stone could only awaken a part of it. Hand of Heavenly Punishment, godlike. Each basic attack deals true damage equal to 1 point of the user's health, while permanently increasing the user's health by 1 point. Upon seeing the words God level, Lin Tianhao was utterly shocked. He had never heard of such a level in his previous life, and it permanently increased his health. Leveling up is the priority. Lin Tianhao left the starting village and set his sights on the level 1 red-eyed rabbit outside. An arrow shot through the air, and a -8 warning appeared above the red-eyed rabbit's head. At the same time, Lin Tianhao's health points permanently increased by 1 point. His eyes lit up. With this talent, as long as he kept attacking, his health points could grow indefinitely. Gaining 1 experience point, Lin Tianhao gripped his longbow and continued searching for his next target. Although red-eyed rabbits are easy to kill, they give very little experience and drop almost only the quest item red-eyed rabbit, with very few copper coins. But Lin Tianhao was having a great time farming, because his real goal was to continuously increase his health points using the Hand of Heavenly Punishment. The higher his health, the stronger his true damage. More importantly, Lin Tianhao knew that a special reward was hidden in the beginner village. When submitting the red-eyed rabbit quest, you can obtain a special skill that increases the range of your basic attacks by increasing the number of eyes from 100 to 10,000. Ding! You killed a red-eyed rabbit, gaining 1 experience point. The notification sound continues. Ding! Your talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment, has been upgraded to 2 stars. Each basic attack deals true damage equal to 2 of the user's own health, and permanently increases health by 2 points, effectively doubling the effect. During this time, his level also increased to level 2, and he added all 5 free attribute points to attack speed, increasing his attack speed from 0.63 to 0.73. As his health points surged, each arrow dealt 30 points of damage, allowing him to quickly eliminate a red-eyed rabbit with a single shot. 2 hours later, his level was still 2, but his health points had skyrocketed from the initial 100 to 4,800. Even a level 5 warrior with all points allocated to HP would probably only have around 500 HP at this stage. I've also accumulated over 1,600 berserkers in my inventory. Just then, An external device made a call. Lin Tianhao glanced at the time and then exited the game. As soon as they stepped out of the game pod, Zhou Xiaopeng exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Hao, this game is just like Second World." The two chatted as they walked toward the dining room. They were all just the lowest-ranking gold farmers in the club. Once everyone had arrived, General Manager Li Haitao walked in with his secretary and had everyone report their level and earnings in turn. Level 4, 45 copper coins. Level 4, 53 copper coins. When it was Zhou Xiaopeng's turn, he said smugly, "Level 5, 2 silver coins." Li Haitao was a little surprised, but decided to make do. Soon it was Lin Tianhao's turn. 2 levels, 15 copper coins. Before he could finish speaking, Li Haitao slammed his hand on the table. "Lin Tianhao, everyone else has reached level 4. How come you're only at level 2? Watching the trailer took up some time. Li Haitao was immediately furious. Time is so precious in the early stages of the game, and you actually spend it watching trailers? At this point, his face turned cold. "Lin Tianhao, the club never keeps idlers. Pack your things now and get out." Upon hearing that Lin Tianhao was going to be fired, Zhou Xiaopeng immediately stood up. "Manager Li, Brother Hao must have watched the promotional video to learn about the game. So, I earned 2 silver coins today. Giving one to Brother Hao to calculate my performance won't do," Li Haitao said coldly. In the early stages of the game, a slow start means a slow finish. If you can't keep up now, how will you play in the future? Zhou Xiaopeng wanted to try again, but Lin Tianhao stopped him with a raised hand. "Fatty, forget it. But Qingqing is still waiting for surgery. What will you do if you don't have a job?" Lin Tianhao remained calm. "Don't worry, I can earn the surgery fees." After leaving the Dream Chaser Club, he actually felt much more relaxed. In his previous life, he had wasted too much time on gold farming. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiaopeng quickly chased after him and handed him a bank card. "Brother Hao, there's still 20,000 in here. Take it first." In his past life, when he was in his most difficult time, Fatty, Skinny Monkey, and Glasses also helped him wholeheartedly. He immediately said, "Fatty, quit your job and come start a studio with me." 3 days. Faced with Zhou Xiaopeng's worries, Lin Tianhao said firmly, "In just 3 days, I can earn enough money for the surgery in the game." Zhou Xiaopeng didn't ask any more questions, only replying with one word, "Okay." He then decided to work with Lin Tianhao, along with Skinny Monkey and Glasses. The two spent 20,000 yuan to buy a game pod and logged in after returning to their rented apartment. Lin Tianhao instructed Zhou Xiaopeng to reach level 10 first and not to go to the main city for the time being, while he continued to farm red-eyed rabbits. 5 hours later, 99.98, 99.99, 10,000. Lin Tianhao finally collected 10,000 red eyes and immediately returned to the newbie village to submit the quest to the village chief. Ding! Mission complete. 1,000 experience points, 5 silver coins, and the skill, Basic Attack Amplification, has been acquired. Lin Tianhao immediately learned the skill, and his basic attack range increased by 5. Following this, the village chief issued a follow-up quest. Hunt down 10 bosses in the beginner village. Failure will result in the removal of the normal attack boost, and the reward is unknown. Lin Tianhao accepted without hesitation. Hunting the boss was already part of his plan. However, before that, he needed to level up first. So Lin Tianhao headed straight for the level 10 monster area and found the Twisted Treant. Twisted Treant, level 10, 1900 HP. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air, and the damage instantly rose to 424. After a long period of grinding, Lin Tianhao's health points had exceeded 21,000. Even if normal attacks can't break through the defense, the true damage from the Heavenly Punishment Hand is still terrifying. 5 arrows are enough to take down a level 10 Twisted Treant. Ding! You have killed a Twisted Treant that is above your level and gained 90 experience points. Normally, you would only get 10 experience points, but now you have gained 9 times that amount. After killing 20 enemies in a row, Lin Tianhao successfully leveled up to level 3 and added all 5 attribute points to attack speed, increasing his attack speed to 0.83. Just then, a piece of equipment dropped. Revival Ring. Normal. Can be worn at level 10. Restores 2 health points per second. It was a ring? Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. Rings were extremely rare items, and anyone would be eager to buy one. He immediately listed the ring on the auction house, starting at 500. 5 minutes later, a system notification sounded. Ding! Player Futu Dunshan has purchased your equipment and requested to add you as a friend. The Floating Pagoda Guild. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow slightly. The other party had just added him as a friend when a message came in. Snow Empress, reserve a friend spot for me. Excuse me, but what quest do you get this resurrection ring from? Information about it can be purchased. It drops from level 10 monsters. Futu Dunshan couldn't sit still any longer. Big brother Shueti, have you found some monster trapping spot that allows you to farm level 10 monsters without taking damage? After all, Lin Tianhao was only level 3, and under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for him to directly fight level 10 monsters. But Lin Tianhao only replied, no, and continued fighting monsters. Unconvinced, Futu Dunshan headed straight for the spawn area of the level 10 Twisted Treant. Upon arriving, he saw an archer hunting a Treant. As the arrows fell, each one dealing 426 less damage appeared on the screen. Futu Dunshan was dumbfounded. Top player's attack power was barely over 100, and this guy's arrow dealt over 400 damage in one shot. Hey, Snow Emperor, how about you help me level up? I'll pay you. Lin Tianhao thought of his sister still lying in the hospital and immediately changed his mind. Okay, 300,000. 300,000. Futu Dunshan almost cursed it out loud. Even the gold farming groups outside, when they reach level 10, only earn a maximum of 20,000. Lin Tianhao calmly said, I'll take you to level 10 today and give you a set of level 10 elite equipment. Upon hearing this, Futu Dunshan's breathing became rapid. You're not joking? After receiving an affirmative answer, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. A 50,000 deposit first. No, 300,000 in full. Seeing Lin Tianhao's terrifying monster-killing efficiency, Futu Dunshan finally transferred the money. After the 300,000 yuan arrived in his account, Lin Tianhao simply said, wait for me a moment, and then hid behind a tree and logged off. Futu Dunshan was dumbfounded. He took the money and ran away? But Lin Tianhao didn't run away. Instead, he rushed to the hospital and paid all the surgery fees as soon as possible. After completing the payment, Lin Tianhao immediately logged back in. At that moment, Futu Dunshan was frustratedly farming level 4 wind hounds with someone when he suddenly received a message. Level 10 Twisted Treant, come over. He was stunned for a moment, then rushed over. Lin Tianhao immediately started a team and set the equipment looting rights to be exclusively his. Even more outrageous, the experience distribution was also 90 out of 10, with Lin Tianhao getting 90% and him getting 10%. Futu Dunshan couldn't help but ask, Snow Emperor, is this experience distribution wrong? That's right. After saying that, Lin Tianhao started killing monsters. 5 arrows per Twisted Treant, killing it within 10 seconds, at least 6 per minute. What truly shocked Futu Dunshan was not the damage dealt, but Lin Tianhao's incredibly smooth kiting. His movement, drawing of the bow, aiming, and shooting were all executed flawlessly. The monster fell before it could even touch him. The movement and attack in holographic online games is far more difficult than in traditional games, but Lin Tianhao's operation is as smooth as instinct. Futu Dunshan couldn't help but exclaim, this is simply art. He then immediately turned on the video recorder and recorded the entire process. Hey Shuedi, what was your old ID? Someone with that level of kiting skills couldn't possibly be unknown, right? Lin Tianhao instinctively replied, isn't this something anyone can do? Futu Dunshan fell silent instantly. For Lin Tianhao, the truly advanced marksman skill lay in the endless critical hits brought by fatal attacks. One day is not enough to level up Futu Dunshan to level 10. His goal is to become an elite-level Twisted Treant. At the same time, Futu Dunshan had already sent the video he had just recorded to Futu guild leader, Futu Shunlang. The floating wolf, who was leveling up, said, why are you sending me videos instead of leveling up properly? Floating Shield Mountain only replied, guild leader, take a look first. The floating pagoda divine wolf had just slain the fiery serpent before him when he opened the video. After watching for only a few seconds, his first reaction was, wow, that's some serious damage. But then he froze. At this stage, someone could actually execute the step-in attack maneuver so smoothly? As a top-notch archer, Futu Shunlang naturally understands how difficult it is to use kiting in Ragnarok Online. He immediately said, which guild is it? Find a way to poach them. We can offer an annual salary of 10 million. Okay, guild leader, I'll go ask. On the other side, Lin Tianhao was still frantically harvesting Twisted Treants. But the drop rate in this game was truly pathetic. After grinding against higher-level enemies for so long, he had only managed to get a resurrection ring. Just then, a crisp sound rang out, and a piece of equipment fell to the ground. It was a Trant shoulder pads, a common piece of equipment, usable by all classes at level 10, increasing health by 200. Lin Tianhao looked at Futu Dunshan. Want this equipment? Yes, but Shuedi, this thing can't be priced the same as a ring, right? 3,000. Deal. Just as the two were trading, a server-wide announcement suddenly went off. Berserker Blade had won 500 gold coins, a black iron set, a skill book, and 50 free attribute points. Futu Dunshan was shocked. Holy crap, he's already level 10? And the rewards are so generous. Lin Tianhao, however, didn't care at all. Others may not know, but he knows perfectly well that the starting village itself is a treasure trove. If he leaves now, he won't have a chance to come back later. Futu Dunshan couldn't help but ask, Snow Emperor, you're so strong. Which guild are you from? A solo player. A solo player? Futu Dunshan was stunned for a moment. In his opinion, Lin Tianhao was likely the kind of ancient god who once dominated the PC game, but gradually declined due to age and hand speed. Soon, Lin Tianhao reached level 4. He added all 5 points of free attribute to attack speed, increasing his attack speed to 0.93. His health also increased again, and his normal attacks could now deal more than 400 damage. Before long, an elite-level Twisted Trant finally appeared. Level 10, 5,700 health, and 3 skills, Revival, Vine Spin, and Vine Entanglement. Futu Dunshan, Snow Emperor, do you need me to help you carry the load? No need. Lin Tianhao immediately drew his bow, retreating and firing simultaneously, his kiting maneuvers flowing smoothly. The elite Trant hadn't even gotten close before it was killed by 13 arrows. Ding, you have killed an elite-level Twisted Trant, gaining 321 experience points. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied expression. As expected, the experience from elite monsters was much more rewarding. He then hunted down elite Trants one after another, his health steadily increasing. During this time, top players from various guilds successively reached level 10 and entered the main city, much to the envy of Futu Dunshan. Just then, another piece of equipment dropped. Trant Armor, Elite Grade, increases magic resistance by 10 points and health by 500. Futu Dunshan immediately became excited. Snow Emperor, is this one of the sets you were talking about? Lin Tianhao nodded. That's right. Once you kill enough elite Trants, you can collect the complete Trant set. In the following hour, Lin Tianhao leveled up from level 4 to level 6, with an attack speed of 1.13. He also obtained 3 more pieces of the Trant set, which he gave to Futu Dunshan. Currently, Futu Dunshan has acquired 4 pieces, leaving 9 more to go. This Trant set is the strongest set for shield warriors before level 20, bar none. The Trant set is even more powerful than many level 20 sets. Once you collect all 10 pieces, it can restore 50 health points per second, and this effect cannot be interrupted by attacks. If you collect all 13 pieces, you can trigger a second effect. When you take physical damage, you will automatically reflect 10 damage back. Combined with the set's inherent attributes, it's enough to create a shield warrior who can withstand damage, recover health, and even reflect damage. Futu Dunshan definitely made a good deal by spending 300,000 on this set of equipment. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Because you have hunted a large number of Twisted Trants, you have angered the Twisted Trant King. He will arrive on the battlefield in 5 minutes. Please leave immediately. Futu Dunshan immediately became excited. Snow Emperor, a boss has appeared. Shall we fight it? Lin Tianhao nodded. The next second, Futu Dunshan received a notification. Ding! You have been kicked out of the team by Shuedi. Shuedi, you're not taking me with you when farming bosses? Futu Dunshan was annoyed. Isn't this a bit unfair of you? Lin Tianhao said calmly. I only agreed to take you to level 10. I didn't agree to share the boss with you. There are extra rewards for the first kill of a boss, and the rewards for a solo first kill are even higher, so Lin Tianhao naturally wouldn't bring along Futu Dunshan as a burden. Soon, a colossal creature approached. The Twisted Trant King, a level 10 black iron boss, with 116,800 HP, 325 attack, and 5 skills. Futu Dunshan was stunned. Holy crap, 110,000 HP, who can beat him at this stage? Before he could finish speaking, an arrow had already struck the Trant King's core. Minus 501. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. His critical hit rate was 0. Even hitting a weak point wouldn't result in a critical hit. Nevertheless, he continued shooting as he moved. The Trant King's vines lashed out suddenly. Minus 319. Seeing the damage, Futu Dunshan thought Lin Tianhao was going to suffer a loss, but the next second, his eyes widened in disbelief. Over 300 damages landed on Lin Tianhao, yet his health bar only dropped by a sliver. Holy crap! Holy crap! Lin Tianhao, however, was completely unfazed. He was just testing the boss's damage on purpose. Since the normal attacks were almost like scratching an itch, there was no need to keep dodging. So he simply stood there and faced off against the Tree King. Even the floating shield mountain people were dumbfounded. An archer, actually going head-to-head with the boss? He quickly turned on the recording, but the truly outrageous part was yet to come. The Transcendent King's vine swirled, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Just as the skill was about to take shape, Lin Tianhao suddenly fired an arrow, accurately hitting its swinging wrist. Was this a precision strike? From then on, every time the Transcendent King prepared to unleash a skill, Lin Tianhao would interrupt it with an arrow. The formidable Black Iron boss was completely overwhelmed and powerless to fight back. Futu Dunshan grew increasingly alarmed. High attributes could be attributed to luck, but to have attributes this high, coupled with terrifying skill, just what kind of monster was this guy? This monster must be recruited into the Floating Pagoda Guild. He secretly made up his mind. Soon, the Transcendent King's health points were reduced to only 5. Just when Futu Dunshan thought Lin Tianhao was about to finish the kill, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and shot an arrow into the air behind the Tree King. The next second, a dagger appeared out of thin air. Clang! The dagger precisely sliced through the arrow. Futu Dunshan's expression changed drastically. An assassin. Futu Dunshan was also startled. He had been completely engrossed in what he was watching and hadn't noticed an assassin stealthily approaching. Realizing what was happening, he immediately shouted, "Snow Emperor, he's trying to steal the boss." Lin Tianhao didn't respond. He just stared at the assassin. The opponent's equipment was almost complete, and his eyes were sharp. Just now, this person had actually used a dagger to cut through his arrow. It's only the first day of the server launch, and to be able to do this is definitely not something an ordinary player can do. The assassin coldly said, "Invite me to your team. We'll split the boss kill." "No way." Lin Tianhao refused decisively. The assassin went into stealth mode again. Futu Dunshan was instantly enraged. "Trying to steal it again? I'm a member of the Futu Guild. I advise you to hurry up and watch out." Lin Tianhao suddenly shouted, simultaneously firing an arrow. The assassin instantly appeared behind Futu Dunshan, slashing his throat with a dagger. Reduced by 642. Bleeding reduced by 90. Futu Dunshan didn't even have time to react before he collapsed to the ground. This person's attack power must have exceeded 300. Otherwise, even a critical hit wouldn't have been able to deal this much damage. On the other side, Futu Dunshan woke up from the resurrection altar, only to find that he had lost a level and even dropped a piece of equipment. He was completely stunned. "Damn it, what? A tank got one shot." On the Transcendent King's side, Lin Tianhao coldly stared at the assassin. "What? Trying to show off your skills?" The assassin beckoned to him and went back into stealth mode. Lin Tianhao immediately unleashed a burst of fire, 2 arrows instantly forcing the assassin to reveal himself. The assassin could only parry with his dagger, but Lin Tianhao's arrows dealt more than 500 damage each, and the durability of the dagger in the opponent's hand was clearly running out. He had no choice but to do a backflip to dodge the arrow. He was courting death. Lin Tianhao seized the moment he was airborne and shot an arrow into his abdomen. The powerful impact sent him flying. The second arrow followed immediately, minus 502. The 2 arrows fell, and the assassin died instantly. A pair of boots exploded on the ground. Brutal Boots, Tier 7 Elite Equipment, increases movement speed by 0.5 and critical strike chance by 1. After putting away his boots, he resumed his attack on the Twisted Transcendent King. Without interference from others, this boss was completely powerless against Lin Tianhao. Soon, the Transcendent King's last vestige of life was gone. Ding! You have defeated the Twisted Transcendent King, a level above your own. Experience points increased by 8250. Asterisk ding. You are the first player to kill the boss. Do you want to hide your name? Asterisk no. Lin Tianhao had no intention of hiding it. He needs fame and prestige. Because in the future, to truly control the situation, one person's strength is far from enough. The next second, a server-wide announcement rang out. Congratulations to player Snow Empress for achieving the first kill of the Twisted Transcendent King. At the same time, the first kill reward has been credited. 50 free attribute points, 1 class skill, 1 class main weapon, and 100 gold coins. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao added all 50 attribute points to attack speed. His attack speed, originally 1.13, instantly surged to 2.13. Next, he looked at the newly acquired skill, Lightning Leap, a 1-star passive skill. Normal attacks have a 50% chance to trigger a lightning jump, which can attack up to 10 targets within 20 meters, dealing 10% of the actual damage. Seeing this, what he lacks most right now is the ability to clear groups of monsters. And the appearance of Lightning Leap perfectly fills this last gap. Holy crap, who is this guy? He took down the newbie village boss all by himself? I've never heard of the ID Snow Emperor before. Which guild is he from? The top experts were equally shocked, because they knew best how outrageous it was to solo a boss now. Lin Tianhao, however, ignored the discussions outside. After learning the skill, he casually checked the reward, a silver weapon called the Thunderclap Bow. It increased attack by 300, critical hit rate by 15%, and attacks had a chance to trigger paralysis and area of effect splash damage. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Tianhao was speechless. For someone like him, who could continuously stack health points, the only truly useful effect was the paralysis. It's a silver weapon after all. Can't you at least give it an attack speed bonus of 1? Lin Tianhao felt like the system was really targeting him this time. He quickly focused his gaze on the twisted Treant King's corpse and began examining it. Asterisk ding. You have obtained the Treant King's necklace. Asterisk ding. You have gained the skill Resurrection. Asterisk. Ding. You have obtained the Treant King helmet, 5 gold coins, and the Treant King's heart. Lin Tianhao didn't pay much attention at first, until he saw the description of the revival. The skill automatically restores health every second and cannot be interrupted by attacks. Moreover, its proficiency is equivalent to its health points, and there is no upper limit to the skill star rating. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up immediately. His heavenly punishment hand could infinitely stack health points. Learn. The skill instantly becomes a 3-star recovery, restoring 50 health points per second, and the proficiency level directly reaches 25130. Lin Tianhao felt reassured. With this ability to continuously regenerate health, his survivability had undoubtedly reached a new level. He sent a message to Futu Dunshan. Hurry up and come over now that you've revived. Do you still want to level up? After saying that, he equipped the Thunder Bow and continued to farm Twisted Trance. An arrow struck the tree core, and a bright red critical hit number instantly appeared. Immediately afterward, arcs of electricity ricocheted outwards, startling several nearby treants. Lin Tianhao fired continuously while pulling the enemy away, and critical hits occurred one after another. What used to take 12 arrows to kill an elite monster could now be killed with just 4 arrows. However, lightning jumps also have their troubles. One wrong move and you'll attract hordes of monsters. This effect is truly a double-edged sword. If you can't withstand it, you'll be down in no time. Fortunately, his attack speed is extremely fast, for arrows in 2 seconds, and no matter how many monsters there are, they can't withstand his output. Ding, you have leveled up to level 7, and gained 5 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao added all his points to attack speed, instantly boosting it to 2.23. At that moment, Futu Dunshan finally arrived, stunned by the terrifying monster-killing efficiency before him. Snow Emperor, how did you get stronger again? Lin Tianhao casually sent out a team invitation. The experience points were still 91, but this time Futu Dunshan got 90%. Over the next 3 hours, he leveled Futu Dunshan up to level 10. He finally completed the Tree Spirit set he had promised Futu Dunshan. After putting on the set, Futu Dunshan stared at the skyrocketing stats. Snow Emperor, this set is amazing. Lin Tianhao took out 2 more pieces of black iron equipment, dropped by the Treant King, which would not affect the set effect and could further enhance the attributes. Futu Dunshan immediately became alert. How much? 50,000 per piece. But considering the current scarcity of equipment, he nodded in agreement. After receiving the 100,000 yuan, Lin Tianhao smiled with satisfaction. It's a pleasure to cooperate. If you need suitable equipment in the future, we'll continue to cooperate. Seeing Lin Tianhao about to log off, Futu Dunshan quickly called out to him. Snow Emperor, wait a moment. Lin Tianhao stopped and looked at him. Is there anything else? Futu Dunshan directly revealed his identity. I am the young master of the Futu Guild, and I would like to invite you to join the Futu Guild. The annual salary is 10 million. How about it? In his opinion, Lin Tianhao's skills and attributes far surpassed any professional gamer he had ever seen. Based on that skill alone, a 10 million annual salary was absolutely worthwhile. Lin Tianhao, sorry, I already have my own team. Futu Dunshan, though disappointed, didn't press the issue. How about a long-term collaboration? No problem. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to leave, he said, "You say you're the young master of the Floating Pagoda Guild?" After receiving confirmation, he paused for a moment and said, "Be careful of your sister." "Watch out for my sister?" Fu Tu Dunshan asked, his face full of confusion. Lin Tianhao didn't explain, only leaving behind the words, "Just remember that." Having offered this much advice is already more than enough. As for the final outcome, that's up to Fu Tu Dunshan himself. Lin Tianhao didn't log out directly in the wilderness. Instead, he returned to the starting village before logging off. He exited the game at exactly 8 a.m. Zhou Xiaopeng was still in the game when Lin Tianhao quickly prepared breakfast and then called him offline. "Fatty, come out and eat." As soon as Zhou Xiaopeng came out, he excitedly said, "Brother Hao, you were absolutely right. You can make money working alone. I got a level 7 item today and sold it for 12,000. Zhou Xiaopeng said, "I'm already level 9, and I've even gotten 3 passive skills." Lin Tianhao knew, of course, that they were double armor, double shield, and double slash. "I've already paid for my sister's surgery." Zhou Xiaopeng looked up abruptly. "Paid?" Lin Tianhao took out the payment slip. "Lucky you, you defeated a boss." Zhou Xiaopeng was stunned for a few seconds. "Brother Hao, you're Shuedi?" Lin Tianhao nodded. "Let's eat first. I'll put together a beginner's guide for you later." During the meal, Lin Tianhao told him directly, "Go to the tavern and buy 2 bottles of the most expensive spirits, then take them to the blacksmith. Let him forge the strongest warrior weapon for you, which will trigger a series of quests. The higher the completion rate, the better the rewards." Zhou Xiaopeng readily agreed. After the meal, Lin Tianhao compiled 2 more guides suitable for monkeys and glasses, and then prepared to go to the hospital to see Lin Qingqing. Zhou Xiaopeng went along too. In the ward, looking at his still unconscious sister, Lin Tianhao's originally calm gaze softened. "Doctor, when is my sister's surgery?" Doctor's reply, "It's all arranged. It can be done this afternoon. Please sign the confirmation form first." Lin Tianhao signed his name directly. He glanced at Lin Qingqing on the hospital bed one last time. Only then did he and Zhou Xiaopeng return to the rented house and re-enter Ragnarok Online. After logging back in, Lin Tianhao headed straight for the cliff behind the starting village. There was a hidden dungeon there, which was only discovered by players a week after the game started in the previous life. The dungeon wasn't complicated to open. Simply defeat the hidden trance nearby. Lin Tianhao quickly locked onto his target. "Found you." The disguised Trant, level 10, with 2,100 health. He didn't even need to hit its weak point. He killed it with just 3 arrows. Ding. You have killed a disguised Trant, gaining 43 experience points. Ding. The hidden dungeon in the beginner village, Twisted Tree Forest, is about to open. The next second, server-wide announcements rang out one after another. Congratulations to player Snow Empress for unlocking the hidden dungeon, Twisted Jungle. Rewards include plus 10 free attribute points, plus 10 gold coins, and plus 1 black iron equipment. The entire game erupted in chaos. Lin Tianhao, however, ignored everything around him and immediately added all 10 attribute points to attack speed. He then checked the rewards. Jungle Longbow, plus 65 attack, plus 500 health, plus 2 lifesteal. Seeing the stats, he couldn't help but facepalm. Another weapon that doesn't increase attack speed. Attack speed, attack speed, attack speed. Can't you give me something that increases attack speed? Soon, Lin Tianhao arrived at the dungeon entrance. Twisted Treeline has 4 difficulty levels: easy, hard, nightmare, and hell. The higher the difficulty level, the richer the rewards for the first clear. You're the one, hell difficulty. Ding solo entry is not recommended for hell difficulty dungeons. Confirm? Confirm. His stats were indeed insufficient to solo hell difficulty. As soon as he entered the dungeon, a large number of level 10 elite Twisted Trance appeared before him. Whoosh. The arrow pierced the air, instantly dealing 12 damage. At the same time, lightning bolts bounced outwards, displaying a series of 362 damage numbers. Taking advantage of his attack range, Lin Tianhao could take down a Trant with just 5 arrows. Ding, you've leveled up to level 8, gaining 5 free attribute points. After passing the first level, he passed through the portal into the second level, where dozens of Twisted Tree people approached him, including 10 tree people in command. The Trant commander boasts a massive 35,280 health and 412 attack. Lin Tianhao relentlessly pursued him, but his movement speed ultimately proved to be a weakness. The 3 Trant leaders simultaneously unleashed Thorn Binding, instantly imprisoning him. -823. minus 821, minus 823. The attacks followed in quick succession, and in just 2 seconds, he lost over 13,000 lives. Worse still, a new thorny entanglement had already begun. Without any crowd control removal skills, it's too much of a disadvantage, and the movement speed is too low. The moment the control was removed, Lin Tianhao immediately created distance and simultaneously interrupted the Treant commander's spellcasting with an arrow. He was just a hair's breadth away from being continuously controlled and worn down to death. Lin Tianhao let out a breath. Entanglement is not a form of forced control, but rather a targeted skill. As long as you react quickly enough, you can dodge it by moving around. With high damage output and lightning jump, the number of twisted treants on the field decreased, and Lin Tianhao was able to fight more and more easily. As the last monster fell, a system notification sounded. Ding! You have leveled up to level 9 and gained 5 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao continued to allocate all his points to attack speed, and with the recovery effect, his health was fully restored. Meanwhile, inside the meeting room of the Floating Pagoda Club, everyone was repeatedly watching the video of Lin Tianhao soloing the Treant King. After watching, Futu Shenlang said, "His damage is indeed high, but what's truly terrifying is his skill. Even if the damage is reduced, he can still solo it." Futu Dunshan asked, "If I wanted to poach him, how much would be appropriate?" He refused the previous offer of tens of millions a year without even thinking about it. Shenlang pondered for a moment. This kind of technology cannot be unknown. A salary of 100 million a year is not excessive. Considering the initial influence, it is worth 150 million to 200 million. Then, Futu Dunshan showed off his newly purchased Treant set. Shenlang was immediately surprised. How much did this set cost? 400,000, including leveling it up to level 10. The wolf was even more shocked. So cheap? Did Shuedi sell it to you? After learning the answer, he felt that Lin Tianhao was not short of money at all. At this moment, Lin Tianhao had entered the 3rd level of the dungeon. Standing before him were 4 level 10 black iron bosses, twisted Treant Kings, each with a health value of 186,800. The arrow pierced the air, but the critical hit only dealt 1685 damage. The boss in hell difficulty has incredibly high defense, and vines can appear directly beneath the player's feet. Unfortunately, Lin Tianhao's current attack speed only allows him to interrupt 2 bosses at a time, but he is facing 4. Soon, the 4 Tree Kings simultaneously released vine cages, completely blocking his retreat. Lin Tianhao, however, did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward. Minus 598. Minus 597. Minus 598. The 4 Treant Kings' basic attacks landed simultaneously, instantly taking away more than 2,000 of his health. Once the cage disappeared, Lin Tianhao immediately retreated, creating distance once more and beginning to kite. With his current health and resurrection effect, it was virtually impossible to kill him instantly. Soon, the first Treant King fell, and he dealt with the remaining 3 one by one. Monsters in the dungeon do not drop equipment directly. All rewards are distributed after the dungeon is cleared. Entering the final stage. Upon entering, a giant tree, easily 100 meters tall, comes into view, with countless vines swaying in the wind. At first glance, it's just an ordinary big tree. Hydra Cypress, bronze level 10. Health, 1,528,000. Attack, 1358. Skill, withered tree revives in spring. Lin Tianhao's eyes widened. This boss only had 1 skill. Lin Tianhao did not underestimate the 9-headed cypress just because it only had 1 skill. Bosses with such few skills are often more troublesome. Lin Tianhao fired the first arrow, dealing 785 damage. But the next second, 2 vines lashed out simultaneously. Minus 1,355. Minus 1,355. A single attack took away more than 2,000 of his lives. What's more troublesome is that these vines almost cover the entire level, leaving no safe distance whatsoever. The Hydra Cypress attacks with 2 vines each time, and with Lin Tianhao's 30,000 plus health points, he can only withstand a dozen or so rounds at most. However, his attacks didn't stop. He began to try to dodge. The vine struck again, and Lin Tianhao quickly rolled away. I dodged it. As expected, while the Hydra Cypress's basic attack has a huge range, it's not impossible to dodge. As long as I can dodge, killing it is only a matter of time. To play it safe, Lin Tianhao switched to the jungle longbow. The health bonus and 2x lifesteal would perfectly complement the recovery from resurrection. After all, it's unrealistic for him to avoid all the vines 100% of the time. Plus 50, plus 16, plus 16. His health began to slowly recover, and Lin Tianhao searched for the weakness of the Hydra Cypress. He quickly circled around to the back of the 9-headed Hydra Cypress, and finally discovered 9 blood-red vines. At the tip of each vine grew a dark red head. Found you. Whoosh. Critical hit. Minus 1,574. The moment the damage bar appeared, the weakness was found, and the rest of the battle became much easier. Arrows pierced the air one after another, and although the blood-red heads kept shaking to dodge, critical hits, critical hits, critical hits. Lin Tianhao maintained a pace of 2 arrows per second, continuously reducing the health of the 9-headed cypress. Finally, the boss had only 10 lives left, but in the next instant, a layer of green light suddenly enveloped the Hydra Cypress, and its health points were instantly restored from 10 to full. This is a level 10 bronze boss in the beginner village. How could it restore its health to full? He finally understood just how absurd a withered tree comes back to life really was. With the experience gained from the first round, they became even more adept in the subsequent battles. 15 minutes later, the last arrow finally fell. Ding! You have defeated a bronze-level Hydra Cypress, gaining 31,280 experience points. Ding! You have completed your first clear of Twisted Treeling. Hide your name? No. The next moment, a server-wide announcement resounded throughout all the newbie villages. Congratulations to player Shuedi for completing the first clear of Twisted Treeling. We hope all players will continue their efforts. The players battling in the dungeon erupted in chaos. It was Shuedi again. He cleared the dungeon all by himself, soloing the boss and soloing the dungeon. What class is this guy anyway? Meanwhile, the reward notifications in front of Lin Tianhao were still refreshing rapidly. Black Iron Treant set, 13 skill books for Treant Hearts, 35 pieces of equipment, 350 gold coins, and 50 free attribute points. What truly caught his eye was one of the skill books, Rejuvenation of a Withered Tree, a passive skill, 1 star. Effect, when health drops to 10, immediately restore 10 health. Cooldown, 24 hours. Lin Tianhao then understood why the 9-headed cypress only had 1 skill. Its other skills had been sacrificed, leaving only its strongest skill, Rejuvenation of Withered Trees. This dungeon yielded a total of 13 skill books. Apart from Rejuvenation of Withered Trees, the rest were all Treant skills, which were not very useful to him. Lin Tianhao didn't hesitate. He learned the skill, Rejuvenation of Withered Trees, and sacrificed the skill books. With 10 skill books sacrificed simultaneously, Rejuvenation of Withered Trees successfully reached level 2. When your health drops to 10, you can instantly recover 20 health, and the cooldown time is reduced from 24 hours to 12 hours. This percentage-based health regeneration becomes increasingly terrifying as the game progresses. He currently has over 30,000 health points, and can recover over 6,000 health points in one go. But if you have 3 million or 30 million lives in the future, this skill can still be restored proportionally. Pulling himself back to reality, Lin Tianhao glanced at his experience bar. He was still halfway to level 10. Half an hour would be enough, but he was more concerned about the overall server progress. He then opened the equipment rankings. First place, Golden Scepter, Gold Grade. Second place, Thunder Bow, Silver Grade. The third to fifth items were all his 9-headed bronze equipment. Sure enough, it was the same as in his previous life. The Golden Scepter belongs to Dream Chaser and can summon 6 level 10 Black Iron bosses. At this stage, 1 Black Iron boss is enough to dominate. Zhu Minjiangsu was also the owner of the club Lin Tianhao had played for in his previous life. With his godlike talent, he was confident he could completely surpass his opponent. Lin Tianhao added all 50 free attribute points from the dungeon reward to his attack speed, increasing it from 2.63 to 3.63. He had also considered movement speed, but ultimately chose attack speed, which best suited the Hand of Heaven's punishment. Then, he took out the last quest scroll. The God's Quest is extremely rare. Once completed, it may bring the blessings of the gods and even grant permanent special abilities. But as the quest details unfolded, Lin Tianhao's expression instantly darkened. A drought demon was sealed beneath the starting village. Mission objective: kill all NPCs in the starting village, destroy the altar, and force all adventurers from other worlds to spawn only in the main city. Destroy the starting village? Is this a mission, or is he being sent to his death? In my past life, even tavern waiters could easily deal thousands of damage. NPCs like the village chief and blacksmith would only be more terrifying. Lin Tianhao did not accept the offer immediately. After leaving the instance, a large number of players had already gathered at the entrance, with shouts of forming teams and collecting equipment rising and falling. Lin Tianhao didn't stop, but walked in another direction. The village chief had ordered the hunting of 10 bosses. The higher the target's level, the better the reward was likely to be. In the beginner village, there is a very special person, the bard that Zhou Xiaopeng once encountered. It is said that the creature's true form was a weasel, which transformed into human form after successfully obtaining a title. Now it remains in the beginner village, seemingly with ulterior motives. Just as Lin Tianhao was pondering, his expression suddenly changed. The thunderclap bow in his hand instantly slashed horizontally behind him. Sizzle. Although Lin Tianhao had never fought this weasel in his previous life, he had some understanding of its skills. Super Armor and Berserk are common boss skills, but the truly troublesome ones are Soul Absorption and Soul Control. The invincible body grants immunity to most control effects, significantly increasing damage output. As for the Huangshan illusion technique, the stronger one's will, the less affected one will be. Soul Absorption forcibly strips a portion of the target's soul, leaving them weakened and continuously losing health, and this effect lasts for a day. As long as the weasel doesn't die, those who are affected will continue to lose health. To survive, they can only hide in the resurrection altar and rely on its healing effects to tough it out. The soul control technique is even more perverse. Once successful, it can directly control the enemy's soul, making them fight for you for up to 24 hours. But since Lin Tianhao dared to come, he had no intention of letting it go. When the weasel's health dropped to 1 million, it indeed activated its invincible body. After losing its knockback effect, the weasel immediately landed and raised its hand as if to unleash a skill. But as soon as it raised its hand, it abruptly lowered it again. Not enough distance. The casting range of a normal boss is not much different from the normal attack range of an archer. However, Lin Tianhao's attack range is increased by 10, which is just enough to block the casting range of the yellow weasel. However, his movement speed was ultimately too slow. In just 2 seconds, the weasel caught up and raised its hand again to release its soul absorption ability. This skill is a lock-on attack, making it impossible to dodge by simply moving. Not far away, Shadow Assassin couldn't help but laugh. Is he finally going to suffer a setback? Lin Tianhao instantly switched weapons, changing his main weapon to a shield, thus completing the Black Iron Grade Trance set. Health, dual resistances, and recovery are all increased simultaneously. The set even comes with 20% damage reflection and 10% resilience. Minus 2,254. After the damage landed, continuous health loss followed. Minus 102. Minus 102. Lin Tianhao quickly switched back to his longbow. Even without his shield, thanks to the trance set, resurrection, and equipment-based health regeneration, he can still recover 180 health points per second, completely suppressing the health loss. The only problem is the weakness. His attack speed dropped from 3.63 to 2.41, a full third less. Shadow Killer watched as the health regeneration numbers kept appearing above Lin Tianhao's head. The weasel's ultimate skill hadn't even taken away 1/10 of his health, and the sustained damage wasn't even keeping up with the health regeneration. I'll help you. Shadow Killer suddenly appeared, rushed directly behind the weasel, leaped up by stepping on its back, and slashed at its throat with his knife. Reduced by 215. Bleeding. Reduced by 25. Reduced by 25. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. We'll talk about this later. Shadow Killer quickly said, I'll help you reduce the boss's health to 10, and then I'll retreat. I won't steal the boss. Lin Tianhao was surprised, but he didn't refuse. With an assassin drawing his aggro, the battle would undoubtedly be much easier. The weasel angrily turned and slashed at Shadow Assassin with its claw. Shadow Assassin leaned back, narrowly avoiding the attack, while simultaneously slashing his wrist with his dagger. Minus 121. Lin Tianhao seized the opportunity, unleashing a torrent of arrows. 3 arrows in 1 second, and each arrow struck the weasel's weak spot at the back of the head with pinpoint accuracy. Damn it! The weasel roared suddenly, and a ghostly light erupted from its body. The weasel in front of Lin Tianhao suddenly disappeared. In its place appeared a stunningly beautiful woman with snow-white skin, draped in a thin veil. Her eyes were alluring as she beckoned to Lin Tianhao with a flick of her finger. My lord, come and play with me. Lin Tianhao immediately recognized that everything before him was an illusion. The most important thing to break through this illusion was to maintain one's composure, and he quickly came up with a simple solution: use his imagination. He immediately associated the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him with the ferocious weasel that was over 3 meters tall and covered in yellow fur. Seeing the other party's flirtatious manner, Lin Tianhao felt a sudden nausea. Ugh! The weasel was clearly stunned for a moment, and the illusion immediately shifted. This wasn't just an illusion, it was an insult. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the air. -1028. As the damage was displayed, the illusion shattered. To Lin Tianhao's surprise, Shadow Killer broke free of the illusion even earlier than him, and had already slid under the weasel, stabbing it fiercely with his knife. Whoa! The weasel howled and squeezed its legs together. Lin Tianhao realized that Shadow Killer was deliberately drawing aggro to help him buy time for the invincibility buff. Lin Tianhao's attack speed instantly reached its maximum, and all his arrows locked onto the weak spot on the back of the weasel's head, with critical damage constantly popping up. As the invincibility was about to end, the weasel went completely berserk, unleashing its fury. Its speed surged, and it unleashed a soul-devouring attack, instantly killing Shadow Assassin. This was the third time Shadow Killer had died today. After dealing with Shadow Killer, the weasel immediately turned around and cast Soul Control on Lin Tianhao. A chilling aura invaded his soul, and his control over his body began to weaken rapidly. In this critical moment, Lin Tianhao immediately switched the Thunderclap bow into a shield. The next second, the weasel was already in front of him, slamming its paw hard onto his helmet. Critical hit. -1512. Then, its claws tore through his throat. Reduce 1626. Bleeding. Reduce 300. Reduce 300. Lin Tianhao lost a full 20,000 lives before finally regaining control of his body. In the instant he escaped, he kicked the weasel in the knee, used the momentum to do a backflip and create distance, and at the same time switched back to his longbow. Twisted arrow technique. Whoosh. Just then, the weasel's invincible form ended, but in its berserk state, it actually reached out and grabbed the flying arrow. Although Lin Tianhao was surprised, he remained calm and continued to fire arrows at increasingly tricky angles. Finally, the weasel made a mistake, its body being knocked back by the impact of the arrow. Now is the time. Lin Tianhao's arrow struck the weasel's left leg, causing it to lose its balance and fall forward. The second arrow followed closely, hitting it precisely between the eyebrows, briefly lifting it into the air. Lin Tianhao's lips curled into a slight smile. Without a powerful body, it dared to float in front of him? From now on, this weasel wouldn't be able to land. Not far away, a player named Brother Hu Jiangsheng was walking over while live-streaming, speculating whether the bard was a hidden quest NPC. But when he saw what was in front of him, he froze instantly. The livestream camera turned away, and the chat went silent for a moment. The weasel was blasted into the air by Lin Tianhao's arrows, unable to land. The next second, the livestream exploded. Archers can be played like this? The boss is getting beaten down and can't get off? Just as the streamer was getting excited, the screen suddenly went black. He died. Behind him, an assassin had appeared without his knowledge. Lin Tianhao ignored him and continued to focus on attacking the weasel. After Shadow Killer finished off the streamer, he didn't continue to stealth, but stood nearby to provide cover for him. 8 minutes later, the weasel's health finally ran out. Ding! You have defeated the hidden boss in the beginner village, the enraged weasel, gaining 15,495 experience points. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the enraged weasel. The server-wide announcement sounded again. Congratulations to player Shuedi for achieving the first kill of the enraged weasel. The entire server immediately started discussing. Another first kill? What kind of boss is the enraged weasel? Shuedi isn't even on the level leaderboard yet. He's definitely still in the newbie village. At the same time, Brother Hu and Brother Jiangqing, who had just come out of the resurrection altar, also heard the announcement. He pulled up the live broadcast recording from earlier and instantly became excited. That person was actually Shuedi. He immediately edited the video and uploaded it to the forum, titled it, Shuedi Solos the Hidden Boss in the Starter Village. Super exciting. The video quickly went viral after it was released. However, upon seeing it, major guilds and clubs immediately convened emergency meetings. Inside the Dream Chaser Club, Dream Chaser Yinshua stared at the battle replay. Li Haitao spoke first. Cousin, I think he must have used some kind of continuous knockback skill. Zhu Minjiangsu glared at him coldly. And call me boss at the company. The analyst beside her, after careful examination, said, Boss, his bow drawing technique is incorrect. The arrow spins at high speed during flight, a special archery technique. A skilled archer nodded in agreement. I've seen people use similar techniques before. When the first arrow is fired, the position of the third or even the fourth arrow must be calculated in advance. If even one arrow is missed, the aerial combo will be interrupted. Zhu Minjiangsu asked, if you were to train to this level, how long would it take? The archers remained silent for a moment. About 5 years. Zhu Minjiangsu frowned. 5 years? The man smiled bitterly. That depends on talent. The level of proficiency with a boss like Xue Di, who can continuously float in the air, is something we might not be able to achieve even after 10 years of practice. Upon hearing this, Zhu Minjiangsu finally realized that this was no longer just a matter of equipment and attributes, but rather a matter of truly top-tier personal skill. Soon, all the other clubs reached the same conclusion. The next second, the server-wide announcement blared. Dream Chaser Club cordially invites Snow Empress to join us. Annual salary of 100 million, other benefits negotiable. Immediately afterwards, another voice echoed across the entire server. The Azura Guild cordially invites Snow Empress to join, with an annual salary of 110 million and the position of vice president upon joining. The Berserker Guild cordially invites Snow Empress to join us, with an annual salary of 110 million, a luxury villa as a gift, and other benefits negotiable. The continuous stream of announcements over the server instantly sent all players into an uproar. Holy crap! A level 9 player earning hundreds of millions a year. Lin Tianhao, however, seemed not to hear anything. At that moment, he was squatting next to the weasel's corpse, examining what had been looted from this first kill. After the weasel fell, a series of system rewards popped up. 45 skill books, 65 pieces of equipment, 500 gold coins, 10 points of free attribute, a quest scroll, and a mysterious key. He browsed through the skill books, and only 3 were truly suitable for him. The first one only increased attack power, and its effect was mediocre. The second skill is Sprint, which increases movement speed by 0.5 for 10 seconds after activation, with a 5-minute cooldown. This skill seems to perfectly compensate for his lack of movement speed, but the fixed increase of 0.5 is really limited. Having more skills isn't necessarily better. In fact, it can easily cloud judgment. Therefore, Lin Tianhao didn't rush to learn any new skills, but instead turned his attention to the third book. Invincible Golden Body, 1 star. Effect, enters invincible state for 0.5 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours, consumes 100 MP. Seeing the attribute, don't be fooled by the fact that it's only half a second of invincibility. It's an absolute life-saving skill, and the duration is likely to increase as the star rating increases. The only problem is that he only has 50 mana points, so he can't use the skill even if he learns it. In the end, he added all 10 free attribute points he just gained to his mana. Attack speed is already 3.63, which is enough for now, but mana will definitely be a problem later. After his mana increased to 100, he immediately learned the Invincible Golden Body skill and used it once, raising his proficiency to 1 point. Lin Tianhao then looked at the assassin not far away. Ying Sha stepped forward and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Ying Sha, and I am an unofficial member of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department." Upon hearing this name, Lin Tianhao's heart skipped a beat. Shadow Assassin, a renowned god-level assassin from his previous life, possessing god-level talent and having experienced countless battles. He later joined the combat unit and rose through the ranks to become one of the top assassins. "What is it?" Lin Tianhao asked calmly. Shadow Killer said seriously, "The War Department is preparing to form a special operations team in the game, and we would like to invite you to join." Lin Tianhao certainly knew about this special operations regiment. After the cataclysm in his previous life, it was this group of people who became the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom in its fight against foreign enemies. I need to think about it. He didn't directly refuse, but if he really wanted to join, he would at least need to be in management, or even have enough say in the matter. With the strength he's currently displaying, he's not qualified to discuss such conditions. Shadow Assassin frowned. "Aren't you going to ask about the terms?" Lin Tian, "No need. Now is not the time to negotiate." Shadow Killer, "The Special Forces Regiment's compensation is no worse than those clubs." After saying that, he turned to leave. "Wait." Shadow Killer turned back. "Changed your mind?" Lin Tianhao smiled. "I can understand stealing the boss before, but you tried to kill me later, and that score hasn't been settled yet." Shadow Assassin's face stiffened. "What do you want?" "Nothing, just a free ride back to your village." Whoosh. The arrow flew out instantly. Shadow Assassin finally gave up resisting and was taken down by Lin Tianhao with 2 arrows. Before dying, he asked helplessly, "Are we even now?" Lin Tianhao didn't answer, but instead took out the quest scroll dropped by the weasel. The quest was simple: release the drought demon sealed beneath the starting village. The penalty for failing the mission is that future fire damage will be doubled. The quest from Hydra Cypress requires destroying the starting village, but this quest requires releasing the drought demon. While they seem completely contradictory, upon closer examination, the conditions for both tasks don't actually conflict. In other words, it's entirely possible for him to complete both tasks simultaneously. Chapter 19, Wong the Blacksmith's Mission. However, either of these 2 tasks is absurd. Based on Lin Tianhao's understanding of the game, there will likely be a 3rd task scroll later, and the requirement will most likely be to kill the drought demon. If that's the case, he could simultaneously advance 3 tasks: destroying the starting village, releasing the drought demon, and then killing it. Of course, this is just his speculation. Right now, he doesn't have the strength to complete any of the tasks. Therefore, Lin Tianhao did not accept the task for the time being, and planned to complete the old village chief's advancement task first. Of the 10 bosses, he had already killed the Hydra Cypress, the Twisted Treant King, and the Weasel. He still needed to defeat 7 more. He didn't want to waste time on regular bosses. The real challenge lay with the hidden bosses in the starting village. However, his current stats weren't high enough to deal with them. He needed to reach level 10 first. Lin Tianhao arrived at the spawn point of the level 10 Twisted Treant once again. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the air, and the critical damage instantly jumped out. 2,288. A Twisted Treant didn't even have time to react before it fell on the spot. The lightning jump triggered, pulling more than 10 monsters nearby at the same time. The result was predictable. Lin Tianhao killed them one by one with an arrow, quickly clearing the horde. However, killing them too quickly wasn't necessarily a good thing for him. After all, the Hand of Heavenly Punishment relies on basic attacks to stack maximum health, and it's a one-shot kill, leaving no chance for multiple attacks. After grinding for more than 10 minutes, my health hadn't increased much, but my experience points had already reached the level up requirement, and gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have reached the required level to leave the starting village. You can go to the old village chief to accept the quest to leave the village. Lin Tianhao completely ignored the village exit prompt and added all 5 attribute points to movement speed. Movement speed would be crucial for both kiting bosses and hunting NPCs in the starting village. Next, he had already figured out where to start with the 4th boss, the village chief struggle. Wong the Blacksmith has long coveted the village chief's position and has been secretly recruiting players. The final quest even helps him defeat the old village chief. Once the 2 sides truly go to war, the starting village will inevitably undergo a major reshuffle. If both sides suffer heavy losses, Lin Tianhao could even reap the benefits. However, he has already accepted the old village chief's mission to hunt down 10 bosses, so it seems that in the end, only Wong the Blacksmith will fall. Of course, before taking action, he also planned to get some benefits from Wong the Blacksmith. After returning to the starting village, Lin Tianhao bought 2 bottles of the most expensive liquor and went to the blacksmith shop. I've heard that Blacksmith Wong is the strongest blacksmith in the world, and I'd like to ask you to forge me the strongest weapon. Blacksmith Wong beamed and casually put away the liquor. Keep it down, keep it down. Weapons can certainly be forged, but it depends on whether you have enough gold coins. Lin Tianhao threw all the gold coins he had on him over. Wong the blacksmith was immediately stunned and then made another request: 10 bronze equipment pieces, 50 black iron equipment pieces, and 200 elite equipment pieces. Ding! Wong the blacksmith has issued you a task. Quest reward: a gold-grade longbow with no equipping requirements. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing the reward. A gold-grade weapon, and a custom-made one at that. Far superior to the silver-grade one he had expected. For ordinary players, it would be almost impossible to collect all these materials, but for Lin Tianhao, it was just a matter of running the hell-level Twisted Jungle a few more times. 2.5 hours later, Lin Tianhao looked at the equipment piled up in his backpack and smiled with satisfaction. Wong the blacksmith's task is complete. He went into the blacksmith shop again and placed the materials in front of Wong the blacksmith. Blacksmith Wong, I have collected everything you asked for. Chapter 20 Opposing Mission. Wong the blacksmith was clearly taken aback for a moment, gave Lin Tianhao a meaningful look, and then said, "Give me the item, and come back to pick up the weapon in 10 hours. Lin Tianhao handed over all his equipment, and a system notification immediately sounded. The 9085 experience points awarded for the mission were forfeited because he hadn't left the starting village yet. He was already mentally prepared for this. At this moment, the blacksmith Wang suddenly said, "Adventurer, I see you have good talent. If you can find me one more thing, I might be able to upgrade my gold grade weapon to platinum grade." Lin Tianhao's eyes flickered slightly. Gold level was already far beyond the current players, and platinum level was even more outrageous. However, hearing this, he already guessed what the next task would be. The blacksmith Wang told him that his apprentice, Elvos, had stolen a precious piece of ice flame magic ore and was currently being hunted down by 2 other apprentices. If Lin Tianhao could help retrieve the ore, it could be used to strengthen his weapon. Ding! Wang the blacksmith has issued you a mission. Retrieve the ice flame demon Oregon. The mission requires either retrieving the ore or reducing Elvos' health by more than 20% during the siege. Lin Tianhao understood. Sure enough, the covert confrontation between Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief had officially begun. The so-called apprentice's betrayal was actually the escape of the person the old village chief had planted next to Wang the blacksmith after being exposed. "Where's Elphus?" "The mine on the east side," Wang the blacksmith scoffed. "That rat is definitely hiding inside." Lin Tianhao immediately left the newbie village. On the way, 2 server-wide announcements rang out in succession. Dreamy Snow had achieved the first kill of the Water Arrow Turtle King, and then Berserker Blade became the first player to obtain a hidden class. Lin Tianhao merely sighed. The trajectory of his past life hadn't completely changed. Berserker Blade still acquired the hidden class so quickly, it was just a pity his class choice was too hasty, and he gradually faded into obscurity later on. He soon arrived at the abandoned mine. It was already overrun by level 8 stone beetles, with dozens of monsters roaming the entrance. The stone beetles possessed armor-piercing and stone shields. Their armor-piercing ability, in particular, could reduce weapon durability, making them quite troublesome for ordinary players. But in front of Lin Tianhao, they had no right to resist at all. "Call out!" An arrow pierced the air, instantly killing a stone beetle. After clearing the twisted treeline, his total health had exceeded 60,000. The true damage from his health alone was enough to one-shot these monsters. In less than 20 seconds, the stone beetles at the cave entrance were cleared out. Lin Tianhao ignored the respawning monsters and walked directly into the mine. "It's you?" As soon as I entered, a surprised voice came from inside. Lin Tianhao looked up and saw that it was the same assassin player from before, Shadow Killer. "Here to grind monsters?" Shadow Killer shook his head. "No, I accepted a mission." "Did the old village chief send you to meet Elvos?" Shadow Killer was immediately startled. "You accepted it too?" "No, I answered the exact opposite of you." Shadow Assassin then explained his mission. He was to retrieve the ice flame mine from Elvos and return it. And if the opportunity arose, he would also assist Elvos in eliminating the 2 NPCs chasing him. Lin Tianhao smiled. "My task is to help those 2 NPCs kill Elphus and retrieve the ore." Shadow Assassin immediately realized. A counter mission? That's right. But there is a way to have the best of both worlds. "What method?" Lin Tianhao's lips curled up slightly. "Kill all 3 NPCs together." Shadow Assassin was clearly taken aback. "Isn't this too risky?" "As long as it's done properly," Lin Tianhao said calmly. "First, help Elvos kill off the pursuers, then turn around and take care of Elvos as well." Chapter 21 Elvos. Shadow Assassin was somewhat surprised. Lin Tianhao's idea was indeed quite insane. However, considering the skills Lin Tianhao had previously demonstrated, Shadow Assassin nodded in agreement. "All right, let's find Elvos first." Lin Tianhao casually sent out a team invitation and then began leveling up with Shadow Assassin. Along the way, he killed almost every stone beetle with an arrow, and his lightning leap would also instantly kill the monsters around him. In just 10 minutes, Shadow Assassin reached level 6, and 15 minutes later, he reached level 7. As the 2 ventured deeper into the mine, the monsters they encountered transformed into elite stone beetles, and Shadow Assassin quickly rose to level 8. Shadow Killer couldn't help but exclaim, "Snow Empress, your damage is outrageous. Have you awakened your talent?" Lin Tianhao simply nodded, and Ningxia wisely refrained from pressing further. After all, talent was a secret to every player. Just then, angry curses suddenly came from deep within the mine. "Elvos, you heartless bastard. Your master treated you so well, and you dared to steal his ore." The 2 approached quietly and soon spotted 3 NPCs. Elphus was thin, while the other 2 were quite burly. They were Wang San and Wang Si, the blacksmith's apprentices. All 3 were level 10, but their health, attack, and skills were all displayed as question marks. Lin Tianhao didn't rush to reveal himself, but continued to observe from the shadows. Elvos said coldly, "King Blacksmith is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He wants to use the Ice Flame Demon or to release that boss that is beyond the limits of the newbie village. If he succeeds, the entire village will be doomed." Wang San sneered, "What master wants to do is none of your business. The old village chief is incompetent and foolish. Only our master is fit to be the village chief." Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao's expression changed slightly. As expected, the blacksmith Wang had lied to him. The Ice Flame Demon wasn't for strengthening weapons at all. It was for releasing a hidden boss. Could it be a drought demon? Before he could think it through, Elphus had already started fighting with Wang San and Wang Si. The two sides were evenly matched, but Elphus was only one person and quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Call out. Lin Tianhao finally made his move, hitting Wang San in the head with an arrow. Reduced by 2512. At the same time, a damage number appeared above his own head. Reduced by 1256. Counterattack. Lin Tianhao instantly realized he was in trouble. Wang San's counter damage was ridiculously high. With his current lifesteal ability, he couldn't just mindlessly unleash his attacks. Wang San turned and stared at Lin Tianhao, coldly saying, "Adventurers? It seems you were sent by the old village chief to meet this traitor. In that case, let's all die together." He raised his sword to strike, but Lin Tianhao immediately interrupted the attack with an arrow. However, the 50% damage reflection still made him very uncomfortable. Shadow Assassin asked in a deep voice, "How do we fight?" Pulling. At this moment, Elphus suddenly reminded them. Wang San and Wang Si both have armor that reflects damage, which reflects a lot of damage, but their health points are not that high. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 balls of black light entered Lin Tianhao's body. Ding! You have received the blessing of Elvos, reducing damage taken by 10%. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and he immediately switched to the jungle longbow. With 500 health points and an additional 2% lifesteal, combined with his own health regeneration and damage reduction, he now had the resources to maneuver. Call out. Another arrow hit its mark, and Lin Tianhao lost over 1,000 health points, while his healing effects continued to trigger. Shadow Assassin still did not act rashly. As an assassin, he knew very well that the more unfavorable the battle, the more he needed to wait for the most opportune moment. Kill this brat first. Wang Si roared and charged toward Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao twisted the bowstring sharply with his fingers. Twisted arrow technique. The powerful impact erupted instantly, forcing Wang Si, who was charging forward, back. Chapter 22 Wang San and Wang Si. The reflected damage continued to reduce Lin Tianhao's health. Even without a critical hit, he would lose about 600 health points with every arrow he fired. Therefore, he did not continue to be the main damage dealer, but instead took the initiative to control the game. While archers can be main damage dealers, controlling the battlefield is equally important when the situation is unfavorable. Lin Tianhao continuously used the twisted arrow technique to forcibly interrupt Wang San and Wang Si's attacks and skills. He single-handedly held off 2 NPCs, creating a perfect environment for Elvos to deal damage. The Shadow Assassin next to him was almost numb from watching. At first, he thought Lin Tianhao was able to defeat him mainly because of his attribute advantage. But now, he completely understands that Lin Tianhao's combat skills are also far superior to his own. Shadow Killer even began to suspect that Lin Tianhao might be an ancient martial arts practitioner. After all, the combat abilities of that group were far beyond what ordinary experts could match. The battle continued, and Wang San and Wang Si's health points dropped rapidly, while Lin Tianhao maintained his health points as much as possible within a safe range. Because his target was never just 2 people. After killing Wang San and Wang Si, Elphus will also have to die. Soon, their health points dropped below 10%, but neither of them used their invincibility skill. Lin Tianhao became even more certain that the level 10 NPCs in the beginner village most likely did not possess invincibility or berserk skills. However, Elvos had only lost 30% of his health, which Lin Tianhao was not satisfied with. When Wang San and Wang Si's health dropped to 5%, the two of them went completely berserk and charged desperately towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao rolled over and hid behind Elphus. Without hesitation, Elvos immediately engaged the weakened Wang San and Wang Si. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao quietly disbanded his team with Shadow Assassin. He didn't want the team information to alert Wang the blacksmith or the old village chief to anything unusual. Just as Wang San was about to be killed by Elvos, Lin Tianhao suddenly interrupted his attack with an arrow. Sorry, I missed. No sooner had he finished speaking than the second arrow shot through the air. Twisted arrow technique. Critical hit. Reduced by 2518. Ding. You have killed the newbie village boss Wang San. This will be announced server-wide. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Soon, a server-wide announcement was made that a hidden player had achieved the first kill against Wang San. Immediately afterwards, Wang Si was also taken down by Lin Tianhao, and the second first kill announcement once again shocked the entire server. Countless players were immediately stunned. Wang San, Wang Si. These names sound like two errand runners. Soon, someone realized that the two were the NPCs in the blacksmith shop in the beginner village who were responsible for repairing equipment durability. Inside the blacksmith shop, Wang the blacksmith's face instantly darkened upon hearing the announcement. Who exactly is it? Could it be that the old village chief sent a master over there? Inside the mine, Lin Tianhao was already looking at Sha. He deliberately injured Elvos just now to test whether the other party would retaliate. The answer is no. Shadow kill. Shadow Assassin instantly understood, his figure flashed, and the dagger slashed directly across Elphus's throat. Reduced by 195. The bleeding effect is then triggered. Elvos' expression changed drastically. What are you doing? His response was an arrow shot directly at him by Lin Tianhao. Critical hit. Reduced by 2526. Elvos was both shocked and furious. He never expected that the two adventurers who had just helped him would turn around and kill him in the blink of an eye. Ding. You are under the curse of Elvos, and your damage taken is increased by 10. Lin Tianhao remained expressionless, and the arrows continued to fly out. Having observed Elphus's attack rhythm during the previous match, he had already figured it out. Now, with 3 arrows per second in rapid succession, the opponent had no chance to retaliate. There is no damage reflection, no super armor, and no berserk mode. Elvos was practically a sitting duck in front of him. Call out. Another arrow struck, and Elphus was finally sent flying into the air. Next comes the familiar endless floating. Shadow Killer sent chills down my spine once again. Lin Tianhao's fighting skills are simply freakish. Shadow Assassin, you'll finish the job. Lin Tianhao reminded him. Remember to hide your nickname. He cannot kill Elvos himself. Otherwise, he might reveal a flaw when submitting the 10 boss quests to the old village chief later. Good. Chapter 23 Surgery failed. Although Shadow Killer didn't fully understand Lin Tianhao's plan, after witnessing his methods, he still chose to trust him. Once Elvos was reduced to low health by the aerial combo, Shadow Assassin struck instantly. 5 consecutive critical hits, each inflicting bleeding, instantly took away Elvos' last remaining health. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who has achieved the first kill of Elvos while hiding their nickname. As soon as the news broke, the old village chief of the beginner village's expression changed drastically. He was somewhat pleased when he heard that Wang San and Wang Si had been killed, but not long after, Elphus, whom he had placed next to Wang the blacksmith, also died. Inside the mine, Lin Tianhao walked to the body, looting the corpse. He obtained the Ice Flame Demon, or on his first try. This one is mine. Shadow Killer frowned immediately. This was his quest item. Lin Tianhao explained, I won't use it to complete the mission. You can have everything else on Elphus. Hearing this, Shadow Killer nodded and turned to touch his equipment. Lin Tianhao searched the corpses of Wang San and Wang Si, obtaining not only 12 pieces of equipment and gold coins, but also a special item, a corpse energy collection bottle. Then he said to Shadow Killer, go back and tell the old village chief that you encountered Wang San and Wang Si on the road and killed them with the help of the guild. Shadow Killer asked with some concern, what about Elphus? Just say you don't know. He was already dead before you got to the mine. Then how do you explain it? Lin Tianhao smiled faintly. I only saw Wang San and Wang Si being killed by you. As for Elphus, I didn't see him either. Shadow Assassin remained silent for a moment before finally asking, why did you do this? For a bigger mission. Lin Tianhao did not continue to explain. After Shadow Killer left, he checked the corpse energy collection bottle. The progress had increased from 46 to 49. Once he collected 100 units of corpse energy, a special quest might be triggered. Lin Tianhao wasn't in a hurry. If he really needed more corpse energy, he could just ask other players to replenish it later. Upon returning to the starting village, he went straight to the blacksmith shop. Wang the blacksmith, I'm really sorry. I hadn't found Elphus yet when I heard the system notification that he had been killed. Lin Tianhao pretended to be completely unaware. Wang the blacksmith stared at him and asked meaningfully, Snow Emperor, in this newbie village, Besides you, who else can kill both Elphus and my two apprentices at the same time? Lin Tianhao remained expressionless. I have no reason to do that. I previously encountered a very powerful assassin who killed my partner in an instant. The blacksmith stared at him for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. In the end, all I could do was sigh. It's a pity about my two apprentices, and even more so about that ice flame demon Oregon. If you can find it, I can give you a platinum-grade necklace. Ding! Wang the blacksmith has issued you a task. Mission reward, platinum necklace. Lin Tianhao's heart stirred. It seems that blacksmith Wang is really desperate. He's even willing to take out platinum equipment for the sake of the ice flame demon or... Okay, I will do my best. He accepted the task first. Whether or not he delivered the or was another matter entirely. After finishing his tasks in the game, Lin Tianhao finally logged off. This afternoon is the day my sister is having surgery. After finishing his meal, he rushed to the hospital. As he watched his sister being wheeled into the operating room, his hands involuntarily clenched. Little sister, you absolutely cannot get hurt. Doctors had warned that brain surgery carries extremely high risks, and even if successful, the patient could become a vegetable. But Lin Tianhao wasn't afraid of that. As long as my sister is alive, even if she becomes a vegetable, she can still enter Ragnarok. Perhaps there'll be a chance for her to recover when the game merges with reality 5 years later. He waited anxiously outside the operating room for 2 hours. Finally, the door opened. A doctor walked out with a somber expression. Lin Tianhao's heart sank, and he immediately rushed forward. Doctor, how is my sister? The doctor sighed. The surgery failed, and the blood clot in the brain has spread to the cerebellum. Now, there is no hope of recovery. Boom. Lin Tianhao swayed and almost fell over. How is this possible? No. There must be a way. There must be. Chapter 24 The Ambitious Taoist Priest, the Immaculate Eye. After being reborn, Lin Tianhao always thought he could change his fate, but the doctor's words hit him like a heavy hammer. The blood clot has eroded the cerebellum. The best outcome is that he will be in a vegetative state and could die at any time. Lin Tianhao forced back his grief and entered the operating room. Looking at his sister on the hospital bed, his fingers trembled slightly. Having experienced countless life and death situations in his past life, but when it came to his own loved one, his eyes still reddened. Why? Damn you. God, why are you doing this to me? Just when he was almost in despair, a childish voice suddenly came from the doorway. She might still be saved. A young Taoist priest, about 17 or 18 years old and dressed in a Taoist robe, walked in. Lin Tianhao grasped at a straw and immediately begged him to save her. The young Taoist priest frankly admitted that he wasn't entirely confident, and that his master had already passed away. Lin Tianhao gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you can save my sister, I will definitely repay you." The young Taoist priest nodded. Meeting his fate, this humble Taoist will give it a try. He walked up to Lin Qingqing, a silvery white light emanating from his palm, and gently pressed it against her forehead. The light slowly seeped into her mind, and Lin Qingqing's pale complexion gradually returned to normal. Lin Tianhao was shocked. This technique was very similar to that of an internal energy master among ancient martial artists. After a moment, the young Taoist priest wiped his sweat and said, "Your sister is out of danger, but she will still be in a vegetative state. In the end, my Taoist skills are still insufficient." Lin Tianhao was already very grateful. At least his sister had survived. The other party called himself Zhang Yi, and his Taoist name was Ambition. Lin Tianhao offered 100,000 as a thank you gift, but Zhang Yi only wanted 10,000 to buy a game pod. He also said that he had observed the stars at night and discovered that there was an opportunity hidden in Ragnarok that might help him break through his shackles. Lin Tianhao was surprised, but he didn't reveal his situation in the game. In his previous life, some top players had been kidnapped or even murdered offline, and since his attributes hadn't yet materialized, he had to be cautious. In the end, he handed his bank card to Zhang Yi, asking him to accept 100,000 yuan. After arranging for his sister's hospitalization, Lin Tianhao returned to his rented room and logged back into the game. Although it had taken more than 3 hours, he didn't mind. The real problem now was how to complete the Old Village Chief's follow-up quest. The NPCs in the beginner village don't respawn after death, and while continuing to hunt them isn't difficult, it's likely to alert the Old Village Chief. After weighing the options, Lin Tianhao decided to start with the level 5 to 9 monster areas, hunting down 5 bosses to more reliably reach the required number for the quest. After defeating all 5 bosses, his total kill count reached 10. Lin Tianhao arrived at the village chief's courtyard and waited for the other players to leave before stepping forward and saying, "Old village chief, I have hunted down 10 bosses." The old village chief nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, Snow Empress. I knew I hadn't misjudged you." The system notification then sounded. Gold coins plus 20, free attribute points plus 20, luck plus 1, Eye of Innocence plus 1. The Eye of Immaculate Beauty is a special piece of equipment with no wearing requirements. It can see through the darkness, break through illusions, and maintain a wide field of vision even in fog. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This ability was practically a divine skill for an archer. While visibility is still possible at night, true darkness will engulf all vision after the cataclysm. Many powerful figures in the past perished at the hands of monsters from the Erit star system precisely because of insufficient night vision. Chapter 25: The Cunning and Treacherous Old Village Chief. After Lin Tianhao put on the Eye of Immaculate Beauty, the entire world instantly became clear. 500 meters away, he could even see the patterns on the wings of a flying mosquito. This visual enhancement was simply absurd for an archer. The Eye of Immaculate Purity is not only useful at this stage, but it will also be considered top-tier equipment even in the late game and the cataclysmic era. Just as Lin Tianhao was satisfied, the old village chief suddenly asked, "Adventurer, did you kill Wang San and Wang Si?" Lin Tianhao had anticipated that he wouldn't be able to hide it after submitting the task, so he simply admitted it. The old village chief reminded him meaningfully that Wang San and Wang Si were both Wang the blacksmith's apprentices, and once the matter was exposed, Wang the blacksmith would never let it go. Lin Tianhao deliberately feigned panic. "Then what should we do? How about I give up the village quest and just let me leave the newbie village?" The old village chief waved his hand and laughed. "Don't worry, in this newbie village, I'm still in charge." Then, the old village chief changed the subject, saying that Wang the blacksmith had recently become very close to the old drunkard at the tavern, who often helped him find ore. Lin Tianhao immediately understood. "Old village chief, what can I do for you?" "It's simple, cut off his left and right arms and kill the old drunkard." The mission appeared immediately, requiring the killing of the old drunkard, with no penalty for failure, but the reward was listed as unknown. Lin Tianhao feigned difficulty, indicating that his strength was probably insufficient. The old village chief indeed produced a bottle of Dachira potion, saying that this potion was colorless and odorless, and that if it were put into wine, it could reduce the old drunkard's fighting power by at least half. Lin Tianhao accepted the potion and was about to leave when the old village chief suddenly called out to him. "Snow Empress, do you know who killed Elphus?" Hearing the other party call him by name again, Lin Tianhao immediately understood that the old village chief had begun to suspect him. He only said that after he and Ying Sha killed Wang San and Wang Si, they heard the warning of Elphus's death. The old village chief did not press further, only revealing a meaningful smile. After leaving the village chief's courtyard, Lin Tianhao saw that Fudu Dunshan had sent him more than 10 messages, even offering him 200 million to become the president of the Fudu Guild. He simply replied, "Do not disturb, I'm busy," and then went to finding Sha. At this moment, Shadow Assassin was killing a level 10 Twisted Treant, a feat far exceeding his own level. Lin Tianhao cut to the chase. "What's the follow-up mission the old village chief gave you?" Shadow Assassin didn't hide anything. "He wants me to protect the old drunkard in the tavern." Lin Tianhao's eyes darkened. "But the task he just gave me was to kill the old drunkard." Ying Sha was stunned. Protecting while killing was clearly abnormal. Lin Tianhao quickly grasped the key point. The old village chief's true objective was likely the Dachira potion. This substance most likely came from Wang the blacksmith. If he poisoned the old man and Shadow Killer successfully rescued the drunkard, the blame would naturally fall on Wang the blacksmith. Shadow Killer also realized, sowing discord. Lin Tianhao nodded. "More or less. My mission has no punishment and the reward is unknown, but yours has a high reward and a high punishment. The old village chief just knew I wouldn't really harm you." Shadow Killer couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect the old village chief of this newbie village to be so cunning." Lin Tianhao smiled and said, "The NPCs in Ragnarok aren't ordinary AI." Ying Sha asked him what he planned to do. Lin Tianhao's lips curled slightly. "Of course, I'll grant the old village chief's wish. I have to accept this scheme, whether I want to or not. Killing the old drunkard will not only harm you, but may also directly cut off the subsequent plot lines." Chapter 26: The Old Drunkard. Shadow Assassin vaguely sensed that Lin Tianhao had other plans, but didn't ask any further questions. As far as he was concerned, as long as he completed the mission and left the beginner village smoothly, what happened afterward was none of his business. Lin Tianhao sent him a team invitation. I'll help you level up to level 10, then we'll go find the old drunkard. Anyway, he was going to grind monsters to increase his health anyway, so helping Shadow Kill level up wouldn't be a problem. With Lin Tianhao leading the team, Shadow Assassin leveled up extremely quickly, reaching level 10 in less than half an hour. The two then headed straight for the mine, but after searching the vicinity, they still couldn't find any trace of the old drunkard. Just then, Lin Tianhao suddenly frowned. He had a feeling that someone was watching him from the shadows, and that feeling of being spied on made him very uncomfortable. Come out. You've been following us for so long. Shadow Killer was startled. He hadn't noticed anything amiss at all. The next moment, a burst of laughter rang out, and a disheveled old man carrying a gourd of wine slowly walked over. It was none other than the level 12 old drunkard. Snow Empress, you've become quite famous in the newbie village lately. You're already level 10. Why haven't you gone to the main city yet? Lin Tianhao smiled helplessly. I can't help it. It's not that I don't want to leave. It's just that the old village chief is giving me too much. The old drunkard squinted his eyes. What? He sent you to kill me? Lin Tianhao did not deny it and raised his longbow. Since you know, senior, then let me see your skills. The arrow shot through the air, but the old drunkard easily dodged it with a backflip, then laughed and said, Young man, don't be in such a hurry. What can't be discussed? What the old village chief gave you, I might be able to give back. As he spoke, he handed over the gourd of wine. Have a drink and leave the newbie village. From now on, all the grudges and grievances here are none of your concern. A system notification appeared. Simply drink the alcohol and leave the starting village immediately to gain 50 points of free attribute, with no penalty for failure. Ying Sha and Lin Tianhao exchanged a glance, both somewhat shocked. 50 points of free attribute were equivalent to a full 10 levels of gain. Not to mention, they didn't even need to continue with the village quest. The old drunkard added, If you drink my wine, you will be teleported out directly, and the old village chief will naturally be unable to punish you. Shadow Assassin hesitated briefly before accepting the mission. He had no intention of getting involved in the fighting in the newbie village, and now that he could get the reward and leave safely, he had no reason to refuse. After finishing his drink, Shadow Assassin was teleported away. The old drunkard smiled and looked at Lin Tianhao. And you? His response was met with an arrow coming straight at him. The old drunkard's eyes instantly turned cold. What did the old village chief give you that made you risk your life for him? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of strong liquor, which transformed into flying swords in the air and attacked. Lin Tianhao deflected the flying sword with his bow, simultaneously rolling to create distance before firing another arrow. He had allocated all 20 attribute points he had previously gained to movement speed, aiming to enhance his ability to kite and maneuver. But the old drunkard's combat experience far exceeded his expectations. He saw his opponent pour out wine and throw out a tinderbox, and flames instantly engulfed Lin Tianhao. Reduced by 921. The burning damage lasted for 8 seconds, instantly burning away more than 7,000 of his health. Lin Tianhao quickly retreated and immediately used the twisted arrow technique, attempting to knock the old drunkard away first. But the old drunkard used his gourd to deflect the arrows, and then swung the gourd back at him. Boom! The gourd exploded in front of Lin Tianhao, and the terrifying impact sent him flying. Reduced by 8520. Lin Tianhao's health bar plummeted instantly. Before Lin Tianhao could even land, the old drunkard had already transformed into a blur and rushed beneath him, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Reduced by 1029. Lin Tianhao was knocked away again, his body suspended in midair, unable to attack. In desperation, he immediately switched to his main weapon, and the complete black iron Trayan armor instantly covered his entire body. Chapter 27 The Blue and White Serpent. 2 arrows fired simultaneously. The old drunkard gave Lin Tianhao no chance to catch his breath, leaping into the air and unleashing a rapid series of punches. The blows rained down relentlessly, culminating in him grabbing Lin Tianhao by the collar and slamming him to the ground. Bang! The ground cracked instantly, and Lin Tianhao's health dropped by nearly a third in this round of attacks. He rolled away to create distance, becoming wary. This was the first time he had been beaten so badly since entering the newbie village. The moment he landed, Lin Tianhao switched back to his longbow and fired an arrow. The old drunkard before him was not only experienced in combat, but also had an exceptionally precise grasp of skill timing. If he were to be careless even slightly, he could very well be defeated here. The next moment, arrows pierced the air one after another, each aimed straight for the old drunkard's eyes. The old drunkard could only swing his wine jug to parry. Seeing this, Lin Tianhao simultaneously gripped the bowstring with 2 fingers, and 2 energy arrows instantly condensed. Whoosh! 2 arrows fired simultaneously. While double arrows are more difficult to control accurately, that's not a problem for Lin Tianhao. The real advantage is that the old drunkard will find it much harder to deflect 2 arrows simultaneously with a single parry. Soon, the old drunkard made a mistake, his body thrown off balance by the impact of the arrow. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed, and he immediately followed up with a twisting bow technique, the enormous impact sending him into the air. Just as Lin Tianhao was preparing to unleash a series of attacks, the old drunkard forced down a mouthful of strong liquor, his entire body reeking of alcohol. The system immediately notified him that his reaction time and attack speed had both decreased by 20%. Taking advantage of the situation, the old drunkard threw his gourd again. Having learned his lesson the hard way, Lin Tianhao was prepared and deflected it with an arrow. Although the explosion made him stagger, it didn't cause him much harm. But the old drunkard also managed to land successfully, and then he patted his wine gourd, from which a huge blue venomous snake crawled out. The blue flower serpent is a level 10 black iron boss, with over 125,000 HP. It also possesses skills such as entangling, poison arrow, dragon tail swing, poison mist, and red eye ray. The moment Lin Tianhao released his arrow, red light shot from the eyes of the blue-flowered serpent. He rolled repeatedly to dodge, but his speed was still insufficient, and he ultimately took the hit. Immediately afterward, the giant blue serpent opened its blood-red maw, spewing out a torrent of poisonous mist. The area was too large for Lin Tianhao to completely dodge, so he could only frantically counterattack while enduring a continuous loss of over 400 points of health each time. All his arrows were aimed at the snake's vital spot, but the old drunkard was also waiting for an opportunity to strike. The simultaneous attack from the man and the snake left Lin Tianhao with almost no chance to retaliate. The giant blue serpent unleashed a powerful dragon tail sweep, sending him flying. After landing, Lin Tianhao's eyes became extremely sharp. He activated his immaculate eye to the fullest extent, making every subtle movement around him crystal clear. Whoosh! Whoosh! The twin arrows pierced the air once more, one locking onto the old drunkard, the other suppressing the blue and white serpent. Then, combining these with a rapid-fire attack, Lin Tianhao single-handedly suppressed both bosses simultaneously. He had suffered repeated losses because he didn't understand the old drunkard's skills before. But now, as soon as the old drunkard made a casting motion, Lin Tianhao's arrow would fall prematurely, forcibly interrupting him. All that's left to gamble on is one thing. As long as the old drunkard doesn't have super armor or berserk skills, Lin Tianhao can completely wear down the old drunkard and the blue flower snake with this absolute suppression. Chapter 28 Pig Farming Strategies. The old drunkard quickly saw through Lin Tianhao's fighting style and immediately hid behind the blue and white giant snake, hoping to use its massive body to disrupt his attack rhythm. He was confident that if Lin Tianhao could find an opportunity to unleash his skills, he could turn the tables and kill him. But Lin Tianhao gave him no chance at all. He unleashed another burst of power with his twisted string arrow technique combined with his rapid-fire arrow technique. Most importantly, the twisted string arrow not only had high damage and strong penetration, but it could even change the flight trajectory. Call out. The arrow bypassed the blue-flowered serpent and accurately struck the old drunkard behind it. Looking at the damage displayed, the old drunkard was filled with disbelief, clearly not expecting Lin Tianhao's archery skills to be so impressive. The blue and white serpent also rushed in at this moment, clearly intending to use its entanglement technique. Lin Tianhao knew very well that once controlled, he would inevitably be subjected to the old drunkard's frenzied attacks, so he absolutely could not let it get close. The next moment, he fired 2 arrows simultaneously in rapid succession, each arrow locking onto the blue serpent's eyes, followed by a series of twisting arrows. With the enhancement of his immaculate eye, his accuracy had reached an astonishing level. The old drunkard's plan to use the blue and white giant snake as cover completely failed, and he could only be suppressed by Lin Tianhao. His face was gloomy. Is this even human? As he spoke, a talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. The talisman was instantly activated, golden light enveloping the old drunkard and the blue and white serpent. Yet, Lin Tianhao's arrow still dealt over 1,400 damage. The old drunkard was completely stunned. Your attack is true damage. This talisman could clearly greatly increase defense, but in the face of true damage, its effect was almost negligible. Soon, the old drunkard and the blue-flowered snake's health points were reduced to only 10%. Just as the old drunkard was preparing to fight back desperately, Lin Tianhao suddenly stopped. Senior, I don't want to kill you. How about we make a deal? Lin Tianhao said with a smile. I'll let you go, and you give me 50 points of freedom. The old drunkard looked at him suspiciously. Just for 50 attribute points? You're even giving up the old village chief's quest. Lin Tianhao smiled faintly. I also think that the old village chief is unworthy of the position. Wang the blacksmith is more suitable for the position. But I am an adventurer, and I have to think about myself first. The old drunkard remained silent for a moment before finally agreeing. A system task immediately appeared. As long as he was released, he would receive 50 points of freedom attribute, with no penalty whatsoever. Lin Tianhao accepted the task without hesitation. His decision not to kill the old drunkard now didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. Rather than immediately completing the old village chief's task, he wanted to maintain the balance between Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief. The old drunkard was clearly a key asset to Wang the blacksmith. If he died now, Wang the blacksmith, already at a disadvantage, would only become more passive. What Lin Tianhao truly wanted to see was for both sides to continue fighting, ideally resulting in mutual destruction. After seeing off the old drunkard, 50 points of free attribute were successfully credited to his account. Now, at level 10, Lin Tianhao has over 70,000 health points, and his attack, defense, attack speed, and skills far surpass those of ordinary players. However, he didn't rush to use those 50 attribute points. Attack speed and movement speed are both very important, especially after arriving in the main city, where traveling and kiting will rely more heavily on movement speed. It's best to save them for later battles. Next, he only needed to continue killing monsters to increase his health, while waiting for the blacksmith to forge the gold-grade longbow. At this point, a large number of players had already left the 10086 newbie village, and even outside the level 10 Twisted Treeline dungeon, only a few scattered teams remained. As soon as Lin Tianhao arrived nearby, a player called out, Hey bro, wanna team up? We have a super strong shield warrior with an elite level trance set. We're sure to clear the dungeon. Chapter 29, The 9-Combination Longbow. A terrifying thought. After refusing to join a team, Lin Tianhao went straight into the hell-level Twisted Jungle. He had already run this dungeon many times, so he was quite familiar with it now. His main purpose was to increase his health and collect skill books. 5 hours later, his health points rose from over 70,000 to just over 100,000, an increase of 30,000. His Rejuvenation of a Withered Tree skill also successfully reached 3 stars, but to reach 4 stars, he would need a full 1,000 skill books. After his health points exceeded 100,000, his recovery skill was also upgraded to 4 stars, with the amount of health restored per second skyrocketing from 50 to 500. At this current rate of recovery, ordinary players probably couldn't even suppress his healing even if they stood still and fought. Back in the starting village, Lin Tianhao logged off to eat before the blacksmith Wang finished forging his golden longbow. He also began to consider that once his sister's condition stabilized, he should buy a nutrient tank as soon as possible to minimize the time wasted offline. During this time, Zhou Xiaopeng excitedly told him that he had obtained a silver-grade greatsword according to the previously provided guide. Lin Tianhao reminded him that he could go to Blackwind City, but he should not change jobs casually, and even if he encountered a hidden job, he should ask himself first. After logging back in, Lin Tianhao went straight to the blacksmith shop. The first thing the blacksmith said to him made Lin Tianhao's heart sink. Old drunkard has already told me about your situation. Lin Tianhao decided to stop hiding it. Wang the blacksmith also stated directly that he wanted to kill the old village chief and asked Lin Tianhao to go to the southern cliff to kill the guards in the old village chief's secret base together with the old drunkard. The reward for the mission was unknown, and even the penalty for failure was unknown. Although Lin Tianhao found it strange, the plot had already progressed to this point, so there was no reason to back down. He immediately accepted the mission. Then, Blacksmith Wang took out the newly forged gold-grade 9-combination longbow. It had 500 attack, 1 point of attack speed, 20% critical strike chance, 5% lifesteal, 2,000 health, and 100 health regeneration per second. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. Although the increase in attack and health wasn't particularly outstanding for him now, the attack speed, critical hit rate, lifesteal, and recovery effects were extremely well matched. raising his overall combat power to another level. He took the 9-body longbow and arrived at the cliff south of the beginner village. He expected to see the old drunkard, but the person actually standing there was the old village chief. Lin Tianhao's heart tightened, but he still tried to remain calm. The old village chief was also somewhat surprised to see him, and then brought up the matter of the old drunkard's escape. Lin Tianhao explained that the blue-flowered snake had disrupted his attack rhythm. The old village chief didn't suspect anything, only saying that he originally thought he could successfully poison the snake, so that the old drunkard wouldn't even have a chance to release it. Lin Tianhao asked him why he was there. The old village chief explained that an extremely powerful monster was sealed beneath the cliff, and he was the one responsible for guarding the seal. Recently, someone has been trying to break the seal, and those people are searching for Ice Flame Demon Oregon. Once this or is found, the seal could very well be broken. The old village chief then ordered Lin Tianhao to go to the mine and stop the old drunkard from searching for the Ice Flame Demon Oregon. Lin Tianhao outwardly agreed, but after turning to leave, he felt increasingly uneasy. Why didn't the old drunkard appear on the cliff? Was it because they discovered the old village chief that they hid beforehand? Or was this all part of a scheme orchestrated by Wang the blacksmith from the very beginning? Perhaps the blacksmith Wang didn't fully trust him at all, and sending him to the cliff was just a diversionary tactic. His real purpose was to buy the old drunkard time to find the Ice Flame Demon Ore. Thinking about this, Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 30 Hidden Dungeon, The Lost Princess. Lin Tianhao could only hope that he was overthinking things, otherwise his current situation was not very optimistic. The old village chief was suspicious of him. He had originally thought that by letting the old drunkard go, he could gain the blacksmith's trust. Lin Tianhao's subsequent interactions with Wang the blacksmith made him feel that Wang the blacksmith must have trusted him to some extent. But if I come here today and encounter the old village chief, it really is all part of Wang the blacksmith's scheme. That would be truly terrifying. Before they even reached the mine, the old drunkard suddenly appeared. Snow Emperor. The old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao and said, "I was waiting for you at the cliff. But the old village chief suddenly arrived, so I had to hide." Lin Tianhao breathed a slight sigh of relief. "So what do we do next?" "Search for the Ice Flame Demon Oregon." The old drunkard said seriously. "There are 3 Ice Flame magic ore in the starting village. The first one is missing. There are 2 more pieces, they should be around here." Lin Tianhao nodded. This Ice Flame Demon mine would reward him with a platinum-grade necklace. It would be impossible for Lin Tianhao not to be tempted. But giving up something he had planned for so long for a platinum necklace was not something Lin Tianhao wanted to see. The time that follows, Lin Tianhao and the old drunkard began their search. Judging from the current situation, there is a high probability that there is a hidden dungeon in this mine. Lin Tianhao had no idea how to unlock this hidden dungeon. However, there must be a way. For example, we could try to find clues from the Stone Beetle King. After all, the monsters in the mine are stone beetles. Thinking of this, Lin Tianhao started farming stone beetles. It still only increases health points, but does not grant experience points. Lin Tianhao was already used to this. Leveling up was an easy thing for him. What he wants is to squeeze as much value out of the starting village as possible, while also increasing his own health. Ding! Your killing of a large number of stone beetles has alerted the Stone Beetle King, which is hiding deep in the mine. It will arrive on the battlefield in 5 minutes. Lin Tianhao arrived with a sense of anticipation. This Ice Flame Demon Ore is probably related to the Stone Beetle King. 5 minutes later, a huge stone beetle with a dark red shell walked towards him. Stone Beetle King, Black Iron Level 8. Health, 81520, 81520. Attack, 215. Skills, Falling Rocks, Stone Shield, Terrifying Roar, Stone Ball Projectiles, Petrified Skin. Lin Tianhao glanced at the stone beetle's attributes and then launched a fierce attack. Critical hit. Reduced by 4918. Lin Tianhao's first arrow dealt a critical hit. This damage value is ridiculously high. Moreover, with the support of the 9 Harmony Longbow, Lin Tianhao's attack speed reached 4.63, dealing 20,000 damage per second. The Stone Beetle King only had a little over 80,000 health points, and it was killed in less than 5 seconds. Ding! You have killed the Stone Beetle King, gaining 859 experience points. Since you did not leave the starting village, you will not be able to gain any more experience points. Lin Tianhao ignored it and directly touched the corpse. Ding! You have obtained 3 pieces of equipment. Ding! You have obtained a skill book. Ding! You have obtained the Stone Beetle King's eyeball, +1. Ding! You have gained 1 gold coin. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He looked at the stone beetle king's eyeball and suddenly thought of a place that seemed to match the eyeball perfectly. Deep inside the mine, Lin Tianhao arrived in front of a stone wall, and in the corner of the stone wall, there was an inconspicuous groove. If you look closely, you'll find that this groove aligns perfectly with the eyeball of the king's stone beetle. Lin Tianhao placed the stone beetle king's eyeballs on it. The stone wall immediately began to rotate, eventually forming a portal of light. Ding! You have unlocked the hidden dungeon, the Lost Princess. Ding! You have activated a hidden dungeon. A server-wide announcement will be made shortly. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Things in the beginner village haven't settled down yet, and Lin Tianhao needs to consider the thoughts of the old village chief and the others. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who unlocked the hidden dungeon, the Lost Princess, by hiding their nickname. You have gained 5 free attribute points. We hope all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who unlocked the hidden dungeon, the Lost Princess, by hiding their nickname. You have gained 5 free attribute points. We hope all players will continue to work hard. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow and entered the portal. The option to access the instance appeared before Lin Tianhao. Hell level. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Tianhao still chose the Hell difficulty level. This level of difficulty is virtually impossible for most ordinary players to achieve. Enter the instance. Lin Tianhao was still inside the mine. The mine was dark, and Lin Tianhao saw one small zombie after another appearing in front of him. Holy crap! There are undead monsters in the starting village. Undead monsters generally appear more frequently in the mid-game. If undead monsters occasionally appear in the early game, it's usually in relatively high-level dungeons. Little Zombie, Elite Level 8. Health, 10800, 10800. Attack, 95. Skills, Charge Recklessly, Tough as Nails, Bite. Its attributes aren't weak. Lin Tianhao acted without hesitation. The little zombie's copper skin and iron bones were nothing but decorations to Lin Tianhao. After all, his injuries were real. Reduced by 2250. A huge damage number appeared. This is still without any critical hit damage. It was terrifying. In addition, Lin Tianhao's high output meant that the little zombies were killed before they could even get close. More and more little zombies appeared, but Lin Tianhao remained the same, kiting and fighting them. If you deal enough damage, these little zombies are just for show. Lin Tianhao passed the first challenge without any difficulty. The second level. In addition to the baby zombies, some green-haired zombies have also appeared, and their attributes have been significantly improved. But that still couldn't stop Lin Tianhao's advance. The third level. Lin Tianhao had just arrived here when it was like a twisted jungle. These are 4 iron level bosses. Purple-haired zombie, Black Iron Level 8. Health, 158200, 158200. Attack, 512. Skills, Rampage, Iron Skin, Biting, Spinning Strangulation, Corpse Aura. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. This purple-haired zombie had decent health, but its other attributes and skills were rather ordinary. Just as Lin Tianhao was thinking this, the 4 purple-haired zombies simultaneously unleashed their corpse energy. A large amount of corpse energy converged towards Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have been affected by the corpse energy. Your body has begun to stiffen, and your movement speed and attack speed have been reduced by 50%. Meanwhile, damage numbers kept popping up above Lin Tianhao's head. Subtract 299. Subtract 299. The damage numbers are appearing very frequently, for times per second. This causes Lin Tianhao's health to drop by 1200 points every second. Even with healing, Lin Tianhao's health was still decreasing at a rate of several hundred per second. Call out. Lin Tianhao made his move. He wasn't one to sit idly by and wait to die. Bang! An arrow struck him in the head. Critical hit. Subtract 4548. Chapter 31. The Ice Flame Corpse King. His arrow had barely been released when the 4 zombies attacked. They all charged headlong into things. Lin Tianhao instinctively wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, with his movement speed reduced by 50%, he was powerless to dodge the rampaging zombies. Bang! Reduced by 1280. Subtract 1283. Damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao waited for the skill to end before launching a fierce counterattack. Every time, Lin Tianhao dealt critical damage. The 5% lifesteal allows Lin Tianhao to recover more than 400 health points per second. With the added benefits of recovery, the Treant set, and the 9-in-1 longbow, Lin Tianhao can now recover over 1,100 HP per second. 500 points of recovery, 130 points of incomplete trance set, 100 points of 9-in-1 longbow, and over 400 points of life steal. Such a recovery is already quite terrifying. Even when facing attacks from 4 black iron bosses simultaneously, he was able to barely maintain the situation. A smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. If he can stabilize the situation, the subsequent battles will be much easier. But the next attack from the purple-haired zombie caused Lin Tianhao's expression to change drastically. Because the purple-haired zombie started biting. He tried his best to dodge and used his arrows to interrupt their attacks. With both movement speed and attack speed reduced, he can only restrain a maximum of 2 purple-haired zombies at the same time. It's impossible to be perfect in every aspect. The result is being bitten by the purple-haired zombie. Subtract 1958. Subtract 299. Subtract 299. Lin Tianhao was somewhat depressed. This biting could also cause poisoning, and the poisoning effect could be stacked with that of the corpse aura. Now that he's been hit with a double poison buff, his health is dropping even faster. With no other option, Lin Tianhao had to finish the job quickly. Finally, the first purple-haired zombie fell. Lin Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief, because with the death of a purple-haired zombie, the number of layers of corpse energy would decrease, and the damage he would suffer per second would also decrease. Then came the second one, and the third one. After the last purple-haired zombie fell, Lin Tianhao finally sat down with a thud. Damn it! The lack of antidote skills and negative buff removal skills is a major weakness. This is where the importance of the pastor becomes apparent. Even if Lin Tianhao had an ordinary priest by his side to help him detoxify and remove negative buffs, this battle would be much easier for him. This is only a black iron level boss. If he faces those world bosses later, the pressure will be even greater. Wait until your health is restored to full. Lin Tianhao fixed his gaze on what lay ahead. The layout here is very similar to Twisted Treeline, so the final level should be a bronze level boss. Enter the final level. Lin Tianhao immediately looked over. In front of this checkpoint are 2 crystal coffins. The crystal coffin on the left contained a mummified corpse, while the crystal coffin on the right was completely empty. Lin Tianhao frowned. Call out. The next instant, Lin Tianhao turned around and shot an arrow through the air. A hideous zombie appeared behind him, its claws less than a centimeter away. Fortunately, Lin Tianhao had already unleashed his twisting arrow technique, and the immense impact of the arrow sent the zombie flying. At the same time, Lin Tianhao kept increasing the distance and kept throwing arrows. At the same time, I started checking the zombie's attributes. Ice Flame Corpse King, Bronze level 10. Health, 1,091,320, 1,100,000. Attack, 1560. Skills, Rampage, Ice and Fire, Freezing Technique, Blazing Body, Corpse Shadows, Ice and Fire Roulette. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, but did not hesitate, continuing his attacks. The Ice Flame Corpse King was incredibly fast. Lin Tianhao had barely fired his arrow when the king had already distanced himself from his original position. And, as a zombie, the Ice Flame Corpse King's reaction speed was much faster than Lin Tianhao had imagined. Its flexibility also exceeded Lin Tianhao's expectations. But this little bit of stuff isn't enough to leave Lin Tianhao helpless. The attack speed is unaffected for arrows per second, which is more than enough to block all the Ice Flame Corpse King's movement space. Moreover, Lin Tianhao's attacks were all extremely tricky, leaving the Ice Flame Corpse King with no way to avoid them. Knowing that he couldn't avoid it, the Ice Flame Corpse King simply stopped dodging. After taking the brunt of an arrow, he charged toward Lin Tianhao at top speed. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a ball of flame appeared in his palm. Then, something happened that Lin Tianhao found utterly absurd. Because as the Ice Flame Corpse King raised his hand, flames also appeared on his body. Ding! You have been affected by the fire burn effect, and will continue to lose health. Subtract 915. Subtract 915. Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. This headlocking skill, which causes continuous damage, really put him under a lot of pressure. Especially since the opponent is a bronze boss with quite impressive attributes. Call out. Lin Tianhao had no way to remove the burning effect, so he could only increase his output to try and kill the Ice Flame Corpse King in the shortest possible time. The Ice Flame Corpse King was too agile. Lin Tianhao could only hit 2 out of 4 arrows, or even just 1. Furthermore, because it is difficult to attack weaknesses, the probability of critical hits is also significantly reduced. After dodging Lin Tianhao's arrow, the Ice Flame Corpse King raised both hands simultaneously. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. Ding! You have been affected by the dual effects of ice and fire and will continue to lose health. Reduce by 1598. Reduce by 1598. Lin Tianhao. What kind of monster is this? It has all sorts of negative effects. It's simply inhuman. Both of his head-locking skills cause continuous damage, leaving him absolutely no room for maneuver. If this continues, it will be very difficult to clear the dungeon this time. Lin Tianhao's expression was not good. His attributes are already abnormally high. If he still can't clear this level, Lin Tianhao will not be able to accept it. Thinking of this, Lin Tianhao's arrow attacks became even more cunning. Anticipate movement. These are the basic skills of an archer, but the gap between the top players and ordinary players is quite obvious. Under Lin Tianhao's focused and predictive attack, the Ice Flame Corpse King finally began to falter. Right now, Lin Tianhao seized a fleeting opportunity and knocked the Ice Flame Corpse King away. Then comes a series of aerial combos that deal massive damage. You no longer have a chance. Lin Tianhao's eyes were incredibly serious. He wouldn't allow himself to fail. When you're completely focused, the outcome is already predetermined. There is no other reason. Lin Tianhao captured every detail of the Ice Flame Corpse King. Lin Tianhao has eliminated any possibility of the Ice Flame Corpse King landing. Even while keeping the Ice Flame Corpse King airborne, Lin Tianhao was interrupting the skill he was about to unleash. This can be described as pushing the attack to its extreme. Ding! You have killed the Ice Flame Corpse King, gaining 10,850 experience points. Since you have not left the starting village, you cannot gain any more experience points. Chapter 32 Princess Leona, the Purifying Jade Pendant. Ding! You have completed the first clear of the Lost Princess. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Would you like to hide your name? Hide. Ding! Congratulations to the player who has completed the first clear of Lost Princess while hiding their name. This is to announce that we hope all players will continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the player who has completed the first clear of Lost Princess while hiding their name. This is to announce that we hope all players will continue to work hard. The Lost Princess. Hidden Dungeon in the Beginner Village. Most of the first batch of players to enter the game have already gone to the main city. Therefore, this level 8 dungeon did not attract much attention. No one thought that this small level 8 dungeon could drop anything good. Shifeng City. Futu Dunshan opened his friends list. He had been keeping an eye on Lin Tianhao. I've been at level 10 for a while now. With Lin Tianhao's abilities, he shouldn't have gone this long without leveling up. So the most likely explanation is, Lin Tianhao never left the beginner village. He really wanted to ask Lin Tianhao what was going on, but in the end, he didn't ask. Not only that, the other clubs, those who were paying attention to Lin Tianhao, all noticed this problem. Lin Tianhao is still in the newbie village. Could it be that something happened offline that delayed your game progress? It's a pity. He has good talent, but he has wasted so much time. Even if he wants to catch up later, he will only be a mid to upper level player. Zhu Minjiangsu shook her head in disappointment when she saw the information about Lin Tianhao reported by her subordinates. Level 10, still in the starting village, most likely delayed by something offline. It's not just Zhu Minjiangsu. Most clubs that follow Lin Tianhao think the same way. After all, Lin Tianhao's talent and attributes are undeniable. If it weren't for the offline events that caused the delay, the current situation would be impossible to explain. Little did they know, Lin Tianhao wasn't distracted by offline matters. He was currently working on a terrifying storyline mission. If this story mission is completed, it will change the landscape of the starting village. Ding! First cleared dungeon reward settlement in progress. Ding! You have obtained 31 skill books. Ding! You have acquired 42 pieces of equipment. Ding! You have gained 120 gold coins. Gained 20 free attribute points. Ding! You have obtained Ice Flame Magic or +1. Really? A smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. The second Icefire Demon or has finally been obtained. Just as Lin Tianhao was checking the rewards. Ahead, within the Ice Flame Corpse King's body, Ice Attribute power began to be extracted. Finally, this Ice Attribute power descended upon the mummified corpse inside the crystal coffin. When the mummified corpse in the crystal coffin received the power of ice, its body began to recover rapidly. Lin Tianhao frowned. Could there be a hidden boss in this hidden dungeon? A hidden boss refers to a new boss that appears after a dungeon has been cleared due to certain special reasons. This situation, he could choose to leave the instance directly, since he had already obtained the instance completion rewards. But Lin Tianhao was both skilled and daring. He wanted to see what this hidden boss was. Bang! With a loud bang, the crystal coffin exploded, and a woman with fair skin, delicate features, and long silver-white hair appeared in front of it. Lin Tianhao's gaze fell on the woman. Princess Leona? Health points. Attack. Skill. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. This guy's entire face was filled with question marks. Moreover, in Ragnarok, people with titles like princess, prince, or general are generally not to be trifled with. Adventurer, did you save me? Lin Tianhao nodded subconsciously. I guess so. Upon hearing this, Princess Leona remained remarkably calm. She glanced at Lin Tianhao for a moment and said, You saved me, so I can give you two things, but you can only choose to take one of them. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. Has this triggered a hidden reward? This is the first thing. You can become a viscount in our Star Kingdom and obtain a territory of your own. Lin Tianhao gasped. Lord's Heart? In the early stages of the game, it is almost impossible to obtain something like a Lord's Heart. Moreover, Princess Leona said that he also has the status of a viscount, which means he is a nobleman. Having a noble status in the kingdom would bring him many benefits. Lin Tianhao suppressed his excitement and asked, What about the second thing? Leona took out a light blue jade pendant. This is a piece of equipment that has been passed down from the era of the Fall of Gods. It can grant the wearer an 80% immunity to control effects. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. 80% immunity to control effects is already incredibly overpowered. What is your choice? After a slight hesitation, Lin Tianhao chose the jade pendant. I want the jade pendant. Based on his past life experience, obtaining the Lord's Heart and establishing a territory would not be a difficult task for him. Viscount is only the second to last rank among nobles. Moreover, while the Star Kingdom is decent in the early game, it becomes less appealing in the later stages. But this jade pendant is awesome. With 80% immunity to control effects, this is an amazing effect no matter what stage it's in. Princess Leona looked at Lin Tianhao with some surprise, seemingly not expecting him to choose a piece of equipment. Are the viscounts and territories of our kingdom not worth a piece of equipment? Lin Tianhao shook his head. It's not that the viscount is bad, nor is the territory bad, nor is it that your Star Kingdom is bad. However, everyone has their own preferences when it comes to radishes and vegetables. Princess Leona smiled helplessly and gave the jade pendant to Lin Tianhao. Purification jade pendant. Special equipment. Wearing requirements. It may be worn by the person who voluntarily transfers the item, but it must not be dropped or taken out. It may not be worn by anyone other than the person who voluntarily gives it to. Effect. Immune to 80% of negative buffs such as control, knockback, slow, curse, poison, burn, freeze, and paralysis. Abrasion resistance. 100. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. This effect is quite abnormal. Even during a cataclysmic event, this attribute would be described as phenomenal. Wearing the purifying jade pendant, Lin Tianhao felt much better. This is truly an unexpected delight. Next, check the equipment and skills. It is a pity. He had no equipment or skills that he could wear. The only two useful things are free attribute points and ice flame magic or only. According to the old drunkard, there should be 2 more ice flame demon or here, but only one has appeared so far. That means there's one more. After leaving the instance, Lin Tianhao re-entered it. But this time, something unexpected happened to Lin Tianhao. That is, this dungeon doesn't have a hell difficulty level. Because I rescued Princess Leona, the hell difficulty level is gone. Chapter 33 Extorting the Old Village Chief. I didn't think much of it. Lin Tianhao chose the Nightmare difficulty level dungeon. Less than 20 minutes. Lin Tianhao cleared the Nightmare difficulty level of the Lost Princess. The result was that the Ice Flame Demon or did not appear. Was I wrong from the start? There's only one Ice Flame Demon or here. Lin Tianhao thought to himself. Wrong. There was no reason for the old drunkard to lie to him about this. Could there be 2 hidden dungeons in this mine? The probability of this is extremely low. Since they are not 2 hidden dungeons, then there is another possibility. Drop rate. The Ice Flame Mine might be here, but due to the low drop rate, it didn't drop when he cleared the hard-level dungeon for the first time. Thinking of this, Lin Tianhao entered the Lost Princess instance again. The battles he will be involved in next are already quite stressful. Even if he didn't get the last Ice Flame Demon or here, he could still consider it a chance to replenish his health. This time I swiped it. That means watching it 5 times in a row. It has to be said, Lin Tianhao's judgment was correct. On his 5th try, he finally saw it in the completion rewards. Ding! You have obtained Ice Flame Magic or +1. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. Now that he has all 3 Ice Flame Demon or pieces in the beginner village, Whether or not the seal can be broken depends on his luck. Moreover, due to continuously farming the lost princess, Lin Tianhao's current health points have exceeded 120,000. With the addition of the 9-combination longbow, his combat power has been greatly enhanced. Emerging from the mine, Lin Tianhao did not go to find the old drunkard or Wang the blacksmith. He went straight to the cliff. Just as Lin Tianhao had predicted, the old village chief was still there. It seems he knew the next battle would take place here, so he personally guarded the area. Snow Empress, what brings you here again? Lin Tianhao did not answer the question, but instead took out an ice flame demon ore. Upon seeing the ice flame demon ore in Lin Tianhao's hand, the usually calm and composed old village chief's expression suddenly changed. He smiled at Lin Tianhao and said, Snow Emperor, you found the ice flame demon ore. That's wonderful. Old village chief, what exactly is this ice flame demon ore? You and blacksmith Wang are both looking for it. Upon hearing this, the old village chief smiled and said, This is a very important ore, which will be of great use to us. Shuedi, give it to me, and I will give you unexpected benefits. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly, hesitant about the unexpected benefit offered by the old village chief. Specifically, Lin Tianhao looked at the old village chief. The old village chief's expression darkened slightly. He realized that Lin Tianhao wanted to bargain with him. A gold-grade ring. Lin Tianhao shook his head. I heard that blacksmith Wang is asking for a platinum necklace. The old village chief's face darkened. He is a blacksmith, and I am indeed inferior to him in terms of equipment. However, if you are willing to give me this ice flame, or I can give you a saint-level talent awakening stone. Almost all talents can be awakened through saint-level talent awakening stones. Lin Tianhao pondered for a moment. He didn't need the saint-level talent awakening stone, but Zhou Xiaopeng and Monkey both had saint-grade talents. Giving them these awakening stones will allow them to awaken their talents as soon as possible and use those talents to become stronger. Not enough, too. Lin Tianhao now holds the initiative, so naturally he can't just give up like this. Snow Empress, I only have one, and it's the best thing you can get in the starting village. Lin Tianhao remained non-committal, saying, Then there are 2 gold-grade rings. The old village chief's face darkened. Lin Tianhao was already somewhat annoyed by the price. Snow Empress, if the ice flame demon or falls into the hands of blacksmith Wang, the newbie village will be devastated, and it will be a catastrophe for you adventurers as well. I am willing to pay the price to stop this catastrophe. Lin Tianhao sighed. Old village chief, I really want to help you, but I'm an adventurer, and all I want is profit. I'm sorry. After saying this, Lin Tianhao turned around and prepared to leave. Stop. The old village chief had a sinister expression, and a murderous intent burst forth from him. What? The old village chief wants to kill me. Kill them. I don't care if I lose a level. Upon hearing this, the old village chief's imposing manner subsided. Yes, Lin Tianhao is an adventurer. Even if he could kill Lin Tianhao here, the result would only be that Lin Tianhao would drop 1 level. Wait until we return to the starting village. Lin Tianhao can still hand over the ice flame demon or to Wang the blacksmith. Okay, I agree to your request. Lin Tianhao smiled with satisfaction as he completed the transaction with the old village chief. Heavy Thunder Ring, Gold Grade. Requirements for wearing this item. Level 10, Archer. Effect 1, attack increased by 350. Effect 2, increases critical hit rate by 30. Effect 3, armor penetration increased by 15. Effect 4, there is a 5% chance to paralyze the opponent. Effect 5, there is a 5% chance to deal double critical damage. Effect 6, there is a 5% chance to trigger an area of effect lightning bombardment. Abrasion resistance, 100. 2 rings. The attributes are the same. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. Among these attributes, there were 3 with special effects. However, the probability of these events is relatively low. Fortunately, the 2 rings have the same attributes, which allows Lin Tianhao to deal significant damage effectively. Replacing 2 rings from the Treant set resulted in Lin Tianhao's recovery points decreasing by 20. My health points also dropped by more than 1,000. Fortunately, the Treant set has a set bonus when you have 10 pieces, so for now, it's still holding up. Old village chief, it's a pleasure doing business with you, Lin Tianhao said with a smile. The old village chief's expression was not good. After all, no one would be too happy to be blackmailed like this. 2 gold grade rings, but they're only level 10. It's useful to Lin Tianhao at this stage, but that's all it is. Ultimately, it's just a transitional piece of equipment. If it weren't for the possibility of clashing with Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief, He wouldn't have wanted the equipment. He might have preferred free attribute points. That's what I was thinking. Lin Tianhao strode back to the starting village. Blacksmith shop. When Wang the blacksmith saw Lin Tianhao arrive, his expression turned somewhat sinister. Snow Empress, what are you doing here? Hearing the gunpowder-like tone in Wang the blacksmith's voice, Lin Tianhao knew that Wang the blacksmith must have found out something. Blacksmith Wang, didn't you ask me to find the Ice Flame Demon, or? Now that I'm here to submit the quest, is this your attitude? Wang the blacksmith sneered. Snow Emperor, still putting on an act in front of me? That old drunkard saw you trade the Ice Flame Demon or to the old village chief, so what are you going to give me now? Lin Tianhao sighed. Blacksmith Wang, there's more than one piece of Ice Flame Demon Oregon. That concludes the discussion. Lin Tianhao shook his head, feigning disappointment. Since Blacksmith Wang doesn't want the Ice Flame Demon or anymore, then I'll leave. With that, Lin Tianhao turned and left. Wang the blacksmith's expression changed, and he moved to block Lin Tianhao's path. He changed his previous attitude and spoke to Lin Tianhao in a friendly manner. Snow Empress, I was just joking with you. But from what you said, it seems you still have Ice Flame Demon, or? Lin Tianhao nodded. That's right. I do have one Ice Flame Demon, or, but I think it would be better to give it all to the old village chief. At least, the old village chief wouldn't treat me like this. Chapter 34 The Game with Blacksmith Wang. Upon hearing this, Wang the blacksmith was getting anxious. Snow Emperor, we can talk things over. We've had such a pleasant working relationship before. There's no reason for us to have an unpleasant falling out over something so small. Lin Tianhao stopped in his tracks. Wang the blacksmith, to be honest, the old village chief offered quite generous terms. Upon hearing this, Wang the blacksmith knew that Lin Tianhao might be asking for an exorbitant price. Snow Empress, my platinum necklace isn't bad either. It's not bad, it's not bad. Lin Tianhao hesitated. But it's only a transitional piece of equipment. The old village chief even brought out a saint-level awakening stone. How about you give me a saint-level awakening stone too? Wang the blacksmith's expression changed. He had no saint-level awakening stones at all. Snow Empress, I do not have a saint-level awakening stone. However, I can help you upgrade the 9-in-1 longbow to platinum grade, and add a platinum grade necklace. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Platinum grade, main weapon plus a platinum grade necklace. His combat power will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. However, there is still a problem. If he changes the necklace, then the Transcendent set will only have 9 pieces left. The set bonus will no longer exist. It's a real shame to use platinum-level equipment as transitional equipment. Alright, give me a set of gold equipment for archers. Set. Wang the blacksmith's expression changed drastically. Snow Empress, sets of armor are not cheap. The best set in the entire newbie village is the bronze-level set, which is the limit of what I can achieve. Lin Tianhao was slightly disappointed, but it was within expectations. Bronze level, not even silver. Show me the set bonus. Wang the blacksmith took a deep breath. When had a player ever tried to bargain with him like this? But he simply couldn't do anything about it. Because the Ice Flame Demon or is something he absolutely needs. Good. Wang the blacksmith led Lin Tianhao into the inner room, where Lin Tianhao saw 3 sets of bronze-level armor. This set is the bronze-level set suitable for archers, the Breeze set. Lin Tianhao's gaze fell on the Qingfeng set, and the set's attributes appeared before his eyes. Breeze set. Effect 1. Attack speed increased by 3.2. Effect 2. Movement speed increased by 5.9. Effect 3. Increases critical hit rate by 35. Effect 4. Attack increased by 1800. Set bonus 1. Your basic attacks can stack attack speed, adding 0.5 attack speed with each basic attack, up to a maximum of 6 stacks. Set bonus 2. Your basic attacks can stack movement speed, with each basic attack adding 0.5 movement speed, up to a maximum of 6 stacks. Lin Tianhao frowned. This equipment is not what he wanted. Although both attack speed and movement speed seem important. However, he looked at another set of equipment, which was a set with high damage reflection. What he needs is blood. Otherwise, if Wang the blacksmith uses that damage reflection equipment, he will be in a very passive position. Snow Emperor, how is it? Wang the blacksmith asked. Incompetent. Lin Tianhao uttered 2 words. How could that be? The blacksmith feigned surprise. This set has everything an archer needs most. Attack speed, movement speed, critical hit rate, and attack power. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally, confirming that both were true. But it doesn't suck blood. This is the most troublesome part. At this stage, with the existence of damage reflection and Lin Tianhao not having life steal, the faster his attack speed, the faster he will die. Wang the Blacksmith's counter damage set is a hard counter to this Qingfeng set. This was premeditated. I don't lack attack speed and critical strike chance, I lack lifesteal. The special attribute of lifesteal cannot be added to using free attribute points. It can only be obtained through equipment or skills. Wang the Blacksmith narrowed his eyes slightly. An archer wanted to drink blood, seemingly to increase his margin for error. But to be honest, lifesteal is definitely less forgiving than attack speed and movement speed. As long as these two attributes are obtained, there's nothing to fear. But there is a premise to this. That means the opponent didn't retaliate. Lin Tianhao immediately asked for a bloodsucking outfit. The answer is obvious. Looking at the entire newbie village. Aside from the Twisted Treant having a slightly low damage reflection attribute, only the Blacksmith King possesses this attribute. Snow Empress, the lifesteal attribute, is a special attribute. I do have it here, but not in the set. Moreover, only 3 pieces of bronze armor have the lifesteal attribute. Lin Tianhao's expression changed slightly. It seems that the blacksmith Wang has guessed some of his intentions. Well, Lin Tianhao sighed. In that case, I'll go find the old village chief. Wang the blacksmith's eyes narrowed slightly, and an invisible aura was released. Lin Tianhao felt the temperature around him rising continuously. Ding, you have been affected by the high temperature. Subtract 18. Subtract 18. The damage wasn't much, but Wang the blacksmith's attitude really annoyed Lin Tianhao. Wang the blacksmith, are you going to make a move? At this point, Lin Tianhao shrugged. Fine, I know I can't beat you anyway, just kill me. Wang the blacksmith looked gloomy. He naturally knew that Lin Tianhao would only lose a level if he was killed. Moreover, this is the beginner village. If he kills Lin Tianhao in the beginner village, the old village chief will definitely use that as an excuse to cause him trouble. Snow Empress, I do have a special piece of equipment here that can absorb blood. I'm sure you won't refuse. Oh, Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. What kind of equipment could make blacksmith Wang so confident? Wang the blacksmith took out a necklace from his pocket. Bloodlust necklace, special. Wearing requirements, none. Effect, restores 1 HP with each basic attack. Abrasion resistance, 100. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. It has to be said, the blacksmith Wang was right. This was a piece of equipment he couldn't refuse. 1% chance of survival. This doesn't seem very tall. But Lin Tianhao's own life points were high enough to withstand it. Alright, this ice flame demon ore is yours, Lin Tianhao said. No. Blacksmith Wang shook his head. To get this piece of equipment, besides the ice flame magic ore, I also need 1,000 other pieces of equipment. Lin Tianhao's expression changed slightly. This was a bit too much to ask for. Wang the blacksmith. Lin Tianhao's voice lowered a few decibels. Isn't your request a bit excessive? It's not excessive, I believe you will agree. Lin Tianhao smiled noncommittally. Wang the blacksmith made the right bet. Okay, as you wish, but I don't have it right now. I need a little time. No problem, I'll wait for you. Lin Tianhao agreed because it was something he did on a whim. He had accumulated quite a bit of equipment from running dungeons. His next plan was to increase his health as much as possible by running dungeons. Ideally, you would upgrade the Hand of Heavenly Punishment to 3 stars, which would give it a huge boost in damage. Leave the starting village. Lin Tianhao started working overtime to grind Twisted Treeling. Emerald City. When Zhu Minjiangsu saw the message from her subordinate, her expression became somewhat strange. It's been so long, and I'm still only at level 10. It seems like there's no hope. Zhu Ming Yinxue replied with a message. Don't pay attention to Shuidi anymore. Even if he goes online now, he can't catch up with me. Then is there any need to recruit them? Zhu Minjiangsu hesitated for a moment, then said, recruiting is fine, but the annual salary will be reduced to 1 million. If you agree, great. If not, forget it. In the game, if you're 1 step behind, you'll be behind in every step. Don't worry about it. Chapter 35 I accept this mission. It's not just about chasing dreams amidst the snow. Other clubs that were paying attention to Lin Tianhao have reduced their focus on him. After all, the early stages of Ragnarok are very important. Lin Tianhao has been stuck at level 10 for so long, which inevitably makes them wonder if Lin Tianhao's value is still there. However, it is a pagoda and a shield mountain. He had been keeping an eye on Lin Tianhao, and even sent him several messages of concern. Unfortunately, I received no reply. Online, some bloggers have also posted about it. This indicates that Lin Tianhao has become just another ordinary person. Shuidi, I believe everyone still remembers him. The continuous server-wide announcements and invitations from major clubs with annual salaries of hundreds of millions have made his popularity soar. But now a whole day has passed, and all the other players are making great strides. while Shuedi is stuck at level 10 without making any progress. Based on my speculation, he is just a flash-in-the-pan genius. Once he enters the main city, with the boss having the skills of invincibility and berserk, his infinite levitation technique will be unable to be used. As for the claim that Shuedi has been offline and hasn't been online, I think that's nonsense. Who would give up a salary of hundreds of millions a year to mess around offline? After this blogger published his analysis, many people agreed with his views. In fact, from the perspective of professional gamers, this blogger's statement is full of loopholes. However, most ordinary players don't have a deep understanding of the game, so they might think that what this blogger said is correct. However, professional gamers wouldn't risk their lives for someone they don't know well. However, the others did not participate. When Futu Dunshan saw this post, he couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately started a new thread to retaliate. First of all, regarding that blogger called Game Donggu, please think before you speak. With her levitation skills, even if the Snow Emperor can't defeat the boss, surely she can defeat ordinary monsters? Furthermore, did you see the live stream recording of Brother Hu Jiangxing? What kind of damage does Shuedi deal? How could he get stuck at level 10 and unable to level up? The appearance of Futu Dunshan immediately caused quite a stir. After all, Futu Dunshan is the young master of the Futu Guild, and he has made a name for himself in the main city with his elite-level trance set. Therefore, there are quite a few players who know about the floating pagoda shield mountain. His post had only been out for 15 minutes when Game Donggu had already posted a new one. What I didn't expect was that a professional gamer would be a fan of Shuedi. I don't deny that Shuedi's aerial skills are very impressive, but so what? His damage numbers were already outrageous in the beginner village, and it's almost impossible for him to have such abnormal damage based on free attributes or equipment. Therefore, I speculate that Shuedi most likely possesses special items that amplify damage, which is something that has been obtained by others in the early stages of the game. However, special items often have time limits. I think that when Shuedi's special item expired, the damage returned to normal, and that's why she became just another ordinary person. Game Donggu and Futu Dunshan started arguing with each other, both of whom have a certain fan base. Their argument caused a huge uproar online. It has even climbed into the top 10 trending topics. Right now, as a key figure in this incident, Lin Tianhao was happily playing Twisted Treeling, passing through once, twice, 3 times. Here we must thank one of the benefits of the newbie village: unlimited backpack slots. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao's backpack would have been overflowing long ago. Lin Tianhao didn't even calculate how many times he had played the Twisted Treeling on Hell difficulty. All he knew was that he kept refreshing the page. Finally, ding, your Heavenly Punishment hand has been upgraded to 3 stars. Hand of Heavenly Punishment, godlike, 3 stars. Effect 1. Each basic attack deals true damage equal to 3 of the user's own health. Effect 2. Permanently increases health by 3 points with each basic attack. Proficiency, 0, 100000000. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. The Hand of Heavenly Punishment has finally been upgraded. At the same time, his health points also exceeded 220,000. Now, based on the effect of the Hand of Heavenly Punishment, his basic attack can deal 6,600 true damage. In addition, each basic attack permanently increases health by 3 points. After the Heavenly Punishment hand was upgraded, Lin Tianhao did not stop. Clear the dungeon and receive another large amount of rewards. Lin Tianhao checked the equipment and found that he already had more than 1,100 pieces, which met the requirements of Wang the blacksmith's mission. Back to the starting village. Lin Tianhao found Wang the blacksmith. Blacksmith Wang, I've brought what you asked for. Wang the blacksmith was slightly surprised, clearly not expecting Lin Tianhao to arrive so quickly. Lin Tianhao took out his equipment, an ice flame demon ore. Seeing these things, Wang the blacksmith also took out the bloodthirsty necklace. Exchange with each other. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. With this bloodthirsty necklace, plus the purification jade pendant's immunity to control effects, Lin Tianhao's pressure decreased significantly. He is immune to control effects, has lifesteal, and possesses his current attributes and skills. He felt that even if he were to fight the old village chief, he would be able to put up a fight. Shuedi, now that you've gotten what you wanted, shouldn't you leave? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. To be honest, I've offended several guilds in the main city. If I went there, I'd probably be killed and wouldn't even be able to leave the main city. Upon hearing this, Wang the blacksmith's face darkened. The old drunkard retorted, Snow Emperor, don't push your luck. The affairs of the newbie village are none of your business. Lin Tianhao grinned. I'm all about profit. As long as the benefits are right, I'll even ruin the old village chief. Wang the blacksmith stared at Lin Tianhao. He had high hopes for Lin Tianhao's abilities. Unfortunately, Lin Tianhao has been acting erratically lately, making it impossible for him to believe him. Moreover, he always felt that Lin Tianhao was the variable. To ensure everything went smoothly, that's why he wanted Lin Tianhao to leave the beginner village. However, if Lin Tianhao is willing to help him sincerely, the benefits he can gain will be enormous. Good. Wang the blacksmith nodded. Snow Empress, if you really want to help me, then go and destroy the resurrection altar now. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. Now that the resurrection altar has been destroyed, his escape route has been cut off. In other words, if he is killed in the starting village where there is no resurrection altar, it will force you to respawn in the main city. The risk is too great. Even though Lin Tianhao's rejuvenation of withered trees has now been upgraded to 3 stars, his invincible golden body hasn't cooled down yet. So this is something he can't do. Blacksmith Wang, we can't destroy the resurrection altar now. That would be cutting off my own path. How about we wait until the old village chief dies before destroying the resurrection altar? Wang the blacksmith sneered. Clearly his doubts about Lin Tianhao had deepened. Snow Emperor, it's hard for me to trust you when you act like this. How about this? You go to the cliff and fight the old village chief. There's a resurrection altar there, so you can be resurrected even if you die. As for upgrading, I believe it will be an easy task for you. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. Wang the blacksmith is forcing him to take sides. Ding, Wang the blacksmith has issued you a task. Mission requirements. Go to the cliff and fight the old village chief. Mission penalty, unknown. Mission reward, unknown. If he accepts the mission to attack the old village chief, it will mean a complete break with the old village chief. From Wang the blacksmith's perspective, Lin Tianhao had no choice but to side with him. Wang the blacksmith wore a mocking expression. In his view, Lin Tianhao would never accept this task. But Lin Tianhao's next answer left him speechless. Okay, I accept this task. Chapter 36. The old village chief is actually a fighter. Wang the blacksmith was taken aback for a moment. Oh, then I hope you can successfully kill the old village chief. If you kill the old village chief alone, I will give you an archer's upgradable weapon. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This kind of upgradable weapon is the most outrageous. Because only upgradable weapons have no upper limit. It can surpass divine artifacts and become a legendary super artifact. Okay, I'll go right away. Lin Tianhao also wanted to try and see what this old village chief in the beginner village was all about. Everyone says that the old village chief of the newbie village is the biggest boss in the newbie village, and this time he can finally find out for himself. Cliff. When Lin Tianhao arrived here, I don't know when, but a shed has been set up here, and the old village chief is sitting inside drinking tea. Upon seeing Lin Tianhao arrive, he took out a cup and poured him a cup of tea. Snow Empress, come over for a drink. Call out. The old village chief was met with an arrow. The arrow struck the old village chief's teacup with pinpoint accuracy. The old village chief sighed. Snow Emperor, you have disappointed me greatly. I never thought you would end up with Blacksmith Wang. Lin Tianhao's expression was indifferent. Old village chief, enough with the nonsense. Let's get started. The words fell. Lin Tianhao made the first move. The arrow pierced the air and flew towards the old village chief's brow. The old village chief smiled, but did nothing. Lin Tianhao's arrow hovered in front of him, turning into an ice sculpture before shattering with a crash. Lin Tianhao's expression changed drastically, but the attacks did not stop. Twisted arrow technique. The rapidly spinning arrow was ultimately not frozen by the old village chief. The arrow, with its incredible penetrating power, was repeatedly deflected by the old village chief's fingers. Then, the old village chief casually tossed it aside. The arrow flew towards Lin Tianhao at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was already in front of Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao rolled over and narrowly avoided the arrows. The old village chief's methods are terrifying. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. A fighter. The methods the old village chief is now employing correspond to a relatively special profession. Do you understand? The old village chief grinned. The next instant, he simply vanished from the spot. Lin Tianhao immediately dodged to the side. But the old village chief was just too fast. His attempt to dodge failed, and the old village chief grabbed his arm and threw him over his shoulder. Bang! Lin Tianhao crashed to the ground, cracking the surface. Reduced by 5128. A huge damage number appeared. Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. He tried to run, But the old village chief had already grabbed his legs and hung him upside down. Bang! The moment Lin Tianhao was hung upside down, the old village chief's knee slammed into Lin Tianhao's spine. Click-clack. Reduced by 10,256. Lin Tianhao felt like his bones were about to fall apart. In other words, this is a game, and everything is digitized. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao would probably be paralyzed by now. But then, the old village chief, just like Lin Tianhao, exemplified what it means to stop at nothing to achieve one's goals. The old village chief delivered a chop to Lin Tianhao's legs as he hung upside down. Lin Tianhao subconsciously squeezed his legs together, then used the old village chief's hand chop to flip himself up and sit on the old village chief's shoulders. Based on his experience from long-term life and death battles in his previous life, Lin Tianhao immediately reversed his grip on the bow, twisted the bowstring around the old village chief's neck, and pulled it back. The old village chief was suddenly unable to breathe, his face turning red. But his reaction speed is also ridiculously fast. A monkey steals a peach, its claws reaching back towards Lin Tianhao's legs. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. This old village chief is truly inhuman. Lin Tianhao even suspected that the old village chief might have been attacked in this way before, so he wanted to use the same method to target him. It must be said, however, that the old village chief's methods were very effective. Lin Tianhao had no choice but to dodge. The old village chief got up and rushed forward quickly. Twisted arrow technique. Lin Tianhao fired an arrow at close range. Reduced by 6612. Lin Tianhao thought to himself, holy crap, because it only deals real damage. This is absolutely outrageous. In other words, his close-range twisted arrow failed to penetrate the defense, which is terrifying. The old village chief was also somewhat taken aback. It seemed that they hadn't expected Lin Tianhao's attack to deal such high damage. Even though he was somewhat taken aback, the old village chief did not slow down at all. He withstood an arrow from Lin Tianhao and then delivered a hook punch that sent Lin Tianhao flying into the air. Then he jumped up and threw a combination of punches, etc. This combination of punches is so similar to the old drunkard's combination of punches. Could it be that the old drunkard is one of the old village chief's men? This possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, the old village chief had already placed someone next to Wang the blacksmith before, and now he's placing another subordinate, which can be explained. But Lin Tianhao was no longer in the mood to think about that. Before he even landed, the old village chief grabbed his head and slammed it against his knee. Is this a fighter's fighting method? The old village chief's fighting skills completely overturned his imagination. Lin Tianhao is now like a toy, completely powerless against the old village chief. They were almost completely controlled and knocked away. Bang! Lin Tianhao was slammed to the ground once again, and his health bar plummeted. With 220,000 HP, it's now down to less than a third of its original value. But the old village chief still didn't give Lin Tianhao a chance to react, and raised his hand. Lin Tianhao's account has been frozen. Then, the old village chief suddenly struck the frozen Lin Tianhao. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head, reduced by 59,280. The nearly 60,000 damage instantly killed Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao was instantly killed before he could even revive. Because he was instantly killed when his health was above 10%, the rejuvenation effect was not triggered. Beginner village. Inside the resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao came out. His level dropped from level 10 to level 9. This result left the few players who were still paying attention to him dumbfounded, especially the floating pagoda shield mountain. He clashed with game brother Dong online, showing his support for Lin Tianhao. But instead of news of Lin Tianhao's resurgence, he has actually dropped a level. Lin Tianhao dropped a level. Who is the happiest? Undoubtedly, Game Dong-gu. Previously, he had a public spat with Fudu Dunshan, and both sides had their own arguments, which made sense, resulting in him not gaining the upper hand. But things are different now. Lin Tianhao dropped a grade. This is where we can start making a story. In just 10 minutes. Game Dong-gu then posted about it. At Fudu Dunshan, chuckle. What's there to say now? The Snow Empress you praise to the skies has dropped in rank. It hasn't been upgraded for so long. Now it's even dropped a level, which proves what I said before. Shuedi was just lucky. He got some special item in the beginner village. Even his infinite levitation wasn't a skill, but the result of the special item. This rank drop is enough to prove that Shuedi has become just another ordinary player, even inferior to the vast majority of average players. Chapter 37. A beginner's village version of Infernal Affairs. What Game Dong-gu said immediately resonated with many ordinary players, and even some expert players felt that Game Dong-gu made sense. When Futu Dunshan saw Dong Ji's post, he was furious. To be honest, he still believed Lin Tianhao was awesome, because Lin Tianhao helped him level up. Those maneuvers are beyond the capabilities of ordinary players. However, he really didn't know how to refute it. He hadn't leveled up for a long time, and now he'd even lost a level. Even if he wanted to reset it, he wouldn't know where to start. But he still didn't back down. I posted a simple message. Everyone makes mistakes. I guess the Snow Emperor had something to do offline, which delayed him for quite a while. After logging in order to speed up the progress, I forcibly fought high-level monsters, which is why I accidentally lost a level. Futu Dunshan's blatant sophistry only drew ridicule from many. Floating Pagoda Club. As soon as Futu Dunshan posted the message, he received a private message. Don't bother with Shwedi's affairs anymore, and don't post any nonsense online. That will only make people think that our family members have intellectual problems. Upon seeing this message, Futu Dunshan was immediately displeased. Sister, even you think Shwedi is no good? Whether he's capable or not, the facts speak for themselves. Futu Dunshan was speechless for a moment, but he still insisted. I believe that the Snow Emperor's defeat is only temporary, and he will definitely rise again. Lin Tianhao was unaware of this. This huge uproar was caused simply because he dropped a level, emerged from the altar of resurrection. The old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao and laughed. Not bad. You actually took away more than 6,000 of the old village chief's health. Lin Tianhao's lips twitched. I never dreamed that the old village chief was actually a fighter. Yes, he is a fighter, and a fighter who combines ice and fire elements. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. All right, I'm going to level up. After saying that, he left the starting village and headed to the Twisted Tree Lane. Enter the instance. Lin Tianhao's eyes sharpened. This time, I'm going to fight the old village chief. He was not wearing the Purification Jade pendant. When he went to confront the old village chief, he didn't intend to actually reduce the old village chief's health by much. More importantly, it was to test the old village chief's skills and, at the same time, gain the blacksmith Wang's trust. Now that the hand of heavenly punishment has reached 3 stars, a single basic attack can stack 3 points of health. But the same problem arose. The monsters in the Twisted Jungle couldn't withstand his attacks at all. They were killed in no time, and their accumulated health was also very limited. I soloed Twisted Tree Lane twice. Lin Tianhao successfully reached level 10. Reaching level 10 again will not grant you any free attribute points. But it doesn't matter anymore. He didn't rush back to the starting village, but instead stayed there until his health reached 250,000 before heading back. With higher health points, he can be more confident. Beginner Village, Blacksmith Shop. Lin Tianhao submitted the task of confronting the old village chief. Ding, you have completed Wang the blacksmith's task. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao frowned. This reward is a bit low. But Lin Tianhao still didn't say anything. Wang the blacksmith, the old village chief's strength is beyond my imagination. It would be difficult for me to contend with him on my own. Wang the blacksmith nodded. The old village chief has dominated the newbie village for so long. He must have his own unique methods. How should we fight the old village chief? Lin Tianhao asked subconsciously. I'll go head-to-head with the old village chief. You can just provide support from the side. At this point, the blacksmith Wang continued. But before that, I need you to go to the mine with the old drunkard. Ding, Wang the blacksmith has issued you a hidden quest. Mission objective, kill the old drunkard. Mission penalty, unknown. Mission reward, unknown. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. When the old village chief attacked him with a combination of punches, he felt that it was very similar to the old drunkard's combination of punches. Therefore, he also had some doubts. Looking at it now, Wang the blacksmith also began to suspect the old drunkard. Good. Lin Tianhao nodded. The old drunkard seemed oblivious to Wang the blacksmith's intentions and went to the mine with Lin Tianhao. The entrance to the mine. The old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao with a smile. Snow Empress, did blacksmith Wang order you to kill me? Lin Tianhao was startled. The old drunkard already knew. Don't be so surprised. Wang the blacksmith is suspicious by nature. He must have discovered something, which is why he asked you to come with me. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, Since you already knew, why did you still come? The old drunkard chuckled. Of course I'll come. Because I must die. Only then can you fully gain his trust. Oh. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. My actions against the old village chief have earned Wang the blacksmith's trust. No, you haven't gained his trust. At that very moment, a figure emerged from the direction of the mine. I saw that person. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. Because the person who came was none other than the old village chief. Lin Tianhao thought so too. This is a tiny beginner village. I'm almost turning myself into a double agent. It seems that the old drunkard really is one of yours, Lin Tianhao said with a wry smile. The old village chief nodded. That's right. Even the flaws were deliberately left for Wang the blacksmith to discover. The goal is to have you kill the old drunkard so that you can gain his complete trust. And then what? Drain his resources? Ambush him during the real decisive battle? Lin Tianhao asked. I guess so. Remember the Dachira potion I gave you? Put it in the blacksmith Wang's wine jar and make him drink it. That way, you'll be the greatest contributor to this battle. Lin Tianhao fell silent. The old village chief seemed to sense Lin Tianhao's hesitation, and he continued. Snow Emperor, you've been lingering in the starting village for so long. For helping me with this, I will definitely give you a reward that exceeds what is currently given. Lin Tianhao remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. But in reality, he already had the answer. Don't be fooled by his inability to even parry the old village chief's attack last time. That's because he wasn't wearing the purifying jade pendant. If he wears the purifying jade pendant, the old village chief will not be able to control him continuously. Moreover, he has now accumulated 80 free attribute points. If all the points are added to movement speed, then his movement speed will reach a terrifying level. Okay, old village chief, I believe you. After hesitating and struggling for a while, Lin Tianhao finally spoke seriously. The good stuff that blacksmith Wang has is of very limited help to me. I hope that the stuff that you have, old village chief, can be of some use to me. As they were talking, Lin Tianhao's arrow had already landed on the old drunkard. The old drunkard offered no resistance and quietly accepted his death. Not only him, but even his blue and white serpent was the same. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the blue flower serpent. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for achieving the first kill of the blue flower serpent. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Chapter 38 The Great Battle Begins. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the old drunkard. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for achieving the first kill of old drunkard. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for achieving the first kill of old drunkard. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. 2 server-wide announcements were issued in quick succession. This suddenly aroused the previously listless Futu Dunshan. Killing 2 bosses in a row, isn't that amazing? Why don't you go and properly refute Brother Dong's claims about the game? At Game Brother Dong, what's going on now? Shuedi, the master, has achieved the first kill of 2 bosses in a short period of time. I'm just asking, who else can do that? In your words, this alone proves what I said before. The Snow Emperor's previous rank drop was just a mistake. Game Brother Dong did not soften his tone, even though Lin Tianhao suddenly killed the boss twice. He responded shortly after Futu Dunshan's post. 2 bosses with no real value don't prove anything, and all signs indicate that Shuedi is still in the beginner's village. Is killing 2 bosses in the starting village something to brag about at this stage? A new round of online clashes has begun, but Lin Tianhao, the instigator, was completely unaware of this. After killing the blue flower serpent and the old drunkard, he chose to loot the corpses. Ding! You have obtained a skill book +2. Ding! You have received a +3 equipment bonus. Ding! You have obtained a special item, Golden Light Talisman. Ding! You have obtained the special item, the Wine Gourd. Ding! You have gained 10 gold coins. The reward wasn't particularly generous. Lin Tianhao looked at the skills and equipment, and they were not as good as his own. There was nothing he could use. Then Lin Tianhao looked at the Golden Talisman and the Wine Gourd. Golden Light Talisman, a special item. Effect: upon activation, you will be protected by golden light, gaining 100 magic resistance and 300 armor for 5 minutes. Note: disposable consumables. Wine Gourd, special prop. Effect: collecting rare and precious materials and putting them into the vessel will automatically brew special beverages, including but not limited to providing free attribute points and temporary buffs. Note: the more precious the natural ingredients, the better the wine that can be brewed. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This Golden Light Talisman was quite ordinary to him. This Wine Gourd, however, seems to be something special. However, Lin Tianhao is not yet able to figure out exactly what kind of rare and precious materials he obtained. Moreover, Rare and precious materials are not easy to obtain in the early stages of the game. After putting away his belongings, Lin Tianhao smiled at the old village chief before returning to the beginner village. Blacksmith shop. Wang the blacksmith is forging iron. Seeing Lin Tianhao return, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Snow Emperor, you have indeed not disappointed me. Ding, you have completed Wang the blacksmith's task. Quest reward. Qingfeng set +1. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. The breeze set worked very well for him. Most importantly, attack speed and movement speed have been increased. However, Lin Tianhao already possessed the bloodthirsty necklace, 2 gold-grade rings, and the 9-in-1 longbow. He has to make some choices. The 9-body longbow definitely needs to be kept. After all, it has life steal and so many other powerful attributes. The thunder ring is just average. He can temporarily forego wearing it for the sake of attack speed and movement speed. After only a brief moment of thought, Lin Tianhao replaced one of his thunder rings, creating a 10-piece Qingfeng set plus a thunder ring, a bloodthirsty necklace, and his main weapon, the 9-in-1 longbow. After putting on this set of equipment, Lin Tianhao's attributes underwent a dramatic change. Wang the blacksmith, when do we make our move? Lin Tianhao asked bluntly. He has already spent too much time in the starting village, so he naturally needs to consider leaving the starting village as soon as possible. Blacksmith Wang smiled mysteriously. Now, Lin Tianhao nodded and asked, how do we fight? Wang the blacksmith laughed and said, I've clashed with the old village chief many times in secret before. This time, you are the variable. Oh, Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. How so? If it's a head-on fight, neither the old village chief nor I are confident we can defeat the other side. But if you help, then it's not so certain. I see. Lin Tianhao laughed and said, so, we're going straight to the cliff to find the old village chief. Good. Before that, go to the tavern and buy me 2 jars of wine. Good. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised that this blacksmith Wang actually needed to drink alcohol. Tavern. Lin Tianhao bought the alcohol. He did not poison the wine as agreed with the old village chief. Regardless of who wins this battle, Lin Tianhao hopes it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Only in this way can he reap the benefits without lifting a finger. After receiving the wine that Lin Tianhao had returned, Wang the blacksmith first tested it with a silver needle. The old drunkard was, after all, one of the old village chief's men. Even though he's dead, we still have to be careful. Lin Tianhao was somewhat taken aback. Was this the absolute trust the old village chief had mentioned? This is a silver needle test. They said they didn't believe the old drunkard, but in reality, they just don't believe him. Set off. Only after seeing that the silver needle did not change color did Wang the blacksmith reveal a satisfied smile. Let's go? Lin Tianhao followed Wang the blacksmith all the way to the cliff. The old village chief was still drinking tea in that pavilion. He smiled when he saw Lin Tianhao and Wang the blacksmith arrive. Old Wang, we've known each other for so many years. Do we really have to come to this? Wang the blacksmith snorted coldly. Old village chief, I didn't want things to come to this, but I tried to persuade you. But you wouldn't listen, so there's nothing I can do. Can I listen to that? You're trying to destroy our newbie village. You're the one who wants to destroy our newbie village. Wang the blacksmith roared, his emotions running high. I want a permanent solution, but your method is like boiling a frog in lukewarm water. Our newbie village is doomed. The old village chief sighed. Even now, you are still so stubborn. You're the stubborn one. Wang the blacksmith shouted. The old village chief shook his head. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver-white suit appeared on the old village chief's body. Silver set. This is already considered extremely difficult in the starting village. However, Wang the blacksmith was even more perverse. Because what Wang the blacksmith was wearing was actually a gold suit. It seems you have already crafted this Xian turtle set. The old village chief looked somewhat solemn. Wang the blacksmith nodded with a smile. That's right. I have to thank Shuai for this. He helped me collect a lot of equipment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to forge the Xian turtle set today. What a pity, only 10 pieces. If there were 13, I might not be a match for you. The old village chief said confidently. Wang the blacksmith retorted angrily. Old village chief, you're about to die, and you're still spouting such nonsense? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang the blacksmith made the first move. He charged toward the old village chief with a shield covered in barbs. Chapter 39 Wang the blacksmith versus the old village chief. Upon seeing this, the old village chief leaped up and jumped towards the cliff behind him. There was a thin steel wire above the cliff, and he landed steadily on it. Upon seeing this, the blacksmith Wang dropped his shield, and it flew out of his hand. Bang! The shield, with its sharp edges, sliced through the steel wire in an instant. The old village chief leaped up and, taking advantage of the moment when Wang the blacksmith was unarmed, charged at him. Wang the blacksmith's expression changed slightly. Snow Emperor. Lin Tianhao acted without hesitation. The arrow pierced the air instantly with a twisting motion, flying towards the old village chief with tremendous force. The old village chief slapped the arrow away with his palm, and at the same time grabbed Wang the blacksmith by the collar and slammed him to the ground. Reduced by 39.58. The old village chief's damage output remains as high as ever. Even with his gold-plated armor, Wang the blacksmith was still no match for the old village chief. However, to Lin Tianhao's surprise, huge damage numbers also appeared above the old village chief's head. Reduced by 27.75. Counterattack. This damage reflection effect is truly terrifying. The old village chief was not surprised. Green light had been emanating from his body. Add 1,000. Add 1,000. Similar to Lin Tianhao's recovery skill, it can restore health. That's interesting. The old village chief's automatic health regeneration can restore 1,000 health points per second. Wang the blacksmith was once again dressed in full tank gear. They were in for a fight. But it seems that blacksmith Wang has no intention of waging a protracted war. The shield flew back and charged at the old village chief once more. The old village chief wanted to create some distance, but the blacksmith had already used his taunt skill. After being mocked, the old village chief involuntarily began to attack the blacksmith. Reduced by 15.98. The old village chief's basic attack damage is still very high. Despite the damage reflection, the old village chief is still able to handle the situation with ease thanks to his healing effect. It's clear that blacksmith Wang couldn't possibly be that weak. His shield struck the old village chief. Subtract 5,285. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. Wang the blacksmith's damage is quite impressive even among combat classes. After the old village chief finished his taunts, his expression turned extremely sinister. But instead of retreating, he stepped forward and braced his foot against the shield. Then he leaped up and landed on top of Wang the blacksmith's head. The next instant, frost gathered on the old village chief's palm. Bang! A slap, thick with frost, landed hard on the blacksmith's head. Reduced by 82.99. Huge damage numbers appeared. Snow Emperor, stop watching the show. Wang the blacksmith spun his shield upwards, forcing the old village chief to dodge. Call out. The arrow pierced the air. Lin Tianhao's target was not the old village chief. It was blacksmith Wang. After being hit by Lin Tianhao's arrow, Wang the blacksmith angrily shouted, "Snow Empress, what are you doing?" Lin Tianhao shrugged. Wang the blacksmith, you can't blame me. Blame the old village chief for giving too much. This is just a way of making excuses. Lin Tianhao attacked Wang the blacksmith because he knew that if the old village chief died, even with his life-stealing ability, it's still difficult for him to contend with the level of damage reflection from Wang the blacksmith. The damage reflection attribute is already around 70%. Furthermore, it cannot be ruled out that Wang the blacksmith has hidden methods. So, Lin Tianhao wants to help the old village chief kill Wang the blacksmith. Snow Empress, my damage reflection ability won't be of much use to the old village chief, even if you help him. Wang the blacksmith was still trying to win over Lin Tianhao, but Lin Tianhao remained indifferent, showing no intention of wasting words. Arrows continued to pierce the air. Wang the blacksmith's health bar began to drop rapidly. Even the gold level set couldn't protect them from Lin Tianhao's true damage. At the same time, Lin Tianhao was also losing health rapidly. Each of his basic attacks will cause him to lose more than 4,000 health points due to the reflected damage. However, Lin Tianhao's bloodlust could only recover a little over 2,000. Even with the addition of the revival skill and the attributes of the 9-in-1 longbow, the recovery has only just broken through 3,000. In this situation, this 4,000 plus damage reflection will cause Lin Tianhao to continuously lose health. The more times he uses his basic attacks, the more damage he takes. Therefore, Lin Tianhao was not the main force in dealing damage. He's slacking off. That's right. It's just slacking off. He didn't even try to interrupt Wang the blacksmith's attack, because his goal was not to kill Wang the blacksmith. He wants Wang the blacksmith dead. The old village chief still needs to die? If they are all dead, so in the starting village, no one could stop him. The battle between Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief is now extremely intense. Both of them are top-tier players in the beginner village. However, Lin Tianhao could still tell. In terms of combat skills, Wang the blacksmith was far inferior to the old village chief. The old village chief slid and kicked Wang the blacksmith to the ground, then grabbed Wang's arm and threw him over his shoulder. After the over-the-shoulder throw, he immediately followed up with an upside-down elbow strike. The series of movements were so fluid that they didn't even give Wang the blacksmith much time to react. Both the blacksmith and the old village chief's health points were decreasing, but the blacksmiths were decreasing much faster. After all, the old village chief was the one actively attacking, while Wang the blacksmith was mainly relying on counter damage. Lin Tianhao continued to slack off on the sidelines, while also wanting to see the old village chief's fighting skills. He can learn from this, which will also make it easier for him to deal with the old village chief after Wang the blacksmith is killed. However, at this very moment, Wang the blacksmith's counterattack began. Lightning suddenly appeared on his armor, paralyzing the approaching village chief. During that brief moment of paralysis, Wang the blacksmith struck the old village chief directly in the throat with the edge of his shield. Whirlwind 9/combo. When the blacksmith Wang swung his shield down, 9 rapidly spinning shield phantoms passed right through the old village chief's body. Subtract 2,958. Subtract 2,958. Subtract 2,958. A series of damage numbers appeared. The old village chief wanted to retaliate, but how could Wang the blacksmith let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He slammed his shield into the ground. A light shield immediately appeared above the old village chief's head. Gravity shield. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. Under the gravity light shield, even the old village chief's body sank slightly. It was during this fleeting opportunity that Wang the blacksmith seized the chance once again. He slapped the shield. Ambush from all sides. As they landed behind him, 10 shields with spikes appeared around the old village chief. These shields kept bombarding the old village chief, reducing his health points. The old village chief's face turned somewhat grim, and the frost on his fist disappeared, replaced by raging flames. Bang! The old village chief punched a shield, the enormous impact shattering the shield and sending flames flying more than 10 meters away, causing the blacksmith Wang to stagger. Call out! The old village chief's body blurred into a blur, and in an instant he appeared behind Wang the blacksmith. Mountain-splitting fist. With a single punch, Wang the blacksmith was sent flying. Before he even landed, the old village chief then seized the opportunity to hinder him. 18 falls when clothes are touched. Bang bang bang. The scene was horrific. The blacksmith was grabbed by the hind legs by the old village chief and subjected to 18 extremely brutal throws. Moreover, every time, Wang the blacksmith lands face down, and that feeling is quite intense. Chapter 40 seamlessly connects to the final battle against the old village chief. Lin Tianhao's lips twitched. He was wondering if he would encounter the same situation when he fought the old village chief later. At that very moment, the old village chief used all his strength to throw Wang the blacksmith into the air. Then came a barrage of punches. Fighter. This kind of brutal, hand-to-hand combat is incredibly exciting to watch. But Lin Tianhao remained unmoved and persisted in his slacking off. Overlord body. With a roar, Wang the blacksmith activated his invincible body, instantly becoming immune to all control. The moment he activated his super armor, the shield in his hand flew out. Spatial barrier shattered. This shield actually tore a hole in space. Snow Emperor, I'll remember you. When we meet again, I'll definitely become your nightmare. Stop him. Lin Tianhao's expression changed drastically. Wang the blacksmith forcibly tore open the spatial barrier in preparation for his escape. The old village chief reacted quickly and immediately stood in front of Wang the blacksmith. Sacrificing equipment to break through the spatial barrier? Old Wang, you're absolutely insane. Wang the blacksmith snorted coldly. I've lost this round. I hope you'll take care of yourself. Lin Tianhao's face was grim. He still couldn't understand how Wang the blacksmith had managed to open the spatial barrier. Even if he sacrificed his entire gold-grade armor set, there's no reason for him to go this far. Stop him. Lin Tianhao would not let Wang the blacksmith leave, so he made another move, this time firing 5 arrows at once. This is the limit that Lin Tianhao can achieve at this stage. He can't let Wang the blacksmith leave. Even in his invincible state, the old village chief couldn't stop the rampaging blacksmith Wang, let alone Lin Tianhao. Destroy the terrain. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows simultaneously. Although he could not defeat Wang the blacksmith, he was able to change the terrain. The arrows blocked Wang the blacksmith's path like a fence, delaying his departure. The old village chief's eyes lit up. Ice and fire divine fist. The old village chief slammed his fist into the ground in front of Wang the blacksmith, creating a large crater. While the invincible body grants immunity to various negative effects such as knockback, control, and slowing. However, it is not immune to terrain. There's a pit ahead. Even with super armor activated, it's impossible to fly over it. The old village chief unleashed all his skills, all to stop Wong the blacksmith from leaving. Wong the blacksmith originally thought that once he activated his overlord body, he would be able to leave. But the current situation made him a little panicked. Violent, brutal charge. Wong the blacksmith activated 2 skills simultaneously, causing his speed to increase dramatically. Overlord body, berserk. Frozen pulse fist. The old village chief also unleashed his full power and ferocity, giving his opponent no chance whatsoever. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows simultaneously, continuously blocking the space where Wong the blacksmith could move. Once Wong the blacksmith's invincible body ends, he will surely die. And the spatial rift is shrinking. If this drags on, Wong the blacksmith is doomed. Wong the blacksmith knew this too, and he roared in anger. 9-hit combo in midair. He actually used his skill to levitate, attempting to rush into the spatial rift. However, how could the old village chief possibly give him that opportunity? He leaped up and crashed into Wong the blacksmith. Both of them had their super armor activated, and neither could push the other away. They remained locked in a stalemate for several seconds before landing again. But in that very moment, the spatial rift had already healed. Lin Tianhao didn't have time to think about how the blacksmith Wong created the spatial rift. He began to unleash his full power against Wong the blacksmith. Without the golden set and the damage reflection, Lin Tianhao was fearless. The old village chief was the same. Less than a minute. The blacksmith Wong collapsed, unwilling to accept his fate. The instant Wong the blacksmith fell, Lin Tianhao's arrow was launched. This time, the target is the old village chief. The seamless attack caught even the old village chief off guard. Snow Empress, what are you doing? Lin Tianhao's expression was solemn, respectfully sending the old village chief to his death. The old village chief roared in exasperation. You're courting death. He wanted to rush towards Lin Tianhao, but found that Lin Tianhao's movement speed was ridiculously fast. Lin Tianhao had previously accumulated 80 free attribute points. At this point, he focused all his efforts on movement speed. It was all to deal with the old village chief, that fighter. The profession of fighter. There are many small skills, and the combos are also very powerful. Among ancient martial arts practitioners, there is a group of people who like the profession of fighter. If you are caught in close combat by a fighter, you will be badly injured, if not killed. Lin Tianhao used his 80 free attribute points to increase his movement speed by 8 points. Furthermore, the movement speed passive effect of the breeze set stacks up, making this double effect terrifying. And, because the health points have increased, Lin Tianhao can now reduce the old village chief's health by more than 7,000 with a single basic attack. 5 arrows per second, and the damage dealt per second can reach as high as 38,000. Snow Empress, killing me is destroying the newbie village. The old village chief's expression was sinister as he roared. Lin Tianhao made no response, or rather, his only response was a continuous barrage of arrows. Without the skills Invincibility and Berserk, the old village chief was like a toy in front of Lin Tianhao. But at that moment, the old village chief gave a sinister smile. 9-fold shadow step. The next instant, the old village chief appeared in front of Lin Tianhao as a blur. With just one more step, she was already behind Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao had anticipated this. The moment the old village chief appeared, his arrow was already out. When it is possible to get close, the old village chief simply twisted his body to avoid Lin Tianhao's arrow. At the same time, blue frost condensed on his palm. Ding, you have been affected by frost. Your attack speed and movement speed have been reduced by 14. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The old village chief's skills are a bit overpowered. Don't underestimate this 14%. Lin Tianhao is now wearing the Purification Jade Pendant, which can reduce the negative effects by 80%. In other words, the old village chief's skill reduces attack speed and movement speed by 70%. This is abnormal no matter what stage it's placed in. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows simultaneously. At the same time, increased the distance between them. The old village chief was originally confident and assured of everything. But when he saw Lin Tianhao still quickly widening the distance, he was completely dumbfounded. However, he only used 2 of the 9 layers of Shadow Step. Without the slightest hesitation, he took a step forward and appeared behind Lin Tianhao once again. Although Lin Tianhao had already reacted, he swept his longbow out horizontally. But the old village chief was too experienced in combat. He leaned back to avoid the attack and grabbed Lin Tianhao's arm to throw him over his shoulder. Then, he gathered his strength in his fist and smashed it down towards Lin Tianhao's forehead. Lin Tianhao dodged the punch, and the old village chief's shock deepened. Because an over-the-shoulder throw can cause some dizziness, Lin Tianhao shouldn't have recovered so quickly and avoided his attack. "You have crowd control reduction equipment on you?" the old village chief asked in a deep voice. Chapter 41, A Reborn being brutally attacked in the fountain. Lin Tianhao did not answer. He doesn't like to talk when he's fighting. The arrow pierced the air. The blame fell on the old village chief once again. The increased attack speed and movement speed made Lin Tianhao's kiting very smooth. The old village chief's reaction speed was just as fast. After Lin Tianhao created some distance, he unleashed his fourth shadow step. Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. Ninefold shadow step. If it were truly possible to perform 9 displacements, that would be incredibly overpowered, especially since this skill is in the hands of a fighter. Every close-range attack poses a deadly threat to fragile ranged classes such as priests, mages, archers, and summoners. Explosive fist. The old village chief delivered a powerful punch to Lin Tianhao's chin, sending him flying. But just as he was about to knock Lin Tianhao away and launch a combo, Lin Tianhao had already landed. So fast, even the knockback effect can be mitigated? The old village chief's pupils suddenly contracted. He had a bad feeling. He currently has no advantage in movement speed, having already used both invulnerability and berserk mode. If the ninefold shadow steps cannot kill Lin Tianhao, then the outcome of the next battle is a foregone conclusion. Snow Emperor. We can discuss this further. You can name your price for whatever you want. The old village chief was somewhat panicked. After all, he really wasn't confident he could kill Lin Tianhao using the ninefold shadow step. Lin Tianhao's recovery is outrageous. A single basic attack restores about 3,000 health points, which is even more abnormal than the newbie village boss who relies on the silver set to restore 1,000 health points per second. All right. Lin Tianhao kept working with his hands, but said, "Okay," aloud. The old village chief was taken aback. "What do you want?" Lin Tianhao pretended to think, but the speed at which he threw the arrow was still ridiculously fast. Attack speed maxed out. "How about this? 10 divine-level talent awakening stones," Lin Tianhao said. Upon hearing this, the old village chief knew he had been tricked. "Snow Emperor, you forced me into this situation. Since that's the case, I'll waste this talisman to kill you." The words fell. A pale blue talisman appeared in the old village chief's hand. Lin Tianhao's expression changed drastically, and he turned and ran. Talismans are inherently extremely terrifying. He might be able to handle a yellow-grade talisman, but the old village chief brought out a blue-grade talisman. Even if he wanted to fight back, he didn't have the strength. It's too late to run now. The old village chief urged the blue-grade talisman in his hand. A chilling aura surged forth from the talisman, freezing everything in its path into ice sculptures. Lin Tianhao went all out, but in the end, it was still not enough. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianhao felt his legs stiffen, and he saw his legs begin to freeze from the bottom up. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianhao was completely frozen. Reduced by 99.99. Reduced by 99.99. After being frozen, Lin Tianhao's health bar began to drop rapidly. But the old village chief had no intention of letting Lin Tianhao off so easily. Blazing cloud-piercing palm, a palm strike, imbued with the intense power of flames, landed on the frozen Lin Tianhao. The powers of ice and fire exploded completely at this moment. Reduced by 98,510. Lin Tianhao's health bar was completely depleted, and he died on the spot. Beginner Village, Resurrection Altar. After Lin Tianhao was resurrected, he lost all his equipment except for a few pieces that did not require level to wear. Because he was previously wearing a level 10 Qingfeng set. Now that my level has dropped to 9, I can no longer equip the gear. Lin Tianhao was resurrected from the Resurrection Altar. As soon as he was resurrected, a number of NPCs gathered outside the Resurrection Altar. There were tavern waiters, apothecary owners, tailor shop owners, and other NPCs wandering around the starting village. At a glance, there were 15 of them. Seeing Lin Tianhao resurrected, they didn't hesitate at all and launched their attacks. The tailor shop owner's silver needle flew out and attacked Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao stepped on the bowstring backwards, leaped up, and simultaneously fired 5 arrows at once. There are no requirements for wearing the 9 Harmony longbow, so Lin Tianhao is still using this gold-grade longbow. 5 arrows struck 5 different NPCs, dealing nearly 8,000 damage to each one. At the same time, A lightning jump was also initiated. 3 of the 5 arrows triggered lightning strikes, and a series of damage numbers jumped out from above the NPCs' heads. Burning in flames. The tavern waiter threw a wine jar, which hit Lin Tianhao's feet, causing burns. Ding! You have been burned and will continue to lose health. Subtract 100. Subtract 100. Damage numbers kept popping up, but thankfully the Purification Jade pendant made Lin Tianhao immune to 80% of this negative buff. Otherwise, it would decrease by 500 per second. Before Lin Tianhao could make a second move, the pharmacy owner intervened. A bottle of pitch-black medicine was spilled around him. Ding! You have been affected by the severing injury potion. Recovery and life steal have been reduced by 8. Not only the 2 of them, but all the other NPCs also used their own methods to inflict various kinds of damage on Lin Tianhao. In less than a second, Lin Tianhao lost 20,000 health points. Oh shit. Lin Tianhao cursed inwardly. He's supposed to be a reborn character, yet he's getting spawn camped here. This is an absolute disgrace. If you want to wreck my fountain, then have some fun. Lin Tianhao's eyes were cold and sharp. After enduring a round of damage, he immediately unleashed a burst of 5 arrows at the extreme. Among the archer's equipment, there is a type called the split bow. The accuracy requirements for that type of split bow are relatively lower. The pressure Lin Tianhao faced in firing 5 arrows simultaneously and ensuring all of them hit their mark was unimaginable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao launched an arrow, attacking the 5 NPCs. This time he discovered something very interesting. Firing 5 arrows simultaneously could trigger the passive effect of the Heavenly Punishment hand 5 times. With his current 3-star Heavenly Punishment hand, each time he fires 5 arrows simultaneously, he can permanently increase his health by 15 points. Not only that, there's another problem with firing 5 arrows at once. That means the damage is insufficient. Especially since these NPCs are all bosses, their defense is quite high. In this case, generally speaking, firing 5 arrows at once doesn't deal much damage. However, the abnormal nature of Lin Tianhao's god-level talent, the Hand of Heavenly Punishment, became apparent at this moment. The passive effect deals true damage equal to 3% of the target's maximum health and is unaffected by the 5 arrows barrage. Therefore, this passive damage alone is enough for him to deal massive damage. The old village chief has not returned yet, but it's definitely on its way. Lin Tianhao needs to deal with at least 5 NPCs before the old village chief returns, otherwise it will be very difficult for him to fight his way out of here. 5 arrows were fired simultaneously. It consumes a lot of energy. Lin Tianhao's current attributes allow him to fire all 5 arrows simultaneously for no more than 15 minutes. Longer still, the accuracy of firing 5 arrows simultaneously will be affected. 15 minutes is enough. Chapter 42, A Chilling Thought. The Snow Empress is being tortured in the fountain. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. For players at any level, fountain camping is a disgrace, especially since Lin Tianhao is a reincarnated person. Therefore, even though he is under a lot of pressure now, he still has no intention of stopping. Frost, freeze. The pharmacy owner waved his staff, and frost appeared on the soles of Lin Tianhao's feet. Ding! You have been frozen. Your attack speed and movement speed have decreased by 10 for 5 seconds. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. Purifying the jade pendant was crucial. Otherwise, his situation today would be even more desperate. They seemed to already have some understanding of Lin Tianhao's immunity to control. After Lin Tianhao dealt a certain amount of damage to the 5 NPCs, they immediately distanced themselves to heal. The other 10 NPCs are tasked with increasing their damage output. A war of attrition. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. His current attributes are very strong. The Bloodlust Necklace restores over 2,000 HP with each basic attack, and over 10,000 HP with a volley of 5 arrows. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao was able to recover health within the Resurrection Altar. Otherwise, he would never have been able to withstand their relentless bombardment. However, firing 5 arrows at once would consume a huge amount of mental energy, so Lin Tianhao immediately switched to a single arrow. This will cause you to lose health faster, but it will significantly reduce the consumption of mental energy. Even with Lin Tianhao's current abilities, as long as he doesn't deliberately move to dodge skills, he can even slowly recover his depleted mental energy. Only 1 arrow, and you still don't move. As a result, Lin Tianhao began to lose health rapidly. Its health is decreasing at a rate of almost 20,000 per second. With over 200,000 health points, he could only last for a dozen seconds. I can't hold on any longer. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows at once again. Increase your own health regeneration to slow down the time it takes for you to die. However, this approach is a drop in the ocean. The recovery has indeed improved considerably, but it still wasn't enough to make up for the extent of Lin Tianhao's blood loss. Finally, after Lin Tianhao held on for 3 minutes, he collapsed. The level dropped from level 9 to level 8. 30 seconds later, Lin Tianhao was resurrected from the resurrection altar. These people gave him no chance to catch his breath, continuing to bombard him with their skills. Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. Past lives and present lives. Aside from the time he was tricked to death by Wu Xiaodao, he had never felt so frustrated before. Lin Tianhao still did not sit idly by and wait for his death, but continued to fight back with all his might. He now only hopes that the 9-body longbow and the bloodthirsty necklace won't fall. His 3 most important pieces of equipment are currently in his possession. 9-in-1 longbow, bloodthirsty necklace, purifying jade pendant. The purifying jade pendant must not fall off. However, both the bloodlust necklace and the 9-in-1 longbow have a certain probability of dropping. Therefore, this time, Lin Tianhao persisted for 3 minutes. Just before he was about to be killed, Lin Tianhao put the 9-harmony longbow and the bloodthirsty necklace into his backpack. The drop rate of equipment in the backpack is relatively low. Not only that, Lin Tianhao's backpack is full of items, so even if something drops, the probability of it being a 9-in-1 longbow or a bloodthirsty ring is extremely low. Fortunately, Lin Tianhao did not lose any equipment this time. However, he has now fallen to level 7. Moreover, he had already seen the old village chief return. The battles he will face next will be even more severe. 30 seconds later, he has been resurrected. The old village chief looked at Lin Tianhao coldly. Snow Empress, do you now know the consequences of offending me? I can spawn camp you so badly you'll never leave the newbie village. The old village chief's voice was filled with murderous intent. Lin Tianhao snorted coldly. If you think you can do that, you're welcome to try. The words fell. Lin Tianhao took the initiative to attack. Don't be fooled by the fact that he only lasted 3 minutes in the last round. With the help of firing 5 arrows simultaneously, his maximum health has increased by more than 8,000. These NPCs are troublesome, but they also have their advantages. Then it won't be like other wild monsters, which can be killed in a few hits and won't accumulate much health. Fight again. Lin Tianhao's true damage increased by 150 points. However, this improvement is insignificant compared to the thousands of damage these NPCs deal. With the old village chief's involvement this time, Lin Tianhao only lasted a minute before collapsing. The reason is simple. The old village chief used his ultimate move to instantly kill Lin Tianhao when Lin Tianhao's health was above 10%. This prevented Lin Tianhao from triggering the passive effect of withered trees rejuvenate. However, it's this 1 minute. Lin Tianhao still managed to add 2,000 health points to himself. He can currently maintain a 5-arrow volley, and each basic attack increases his health by 15 points. Besides, with Lin Tianhao's current attack speed of over 4 points, he can accumulate 60 health points per second. Even excluding factors such as being controlled, Lin Tianhao still gained 2,000 health points in that minute. The benefits include increased health regeneration from the Bloodlust necklace, and an increase of 60 points in true damage from basic attacks. As things stand, it's better than nothing. But Lin Tianhao will not give up. He wants to accumulate little by little. He can resurrect indefinitely, but the old village chief and the others cannot. As for the old village chief destroying the resurrection altar, that's even more impossible. If the old village chief destroys the resurrection altar, then the starting village will be ruined. His role as the village chief of the newbie village was therefore meaningless. That's the main reason, but there's another reason as well. That means if the resurrection altar is destroyed, Lin Tianhao will be reborn directly in the main city after being killed. Look at the old village chief's entourage now. It's obvious they want to kill themselves, so they can't leave the starting village. If it were another player, this account is probably finished. But Lin Tianhao possesses the godlike talent, the hand of heavenly punishment. He will not back down, much less admit defeat. He's going to fight head-on. Floating Pagoda Club. Futu Dunshan stared blankly at Xue Di in his friend list, because he discovered that Xue Di had dropped a level. Moreover, after dropping to level 9, it dropped to level 6 again in less than 15 minutes. This is clearly unscientific. He didn't know what Lin Tianhao had encountered, but instinctively he still sent Lin Tianhao a voice call. However, Lin Tianhao was still engaged in intense combat, and naturally had no time to care about voice calls. This time, Lin Tianhao persisted for a minute and a half. It gained over 3,000 health points. Because the village chief's ultimate skill was on cooldown, Lin Tianhao triggered the skill, Rejuvenation of Withered Trees. With the help of the withered tree coming back to life, Lin Tianhao had a chance to catch his breath again. If he were to run a dungeon, he could probably only accumulate a few thousand health points by clearing one dungeon. Now, it only takes a minute or two to gain several thousand health points. Seeing that Lin Tianhao had dropped another level and was only level 5, Fu-Tu Dunshan became even more worried. What exactly happened? Shouldn't players be resurrected at the resurrection altar after they die? Unless. Fu-Tu Dunshan considered a terrifying possibility, fountain diving. Snow Empress is being fountain camped. Chapter 43 Counterattack. Kill Amy the pharmacist. In the blink of an eye, he also felt it was unlikely. With the Snow Emperor's strength, who can destroy his fountain? Even if it exists, who dares? Whether it's the starting village or the main city, the NPCs will not allow any instances of players camping at the fountain. Killing someone in the starting village or the main city will immediately result in being marked as a red name, indicating a negative online reputation. To be precise, killing someone in the wild will get you a red name, indicating a negative reputation, let alone in the main city. But given Lin Tianhao's current situation, he really couldn't think of any other possibility besides him being spawn-camped. Thinking about this, Fu-Tu Dunshan contacted Fu-Tu Shunlang immediately. Guild leader, do you think it's possible for players to be fountain-camped at this stage? The floating pagoda divine wolf was stunned for a moment. How is this possible? Even if a player's damage is enough to cause a fountain dive, it's still impossible to actually do it. Fu-Tu Dunshan hesitated for a moment, but guild leader, Xuedi dropped 4 levels in less than 10 minutes. You're not kidding, are you? The floating god wolf could hardly believe his ears. Who is it? Is it possible to drop 4 levels in 10 minutes? Even if it's intentional suicide, it's still very difficult to do. I'm not kidding. That's why I think he's being spawn-camped. After pondering for a moment, the floating pagoda divine wolf said, it shouldn't be fountain sabotage. At this stage, no one has been able to do something as terrifying as fountain diving. Then what's going on? Fu-Tu Dunshan asked. The floating pagoda divine wolf remained silent for a long while before saying, I estimate there is only one possibility. That's a hidden map or a special secret realm. In these places, it is possible that you cannot be resurrected in the main city after you die, which is why Xuedi dropped levels in a short period of time. Fu-Tu Dunshan understood. Is there any way to help Xuedi? I can't help. The floating pagoda divine wolf answered decisively. We don't even know where this special secret realm is, so we can't help you. Fu-Tu Dunshan sighed. All right, I'll try contacting Xuedi first. The Buddha god wolf hesitated, as if he wanted to speak. Finally, he said, Young master, I don't think you need to focus your attention on Xuedi anymore. He's fallen too far behind us, and now he's been relegated to a lower rank. The gap between us will only widen in the future. Fu-Tu Dunshan frowned. I understand. Hang up the voice call. Fu-Tu Dunshan then made a voice call to Lin Tianhao. However, the call still did not go through. Lin Tianhao was currently engaged in intense combat, and naturally had no time to concern himself with other matters. His level also continued to drop under this fountain camping tactic. Level 5, Level 4, Level 3. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Tianhao dropped from Level 5 to Level 1. This is the limit. Even if Lin Tianhao is killed again, he will not lose any more levels. Snow Empress, do you submit? The old village chief looked at Lin Tianhao with a mocking expression. He killed Lin Tianhao from Level 10 to Level 1 just to show Lin Tianhao who really calls the shots in this newbie village. Lin Tianhao sneered, submit? Submit to your grandpa. The words fell. Lin Tianhao's arrow pierced the air. He can no longer sustain firing all 5 arrows at once. Even if it's just a feathered arrow, he will fight back. He and the old village chief were now completely at odds. The old village chief abused the spring. He's stacking health points on the old village chief and the others. Who will have the last laugh in the end? It remains to be seen. Good, you've got guts. Seeing that Lin Tianhao still dared to resist, the old village chief grinned and fought with Lin Tianhao again. With one arrow, Lin Tianhao's survival time has increased from 1 minute and 30 seconds to 1 minute and 40 seconds. Because in the battle just now, his health points increased by more than 10,000. Increased health points mean increased damage and healing, and the longer you can withstand attacks. The old village chief also noticed something was amiss. Because Lin Tianhao's injuries seem to be increasing. Although the current level of improvement is not enough to threaten them, it is not a good sign. In the blink of an eye, half an hour has passed. Lin Tianhao's health points increased by another 50,000. The total health points have reached 320,000. With this health, a single basic attack can deal 9,600 true damage, and Lin Tianhao can withstand attacks for longer and longer. The old village chief was somewhat apprehensive. Lin Tianhao is already at level 1. He can't drop any further in level. However, Lin Tianhao's attributes are improving, which is a very terrifying thing. Snow Emperor, shall we continue the fight? The old village chief asked in a deep voice. Lin Tianhao looked coldly at the old village chief. What? Are you scared? The old village chief's face was extremely grim. He gritted his teeth and said, Snow Empress, you are an adventurer. You always need a reason to do things. What exactly do you want? Lin Tianhao could not possibly tell the old village chief his true thoughts now. Therefore, the only response the old village chief received was a cold arrow. You're asking for it. The battle has begun again. An hour later, Lin Tianhao's health points increased by 120,000. Total health points have exceeded 440,000. Now, his basic attack can deal more than 13,000 damage. It can also restore more than 4,000 health points. The old village chief was somewhat apprehensive. Finally, Lin Tianhao was killed once again. A golden longbow fell out. The old village chief's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, Snow Empress, your prized weapon has fallen. What are you going to do now? Lin Tianhao's expression was indifferent. This time, he directly took out the novice longbow. Beginner's longbow, do not drop it. Although the attribute bonus was negligible, it was enough for Lin Tianhao. His base attack speed is 3.63. Without the 9-beat longbow, his attack speed decreases slightly, and he also loses 5% of his lifesteal. I feel a little uncomfortable, but Lin Tianhao remained calm. As long as his health points accumulate, victory in today's battle will ultimately be his. I've rested enough. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. 5 arrows fired simultaneously. Lin Tianhao once again used his strongest method. 5 arrows were fired simultaneously, each time draining more than 20,000 blood. Not only that, a volley of 5 arrows can deal over 10,000 damage to 5 NPCs. If the health regeneration speed is fast enough, Lin Tianhao is now in a somewhat unassailable position. After all, with a health regeneration of 22,000 per second, plus the health regeneration from the resurrection altar, these NPCs can only take away a little over 20,000 of his health per second. Therefore, he will not be killed in a short time. Less than a minute. The 5 NPCs at the front couldn't hold out any longer. They retreated to recover their health, and 5 new NPCs took their place. Lin Tianhao didn't chase after the 5 NPCs, but instead attacked the newly appeared NPC. In less than a minute, all 5 NPCs were crippled. The last 5 NPCs stepped forward, but faced with Lin Tianhao's terrifying damage, they were helpless and unable to defend themselves. The old village chief's expression was extremely sinister, because Lin Tianhao is giving it his all. Lin Tianhao, who possessed the purifying jade pendant, was not afraid of this fighter. In order to survive, the old village chief started having other NPCs take the hits. But the NPC's health hasn't recovered yet. Faced with Lin Tianhao's relentless attacks, they simply couldn't withstand it. Ding! You have killed Amy the pharmacist, gaining 12,652 experience points. Chapter 44, Destroying the Newbie Village, earning 1,000,000 red name points. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of Amy the pharmacist. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Would you like to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who achieved the first kill of Amy the pharmacist by hiding their nickname. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who achieved the first kill of Amy the pharmacist by hiding their nickname. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. The server-wide announcement had already lost its impact, because any first kill of a level 10 or higher boss will generate a first kill announcement, and recently quite a few guilds have already achieved the first kill of a boss. Only, when Futu Dunshan saw this server-wide announcement, his eyes lit up. Because this server-wide announcement only has one name, the person who killed the boss did it alone. Recently, there have been players hunting bosses solo, but most of them haven't hidden their nicknames. Of course, if that were all, he wouldn't think anything of it. What truly surprised him was, in his friends list, Shueti's level jumped from level 1 to level 5. There is only one possibility. It was Lin Tianhao who killed Amy the pharmacist and gained a lot of experience points, which is why he received so many rewards in one go. As for why Lin Tianhao hid his nickname, it's because he didn't know what the consequences would be of destroying the starting village. Therefore, he needs to hide his nickname. It's not people I'm afraid of. Rather, it was some NPCs in Ragnarok who knew. The NPCs in Ragnarok cannot be judged by common sense. Who knows what outrageous things they might do after they know they destroyed the starting village. Ding. You have killed the tavern waiter. This will be announced server-wide. Do you wish to hide your name? Ding. You have killed a hunter in the newbie village. This will be announced server-wide. Do you wish to hide your name? Ding. You have killed Granny Taylor Lou. This will be announced server-wide. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who successfully completed the first kill of the tavern waiter while hiding their nickname. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom region of Ragnarok, server-wide announcements began to resound one after another. At first, not many people cared that Lin Tianhao killed Amy the pharmacist. But now, the constant, server-wide announcements caused an uproar throughout Ragnarok. Holy crap! What happened? Who is this amazing player? Is he slaughtering newbies in the starting village? If you hadn't pointed it out, I almost wouldn't have noticed. All the people in these announcements are NPCs from the newbie village. Who is this amazing player who wiped out the newbie village? This is something we never even dared to dream of before. Floating Pagoda Club. Fu-Tu Dunshan's hands trembled with excitement. The others didn't know who this ruthless person who slaughtered the newbie village was. But he knew. Snow Emperor. It's definitely the Snow Emperor. Because the Snow Emperor has now returned to level 10. There's no way it's such a coincidence. Furthermore, it's now understandable why Xue Di was targeted and attacked at the fountain. Because the one who was spawn camping wasn't a player, but rather these NPCs in the starting area. Although Fu-Tu Dunshan didn't know how Lin Tianhao managed to slaughter all the NPCs in the newbie village, it didn't diminish his excitement. Beginner Village. Seeing his men fall one by one, the old village chief roared in fury. Snow Empress, you've gone mad. What are you trying to do? Lin Tianhao's expression was cold. Didn't I say before? I'll respectfully send the old village chief to his death. The old village chief's face turned pale and then purple with anger. Snow Emperor, you've gone too far. Even if it means we both perish today, I will not let you succeed. The words fell. The old village chief's aura became unusually violent. He did not attack Lin Tianhao immediately. His attack was aimed at the resurrection altar. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. Not good. If the old village chief were to destroy the resurrection altar and another blue-grade talisman were to appear, all his efforts could be completely ruined. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao dared not be negligent in the slightest. Arrows flew continuously from his hand, all aimed at the old village chief's weak points. Overlord Body. Violent. The old village chief roared, unleashing his full power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao made his move again, standing in the resurrection altar and destroying it first. The moment he destroyed the altar, alarms blared throughout Ragnarok. Warning, warning. Someone has maliciously damaged the resurrection altar in the starting village. The resurrection altar has been destroyed. All adventurers can no longer enter the starting village and will be reborn directly in the main city. Adventurers who have already died in the starting village will also be resurrected directly in the main city. The continuous alarm sounds left the Ragnarok players completely bewildered. It was the battle just now, the one who hunted down the NPCs in the starting village. He destroyed the resurrection altar. What exactly does he want to do? Destroy the resurrection altar, and that level 1 player will spawn in the main city. Holy crap, those who join the game late are going to be in trouble. They're coming to the main city at level 1, but the weakest monsters there seem to be level 10. How are they going to farm them? The entire Ragnarok player base was in an uproar. Many people cursed the ancestors of the person who destroyed the resurrection altar in the starting village. After the final resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao began a frenzied attack on the old village chief. The old village chief was furious. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Tianhao to pieces. Lin Tianhao remained calm, having experienced too many grand scenes in his previous life. This little scene isn't enough to intimidate him. The old village chief unleashed a barrage of attacks on Lin Tianhao, which did manage to reduce Lin Tianhao's health significantly. But the same applies. His health points were also dropping rapidly. Because of the purification jade pendant, he was unable to control Lin Tianhao to death, and as a result, he was killed by Lin Tianhao's powerful output. Ding! You have killed the old village chief of the newbie village. This will be announced to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who concealed their nickname for achieving the first kill of the old village chief in the newbie village. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who concealed their nickname for achieving the first kill of the old village chief in the newbie village. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Another server-wide announcement. Those people have started to hurl all sorts of insults at Lin Tianhao, especially those players in the beginner village. They have to commit suicide to leave the starting village. Because you can only leave the starting village and be reborn in the main city after you die. Ding! You destroyed the newbie village. Your red name value has increased by 1 million. Ding! You have completed the mission to destroy the newbie village. Mission reward, 50 free attribute points, 1 blessing of the gods. Lin Tianhao was stunned when he saw his red name value. Killing a player earns 1 point of red name value. 1 million red name points. The higher the red name value, the greater the penalty for death. Generally speaking, 1 point of red name value will result in a 1-level drop upon death, and will also increase the drop rate upon death. Furthermore, if a red name value exceeds 10 points, the person will be unable to enter the main city, and even if they are resurrected in the main city, they will be immediately expelled. In other words, it is also impossible to change jobs or accept quests in the main city. Damn it! When will I ever get rid of this red name value? Chapter 45: The Blessing of the Gods, the Cycle of Death and Reincarnation. Players with red names can remove their red name status by defeating monsters. Generally speaking, killing 100 ordinary monsters will remove 1 point of red name value, while killing 100 elite monsters will remove 10 points of red name value. As for the boss, a single black iron boss can also eliminate 10 points, but it requires solo play. Moreover, it cannot be of a lower level than itself. Because there are no rewards for defeating monsters below your own level in Ragnarok Online, you also cannot remove your red name status. 1 million. Even if it were his strength, eliminating it would be a long and arduous task. And he can't die? Otherwise, it will be this red name value. Once he dies, everything on his body except for the equipment that cannot be dropped will be lost. And it's the kind of thing that disappears completely after dying once. Here's the problem. How can he leave the starting village? Actually, the other equipment is fine. Even if he lost the gold grade 9 combination longbow, Lin Tianhao wouldn't care. But the bloodthirsty necklace. This was practically a divine artifact for Lin Tianhao. If the bloodlust necklace is lost, he doesn't know when he will be able to get a second piece of equipment similar to the bloodlust necklace. Should we remove the red name from the starting village before leaving? However, he couldn't get rid of his million-fold red name by running dungeons until he was sick of it. At last, Lin Tianhao focused his attention on the blessings of the gods. Whether one can defy fate depends on the blessings of the gods. In Ragnarok, the blessings bestowed by the gods are absolutely extraordinary. Use the blessings of the gods. Lin Tianhao, filled with anticipation, activated the blessings of the gods. Ding! You have received the blessing of the gods. Because your red name value is too high, the blessing has changed. Ding! You have received a blessing from the goddess Hoodoo. A dark red beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have obtained the cycle of death. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked the introduction to the death reincarnation. Death cycle, 1 star. Effect. Your basic attack has a 0.5% chance to instantly kill an enemy unit. Cooling, none. Consumption, none. Proficiency, 0, 1000. Note. This proficiency is gained by killing monsters, NPCs, and adventurers of a level not lower than your own. 1 proficiency point is gained for each unit killed. Lin Tianhao's lips twitched. This is truly a blessing bestowed by the goddess Hutu. It's just a 1-star death cycle, and it only has one seemingly simple effect. But this effect is simply outrageous. A 0.5% effect is not high. But what if this star rating is increased? The effects that can be achieved are quite remarkable, especially later on, when facing those world bosses. Was he able to instantly kill them? Just thinking about it made Lin Tianhao a little excited. Adjust your emotions. Lin Tianhao began to loot the corpse. There are 16 bosses waiting for him to loot their corpses, especially the old village chief. This is the ultimate boss in the beginner village. I wonder what good loot it can drop. Equipment, skills, gold coins, various materials. Lin Tianhao frowned as he looked at it. Aside from skills that he can use to improve his proficiency with rejuvenation of dead trees, nothing else is of any help to him. There is no other reason. His current red name value will decrease once he leaves the starting village. They will all inevitably fall. Finally, Lin Tianhao has found something useful for him. Guild Establishment Order. That's awesome. In the early stages of the game, the guild creation token is even more useful than the Lord's Heart. Use the guild building order. Lin Tianhao used it without hesitation, because if he doesn't use it, once he dies in battle, he'll just fall. The key issue is that he will spawn in the main city after he dies, and you can't come back to pick him up. Please name your gang. Lone Snow Guild. Lin Tianhao directly named it after the guild he had established in his previous life. Ding! You are the first player to create a guild. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for being the first to establish a guild. You will be rewarded with +1 to a special guild item. We hope all players will continue to strive for excellence. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for being the first to establish a guild. You will be rewarded with +1 to a special guild item. We hope all players will continue to strive for excellence. Establish a gang. This is much more valuable than the first boss kill. Many people were originally discussing the destruction of the newbie village, but when they heard that Lin Tianhao had established a gang, they were immediately drawn to it. Holy crap, Snow Empress? After being silent for so long, Snow Empress has finally made a sound again. What are the benefits of forming a gang? Can someone knowledgeable explain it to me? The game description for Ragnarok mentions that there are special bonuses, such as a 1% increase in experience points gained by guild members, a 1% increase in damage, a 1% increase in movement speed, and so on. Only 1%, that's not much. This is a 1-star guild. The higher the guild level, the greater the boost. There were sounds of discussion everywhere in Ragnarok. In a level 15 dungeon. Upon hearing this server-wide announcement, Zhu Minjiangsu frowned. You haven't rushed up yet. All for this guild establishment order? She had been wondering why Lin Tianhao's level hadn't increased, and now it seemed to explain it. In order to obtain the guild creation token, I gave up leveling up while doing story quests. But what good is it to establish a game guild if you don't have a large guild behind you? It's not just Dream Chaser. Other guilds are discussing it too. They all claim to be guilds, but they don't have a guild creation permit, so they are not real game guilds. It's just a spontaneous guild. While others were discussing the situation, Lin Tianhao began to check on his guild's progress. Name: Lone Snow Guild. Rating: 1 star. President: Shuedi. Vice President: none. Administrator: none. Regular members: none. Wealth: 0. Warehouse: none available. Achievements: 0/1000. Bonus: damage increased by 1. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and he deposited all the gold coins, equipment, materials, and items into the guild. That way he won't fall when he dies. It's like a pillow appearing when you're sleepy. Lin Tianhao had previously worried that his equipment would be lost if he left the starting village. But now that he has a guild, all of his things can be stored in the guild warehouse. That way he can take everything with him. After establishing the guild, he also received a special guild item. Guild-specific item, Bronze. Effect: guild members will receive a critical hit bonus of 10 after use. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This is a good blessing. In the early stages, the attributes boosted by the guild were basically 1%, but now it's 10%. Use. Ding. You have used a special item. Guild members' critical hit rate is increased by 10, and guild achievements are increased by 200. Chapter 46 Below the Cliff. Someone who shouldn't be there. Guild upgrades depend on achievement points. When achievement points reach their maximum, you will automatically level up. But guild achievement points are very valuable. You can earn them as long as your guild makes outstanding contributions. For example, guild members can awaken their talents and obtain hidden classes. Alternatively, you can earn achievement points for completing a dungeon for the first time, defeating a boss for the first time, etc. Strong guilds in the later stages can receive a lot of rewards. At that very moment, Lin Tianhao then noticed the message sent by Futu Dunshan. From initial concern and worry, to later asking if help was needed. In his previous life, Futu Dunshan died too young, and Lin Tianhao didn't know enough about him. However, the fact that he still cares about him despite his repeated failures shows that he is a person who values relationships. Suddenly, a voice call came in. It is not a Buddha statue or a shield mountain. Instead, it was another friend of Lin Tianhao. Snow Empress, our captain wants to ask if the guild can be transferred. We are willing to offer 100 million. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. They really were willing to spend that much. 100 million. Moreover, it was a shadow assassin. Under normal circumstances, he might have agreed. But now he won't agree. He wants to seize power. Being strong on your own is definitely not enough. He needs a group of capable and competent assistants. And he also needs to have the means to attract other experts. Guild. It's a very crucial thing. What if Lin Tianhao could achieve a 100% increase in all guild-buffed attributes, including damage, critical hit rate, experience points, movement speed, and attack speed? At that time, countless masters would have flocked to it. Sorry, I don't plan to transfer the guild. The price is negotiable, Shadow Killer said hastily. It's not about the price. Lin Tianhao paused again after saying this. I don't need money. If you have special equipment, I can consider it. Shadow Killer fell silent. Wait for me, let me see. Special equipment. It is very important. The Purification Jade Pendant is a special piece of equipment. Lin Tianhao was able to defeat the old village chief and his group in the beginner village. The Jade Pendant played a crucial role in purifying the jade. Snow Empress, we don't have any special equipment right now. Can we discuss the price further? Can't. Lin Tianhao refused decisively. The faster a guild is established, the faster it can level up. His own level can be lower, as long as his attributes are up. However, it is especially important that the guild level does not fall behind. Hang up the call. Futu Dunshan's voice came through. Great Emperor Shuidi, are you alright? Futu Dunshan asked with concern. It's alright. Thank you for your concern, Lin Tianhao replied. Futu Dunshan hesitated for a moment, but finally said, Snow Emperor, my father just contacted me. He wants to ask you if the guild can be transferred. The price is negotiable. Cannot. Lin Tianhao still refused outright. Futu Dunshan didn't say much, just said, all right. Hey Snow Emperor, remember to take me with you when you come to the main city. The price is negotiable. Good. Hang up the call. Lin Tianhao began to think about the second task. In ancient times, after the death of the Yellow Emperor's son, he became the Drought Demon. He fought for the Yellow Emperor against Qiyu, but was sealed by Qiyu below the beginner village. Mission requirement. Release the sealed son of the Yellow Emperor. Mission penalty. All future fire attribute attacks you receive will deal double damage. Mission reward, unknown. Let's look at the first quest scroll. His guess was correct. After completion, you will receive blessings from the gods. It's just a pity. The third quest scroll he predicted, which involved killing the Drought Demon, did not appear. But this task, it seems that he can accomplish it without much difficulty. Because he has the Ice Flame magic, or he only needs to open the seal below the cliff. We've come all the way to this cliff. Lin Tianhao was having a headache. Because he didn't know how to get down. The players who jumped off the cliff earlier are all dead. The resurrection altar in the starting village has now been destroyed. If he dies, he will leave the starting village and be reborn in the main city. After circling the edge of the cliff twice, Lin Tianhao still found nothing. A single arrow pierces the clouds, and 1,000 armies rush to meet it. Lin Tianhao shot an arrow towards the bottom of the cliff. Result: there was no response. Then he made a Molotov cocktail and threw it down. After the Molotov cocktail was thrown down, the flames grew smaller and smaller until they were completely out of sight. Lin Tianhao was having a headache. At that height, he would most likely not survive if he jumped. There must be some hidden mechanism that I haven't discovered yet. Lin Tianhao pondered for a moment, then continued wandering around. If only I had known. We should have asked the old drunkard for the method to get down there back then. Lin Tianhao began to experiment with the feathered arrows. There must be something he hadn't discovered yet. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao saw steel wires in the mist on the cliff. If not for the immaculate eye, Lin Tianhao still couldn't see clearly. I see. Lin Tianhao understood, and with a leap, landed on a steel wire. Then came the second one, the third one. That is, Lin Tianhao. If it were any other player, even if they came here, they probably wouldn't be able to stand firmly on the tightrope. Half an hour later, Lin Tianhao finally arrived at the bottom of the cliff. Here, Lin Tianhao saw a huge yin-yang double fish formation. Lin Tianhao arrived in front of the yin-yang twin fish formation. On the two millstones, one black and one white, there were two holes. One of them is shaped similarly to the Ice Flame Demon, or, as for the other hole, he also has something that corresponds to this hole. That was the mysterious key that burst forth from the enraged weasel. At that time, Lin Tianhao was still wondering what this mysterious key was for. Who is it? Just as Lin Tianhao was about to break the seal, his gaze instantly turned towards the end of the canyon. At the end of the canyon, a figure walked slowly and steadily. He walked with a steady gait and had a robust physique. Because of the thick fog below the cliff and the considerable distance, Lin Tianhao could not clearly see the person approaching from afar. As the person drew closer, Lin Tianhao finally saw his face clearly. Only, after seeing his face clearly, Lin Tianhao's face showed an expression of disbelief. He was so shocked that he staggered back 2 steps. How is this possible? It's you? Lin Tianhao could hardly believe his eyes. Once an NPC in the starting village dies, they are permanently killed, and there is no reason for them to be resurrected. You're already dead, aren't you? The newcomer revealed a mocking smile and said unhurriedly, "Who told you I was dead? You only killed my brother. We've been planning this for so long, and it was only by sacrificing my brother that we could make it happen." With that, he looked up at the sky with a hint of regret. "Brother, your death was worthwhile. Our plan is about to succeed. Wong the blacksmith is your brother? Who are you? There's no one named you in the newbie village." Chapter 47 Village Chief Wong, The Secrets of the Novice Village. Lin Tianhao believed he had a fairly good understanding of the beginner village. The NPCs in the starting village are dead. He had never heard that the blacksmith Wong had an older brother. Moreover, they look so alike. The man in front of me looks almost exactly like Wong the blacksmith. Lin Tianhao was even more inclined to believe that this was Wong the blacksmith resurrected and returned. Who told you that blacksmith Wong doesn't have a brother? He has a brother who was originally the village chief of the newbie village. Unfortunately, on the first day he became the village chief, the previous village chief did not want to relinquish power, and a conflict arose between the two. His brother was banished to the wilderness to fend for himself. Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly contracted. The man continued, "Otherwise, do you think the old village chief of the newbie village got his title from? Because he was the previous village chief of the newbie village, I should be the current village chief of the newbie village." Lin Tianhao finally saw his attributes. Village Chief Wong, Baiyin level 20. Health, 5,255,500, 5,255,500. Attack, 3999. Skill. Note: the village chief of the beginner village is Wong the blacksmith's brother. He was expelled from the beginner village after a conflict with the old village chief. He became possessed by a demon and became the wild boss of the beginner village. He has been plotting something extremely terrifying. We must not let him succeed, or we will be punished by the gods. Lin Tianhao's expression changed drastically, because this guy was actually classified as a wild boss. Not only that, it's still a silver-level world boss. 5 million health points plus 4,000 attack power. At this stage, it is absolutely a level of disruption. So it's Village Chief Wong. But I'm curious, what exactly are you plotting? Destroying the starting village doesn't seem to do you any good. Under normal circumstances, Village Chief Wong should want to regain power. But now that the starting village has been destroyed, his existence as the village chief of the starting village has lost its meaning. Who told you I was going to be the village chief of this newbie village? What I want is to become the prince consort of the Star Empire. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought of Princess Leona. She is the princess of the Star Kingdom, and she happens to be in the beginner village. Princess Leona is in the starting village. You can pursue her directly. There's no need to destroy the starting village. Of course it's necessary. Village Chief Wong's expression was ferocious. Princess Leona, how could you possibly look down on a lowly commoner like me? If you want her to submit, you must make her beg me for something. Oh, Lin Tianhao became interested. He knew that he was very likely about to start a new story mission. After I was expelled from the starting village, I took away the 2 blessings of the gods from the starting village. After leaving, I discovered Princess Leona's existence and began to make plans. Lin Tianhao nodded. It seems that the Star Kingdom has no princes. If you become the prince consort, you may be able to compete for the throne in the future. Good. Village Chief Wong grinned and said, I didn't expect you to know about the Star Kingdom. If Princess Leona is released, she will leave the resurrection altar. Therefore, the resurrection altar must be destroyed and cannot be repaired. Thus, the old village chief and the others must also die. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a crazy guess came to his mind. You want to use this as a condition to coerce Princess Leona into submission. That's right. Village Chief Wong nodded. The 9-headed cypress and the weasel are both my subordinates. I also arranged the 2 quest scrolls in advance, just waiting for the right person to help me kill the old village chief. Lin Tianhao laughed. It turned out that all he had done was to become someone else's pawn. So what is your purpose here? Shouldn't you be looking for Princess Leona? Of course, we need to retrieve the mission scroll. Village Chief Wong grinned and said, I also want the blessings of the gods. You should be content to receive one of their blessings. Hand over the quest scroll, and I'll let you go. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised, deliberately designing opposing tasks to make your plan flawless. Good. Village Chief Wong nodded. Now that you know everything, hand over the items. Why should I hand it over? Lin Tianhao grinned. I'm leaving the newbie village anyway, so I'm going to die either way. At worst, I'll just get killed. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Wong's face darkened. Suit yourself. With your current red name value, as long as I kill you, everything you're supposed to drop will drop. As soon as he finished speaking, Village Chief Wang's figure blurred into a blur as he charged towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao also made a move. Call out. The arrow pierced the air. At the same time, Lin Tianhao took out 3 bottles of medicine and drank them down in one gulp. Movement speed, attack speed, lifesteal. All 3 attributes have been temporarily boosted. Subtract 13,358. A huge damage number appeared above Village Chief Wang's head. Immediately afterwards, a huge damage number also appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Subtract 10,000. Lin Tianhao's eyelids twitched slightly. Rounding out causes harm. Rounding down the damage reflection means taking the integer part of the maximum damage received as the reflected damage. This thing has a damage reflection rate of at least 50%. If you encounter a damage that is exactly 100, then it's 100% damage reflection. With over 5 million health points, Lin Tianhao has no chance against this rounding-based damage reflection mechanism. He leaped up. Lin Tianhao had already landed on the tightrope. You're only trying to run now? Don't you think it's too late? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao had a bad feeling. His intuition told him that something bad was about to happen. As expected, above the cliff, the rock face split open, and a vine lashed out at Lin Tianhao. 9-headed Hydra Cypress. Lin Tianhao dodged the attack with a backflip, but the steel wire was broken by the vine of the Hydra Cypress. Before Lin Tianhao could land, he heard a whooshing sound coming from behind him. Whoosh! The sharp claws slashed across Lin Tianhao's armor, sending sparks flying. At the same time, a damage number appeared above his head. Reduced by 1580. This damage isn't too outrageous. Lin Tianhao could still accept it. But the current situation was making his scalp tingle. Both the 9-headed cypress and the yellow weasel are extremely abnormal beings at this stage. Lin Tianhao was not afraid of fighting alone. Even if they join forces, Lin Tianhao can still handle it. However, there was another silver-level village chief, Wang, who was somewhat difficult for him to deal with. Lin Tianhao's expression was solemn. The steel wire had been broken, and it was no longer realistic for him to leave. Snow Emperor. There's no need to waste time. Hand over the items, and we can still be friends. If I become the king of the Star Kingdom in the future, I can grant you the title of Earl and the corresponding heart of a lord. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He indeed had no reason to refuse. Although the blessings of the gods are good, given the current situation, he has no chance of success. Unless... Lin Tianhao looked up at the cliff. Snowflakes drifted down from the cliff. The temperature around us suddenly dropped. Ding! You are affected by the cold air. Your movement speed is reduced by 12, and your attack speed is reduced by 12. You have been hit by freezing damage and will continue to lose health. Subtract 240. Subtract 240. Chapter 48 Leona's Choice. Village Chief Wang's expression changed drastically. He, along with the 9-headed cypress and the weasel, entered a state of continuous blood loss. On the cliff, a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes strode towards them. She took a step, seemingly about to fall into thin air, but as her feet landed, ice flowers condensed from the soles of her feet, steadily supporting her. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each step blossoms with beauty. Although they were still quite far apart, Lin Tianhao had already determined the other party's identity. Princess Leona. In the current beginner village, only this princess from the Star Kingdom has achieved this level of achievement. Princess Leona, you've arrived? Village Chief Wang changed his previous attitude and showed Princess Leona a kind smile. Princess Leona glanced coldly at Village Chief Wang. I know exactly what you want to do. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Wang was taken aback, then laughed and said, Princess Leona, now that you know, you should also know how much I admire you. Why be so hypocritical? Princess Leona sneered. You think you have everything under your control, but have you ever considered that I could kill you? Village Chief Wang's eyes narrowed, and he shrugged, saying, Great Princess Leona, of course you can kill me, but after you kill me, have you thought about how you're going to leave this place? Your ambition will not allow you to willingly remain trapped in the beginner village. Princess Leona sneered. That's none of your concern. I know my own situation. As soon as she finished speaking, a chilling aura emanated from Princess Leona. Village Chief Wang's expression changed drastically. Raging power, overlord body, dance of broken wings. It only lasted for a moment. Village Chief Wang unleashed 3 skills simultaneously, and a pair of tattered wings appeared behind him. Wings flapping. Village Chief Wang flew towards the top of the cliff. Princess Leona raised her hand. and a huge ice magic circle appeared above the village chief's head. Immediately afterwards, it was as if countless icicles were falling from the ice array. Subtract 15,928. Subtract 15,929. A series of damage numbers appeared. Just one magic circle had taken away over 1,000,000 of village chief Wang's health. Terrifying. Lin Tianhao had considered that Princess Leona might be quite powerful. However, the extent of its power still exceeded Lin Tianhao's expectations. No wonder village chief Wang didn't hesitate to run away after he learned that the other party was about to make a move. At this time, village chief Wang in the sky changed direction and continued to flee. The Hydra Cypress and the Weasel attacked simultaneously, attempting to delay Princess Leona. Just a breath. These two powerful bosses were actually frozen in place. Princess Leona raised her hand. An ice shield appeared behind village chief Wang, forcefully pressing him down. After breaking free of the ice shield, village chief Wang stopped running and just stared coldly at Princess Leona. Kill me, kill me. If you can kill me, I'll accept it. Princess Leona did not make another move, and Lin Tianhao instantly understood the reason. Village chief Wang is no longer an NPC, he's now a world boss. Wild bosses have a unique characteristic. They respawn after being killed, meaning they revive. I've killed both the 9-headed cypress and the weasel Lin Tianhao, but they still showed up here. It's resurrection. What? You're not going to kill them? If you're not going to kill them, then why don't you listen to what I have to say? Village chief Wang gradually calmed down. I want to marry you, and I want to become the future king of the Star Kingdom. Princess Leona's aura instantly became volatile, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Don't get angry or upset. We're just doing this for mutual benefit. You've been away from the Star Kingdom for so long. If you go back rashly, no one can help you. But if you marry me, I can help you. I am both a monster and an NPC. The key is that I received a blessing from the gods, which allows me to level up and grow just like adventurers. Upon hearing the words upgrade and growth, Princess Leona, who had remained calm throughout, became somewhat moved. Whether it's an NPC or a monster, they all basically have one limitation. They can't break through their current limitations and continue to grow stronger. Seeing Princess Leona's expression, Lin Tianhao knew something was wrong. If Princess Leona agrees to his request, he will not receive the second blessing of the gods. Lin Tianhao has made so many efforts, all for the blessing of the gods. You should be aware of how much help a helper who can grow and resurrect infinitely will be to you in your struggle for the throne in the Star Kingdom. Don't worry, we can have a fake marriage. It won't affect you. As long as we can become the kings of the Star Kingdom in the end, that's all that matters. Even Lin Tianhao had to admit it. From a purely profit-driven perspective, the conditions proposed by village chief Wang were extremely tempting. Sigh, it seems there's no chance. Lin Tianhao sighed inwardly. However, Leona's next words gave Lin Tianhao hope again. I think I have many partners to choose from, such as Shui Di. Village chief Wang's pupils contracted, and he said in a deep voice, after all, he is an adventurer. Whether he will be of one mind with us in the future is hard to say. No. Princess Leona shook her head. I'm not going to marry him, but rather to give him a mission. Snow Empress, would you be willing to support me in becoming the king of the Star Kingdom? If you can make me the king of the Star Kingdom, I will build 3,000 shrines for you and make you the god of war of my Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao's face showed an expression of disbelief. In the very later stages of Ragnarok, with normal attack power, magic power is already somewhat insufficient. The most outstanding people are all pursuing godhood. The first step to becoming a god is to have enough incense offerings, which are commonly known as believers. Princess Leona's meaning is quite clear. That is it. She wanted to build a shrine to worship Lin Tianhao, so that Lin Tianhao could receive the incense offerings from their Star Kingdom. Ding! Princess Leona has issued you a mission. Mission requirements. Help her become the next king of the Star Kingdom. Mission penalty, unknown. Quest reward. She will bestow upon you the title of God of War and build 3,000 shrines for you. Accept. Lin Tianhao had no reason to refuse. In my past life, countless powerful individuals have tried and failed to become gods. But in the end, they all succumb to the power of incense offerings. Obtaining the power of incense offerings is extremely difficult. Princess Leona, even so, how do you plan to leave the starting village? Upon hearing this, Leona's gaze fell upon the Yin-Yang Pisces formation. It's simple. Just release the drought demon, and it will naturally break through the spatial barrier. We can then take the opportunity to leave. Village Chief Wang roared in exasperation. Leona, you're absolutely insane. Do you know how much of an impact releasing the Drought Demon will have? Chapter 49. The Drought Demon is released, shaking the entire region. Princess Leona smiled non-committally. I know, but so what? The words fell. Princess Leona acted without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the area within 100 miles was frozen. Village Chief Wong stared wide-eyed, frozen in place, unable to move. Snow Emperor, break the seal. Lin Tianhao nodded, stored all his equipment in the guild warehouse, and then put in the ice flame magic ore and the mysterious key. The next instant, the earth trembled. Cracks began to appear in the yin-yang symbol, and intense heat emanated from below. I can't die. I have to go now. Leona took a step and disappeared. Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. If you're going to escape through the spatial rift, take me with you. What's going on? Why am I left here all alone? Just then, a server-wide announcement was made. Warning! Warning! Someone has released the sealed Drought Demon. The world boss Drought Demon is about to be unleashed. All adventurers, please be careful. Warning! Warning! Someone has released the sealed Drought Demon. The world boss Drought Demon is about to be unleashed. All adventurers, please be careful. The alarms sounded throughout the entire server, leaving many players stunned. What is that? Am I hallucinating? Are you hallucinating? A world boss. Are you sure it's not a system error? Right now, we're even struggling to defeat a Black Iron boss. How are we supposed to fight a world boss? Hee. Although I don't know how to fight it, I'm sure that as long as I win, the reward will be very generous. Ragnarok has caused an uproar. Major clubs, conglomerates, and government agencies all held emergency meetings. A sudden world boss. No matter who it is. The benefits of defeating this world boss are immeasurable. Government officials, War Department. An elderly man with graying temples appeared in the conference room. You are all the most outstanding analysts in our Dragon Kingdom. Our special operations team members have already encountered bosses of iron, bronze, and even silver rank. We must take down this world boss. Upon hearing this, the lead analyst shook his head. Sir, based on our estimation, the world boss's HP should be no less than 100 million, and all its attributes will be extremely terrifying. Even if everyone in our special operations regiment works together, it will be a drop in the ocean. Is there really no way? The old man frowned. It's not that it doesn't exist, it's the human wave tactic. Right now, in the core main cities, there are tens of millions of players. If tens of millions of players attack together, there might be a 1 in 10,000 chance of killing this world boss. 1 in 10,000? The old man almost thought he had misheard. Even if tens of millions of players join forces, only 1 in 10,000 will succeed? Good. The analyst nodded. This is even considering the efforts of those with hidden professions and high-level talents. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the slightest chance. Okay, I understand. The old man didn't look well. The world boss is a glimmer of hope, but they are helpless against him. The War Department was at a loss. The other clubs and guilds reached similar conclusions after discussions. That means that at this stage, players are unlikely to have the power to fight against world bosses. Drought Demon is born. It wasn't just the players who were alarmed, but also certain beings within Ragnarok. Star Kingdom, Royal Palace. Upon hearing the server-wide announcement, Queen Fjorden immediately looked up towards the direction of the starting village. After all these years, you've finally come out. Beside the queen was a hunched old woman. She held a skull staff in her hand, and a somewhat sharp, hoarse voice rang out. Your Majesty, this might be an opportunity for us. Upon hearing this, Fjorden Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. The Star Kingdom has been peaceful for too long. It is indeed time for some changes to happen. Make the arrangements. The plan can begin to be implemented. Not only the royal palace, but also other people in the Star Kingdom began to take action. The appearance of a world boss could very well change the current landscape. Lin Tianhao was unaware of these things. He was standing next to the yin-yang twin fish formation at that moment. The scorching heat was burning his skin. Ding! You have been burned and will continue to lose health. Reduce by 4000. Reduce by 4000. Lin Tianhao was numb. It hasn't even completely broken the seal yet, and it's already this abnormal? You need to know. Lin Tianhao's Purification Jade Pendant can grant immunity to 80% of negative effects. Burning is also a negative effect. In other words, without the immunity granted by the Purification Jade Pendant, he would lose 20,000 health points per second. He had never fought against the Drought Demon in his previous life, so he didn't know much about its strength. But now, he has a clearer understanding. Boom! A loud bang. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Tianhao was blasted away. Subtract 99,999. Even a slight scratch can cause your health bar to drop drastically. But Lin Tianhao didn't care anymore. He was seeking death. You can respawn in the main city if you die in battle. Immediately afterwards. Then they saw a figure engulfed in flames soar into the sky. Wherever his gaze fell, flames blazed up everywhere. However, the flames disappeared as his gaze fell on Lin Tianhao, and he slowly walked towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao also began to check on his condition. Health points. Attack. Skill. Lin Tianhao. How high is this level? Even the name is a question mark. You let me out? A magnetic voice rang out, both gentle and firm, making it impossible to discern his gender. And this person has a ferocious face, and it's impossible to tell whether he's male or female just by looking at his face. Follow the previous task prompts. The person in front of me must be the son of the Yellow Emperor. But Lin Tianhao remembered that in the myths and legends, the one who turned into the drought demon was clearly the daughter of the Yellow Emperor. The quest prompts for Ragnarok may not be entirely accurate. Therefore, Lin Tianhao reserves his opinion. Yes. The drought demon glanced at Lin Tianhao and sneered. Didn't you ever consider that releasing me would cause widespread death and destruction? Upon hearing this, I don't think so. You were a good person back then, and I still believe in you now. A good person? The drought demon smiled non-committally. I was indeed a good person before. I helped many people, and even after becoming a drought demon, I am still helping people. But just because I am a drought demon, everyone speaks ill of me and wants to destroy me. If my origin were not immortal, I would probably not have been sealed, but completely wiped out. That concludes the discussion. The drought demon instantly grabbed Lin Tianhao by the neck. I don't want to be a good person anymore. I want to be a great demon, the greatest demon in the world. Chapter 50. Oh my god, I got wrecked twice in one day? Lin Tianhao stared at the drought demon and gritted his teeth, saying, No, you still have a conscience. If you were truly possessed by a demon, you wouldn't be talking to me. You would have simply killed me. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in the drought demon's eyes. I didn't kill you immediately because I haven't spoken to anyone in a long time. These words were spoken. The drought demon slapped Lin Tianhao on the chest. Lin Tianhao's health bar was instantly emptied. Then, he was born automatically in Blackwind City, Star Kingdom. There is a resurrection period after death. Lin Tianhao is now just waiting to be resurrected. Announcement throughout the city. A heinous criminal has entered Blackwind City. The Blackwind City Lord has issued an urgent mission to hunt down this wicked man. Announcement throughout the city. A heinous criminal has entered Blackwind City. The Blackwind City Lord has issued an urgent mission to hunt down this wicked man. At this moment, all players in Blackwind City have an extra quest. Mission: hunt down the wicked. Requirements: kill 100 criminals, adventurers with a red name value greater than 10,000, who enter Blackwind City. Current progress: 0, 100. Punishment: none. Rewards: each kill will grant you a piece of bronze equipment and 10 free attribute points. Holy crap! When the players in Blackwind City accepted this quest, they all showed expressions of disbelief. Holy crap, what am I seeing? A bonus mission. Quickly, find out who is the player whose red name value has exceeded 10,000. Come out and let me kill them 100 times. 10 free attribute points at a time, 1,000 free attribute points 100 times, plus 100 pieces of bronze equipment. If I were to kill him 100 times by myself, I would be able to take off on the spot. Please calm down. I don't know what this guy did, but he managed to get over 10,000 red name points. Discussions raged throughout Blackwind City. Lin Tianhao was speechless. I have no merit or ability whatsoever. They actually offered a reward for themselves. Watching the resurrection countdown, Lin Tianhao was already thinking about how to escape. Fight our way out. There probably isn't any better way. After all, the red name value cannot be hidden. It's right above your head, a bright red, large number. In this situation, trying to sneak out is unrealistic. Therefore, the only option is to fight our way out. Equipped with the 9-in-1 longbow and the bloodthirsty necklace, and with potions to boost speed and shield, Lin Tianhao was ready to charge. Here, we have to thank the kind people in the starting village. They dropped a lot of items after we died. But during Lin Tianhao's brief resurrection, another nationwide announcement came. Nationwide announcement. The Star Kingdom has been invaded by a heinous criminal. The King of the Star Kingdom has issued an urgent mission to hunt down this wicked man. Nationwide announcement. The Star Kingdom has been invaded by a heinous criminal. The King of the Star Kingdom has issued an urgent mission to hunt down this wicked man. Lin Tianhao. He was dumbfounded. What did I do to deserve this? They're actually targeting me like this. This not only caused a stir among the players in Blackwind City, but also excited players throughout the entire Star Kingdom. In other words, all the players in the Dragon Kingdom region were excited. Because all Dragon Kingdom players can only play in the Star Kingdom before their second-class advancement. Holy crap, the rewards from the King of the Star Kingdom are so generous. Double the rewards from Blackwind City. I love it. Ha ha ha. That red-named adventurer, you'd better come out and die. There's no way you can hide now. Becoming our equipment and free attribute points is your honor. In the past, it was a group of people looking for wild bosses, but now it's looking for red-named players. But I really want to know how this red-named player got their red name value. All the players in the Dragon Kingdom region were in an uproar. At this time, Lin Tianhao has finally been resurrected. Level 1. That's right. He is now at level 1. If your red name value is too high, your level and experience points will be completely wiped out if you die once. The moment Lin Tianhao emerged from the Blackwind City Resurrection Altar, he sped off at full speed towards the outside of the city. But the red name value of 1 million above his head was so conspicuous. He's there. Who? Who is that player with the red name? Grass. His red name value is 1 million. Kill them quickly. Players with red names are not protected in the main city, so these players can attack them in the main city. Lin Tianhao couldn't care less about anything else now. He couldn't possibly retaliate. If he retaliates, the pursuers won't be players anymore. The Blackwind City guards will all come. Killing players within the main city will result in arrest and imprisonment by the city guards, with sentencing based on the red name value. The higher the red name value, the longer the sentence. With his red name value, if he gets arrested, he might as well quit the game. As for confronting the city guards head-on, that's out of the question. If the main city guards were to attack, he, with no resistance, wouldn't even last a second before being instantly killed. Therefore, before leaving Blackwind City, Lin Tianhao had no choice but to run. He's currently at level 1, and he has too few weapons he can equip. Purify the Jade Pendant. There's also the 9-in-1 longbow, which has no level requirement, and the Bloodthirsty Necklace. However, neither of these items provides any resistance. These pieces of equipment share a common characteristic. That means no resistance is added. The attacks these players are now landing on Lin Tianhao are practically real injuries. Subtract 512. Subtract 198. Subtract 299. A series of damage numbers floated up above Lin Tianhao's head. Hundreds of thousands of players were chasing after Lin Tianhao. Although Lin Tianhao moved quickly, he was surrounded by people from all sides and was soon trapped in Blackwind City. Damn it, they're really not giving us any chance at all. Lin Tianhao leaped up and ran, stepping on their shoulders. But when he got there, he was bombarded with countless skills. Even if the damage of a single skill is not very high, only a few hundred or even a little over 100 damage. But there were too many people. Hundreds of thousands of people. That is because of the crowds. If hundreds of thousands of people were to hit him at the same time, he would have no chance and would be instantly killed. But it is true that in the current situation, he is losing more than 100,000 health points per second. Damn, this is the first time I've realized that the Blackwind City Resurrection Altar is so far from the city gate. Lin Tianhao's face was extremely grim. The instant he was killed, he put all his equipment into the guild warehouse. He was killed in action, under his strong pulling. With over 440,000 health points, he held out for a full 9 seconds. He was able to last 9 seconds because he appeared suddenly, catching many players off guard. Watching the resurrection countdown. Looking at the large group of players standing outside the resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao was dumbfounded. There is absolutely no chance. There is absolutely no chance. Go to hell. I, a reborn being, have been spawn-camped twice in one day? Where is justice? Lin Tianhao thought to himself. What do you mean? But seeing the hundreds of thousands of players blocking the resurrection altar and the players arriving one after another from outside Blackwind City, he gave up struggling. He has over 400,000 HP. Honestly, it really was just a matter of one round of attacks. As expected, Lin Tianhao had just been resurrected when a round of attacks came down, and he died again. Lin Tianhao. It's pointless. This is really boring. Lin Tianhao chose to log off on the spot. Go ahead and torture me. As long as I'm not online, killing me 1,000 times won't affect my mood. Chapter 51. Even my best friend got tortured. Ragnarok. Players remain in the game even after logging off. This is why Lin Tianhao killed Shadow Assassin before. The reason he chose to log off back in the starting village. I'm afraid of being found out and then being stabbed without my consent. As long as you're offline, you don't have to worry about being spawn camped. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up. A faint smile appeared on his face. After logging off, the sky was just beginning to lighten. It's a bit too early to eat breakfast now. He clicked into the Ragnarok forum. It's not an official forum. It was set up by talented individuals from the community and includes servers from all over the world. The first area we entered was the Dragon Kingdom area. The Dragon Kingdom area is very lively, with the most discussed topics being various game strategies. The beginner village in the Dragon Kingdom area is now abandoned. Most new players are discussing how level 1 players can farm monsters in the main city. At the same time, there were naturally many greetings directed at the player who destroyed the starting village. There's a very popular post that details a strategy for leveling up in Blackwind City without fighting monsters. In Ragnarok, leveling up isn't just about fighting monsters. For example, jobs like running errands or delivering messages, or becoming a pharmacist's apprentice or a blacksmith's apprentice, can all earn you experience points. If all else fails, you can work in a restaurant, which will reward you with experience points. Lin Tianhao glanced at the post, and, perhaps feeling guilty, replied below it. The east wall of Blackwind City is under construction. If you apply for a job there, you can get 300 experience points per hour. If you know a bit about masonry or carpentry, you can even get 500 experience points per hour. This should be a task with high demand, generous rewards, and suitable for most novice players. No need to fight monsters. You can gain a lot of experience points by simply grinding for a day. Holy crap, is this for real? I'm tempted. I'll give it a try. Lin Tianhao had barely replied when someone with ulterior motive saw it. Exit this thread. Lin Tianhao saw a post whose popularity was soaring. A truly exceptional person has appeared in our Dragon Kingdom region. Killing him once will reward you with 20 free attribute points and 2 pieces of bronze equipment. This eye-catching title immediately attracted a lot of attention. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. I clicked on it instinctively. Just as he thought, he really is that unparalleled good person. This person posted the bounty missions for both Blackwind City and Star Kingdom. There is also a video showing him standing in the resurrection altar being attacked by hundreds of thousands of people who were spawn camping him. Lin Tianhao's lips twitched. This was simply inhuman. He actually posted his own experience of farming equipment and free attribute points. Damn it. Whose reborn person suffers such injustice? Lin Tianhao exited the thread and prepared to go out for something to eat. I'll also go to the hospital to check on my sister's condition. Although he hired someone to take care of his sister, sometimes it was better to go and check on her himself. Hospital. Lin Qingqing was still lying in the hospital bed, but her complexion had improved a lot. Doctor, how is my sister doing now? Lin Tianhao found the doctor on duty. The on-duty doctor picked up the latest test report and said, "Your sister's condition is improving, but as of now, she is not in mortal danger, but there is a high probability that she will be in a vegetative state." Lin Tianhao nodded. As long as the vegetative state can be maintained, that's good enough. Since people in a vegetative state can also enter the game, as for other aspects, we'll have to wait and see. Doctor, when will my sister be able to be discharged from the hospital? She underwent brain surgery, and it's estimated that it will take about half a month. Lin Tianhao sighed. Half a month would put Lin Qingqing far behind. However, it's not a big problem. Once he's in the game, he can help Lin Qingqing, etc. Lin Tianhao suddenly thought of something very terrifying. That is, it seems he can't help Lin Qingqing level up. Lin Qingqing is in a vegetative state, so they cannot communicate offline. So, even if Lin Qingqing enters the game through a gaming device, her game class, nickname, and birth city, Lin Tianhao knew nothing about any of this. How did he get in touch with Lin Qingqing? This is truly a century-old problem. There's one more. Server-wide announcement. This might be the way for him to find Lin Qingqing. Lin Tianhao couldn't worry about anything else now. He would find a way to contact Lin Qingqing after she entered the game. There are still 2 weeks left. He wants to establish an advantage as much as possible within these 2 weeks. I'm back from the hospital. Lin Tianhao brought Zhou Xiaopeng breakfast. Fatty, time to log off and eat. Zhou Xiaopeng didn't log off. He seemed to be busy with something. Lin Tianhao wasn't in a hurry. 2 bounties meant he would need to be killed 200 times. He estimated it would be a while before he finished, so he opened the forum again. The post about the amazingly kind person in the Dragon Kingdom region is already the #1 trending topic. Because in addition to players from the Dragon Kingdom region, players from other countries also noticed this post. Damn it, this isn't fair. Why doesn't our great Korean empire have people like this? What? I seriously suspect that players in the Dragon Kingdom region are cheating. How could there be players with millions of red name points at this stage? God, please bless us and let a player with tens of millions of red name points descend upon our great rice empire. Players on all the servers are green with envy. At this stage, black iron weapons are pretty awesome. The reward was bronze equipment, 2 pieces at that. Not only that, but there are also 20 free attribute points, which, even if you only kill once, can create a significant gap between you and ordinary players. Lin Tianhao browsed the forum for a while, and Zhou Xiaopeng ran over excitedly. Hey Hao, Welfare Bureau, are you in Blackwind City? It's awesome. Killing that red-named player rewards you with 2 bronze artifacts and 20 free attribute points. I managed to kill you once by sheer luck using my double slash. With your strength, killing you a few more times shouldn't be a problem. Seeing Zhou Xiaopeng so excited, Lin Tianhao coughed. Are those 2 bounty missions finished now? Not yet, but soon. We've already killed over 100 people. Lin Tianhao sighed. Are these people moving so slowly? It's not slow anymore, but those big guilds are coming from behind. They're all very cunning, saving their skills to try and steal the last bit of health to kill us. Everyone was focused on getting kills and saving their skills, which actually slowed things down a bit. Lin Tianhao sighed. These people really were treating him like a baby with free experience points. But it's strange, I don't know what heinous thing that player did to generate 1 million red name points. Maybe he wiped out the newbie village, Lin Tianhao sighed. Damn, what you're saying actually makes sense. Only by destroying the newbie village can you get such a high red name value. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. Alright, I'm going into the game now. After a slight hesitation, Lin Tianhao took out his phone again and silently posted a message. The player with the red name is a really good person. Let him go after you finish the mission. Write a good title. Lin Tianhao began to write furiously. Chapter 52, a reduced dimensional version of the Book of Life and Death. The appearance of this red-named player has made our Dragon Kingdom region take the lead in the world, giving us an extra 300 pieces of bronze equipment and 3,000 free attribute points. His greatness is beyond words. I strongly suggest that we release him after he completes his mission. He might even bring us more benefits in the future. In this tribute to our great red-named player. After editing the message, Lin Tianhao sent it out. There's no way. I'm genuinely worried that some players who get carried away might seize the opportunity to slaughter him, which would be a real headache. However, Lin Tianhao didn't know. Major clubs, conglomerates, and government agencies all held emergency meetings. I believe you have all noticed that this red-named player has over 400,000 health points. At this stage, even our Special Forces Shield Warriors with bronze sets only have a little over 50,000 health points. Moreover, his million red name points must have come from doing something that angered both heaven and man, such as destroying the newbie village and killing the NPCs there. This is highly likely. His resistance is almost 0, so the fact that he can kill NPCs in the beginner village means he probably has extremely high damage output. High health, high damage, he has great potential. After this mission, we must recruit him into our team. The various factions reached the same conclusion after discussion. That is, Lin Tianhao has great potential and can be won over. However, this is not absolute. Some forces also believe that Lin Tianhao's current red name value will be very difficult to remove before the 2nd or even 3rd job advancement. In the future, as long as he dies once, his level will be reset to 0, all his equipment will be lost, and all his efforts will be in vain. The further along you go, the more difficult it is to upgrade. 1 point of red name value will cause you to lose 1 level upon death. 1 million red name values is unimaginable. Inside the rented room, Lin Tianhao chose to go online after posting the message. After going live, Lin Tianhao ignored the players surrounding him. Let them kill him, it wouldn't really affect him anyway. Moreover, killing him would also help these players obtain rewards, which would strengthen the Dragon Kingdom region's power, so it wasn't unacceptable to him. He came online this time to submit a task. Ding! You have completed the task of releasing the Drought Demon. Task reward: 50 free attribute points, 1 point of blessing from the gods. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath. Use the blessing of the gods. The last cycle of death and reincarnation was absolutely an extraordinary blessing. Ding! You have received the blessing of the gods. Because your red name value is too high, the blessing has changed. Ding! You have received a blessing from the goddess Hoodoo. Just like last time, a dark red beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have obtained the Book of Life and Death. Lin Tianhao. The Book of Life and Death? This must be an incredibly powerful and invincible artifact. Every person from the Dragon Kingdom knows the power of the Book of Life and Death. I just don't know how different this Book of Life and Death is from the one in myths and legends. Book of Life and Death, divinely bestowed equipment. Wearing requirements. Only for Shuedi, cannot be dropped, gifted, transferred, or traded. Effect. You can write the name of any being in the Book of Life and Death, limited to one person. The person whose name is written in the Book of Life and Death will suffer a true damage reduction of 10,000 plus 1% of your maximum health per second, regardless of their location, until they die. Abrasion resistance, indestructible. Really, this is just a weakened version of the Book of Life and Death. However, that is indeed the case. That's pretty abnormal. As long as you know the name, you can attack remotely. The base damage per second is 10,000, and there is even a 1% bonus based on the target's health. This bonus might not be significant for other players, but it's a completely different story for Lin Tianhao. He currently has over 400,000 health points, and 1% of that is over 4,000. Furthermore, his maximum health can continue to increase in the future. And, for other players, this equipment is only of average use. This equipment has a limitation. That means you need to write your name down. As a reborn individual, Lin Tianhao knew the names of most of the bosses from his previous life. This means that he can hunt these bosses remotely. Especially, Lin Tianhao thought of some interesting ideas and couldn't help but smile mischievously. While Lin Tianhao was reviewing these documents, the bounty mission finally came to an end. The players left one after another. However, a few people did not leave. One of them stepped forward and said casually, "Hello, I am Shura Iza from the Shura Guild. Would you be interested in joining our Shura Guild? The terms are negotiable." As soon as he finished speaking, another voice rang out. "Hey bro, come join our Jinghong Guild. We have tons of beautiful ladies in our guild. Get out of the way, little brother. Our Berserker Guild is the best choice for you. Join us, and we'll help you clear your red name points." Several people started arguing. Lin Tianhao rolled his eyes. "You showed no mercy whatsoever when you tried to kill me." The group laughed somewhat sheepishly. "Young man, it's not our fault. You just logged off to have a meal, and we got so much equipment and free attribute points. You didn't lose out, did you?" Lin Tianhao waved his hand. "All right, I already had things to do offline. Consider being killed as supporting the players in the Dragon Kingdom region. But I don't want to join a guild. I'm leaving." He didn't want to waste time with these people. He had important things to do next. Support Princess Leona to become the queen of the Star Kingdom. This is very important. Whether he can become a god later is closely related to this. The sooner he helps Princess Leona become the queen of the Star Kingdom, the sooner he will be able to obtain the power of the family line. If one obtains the power of incense early in the game, one will have greater power when the Cataclysm arrives and the Erit system attacks. The power of incense offerings is different from the power of attributes. Its level is much higher than that of attribute power. During the Great Cataclysm, Lin Tianhao had seen a powerful figure in the Erit star system who possessed the power of incense, and used that power to kill 3 9th-level experts with a single sword strike. That kind of strength is terrifying. After leaving Blackwind City, Lin Tianhao headed towards a less crowded area. His high profile makes him stand out wherever he goes. Lin Tianhao didn't stop until he reached the territory of the level 20 wild monster, the green poison spider. The moment he stopped, the temperature around him suddenly dropped. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "Princess Leona, you've finally arrived. You find it fun to watch me get fountain camped?" Princess Leona smiled noncommittally. "Otherwise what? Can I help you?" "If I help you, the kingdom's ministers will accuse me of aiding and abetting evil. How will I then compete for the throne?" Lin Tianhao waved his hand. "Speak, what do you want from me?" Chapter 53, A Decision That Risks Everything. "Do you remember our agreement? I have just returned and have no achievements to show for it. If I want to gain the support of the ministers and nobles, I must make some achievements." "Just say it," Lin Tianhao said. Princess Leona said solemnly, "In our Star Kingdom, there is a Black Wind Mountain where a group of wicked bandits live. I hope you can help me wipe them out." Ding! Princess Leona has issued you a mission. Mission objective: annihilate Black Wind Stronghold. Mission penalty: unknown. Mission reward: unknown. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Black Wind Stronghold is a level 30 area. With your abilities, you should have a chance. Lin Tianhao shook his head. Leona's expression changed. "Is there a problem?" "Yes, hunting down a level 30 Black Wind Stronghold is just a small matter. How can it be considered a great achievement? Others will just see you as a clown, trying to attract attention." Lin Tianhao's blunt words made Leona's expression turn somewhat unpleasant. "Of course I know, but given your current situation, destroying Black Wind Stronghold is probably the limit." Lin Tianhao shook his head again. Who told you that destroying Blackwind's stronghold is the limit? What if I told you that I could kill the sealed demon king's son, Grellerinson? This is impossible, Leona said instinctively. Grey Lorenson is still sealed. How do you plan to kill him? Break the seal? No one will allow you to do that. Lin Tianhao still had a smile on his face. It is indeed in a sealed state, but I know that his seal has cracked, and the Nightwalkers in the Demon Cave are also waiting for an opportunity to rescue Grellerinson. Hearing what Lin Tianhao said, Leona's expression became even more serious. Snow Empress, how did you know about these things? Lin Tianhao smiled. Does it matter? Leona took a deep breath and didn't press further. Instead, she asked seriously, you said it's possible to kill Grellerinson without breaking the seal. Is that true? Real. You can go back now and tell the king and his ministers that you were able to kill Grellerinson without breaking the seal. Don't hurt me. Leona was still a little worried, mainly because what Lin Tianhao said was too unbelievable. If it were possible to kill Grellerinson without breaking the seal, the Star Kingdom would have acted long ago. They wouldn't have waited until today. I'm an adventurer. What good would it do me to harm you? Of course, if you don't believe me, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Tianhao didn't care. If Leona questioned him like that, he could simply support another princess to take the throne. I believe you. After only a brief hesitation, Leona's gaze hardened. Snow Emperor, you are different from other adventurers. I believe in your abilities. I will go back now and tell my father, mother, ministers, and nobles. Lin Tianhao smiled with satisfaction. You made the right decision. Leona's breath hitched. For some reason, she had a strong feeling that if she had questioned Lin Tianhao again just now, she would have lost the throne. After saying goodbye to Leona, Lin Tianhao decided to upgrade first. Even a small reduction in the red name value is helpful. Green Poison Spider, normal 20. Health, 2450, 2450. Attack, 108. Skills, Web Binding, Venom Arrow. The regular monsters in Ragnarok are relatively friendly. The attributes are generally not high. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and fired an arrow. Subtract 2,450. Ding, you have killed a green poison spider, gaining 400 experience points. Ding, you have leveled up to level 2. Killing monsters above your level yields a substantial experience reward. A single ordinary monster can provide 400 experience points. Next, Lin Tianhao fired another arrow. The lightning jump penalty affected all 18 green poison spiders in the vicinity. With just over 2,000 health points, they couldn't withstand Lin Tianhao's attacks at all and were instantly killed. Ding, you have leveled up to level 3. Ding, you have leveled up to level 4. Once you regain your lost level, you will not gain free attribute points. You will only gain a new level. Lin Tianhao is leveling up here. At this time, Star Kingdom, Royal Palace. Princess Leona shared her thoughts. This immediately drew a burst of laughter. Leona, my dear sister, did the drought demon in the newbie village burn your brain? What nonsense are you talking about? Qing Fuyun had a mocking expression on her face. As the second princess of the Star Kingdom, she had been building her own power in the kingdom and was a strong contender for the throne. Princess Leona, shouldn't you think carefully before you speak? Is it even possible to kill Grellerinson without breaking the seal? Prime Minister Xenro sneered, showing no regard whatsoever for Princess Leona, who had just returned from abroad. On the throne, the elderly King Abraham raised his hand, and those in the arena who were about to ridicule Leona immediately fell silent. Leona, as royalty, we must consider our own strength before speaking and acting. Have you thought about the consequences if you can't deliver on your promises? Leona took a deep breath. She had anticipated this situation when she arrived. Since she chose to come here, it means she has absolute trust in Lin Tianhao. Father, mother, since I have said so, I am confident that I can do it. No sooner had Leona finished speaking than Qing Fuyun questioned. Third sister, what if you fail to do it? What then? King Abraham also looked at Leona. Indeed, there should be some punishment. Otherwise, anyone can come to the palace and spout nonsense. What will become of our royal dignity? Leona gritted her teeth. The die was cast, and she had no choice but to act. If I cannot do this, I will voluntarily withdraw from the race for the throne. She finally said those words. These people won't let this go until they get an explanation. Upon hearing this, Qing Fuyun couldn't help but smile. She was naturally happy to have one less competitor. As for whether Leona can actually kill Grellerinson without destroying the seal, is that possible? Absolutely impossible. If such methods truly existed, Grellerinson would have been dead long ago. Everyone in the court had their own agenda, but most of them were secretly pleased with themselves. With one less person causing trouble, it's easier for them to take their positions. Abraham, however, was somewhat surprised, sitting on the throne. His thoughts were actually similar to Qing Fuyun's, except he thought about things more deeply. If Leona truly had no confidence at all, would she have said something like that? And even used her status as a candidate for king as collateral. Therefore, Abraham believed that Leona must have her own trump card. All right, Leona, I look forward to you killing Grellerinson. If you can kill him, the Star Kingdom's Star Merchant Guild will be under your control. Chapter 54 Palace Coup, Nightwalkers make their move. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall looked astonished. Princess Qing Fuyun, in particular, had a dark expression on her face. Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce. The Star Kingdom's economic backbone, with over 1/3 of its fiscal revenue coming from the Star Kingdom's Chamber of Commerce, speaks volumes. In just a moment, Qing Fuyun calmed down again. Leona's promise is simply impossible to fulfill. Even if her father promised such benefits, what good would it do? Could Leona actually obtain them? I can't get it. On the contrary, Leona would lose her status as a candidate for the throne as a result. Yes, father, I will certainly live up to your expectations. Leona bowed respectfully. Qing Fuyun sneered. Third sister, then I congratulate you in advance on becoming the president of the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce. That being said, but the mockery in Qing Fuyun's words was all too obvious. Thanks. Leona didn't even get a good look at Fuyun before bowing again to Abraham on the throne. Father, I will go and make preparations immediately. Go. Leona said goodbye and headed straight for the spawn location of the green poison spider. We've only just arrived here. She then saw Lin Tianhao effortlessly dodge the green poison spider king's venom attack using his movement skills. Then an arrow was shot into the mouth of the green poison spider king, piercing through its chest. Ding! You have killed the green poison spider king, which is above your level. You have gained 17,658 experience points and 200 achievements for the Lone Snow Guild, and gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the green poison spider king. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for achieving the first kill of the green poison spider king. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for achieving the first kill of the green poison spider king. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. The server-wide announcement rang out, which Lin Tianhao was already used to. He continued looting the corpse while asking, "How about it? I said so." Leona's answer was concise, "And I guarantee that if I can't do that, I will give up the competition for the throne." One day. What one day? Leona was a little confused. Within a day, the Demon King's son, Grellerinson, will die, and the sound of his slaying will resound throughout the entire Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao spoke calmly. Leona's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Within a day? Kill the sealed Grellerinson. She increasingly felt that Lin Tianhao was deliberately playing her for a fool, but she never imagined Lin Tianhao's reason for playing her. Okay, if you can do it, I will receive a huge reward, and you will also receive a huge reward. Go back and wait for the sound of Grellerinson's death to echo throughout the Star Kingdom. Leona nodded. She chose Lin Tianhao instead of village chief Wang when she was in the beginner village. Despite the absurdity of this situation, she still chose to believe Lin Tianhao, placing all her bets on him. Now, she has no way out. Or rather, having spent so much time in the starting village, she must take a desperate gamble to seize the throne. After Leona left, Lin Tianhao silently took out the Book of Life and Death. He wrote Grellerlinson's name in the Book of Life and Death. The Kingdom of Stars, the Well of Shattered Stars. Beneath the Well of Shattered Stars lies the Demon King's son, Grellerinson. The seal is now cracked. 2 elderly men in white robes guard this place. They are the most outstanding array masters in the Star Kingdom. The seal is being reinforced here. But all of this was to no avail. The primal magic power from the Demon King's bloodline has been eroding the seal, and it is already remarkable that they have been able to hold on until today. Leona came here after she parted ways with Lin Tianhao. She wanted to see how Lin Tianhao would manage to kill Grellerinson in his sealed state. She had just arrived, and Qing Fuyun was also nearby. Leona arrived. Qing Fuyun walked over with a smile. "Third sister, you're here? I really want to see how you kill Grellerinson. Then you'd better open your eyes wide and watch carefully." Leona sat down to the side and closed her eyes to rest. Upon seeing this, Qing Fuyun snorted coldly and sat cross-legged not far away. Dark place. There were also pairs of eyes watching this place. Grey Lawrenson. It is a sharp sword hanging over the Star Kingdom. Not to mention, this time, the matter of Grellerinson is linked to the election for the throne. Anyone with a brain knows that. Leona wouldn't be foolish enough to recklessly abandon her bid for the throne. Therefore, she must have been confident. Only, even King Abraham couldn't have imagined how Leona could kill the sealed Grellerinson. Therefore, they are all watching and waiting. Let's see what methods Leona will use. Suddenly, the expressions of the two white-robed elders changed drastically, and the ceiling formation began to tremble slightly. An angry voice came from below the shattered star well. Damn it all. What have you done to me? Why did this happen? The sealed Grellerinson was already in a weakened state, with less than a third of his peak health. Furthermore, while sealed, skills cannot be used, and passive health regeneration cannot be triggered. He originally thought that as long as he used his primordial magic to erode the sealing array and break through the seal, he could wreak havoc everywhere. But now, he actually started losing blood. Subtract 14,654. Subtract 14,654. The damage loss is very stable, over 14,000 damage per second, over 800,000 per minute, and 50 million per hour. With his current health bar, he won't last even half an hour before he dies. Who is it? Show yourself. I'll tear you to pieces. Grellerinson roared repeatedly. However, being sealed, he had no way to resist and could only watch helplessly as he lost blood. Grellerinson's roar. Many people around heard it. A lot of attention was focused on Leona. Shock, disbelief, and also rage. As for those who were shocked and angry, there were naturally those who had conflicts of interest with Leona, such as Qing Fuyun. Not only that, there are also Night Stalkers lurking in the palace. They were filled with shock and rage upon hearing the roar of their own Demon King's son. However, Leona, who was the center of attention, pretended to be calm and composed, as if she had everything under control. But in reality, Leona's heart was in turmoil at this moment. She simply couldn't imagine how Lin Tianhao had managed to do that. After his roar, Grellerinson began to panic. He was furious, but powerless to do anything about it. The health bar is still decreasing. Damn it, what are you doing? Attack. If I wait any longer, I'm going to die. Grellerinson could no longer contain himself and began to roar in terror. Night Stalkers lurk in the palace. Upon hearing Grellerinson's voice, they dropped all pretense and began their operation. Not far away, a soldier suddenly plunged a sword into his comrade's waist from behind. The white blade went in, and the red blade came out. The stabbed soldier stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked by the injury and the sudden turn of events. But in that moment of shock, the soldier chopped off his head with a single sword stroke. Chapter 55, each with their own ulterior motives, a single sword strike to the death. This is just one scene that happened here. Just a breath. Hundreds of Nightwalkers simultaneously exposed themselves and charged toward the shattered star well. They were almost insane, unafraid of death. Moreover, they are quick and their strength is considerable. In the blink of an eye, they had already approached the well of shattered stars. Leona saw this. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. How dare you lay a hand on me in the royal palace? The words fell. As she took a step, frost instantly spread out. The first few Night Stalkers were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. The ice sculpture then shattered with a crash, killing several Nightwalkers instantly. Qing Fuyun was not to be outdone, and a scepter appeared in her hand. She waved her staff, muttering obscure and incomprehensible incantations. Immediately afterwards, the bodies of the Night Stalkers who charged forward kept exploding. In the instant it exploded, it wasn't dripping with blood, but rather turned into ice. The palace guards also reacted at this moment, quickly assembled, and formed a resistance. At that very moment, among the Night Stalkers, a lithe woman emerged from the crowd like a blur. Call out. A throwing knife with a green glow flew out of her hand. It was clearly poisoned. The flying knife split into 9 pieces in midair, then into 81 pieces. The palace guards who rushed out were hit, but did not die immediately. Instead, they turned into stone statues. Medusa's poison. Qing Fuyun's expression changed drastically, and she waved her staff once more. 18 ice crystal chains spread out from all directions, attempting to bind the female assassin. But the female assassin was so fast that she was difficult to catch with the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye she was already behind Qing Fuyun. Qing Fuyun was shocked. His body exploded instantly, turning into snowflakes that drifted away into the distance. A moment later, her form materialized again. However, cold sweat had already appeared on her forehead. If she had been a little slower, she might have been petrified. The female assassin's attack missed, But Leona's attack had already arrived. A massive ice magic circle appeared above the female assassin's head, and countless ice spikes rained down. The female assassin tried to run, but her legs had already begun to freeze. Bang! The female assassin slammed her hand on the ground, shattering the ice, and simultaneously transformed into a blur as she charged towards Leona. Leona's expression changed slightly. What mages like them fear most are high-damage assassins. In particular, there is no one protecting her now. The situation is the same as before. The female assassin appeared behind her in an instant, her poisoned dagger aimed at her. Bite! A crisp sound. The dagger pierced the ice shield. The massive ice shield cracked instantly and then shattered with a deafening roar. After the ice shield shattered, Leona had vanished without a trace. After forcing Leona back, the female assassin did not pursue her further, but instead transformed into a blur and rushed towards the shattered star well. Her goal was not to kill, but to break the seal on the well of shattered stars. Stop her! Leona shouted. In the distance, Qing Fuyun raised her staff, preparing to make her move. But as if she had thought of something, she paused, her raised hand still. The fact that Grellerinson reacted earlier proves that Leona must have used some method to harm Grellerinson. If Leona manages to stop these Nightwalkers and actually kills Grellerinson, it will be a good thing for the Star Kingdom. But for Qing Fuyun, this was not a good thing. After a brief hesitation, Qing Fuyun deliberately slowed down the pace, as if she were chanting a powerful attack. Leona couldn't care less about anything else at that moment. She was very clear about the pros and cons involved. Therefore, she must stop this female assassin. A pair of icy wings appeared behind her, transforming into afterimages as she charged towards the female assassin. However, she had only taken a few steps when a pitch-black tentacle instantly wrapped around her. Dark magic. Leona was furious. Her body exploded with ice element, breaking free from the dark tentacle's restraints. But the female assassin had already reached the two white-robed old men. The dagger pierced the air. The two white-robed elders remained calm, and when the dagger was less than a foot away from them, it suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, the female assassin suddenly knelt down. An array appeared above her head, and she felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her, making her unable to move. She had only just been suppressed. Another night walker burst forth, shrouded in a cloud of black mist, his figure elusive, rushing towards the shattered star well. Leona roared. Frost, the Ice Maiden's call. She raised both hands above her head at the same time, and snowflakes instantly began to fall between heaven and earth. Where the ice and snow passed, all night travelers were frozen. Even the elusive black shadow was frozen in place. Second sister, make your move, Leona urged. She froze the shadowy figure, giving Qing Fuyun the opportunity to unleash her powerful attack. Qing Fuyun's expression turned somewhat grim. She hadn't expected Leona to be so reckless as to consume her own source power. But if she doesn't take action now, it will seem too fake. Boom! A vortex of ice and snow appeared beneath the female assassin's feet, engulfing her. Leona's expression darkened. The female assassin has been suppressed by two formation masters. Attacking the shadowy figure is the best option right now. But she no longer had a chance to think, because the shadowy figure had broken through the ice and rushed towards the shattered star well. Leona was no longer able to continue her attacks. Neither of the two array masters expected Qing Fuyun to attack the female assassin. At this distance, they simply didn't have time to form a powerful array to suppress the shadowy figure. Leona clenched her fists. She knew there were still powerful figures from the Star Kingdom lurking in the shadows, but since they hadn't come out, she didn't need to make a move. You can just make an excuse that you weren't there. After all, there are quite a few people who share the same thoughts as Qing Fuyun. Before Leona returned, the factions within the Star Kingdom were already quite distinct. If Leona rises to prominence, then these people will have to consider taking sides again. Therefore, the best way is to prevent Leona from rising to power, so that the situation in the Star Kingdom will not undergo major changes. Leona narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. She had already guessed it. Is it time to play your trump card? An extremely powerful force began to awaken within Leona's dantian. As long as no one makes a move at the last moment, she must block the shadow, even if it means revealing her trump card. Presumptuous. It was at this moment. A furious shout rang out, followed by a female general wielding an ice sword and clad in ice armor descending from the sky. The moment she landed, a chill spread in all directions. Ordinary night travelers, affected They fled in panic, just like mice seeing a cat. However, the female general swung her ice sword, and a blast of icy sword energy cleaved the dark figure in two, turning it into two ice sculptures. Then the female general pointed Chapter 56 The King's Test, Black Wind Stronghold. Qing Fuyun and Leona lowered their heads involuntarily after being reprimanded by the female general. Big sister, I will work even harder, Qing Fuyun said. Ti Shuejian snorted coldly. Qing Fuyun, what was with your ultimate attack on that female assassin just now? You're so calculating, scheming for power and profit, plotting against each other. Is this how you play the game? I will definitely report this to my father. You'd better watch yourself. After saying that, Ti Shuejian turned and left. Upon seeing this, Qing Fuyun was anxious. Elder sister, I know I was wrong. However, Ti Shuejian didn't give her a chance to explain and left directly. After Ti Shuejian left, Qing Fuyun gritted her teeth and muttered, What are you pretending for? You want to take this opportunity to eliminate me, your competitor, and you're even saying it in such a high-sounding way. I really don't understand. If you could just kick third sister away without lifting a finger, why bother? Her voice was low, but the resentment in her eyes was hard to quell. But just as she finished speaking, a faint voice sounded behind her. Yinner, you're so foolish. Upon hearing this, Qing Fuyun immediately turned around. Mother. Queen Fjorden sighed. Yinner, this is the royal palace. Even if none of you take action, what trouble can these night stalkers cause? Qing Fuyun's expression changed drastically, because she already understood the problem. The royal palace is teeming with experts. But why didn't the experts in the royal palace make a move when the Nightwalker just made his move? Is it that they are unwilling to take action, or is it that someone instructed them to do so? Obviously, it must be the latter. Even if some people are unwilling to take action, her father's confidants will definitely do so. But none of them are there. The reason is already crystal clear. This was a test of her father's character. Grellerlinsen's roar made Qing Fuyun worry that Leona would actually kill Grellerlinsen. She didn't want Leona to kill Grellerlinsen, and in that moment she was so blinded by her own desire that she overlooked this most crucial issue. Her ultimate attack targeted the female assassin instead of the shadowy figure. The intention was all too obvious. Mother, what should we do now? Qing Fuyun panicked a little. The eldest sister, Tisel, was already at the height of her power in the kingdom. If Leona were to rise to prominence, coupled with her performance today, she would essentially have no chance of inheriting the throne. Let's go. Your older sister is right about one thing. You're too weak, really too weak. As he said this, Fjorden's gaze fell on Leona. Her eyes were deep, as if she could see right through Leona. Mother. Leona forced a smile. The other party was not her biological mother, and her mother's departure was even related to Fjorden Yu. If they weren't currently in the palace, they would have immediately turned hostile. Nar, my good daughter, you've suffered all these years away from home. Come visit my Listening Rain Palace when you have time. Leona bowed slightly. I'll definitely go once my daughter finishes what she's doing. The conversation between the two ended. Fjorden then took Qing Fuyun away. Leona breathed a slight sigh of relief. Facing this queen, she felt immense pressure, even more so than when facing her own father. Outside Black Wind Village, Lin Tianhao finally arrived here. He accepted the task Leona gave him. That's why we came. There is another reason. There is a hidden quest in Black Wind Stronghold, a hidden quest that rewards you with the luck attribute. The luck attribute is hidden. Therefore, in the early and mid-game, few players paid much attention to the luck attribute. But Lin Tianhao knew very well. Luck is a crucial attribute. Critical hits, critical hit rate, and probabilistic skills like leap lightning and death cycle. After the luck attribute is improved, there will be some improvement, but it will not be directly reflected on the attribute panel. This is why many players don't pay attention to the luck attribute in the early and mid-game. Furthermore, some special tasks require a certain amount of luck to be triggered. Otherwise, even with a guide, you won't be able to trigger the event. Black Wind Mountain Bandits, Common 28. Health, 3680, 3680. Attack, 251. Skills, Combo Slash, Uppercut. Lin Tianhao sighed. This attribute is so weak. He fired an arrow. Ding. You have killed a Black Wind Mountain Bandit who is above your level. You have gained 476 experience points. Ding. You have killed a Black Wind Mountain Bandit who is above your level. You have gained 476 experience points. One arrow. The Thunder Leap was triggered, and all 6 Black Wind Mountain bandits standing in front of Black Wind Stronghold were killed. He killed 6 Black Wind Mountain bandits and gained 3 points of health. This monster killing efficiency is fast enough, but the efficiency of stacking health is a bit low. But it doesn't matter. The second in command of Black Wind Stronghold is a tank boss with high health, which can be used to replenish health. After killing the 6 bandits, the gates of Black Wind Stronghold were quickly closed, and no more bandits appeared. As a humanoid monster, the bandits of Black Wind Stronghold were very clever. Judging from the damage Lin Tianhao had just displayed, they already knew that they could not accept the challenge. Who goes there? State your name. A head popped out from above the gate of Black Wind Stronghold and asked loudly. I am your ancestor. Lin Tianhao replied, and then shot an arrow through the air. Bang! Its powerful destructive force blasted a hole in the gate of Black Wind Mountain. Seeing this, the bandits on the gate said somewhat timidly, Young man, we have no recent grudges or past grievances, so there's no need for you to be so aggressive. Call out. His response was still a cold, hard arrow. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Holes kept appearing on the gate of the mountain stronghold. This is outrageous. You brat, do you really think Black Wind Stronghold is without anyone? The words fell. One by one, bandits appeared at the gate of Black Wind Stronghold, armed with bows and arrows, and attacked Lin Tianhao. A firefight. Lin Tianhao smiled knowingly. With over 400,000 health points, he was least afraid of head-on confrontations. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows, 4 arrows. Just 4 arrows, in a single second. Lin Tianhao killed all the Black Wind Stronghold bandits at the gate. There is no other reason. Lin Tianhao triggered 2 lightning jumps. After dealing with the bandits above, Lin Tianhao continued his attack on the gate. Before Lin Tianhao could break down the main gate, it was kicked open from the inside. You brat. You choose the path to heaven but refuse to take it. You barge into the gates of hell but insist on walking through them. Today, we'll show you the might of Black Wind Stronghold. As the sound faded, a bald, burly man led over 100 Black Wind Mountain bandits out. Black Wind Stronghold 3rd Leader, Black Iron 30. Health, 375000, 375000. Attack, 1998. Skills, Whirlwind Slash, 5-stage Slash, Mad Demon Dual Blades, Super Armor, Berserk, Instant Slash. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Behind the 3rd leader of Black Wind Stronghold were more than a dozen elite bandits and nearly 100 ordinary bandits. But Lin Tianhao was not afraid at all. This attribute is too weak. Call out. As the arrow was fired, a huge damage number appeared above the head of the 3rd leader of Black Wind Stronghold. Critical hit. Reduced by 28,384. Chapter 57 Killing Graylorenson. Huge experience points. Lin Tianhao is now level 12, so he has re-equipped the Qingfeng set. With the added benefit of the 9-body longbow, Lin Tianhao is now able to fire 7 arrows per second. And under Lin Tianhao's precise strikes, almost every arrow was a critical hit. The formidable level 30 Black Iron boss was defeated by Lin Tianhao in less than 3 seconds. He didn't use any skills, not even a single basic attack. And, because of the lightning jump, many of the bandits who followed this 3rd leader have already perished. Ding! You have killed the 3rd leader of Black Wind Stronghold, who is above your level. You have gained 56,580 experience points and 300 guild achievement points. The experience reward for a level 12 player defeating a level 30 boss is truly outrageous. Having only recently reached level 12, after killing the 3rd leader of Black Wind Stronghold, his experience bar surged by a third. Ding! You have killed the 3rd leader of Black Wind Stronghold. This will be announced to the entire server. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuadi for achieving the first kill of the 3rd leader of Black Wind Stronghold. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuadi for achieving the first kill of the 3rd leader of Black Wind Stronghold. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. The announcement echoed throughout the Star Kingdom. This surprised many people. Holy crap, the Snow Empress has risen again with overwhelming force, actually achieving the first kill of a level 30 Black Iron boss. Is the 3rd leader of Black Wind Stronghold a level 30 Black Iron boss? How come I didn't know that? Isn't the highest level on the leaderboard only level 19? Who's going to farm level 30 maps? Hee, those big guilds have already sent assassins to figure out the maps and check out the strategies. You can buy these strategies for a little money. But shouldn't Brother Dong from the game company come out and explain? The Snow Emperor is slapping us in the face online. Discussions and debates continued unabated. The first kill of a level 30 Black Iron boss at this stage is still a very prestigious achievement. Black Quinn City. Dong-gu, who was farming level 15 goblins, also heard the server-wide announcement. His expression changed slightly. He knew without a doubt that criticisms of him had already appeared online. But he didn't care. Because he completed a hidden quest, he obtained a Talent Awakening Stone, which awakened a fixed star Earth-level talent with 5 times the free attribute points. Others gain 5 free attribute points for leveling up, but he gains 25 free attribute points per level, which is equivalent to others gaining 5 levels. Snow Empress. Once I level up and create powerful attributes using my free attribute points, I will definitely surpass you. Brother Dong firmly believed that this was a top-tier talent, far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Lin Tianhao was unaware of all this. At this moment, the bandits in Black Wind Stronghold had fled. Lin Tianhao. He knew that the humanoid monsters of Ragnarok were not unintelligent. But what can I do? Are you even abandoning knockoffs? Lin Tianhao chased them all the way into the mountain stronghold, only to find that the chief, the second chief, and the bandits' henchmen had all fled. They fled in disarray, abandoning their armor and weapons. Lin Tianhao had already collected more than 20 pieces of equipment while chasing after them. These are the bandits? That's all. Lin Tianhao was somewhat disappointed. He was too cowardly. Behind Black Wind Stronghold are endless mountains, so chasing them in would not be easy and would only waste time. However, they fled in haste, so there must be many good things inside Black Wind Stronghold. Looking around, Lin Tianhao found the location of the warehouse. Upon opening the warehouse, one is surprised to find over 1,000 standard-issue weapons. What are standard weapons? These are weapons that are uniformly manufactured and have uniform attributes. Such weapons do not have high base attributes and are generally equipped by ordinary troops. Why is Black Wind Stronghold manufacturing so much standard equipment? Lin Tianhao was puzzled, but he still put all the standard equipment into the guild warehouse. Could it be that Black Wind Stronghold is colluding with some important figure in the Star Kingdom? Is this place ostensibly a stronghold, but in reality, the private army of some important figure? This is entirely possible. Lin Tianhao then went to other rooms, where there was nothing of value. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao found a letter at the door of the chief's room. It seemed to be something the chief was preparing to take away. It just fell out when I was running away in such a hurry. Pick up the letter. Lin Tianhao opened it subconsciously. Today His Majesty tested the 3 princesses. Qing Fiyun is simple-minded and did not see through the truth, which has already aroused His Majesty's dissatisfaction. You must speed up the process and forge 3,000 spears for unforeseen circumstances. There was no name of the writer, and the letter ended with a dark red rose stamp, which I suppose was a symbol of identity. Before Lin Tianhao could think further, the system notification sounded. Ding! You have killed the Demon King's son, Grellerinson, despite being above your level. You have gained 20.3 million experience points and 2.18 million guild achievement points, and gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have leveled up to level 14 and gained 5 free attribute points. And gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have leveled up to level 20 and gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have met the requirements for job change. You cannot continue to gain experience points until you complete the job change. Please complete the job change as soon as possible. Lin Tianhao frowned, even though he knew he couldn't continue gaining experience points before changing jobs. But he still had a feeling that he had suffered a great loss. The level notification had just ended when the guild upgrade notification came on. Ding! Your guild has been upgraded to 2 stars. All members' attack power has been increased by 20. Ding! Your guild has been upgraded to 3 stars. All guild members' movement speed has been increased by 3. Ding! Your guild has been upgraded to 4 stars. All guild members' attack speed has been increased by 1. Ding! Your guild has been upgraded to 5 stars. All guild members have their HP increased by 10,000. The higher the guild level, the greater the bonuses you can receive. Only, Lin Tianhao was quite satisfied with the stat boosts he received from his guild. Movement speed, attack speed, and health are all attribute bonuses that are useful to him. The guild leveled up to 5 stars in one go. That's incredibly fast. The rewards for defeating such a high-level boss are truly generous. It's a pity I won't get a chance to loot the corpse, otherwise I would have gotten even more benefits. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the Demon King's son, Grellerinson. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. He wasn't afraid of other players finding out about killing Grellerinson, but it was a different story with NPCs. Whether they were from the Star Kingdom or the Demon King's side, Lin Tianhao didn't want them to know. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who has achieved the first kill of the Demon King's son, Grellerinson, while keeping their name hidden. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Chapter 58 The Bounty for Demon King Greyfront. Royal Palace, Well of Shattered Stars. Leona heard the server-wide announcement that resounded throughout the Star Kingdom, and a smile of excitement spread across her face. It's done. The Hall of Mental Cultivation. King Abraham looked up toward the Well of Shattered Stars, a faint smile on his face. Leona, you've been gone for so long, and you've given me such a big surprise when you come back. Listening to the Rain Palace. Qing Fuyun's face grew increasingly grim. Mother, Grellerinson is dead. I heard you. Furin took a deep breath. From now on, you'll stay here in my listening Rain Palace and not wander around. But the throne isn't contested? No competition? Tishering Valley is already at its zenith. This time, Leona killed Grellerinson and will be given important responsibilities. What you should do now is to keep a low profile and let them fight to the death. Qing Fuyun's eyes lit up. Mother is wise. Deep in the snow-covered forest, inside a magnificent palace, a deafening roar echoed through the sky. Who dares to kill my son? I'll tear you to pieces. A surge of demonic energy shot into the sky, forming a massive mark in the heavens. The mark continued to solidify and shrink, forming a black rune mark. Bloodline Resonance, a 10,000-mile manhunt. The demonic runes shot out instantly. After killing the Demon King's son, Lin Tianhao quietly opened his attribute page to check his current attributes. Nickname, Snow Emperor. Level, 20, awaiting job advancement. Occupation, Archer. HP, 462589, 462589. MP, 100-100. Attack, 2129. Ability Power, 5. Armor, 3. Magic Resistance, 1. Attack Speed, 8.12. Movement Speed, 14.25. Physical Penetration, 0. Magical Penetration, 0. Special Attributes, Lifesteal plus 5, Critical Hit plus 55. Free Attribute, 100. Luck, Hidden. Guild, Lone Snow Guild, 5 stars. Talent, Hand of Divine Punishment, Godlike. Skills, Rapid Fire, 4 stars. Basic Attack Amplification, 4 stars. Leap Lightning, 4 stars. Rebirth of Withered Trees, 4 stars. Revival, 4 stars. Invincible Golden Body, 1 star. Death Cycle, 1 star. Equipment, 9-in-1 Longbow, Gold. Gentle Breeze Set, Bronze. Bloodthirsty Necklace, Special. Purifying Jade Pendant, Special. Immaculate Eye, Special. Book of Life and Death, Divine Gift. The overall attributes have undergone tremendous changes compared to before. At that very moment, Lin Tianhao sensed something and looked up at the sky. Above the sky, a mark emanating demonic energy flew rapidly from afar. Upon seeing this, a strong sense of foreboding welled up in Lin Tianhao's heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he put all the equipment he was wearing into the guild warehouse. Even if he were instantly killed by this sudden mark, he wouldn't lose his equipment. Whoosh. A whooshing sound came, and the runes rushed into Lin Tianhao's body in the blink of an eye. Ding. You have been marked by the Demon King Greyfront. Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly contracted. Damn it. As expected, a magnificent voice resounded throughout the entire Star Kingdom. Nationwide announcement. Demon Lord Greyfront has placed a bounty on marked adventurers. Players are urged to bravely slay these marked adventurers. Nationwide announcement. Demon Lord Greyfront has placed a bounty on marked adventurers. Players are urged to bravely slay these marked adventurers. Lin Tianhao's expression was rather grim. It was yet another bounty mission for the entire population. However, at that instant, a cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. He was subservient and obsequious within the main city. But if these people dare to cause him trouble outside the main city, then I'm sorry. The only thing we can do is send them back to the spring to bathe. Given his current attributes, unless all those people with god-level talents awaken their talents, who can do anything to him in the wild? Demon King Greyfront, right? I'll definitely come and play with you after I leave the Star Kingdom. I was just wondering who to ask to boost my health, and you've come at the perfect time. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, he took out a jade bottle. This is the corpse energy collection bottle he obtained in the starting village. The description at the time said that as long as the corpse energy was collected, a special quest would be triggered. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully collected enough corpse energy and triggered the special mission, Footprints of the Snow Corpse. Task requirements. Before the second job advancement, find the hidden dungeon, Footprints of the Snow Corpse, and clear it. The higher the difficulty of the first clear, the richer the rewards. If you clear the held difficulty, there is a chance to trigger subsequent tasks. Mission penalty, none. Mission reward, unknown. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly, because he had never even heard of this instance before. I have absolutely no recollection of it. There is only one answer. That means this copy was never found in its previous life. That's not surprising. The hidden dungeons and hidden quests in Ragnarok Online all have specific trigger conditions. It is entirely possible that it was not triggered. Putting aside the mission for now, Lin Tianhao's most important task is to change jobs. If he cannot change jobs, he will be unable to continue leveling up. Lin Tianhao knew of 4 hidden archery classes, but only knew the strategies for 2 of them. After all, not everyone will share their guide on how to obtain a hidden class. However, one of the hidden god-level archer professions that Lin Tianhao knew about was in Tianqing City, the capital of the Star Kingdom. With Lin Tianhao's current red name value, the city guards will not let him into the city, and he will be unable to trigger the job change quest for that god-level hidden profession. As for the other one, he's not in the Star Kingdom, so he can't go there for the time being. After killing the Demon King's son, Grellerinson, Lin Tianhao's red name value decreased by 20,000. However, there are still more than 900,000 red name points. Since there's no way to break this deadlock for now, let's focus on increasing our health. Lin Tianhao has a good mindset. His talent is the key. As long as he stacks up his health points, even if he's only level 20, he can still sweep everything away. In the Star Kingdom, most ordinary monsters cannot withstand Lin Tianhao's attacks. There is one place with really good monsters. A level 45 blood-backed black tortoise. It has a high health bar and a built-in passive health regeneration ability, making it perfect for boosting health. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao also knew how to unlock the blood-back Xian Turtle dungeon. Once the dungeon was unlocked, farming the blood-back Xian Turtle on hell difficulty would make stacking health points much easier. With the arrangements made, Lin Tianhao headed towards the blood-back Xian Turtle's spawn point, Tianqing City. In an inconspicuous little courtyard, Black Whirlwind, the leader of Black Wind's stronghold, stood timidly in the courtyard, cautiously speaking towards the direction of the room. My lord, that adventurer is simply too powerful. Smack. The door opened, and the person inside slapped Black Whirlwind across the face from a distance. Stop making excuses for yourself. If word gets to the king that you're manufacturing standard weapons, no one can protect you. Chapter 59. Too much damage is also a tragedy. Upon hearing this, Black Whirlwind trembled and knelt down with a thud. My lord, you must protect me. I did all those things to help you. The person in the room waved his hand. What's the deal with that adventurer? How did he manage to force you to flee in disarray? Sir, it's that red-named player. His attack speed and damage are terrifying. His attacks also splash lightning, killing a large number of people with one arrow. Upon hearing this, the people in the room grew even colder. It was him. With such a high level of negative reputation, he still dared to ruin our plans. Black Whirlwind quickly said, That's right, that kid is too arrogant. We have to teach him a lesson. I will ask the queen to issue an imperial decree ordering the commander of the guards to arrest him and detain him for half a month until the struggle for the throne is over, at which point we will deal with him. Your Excellency is wise. I shall take my leave. Lin Tianhao was unaware of these things. He had already located the spawn point of the level 45 blood-backed Xian Turtle. This is next to a lake. The lake is not large, and the water is dark black, giving people a feeling that it leads straight to the netherworld. Lin Tianhao glanced over and saw that the blood-red stones were scattered in a neat and orderly fashion along the lakeside. These are not stones, but blood-backed black tortoises that are sleeping. Blood-backed black tortoise, common 45. Health, 6850, 6850. Attacks, 518. Skills, bloodthirsty armor, water ball technique. The ordinary monsters in Ragnarok are as disappointing as ever. Even a level 45 tank-type monster doesn't have particularly strong stats. These ordinary blood-backed tortoises were still easy targets for Lin Tianhao, who could kill more than a dozen with a single arrow due to the lightning-induced leaps. The reason Lin Tianhao chose this place was naturally because his target was the elite level and black iron level blood-backed Xian Turtle. With Lin Tianhao's hunting speed, he killed the elite level blood-backed Xian Turtle in less than 15 minutes. Blood-backed black tortoise, Elite 45. Health 51375, 51375. Attack 928. Skills: Bloodthirsty Armor, Water Ball, Water Arrow, Magic Water Shield. With just over 50,000 health points, it can withstand more of Lin Tianhao's basic attacks. With Lin Tianhao's current damage output, and by deliberately avoiding vital attacks, the Bloodback Xian Turtle can withstand 5 hits. The reason it's 5 hits is because the Bloodback Tortoise has a very strong passive healing ability, as well as the Bloodthirsty Armor passive skill. Bloodthirsty Armor. After taking an attack, it can absorb some of the damage and heal itself. Call out. Call out. Lin Tianhao's attack speed had already exceeded 8.0, and with the added bonus from the Qingfeng set, his basic attacks could increase his attack speed and movement speed. As long as it was stacked up, his attack speed could easily exceed 10.0. Even an elite-level Bloodback Xian Turtle couldn't withstand Lin Tianhao's attacks for even a second before collapsing. This is why Lin Tianhao doesn't care at all about not being able to upgrade now. Once his attributes are improved, leveling up becomes an incredibly easy task for him. Ding! Because you killed a large number of Bloodback Xian Turtles, you have incurred the displeasure of the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle, which has dispatched a large number of Blood-Eyed Xian Turtles to hunt you. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. They've finally arrived. Blood-Eyed Xian Turtle, a Black Iron level boss. However, in the level 45 monster zone, even the Iron level bosses are just pawns, unlike in the beginner village where the bosses are the kings of some kind of monsters. One after another, blood-red-eyed black turtles crawled out of the lake. Blood-eyed black tortoise, Black Iron 45. Health 1,284,375, 1,284,375. Attack 5680. Skills: Bloodthirsty Armor, Chain Water Balls, Chain Water Arrows, Blood Poison Technique, Water Dragon Technique, Water Pillar Impact, Berserk, Invincibility. Black Iron level bosses below level 50 rarely have more than 1,000,000 HP, except in dungeons and secret realms. Lin Tianhao raised his hand. The arrow pierced the air. Subtract 14,298. The damage is very high. However, due to the Bloodthirsty Armor, numbers indicating life restoration appeared above the blood-eyed black tortoise's head. Add 2,859. Add 500. One is the healing provided by the Bloodthirsty Armor, and the other is the healing provided by the basic passive skill. Lin Tianhao didn't care. The longer the blood-eyed Xian Turtle could withstand the attack, the more benefits it would bring him. 10 arrows per second, dealing over 100,000 damage per second. The blood-eyed Xian Turtle was killed in less than 12 seconds. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the blood-eyed Xian Turtle. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for achieving the first kill of the blood-eyed Xian Turtle. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for achieving the first kill of the blood-eyed Xian Turtle. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. The server-wide announcement resounded throughout the Star Kingdom, alerting some astute players to the problem. Send someone to Blackwater Lake to check. I suspect that it was Snow Empress who killed Grellerinson. Zhu Minjiangsu had sharp eyes. After the Demon King Greyfront issued a bounty, she sent more than a dozen assassins out to find the player on the wanted list. Because of the Demon King's mark, anyone who gets close to this player can confirm their identity. Not only Zhu Ming Yanxue, but also some other clubs suspected Lin Tianhao. After all, at this stage, apart from Shuedi, they couldn't think of anyone else who could kill the Demon King's son. Of course, there's also that player with the red name. However, some people had already speculated that the player with the red name was Shuedi. After killing the first blood-eyed Xian Turtle, Lin Tianhao began attacking the second blood-eyed Xian Turtle. As vanguards, 5 blood-eyed black tortoises spawned simultaneously at Blackwater Lake each time. The 5 blood-eyed black turtles only lasted for a minute. Boring. Lin Tianhao sighed. The 5 blood-eyed Xian Turtles had only added less than 2,000 points to his health. It seems the only way is to spawn this dragon turtle and use it to stack health. Lin Tianhao sat to the side cleaning up his spoils, while also thinking about where else he could increase his health. The answer is no. Before changing jobs, he cannot go to monster areas above level 50. For monsters below level 50, this is the best spot. For him, the best course of action right now is to first complete the Blackwater Lake Bloodback Turtle Dungeon. With dungeons available, the monsters in Hell difficulty dungeons will have significantly more health than those in the wild. They are all enhanced versions. Not only that, Lin Tianhao is still waiting for Leona's arrival. He killed Grellerlinson. Shouldn't Leona send him the reward too? It was at this moment. Lin Tianhao noticed a group of people approaching him. The palace guards. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Judging from their footsteps, they were coming straight for him. As they drew closer, a smile crept onto Lin Tianhao's lips. The palace guard consisted of 21 people, 20 of whom were level 50 bronze guards, and the commander was a level 50 silver guard. Chapter 60. A messenger from the palace, the silver commander. Generally speaking, these palace guards do not leave the palace easily. There's always a reason behind unusual events. Lin Tianhao walked straight up. In his heart, he was thinking, you guys aren't here to cause me trouble, are you? If that's the case, that would be wonderful. I was just worried about not having any strong jungle monsters to stack my health. That's why such speculation exists. It was because of the letter Lin Tianhao had found in Black Wind Stronghold that he learned that Black Wind Stronghold was working for a big shot in the Star Kingdom. The arrival of the palace guards is likely related to the Black Wind Stronghold incident. You wicked man, you have committed countless evils and harmed the people. I have been ordered to arrest you. Surrender now, and you will be spared the pain of torture. Really? The commander of the guard's words confirmed Lin Tianhao's guess. Ordered to arrest me? By whose orders? Lin Tianhao countered with a question. You don't need to know that. The guard captain sneered. Surrendering now is your best option. Surrender? Lin Tianhao smiled knowingly. You can try making a move. If you dare to, I'll kill you all. The guard commander frowned and instantly thrust his spear straight at Lin Tianhao's throat. Lin Tianhao turned to the side, allowing the spear to pierce his shoulder. Reduced by 54,982. A huge damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. He is a level 50 silver guard and the commander of the palace guards. His damage output is considered high even among silver-level bosses. Ding, you have been attacked maliciously. You can fight back normally. Lin Tianhao smiled. This was exactly what he wanted. Call out. Lin Tianhao quickly retreated, and at the same time, he threw out the feathered arrow in his hand. Let's go together. The commander of the guards was not arrogant. The queen had given instructions before he came out. This mission is a do-or-die situation. And, as a palace guard, their greatest strength lies not in individual combat, but in coordinated operations. 20 bronze guards surrounded Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao immediately fired 5 arrows simultaneously, pulling with all his might. With a movement speed exceeding 14, it rivals even the bronze guards. Dragon Trapping Spear. At the silver commander's command, the guards immediately threw out their spears. Lin Tianhao immediately moved aside, but he discovered that the spears were not aimed at him, but rather blocked his retreat. Moreover, each spear was angled cunningly. If Lin Tianhao reacted even slightly slower, his legs might be locked by the spear. Trying to trap me with this kind of method is wishful thinking. Lin Tianhao kicked off the spear and leaped into the air. At the same time, he turned around and fired 5 arrows simultaneously. You dare to leap into the air in front of me? You're courting death. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the silver commander. In a flash, he appeared beneath Lin Tianhao, thrusting his spear toward him. A spear gleaming with a cold light suddenly attacked. Lin Tianhao did a 360-degree flip in midair, and the spear pierced past his armor. After landing, Lin Tianhao fired another arrow. Commander Bain deflected Lin Tianhao's arrow with a single spear thrust, then thrust his spear forward again. A fierce tiger's phantom roared atop the spear. Lin Tianhao sensed something was wrong, and, while firing all 5 arrows, added all 100 free attribute points he had accumulated to his movement speed. After the movement speed exceeds 10 points, 1 free attribute point can only increase the movement speed by 0.05. However, 100 free attribute points still provide Lin Tianhao with 5 points of movement speed. With his movement speed exceeding 19, Lin Tianhao dodged, but still couldn't completely escape the attack range of the Tiger Phantom. Reduced by 87,958. Another huge damage number has appeared. It's true that even a tiny scratch can cause a significant drop in health. At this moment, Lin Tianhao's Qingfeng set effect had already stacked up, and his movement speed exceeded 20 and attack speed exceeded 10. He can use attacks to drain life. 5 arrows fired simultaneously. The commander of the guards could deflect the arrows with his spear, but the other bronze guards were not so formidable. Lin Tianhao's attack speed was especially fast, and their reaction speed couldn't keep up. The 4 arrows could deal over 50,000 damage, while restoring Lin Tianhao's health by over 20,000. The Bloodlust Necklace grants 1% of maximum health, and the 9-in-1 longbow grants 5% lifesteal. These factors all significantly boosted Lin Tianhao's abilities. After Lin Tianhao's movement speed broke through 20, he was finally able to kite these bronze guards and fight them. But the Silver Commander charged forward again. He vanished like a blur, passing right through Lin Tianhao's body. Reduced by 125,820. A huge damage figure appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao gasped, but his hands didn't stop moving. 10 arrows fired simultaneously per second. Each time 5 arrows are fired simultaneously, it restores over 20,000 health points, and it can restore over 200,000 health points in 1 second. Therefore, despite the Silver Commander's high damage output, Lin Tianhao was still able to absorb the damage. Dragon Locking Claw. At the Silver Commander's command, the Bronze Guards immediately changed their weapons, transforming them into grappling hooks with iron chains. They brandished their grappling hooks, poised to strike. With a hum, the Silver Commander charged forward once more. As he approached Lin Tianhao, he flashed away and appeared behind Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao immediately rolled to the side, despite his quick reaction time. However, the level 50 Silver Commander reacted even faster. He had already performed the donkey roll, but he was still sent flying by the Silver Commander's spear. The instant the Silver Commander knocked Lin Tianhao into the air, those flying claws flew rapidly toward Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's expression changed slightly. Taking advantage of the moment he was thrown into the air, he made his move. Under normal circumstances, he would have had almost no chance to dodge. But he had a purifying jade pendant. It also has 80% immunity to attacks that knock the target back. Therefore, he only paused briefly in the air before falling. The grappling hooks naturally missed their mark. After Lin Tianhao landed, the Silver Commander was clearly taken aback. Lin Tianhao also took advantage of this fleeting opportunity to widen the distance as much as possible. After realizing what was happening, the Silver Commander leaped up and pointed his spear. In an instant, a spear beam arrived in an instant. Lin Tianhao dodged the attack the instant the Silver Commander made his move. However, the spear's speed was too fast, and it still hit him. Bang! A soft sound. The shoulder pad on Lin Tianhao's left shoulder shattered instantly. The wear resistance has reached its limit. It's unusable. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened. The Qingfeng set suited him very well, but now one piece of it is ruined. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows continued to pierce the air. In that instant, Lin Tianhao thought of using the Book of Life and Death. But he gave up. He needs to use them to increase his health. If he uses the Book of Life and Death, he'll be wasting this excellent opportunity. And such intense combat can also hone Lin Tianhao's fighting skills. He's made a mistake now. At worst, he can just restore the living altar. However, if a major catastrophe occurs, one mistake could lead to utter ruin. Dragon Binding Rope. The Silver Commander shouted again, and the Bronze Guards switched their weapons once more. Chapter 61. A difficult battle, triggering a cycle of death. The Dragon Binding Rope is a series of iron chains with sharp barbs wrapped around them. They untied the chains, preparing to surround Lin Tianhao. Once the barbed chains are wrapped around Lin Tianhao, he won't be able to escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao continued to pull and tug, unleashing a barrage of arrows. He can't get into the encirclement, otherwise the situation today would be really hard to predict. Under Lin Tianhao's continuous attacks, for Bronze Guardians have already reached low health. They immediately changed positions and began a tug of war. Lin Tianhao didn't care at all. The longer they hold out, the more health they can accumulate. However, the Silver Commander still posed a significant threat to him. The Silver Commander charged forward again. After getting close to Lin Tianhao, his figure suddenly split into 3, attacking Lin Tianhao from 3 different directions. Clone Technique. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly and immediately pulled to the side. However, the Silver Commander possessed a movement skill. After getting close to Lin Tianhao, he locked onto Lin Tianhao with his spear, and his 3 clones instantly stabbed into Lin Tianhao's chest. Subtract 57,681. Subtract 57,002. Subtract 57,568. 3 huge damage numbers appeared. Then came a loud bang, and the armor on his chest exploded. The second piece of the breeze set was destroyed. Lin Tianhao's expression grew increasingly grim. The damage inflicted by the Silver Commander was indeed astonishing. As the arrow flew from his hand, Lin Tianhao stepped on the spear and performed a backflip to create distance. At the same time, 5 arrows were fired simultaneously in the air. Since his arrows couldn't hit the Silver Commander, Lin Tianhao simply gave up on attacking him. All 5 arrows were aimed at the bronze guard. The silver commander was even more furious when he realized he was being ignored. He thrust out his spear, and 3 clones charged toward Lin Tianhao once more. Lin Tianhao took out 2 bottles of potions and swallowed them to increase his movement speed and lifesteal. As for potions that increase resistance, he also had them, but against a level 50 silver commander, they were better than nothing. With the help of the blood-sucking potion, Lin Tianhao's health bar recovered rapidly. However, the silver commander was not in a hurry. Although Lin Tianhao's damage was high, they, as palace guards, still had some good items at their disposal. Silver Moon sweeps across. The silver commander's 3 clones rushed forward, unleashing a devastating attack that sent Lin Tianhao flying. While taking away more than 100,000 of Lin Tianhao's health, they also destroyed one of Lin Tianhao's pieces of equipment. Level 10 bronze-grade equipment is really too bad in the hands of a silver commander. If you have fewer than 10 pieces of the Qingfeng set, the set effect will no longer exist. Not only that, each piece of the Qingfeng set increases attack speed. Now that 3 pieces have been lost, Lin Tianhao's attack speed has also decreased by 1.2. This loss of attack speed had a significant impact on Lin Tianhao. The passive attack speed stacking effect of the set bonus is reduced by 3.0, and the equipment bonus is reduced by 1.2, causing Lin Tianhao's attack speed to plummet by 4.2. Really? The silver commander wore a mocking smile. I'd like to see how you plan to fight next. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened slightly. He originally did not intend to use the Book of Life and Death. But in this situation, if he doesn't use his abilities now, he really risks his own demise. Lin Tianhao dodged to create distance, and at the same time wrote the silver commander's name in the Book of Life and Death. Subtract 14,666. Subtract 14,666. One damage number after another appeared above the silver commander's head, startling him. How did you do that? The silver commander was both shocked and furious. He had a high health value, but the more than 10,000 health points lost per second still made his scalp tingle. Lin Tianhao didn't explain, but continued to unleash his furious attacks. The silver commander roared and leaped into the air, shouting, "Silver Moon, blaze of fire." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver commander was engulfed in flames. Then it transformed into a streak of light and rushed straight towards Lin Tianhao. Invincible Golden Body. This is definitely the silver commander's ultimate move, and Lin Tianhao is not sure if he can withstand it. Using invincibility is the safest approach. 0.5 seconds of invincibility. As long as you time your attack precisely when it lands, you can completely avoid the silver commander's ultimate attack damage. Boom! Lin Tianhao is safe and sound. The silver commander originally thought that if Lin Tianhao didn't die, he would definitely be left with very low health. He was completely dumbfounded when he saw that Lin Tianhao hadn't lost any health. How is this possible? Lin Tianhao also remained silent. Speaking during a battle would be extremely foolish. Therefore, Lin Tianhao doesn't like to talk unless it's absolutely necessary. The arrow pierced the air. Call out. A bronze guard fell. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. It wasn't his damage that emptied the opponent's health bar. Instead, it triggered a cycle of death. The 0.5% chance of a kill was triggered at this moment. Ding! You have killed a bronze guardian, achieving the first kill of a bronze guardian. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who successfully completed the first kill of the bronze guard while hiding their nickname. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who successfully completed the first kill of the bronze guard while hiding their nickname. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. A server-wide announcement sounded, but Lin Tianhao did not stop attacking. Instead, he quickly adjusted his attack target. The silver commander was taken aback when he saw his subordinates being instantly killed. Abandon the capture. Everyone, follow me, headshot. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao's expression changed drastically. A level 50 bronze guardian definitely has headlocking skills. Lin Tianhao didn't dare to be negligent and immediately switched his equipment to the Hydra set. This is a set of equipment that he obtained by repeatedly farming Hydra Cypress. It is a set of tank-type equipment. It can increase Lin Tianhao's health and resistance. They might all be destroyed, but Lin Tianhao couldn't care less about that now. He switched his equipment and immediately retreated to attack. Firing 5 arrows at once consumes a great deal of mental energy. But Lin Tianhao dared not stop. Charge with spears. With a command from the Silver Commander, the movement speed of all the bronze guards noticeably increased. With the aid of the Qingfeng set, he could still tear it apart. But now that he's switched to the Hydra suit, pulling it open is practically a pipe dream. But Lin Tianhao couldn't care less about anything else. He took 3 bottles of medicine in a row, preparing for a desperate battle. Rush! 19 bronze guards instantly charged towards Lin Tianhao. Golden Light Talisman. At this critical moment, Lin Tianhao used the Golden Light Talisman. This is something you get in the starting village as well. Moreover, just to be on the safe side. At this final moment, he put away the bloodthirsty necklace, the 9-headed longbow, and other equipment, leaving only the complete Hydra set. Nothing more. He was worried that if he was instantly killed, it wouldn't matter if the Hydra set was destroyed. But if the 9-in-1 longbow and the bloodthirsty necklace were destroyed, he would truly regret it to the core. Subtract 5,128. Decrease by 5329. Subtract 5,222. One by one, damage numbers appeared. The protection of the Golden Light Talisman, along with the protection from the potion and the Hydra set, greatly reduced the damage to Lin Tianhao. 19 bronze guards only reduced Lin Tianhao's health bar by a little over 100,000. Before Lin Tianhao could put up any resistance, the guards continued to send him flying in succession. That's right, it's not about releasing the knock-up at the same time, but releasing it in a chain, making the control chain the ultimate. Chapter 62, A Clash of Titans across 30 levels. Despite having the Purification Jade Pendant, Lin Tianhao was still suspended in mid-air when faced with the coordinated attacks of the 19 bronze guards. Silver Moon. Exploding Dragon Piercing Heart. The Silver Commander lowered his body, gathering his strength. A radiant glow also gathered on his spear. Whoosh! The Silver Commander transformed into a streak of light and arrived in front of Lin Tianhao in an instant. Lin Tianhao, in mid-air, used all his strength to make his body spin once in mid-air, avoiding his weakness. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive explosions rang out, and 3 pieces of Lin Tianhao's Hydra suit were destroyed by this single shot. Level 10 bronze equipment is still no match for the ultimate attack of a level 50 silver boss. Reduced by 156,695. A huge damage number popped up above Lin Tianhao's head. With the damage taken by the 19 bronze guards, Lin Tianhao's health is now less than half. 9 consecutive musket shots. The Silver Commander frantically thrust his spear at Lin Tianhao, hoping to use this opportunity to knock Lin Tianhao away and kill him in one fell swoop. Lin Tianhao saw through Commander Baiyin's thoughts, and how could he possibly let Commander Baiyin have his way? As the 11th bronze guard tried to knock him away, he slammed his 9-headed shield down, using the recoil to propel himself through his waist and complete a backflip. He quickly switched his main weapon to the 9-arch longbow and fired 5 arrows at once. After landing, Lin Tianhao immediately created distance, but the Silver Commander's 9-shot musket combo was already upon him. He switched to his primary weapon again and stood in front of him. Subtract 51,982. Reduce by 5,2350. Subtract 51,956. Bang! Before Lin Tianhao could block all 9 consecutive musket shots, his shield shattered. At the same time, his health also dropped below 10%. The withered tree comes back to life. Lin Tianhao's health points quickly recovered to 40%, bringing him back to half health. At the same time, Lin Tianhao once again took out the 9-body longbow and unleashed a flurry of 5 arrows at once. Less than a second, his health points were restored to full once again. The Silver Commander was somewhat annoyed. Lin Tianhao's damage to healing ability was terrifying. But little did he know, Lin Tianhao also breathed a sigh of relief. It's not like a withered tree blossoming in spring. He simply couldn't withstand the later attacks of the 9-shot musket combo. And, fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and immediately attacked to drain the life force. Otherwise, he would have already been killed by the 9-hit combo of the musket. Step back, don't give him a chance to leech off you. The Silver Commander saw the problem. His men were utterly incompetent in front of Lin Tianhao, more trouble than they were worth, and had become nothing more than tools for Lin Tianhao to exploit. The 19 bronze guards immediately retreated, making way for Lin Tianhao and the Silver Commander to engage in a 1v1 real battle. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. Without the life-stealing abilities of the Bronze Guardians, and with his skills, rejuvenation, and invincible golden body still on cooldown, he would be at a significant disadvantage if he faced a Silver Commander head-on. Your men can run, but these blood-backed tortoises won't. Lin Tianhao moved to the side to create distance. He knew that the Silver Commander could deflect his arrows, and that any attack he made would be ineffective. It would be better to create distance and attack these bloodback tortoises, letting the effects of the Book of Life and Death deplete the Silver Commander's health. The Silver Commander saw through Lin Tianhao's thoughts, and his eyes grew even colder. I want to see how much of it these bloodback black tortoises can help you recover. The words fell. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Silver Commander as he charged toward Lin Tianhao once more. Lin Tianhao fought and retreated, each attack from the Silver Commander costing him tens of thousands of health points. The ultimate skill can even take away hundreds of thousands of his health points. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows simultaneously at the bloodback tortoises, restoring his health to full. After defeating the regular bloodback Xian turtle, fight the Elite One, and after defeating the Elite One, fight the iron-grade blood-eyed Xian turtle. He can suck blood and continuously accumulate health points. If Lin Tianhao continues to delay, the Silver Commander will continue to lose health. With over 10,000 HP lost per second, even with the Silver Commander's passive HP regeneration ability, it still seemed like a drop in the ocean. Shameless brat, have the guts to fight me head-on. After defeating the last blood-eyed Xian turtle, Lin Tianhao's lips curled into a slight smile. Fine, if you want to fight head-on, then I'll grant your wish. The words fell. Lin Tianhao unleashed the twisted arrow technique. Besides its powerful impact, the twisting bow technique has another crucial ability, the ability to turn and attack the opponent in an arc. Even the Silver Commander wouldn't dare say he could block all arrows that could turn. But even this is not enough to alleviate Lin Tianhao's urgent crisis. After unleashing his twisting bow technique, Lin Tianhao immediately followed up with a simultaneous firing of 5 arrows. All 5 arrows were fired at once, but their target was only the Silver Commander, and the target is the Silver Overlord's limbs and head. The combination of scattered attacks and continuous, twisting arrow techniques left even the level 50 Silver Commander somewhat overwhelmed. Fiery Spear Technique. The Silver Commander charged again, his spear slamming into Lin Tianhao. Violet. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. He wanted to finish the battle quickly. Subtract 85,925. Subtract 85,699. The massive damage caused Lin Tianhao to feel a chill run down his spine. In Berserk mode, 2 hits took away 170,000 of his health. Lin Tianhao unleashed his arrow technique, the powerful impact of which repelled the Silver Commander. He then distanced himself again, fighting and retreating simultaneously. To win, you have to stall. Overlord Body. The Silver Commander let out another low shout, activating his invincible body, which negated the knockback effect of Lin Tianhao's twisted arrow technique. Lin Tianhao immediately swallowed 8 bottles of potions of different colors, boosting all his attributes. Lin Tianhao replaced the destroyed Hydra equipment with equipment dropped by the level 20 Green Poison Spider King. Even a small improvement in attributes is beneficial. Keep going with Step A. The Silver Commander's attack landed once again. Lin Tianhao continued to fire 5 arrows simultaneously, but the damage to his Qingfeng set affected his attack speed. Lin Tianhao's attack speed has now dropped to 5.63. With such an attack speed, even if 5 arrows are fired simultaneously, plus the life steal from the 9-handed longbow and the bloodthirsty necklace, as well as the life steal bonus from the potion, this is still very fast. The amount of health that can be restored in 1 second can still be kept at just over 200,000. However, Lin Tianhao could only barely hold his own against the rampaging Silver Commander. However, Lin Tianhao remained completely calm. The Silver Commander has gone mad, and his thinking ability has declined. While he was trying to kill Lin Tianhao, he overlooked a very serious problem. That's the speed at which his health bar drops. It's terrifying. He focused entirely on attacking, neglecting defense. Lin Tianhao can deal up to 120,000 damage per second. With the added damage from the Book of Life and Death, Lin Tianhao could reduce the Silver Commander's health by over 130,000 in a single second. After this back-and-forth struggle, the Silver Commander has now lost over 1 million health points. As a level 50 Silver boss, although his health bar was as high as 8 million, he could not withstand Lin Tianhao's terrifying output. If he cannot kill Lin Tianhao in his berserk state, then what awaits him is destruction. Silver Moon, Blazing Cloud Piercing Strike. The Silver Commander leaped into the air, his body engulfed in flames. He's going to fight this hard. If Lin Tianhao can withstand this attack, his berserk state will end, which will also mean the end of today's battle. However, with the ultimate skill in berserk mode, plus the 30-level difference. Killing Lin Tianhao's 400,000 plus HP would be no problem at all. Unless Lin Tianhao can weaken his attack, or rather, trigger a death cycle and kill him instantly. Chapter 63, Killing the Silver Commander Val Sun. But these are the two options. The latter is clearly less reliable. In such a critical moment, you gamble on that 0.5% chance of a quick kill. I checked my proficiency with the Death Reincarnation skill. I only need 7 more points of proficiency to upgrade my star rating. And there's a resurrected blood-backed black tortoise right next to me. Use your 5.63 attack speed to kill 7 blood-backed tortoises. Then use Death Reincarnation to level up, and then attack the Silver Commander. It seems feasible, but Lin Tianhao knew very well that this was too risky. Therefore, he chose the third method. Run. Simply running away is definitely not an option. Lin Tianhao leaped into the Blackwater Lake. The Blackwater Lake was so deep that the bottom was nowhere in sight. Lin Tianhao put away his equipment and dived down with all his might. At this time, the Silver Commander had finished charging its ultimate move and was launching an attack towards Lin Tianhao. Bang! The spear touched the water's surface, immediately sending up a splash dozens of meters high, and it continued to hurtle toward Lin Tianhao at an astonishing speed. Lin Tianhao switched to a shield to block the attack on the Silver Commander. Subtract 349,580. An extremely terrifying damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief. If he wasn't instantly killed, then he still has a chance. He swam frantically toward the shore. My first reaction after getting ashore was to attack the blood-backed tortoise. While restoring health, it also upgrades Death Cycle to 2 stars. Death Cycle, 2 stars. Effect: your attacks have a 1% chance to instantly kill an enemy unit. Cooling, none. Consumption, none. Proficiency, 3, 10,000. Note: this proficiency is gained by killing monsters, NPCs, and adventurers of a level not lower than your own. 1 proficiency point is gained for each unit killed. Lin Tianhao had just killed 10 blood-backed Xian turtles in one go, so his proficiency level was still overflowing. However, he didn't have time to think about that now, because the Silver Commander rushed up right after him. He burst out of the water, his spear wreathed in flames, and thrust it straight at Lin Tianhao's face. Lin Tianhao turned around and fired 5 arrows simultaneously, continuing the tug-of-war. With the loss of the Berserk Silver Commander, the threat to Lin Tianhao has become negligible. Lin Tianhao could easily recover from the damage he caused by draining his life force. As a silver-level boss and the commander of the Star Kingdom's palace guards, how could he not see this? His trip to Blackwater Lake, in particular, calmed him down considerably. Guards, activate Berserk Body and unleash your full power. The 19 bronze guards all rushed forward. With his invincible body fully unleashed, he charged madly towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine and immediately retreated, firing 5 arrows at the same time. Bang! Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because the Silver Commander is dead. Ding! You have killed the Silver Commander Val Sun. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who successfully completed the first kill of the Silver Commander Val's patrol while hiding their nickname. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who successfully completed the first kill of the Silver Commander Val's patrol while hiding their nickname. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. After the Death Cycle star upgrade, the probability of this instant kill was triggered so quickly. With the death of the Silver Commander, the remaining bronze guards were no longer sufficient. Even when they activated both Berserk and Overlord simultaneously, Lin Tianhao remained completely unafraid. Because of the death of the Silver Commander, they were somewhat thrown into disarray, and their attacks were no longer as orderly as before. The control and coordination were also somewhat lacking, which meant that Lin Tianhao could only defeat them one by one. As the last bronze guard fell, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Finally, I can loot the corpse. While Lin Tianhao was touching the corpse, Star Kingdom, Royal Palace, listening to Rain Hall, Queen Fjordan's face darkened. How could Valkson be dead? At this stage, none of those adventurers should be able to kill him. She felt something was wrong when she heard the server-wide announcement that the Bronze Guardian had been killed. Now that even the Silver Commander Valkson is dead, she realizes the seriousness of the problem. Could it be that red-named adventurer? Behind Phaidon, an old woman holding a skull staff spoke in a sinister tone. Fjorden shook his head. With Val's strength, that adventurer could never be a match for him. But ever since the power of the gods descended, only when adventurers kill someone will there be a server-wide announcement. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Don't forget, among the adventurers, there have already been divine messengers. Those slumbering gods may want to take control of our star kingdom once again. Upon hearing this, the hunchbacked old woman's expression turned somewhat grim. At present, we have only discovered traces of the divine messenger's activities, and we cannot confirm his identity. But this red-named adventurer is almost certainly the Snow Empress. He's not a divine messenger, yet he's so powerful. Is it possible for him to be recruited into our camp? It's not that it's impossible, it's just that I don't know if he knows that I was the one who sent people to arrest him this time. If he does know, it might be more difficult. Your Majesty, you can rest assured about this. I did not give your imperial decree to Valkson because I was afraid of any trouble. The Snow Emperor will not know anything about it. The hunchbacked old woman chuckled sinisterly. As for winning him over, I could try to make contact with him. Yes, you can go. The benefits can be a bit higher. With the battle for the throne imminent, we really need an expert like him. Field. Lin Tianhao is currently tallying up the rewards. Level 50 equipment, level 50 skill books, and some potions and materials. For him, it was negligible. He couldn't use the spearman's weapons and skills. The only good thing was that killing them gave Lin Tianhao another 45,000 guild achievement points. However, upgrading a 5-star guild to a 6-star guild requires 10 million guild achievement points, which is far from enough. After collecting all the loot they dropped, Lin Tianhao prepared to continue grinding monsters. But suddenly, he looked behind him. There was an assassin about 50 meters away from him. He was in stealth mode, but Lin Tianhao had the eye of immaculateness, so he could clearly see his location. Guild Master, it's confirmed. The person with the red name on the bounty placed by Demon King Greyfront is the same player. If nothing unexpected happens, he is Shwedi. Right now, he is still farming bloodback black tortoises, which deal high damage and are not easy to deal with. Understood, Zhu Minjiangsu replied calmly. Wait for me. I'll bring people over immediately. I'm going to take the bounty on Demon King Grellerinson. Lin Tianhao noticed the assassin, but he didn't care. Many guilds have dedicated assassins who spend all day exploring the distribution of monsters in various regions, checking for any special mechanics, and so on. As for upgrades, all you need to do every few days is have a skilled player guide them for 2 hours using a 90-10 experience distribution method. Their level is usually lower than that of ordinary players, but it's enough for them to explore the map. While Lin Tianhao was killing monsters, the assassin player watched from a distance, neither approaching nor leaving. After Lin Tianhao had finished 2 rounds of attacking the blood-eyed Xian turtle, he finally couldn't stand it anymore, and his gaze fell on the assassin player. What? Are you waiting for your guild members to come over? Chapter 64. The Dream-Chasing Guild is wiped out. The assassin was startled. You saw me? Impossible. They were 50 meters apart, and he was in stealth mode. So how could he possibly be discovered? Lin Tianhao couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing to see the other party standing still and pretending to be dead. If it weren't for some subtle movements in his body, he would have thought the kid had logged off in the wild. Call out. The arrow pierced the air. Lin Tianhao shot an arrow near the assassin player's feet. Still playing dead? The assassin player from the Dream Chaser Guild suddenly changed his expression. How did you see me? Lin Tianhao didn't explain, but said, I don't know which guild you're from, but tell your guild leader not to mess with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind having a few more red name points. This assassin player, like him, hid their nickname, so it's impossible to determine which guild they belong to. Snow Emperor, you have quite the big mouth. Just then, a clear, cold voice came, and then Zhu Minjiangsu led over 100 members of her elite team over. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He felt somewhat offended. Yes, I was offended. It's not that any guild is causing him trouble, nor is it that the one causing trouble is Zhu Meng Yanxue. Instead, he brought over 100 people with him. What's the meaning? You look down on me that much? The elite team members behind Zhu Minjiangsu are all quite capable, generally at level 14 or 15, and fully equipped. Some of them even had complete sets of equipment. You've come here for the bounty on Demon Lord Greyfront, haven't you? However, I suggest you don't do anything foolish, otherwise it will only cause your Dream Chaser guild to drop in rank. Upon hearing this, a mage standing next to Zhu Minjiangsu was quite displeased. Humph, even on the verge of death, he still has the nerve to talk big. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his staff, and a fireball slammed into Lin Tianhao. Reduced by 98. Lin Tianhao now has Hydra equipment and has also collected several pieces of equipment dropped by the Green Poison Spider King, so his resistance is much higher than when he was level 1. Ding! You have been attacked maliciously. You can fight back normally. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and fired an arrow. Call out. A shield warrior immediately stepped forward from behind the mage, using his shield to block Lin Tianhao's arrow. Subtract 15,429. A huge damage number appeared, which surprised Lin Tianhao. His arrow had not killed the level 15 shield warrior. Before a shield warrior changes jobs, even if all points are allocated to health, at level 15 their health will only reach 1,500. In other words, this shield warrior relies on other external factors to provide themselves with more than 14,000 health. The shield warrior was equally surprised. He completed a hidden quest in the starting village and obtained a special skill called Wild Growth. You will receive an additional 10% bonus to health, and your health will increase by 100 points with each level up. In addition to his level 15 tank gear, he had nearly 16,000 HP. But Lin Tianhao's arrow almost killed him instantly. Zhu Minjiangsu's expression darkened, but she didn't seem to care too much. Go all out, coordinate your attacks, and control him until he's dead. They have more than 100 players. If a player controls Lin Tianhao for 0.5 seconds, that's still more than 50 seconds of control time. With such a long control period, even if Lin Tianhao has a high health value, it is possible to control him until he dies. Battle is imminent. The first to make a move was not a combat class, but a priest. The priest player waved his staff, and a silent pillar of light descended. If hit, you will be briefly silenced, preventing you from using skills. As for the duration of the silence, it depends on the skill star rating, the recipient's resilience, and special equipment that provides crowd control immunity or buffs. Only, such an attack was far too slow for Lin Tianhao. He only needed to move slightly to avoid the pillar of silence. As Lin Tianhao moved, a warrior unleashed a savage charge at him. Warrior's usual combo moves: Savage Charge, Taunt, and Fragile Strike. But, call out. One arrow. The soldier who charged halfway down fell. Remote support. Zhu Minjiangsu gave the order, and at the same time she waved her golden staff. 6 goblins wielding spiked clubs stepped forward. There are 6 level 10 black iron bosses, each with just over 100,000 HP. Using them to fight monsters at this stage is definitely very effective. But using it to deal with Lin Tianhao would be like playing a joke. The ranged class's control skills began to fly towards Lin Tianhao. At the same time, 6 black iron bosses charged forward, with warrior players following behind. There's nothing wrong with this approach. Ranged classes provide cover, while warriors tank damage against the black iron boss. But the premise is, their skills can hit Lin Tianhao, and the black iron boss can withstand Lin Tianhao's attacks. Next, Lin Tianhao then demonstrated to Zhu Minjiangsu what it means to dance on the edge of a knife. Despite their elite squad having so many ranged skills, not a single one hit Lin Tianhao. He managed to keep them at bay by using his positioning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 arrows were fired simultaneously. Lin Tianhao's arrows pierced the air continuously, and in less than 2 seconds, all 6 black iron bosses fell. The combination of lightning jumps and misaligned attacks maximized the effectiveness of Lin Tianhao's attacks. The attack is made effective. At this stage, most players are unaware of this, which makes it easy to launch some ineffective attacks. For example, if Lin Tianhao doesn't attack from the right spot, it will take him at least 2 seconds to kill these 6 black iron bosses. But now, it has been shortened by nearly 0.5 seconds. Don't underestimate those 0.5 seconds. With Lin Tianhao's current attack speed, he can land 2 more basic attacks. Instead, fire 5 arrows simultaneously. He can deal over 100,000 more damage. In those 0.5 seconds, Lin Tianhao eliminated all the warrior players behind the 6 black iron bosses. The high damage output combined with the damage from Thunder Leap is terrifying. Withdraw. The people chasing their dreams in the snow were dumbfounded. She had thought Lin Tianhao might be very strong, but she never dreamed that he would be this strong. Isn't it a bit too late to run away now? At present, Lin Tianhao's movement speed is absolutely unmatched among players. Therefore, Lin Tianhao only needs to keep moving forward, and the members of the Dream Chaser Guild will start to fall quickly. The ranged classes in the back row couldn't withstand even a single arrow from Lin Tianhao, let alone the damage from his lightning leap. In just a few seconds, all the members of the Dream Chaser Guild fell down. Blackwin City, Altar of Resurrection. Holy crap, what am I seeing? People from the Dream Chaser Guild are resurrecting in batches. Judging from their ranks, they are all members of the Dream Chaser Guild's elite team. What heinous things did they do that caused the entire elite team to be wiped out? Look, it's Zhu Mengyan Shui. He's actually resurrected too. Did they go to challenge the level 25 boss? Many players have noticed the mass resurrection of members of the Dream Chaser Guild. In the distance, scouts from other guilds immediately reported the information. President, it's pretty much what we predicted. Shui Di is very strong. Zhu Mengyan Shui and the others were all forced back to the altar of resurrection. Chapter 65 The Hunchbacked Old Woman. Clinfus Bird. This is just one scene. Other guilds also reported on the situation here. The Snow Empress was able to kill a level 45 blood-eyed Xian turtle on her own. At this stage, the probability of us killing her is very low. Even if we succeed, the price we pay may not be better than the reward. Futu Club. The floating pagoda Divine Wolf expressed his judgment. Only, this time, the person sitting in the main seat was not Futu Dunshan, but a woman who was both cold and beautiful with a touch of charm. The reward from Demon King Grellerenson will definitely be good. At this stage, we need to widen the gap with other guilds, and this reward is very important to us. She is none other than Futu Dunshan's older sister, who wields immense influence within the Futu Guild. You could even say that. She is the actual controller of the Futu Club, not Futu Dunshan. President 1. This matter is indeed difficult to handle. Zhu Mengyan Shui has the Golden Scepter, and the more than 100 people who have made a move are all members of the elite team. But the result was a total annihilation, and everyone dropped a level. Futu Hongwen's gaze fell on Futu Dunshan. Brother, I remember you have a pretty good relationship with Shui Di. Why don't you go and make some connections with him? We can pay a certain price to make him stand still and let us kill him once. Futu Dunshan's expression changed. Sister, you must be joking. I only met Shui Di by chance. Besides, he's level 20 now. With his red name value, if he dies, he'll drop back to level 1. It would be easy for him to return to level 20. You can just go to him. 5 million for each death. I believe he won't refuse. Futu Dunshan sighed. I'm not going. Brother, don't be so rebellious. Ragnarok is not like other games. Whether the Snow Empress agrees or not, you should still go and ask her. I said I'm not going, and that means I'm not going. Do whatever you want, just don't take me with you. Futu Dunshan got angry, slammed his hand on the table, and turned to walk out of the meeting room. Futu Hongwen's expression was slightly sinister. Shunling, send someone to discuss this with Shui Di. I believe that as long as the price is right, he won't refuse, and he has no reason to refuse, even if it's just dying once. Yes. The floating pagoda Divine Wolf sighed inwardly. His inner thought was that Futu Hongwen was too stubborn and self-willed. There is no other reason. Would Lin Tianhao be short of money? Impossible. With Lin Tianhao's current combat strength, he could easily make a lot of money by selling skill books and equipment. Only, Futu Hongwen is clearly angry right now. If he says anything, he'll only get scolded. From some perspectives, he strongly agrees with Futu Dunshan's approach. This is the current situation. The Snow Empress is someone you can only win over, not provoke. It's a pity. Futu Hongwen was used to throwing money at people, thinking that she could do whatever she wanted with money, but she overlooked an important issue. Some people, even if they're short of money, will only accept you if they're in a good mood. Moreover, Shui Di is not short of money. The bloodback black tortoise is here. Lin Tianhao was still happily grinding monsters. Finally, someone is coming. But it wasn't Leona, whom Lin Tianhao had been longing for, who arrived. Instead, she was a hunchbacked old woman. Lin Tianhao looked over. Clinfus Bird? Health points. Attack. Skill. Note, she has quite a background. If you can get a mission from her, you might get unexpected benefits. However, be careful not to provoke her, as she loves to taste blood. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. Aside from his name, he couldn't tell anything about this guy. The question marks surrounding her made Lin Tianhao realize that he was probably no match for her. Hello, how can I help you? Lin Tianhao smiled faintly and asked the question in the same language adventurers usually use when facing NPCs. The Clinfus bird laughed, revealing its uneven, yellowish-black teeth. Snow Emperor. She called out Lin Tianhao's name. You are the most powerful adventurer I have ever seen. You should not be mediocre. You should become a nobleman, an earl, a marquis, or even a duke. None of these are impossible. This is such a flattering compliment. Other players would probably be overwhelmed with gratitude. But Lin Tianhao knew very well. Something unusual must be going on. Such an unfathomable and powerful figure came to find him and flattered him like this. Is this normal? This is not normal. Senior, please feel free to speak your mind, Lin Tianhao said, getting straight to the point. Upon hearing this, The bird Clinfus nodded. Someone has killed the Demon King's son, Grellerinson. The king is very pleased and wants to reward Princess Leona. Oh, do you need me to hunt some game to go with your drinks? Lin Tianhao deliberately changed the subject. The bird Clinfus shook its head. No, I want you to go to the palace and confess that you were the one who killed Grellerinson. Lin Tianhao was startled. How did the other party know that they were the one who killed Grellerinson? Etc. She didn't know he was the one who killed Grellerinson. She hoped it was him. Leona deserves the most credit for Grellerinson's death. Without a doubt. It will surely be valued by the king. But what if the person who helped Leona kill Grellerinson was a villain with over 900,000 red name points? That would be a different story. You want me to frame Princess Leona? Lin Tianhao exclaimed in surprise. The Clinfus bird nodded. Yes, you are very clever. I can help you. But what if the king doesn't believe me? Lin Tianhao asked. How can I kill Grellerinson while he's in a sealed state? Don't worry, I've already thought of that for you. While they were talking, a bronze mirror appeared in the hands of the Clinfus bird. An ancient, incomplete magical artifact can open a spatial gate, allowing one to travel directly through space and enter other places. Oh, Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This was a good thing. My second question is, if I get caught with this red name value, won't I be locked up for life? Clinfus shook his head. No, you didn't kill anyone in the main city. At most, you'll be expelled, not arrested. You probably don't know this, but a group of people came here to arrest me. Is that so? Clinfus feigned surprise. She knew, of course, that the Silver Commander and his men were sent by the Queen, but she couldn't show it. Don't worry, the person behind me is Queen Fjorden. As long as you give false testimony, you will definitely not be arrested. In the end, because you killed Grellerinson, they will grant you leniency and allow you to walk in the main city. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. The main reason he can't change jobs right now is because of his red name value. He'll be expelled from the main city and can't get in at all. Gaining the right to walk in the main city would be of great benefit to him. What's in it for me? I've taken such a big risk to help you. What can you give me in return? Lin Tianhao asked. After a moment of contemplation, the bird Clinfus slowly said, after the mission is accomplished, I can make Princess Leona your servant. Not only can she be made to fight, but she can also fulfill any request you have. Remember, any request. Chapter 66 Princess Leona's Reward. Lin Tianhao feigned interest. That sounds pretty good. Etc. Lin Tianhao looked at the Clinfus bird and asked, when will you be able to fulfill this promise? When Princess Qingfuyan ascends the throne and becomes the new king. Lin Tianhao shook his head without hesitation. According to you, how long do I have to wait? Upon hearing this, the Clinfus bird pondered for a moment. Princess Leona is the ultimate reward. As long as you make a move this time, I can reward you with a set of bronze-level equipment suitable for archers. That's it. Don't you know how to play? The Clinfus bird paused for a moment, realizing that this explanation wasn't entirely wrong. With Lin Tianhao's current abilities, acquiring a set of level 20 bronze equipment is indeed not a difficult task. So what do you want? Free attribute points. Lin Tianhao grinned. I want movement skills, special equipment, and special skills. Movement skill. After thinking for a moment, the bird Clinfus said, all right, as long as you help me, I'll give you a skill called Space Blink. It has no casting delay, can be released instantly, and has a maximum displacement distance of 5 meters at 1 star. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This skill sounded pretty good. Plus 200 free attribute points, Lin Tianhao said. The Clinfus bird frowned. This is just a mission. It will only benefit you and not harm you. Spatial teleportation is already very precious. Never mind then, I'll just keep grinding. Lin Tianhao didn't listen any further and refused outright. Don't. Clinfus bird pondered for a moment. 100 free attribute points plus spatial blink. 200. 120. 200. 150. Then there's no need to discuss it, Lin Tianhao said. Clinfus's expression darkened. Fine, then let's not talk about it anymore. I'll take you back to the altar of the living to bathe. The words fell. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from the Clinfus bird. Lin Tianhao's first reaction was to put away his equipment, and then he grinned at the Clinfus bird. Let's talk things out and not resort to violence all the time. So you're saying you agree? The bird Clinfus asked. Lin Tianhao shook his head. No, I mean 300 free attribute points, not a single one less. You're asking for it. The Clinfus bird's gaze was sharp as a knife, staring at Lin Tianhao like a demon ready to devour its prey. Lin Tianhao showed no fear and simply stared coldly at the Clinfus bird. You can kill me, but if I die here, I guarantee that the news of the Queen's dealings with the Netherworld clan will spread throughout the entire Star Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the bird's expression suddenly changed, and its aura did not diminish. Instead, it became even colder. Humph, who would believe the words of a sinner like you? Lin Tianhao shrugged and said nonchalantly, I don't know. Anyway, I don't lack gold coins. I can make it ring 3 times a day. Aren't you afraid of being imprisoned for life? Clintfist Bird roared angrily. Do you dare? Lin Tianhao shoved the Clintfist Bird away with disdain. I have never killed anyone in the main city. Such slander will at most get me locked up for 3 to 5 days. But if the king listens to this, who knows what will happen to your queen? Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, it was your queen who sent the Silver Commander Valkson to kill me. At this point, Lin Tianhao changed the subject. If it weren't for the Silver Commander thing, I would have agreed to 150 or even 100 free attribute points, let alone 100. But because of the Silver Commander's matter, I can't afford to lose even one of the 300 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao's approach can be described as a combination of kindness and severity. He didn't want to scare away the Cliffs. Instead, they would get enough benefits from the Clintfist Birds. What do you think, Senior Clintfist Bird? Clintfist took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. Okay, we'll do it your way. Ding. The Clintfist Bird has issued you a mission, Frame Princess Leona. Do you accept? Mission requirements. Tell the king that it was you who helped Leona kill the Demon King's son, Grellerinson. Mission penalty, none. Task rewards, spatial blink, 300 free attribute points. Accept. Lin Tianhao accepted the task and asked, when do we go? I'll let you know tonight. Good. Lin Tianhao breathed a slight sigh of relief after seeing the Clintfist Bird off. Negotiating with such a powerful figure is still somewhat risky. But the result was good. He succeeded. By taking advantage of the Queen's messy affair with the Netherworld clan, they successfully got the Clintfist Bird to compromise. Not long after the Cliff's Bird left, a beautiful figure slowly approached. Princess Leona, you've finally arrived. I've been here for a while. It seems you've reached some kind of agreement with the Clintfist Bird, Leona said, her tone somewhat grave. Lin Tianhao made no attempt to hide his intentions. What's my reward for helping you kill the Demon King's son, Grellerinson? Tell me first what the Clintfist Bird wanted from you. You won't give it to me? Then I'll go tell the king right now that you collaborated with me, this heinous criminal, to kill Grellerinson. Leona's face darkened. I've never seen such a shameless person. Lin Tianhao grinned. Give it to me. Leona took out a scroll, a skill book, and a talisman. That's it. These are all handpicked by me, and they're perfect for you, Leona said, sounding a bit annoyed. Scroll of Immortality, special one-time use item. Effect. Enchants a piece of equipment, making it completely bound to the user and impossible to destroy, steal, or drop. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This scroll of eternal life can definitely be considered a powerful auxiliary artifact. During the game phase, some valuable equipment can be lost if you are killed. This permanent scroll can effectively avoid this. Furthermore, the Scroll of Immortality can also make equipment indestructible. Lin Tianhao immediately thought of the Bloodthirsty Necklace. There is no other reason. The Bloodthirsty Necklace suited him perfectly. As for what higher-level necklaces will be obtained later, based on Lin Tianhao's experience from his previous life over the past 10 years, it's almost impossible. Because equipment that restores a percentage of maximum health is incredibly powerful, regardless of the stage of the game. However, Lin Tianhao was not in a hurry. I checked the second item. Wings of Mystic Ice, 1 star. Effect. It can condense a pair of ice wings, allowing you to fly briefly for 5 minutes. Cost, 300. Cooling, 60 minutes. Proficiency, 0, 100. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Flying skills were indeed extraordinary. Within level 50, you will rarely encounter flying monsters, and even in the later stages of the game, flying monsters are still few and far between. He also possesses flight skills, allowing him to quickly escape the battlefield if he is outmatched. It is indeed a very good skill. Finally, there's that talisman. Chapter 67 The Struggle for the Throne is all about scheming. Space Teleportation Talisman. Special, a one-time use item. Effect. After use, you will be randomly teleported to another location. The teleportation may be interrupted by spatial attacks. To put it bluntly, it's a random teleportation symbol. Well, how should I put this reward? If you were to say it's bad, it doesn't seem so bad. But to say it's related to killing the Demon King's son, Grellerinson. To be honest, Lin Tianhao felt it wasn't enough. That's all. Lin Tianhao asked. I helped you kill Grellerinson this time. Isn't this little reward a bit unreasonable? Leona rolled her eyes. You still haven't told me what the Clintfus bird wants from you. Didn't I already say? Give me the reward, and I'll tell you. Stop dawdling and hurry up. Leona took out a pale blue crystal from her bosom. This is the ultimate reward. Lin Tianhao took the crystal, and his eyes lit up. Tears of the Goddess of Life. Special. Wearing requirements. None. Effect 1. Increases your maximum health by 20. Effect 2. You can recover 10,000 health points per second. Abrasion resistance. 100. Note. Do not steal or drop. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. He had originally planned to give the Scroll of Eternity to the Bloodlust necklace. But now he hesitated. These Tears of the Goddess of Life seem quite nice too. Although the Tears of the Goddess of Life have the property of not being stolen and falling. However, it lacks a very important feature. That is indestructible. Which is stronger, increasing maximum health by 20% or lifesteal effect by 1%. Lin Tianhao clearly values the former more. If all else fails, he can consider getting a full set of lifesteal equipment later on, and that will naturally solve the problem. It can increase maximum health by 20%, which, combined with his godlike talent, is absolutely a perfect match. What's more, there's also a health regeneration of 10,000 per second. Now you can tell me exactly what the Clintfus bird wanted to talk to you about, right? Leona asked. Lin Tianhao grinned. Didn't I tell you? What did you say? Leona was a little confused. But the next moment, she stared wide-eyed. He asked incredulously. You mean the Clintfus bird knows that you helped me kill Grailerinson? Lin Tianhao grinned and said, No, she just wants me to be the one to help you. She came to me because she wants me to frame you in front of the king. Upon hearing this, Leona said uncertainly, You promised to support me, so you didn't promise her? Lin Tianhao shook his head. I agree. Leona's expression changed drastically, and a chilling aura instantly spread from her body, freezing the surrounding vegetation. What did you forget about your promise? You were supposed to help the Clintfus bird, and now you're trying to scam me out of a reward. Stop, is what I'm doing a lie? Lin Tianhao said righteously. I helped you kill Grailerinson. That's a fact. Shouldn't I take the reward? You. Leona gritted her teeth in anger. I'm going to kill you. Wherever you go, I'll kill you. Cough, cough. Lin Tianhao coughed twice. Don't get so excited. I promised Clintfus bird that I was helping you. Help me. Leona sneered. If my father and those nobles knew that it was you, a heinous criminal, who helped me, what would they think of me? The great hand of killing Grailerinson would be ruined in an instant. No, it is precisely because I need to frame you that I can save you. Lin Tianhao's expression turned serious. You, Qing Fuyun, and Ti Shuejian. Who do you think has the highest probability of becoming the new king? I don't know, Leona said coldly. However, with the killing of Grailerinson this time, my chances of becoming the new king will definitely increase significantly. Lin Tianhao shook his head. No, you're wrong. Not only have you not improved, but you have also become the target of everyone's criticism. In the Star Kingdom, you have no foundation. Killing Grailerinson will only push you into the eye of the storm. Next, Qing Fuyun and Ti Shuejian will definitely plot against you. Who do you think will be able to handle it? Leona retorted angrily. But that's no excuse for you to frame me. Tixuejin has a deep foundation, and King Fuyun has Queen Firedinu behind her. What about you? You only managed to kill one Grailerinson. What ability do you have to fight against them? Leona gritted her teeth. Since you know all this, why did you still help me kill Grailerinson? Let the princes and nobles see your abilities, and give you the possibility of developing in secret. Having experienced too much in his past life, Lin Tianhao knew very well that in the struggle for the throne, the slightest mistake could lead to utter ruin. How so? Killing Grailerinson demonstrates your ability. If I frame you, at most your merits and demerits will be offset by your public reputation, but the nobles will take note of your ability to kill Grailerinson. You've just returned. What you need isn't some great achievement, but to demonstrate your abilities, and to do so without threatening the other two princesses. If you have the ability, you can secretly win over princes and nobles. After hearing what Lin Tianhao said, Leona gradually calmed down, because she suddenly realized what Lin Tianhao said seemed to make a lot of sense. And then, what are your plans? Leona asked. Assist Qing Fuyun in defeating Ti Shuejian. Lin Tianhao's eyes sharpened. If the queen's affair were exposed, Qing Fuyun would have no chance of becoming the new queen. If Tishujian falls, then Leona has a very high probability of becoming the new queen. And then what? How do we deal with Qing Fuyun, who has the queen's support? As long as Ti Shuejian falls, I will be able to bring down the queen, Lin Tianhao said. Leona was somewhat surprised. She didn't know why Lin Tianhao had such great confidence. but she still chose to believe Lin Tianhao. Okay, now that you've framed me, what kind of cooperation do you need from me? Pretend you don't know anything and vehemently refute it. That concludes the discussion. As for the rest, leave it to me. But what if they ask me how I killed Grellerinson? Leona suddenly realized the most important question. When you get to that point, all you need to do is say no comment. Leona took a deep breath. She was somewhat unwilling to accept it. After all, killing Grellerinson is a great achievement. But in the end, she gave in. Yes, I will act well. After saying this, Leona took her leave. Royal Palace, listening to the rain hall. Upon returning, the Klimpfus bird immediately sought out Queen Phaidon. Your Majesty, the Snow Empress has agreed to help us frame Leona. Fiordini nodded in satisfaction. He's quite sensible. Only, just what? Fjordan asked. The Klimpfus bird said solemnly. The Snow Emperor knows that you have dealings with the Netherworld clan. Upon hearing this, Fjordan's expression changed drastically. Chapter 68, Zhou Xiaopan's Talent. Snow Emperor. How did he know? The Klimpfus bird shook its head. I don't know, but this is ultimately a menace. Should we? At this point, the Klimpfisk made a throat-slitting motion. Kill? Can adventurers be killed? They die and then resurrect. Captivity. It's no use. Fiona's eyes were deep. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, a meaningful smile appeared on her face. I know what to do. Lin Tianhao was unaware of these things. After seeing Leona off, he continued hunting blood-backed tortoises. According to his memories from his previous life, he needed to clear the blood-backed black tortoise 18 times in a row before the blood-eyed dragon tortoise would appear. Defeating the blood-eyed dragon turtle will unlock the Blackwater Lake dungeon. Twice. Lin Tianhao kept scrolling through the page with great interest. The red name value is slowly decreasing, while the health value is slowly increasing. In order to gain more health points, Lin Tianhao didn't even equip the tears of the goddess of life at this moment. With an additional 20% health, even an elite-level bloodback Xian turtle can't withstand more than a few hits. As time goes by, a soldier came running over excitedly. Brother Hao, I'm here. This person was none other than Zhou Xiaopang. He had already hidden his nickname, but Lin Tianhao still knew what his real name was. I'll add you to the guild first. Lin Tianhao recruited Zhou Xiaopang into the Lonely Snow Guild. Zhou Xiaopang exclaimed in amazement. Brother Hao, you're amazing. To be honest, I really didn't know you were a red-named player before. Zhou Xiaopang was still explaining when, in the next instant, he saw the change in his attributes and was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap. Brother Hao, this is defying the heavens. Lin Tianhao's Lonely Snow Guild is currently at 5 stars, and the buffs to guild members are increased damage by 1, increased critical hit rate by 10, increased attack power by 20, increased movement speed by 3, increased attack speed by 1, and increased health by 10,000. These 6 characteristics are absolutely incredible at this stage. And this is due to the nature of guilds. The most outrageous part is that all guild members can receive the boost from these 6 attributes. The improvement a person receives in these attributes can only be described as SOSO. But if 1,000 or 10,000 people received such a boost, the increase in combat power would be incredibly powerful, especially with the future edition of Guild Power Rankings and Nation Wars. At that time, such blessings will become especially important. Calm down. Take this Saint-grade Talent Awakening Stone and use it to awaken your talent. Zhou Xiaopang's eyes widened. A sacred item? Brother Hao, you're just giving it to me like this? I saw on the forum that someone got a top-grade Talent Awakening Stone, and the price was inflated to 5 million. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. Take it. Hee, it's really different when you have a powerful mentor. Zhou Xiaopang took the Talent Awakening Stone and began to awaken his talent. Lin Tianhao knew about Zhou Xiaopang's talent in his previous life. Saint-grade Talent, Soul Binding. Soul Binding, 1 star. Effect 1. You can use Soul Bind to bind a friendly unit and gain the full boost to its health, armor, and magic resistance. Effect 2. Teammates bound to you will receive a 10% increase in their health, armor, and magic resistance. Proficiency, 0, 10. Note: this proficiency level is based on the number of bosses you and your paired teammates have killed that are at least your own level. For each star increase in this talent, you can bind 1 more friendly unit. When upgraded to full stars, it can bind 10 friendly units simultaneously. In other words, that's 11 times the attribute bonus. If Zhou Xiaopang can find 10 strong teammates, he'll take off this talent. Seeing his talent, Zhou Xiaopang said somewhat unhappily, Brother Hao, I feel like I've been ganked by the system. This is it. A Saint-grade talent. Lin Tianhao grinned. You haven't realized how powerful this talent is yet. Now try binding yourself to me. Ding, player Godfat Invincible requests to establish a soul bond with you. Do you agree? Agree. This soul binding has no effect on the bound person. On the contrary, it will increase their health and magic resistance armor. Lin Tianhao's current armor and magic resistance are negligible. A 10% increase is not much. But Lin Tianhao has high health points. A 10% increase is tens of thousands of points, and the increase will be even greater in the later stages. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. After binding with Lin Tianhao, Zhou Xiaopeng was completely stunned on the spot. He watched as his health bar skyrocketed from over 10,000 to 500,000 in an instant. Hiss. Brother Hao, your stats are amazing. They're even higher than the average boss's HP. Lin Tianhao waved his hand and checked the time. I'll help you level up first. You can increase your attack power and then prepare to kill me in a bit. Zhou Xiaopeng was stunned for a moment. Kill you? The bounty on Demon King Greyfront is better off going to you than someone else. Is this appropriate? With your red name value, if you die, you'll drop to level 1 immediately. So what if I drop it? I can upgrade anytime soon. Lin Tianhao didn't care. This wasn't his Versailles. The main point is that for him, upgrading is indeed very simple. I sent Zhou Xiaopeng a team invitation, with experience points split 90 out of 10, and Zhou Xiaopeng getting 90%. After all, Lin Tianhao can't upgrade anymore, so keeping it would be a waste. In one round, he could kill 5 blood-eyed Xian turtles. After 2 rounds, Zhou Xiaopeng's talent level would be upgraded. Once he reaches level 2, he can bind 2 friendly units. Brother Hao, you're really amazing. Lin Tianhao remained indifferent. Stay calm. Also, don't even consider changing your class if it's below saint level. If it's a hidden god level class, just change it. Good. Zhou Xiaopeng nodded. Lin Tianhao also knew some strategies for the hidden class of warriors. There are high-level ones, but there's only one god level 1, and it's not even in the Star Kingdom. If all else fails, switch to a regular job and give up the hidden job. Because you can switch to a hidden job after changing to a regular job, but even if you switch to a yellow-level hidden job, it is almost impossible to change to another hidden job without special items. I see. Zhou Xiaopeng nodded. He could sense that Lin Tianhao was very familiar with the game. He couldn't say exactly how familiar he was with the place. In addition, I've promoted you to the position of vice president of the guild, so you can recruit some experts. Good. As he spoke, Lin Tianhao watched Zhou Xiaopeng grind monsters. A short while later, Zhou Xiaopeng has reached level 20. He can only continue to level up after completing the job change quest. You can go to the main city to change to a regular job first, and then come back to find me around the same time. The bird Clinfus said it would come to see him tonight. Calculating the time, by the time he kills the blood-eyed dragon turtle and clears the Blackwater Lake dungeon, it will be about the right time. Good. Chapter 69 Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle. After seeing Zhou Xiaopeng off, Lin Tianhao continued to grind monsters. I've already farmed the bloodback Xian turtle 12 times. I only need 6 more times before the blood-eyed dragon turtle appears. Given Lin Tianhao's current damage output, the longest he can wait to get the blood-eyed dragon turtle out is for the bloodback Xian turtle to respawn. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Ding. Because you have killed a large number of blood-eyed Xian turtles, the blood-eyed dragon turtles sleeping in Blackwater Lake have awakened. Please leave as soon as possible. Keep away? That's impossible. His goal this time is to hunt down the blood-eyed dragon turtle. Ahead, the waters of Blackwater Lake rippled, and a turtle shell the size of a basketball court emerged from the surface. Blood-eyed dragon turtle, bronze 45. Health, 6,850,000. 6,850,000. Attack, 17590. Skills, Rapid Water Cannon, Healing Body, Dragon Roar Tsunami, 9 Pillars Impact, Black Water Vortex, Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, Water Arrow Formation, Blood Eye Poison Mist, Invincibility, Berserk. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. It has nearly 7 million health points, over 17,000 attack power, and even more magic power that hasn't been fully realized yet. The blood-eyed dragon turtle is a magical monster, so its magical power must be higher than its attack power. However, Lin Tianhao was not afraid at all. Even without the tears of the goddess of life, his life points already exceeded 530,000. There's a good chance they'll end up fighting. Call out. The arrow was thrown. Subtract 16,369. A huge damage number appeared above the blood-eyed dragon turtle's head. At the same time, there were 2 particularly eye-catching health recovery prompts. Add 5,258. Add 3,000. the bloodthirsty dragon armor's vampirism, and the blood-eyed dragon turtle's own healing ability. Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that the blood-eyed dragon turtle had a very strong ability to regenerate health, but he never expected it to come to this. If it were an ordinary level 45 player, they probably wouldn't be able to deal as much damage as it recovers. Of course, this is assuming the effects of severe injury are ignored. Generally speaking, you don't need to be level 45. Weapons or skills that inflict severe damage will start appearing around level 30. With the boss severely injured, its healing effect will be greatly affected. This made Lin Tianhao think of something interesting. Could he consider getting some heavy injury gear so he can gank world bosses from a distance? The world boss's self-healing ability is terrifying. The damage from the Book of Life and Death is less than their passive health regeneration, so attacking them is barely effective. But what if it has a relatively high effect on causing serious injury? Of course, this is just a thought. The severe injury attribute is a special attribute, and it becomes increasingly difficult to accumulate as you progress. Before the second job advancement, being able to stack up severe injuries to 30% or 40% was already quite remarkable. However, that serious injury did not help Lin Tianhao much. I'm thinking about it. But the fighting did not stop in the slightest. Lin Tianhao's arrows kept piercing the air, but he did not rashly approach Blackwater Lake. Instead, they used the increased attack range from basic attacks to kite the enemy from a distance. The blood-eyed dragon turtle roared, and the waters of Blackwater Lake churned, sending waves several meters high crashing towards Lin Tianhao. This is a range-based skill. Lin Tianhao moved very fast, but it was still unrealistic to avoid the impact of large-scale water waves. Subtract 19,859. A huge damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head, and at the same time, he was knocked away by the wave. This kind of wide-range skill, with such abnormally high damage, is truly a headache. After a brief knockback, Lin Tianhao landed. But as soon as he landed, he noticed a ring of watermarks on his feet. Not good. Lin Tianhao leaped out. Behind him, a jet of water shot up from the ground. If he were even slightly slower, he would have been swept away by the water jet. He had barely landed when another jet of water shot out from beneath his feet. Lin Tianhao leaned back and flipped over, narrowly avoiding the second jet of water. With one palm supporting him on the ground, Lin Tianhao was still upside down when the watermark appeared below him. Bang! The massive jet of water struck him, sending him flying and draining a significant amount of his health. Subtract 18,850. Another damage value approaching 20,000. And with Lin Tianhao in the air, the fourth water column struck. Judged by the skill name, the blood-eyed dragon turtle's water column impact should consist of 9 strikes. Lin Tianhao spun 360 degrees in midair, narrowly avoiding the fourth water column. Retreat immediately after landing. If he moves fast enough and dodges in advance, the remaining water jets will pose no threat to him. Lin Tianhao was even able to use his dodges to attack the blood-eyed dragon turtle with his feathered arrows. Call out! Call out! Lin Tianhao continued to fire arrows, inflicting considerable damage, while the blood-eyed dragon turtle also regenerated a significant amount of health. Furthermore, its territory extends to a certain area surrounding Blackwater Lake. Its skill casting range is comparable to Lin Tianhao's amplified basic attack range. Having withstood the water jets, Lin Tianhao began unleashing a furious barrage of attacks. Try to deal as much damage as possible. Subtract 16,398. Subtract 16,407. Lin Tianhao's injuries were considerable. The blood-eyed dragon turtle's health regeneration is quite good, but the passive health regeneration is calculated per second, while Lin Tianhao's attack speed is still above 5. It can deal over 80,000 damage per second, which is insufficient compared to the blood-eyed dragon turtle's passive health regeneration per second. The main healing effect comes from the bloodthirsty dragon armor. However, it was still a drop in the ocean compared to Lin Tianhao's high output. The blood-eyed dragon turtle had developed a certain level of intelligence and knew very well that this method of fighting was ineffective. Call out! To Lin Tianhao's surprise, the blood-eyed dragon turtle actually retracted its limbs and head into its shell. The next instant, the shell of the blood-eyed dragon turtle floating on the Blackwater Lake transformed into a streak of light and rushed to Lin Tianhao's side in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianhao only had time to roll to the side, but the blood-eyed dragon turtle's shell was the size of a basketball court. Lin Tianhao was not able to completely dodge the sudden impact and was still knocked away by the force. Subtract 19,999. Lin Tianhao's health bar dropped significantly. After landing, Lin Tianhao continued his attack. The blood-eyed dragon turtle has a wide attack range, but its damage output is not as high as Lin Tianhao had imagined. Next, Lin Tianhao immediately understood why the blood-eyed dragon turtle had charged over. After it stopped, it slapped Lin Tianhao on the forehead. Reduced by 34,980. Critical hit. Lin Tianhao felt his head buzzing after being hit by the blood-eyed dragon turtle. But he didn't stop. He immediately retreated. At the same time, arrows were continuously fired. He needs to maintain distance, otherwise close combat would be very disadvantageous for him. However, although the blood-eyed dragon turtle appears to move slowly, due to its enormous size, just one step it takes is equivalent to Lin Tianhao running more than 10 steps. As a result, Lin Tianhao was unable to create any distance between them. Since you want to fight in close combat, then I'll play along with you. Lin Tianhao snorted coldly, abandoning the idea of creating distance, and instead rushed directly to the side of the blood-eyed dragon turtle, using its massive body to block his line of sight. Chapter 71st Kill of the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle. The best way to deal with a boss that is large and relatively slow-moving is to keep your line of sight open. Because of their large size, even if their movement speed is not fast, the distance they can cover with each step is not to be underestimated. That is precisely why using the boss's massive size to block its path became crucial. Far away, the floating pagoda divine wolf was sent here on a mission. To be precise, he arrived when Lin Tianhao started fighting the blood-eyed dragon turtle. However, he did not approach. This could easily be misunderstood as an attempt to steal the boss. Except for the blood-eyed dragon turtle, there was another person in the distance. However, he was in stealth mode at the moment. This person is none other than someone else. It was Shadow Killer. His goals were somewhat similar to those of the floating Buddha divine wolf. Lin Tianhao had already noticed them, but he didn't pay any attention to it. Arrows continued to rain down on the blood-eyed dragon turtle. The blood-eyed dragon turtle's health points began to decrease steadily. It turned around several times, but couldn't see Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao perfected his positioning, precisely positioning himself in the blood-eyed dragon turtle's blind spot every time. Shadow concealment step. Shadow Killer raised an eyebrow. Because he also knows the techniques Lin Tianhao is using, and he can even confidently say that he is no weaker than Lin Tianhao in terms of the shadow step. However, his shadow step was honed through countless battles and assassination missions. Lin Tianhao's shadow concealing step might not be as strong as his, but it's not far off. In that instant, Shadow Assassin was deep in thought. He didn't believe Lin Tianhao practiced the shadow step only after entering the game. He must have used this method before. Seeing Lin Tianhao's terrifying movement and damage, the floating pagoda divine wolf couldn't help but feel a chill run down its spine. He now understood why the elite team, led by Zhu Ming Yanxue, was so easily wiped out by Lin Tianhao. High damage output, unpredictable movement. That's right. In the eyes of the floating pagoda divine wolf, Lin Tianhao's positioning can no longer be described as merely strong. The only word to describe Lin Tianhao's current positioning is outrageous. If it were any other game, he would even want to say that there are cheaters. Lin Tianhao didn't care what the two of them thought. He was focused on movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed. Max it out. Even in the late game, some ordinary archers will still make mistakes like positioning that gets them stuck on basic attacks, which is quite embarrassing. In other words, it has an attack speed of 5.0, but due to positioning, it only achieves an actual attack speed effect of 3.0 or even lower. Besides, another factor is accuracy. Many archers lose accuracy when moving around. Certainly, fighting a massive monster like the blood-eyed dragon turtle, we don't see any problems yet. But just from this movement, the floating god wolf realized that Lin Tianhao was someone who absolutely could not be provoked. Roar! The blood-eyed dragon turtle roared, and poisonous mist continuously emanated from its shell. Reduced by 648. Reduced by 648. One damage number after another appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. The purifying effect of the jade pendant is still powerful. This significantly reduced the poisoning damage to Lin Tianhao. The effect of this poison mist skill on him is negligible. At that very moment, the blood-eyed dragon turtle roared angrily. Blood-red light flashed around him, indicating that he had activated his berserk mode. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. At that very moment, he then realized that he had been tricked, because the blood-eyed dragon turtle had already predicted his movements. This time, they went straight for the berserk mode, aiming to kill him instantly. Because a black vortex appeared beneath his feet, his body was immediately pulled into the vortex. This vortex is over 20 meters in diameter and will continuously pull Lin Tianhao toward the center. Therefore, even if Lin Tianhao wanted to move, it was too late. At the same time, an array appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. One after another, water arrows flew out from the formation. Subtract 6,785. Subtract 6,789. Subtract 6,782. One damage number after another appeared on Lin Tianhao's body. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao donned the tier of the goddess of life and began unleashing a barrage of attacks. While his health increased by 20%, Lin Tianhao was also able to recover 10,000 health points per second. At the same time, the benefits include increased damage and recovery for Lin Tianhao. The floating pagoda divine wolf is very sensitive to attributes. In just a moment, he noticed the change in Lin Tianhao's attributes. He couldn't observe health points, but he could judge attack power and recovery based on his common sense. Skill. Talent. The floating pagoda divine wolf was somewhat uncertain. However, it should be some kind of damage amplification skill. Because Lin Tianhao's damage is higher, the increase is about 20%. It also has an additional blessing that restores 10,000 health points per second. This growth rate is quite impressive at this stage. The floating god wolf himself had also obtained this kind of amplification skill, and some of his subordinates had also obtained it. However, the maximum increase is only 10%. This is the first time he has seen an increase of 20% like Lin Tianhao's, with an additional 10,000 automatic recovery. At this time, the battle continues. Lin Tianhao continued to unleash his attacks while enduring the water arrows. On average, 10 arrows would hit him every second, causing him more than 80,000 damage. Lin Tianhao wanted to break free from the black water vortex, but how could the blood-eyed dragon turtle give him that chance? It opened its blood-red maw. It was a sudden release of a series of water spheres. Subtract 10,890. Subtract 10,893. Subtract 10,888. Another series of damages appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Furthermore, each water ball will knock Lin Tianhao back. Lin Tianhao was no longer panicked. Nothing more. The damage from the blood-eyed dragon turtle wasn't high for him. The main issue is that it has many area of effect skills, but lacks burst damage. As long as the burst damage is insufficient to instantly kill Lin Tianhao, and the control chain is also insufficient, then with the support of the 4 major recovery effects of the Goddess of Life's Tears, the Bloodlust Necklace, the 9-in-1 Longbow, and the Resurrection skill, he can recover. The blood-eyed dragon turtle's damage was not enough to defeat Lin Tianhao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow pierced the air, and the blood-eyed dragon turtle's health began to plummet. It also tried to attack Lin Tianhao, but its output was negligible compared to Lin Tianhao's high recovery rate. It's only a matter of time before the blood-eyed dragon turtle is killed. The blood-eyed dragon turtle is gone. The floating pagoda divine wolf has a keen sense of analysis of the battle situation. The battle wasn't over yet, but he already had the answer in his heart. The result was as expected. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the blood-eyed dragon turtle. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuadi for achieving the first kill of the blood-eyed dragon turtle. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuadi for achieving the first kill of the blood-eyed dragon turtle. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. A server-wide announcement rang out, and Futu Shunlang and Ingsha walked over at the same time. Shadow Assassin moved faster and arrived in front of Lin Tianhao first. Snow Empress, our captain wants me to discuss something with you. Chapter 71 The Qi Family of Tiangong Mountain. Lin Tianhao ignored Ingsha and began looting the corpse. Ding! You have obtained a skill book +3. Ding! You have obtained an equipment bonus of +4. Ding! You have received 598 gold coins. Gained 50 free attribute points. Ding! You have gained 1 point of Genshin. Ding! You have obtained Blackwater Lake Dungeon Key +1. A series of system notification sounds came through. Lin Tianhao first checked the skill book. To Lin Tianhao's surprise, he actually got a super armor skill book. Invincibility, 1 star. Effect, you will be immune to all control effects, including knockback, for the next 5 seconds. Cost, 50 MP. Cool for 30 minutes. Proficiency, 0, 100. Note, this skill can only be learned by melee classes such as warriors and fighters. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This didn't surprise him. Whether you're an archer or a mage, the only skills you can learn are purification. It's extremely difficult to obtain a skill that grants continuous immunity to crowd control, such as invulnerability. Some priests, however, might possess blessing skills with this type of effect. The remaining 2 skill books were even less useful to him. The Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor is a skill that can only be learned by classes such as warriors and fighters. Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, 1 star. Effect: 5% of the damage you take will be converted into healing, restoring your health. Consumption: none. Cooling: none. Proficiency: 0/1000. This skill, along with the invincibility buff, is very suitable for Zhou Xiaopeng. He's basically working for Zhou Xiaopeng. As for the 3rd skill book, Blackwater Vortex, which can only be learned by mages, it has nothing to do with him. Not to mention equipment, Lin Tianhao is currently unable to equip even level 45 tank gear. After picking up the equipment, Lin Tianhao glanced at the Floating Divine Wolf. Floating Pagoda Divine Wolf. You wouldn't be here to kill me like dream chasing snow, would you? The Floating Pagoda Divine Wolf quickly waved his hand. No, that's true too. I'd like to discuss with you whether you can pay some monetary price for being killed by us once. For example, 5 million? Lin Tianhao looked at the Floating Divine Wolf as if it were an idiot. Do you think I need your 5 million to make money right now? The Floating Pagoda Divine Wolf was not surprised by Lin Tianhao's answer. In fact, he had already guessed that Lin Tianhao would give such an answer. Okay, sorry to bother you, Futu Shenlang said very respectfully. However, if the Snow Empress has any equipment or skill books to sell, you can consider our Futu Guild. The price is negotiable. Okay, I understand. Lin Tianhao waved his hand, his gaze falling on Yingshan not far away. Shadow Killer, if you share the same goal as the Floating God Wolf, then you can leave now. Shadow Assassin emerged from stealth. Alright, but I have to tell you, someone's got their eye on you. They're strong, and not easy to deal with. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally. It doesn't matter. Is he afraid of being targeted by players? I'm not afraid. At this stage, even players with god-level talent would find it almost impossible to contend with him. Alright, be careful. Shadow Killer left, and Floating Pagoda Divine Wolf left with him. After they left, Lin Tianhao took out the dungeon key and prepared to open the Blackwater Lake dungeon. Only, before he could even start the dungeon, he had already moved to the side to create space. An arrow grazed his shoulder, narrowly missing him. At this stage, someone actually dared to make a move against him. As Lin Tianhao was thinking this, arrows continued to pierce the air ahead. That was a level 15 archer, wearing a complete set of equipment, with a very fast attack speed, at least no slower than Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed, and he immediately retaliated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrow pierced the air. What happened in the next instant made Lin Tianhao's pupils shrink abruptly. Because his arrow was intercepted by the mysterious archer's arrow. They are all energy arrows. The arrows flew very fast in the air, but the opponent accurately collided their own energy arrows with his own, thus neutralizing his arrows. This kind of precision strike sounds simple. Lin Tianhao was very clear that even during the Great Cataclysm, such a person would be extremely rare. The opponent is a master. Twisted Arrow Technique. Lin Tianhao did not hesitate to use the Twisted Arrow Technique. Only by using a twisted bow technique that allows the arrow to fly in an arc can one possibly evade the opponent's arrows and prevent their attack from being negated. However, Lin Tianhao's arrow had just been released when the opponent's arrow also changed direction. It's the same technique as the twisted bow technique. This method is terrifying. 5 arrows fired simultaneously. Lin Tianhao changed his attack method again. The other party did the same. 5 arrows were fired simultaneously, and all 5 arrows were able to neutralize Lin Tianhao's attack. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. You're a martial arts practitioner? From the Qi family of Tiangong Mountain. In their past lives, they were a group of people who rose to prominence in the game. Ancient martial arts practitioners. During the Great Cataclysm, ancient martial artists are also the mainstay in the fight against the Erit Star system. Because of their powerful combat skills, ancient martial artists can easily snowball their dominance in the game. As long as their talent and class aren't too weak, they can deal considerable damage. The archer looked at Lin Tianhao with some surprise. Your archery skills are very high. You even know about the Qi family of Tiangong Mountain. Can you tell me who you are? Why ask for my real identity just to play a game? Does he think he can beat me in the game and then try to ambush me offline? The archer player shook his head. We Qi family wouldn't do something as tasteless as offline ganking. However, I would like to discuss with you the possibility of having our Qi family members from Tiangong Mountain registered under your Gushua Guild. Oh, Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. He had actually considered bringing in a group of ancient martial arts practitioners when he was setting up the guild. Unexpectedly, someone actually approached him wanting to join his guild. Moreover, he was a member of the famous Qi family of Tiangong Mountain in his previous life. The Qi family of Tiangong Mountain are all very powerful, and I have no reason to refuse. However, I still want to ask, what benefits would I get from bringing you into the guild? The archer threw out a skill book. I've watched your combat videos. You have high resilience, but you can't be immune to crowd control, and you don't have any cleanse or crowd control removal skills. This skill book should be a great help to you. Lin Tianhao took the skill book, and his eyes lit up. Star and Moon Purification, 1 star. Effect 1. Removes control, slow, and negative buff effects from the user. This cleanse is ineffective against knock-up and curse effects. Effect 2. 10 seconds after use, you will gain a 5 toughness buff. Cost, 50 MP. Cooling, 10 minutes. Proficiency, 1000. Note: this skill level can only be increased when the user is under control, slowed down, or has a negative buff. It cannot be accumulated through daily use. Chapter 72 Blackwater Lake. The reduction of the dragon turtle. Purification skills are indeed a great asset. It's a pity. This star moon purification cannot remove knockback and curses. It can be used, but it's not very useful to him. Good. Lin Tianhao put away the star moon purification. Even without the star moon purification, Lin Tianhao wouldn't refuse to bring them into the guild. This is not only because the Qi family of Tiangong Mountain is an ancient martial arts family, but more importantly, because after the great catastrophe of the previous life. Without hesitation, the Qi family of Tiangong Mountain made their secret archery manual public, allowing all archers to learn it. The analysis by the top players in the Dream Chaser Club was correct. Under normal circumstances, even if you deliberately practice aerial archery, you won't be able to even get the basics down in less than 5 years. Lin Tianhao was exceptionally talented, and he honed his skills in life-or-death situations. But even so, these were not the fundamental reasons why he was able to quickly master so many archery techniques. The core reason is that the Qi family of Tiangong Mountain published their archery manual, which had accumulated thousands of years of experience, allowing him to learn the techniques within. Lin Tianhao had no reason to refuse such an ancient martial arts family. The archer revealed his ID, and Lin Tianhao added him as a friend, while also pulling him into the Lone Snow Guild. Pierced through the heavens. The name has a slightly domineering feel to it. Lin Tianhao, however, was somewhat surprised, because in his previous life, he was a very famous figure who could shoot through the sky. His talent isn't particularly outrageous. It doesn't increase damage, movement speed, or attack speed. It doesn't increase any of his attributes. Although his talent level is saint level, many people jokingly say that it is not as good as heaven level, or even earth level. But it was precisely because of his saint-level talent that he perfected the archer's kiting technique. Lin Tianhao still knows about his talent description. Absolutely slow, 1 star. Effect 1. Your basic attacks can reduce the opponent's movement speed by 5 for 5 seconds. This effect cannot be stacked and is an absolute effect, unaffected by any immunity attributes such as tenacity, super armor, and purification. Effect 2. Your basic attacks can reduce the opponent's attack speed by 5. If the opponent is a magic-type life form, it will also increase their skill cooldown and casting time by 5 for 5 seconds. This effect cannot be stacked. This effect is an absolute effect and is not affected by any immunity attributes such as tenacity, super armor, or purification. Proficiency, 1000. This talent is saint level. When it was first revealed, countless people made fun of this talent. But sometimes, talent truly depends on the individual. This talent is useless in the hands of an average player, extremely useless. Despite possessing a talent that seemed inferior even to the heavenly level, Who Pierced the Sky delivered a godlike performance during the Great Cataclysm. This is actually related to game understanding. They only saw 5%, but overlooked the fact that this talent could be upgraded to a higher star level. Furthermore, this effect is absolutely valid and cannot be interrupted. Once this talent is upgraded to 10 stars, maximum, movement speed and attack speed are reduced by 50%. For magic-type life forms, it also increases casting time and cooldown time. This is terrifying. It's a pity. A genius like Shooting Through the Sky ultimately found himself alone against the 10 vanguard generals of the Erit Star system during a battle to cover the retreat of the main human force. In the end, one person could not hold back 10 experts. He was eventually killed after managing to kill 3 people in a counterattack. That also became a huge loss for the Dragon Kingdom war zone. Lin Tianhao thought about many things in that instant. The person who shot through the sky is absolutely worthy of respect. I'll give you administrator status, so you can bring all the members of your chief family into the guild. Shooting through the sky nodded subconsciously, because he was shocked by the attributes boosted by Lin Tianhao's guild. These attributes are of great help to them in managing their families. In the early stages, when free attribute points are completely insufficient, archers generally have very low health. Some extreme archers even have only the amount of health they have from their equipment. However, Lin Tianhao's guild immediately gained 10,000 health points. In addition, attack speed, movement speed, critical strike chance, and damage are increased. Every attribute is so useful to them archers. Snow Empress, I originally just wanted to get a little attribute boost, but I never dreamed that your guild would provide so much. Shooting through the sky looked at Lin Tianhao with some gratitude. Although he doesn't play many games, as a practitioner of ancient martial arts, he clearly understands how much improving these attributes can help in combat. Fine. Lin Tianhao waved his hand and then took out the Blackwater Lake instance key. Use. Ding. You have used the Blackwater Lake dungeon key. The Blackwater Lake dungeon is now open. Ding. You have successfully activated the Blackwater Lake instance. A server-wide announcement will be made shortly. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Empress for successfully unlocking the Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle Reduction dungeon. Special reward, plus 20 free attribute points and plus 50 gold coins. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Empress for successfully unlocking the Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle Reduction dungeon. Special reward, plus 20 free attribute points and plus 50 gold coins. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Goodbye, Jianghu. I'm off to raid dungeons. Lin Tianhao took a step forward and entered the portal to the Blackwater Lake instance ahead. Upon entering, Lin Tianhao immediately allocated all 70 free attribute points to his mana. This increased the mana pool from 100 points to 450 points. It's still a drop in the ocean, but it's basically enough. Hell level. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Tianhao, as always, immediately chose the Hell difficulty level. Ding, your level is too low. This dungeon is not suitable for solo entry on Hell difficulty. Lin Tianhao. In his previous life, he never soloed a level 45 Hellish difficulty dungeon at level 20. Therefore, he was unaware of this restriction. Nightmare level. Ding, your level is too low. This dungeon is not suitable for solo entry on Nightmare difficulty. Lin Tianhao was a little depressed. Is it possible that he can't solo such a high-level dungeon? Wouldn't his plan to farm health points in high-level dungeons of Hell difficulty be thwarted? Difficult level. Lin Tianhao lowered the difficulty again, but the result was the same. Easy level. However, nothing has changed. Is it necessary to form a team to enter this instance? Lin Tianhao sent a private message to Zhou Xiaobang. Fatty, have you finished your job change quest? Come and play a dungeon with me. Not yet. Shall I come over first? No. Lin Tianhao replied, and then sent a message to shoot through the sky. Are you leaving yet? If not, come with me to run a dungeon. Right at the entrance of the instance. Lin Tianhao exited the instance, sent a party invitation to shoot through the sky, and then re-entered the instance. After entering, Lin Tianhao chose the Hell difficulty dungeon without hesitation. Shooting through the sky raised an eyebrow, not showing much surprise. After entering, this is a somewhat dim cave, very damp, with the occasional sound of dripping water. Chapter 73 cannot be entered by a single person. Ahead, Lin Tianhao saw more than a dozen blood-backed black tortoises. Blood-backed black tortoise, Elite 45. Health, 99375, 99375. Attack, 1598. Skills, Bloodthirsty Armor, Water Ball, Water Arrow, Magic Water Shield. The dungeon is Hell difficulty. There are no regular monsters, and you start with Elite difficulty. Furthermore, these attributes are significantly higher than those outside the instance. Previously, its health bar had almost doubled, and its attack power had also increased significantly. Call out. The arrow pierced the air. Lin Tianhao began his killing spree. Shooting through the sky also joined in. Subtract 19,150. Subtract 1. The first damage was inflicted by Lin Tianhao. The second wave of damage was inflicted by the sky-piercing shot. Seeing his own damage and then looking at Lin Tianhao's damage, he felt somewhat numb. Is this even human? His attacks on the bloodback tortoise only deal a small amount of force damage. How did Lin Tianhao manage to inflict such terrifying damage with that arrow? After the bloodback Xian turtle was attacked, a large number of bloodback Xian turtles surged out from behind, and the densely packed bloodback Xian turtles rushed towards Lin Tianhao and shooting through the sky. 5 arrows fired simultaneously. Lin Tianhao unleashed his full damage output, and with the added chain damage from his lightning leap, bloodback tortoises began to fall in droves. Even a bloodback Xian turtle with over 90,000 health points could be killed by Lin Tianhao in a second, and gained 5 free attribute points. Before the monsters in the first level were even defeated, Shoot Through the Sky had already leveled up. Shoot Through the Sky was just a background character. All that was seen was Lin Tianhao unleashing his fury at the front, with bloodback Xian turtle falling one after another. In less than 2 minutes, all the bloodback tortoises in the first level were killed. The second level is next. The layout is similar to the previous Hell level dungeons. A bloodback black tortoise commander appeared here, with attributes approximately 5 times that of a regular bloodback black tortoise. Unfortunately, under Lin Tianhao's relentless onslaught, he still met his end on the spot, and gained 5 free attribute points. Shooting Through the Sky did nothing, yet he saw his level skyrocketing. On the ranking list, originally ranked relatively low, Shoot Through the Sky suddenly surged into the top 5 and continues to climb. The third level. The dominant species here are no longer elite-level bloodback Xian turtles, but commander-level bloodback Xian turtles. In addition, there are also iron-level blood-eyed Xian turtles. The overall combat effectiveness has increased to a new level. If it were ordinary players, even a level 45 team of 12 would find it almost impossible to clear the game. It's estimated that it would take at least 12 top-tier players with heavenly level talent, a full set of equipment, and some special items to conquer this hellish level dungeon. But Lin Tianhao is currently engaged in a solo slaughter. 5 arrows fired simultaneously, dealing maximum damage. Occasionally, it will trigger a death cycle effect, instantly killing wild monsters. The third challenge was slightly more challenging, but it still didn't have the slightest impact on Lin Tianhao. He shot through the sky and died. That's right. With Lin Tianhao at the forefront, he died. There is no other reason. He was only grazed by a single area of effect skill from the blood-eyed Xian turtle, and his health bar was emptied. The skill point allocation for Shooting Through the Sky is extremely focused, primarily on attack speed and movement speed, with very low health and resistance. If it weren't for his complete set of level 15 equipment, he probably would have been completely defeated by now. However, his failure at the third level had no impact on Lin Tianhao. Step into the fourth level. This is where the final boss is located. Blood-eyed Dragon Turtle, Bronze 45. Health, 16,850,000. 16,850,000. Attack, 27590. Skills, Rapid Water Cannon, Healing Body, Dragon Roar Tsunami, 9 Pillars Impact, Black Water Vortex, Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, Water Arrow Formation, Blood Eye Poison Mist, Invincibility, Berserk. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. As he had predicted, the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle's attributes were greatly enhanced in the Hell-level dungeon. And, in dungeons, the environment is limited, so unlimited kiting is not very realistic. All Lin Tianhao can do is try his best to avoid being affected by crowd control skills. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao launched an attack as soon as they met. Subtract 19,285. Add 9,849. Add 2,000. Lin Tianhao. This recovery ability is almost abnormal. When he landed that real wound, it actually restored over 10,000 health points. But Lin Tianhao was not discouraged and began to unleash his full power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows pierced the air one after another, but because the blood-eyed dragon turtle had a high recovery rate, Lin Tianhao could only deal a little over 7,000 damage per arrow. Judging from the blood-eyed dragon turtle's health bar of over 16 million, it would take him more than 2,000 arrows to kill it. Currently, he can gain 3 health points with each arrow, and with more than 2,000 arrows, he can gain 7 or 8,000 health points. So it seems that only by playing these hellish, high-intensity dungeons can one quickly stack up health. Otherwise, since ordinary monsters can be killed with a single arrow, it would take killing 2,000 or 3,000 of them to accumulate that much health. However, due to the number and distribution of ordinary monsters, killing them inevitably requires moving and waiting for them to respawn, which wastes a lot of time. Upon seeing Lin Tianhao, the blood-eyed dragon turtle immediately slapped him down with its claw. Lin Tianhao narrowly avoided the attack and continued to attack. It wasn't in a hurry, and its huge claws continued to swat. It was larger than the blood-eyed dragon turtle that Lin Tianhao had killed outside, and its claws were also larger. And Lin Tianhao discovered that it was more than twice as fast as the blood-eyed dragon turtle outside. As he pulled away again, Lin Tianhao was nearly hit. But as soon as he moved into position, a watermark appeared at his feet. Not good. Lin Tianhao's expression changed slightly, because he knew that the blood-eyed dragon turtle had judged his direction of movement and thus released the 9 Pillars Impact skill in advance. Moreover, its 9 Pillars Impact has a larger range than the 9 Pillars Impact of the blood-eyed dragon turtle outside. Boom! A column of water shot into the sky. Wings of mystic ice. Lin Tianhao knew that his star moon purification could not remove the knockback effect, so he did not hesitate to use the mystic ice wings to create distance. Once airborne, the blood-eyed dragon turtle became Lin Tianhao's easy target. Although the blood-eyed dragon turtle still had 8 of its 9 pillar impacts, enough to reach the height at which Lin Tianhao was flying in the air. However, it was of no use. Lin Tianhao's flying skills are also exceptional. The impact of these 9 pillars is delayed. The watermark appeared first, then the impact, which gave Lin Tianhao time to react. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao was in the air, his arrows constantly piercing the air with overwhelming force, continuously draining the blood-eyed dragon turtle's health bar. Seeing that its water jets couldn't hit Lin Tianhao, the blood-eyed dragon turtle roared in anger, opened its blood-red maw, and began to charge up a new skill. Chain Water Cannon. Chapter 74 First Clear, Blackwater Lake, Dragon Turtle Reduction. Water cannons have a relatively short charge time and a faster attack speed. But Lin Tianhao managed to dodge them all with agility and quick movements. Because the water cannon's attack can be predicted, the water sprayed from the mouth of the blood-eyed dragon turtle followed a fixed trajectory, and Lin Tianhao was already moving around from the water cannon's exit point. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While dodging attacks, Lin Tianhao continued to unleash a barrage of attacks, showing no mercy whatsoever. Arrows continued to pierce the air, reducing the blood-eyed dragon turtle's health bar. Roar! The blood-eyed dragon turtle roared in anger because it realized that it had no way to deal with Lin Tianhao, who was flying in midair. Lin Tianhao's arrows were fired with complete ease. 5 arrows per second can deal around 40,000 damage, and 2.4 million damage per minute. 5 minutes is enough time for Lin Tianhao to reduce the blood-eyed dragon turtle's health bar by tens of millions. Finally, when the blood-eyed dragon turtle had just over 4 million HP left, Lin Tianhao's mystic ice wings expired. He continued to output damage even after landing. But what the blood-eyed dragon turtle did next left Lin Tianhao dumbfounded. It immediately went berserk, but did not rush to attack. Instead, it unleashed its healing ability. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tianhao saw the blood-eyed dragon turtle's health bar rapidly recovering, and in the blink of an eye, it had already recovered to over 11 million. One skill restored over 6 million health points. That's fucking insane. Lin Tianhao couldn't help but make a comment. It's not that the blood-eyed dragon turtle is that powerful, but rather that the blood-eyed dragon turtle at the held difficulty level is that powerful. After the blood-eyed dragon turtle's health increased, it transformed into a streak of light and charged towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. This kind of turtle shell collision, which was larger than a basketball court, was simply not something that could be avoided with his current positioning. Bang! Reduced by 51,290. A huge damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. His life points were dropping way too fast. Smack! After landing, the blood-eyed dragon turtle raised its paw and slapped Lin Tianhao on the forehead. Critical hit. Reduced by 55,895. Another huge damage number has appeared. Lin Tianhao immediately moved to the side, using his previous combat methods to block the line of sight and create distance. However, the blood-eyed dragon turtle's movement speed and attack speed are significantly faster. It turned around and slapped down with its claws again. Lin Tianhao narrowly avoided the attack, while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of arrows. The battle between the man and the turtle became intense. Lin Tianhao used his agile movements to avoid most of the blood-eyed dragon turtle's attacks. The blood-eyed dragon turtle also realized that continuing to fight like this was not a solution. Its healing ability is very strong, but Lin Tianhao's healing ability is equally terrifying. Roar! The blood-eyed dragon turtle roared angrily. The next instant, the water rippled and surged more than 10 meters high, rushing towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. He had already guessed what the blood-eyed dragon turtle wanted to do. The dragon's roar and tsunami's wide-range knockback followed by the Blackwater vortex fully extended the control chain. Then continue outputting. Reduced by 29,850. A huge damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Before he even landed, a vortex of black water appeared beneath his feet. Lin Tianhao landed right on the Blackwater vortex. Upon seeing this, the blood-eyed dragon turtle immediately set up a water arrow array above Lin Tianhao's head. This combo is so powerful that even a level 45 tank might not be able to withstand it. Lin Tianhao's current health points aren't particularly outrageous. After landing on the Blackwater vortex, he immediately used Star Moon Purification to create distance and escape from the vortex. Seeing that its attack had missed, the blood-eyed dragon turtle roared in anger. Lin Tianhao completely ignored the roar of the blood-eyed dragon turtle. He is constantly producing output, striving to maximize his output as much as possible. Arrows continued to pierce the air, Lin Tianhao's health points increased, and his damage also slightly improved. For every 1,000 health points gained, the true damage of basic attacks increases by 30 points. This may seem like a minor improvement, but given Lin Tianhao's speed of 5 arrows per second, it is still quite remarkable. Since the blood-eyed dragon turtle's combo of skills missed, it posed virtually no threat to Lin Tianhao. With the added boost of its berserk attribute, the blood-eyed dragon turtle slapped Lin Tianhao twice more. It dealt a significant amount of damage to Lin Tianhao, but that was all. Since no combo attack hit Lin Tianhao, there was no way to threaten him. After all, Lin Tianhao's ability to suck blood is truly terrifying. The 9 Harmony Longbow has a 5% life steal rate, and 1 arrow can steal about 1,000 life. 5 arrows per second is about 5,000. In addition, the 9 Harmony Longbow itself has the characteristic of restoring 100 health points per second, so it's 5,001 per second. The Bloodlust Necklace provides life steal equal to 1% of the user's maximum health. With the blessing of the Goddess of Life's Tears and Zhou Xiaopeng's passive talent bonus of 10%, Lin Tianhao's health has now exceeded 640,000. 1% means that 1 arrow can restore 6,400 health points. If you shoot 5 arrows per second, that's 32,000 health points. Furthermore, once the resurrection skill reaches 4 stars, it can restore 500 HP per second. With 10,000 tears from the Goddess of Life, Lin Tianhao's current recovery rate per second is 47,600. In other words, as long as the blood-eyed dragon turtle cannot control Lin Tianhao or unleash extremely high burst damage, its threat to Lin Tianhao is negligible. Most of the blood-eyed dragon turtle skills are either continuous or have a wide range. Such skills usually have one problem: insufficient burst damage. Certainly, it's not that the blood-eyed dragon turtle doesn't have the ability to unleash high burst damage in a short period of time. Similar to the Blackwater vortex we just saw, if he was not purified. Next came the water arrow formation and the 9-pillar impact. Such damage, Lin Tianhao might not be able to withstand it, and almost none of those level 45 elite players could withstand it either. In other words, it means instantly killing all players of the same level. But there are no what-ifs. Lin Tianhao has purification abilities and high recovery speed, so the blood-eyed dragon turtle can only be worn down by him bit by bit. As expected, Lin Tianhao successfully killed the blood-eyed dragon turtle. Ding! Your team has achieved the first kill of the blood-eyed dragon turtle. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Empress for achieving the first clear of Blackwater Lake and Dragon Turtle with the hidden nickname. Reward: Snow Empress plus 80 free attribute points. Hidden nickname plus 10 free attribute points. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Empress for achieving the first clear of Blackwater Lake and Dragon Turtle with the hidden nickname. Reward: Snow Empress plus 80 free attribute points. Hidden nickname plus 10 free attribute points. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. The server-wide announcement sounded, but Lin Tianhao was already used to it. He shot through the sky without revealing his name. Moreover, because shooting through the sky contributed very little to clearing the dungeon for the first time, the free attribute points were only 1/8 of Lin Tianhao's. Not only that, because he is already dead and no longer in the instance, he is not entitled to any of the rewards for clearing the instance. Chapter 75. A gank from an ancient martial artist. Next, we'll tally up the first clear rewards. Ding! You have obtained 42 skill books. Ding! You have acquired 65 pieces of equipment. Ding. You have gained 2,200 gold coins. Ding. You have gained 1 point of Genshin. Ding. You have obtained. A series of system notifications sounded. For Lin Tianhao, this was another great harvest. Lin Tianhao decided to disregard the equipment since his equipment level wasn't high enough. Lin Tianhao pondered the skill book for a while, then felt a bit of a headache. Once you arrive in the main city, skills and equipment become categorized, and the requirements for wearing and learning them are much stricter than in the starting village. But, as the first person to clear the dungeon, he still receives special benefits. For example, the bloodthirsty dragon armor was originally only available to warriors. However, because Lin Tianhao cleared the dungeon for the first time, this condition seemed to be relaxed, and he was able to learn the skill. Learn the bloodthirsty dragon armor. Lin Tianhao learned the bloodthirsty dragon armor without hesitation. Bloodthirsty dragon armor, 1 star. Effect: 5% of the damage you take will be converted into healing, restoring your health. Consumption: none. Cooling: none. Proficiency: 0/1000. Note: this proficiency level is 1/10 of the amount of health you recover using this skill. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This was great. The star level advancement would be very fast. After all, Lin Tianhao now takes tens of thousands of damage when fighting bosses. Even if it's only 5%, that's still 500, and 1/10 is 50. In other words, is it really as simple as anyone upgrading stars? However, this is only true for Lin Tianhao. If it were any other player, it wouldn't be so easy. Even tanks. Most tanks at levels 10 to 15 currently only have 5,000 to 10,000 health points, with very few reaching 20,000. Such a player, who needs to withstand damage and heal, could not possibly withstand such high levels of damage. Even if you lose 15,000 health points, you'll only gain less than 100 skill points. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Tianhao put everything into the guild warehouse. The 5-star guild's own warehouse is more than enough to hold Lin Tianhao's things. Exit the instance. Lin Tianhao checked the time and figured Zhou Xiaopeng should be here soon. But at that very moment, a figure appeared behind him in an instant. It's a movement skill. Push them away. Subtract 295. The damage wasn't too high. The man unleashed his skill, followed by 3 straight thrusts, which sent Lin Tianhao's body flying into the air, leaving him in a stunned state. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Who is this? They actually ambushed him. Before he could think further, another person appeared. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to hit the ground, he reached out and grabbed Lin Tianhao's neck. Chokehold. Then came a powerful punch, sending Lin Tianhao flying once again. Such remarkable resilience. The player who used the punch was somewhat surprised because the knockback effect of his punch was different from his usual knockback effect. But he didn't stop at all and made another move in his dream. A barrage of explosive punches. Subtract 315. Subtract 312. Subtract 314. Damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to land, a pillar of flame shot up from beneath his feet, sending him flying again. Earthquake Impact. This is a skill that elemental mages can only learn after level 30. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. What kind of pathfinder was that mage not far away? He had already learned a level 30 skill before even completing his first job advancement. Stone Shattering Palm. The player in front of Lin Tianhao attacked again, knocking Lin Tianhao back in midair. A warrior wielding a long sword beside him cooperated, actually knocking Lin Tianhao into the air. Ancient Warrior. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. This is because this aerial knockback technique is similar to his aerial archery technique. Games that don't belong to Ragnarok Online are relatively simple combat skills. Melee aerial combos are easier to execute than ranged aerial combos, but they are still beyond the capabilities of the average player. To be precise, even if you bring together the top players from all the major clubs, it's unlikely they can do it at this stage. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He wasn't in a hurry to use Star Moon Purification. Since Zhou Xiaopeng hasn't arrived yet, it wouldn't be bad to use them to practice their proficiency with the bloodthirsty dragon armor. Before Lin Tianhao even landed, a 4th person appeared. The 4 of them worked together to keep Lin Tianhao suspended in the air, and in a short time, they managed to unleash 100 consecutive attacks. The more times you perform an aerial combo, the higher the damage will be. Their normal attacks on Lin Tianhao originally only dealt around 300 damage. As the number of hits increased, a single basic attack was enough to take away more than 500 of Lin Tianhao's health points. In order to connect the 4 people in the air, they did not attack at the same time. so Lin Tianhao only suffered a little over 1,000 damage per second. But his Goddess of Life's tears can restore 10,000 units per second, so this damage is nothing compared to how much Lin Tianhao recovers. The four of them also noticed the problem, but they remained completely calm. If 100 hits aren't enough, then 1,000 hits will do. As long as Lin Tianhao doesn't have purification skills, they are confident they can keep him tied up until he dies. Lin Tianhao was currently observing their attack patterns, trying to determine which martial arts faction they belonged to. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao thought of something. In my past life, there was a notorious guild. It's called the Dominator Guild. The players inside can unleash infinite combos through skillful teamwork, often sniping skilled players and stealing their equipment. Under normal circumstances, even without purification abilities, it's difficult to interrupt their attacks when facing a single opponent. Damn, this guy is a total psychopath. One player complained that the combo count had already exceeded 500. Their damage per second has also exceeded 5,000. Does it make sense? Completely meaningless. What are you doing? At that very moment, Zhou Xiaopeng arrived and saw that Lin Tianhao was being attacked. He immediately launched a savage charge towards the person who was close to Lin Tianhao. Seeing Zhou Xiaopeng charging towards him, the mage's expression changed. Hold him off, I'll take care of this warrior. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her staff, and a circle of flames rippled from her body. Resist the ring of fire. This skill is at a higher level than savage charge, thus directly interrupting Zhou Xiaopeng's charge. Zhou Xiaopeng's charge was interrupted, and he saw 3 fireballs flying towards him in succession. He instinctively tried to move to the side, but his movement speed wasn't fast enough. Furthermore, the mage anticipated the location and used the chain fireballs the instant he resisted the fire ring's attack, thus hitting Zhou Xiaopeng smoothly. Subtract 288. Subtract 289. Subtract 291. 3 damage numbers appeared above Zhou Xiaopeng's head in a row, but his health bar only dropped by a tiny, almost imperceptible amount. How could this happen? Chapter 76. The beginning of a dominant guild. They only knew that Lin Tianhao was very strong, but they never dreamed that the warriors next to Lin Tianhao would also have such terrifying health bars. Withdraw. The other 3 were somewhat unwilling to give up. Sister Qi, with a 500 hit combo, we still have a chance. I said let's go. The mage emphasized his words, then waved his staff, and flames appeared beneath Lin Tianhao's feet. These flames had a certain slowing effect, their purpose being to slow down Lin Tianhao and give his men a chance to evacuate. However, they're oversimplifying things. After landing, Lin Tianhao raised his hand and fired an arrow. With just one arrow, they were all wiped out, because it triggered a lightning jump. Even if it's just splash damage, these people simply can't withstand it. Brother Hao, who are they? Zhou Xiaopeng asked, somewhat surprised. Lin Tianhao shook his head. It's not certain yet. They're probably after the bounty on Demon King Greyfront. As he spoke, Lin Tianhao had already picked up the equipment that the others had dropped. This bounty on my shoulders is a bit of a hassle. Now you try killing me. The reason he said try was because Lin Tianhao didn't really know how much damage Zhou Xiaopeng could deal. By the way, all 3 skill books are suitable for you. Lin Tianhao gave Zhou Xiaopeng 3 skill books: Invincibility, Berserk, and Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor. These were all dropped by the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle. Brother Hao, you're amazing. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally and took off all his equipment. There's no way. If he were wearing equipment, it would be almost impossible for Zhou Xiaopeng to kill him. Bring it on. Zhou Xiaopeng didn't hesitate at all. He had already completed his job change, and the path he took was not that of a shield warrior, but a berserker. He felt that after binding with Lin Tianhao, he already had extremely high health, and taking the berserker class change route to make up for his lack of damage was the wisest choice. In addition, his 3 passive skills make it entirely possible for him to be invincible. A sword fell. Subtract 918. The damage was pretty good. He had previously completed Wang the blacksmith's quest and received equipment rewards. He then killed Lin Tianhao again and received the bounty from the Star Kingdom. With the addition of some equipment he had accumulated, his attack power was now quite formidable. But just as he inflicted his damage, a healing number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Add 46. Add 500. These are the effects of the skills Bloodlust Dragon Armor and Resurrection. No way. Lin Tianhao can remove the equipment, but he can't remove the skills. Wait a minute, this is too slow. Lin Tianhao went to kill the ordinary Bloodback Xian turtles, and only stopped after killing 5 Blood-Eyed Xian turtles. The 5 Blood-Eyed Xian turtle began to attack Lin Tianhao frantically. As level 45 Black Iron bosses, they still managed to reduce Lin Tianhao's health by 1/3 in a short time, even without him retaliating. When Lin Tianhao had just over 10,000 health points left, he ran away. After disengaging from the battle, Zhou Xiaopeng was ready and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Lin Tianhao. Subtract 919. Rock Smash. Subtract 1,258. Subtract 1,258. This skill triggered the passive skill Double Slash, thus dealing skill damage twice with a single skill. This is also why Zhou Xiaopeng was able to establish an advantage in the early stages. Under Zhou Xiaopeng's relentless barrage of attacks, Lin Tianhao was killed. Because of his high red name value, he unsurprisingly dropped to level 1. Resurrected from the Altar of Resurrection. Lin Tianhao's red name value immediately attracted the attention of many people, but they discovered a very serious problem. The bounty on Greyfront was removed because Lin Tianhao had been killed. As the saying goes, no one gets up early without a reason. There are no more bounties on Lin Tianhao, so continuing to cause trouble for him is just a waste of time. However, just because players don't cause him trouble doesn't mean the city guards won't. Not long after Lin Tianhao was resurrected, a squad of city guards rushed over. Blackwind City does not welcome those who have committed heinous crimes. Please leave immediately. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Returning to the main city would result in expulsion, which was entirely within Lin Tianhao's expectations. But at that very moment, an aged voice came from behind. Get out of the way. Upon hearing the voice, the city guard squad leader frowned. City guards are enforcing the law. Bystanders, get out of the way immediately. Upon hearing this, the bird Clinfist took out a token from its bosom. The instant I saw the token, the city guards immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, sir. I'm taking this person with me." The bird Clinfist said something indifferently and then left with Lin Tianhao. Some players around were quite surprised to see this. For most players, the city guards hold a very high position in the main city. The city guards can handle many things. But today, the city guards actually knelt down to someone, and after kneeling, they took Lin Tianhao away. What happened to Shuidi? Why was he taken away? Could it be because his red name value is too high, and he's going to be executed? It doesn't look like it. Based on my experience, it's highly likely that the Snow Emperor triggered some kind of hidden reward. The surrounding players were buzzing with discussion. Lin Tianhao, however, followed the Clinfist bird into the palace. Snow Emperor, you are a smart woman. You should know what to say when you see the king later. Clear. Lin Tianhao nodded. The Clinfist bird led Lin Tianhao to the outside of a palace. You can hear people drinking and toasting inside the palace. Every now and then, you could hear voices complimenting Leona. Princess Leona has truly made a name for herself. At such a young age, she already has a benefactor helping her. Then someone else asked, Princess Leona, who is the benefactor who helped you? Could you tell us? The NPCs in Ragnarok are very clever. They knew immediately upon hearing the server-wide announcement that the person who killed Grellerinson was not one of their own. According to the rules of this world, only when an adventurer or their party is the first to kill the boss will there be a server-wide announcement. Your Excellency, I must keep this noble person's identity a secret and cannot disclose it. Please forgive me, Leona politely declined. At that very moment, Prime Minister Kasenlu grinned and said, I heard that recently an adventurer named Snow Emperor has emerged in our Star Kingdom. He has become quite famous and has been featured in many server-wide announcements. It's a pity he's a sinner with 1,000,000 red name points. Otherwise, we could have taken him on as a disciple and trained him. That concludes the discussion. Prime Minister Xenro paused for a moment before subconsciously saying, Princess Leona, it shouldn't be that the evil Snow Emperor who helped you kill Grellerinson, right? Upon hearing this, Leona's expression darkened. Prime Minister, you are a veteran of the officialdom. It's not good to make wild guesses about things that are uncertain. Chapter 77 Standoff in the main hall. Leona had barely finished speaking when Queen Fjordan's voice suddenly rang out. It is indeed not good for the Prime Minister to make unfounded speculations, but my men recently met with the Snow Emperor. According to him, it seems that he was the one who helped you kill the Demon King's son, Grellerinson. Queen Fjordan's words caused quite a stir. On the throne, King Abraham looked at Leona with great interest. Leona, is what the Queen said true? Leona's face darkened. She knew she would inevitably be exposed soon. This was something she and Lin Tianhao had agreed upon. If we deny it now, wouldn't that be deceiving the Emperor? Father, Mother, I did ask someone for help, and they promised to keep it a secret. If you have any evidence, please show it to me. Leona's words were not deceiving the Emperor. On the contrary, They showed her loyalty and righteousness. But that's exactly what I said. But it made them realize that something was not quite right. If it weren't for Shwedi, she could have simply denied it. There was no need to say so much. But the very fact that Leona said so much made it seem like there was something wrong with her. Queen Fjordine smiled and said, "What a coincidence. My people have brought the Snow Emperor here. To find out who is right and who is wrong. We just need to call the Snow Emperor up here, and we can confront her face to face. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Leona's face darkened. Although she already knew, she still had to go through with the act. King Abraham raised an eyebrow. "In that case, let's summon the Snow Empress for a face-to-face confrontation." The Clintfist bird led Lin Tianhao into the main hall. Many people turned their heads in surprise upon seeing Lin Tianhao's arrival. After all, it's worth 1,000,000 red name points. This hasn't happened in the Star Kingdom for many years. Those who previously held 1,000,000 red name value were all extremely wicked and evil people. Lin Tianhao was no exception in their eyes. "Snow Emperor, the Queen says that you killed Grellerinson. Is that true?" King Abraham questioned. Lin Tianhao nodded. "It was indeed I who killed Grellerinson." Upon hearing this, Leona immediately retorted, "Snow Empress, you should think carefully before you speak, and don't spout nonsense here." King Abraham raised his hand, signaling Leona to shut up. "Snow Empress, you said you killed Grellerinson, so can you tell me exactly how you did it?" Lin Tianhao took out the treasure that the bird Clintfist had prepared for him in advance. "This is the thing that allows me to ignore the formation and enter the Shattered Star well." Upon hearing this, King Abraham's gaze fell upon the magical artifact in Lin Tianhao's hand. Lin Tianhao did not hide any attributes, so everyone present could see the attributes of this magic weapon. "Even so, do you have enough damage to kill Grellerinson?" King Abraham continued to ask. "At your current level, to put it bluntly, you can't even break through Grellerinson's defense." Lin Tianhao was very confident. "What if my injury is real?" Abraham narrowed his eyes slightly. "Someone come here." As soon as he finished speaking, a general dressed in golden armor stepped forward. "Try hitting him with your true damage. Call out." Lin Tianhao raised his hand and fired an arrow. Subtract 20,598. A huge damage number appeared. Abraham was slightly surprised. Seeing this, Leona still retorted, "Father, this only proves that the Snow Empress had the strength to kill Grellerinson, but it does not prove that he was the one who killed Grellerinson." Leona's rebuttal was reasonable and well-founded, and it seemed that there was really no problem with it. However, Queen Fjordine's next words made Leona's expression turn extremely ugly. "Your Majesty, if Leona's partner isn't the Snow Empress, then who is it that she's going to such lengths to hide?" King Abraham also looked at Leona. "Leona, now that things have come to this, the only way you can prove your innocence is to bring out the person who helped you kill Grellerinson." Upon hearing this, Leona fell silent for a moment before sighing. "Father, I promised that adventurer I wouldn't reveal his identity. If that's the case, I will cancel your reward for killing Grellerinson. Do you have any complaints?" Leona's heart was bleeding. The position of leader of the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce, which Qing Fuyun and Ti Shuejian desperately wanted, has now slipped through her fingers. "Father, I have no complaints. As the princess of the Star Kingdom, if I lack even this basic integrity, how can I command respect from the people?" Leona's words were so powerful and resonant that they made some of the nobles and royalty present look at her with new respect. People who would abandon the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce to keep their promises are rare indeed. Certainly, some people think Princess Leona is making excuses and that it was Snow Empress who helped her kill Grellerinson. All of this is just an excuse to escape responsibility. Besides, some people realize that this was a trap set by Queen Fjordine. Anyway, in this court, a small number of people have already begun to gravitate towards Princess Leona. This is the effect that Lin Tianhao wanted to achieve with this plan. Use their own tactics against them. He could gain benefits and also win the trust of Queen Fjordine, killing two birds with one stone. Princess Leona may have lost the Star Merchant Guild, but she has gained the approval of some ministers. As for the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce, we can try to compete for it later. Snow Empress, do you have any evidence to prove that you have cooperated with Princess Leona? Lin Tianhao shook his head. The current outcome was already the best possible result. No, because Leona only gave me a verbal promise and didn't give me any real benefits. King Abraham stared sharply at Lin Tianhao and said, "Snow Empress, you are a sinner. Aren't you afraid I'll arrest you for coming here?" "Your Majesty, I have not killed anyone in the main city. You may banish me." Abraham sneered. "I am the king of the Star Kingdom. Besides expelling you, I can also imprison you for half a month." You adventurers seem to be racing against time to increase your strength. If I imprison you for half a month, it should slow down your progress considerably. Lin Tianhao remained silent, waiting for Queen Fjorden to speak. Since he dared to come here, he must be unafraid of being imprisoned. Because Queen Fjorden had to protect him, otherwise he wouldn't mind dragging her down with him. Queen Fjordina was clearly aware of this as well. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty, I brought this person with me. Look at his red name value. It has already dropped by 100,000, which shows that he is actively trying to correct his mistakes. Why don't we give him a chance to reform?" "Oh." Abraham looked at Queen Fjorden and asked, "What kind of opportunity does your Majesty intend to give her?" "Open the dungeon for him. The snow corpse's footprints. Let him enter the dungeon. If he can clear it, his red name value will definitely drop a lot more." Chapter 78: The Ruins of the Snow Corpse. Hearing Queen Fjorden's words, the expressions of the princes and nobles in the main hall changed slightly. Obviously, they all knew about the snow corpse footprints instance. Lin Tianhao was also somewhat surprised, because after he collected the corpse energy, he got the quest to conquer the snow corpse dungeon. Even with his memories of his past life, Lin Tianhao still didn't know where the footprints of the snow corpse instance came from. Now he understands. The footprints of the snow corpse instance requires King Abraham to unlock. No wonder he didn't know that in his previous life. However, he also noticed the subtle changes in the expressions of the surrounding princes and nobles. Judging from the changes in their expressions, the footprints of this snow corpse were not simple. Snow Emperor, since the queen has already pleaded for you, you may choose one yourself. Imprisoned for half a month, or go to clear the snow corpse ruins. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao's expression was somewhat solemn. He has no choice now. He had been tricked by Queen Fjorden. There's definitely something wrong with the footprints on this snow corpse. It might even be a dungeon where you can resurrect on the spot, or a dungeon where you can resurrect at a specific location. In my past life, some secret realms were extremely strange. That means you won't respawn in the main city after death, but will respawn on the spot in the dungeon, or return to the first level of the dungeon. In other words, only by clearing the dungeon can you survive and leave it alive. There was a group of players who encountered such a dungeon and were stuck inside, unable to get out. Finally, I thoroughly studied the dungeon and used a series of attacks to successfully clear it. Dungeons typically have one characteristic. Dungeon monsters will not continuously respawn until the dungeon is cleared. For example, Lin Tianhao clears the first level of the dungeon and then proceeds to the second level. No matter how much time he spends in the second level, the first level will not refresh. Therefore, the players in this team adopted a strategy of attrition warfare. That means never wiping out the entire party. If a player dies, they immediately rush over from the first level of the dungeon to continue the fight. Such a copy. This is bad news for other players. But for Lin Tianhao, is there really such a good thing? That's right. That's really what he thought. Because he can stack health points without limit, the higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the better, as that is his paradise for stacking health points. Not to mention, he already had a quest that required him to go to the Snow Corpse Footprints instance. For him, this was a win-win situation. Very well, Your Majesty. I choose to enter the Snow Corpse Footprints instance. Upon hearing this, Queen Fjordine breathed a sigh of relief. King Abraham smiled and nodded. All right, Snow Empress. I look forward to you clearing the Snow Corpse Footprints dungeon. Lin Tianhao's gaze fell on the Clinfus bird. The Clinfus bird understood Lin Tianhao's meaning. Ding, you have completed the Clinfus bird's mission. Mission reward, 300 free attribute points, plus 1 skill space blink. Space blink, 1 star. Effect, flashes 5 meters in any direction and can pass through obstacles. Consumption, none. Cool for 5 minutes. Proficiency, 1000. Lin Tianhao was slightly surprised. This was something he hadn't expected. This skill not only allows you to pass through obstacles, but it also doesn't consume mana. If the star rating is increased, the benefits will be top-notch. Snow Empress, I am about to open the dungeon for you, the footprints of the Snow Corpse. Are you ready? Lin Tianhao nodded. I'm ready. King Abraham waved his hands and chanted intricate runes. Immediately afterwards, a portal of light appeared in front of Lin Tianhao. Really, this instance can only be unlocked by King Abraham. Lin Tianhao took a step forward and entered the instance. This dungeon doesn't have level indicators, but the difficulty options are all the same. Hell level. Lin Tianhao, as always, chose the Hell difficulty level. Ding, friendly reminder. This is a special instance. If you cannot clear it after entering, you will not be able to leave the instance. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. not expecting that this dungeon would have such a prompt. Enter. Now that we're here, there's no turning back. He also wanted to see what was so special about this instance. The next instant, Lin Tianhao appeared in front of a dilapidated village. Here, it's a world of ice and snow. As far as the eye can see, everything is covered in white snow. In the later stages of his previous life's game, Lin Tianhao also entered some small world dungeons, which were somewhat similar to this one. Once inside, just looking at the exterior, you can't see anything wrong. It looks exactly the same as the outside. In reality, this is a small, independent world. Ding, you have been affected by ice and snow. Your movement speed and attack speed have been reduced by 5%. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. I didn't pay much attention to it, and instead walked into the village ahead, which was covered in snow. Here, Lin Tianhao saw a desolate scene. The monster he had been expecting did not appear. Suddenly, the window of a village house was blown open by the wind and snow. A woman closed the window in a panic. But just then, a monster emerged from the snow. The monster charged toward the middle of the snowfield. Immediately draw the bow and shoot the arrow. In his previous life, he had encountered a mission to protect the natives. If the natives here were killed by wild monsters, the mission would be considered a failure or the score would be lowered. Therefore, his attack was already underway the instant the monster made its move. Call out. Twisted arrow technique. The powerful impact struck the monster in midair instantly. After the monster was knocked down, Lin Tianhao finally got a clear look at its attributes. Ice Werewolf, Black Iron level 50. Health, 9 million. Attack, 3999. Skill. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. It seemed this dungeon was really interesting. His arrow just now clearly took away more than 20,000 health points from the Ice Werewolf. However, the Ice Werewolf's health was instantly restored after landing on the snow. Does this mean that as long as you're on snow, you can infinitely regenerate health in the snow spring? Right now, Lin Tianhao then realized just how difficult this dungeon was. The real challenge isn't the monsters here, but this special effect. But, isn't this exactly what Lin Tianhao wanted to do? He had always thought that the monsters were easy to kill and that he couldn't stack much health. But now it seems, this instance was tailor-made for him. Unlimited health regeneration. Since Lin Tianhao is invincible, he can keep stacking health points. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao's arrows continued to pierce the air, just as he expected. If this Ice Werewolf can regenerate health infinitely on the snow, then he'll be happy. The attacks continued. Each time, it was a twisting arrow technique that had a certain knockback effect. The Ice Werewolf roared repeatedly, but it was still unable to get close to Lin Tianhao. Health points increased by 3. Health points increased by 3. Chapter 79 Attribute Reset. Lin Tianhao was having a great time folding them. But at that very moment, the second Ice Werewolf appeared. It charged towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. He was actually quite happy playing one-on-one. The appearance of the second Ice Werewolf has subtly changed the course of the battle. Lin Tianhao continued to unleash his twisted arrow technique, while also preparing to test whether his lifesteal could withstand the damage from the other Ice and Snow Werewolf. Swish! The second Ice Werewolf rushed up and slashed Lin Tianhao twice with its claws. Reduced by 39.99. Reduced by 39.99. That really hurts. Lin Tianhao's gaze narrowed slightly. Reduced by 599. Reduced by 599. Bleed. Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly contracted. The Ice Werewolf's normal attacks even caused bleeding effects. This is extremely rare under normal circumstances. However, his blood-sucking ability was still strong enough, so he wasn't afraid. He continued to fire arrows wildly, and his health points were gradually increasing. But not long after that, the third Ice Werewolf appeared. Lin Tianhao knew that he probably couldn't hold on any longer. The Snow Werewolf's attacks deal true damage and inflict a bleeding effect. He could withstand the attack of one Ice Werewolf, but he couldn't handle more than that. As expected, Lin Tianhao's health bar began to drop steadily. He could no longer sustain himself by simply absorbing blood. His attack speed is fast, and the Ice Werewolf's attack speed is equally fast. The bleeding and occasional skill attacks made it impossible for Lin Tianhao to continue pulling back. But Lin Tianhao didn't care, because his health points are steadily increasing. As for his level, he was only level 1, so death wouldn't have much of an impact on him. After gaining another 5,000 health points, Lin Tianhao finally couldn't hold on any longer and died under the claws of the Ice and Snow Werewolf. He had just died. Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly changed, because he discovered something truly outrageous. That means his attributes have been reset. I've returned to my stats when I first entered this instance. All the health he had painstakingly accumulated was gone. This is terrifying. Lin Tianhao gasped. His talent is god level, although because it is not fully awakened, it may only be equivalent to a relatively strong god level talent, but it should not be easily reset by a dungeon. Time reversal? Lin Tianhao shook his head. The probability of that happening was very low. Time reversal was too incredible. Even gods might not be able to do it. If that's the case, then there's only one answer. This instance was left behind by a demigod, or a pseudo-god, or even a god. It's not surprising that a deity instance can reset his attributes. Don't think he has extraordinary talent. Even the most extraordinary talent is still just talent. According to the teachings of my previous life, god-level talent only means having the talent to become a god. Compared to a true god, it is still worlds apart. He underestimated the complexity of this instance. Not only that, Lin Tianhao also discovered that his death cycle had not been triggered even once. Lin Tianhao knew the reason. It was most likely due to the suppression from the godly dungeon, and level suppression. In Ragnarok, level suppression is not obviously reflected in attribute values, but Lin Tianhao knows that level suppression will manifest in probabilistic issues. For example, Lin Tianhao's death reincarnation skill has a value of 1%. However, when he crosses level 49 to fight a level 50 boss, the actual probability of triggering this skill may be less than 0.01. In addition, his luck attribute is also a bit low, so the probability will be even lower. In addition, the difference in rank will also exert a suppressive effect, further reducing the probability. If that's the case, then there's no choice but to kill the Ice Wolf. Alternatively, there may be other ways to conquer this instance, such as by utilizing the power of the local natives. Regardless of the method used, Lin Tianhao was somewhat worried. Thinking of this, after resurrecting and putting the equipment into the guild warehouse, Lin Tianhao sent a message to Zhou Xiaopeng. Fatty, take some of the equipment out of the warehouse and sell it for money so we can upgrade our nutrient tanks. Nutrition pods are more expensive than regular gaming pods, costing over 100,000 yuan per unit. Furthermore, it needs to be injected with nutrient solution regularly so that it can stay online for about 2 weeks. The nutrient solution is also expensive. A 2-week supply would cost around 10,000 yuan, which is unaffordable for ordinary families. However, Lin Tianhao didn't care. If you don't change your nutrient tank, you'll be starving when you're doing these small world dungeons in the mid to late game, which can take half a day or even a whole day. As for whether Zhou Xiaopeng will sell the weapons that Lin Tianhao needs, that won't happen, because only the guild leader can access the items in the guild warehouse. Otherwise, we can only watch. After assigning Zhou Xiaopeng his tasks, Lin Tianhao logged off to eat. He needs to eat his fill first before tackling this dungeon. If you get too hungry halfway through and have to log off and start all over again, that would be a huge waste of time. After eating and drinking to one's heart's content, Lin Tianhao re-entered the game. He knew that the upcoming battle would be quite difficult. He must be fully focused. Only in this way can he maximize his gains. Upon re-entering the game, he was still in the dungeon. Same as before. He entered the village, and nothing in the plot changed. The same family's window was blown open again, and the woman hurriedly came over to close it. The ice werewolf appeared and attacked the woman with lightning speed. Lin Tianhao made his move the moment the ice and snow werewolf leaped into the air. The arrow pierced the air. It's still the same old twisted string arrow technique. As he interrupted the ice and snow werewolf, Lin Tianhao began to unleash his floating arrow technique. Really, there will always be a way to crack a copy. It cannot be an absolutely unsolvable instance. While suspended in the air, the ice werewolf did not regenerate health. It only regains health when it lands on the snow. If that's the case, then things will be much easier. With Lin Tianhao's current attack speed, keeping the ice and snow werewolf airborne is much easier than before. The ice and snow werewolf lost over 5 million HP in midair after being attacked by Lin Tianhao. With a roar, the ice and snow werewolf activated its super armor. The floating effect disappeared, and it landed on the snow. Lin Tianhao also noticed this at this moment. The ice werewolf doesn't instantly regain full health. It regenerates health at a rate of 100,000 per second. In other words, Lin Tianhao's damage can suppress his health regeneration. Lin Tianhao now only needs to stall until its super armor ends, then knock it into the air again. After landing, the ice werewolf transformed into a blur and rushed towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao rolled to the side to avoid the attack, while simultaneously maximizing his attack speed and continuing his assault. Previously, Lin Tianhao was able to withstand the damage from an ice werewolf, and now it's no problem either. Once the invincibility ended, Lin Tianhao didn't hesitate to use the floating arrow technique to knock the ice and snow werewolf away. This time, there is no skill that can remove crowd control effects that grant super armor. The ice and snow werewolf could only roar helplessly before being killed by Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have killed the ice werewolf. Experience points increased by 0. Lin Tianhao's pupils contracted again. Oh shit. This was the first time he had ever encountered such an outrageous instance. Killing monsters doesn't give you experience points. In other words, it's absurd for ordinary players to come here hoping to increase their combat power and leave. Lin Tianhao now understood the reason for the change in the expressions of the princes and nobles of the Star Kingdom. He also understood why Queen Fiordino had recommended him to come here. As long as he is trapped here and dies, no one will know that Queen Fiordino is colluding with the Netherworld clan. However, isn't she overlooking a very serious problem? There are ways for adventurers to communicate with each other, but that's no longer important. He's now even more interested in this copy of the Snow Corpse's footprints. With no experience points reward and such a high level of difficulty, what will he get after completing the game? Only, Lin Tianhao didn't have much time to think about it now, because a second snow werewolf appeared. It's the same as always. Lin Tianhao followed the same method. Knock the enemy airborne for endless combos. Even after landing with the invincible body, he could only continue to suppress his health by facing Lin Tianhao's frenzied attacks. Once the invincibility ends, the ice and snow werewolf will be airborne again. Lin Tianhao's arrows now inflict over 20,000 true damage, while the ice and snow werewolf has 9 million health points. It would take him over 400 arrows to kill it. Taking into account the duration of his invincibility, it would take Lin Tianhao about 600 arrows to kill an ice and snow werewolf. In other words, an ice and snow werewolf can add 2,000 health points to his body. Chapter 80: The Order of Frost. And then, Lin Tianhao seems to have started a frenzy of increasing his health points. After killing 9 ice and snow werewolves in a row, Lin Tianhao gained more than 17,000 health points. With Zhou Xiaopeng's passive talent granting him 10% of his passive ability and the Tears of the Goddess of Life granting him 20% of his health, he is blessed with a significant health boost. The 17,000 plus life points that Lin Tianhao gained actually provided him with 22,000 plus life points. However, this increase in health points is far from enough for Lin Tianhao. Immediately afterwards, something unexpected happened to Lin Tianhao. Because by the time the 10th ice werewolf appears, it's no longer just a single ice werewolf. There were 2. Is this what a hellish difficulty dungeon looks like? Lin Tianhao's gaze turned serious. It's the same old routine. Kill one while it's airborne, then pull in another. The player's health increased by over 22,000, which was accompanied by an increase of over 600 in basic attack damage. With Lin Tianhao's current attack speed, he can deal over 3,000 more damage per second. This damage is still somewhat insufficient to deal with an ice werewolf with a health bar of 9 million. Lin Tianhao was not afraid at all and attacked very swiftly, maximizing his limited output. Facing 2 ice werewolves, Lin Tianhao remained completely at ease. Because he can withstand damage, and lifesteal can restore the lost health. After killing the first ice werewolf, the second one will appear. It was the same old strategy with a different name, and nothing went wrong. This time, Lin Tianhao killed 18 ice and snow werewolves in one go. Next, could it be 3 ice werewolves? Although killing these 18 ice werewolves added more than 40,000 health points to Lin Tianhao's life. However, withstanding the attacks of 2 ice werewolves at the same time is still quite difficult for Lin Tianhao in his current state. However, to Lin Tianhao's relief, no more ice werewolves appeared. It's the same family as before. The woman inside opened a window a crack, and only after confirming that there were no ice werewolves outside did she boldly open the door. Thank you so much, brave adventurer. If it weren't for you, this winter would have been very difficult for us. Lin Tianhao looked at the person who had spoken. Villager Aunt Chun, level 50. Health, 1 million. Attack, 985. Skill. Note, she is a villager living here. Perhaps she can give you an unexpected reward. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. It wasn't Aunt Chin's health bar or her attack, but her name. Having 5 years of gaming experience in his previous life, Lin Tianhao knew very well that in the Star Kingdom, there were almost no NPCs with names that resembled those of the Dragon Kingdom. To put it absolutely, Lin Tianhao was unaware of the existence of such an NPC. This method has been criticized in the past because servers in other countries basically have some settings similar to those in their own countries. In the Dragon Kingdom, apart from the gods and some beings related to them retaining the characteristics of the Dragon Kingdom, everything else is westernized. Now, in this instance, Lin Tianhao was surprised to see their Eastern-style name, which made him somewhat excited, and some feeling. As the saying goes, when you see injustice on the road, you should draw your sword to help. This is what I should do, Lin Tianhao said with a smile. Anyway, you've helped me a lot. To thank you, please let me prepare a sumptuous dinner for you, okay? Lin Tianhao wasn't quite clear on the mechanics of this dungeon yet, so he could only proceed one step at a time. Good. Lin Tianhao and Aunt Chen went into the house. Aunt Chen's home was rather simple. There were more than 10 pieces of smoked meat hanging on the kitchen wall. They looked quite good, like authentic Sichuan cured meat. She was busy in the kitchen, asking Lin Tianhao to wait a moment. However, this short wait lasted for more than half an hour. He was born twice. Lin Tianhao was more patient than most people. He continued to wait quietly. Let's see what kind of plot will be triggered. Not long after, 3 dishes and a soup were served. Cured pork, hot and sour shredded potatoes, egg drop soup, sweet and sour pork ribs. It's not bad. Want to try some? My cooking skills are just SOSO. If it's not good, please forgive me. Lin Tianhao smiled and waved his hand. It looks delicious. Besides, in this freezing weather, being able to have a hot meal is already a blessing. Lin Tianhao picked up a piece of cured meat and ate it. Ding! Attack power increased by 5. Lin Tianhao was stunned for a moment. Eating food increases attributes? He took another small bite of the shredded potato. Ding! Attack speed increased by 0.02. Lin Tianhao perked up. Damn it! He took off from the spot. To determine the added attributes of these dishes, Lin Tianhao also tried egg drop soup and sweet and sour pork ribs. Sweet and sour pork ribs. Ding! Critical hit increased by 1. Egg drop soup. Ding! Movement speed increased by 0.1. Lin Tianhao was a little excited. He didn't need to consider critical hits or attack power. Attack speed and movement speed were definitely the most suitable for him. He began to eat heartily, but very quickly, he regretted it. I regret having eaten before tackling this dungeon. He was originally worried about playing the dungeon on an empty stomach, but now he's messed it up. Although the food in the game doesn't actually replenish energy, the feeling of fullness is real. Lin Tianhao ate as much as he could. Lin Tianhao unleashed all the attack speed-boosting potato shreds in one go. Attack speed has been increased slightly. When it came to the egg drop soup, Lin Tianhao tried his best, but only managed to drink half of it. Lin Tianhao felt like he was going to vomit if he drank any more. This results in an increase of 3 points in movement speed. As for the rest, Lin Tianhao simply couldn't eat anymore, so he had no choice but to give up. Pity. Otherwise, the movement speed could be increased even further. However, since the movement speed had already exceeded 10 points, the buff was halved, so the actual movement speed increase was only 1.5. Thank you for your hospitality. Lin Tianhao wiped his mouth and said very politely, You are such a kind adventurer, leaving me so much meat. What can I say? Aunt Chun was a little embarrassed, seemingly to thank Lin Tianhao. She went inside and searched for a while. A while later, she stepped out, a token appearing in her hand. Young man, you are very capable. This is something left to me by a powerful adventurer I once took in. I hope it will be of use to you. Lin Tianhao subconsciously accepted the token. Order of Frost, special equipment. Wearing requirements, none. Effect, your attacks can slow enemy units' attack speed and movement speed by 20 for 5 seconds. Abrasion resistance, 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. But then, Lin Tianhao realized a very serious problem. That is, in this instance, it seems that he can't use it at all. The reason is simple. What he needs here is a knockback, a severe injury attribute, or a high amount of health boosting attribute. Slowing down? That won't help. Chapter 81 An Ancient Eastern Kingdom lies buried here. However, it's useless here, but if you put it outside, it would definitely be a powerful tool for pulling. Reducing either attack speed or movement speed is already very powerful, but reducing both at the same time would be truly overpowered. Especially for some warrior classes, whose attack speed and movement speed are not fast to begin with. Once reduced by 20%, they become sitting ducks. The same applies to wild monsters. However, it doesn't specify whether this effect is mandatory, so it's highly likely that it can be removed through purification. But it's no use. Since it can be triggered by a basic attack, Lin Tianhao only needs to keep using basic attacks. so it doesn't matter whether others use purification or not. I snapped out of my thoughts. Someone knocked on Aunt Chen's door, and an old voice came from outside. Aunt Chen, is that adventurer here? Yes, village chief. Aunt Chen opened the door, and a short, old man with gray hair appeared outside. Village chief Li. Health points. Attack. Skill. All of them are question marks. Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine when he saw it. Thank you so much, brave adventurer, but simply killing those ice werewolves is far from enough. This place used to be peaceful, but a god from the west passed through here, and it started to snow heavily for half a year. Since then, this place has been covered in ice and snow for half the year, and monsters appear after the ice and snow arrive. Lin Tianhao knew that he had triggered the storyline quest in the dungeon. Village chief, is there anything I can do to help you? We all hope this place can return to its original state. As long as you can destroy the traces left by the snow corpses and restore peace to our village will offer our most precious possessions. Ding. Village chief Li has issued you a task. Do you accept? Mission requirements. Destroy the footprints of the snow corpses and restore peace to the village. Mission penalty, none. Quest reward. Weapon evolution scroll +1. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This is definitely good stuff. A weapon evolution scroll can evolve a weapon. Imagine if the Book of Life and Death evolved once. What changes would occur in its attributes? Just thinking about it made Lin Tianhao unable to contain his excitement. After all, these were all unexpected surprises for him. Please rest assured, village chief, I will do my best. Upon hearing this, village chief Li smiled with satisfaction. Go for it, brave adventurer. Lin Tianhao nodded and walked out of Aunt Chen's house. In that case, I shall take my leave. He was going to continue his campaigns, passing through the village. Many people were watching him through the window, but not a single person showed up. They just watched from a distance, seemingly worried that more monsters might appear. Walk forward. It was still a vast expanse of white snow, stretching as far as the eye could see. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao kicked something, and with his foot he cleared away the surrounding snowdrifts, and he saw a stone tablet. Lin Tianhao swept away the snow on the stone tablet and saw the words on it. An ancient Eastern kingdom lies buried here. These 8 simple words instantly brought many thoughts to Lin Tianhao's mind. Players from the Dragon Kingdom should descend upon this ancient Eastern kingdom after entering Ragnarok. But for some unknown reason, this ancient Eastern country lies buried here. This is why players from the Dragon Kingdom entered the westernized Star Kingdom. Keep going. Lin Tianhao inexplicably felt a sense of oppression, as if some kind of force was pressing on his heart, causing his heart to beat suddenly faster. This is Kamui. Even in his previous life, Lin Tianhao had never experienced divine power many times, but now, he actually felt divine power in this instance. Ding! You have been affected by divine power. All your attributes have decreased by 10%. Click-clack. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao's expression changed drastically, because cracks had appeared on his Purification Jade Pendant. In just a moment, Lin Tianhao put away the Purification Jade Pendant. Purification Jade Pendant, special equipment. Wearing requirements. It may be worn by the person who voluntarily transfers the item, but it must not be dropped or taken out. It may not be worn by anyone other than the person who voluntarily gives it to. Effect. Immune to 80% of negative buffs such as control, slow, curse, poison, burn, freeze, and paralysis. Abrasion resistance. 80. Lin Tianhao's reaction speed was already very fast, but the wear resistance of the Purification Jade Pendant decreased by 20. As a special type of equipment, it is very difficult to damage. However, this divine power damaged the Purification Jade Pendant. Ding! You have been affected by divine power. All your attributes have decreased by 50. Ding! You are affected by ice and snow. Your movement speed and attack speed have decreased by 25. Lin Tianhao gasped. Sure enough, without the Purification Jade Pendant, his attributes were greatly affected. His attack speed, which was originally 6.73, has now dropped to 1.68. Oh shit, a 75% drop is outrageous. Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. His movement speed and health were also greatly affected. In other words, his damage output will be significantly reduced. This is terrifying. This dungeon was already incredibly difficult, and now it's been severely affected. It seems that things went too smoothly before, which gave me confidence. The hellish difficulty of this dungeon is more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Tianhao, braving the divine might, continued forward. Abrupt. Lin Tianhao sensed something moving beneath the snow. Before he could react, A giant ice serpent burst out of the snow and opened its blood-red maw to bite down on Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao immediately rolled away to avoid it, and at the same time, the feathered arrow in his hand flew out. Ice Serpent, Bronze 50. Health, 30 million, 30 million. Attack, 10010. Skill, Bronze Boss. It's a snake. As we all know, snakes have slippery bodies, and it is extremely difficult to knock a snake into the air. If his attack speed isn't affected, Lin Tianhao can still do it. With an attack speed of 1.68, achieving this is virtually impossible. Lin Tianhao currently has 380 free attribute points. If he adds them all to attack speed, his attack speed can reach 12.15. However, this is the attack speed that is unaffected. If we deduct 75% of the attack speed effect, his attack speed will drop to 3.03. Very low. However, if the attack rhythm is well controlled, it is not entirely impossible to achieve infinite knockup. After a moment's thought, Lin Tianhao added all 380 free attribute points to attack speed. This allows the attack speed to reach 12.15, but the actual attack speed is 3.03. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao kept pulling and twisting, and his arrow twisting technique was also constantly being used. Subtract 11,023. Subtract 11,024. Because all his attributes have decreased by 50%, Lin Tianhao's damage output has also decreased significantly. Chapter 82 The Ice Serpent, Extreme Pulling. But Lin Tianhao was not discouraged. After experiencing the difficulty of this dungeon, he did not even consider passing it in one go. Now try your best to conquer it, just to familiarize yourself with the dungeon and understand its mechanics. From the current perspective, when he was farming the ice werewolf, he was too fast. If he had slowed down, he could have gained an extra 50,000 to 100,000 health points. That way, his basic attack damage and maximum health will both be increased. The immediate improvement might not be significant, especially since the impact of divine power here would be much less, but every little bit helps. Little by little, you'll accumulate a lot. Call out, call out, call out. Arrows continued to pierce the air. Lin Tianhao finally knocked the ice serpent away. It is dozens of times more difficult than knocking away ordinary monsters. This was extremely taxing on Lin Tianhao's mental energy. There was no other way. He must withstand the pressure, or he will face a disaster. The ice serpent has 30 million health points. Lin Tianhao can only reduce it by more than 30,000 per second, and only a little over 1.9 million per minute. If the ice werewolf follows its own script and activates its super armor to fall, what will happen? Quickly restore health. In other words, with his damage output, it would take him about 40 minutes to kill a giant ice serpent. This is assuming there are no mistakes and no second ice serpent. Just thinking about it made Lin Tianhao's scalp tingle. However, looking at it from another angle isn't necessarily a bad thing. 9 health points are gained per second, 540 health points per minute, and 21,000 and 60,000 health points per 40 minutes. Killing a giant ice serpent will stack up so many health points, and its damage will also increase accordingly. Certainly, these are all just Lin Tianhao's calculations at the moment, and whether there will be any unexpected events remains to be seen. But sometimes, accidents happen so suddenly and unexpectedly. Lin Tianhao struggled with the giant ice serpent for half an hour, and just when he was about to succeed, a second giant ice serpent appeared. Oh shit, this is tricky. Lin Tianhao's movement speed is now greatly affected, making it almost impossible for him to kite others by maneuvering. In addition, Lin Tianhao has another move that can be used to pull the opponent apart, namely the double dragons playing with a pearl. 2 dragons playing with a pearl, 2 feathered arrows are launched simultaneously. This is different from firing 2 arrows at once, because the 2 arrows in the double dragons playing with a pearl technique are both fired using a twisted bow technique, which has a certain knockback effect. Even with Lin Tianhao's skill, he couldn't use the twin dragons playing with a pearl technique to simultaneously knock away the 2 giant ice serpents. If it were just 2 regular monsters, that might be okay. The conditions for knocking back snake-type monsters are too demanding. But if it's just about knocking one away and pulling the other, it's still possible. It was pretty much as Lin Tianhao had predicted. 41 minutes later, the first giant ice snake died. Next came the second giant ice serpent. Same as always. Knockback, follow-up. This time, however, Lin Tianhao had only been fighting for 20 minutes when the third giant ice serpent appeared. Lin Tianhao has now figured out the situation. 1 giant ice serpent appears every half hour. He could only continue pulling. The previous buff added 22,000 health points, and with the second buff that appeared 11 minutes earlier, A total of 28,000 health points were added to Lin Tianhao's body. With the addition of the tears of the goddess of life and the boost from Zhou Xiaopeng's talent, his health points increased by more than 36,000. It can be affected by the halving of all attributes, so the actual value is over 18,000. In other words, only these 18,000 plus are capable of dealing damage. Each basic attack increases damage by over 500, resulting in over 1,600 more damage per second. This improvement is simply not enough compared to the Ice Serpent with its 30 million HP. In the blink of an eye, by the time the second giant Ice Serpent was killed, 20 minutes had passed since the third giant Ice Serpent appeared. In other words, the fourth Ice Serpent will appear in 10 minutes. For now, he can still hold on. But what if he has to face 3 giant Ice Serpents at the same time? Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. Facing 3 giant Ice Serpents at the same time means he has to endure the damage from one of them. This will put a lot of pressure on him. But since things have come to this point, Lin Tianhao can only take it one step at a time. After killing the second Ice Serpent, his basic attack damage per second increased by more than 1,900, including the 600 plus damage increase per second from killing the first Ice Serpent. Lin Tianhao's total damage has now increased by more than 3,500. More than 3,500 per second, 210,000 per minute. Even in 10 minutes, you can only deal an additional 2.1 million damage. This damage increase is still too low compared to the Ice Serpent's health. Lin Tianhao unleashed his full power and finally killed the third Ice Serpent. Then, his real bad news arrived. At the same time, they faced 3 giant Ice Serpents. Lin Tianhao remained the same as always, playing with 2 dragons and a pearl. In fact, with Lin Tianhao's skill, he was already able to fire 3 arrows at the same time using the twisting bow technique. But that would prevent us from knocking away the Ice Serpents. We wouldn't be able to knock away a single one. Now, Lin Tianhao could only pray that he could withstand the damage from the giant Ice Serpent. Reduced by 10,000. Reduced by 99.98. Lin Tianhao began to suffer damage, but for now, he could still withstand it. Compared to the Ice Werewolf, the Orochi has higher attack power, but slightly lower attack speed and no bleeding effect. I just don't know if this Ice Serpent has any outrageous skills. As Lin Tianhao continued to pull, the floating Ice Serpent activated its invincible body and fell down. At this moment, Lin Tianhao did not hesitate to choose to fire 3 arrows at once, pulling 3 large ice snakes at the same time. This pulling and stretching can greatly reduce the damage Lin Tianhao suffers. At this time, the 20% slow effect of the frostbite debuff became apparent at this point. In this tug-of-war, Lin Tianhao's movement speed was impaired, and their movement speed was also severely impaired. With one person carrying 3 others, Lin Tianhao doesn't need to worry about knocking them away, making the fight much easier. As long as he can rhythmically repel the enemy with the twisting arrow technique, he can remain invincible. That's the pace. However, Lin Tianhao only thought about it briefly before abandoning this strategy. He knocked the other Ice Serpent away and continued to attack, maximizing his damage output. Once the Ice Serpent's super armor state ends, he can continue attacking it after the super armor ends, and then kill it. He then attacked the 5th Ice Serpent, whose health he had just lost some of. Thanks to the healing effect of the snow, the 5th Ice Serpent's health has recovered considerably, but it is still not fully restored. This feeling is that you really have to maximize the damage, otherwise you might get yourself into trouble if you're not careful. As things stand, he can still manage to hold his own against the 3 giant Ice Serpents even under extreme strain. If there were 4, according to Lin Tianhao's calculations, it wouldn't be impossible to pull them apart, but the mental exertion would be terrifying. Chapter 83 starting over, new strategy. However, based on Lin Tianhao's output rate, he can still hold on for now. Moreover, because he was fighting 3 Ice Serpents at the same time, Lin Tianhao's health points accumulated faster. It can accumulate 27 health points per second. Even with the addition of the twisted arrow technique, the health points gained per second are still 15,900 points in 1 minute. The damage is increasing slowly. Although not a lot, it's very stable. After Lin Tianhao killed the 7th Ice Serpent, he was suddenly faced with 4 Ice Serpents at the same time. The pressure has begun. Moreover, Lin Tianhao could already foresee that the upcoming battle would be very disadvantageous for him. There is no other reason. The Ice Serpent is now spawning 2 at the same time. Similar to the Ice Werewolf, after 9 were spawned, they started spawning in pairs. However, at this moment, Lin Tianhao's damage was far from enough to quickly kill the Ice Serpent, and continuing the fight would not break the deadlock. So Lin Tianhao simply put away his weapon and waited to die. Because Lin Tianhao had already figured out a way to break the deadlock. The ice and snow werewolf is his greatest opportunity. If he makes good use of it, he might be able to defy fate. It's even possible that by taking advantage of the characteristics of this instance, he could stack his health to an unbelievable level. Even with the bloodthirsty dragon armor's ability to absorb damage and life steal, Lin Tianhao was still killed in a short time without any resistance. After all, they are all level 50 bronze bosses, so their damage is undeniable. After Lin Tianhao died, they returned to the place where they first entered the instance. Everything has been reset. He lost the Frost Order, his accumulated health points returned to their original level, and the attributes he gained from eating vegetables were also gone. Even the free attribute points I added have returned, becoming 380 free attribute points, showing the state before I added any points. Most notably, the damaged Jade Pendant, with its wear level reduced to 100, has been repaired. This is a time reset. At first, Lin Tianhao thought that death was a reset of attributes, but now it seems that it was a reset of time. In that case, we can try out my plan now. Lin Tianhao directly added all his free attribute points to attack speed, increasing his attack speed from 5.73 to 11.65. The rest of the story remains unchanged. The first ice werewolf appeared. Lin Tianhao used his twisted arrow technique to knock the ice and snow werewolf down from midair. Then, he didn't use the floating arrow technique as before, and he didn't even equip the tears of the goddess of life. He just attacked the ice and snow werewolf like this. The ice and snow werewolf regenerates 100,000 health per second in the snow, with an attack speed of just over 11. Even without the tear of the goddess of life, Lin Tianhao could take down 180,000 health from the first ice and snow werewolf in a second. Therefore, Lin Tianhao would deliberately slow down his attack speed to prevent the first ice werewolf from being quickly crippled. Then came the second one. The third one. Lin Tianhao fired 2 arrows at once, and then 3 arrows at once. But they just won't kill the ice werewolf. It wasn't until the 5th ice werewolf appeared that Lin Tianhao began to kill the first ice werewolf. Because currently, firing all 5 arrows simultaneously is the limit that Lin Tianhao can achieve. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. Everything was going in the direction he had envisioned. After the first ice werewolf was killed, the 6th ice werewolf appeared, bringing the total number of ice werewolves in the arena to 5. Lin Tianhao still fired all 5 arrows at once, maximizing the efficiency of stacking health points. By timing it carefully, they would selectively kill one of the ice werewolves when it was about to appear. That's wonderful. This method of exploiting a bug allowed Lin Tianhao's health to increase rapidly. 5 arrows fired simultaneously, each dealing 15 points of damage. Even if the output can be controlled, the average number of basic attacks per second is still more than 6. It can stack 90 health points in just 1 second, 5,400 per minute. It can accumulate 324,000 health points in 1 hour. Although Lin Tianhao's damage also increases as his health increases, this somewhat affects the progress of his health stacking. However, Lin Tianhao was not worried about the extent of the impact. When the monsters refreshed in pairs, Lin Tianhao's strategy remained the same as before, keeping 5 ice werewolves in the field at all times. And when it came to the last 5, Lin Tianhao simply stopped killing them. Activate the crazy health stacking mode. The snowfield's infinite health regeneration meant that, for Lin Tianhao, it meant an infinite accumulation of health points. Although firing 5 arrows at once consumes a lot of mental energy, and as time goes on, Lin Tianhao's damage increases, the amount of health he can accumulate each hour also decreases. After all, with his damage increased, to ensure he doesn't kill these ice werewolves, he can only reduce his attack frequency. That's all. Lin Tianhao persevered for more than 7 hours, mainly because firing 5 arrows at once was too taxing on his mental strength, and he had reached his limit. In the past 7 hours, Lin Tianhao's life points have increased by more than 1.5 million. If we include the tears of the goddess of life and Zhou Xiaopan's passive buff, Lin Tianhao's actual life value boost has reached 2 million. Even with an extra 2 million health points, and despite being affected by divine power and having his attributes reduced by 50%, he would still have a 1 million health point bonus. A single basic attack can deal an extra 30,000 true damage. Even if his attack speed is affected and reduced to 3.0, his damage per second will still be 90,000 more. That 90,000 damage is off the charts. And Lin Tianhao was still thinking about whether there was a way to obtain more things in the village. While Lin Tianhao was pondering these things, Aunt Chun, a villager, appeared. Lin Tianhao had experienced the plot before, so he was quite familiar with it. During the meal, Lin Tianhao sighed and said, "These monsters regenerate too quickly in the snow. Otherwise, I could have killed them very easily." Upon hearing Lin Tianhao's words, villager Aunt Chun said, "That's true, but we have a traveling doctor in our village who seems to have figured out a way to stop these monsters from regenerating health." Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. "Really? This village has other rewards, but he hasn't developed them yet. Okay, Aunt Chun, could you introduce me to this Dr. Lu later?" Aunt Chun nodded and said, "Of course, there's no problem. You're a hero in our village, and I'm sure Dr. Lu can help you." Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised, because after he triggered Dr. Lu, village chief Li did not appear. Does this mean that only 2 rewards can be triggered in the starting village? However, it is still uncertain at the moment. The reward mechanism in this kind of dungeon still needs to be explored further. However, Lin Tianhao already had a guess. In the starting village, the most useful items should be those for fighting against the divine might. So, Lin Tianhao is ready to try a new way of playing. Chapter 84. Health points exceed 1 million. That is, when encountering Shinwei, he would not hesitate to run back for help. There is a high probability that someone in the village is capable of standing up to Shinwei. Otherwise, given the hellish difficulty of the Divine Might dungeon, if he couldn't pass it, no other player could either. Before the second job advancement, even for those players with god-level talents, conquering this dungeon was an incredibly difficult task. Therefore, what can counter divine power is the most important thing. This should also be the best hidden reward in the beginner village. While pondering these thoughts, Lin Tianhao had already spotted Dr. Lu. This is a middle-aged man who is over 1.8 meters tall and has a rather robust build. With gray hair and a long beard, he didn't look like a doctor. He looked more like a village chief. "Dr. Lu, this adventurer helped us kill the ice werewolf, and he plans to go deeper, but the ice monster's ability to regenerate health in the snow is too strong. He wants to ask if there is any way to reduce the monster's health regeneration." Dr. Lu glanced at Lin Tianhao, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Brave adventurer, your bravery exceeds my expectations, but I don't quite believe you can defeat those hateful ice monsters. Unless you can advance and kill some ice serpents, I will reward you based on the number of ice serpents you kill." Ding! Dr. Lu has issued you a task. Do you accept? Mission requirements. Kill the ice serpent, the more the better. Mission penalty, none. Mission reward. For each ice serpent killed, you will receive 1 severe injury potion. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He seemed to have discovered something interesting. That means he doesn't need to kill all the ice serpents to retreat. In other words, there was absolutely no need for him to fight to the death when facing the giant ice serpent. If that's the case, therefore, the ice serpent must have a range of aggro. For example, the area covered by divine power. If he leaves the area covered by the divine power, will the ice serpent stop pursuing him? Based on the current situation, this possibility is very high. Okay, Dr. Lu, please rest assured, I will do my best to kill as many ice serpents as possible. Lin Tianhao took his leave. Because of the previous battle, Lin Tianhao had eaten all the dishes that increased attack speed. Therefore, he gained +1 attack speed and +6 movement speed this time. This upgrade is practically insane. It was still that same stone tablet covered in snow. An ancient Eastern kingdom lies buried here. Lin Tianhao didn't pay much attention, stepped over the stone tablet, and continued forward. Divine power descends. Lin Tianhao remained unconcerned until the first giant ice serpent appeared. Lin Tianhao began to fight and retreat. When he was out of the stone tablet's boundary, his divine power disappeared, and the ice and snow serpent also disappeared. I see, it seems my guess was correct. The giant ice serpent here may also have the ability to reset time. As long as he exits, everything inside will be reset. Lin Tianhao discovered that the health points he had gained from attacking the ice serpent had also disappeared after he exited the boundary of the stone tablet. Another reset. However, unlike the previous resets, this time his reset only reset the attributes that attacked the ice serpent. He pondered for a moment. Lin Tianhao did not step back there, but instead went back to find Aunt Chun. Aunt Chun, the area ahead is shrouded in divine power. After I step on it, all my attributes will decrease by 50%, which will greatly affect my upcoming battle. I wonder if there's any way to counter Kamui? Aunt Chun shook her head repeatedly. Divine power is left behind by the gods. How can we mortals possibly fight against divine power? Lin Tianhao was not giving up, so he went to see Dr. Lu again. Dr. Liu and Aunt Chun gave similar answers, both refusing outright, unable to defy the divine power. Lin Tianhao didn't believe it, so the person who knew how to fight against Shenwei was probably the old village chief, or someone else. He's just not doing it the right way. He hasn't triggered the key figure. At this time, Zhou Xiaopeng sent a message saying that the nutrient tank was ready. Lin Tianhao, with a smile on his face, logged off to change the nutrient tank. The nutrient solution in this nutrient tank can support up to half a month without food or water. Crossing the boundary of the stone tablet again, Lin Tianhao's attributes plummeted due to the influence of divine power and the lack of the purification jade pendant's blessing. In particular, attack speed and movement speed are reduced by 75%. This is extremely abnormal, no matter what stage it is placed in. When the first giant ice serpent appeared, Lin Tianhao did not attack with his feather arrows first, but instead chose to use the Book of Life and Death. Really? A smug smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. As he had expected, monsters with the same name, such as the ice serpent, could still be locked down using the Book of Life and Death. As long as he can see it, he can use the Book of Life and Death to lock onto it, and cause it to continuously lose health. Here, Lin Tianhao's attributes are halved, but even so, the damage per second still reaches over 23,000. Because the fixed 10,000 damage is not affected by divine might. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tianhao continued to output damage. Same as always, knock them back, then keep attacking. The extra health points gained from the ice and snow werewolf increased Lin Tianhao's damage output. Each basic attack can maintain a damage of around 40,000. 1 second is 120,000, plus the 23,000 from the Book of Life and Death. Lin Tianhao's damage per second reaches 143,000. The damage output in 1 minute is as high as 8.58 million, and in the knock-up state, it can deal 30 million damage in 4 minutes. Even considering the health regeneration from his invincibility state, he can take down an ice serpent in 5 minutes. This output capability is terrifying. Compared to the previous 40 minutes to defeat a giant ice serpent, the time now required has been reduced to 1/8 of the original. And the actual time was even faster than Lin Tianhao had anticipated, because the ice serpent was almost killed in just 4.5 minutes. However, this gave Lin Tianhao some wicked ideas, and he was no longer in a hurry to kill the ice serpent. Let it land. This is interesting. After the ice serpent landed, Lin Tianhao continued to unleash his full power, gaining 9 health points per second and 540 health points per minute. Lin Tianhao had no idea what would happen next. But one thing is certain. That means the higher his health points are, the greater the benefit to him. The second giant ice serpent appeared. Lin Tianhao couldn't help but frown. The intense 7+ hours of firing 5 arrows simultaneously had a huge impact on his mental and physical strength. He now feels somewhat powerless even when firing 2 arrows at once. There's no way. Lin Tianhao could only kill the first ice serpent first, and then attack the second one. Chapter 85 Serious Injury Potion. However, in order to maximize his health, Lin Tianhao waited until the respawn point was half an hour before killing the giant ice serpent in front of him. And Lin Tianhao also didn't use the Book of Life and Death this time, instead reducing damage and increasing the frequency of his attacks. Even so, Lin Tianhao still dealt over 120,000 damage per second. Even though the ice serpent regenerates 100,000 HP per second in the snow, Lin Tianhao will still lose more than 20,000 HP. It can deal over 1.2 million damage per minute and over 36 million damage in half an hour. Therefore, Lin Tianhao had no choice but to remove the tears of the goddess of life as well. He reduces his own damage by 20%, which allows him to even out the damage output. He only needs to weave in weak point attacks during his main attack to unleash critical hits and time his attacks perfectly to kill these monsters. With Lin Tianhao's current attack speed, he can accumulate 9 health points per second, 540 per minute, and 16,200 health points in half an hour. In other words, Lin Tianhao can gain 16,200 health points by killing a giant ice serpent. Furthermore, as Lin Tianhao's damage increases, the amount of health he can accumulate will also be affected. Even with the 8th and 9th ice serpents, he still gained about 15,500 health points for each of them. After Lin Tianhao killed the first 9 ice serpents, they started to respawn 2 at a time. Lin Tianhao tried firing 2 arrows simultaneously and managed to do it with difficulty. There's no need for that. He needs to recover the mental energy he previously expended in order to prepare for the upcoming battles. Wearing the tears of the goddess of life again, Lin Tianhao continued to unleash his full potential with his usual high damage output. They even used the Book of Life and Death. The goal is to kill a giant ice serpent in about 15 minutes. Because aerial archery also consumes mental energy, Lin Tianhao is currently using a lazy approach, giving himself as much time as possible to recover his mental strength. The damage was originally just over 120,000, but it increased by more than 142,000 when the first 9 ice serpents were killed, plus the boost from the Tears of the Goddess of Life and Zhou Xiaopon's passive talent. He actually gained about 185,000 health points. Even though it was suppressed by 50% due to the influence of divine power, it was still more than 92,000. A single basic attack can deal over 2,700 more true damage and over 8,000 more true damage per second. In addition, it grants a 1% bonus to maximum lifespan from the Book of Life and Death. Lin Tianhao can now deal nearly 152,000 damage per second. Even if he doesn't knock the ice serpent into the air and deducts 100,000 HP from it every second, he can still take away more than 52,000 HP from it. He earns over 3.1 million per minute, and in less than 10 minutes, he can kill a giant ice serpent. However, as always, he chose to maximize his health. Kill the first one around the 15-minute mark, then kill the second one another 15 minutes later. Using this fighting style, Lin Tianhao can quickly stack up his health points. Even with deliberate control of his damage output, Lin Tianhao's health still accumulated to around 15,000 after killing 2 giant ice serpents. There are 9 groups in total, which can add more than 130,000 health points to Lin Tianhao. When only the very last ice serpent remained, Lin Tianhao hesitated. He took away the Tears of the Goddess of Life, but did not use the Book of Life and Death. This reduced his basic attack damage to over 37,000, and his DPS to over 110,000. Even with high-intensity output, the ice serpent will still deal over 10,000 damage per second. If he wants to use the last ice serpent to continuously increase his health, he not only cannot knock the enemy back or land critical hits, but he also has to control the attack frequency. To this end, he hesitated for a moment. Lin Tianhao decided to stop and farm for a while longer, trying to accumulate as much health as possible. Under Lin Tianhao's control, he can accumulate about 28,000 health points per hour. This number isn't large, but he only needs to use basic attacks, so it doesn't consume much mental energy. Therefore, Lin Tianhao persisted for more than 3 hours before stopping. The health points have increased by nearly 90,000. In this way, this time, when he killed the ice serpent, his base health points increased by about 460,000. If we also take into account the boost from the Goddess of Life and Zhou Xiaopong's talent, the actual increase in his life points is as high as 600,000. At this point, the total health points had already exceeded 3 million. This dungeon is difficult, but stacking health is really powerful. At this rate, by the time I clear this dungeon, my health will probably exceed 10 million. With that thought in mind, Lin Tianhao retreated again, just as he expected. As long as he kills these giant ice serpents and returns to the village, time will not reset. In this respect, it's quite conscientious. A moment of silence. After returning, Lin Tianhao found Dr. Liu and submitted the task to him. Adventurer, you are indeed very powerful, having actually killed all the ice serpents. This is the reward I have prepared for you. Dr. Liu placed bottle after bottle of medicine in front of Lin Tianhao, a total of 27 bottles. Serious injury medicine, special. Effect. After use, for 5 seconds after you deal damage to an enemy unit, the enemy unit's health regeneration will be reduced by 50%, lasting for 1 hour. Note, this is a single-use medication. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This remedy for serious injuries is even more potent than he imagined. The 50% chance of inflicting serious injury can last for an hour. At this stage, no common serious injury attribute should exceed 20%. If it's a medicine or similar substance, the duration is estimated to be no more than 15 minutes. These serious injury medications in front of us, not to mention 50%, can last for a full hour. Lin Tianhao was not satisfied after receiving the remedy for serious injuries, because he wanted more. For example, methods to counter Kamui. He is currently affected by the divine power, and his combat strength has been greatly reduced. So, Lin Tianhao asked Dr. Liu, Dr. Liu, do you know where the village chief is? Upon hearing this, Dr. Liu nodded. Brave adventurer, if you are looking for the old village chief, I can take you there. He had barely finished speaking. A middle-aged man pushed open the door and entered. This person was none other than Village Chief Li. When Village Chief Li saw Lin Tianhao, An excited smile appeared on his face. Brave adventurer, your strength truly exceeds my imagination. You swept away those ice serpents without even using any healing potions. In you, I see hope for saving the village. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. Had he triggered a hidden mechanism? Hello, village chief. I would be more than happy to help the village if I could. Upon hearing this, village chief Li smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, you're very good, but the dangers ahead may be more than you think. Especially its magnificent divine power, which is simply impossible to withstand. Chapter 86 The Mark of the Godslayer. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. As expected, there is a way to fight against divine power in this village. Village Chief Li, you're right. The influence of that divine power is truly terrifying. Otherwise, I could have easily killed those ice serpents. The old village chief nodded. Once, an adventurer who killed a god appeared in our village. He was a mortal who killed the goddess of ice and snow. This angered the gods, and the Western gods took action, sealing our ancient Eastern kingdom under this snow. Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly contracted. If that's the case, then the snow corpse in the Snow Corpse Footprints dungeon is the ice and snow goddess. After that adventurer killed a god, he left the Godslayer's mark in the village. I can give you the Godslayer's mark. Once bound, this mark cannot be erased, and you will be hated by the Western gods because of it. Lin Tianhao's heart tightened. Village Chief Li continued. And the benefit is that you are immune to divine power, and even gods cannot see your information. Lin Tianhao felt a surge of excitement. Kim Yui was an unassailable force, even in his previous life over the past 10 years. Even if the Western gods hate us, so what? In their previous lives, nearly 2/3 of the Western gods sided with the Erit Star system. Village Chief, what about the gods of our ancient Eastern country? Aren't they going to take action? In fact, many people have wondered about this in their past lives as well, since there are many gods in the West. But in the East, no gods appeared. If it weren't for the fact that some players received blessings from the Eastern deities, they would probably doubt whether the Eastern deities truly exist. Our gods. Village Chief Li gave a wry smile. I don't know either. It's said that a long, long time ago, our gods were involved in an unprecedented civil war that caused the heavens and earth to collapse and time and space to become disordered. The continent we live on now is less than 100 millionth of the world at that time. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. Village Chief, you're not talking about the great calamity of the Lich King during the primordial era, are you? This is a very ancient legend in Eastern mythology. I don't know if it's the Lich Cataclysm, but our world used to seem to have been called the primordial world. Lin Tianhao gasped. If this is true, then all the gods of the primordial world would descend upon it, and the Alet galaxy and the Western gods would be nothing more than ants. I understand, Village Chief. I am willing to accept the mark of the Godslayer. Becoming a god is difficult, but killing a god is even more difficult. Those who came before him could kill gods with mortal bodies, and he believed that he, Lin Tianhao, could also kill gods with mortal bodies. Good. Village Chief Li looked at Lin Tianhao and said solemnly, Brave adventurer, we hope you can bring a bright future to our village. Village Chief Li placed 2 fingers on Lin Tianhao's forehead. A blood-red mark was branded onto Lin Tianhao's brow and then disappeared. Ding! You have obtained the mark of the Godslayer. Godslayer mark, God level. Effect 1. You will be unaffected by divine power. Effect 2. For each god you kill, you can strip them of 1 power. Currently slain deity. Ice Goddess. You are immune to ice-related damage and negative effects. Lin Tianhao was stunned for a moment after seeing the level of the Godslayer mark. In particular, he was stunned again after seeing the second effect of the Godslayer's mark. Immune to ice and snow-related damage and negative effects? This is even more fun than cheating. It's important to know that Leona is an ice mage. Even with Lin Tianhao's current attributes, defeating Leona would be extremely difficult, if not impossible. But now that he has this ability, defeating Leona is not a small matter, but at least a medium one. That's about right. This shows that Lin Tianhao thinks highly of him. Brave adventurer, keep going. I don't have much of my own, but the sealed ancient Eastern Kingdom has many remarkable figures, and they possess quite a few valuable items. Lin Tianhao nodded. Okay, I'll rest for a bit, and then we'll set off. We need to recover some strength. After all, it wasn't easy to get to this point. If high-intensity battles are needed later, he might not be able to handle it. Exit the game. Lin Tianhao lay comfortably on the bed, opened the Ragnarok forum, and began to browse around. The popularity of Ragnarok Online is currently terrifying, with the number of players worldwide exceeding 2.5 billion. A third of the people are playing Ragnarok online, which shows just how terrifying it is. He's still popular, but not as many people are discussing him anymore. Instead, they're talking more about his talent and job changes. Players can advance to the next level at level 20, and players are starting to reach level 21 after another. After changing jobs, you can learn basic skills, but I got ripped off. The summoner who changed jobs can only summon a level 20 ordinary skeleton, whose stats are only slightly stronger than a level 20 ordinary monster. Hehe, that's because you didn't switch to the hidden class. I switched to the Shin level hidden class, Frost Summoner. My first skill is to summon an ice bird, a level 25 elite ice bird with awesome stats. I'm really fed up. Shield Warrior is such a dud. His damage is too low, and his soloing efficiency is incredibly slow. Where there are discussions about professions, there are naturally discussions about talents. I heard that a player with a Saint-level talent has appeared in the Rice Empire. His Saint-level talent is so powerful, his attack speed is doubled, and it doubles with each star. It's outrageous. Holy crap, we haven't heard of any Saint-level talents appearing in our Dragon Kingdom yet, but several Heaven-level talents have already appeared, and their effects are truly monstrous. Hehe, I'm not very talented, but I've awakened a Shin-level talent. 1 star is an attack power increase of 500, which I think is pretty powerful. There isn't much to show yet. Just because some people don't like to show off doesn't mean they're weak. They might be quietly making a fortune. Lin Tianhao remembered a guy in his previous life who possessed a god-level talent, double counter damage. With double damage reflection, whether it's a physical attack or a magical attack, he can reflect 10% of the true damage from the target's armor and magic resistance even at 1-star level. This damage reflection is not based on the damage received, but rather on the user's own armor and magic resistance. For example, if he has 100 points of magic resistance, when he takes a spell attack, the magic resistance will reflect 10% of the damage, which is 10 points. The same applies to armor, except that it needs to withstand physical damage to reflect it. As a god-level talent, he is not limited to counter damage. He gains 1 point of armor permanently for every physical monster he kills. Each time you kill a magical monster, you will permanently gain 1 point of magic resistance. Then, the weird thing is, this guy just stayed in the newbie village and wouldn't come out. Keep farming low-level jungle monsters to increase armor and magic resistance. The key point is, this guy didn't seem bored at all. He spent a whole year camping in the starting village. He hid for a whole year before finally getting out. Chapter 87 The Ice Giant, Sealed to Godhood. He appeared with unparalleled talent from the moment he appeared. That's truly a case of killing anyone who gets in one's way, and killing even the Buddha if he gets in one's way. Whether you deal physical or magical damage, touching him is the end of you. Because the damage he reflects isn't based on how much he takes, but rather on his armor and magic resistance, etc. Lin Tianhao suddenly thought of something. If this 6th brother is tied to Zhou Xiaopeng. Holy crap, Lin Tianhao found it terrifying just thinking about it. Because of his health, plus that Go Laoyu's armor and magic resistance, in the late game, apart from true damage, who can hurt Zhou Xiaopeng? The key point is, Zhou Xiaopeng also has a passive skill called Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor that allows him to recover health after taking damage. Damn, isn't he going to take off in no time? But Lin Tianhao then thought of something very embarrassing. The fact that watching the promotional video will reward you with a god-level talent awakening stone is something that this guy, Go Laolu, revealed in the later stages of the game. It's a pity. The god-level talent awakening stone shown in the promotional video has already been snatched up by Lin Tianhao. So, that guy probably didn't get the god-level talent awakening stone. At this moment, his talent has not yet awakened. With that in mind, Lin Tianhao immediately sent a message to Zhou Xiaopeng. Fatty, add a player named Go Dao Wangu and pull him into the guild. Lin Tianhao knew a bit about this Go Laolu. He wasn't a bad person, but he was just too sneaky. Whenever he has free time, he hides in some corner, grinding his armor and magic resistance. In his belief, as long as his armor and magic resistance are high enough, he is invincible. This idea is correct, since armor and magic resistance can be stacked without limit. Furthermore, his damage reflection ability is also abnormal, as it is not based on the damage he takes. In the later stages of the game, talents or skills that reflect damage after taking damage are no longer popular. Because even warriors have relatively good lifesteal attributes in the later stages. You reflect 30% of your damage, and he steals 30% of his lifesteal. In a fight like this, the damage reflection and lifesteal become useless. You can survive until the eternal reflection skill takes no damage, and even if you only take a little damage, It will reflect a certain percentage of the true damage back to your armor or magic resistance. This means that the damage he reflects back could be far greater than the damage he takes. Zhou Xiaoping quickly replied that there was no problem. As for Lin Tianhao at this moment, I saw some unpleasant comments on the forum. The main point is to fawn over foreign things. The reason for this is that the Star Kingdom, where the players from the Dragon Kingdom were born, is a westernized country, and the gods they worship are also Western gods. This has led many people to praise Western countries, especially the Rice Empire. Lin Tianhao saw many comments that were almost turning the Rice Empire into a myth. Lin Tianhao simply laughed off these people who fawned over foreign things. After all, he couldn't possibly argue with these people. I browsed the forum for a while. Lin Tianhao did the second set of elementary school broadcast gymnastics, once before re-entering the game. It still descended upon the village. Lin Tianhao once again arrived before the stone tablet inscribed with the words, Ancient Eastern Kingdom, resting here forever. Passing through the stone tablet, Lin Tianhao once again felt the arrival of divine power. This time, however, Kim Yui had no effect on him. Even the attack speed and movement speed that Ice experienced while in the snow and ice have disappeared. The giant ice serpent did not appear. Lin Tianhao continued forward, and ahead stood a withered tree. The tree had no leaves left, only some thick branches remained. Lin Tianhao walked over to the big tree, and under the tree, there seemed to be something covered by snow. Lin Tianhao swept away the snow and saw a chessboard underneath. This is Go. Lin Tianhao doesn't know how to play Go, but he has watched every episode of Go Boy, so recognizing that it is Go is not difficult for him. However, the chess pieces and the chessboard itself were frozen into ice sculptures. There are also words next to the chessboard. Heaven is the chessboard, stars are the pieces, and one is sealed in heaven to become a god. Lin Tianhao placed his fingers on the ice-sculpted chessboard and couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. That's quite a powerful statement. Seal the heavens and become a god. This should be considered a method to achieve godhood. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao knew that the more mainstream methods of becoming a god were becoming a god through incense offerings and becoming a god through merit. Incense offerings are for the faith of others, while merit is for one's own good deeds. However, compared to offering incense, accumulating merit is much more difficult, because judging acts of kindness is really difficult to figure out. For example, saving someone might actually diminish your merit, because that person could very well be an evil person. But incense offerings are different. Regardless of good or evil, as long as someone believes in you, you can receive the power of incense offerings. Of course, this excludes becoming a god through offerings of incense and through meritorious deeds. Lin Tianhao also knew of the method to become a god through enlightenment. Enlightenment is exactly what it sounds like. When one comprehends a certain Tao to an extreme degree, one can give birth to the corresponding divine personality of that Tao, thus becoming a god. Similar to the snow goddess, the predecessor of the snow corpse here, she most likely became a god by comprehending the great Tao of ice and snow. This deity was appointed by heaven. This was the first time Lin Tianhao had heard of it either. The sky forms the chessboard, and the stars form the pieces. How imposing. It's just unclear whether this domineering aura is genuine or just a facade. After all, in his previous life, Lin Tianhao had also encountered those who talked big, but were actually spineless cowards with little substance. However, ahead lay the ancient kingdom of the East, where Lin Tianhao lay buried, and he still felt a sense of anticipation. What if I could unlock a new path to godhood? Besides, Lin Tianhao also wanted to know who the person who killed a god with a mortal body was, and how he did it. A mortal kills a god. It's just a few very simple words. But Lin Tianhao knew very well just how difficult it was for a mortal to kill a god. Gods are inherently high above, possessing immense power. When the divine power is unleashed, the suppressive force becomes extremely terrifying. In a past life, Lin Tianhao had also heard of mortals killing gods, but those were all beings whose own strength was extraordinary, and they have a magical artifact to help them. It's similar to the Godslayer mark that Lin Tianhao obtained. It's judged to be at the god level. He was pondering these things, but Lin Tianhao knew he should move on. Based on past experience, crossing a landmark area will lead to new dangers. This time was no exception. After Lin Tianhao passed through the chessboard, the snow began to tremble slightly, as if some enormous creature was about to burst out of the ground. Boom! A loud bang. The snow in front of Lin Tianhao exploded, and a huge fist smashed towards Lin Tianhao's head. The fist was as big as a millstone, moving extremely fast and carrying a strong wind. However, Lin Tianhao was prepared and had already dodged when the ground started to shake. Therefore, before the fist even reached Lin Tianhao, Lin Tianhao had already rolled away to avoid it. After landing, he shot an arrow, reduced by 97,315. A huge damage number appeared. Lin Tianhao's arrow took away nearly 100,000 of this guy's health points. At the same time, Lin Tianhao also saw his attributes. Ice Giant, Silver level 50. Health, 84.9 million, 85 million. Attack, 33359. Skill, Chapter 88 Sweeping Away the Ice Giants. It has a total of 85 million health points. Its attack power is as high as 30,000. With these attributes, it can completely crush all other players. It's probably like someone who survives to the end of time, stacking their armor and magic resistance to an extremely terrifying level. Or perhaps someone like Lin Tianhao, with high health and high damage. Otherwise, defeating this ice giant would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. The ice giant missed its attack and roared at Lin Tianhao, the sound wave spreading out and causing Lin Tianhao to lose health rapidly. Subtract 25,803. Subtract 25,799. Sonic Attack deals damage in 2 stages. And this damage value is actually quite good. However, it's less than the damage of Lin Tianhao's basic attack. It's just a drop in the ocean. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao's arrows pierced the air continuously, and each basic attack dealt high damage, making him extremely terrifying. Furthermore, because he was unaffected by divine power, Lin Tianhao could strike 12 times per second. The basic attack damage it can deal in just 1 second is as high as 1.1 million. Even if you deduct the 100,000 HP regeneration per second, the damage you can deal per second is still over 1 million. It can take away more than 60 million of the ice giant's health points in just 1 minute. This ice giant wouldn't last even 2 minutes before Lin Tianhao killed it, etc. Lin Tianhao's lips twitched slightly because the ice giant collapsed before it could withstand the attack for even a second. The death cycle that Lin Tianhao had fought so hard in the past hadn't been triggered, but it was triggered this time. A 1% trigger probability does not mean that 1 out of 100 arrows will trigger the trigger. On the contrary, it's possible that not even 1 out of 100,000 arrows will trigger the attack. Because each arrow has a 1% chance, the probability is really low. Certainly. But that doesn't matter anymore. He now has to wait for the second ice giant to spawn. If his prediction is correct, it will refresh every half hour. Then he will have to wait quite a long time. Thinking this way, Lin Tianhao sat down on the spot. He decided to sort things out and figure out what he needed to do next. So far, his journey has been relatively smooth. He basically got everything he wanted. Special skills, equipment, and the blessings of the gods. Most importantly, he also has a large number of free attribute points, which allowed his attack speed to break through 10 very early on. Its movement speed has already exceeded 14. This is without any equipment that increases attack speed and movement speed. If he were to acquire another set of equipment like that, his strength would be terrifying. Actually, when Lin Tianhao obtained the god-level talent, he had a momentary urge to learn how to survive for eternity. However, he knew it wouldn't work when he was farming the red-eyed rabbit. 1 arrow, 1 kill. Even though the red-eyed rabbit is a must-farm monster for novice players and respawns very quickly, its attack speed and number of basic attacks are too low. Moreover, each arrow kills a red-eyed rabbit, and each rabbit only adds a little bit of health, making it too inefficient. Let go of these thoughts. Lin Tianhao thought about his current situation. With his current attributes, he was fully confident that he could clear the Snow Corpse Ruins dungeon. However, he needs to consider how to support Leona to become the queen of the Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao had some understanding of the political affairs of the Star Kingdom from his previous life. Throughout the court and among the officials, there are 3 main factions: the Prime Minister, the Grand Marshal, and the Director of the Demon Suppression Division. These 3 forces checked and balanced each other, and the Prime Minister and the Grand Marshal were particularly at odds, often engaging in open and covert struggles. Although the Demon Suppression Division rarely participates in battles, they will outwit and outfight the Night Stalkers of the Demon Cave. All 3 forces wield considerable power and are mutually checking and balancing each other. Besides, among the royal family, the 3 princesses are undoubtedly the most likely candidates for the future throne. As for Queen Fire Dinyu, it's true that she's on Qing Fuyun's side, but by supporting Qing Fuyun, she's only supporting a puppet. In addition, the king also has a younger brother, who is the only prince in the Star Kingdom, although he is somewhat idle on weekdays. But Lin Tianhao knew that this prince was not to be underestimated. These This was Lin Tianhao's general understanding of the situation within the Star Kingdom's court. As things stand, it is difficult for the three factions among the officials to win over both the Prime Minister and the Marshal at the same time. The best option is to win over the Demon Suppression Division and the Marshal's side. This way, there would be two factions supporting the officials. However, what Lin Tianhao could think of, others could think of as well. So, the one we should most try to win over is probably Prince Sanyun. Few people knew the true strength of Prince Sanyun. If not a reborn person, Lin Tianhao also felt that Prince Sanyun was not very good. But the truth is quite the opposite. Prince Sanyun, they already possess the power to rebel. As for the Queen and Qing Fuyun, since I have leverage over her, I don't need to worry too much. She sent him here, most likely intending to trap him here and kill him. Unfortunately, she couldn't have her wish fulfilled. Win over Prince Sanyun, bring down Tik Suijin, and then deal with the Queen and King Fuyun. Lin Tianhao made a decision quickly. Half an hour later, a second ice giant appeared. Lin Tianhao began his attacks casually. No way. If he goes all out, the ice giant will be killed very quickly. Therefore, Lin Tianhao could only reduce his attack speed and kite the enemy. This way, you can make the most of the half-hour refresh mechanism to accumulate his health. In this way, killing an ice giant grants him over 8,000 health points. Therefore, Lin Tianhao took the tears of the goddess of life, reducing his own health so that killing an ice giant would grant him tens of thousands of health points. The battles that followed were much less intense. One after another, the ice giants were killed by Lin Tianhao. Because of his immunity to ice and snow damage, coupled with the life-stealing ability of the Bloodlust Necklace, Lin Tianhao was able to ignore the attacks of the ice giant. Lin Tianhao did not trigger the death cycle with the remaining ice giants, and successfully accumulated more than 10,000 health points. Next, two ice giants will spawn simultaneously. As expected, he was still completely manipulated by Lin Tianhao. Moreover, thanks to his restored mental strength, Lin Tianhao can now easily fire two arrows simultaneously. He can accumulate over 20,000 health points by killing two ice giants. Although the amount of health he can accumulate gradually decreases as the damage increases, it doesn't have a significant impact on Lin Tianhao. Even later on, he was still able to accumulate more than 19,000 health points. When the last two ice giants fell, Lin Tianhao killed the ice giants and gained a total of 240,000 health points. Because he instantly killed two more ice giants afterward, adding the 10% increase from Zhou Xiaopeng's talent, it's equivalent to an increase of over 260,000. If we take into account the boost from the tears of the goddess of life, Lin Tianhao's current life points have reached a terrifying 3.5 million. At this stage, not to mention players, apart from bosses in dungeons and hell difficulty levels, there shouldn't be anyone below level 20 with such a thick health bar. Chapter 89 Mortal Palace. Ice and Snow Goddess. Next, we just need to keep moving forward. It was still covered in snow. However, this time Lin Tianhao saw a palace in front of him from a great distance. The palace was dilapidated and not the castle-like palace of the West, but rather resembled an ancient temple of the Xia dynasty. It is simply much more magnificent and grand than ordinary temples. We arrived at this palace. Lin Tianhao's gaze fell on the plaque at the entrance of the palace. Above the plaque were two powerful and vigorous traditional Chinese characters. Lin Tianhao happened to know them all. The Mortal Palace. Some strange names. It's not as imposing, nor is it like the typical palaces of the Great Xia dynasty, which all have three characters. Lin Tianhao stepped into the Mortal Palace, and a special power emanated from him. The divine power that enveloped Lin Tianhao dissipated. Although Lin Tianhao has the mark of a godslayer, he is not affected by divine power. But that doesn't mean that divine power has disappeared. But now, standing here, Lin Tianhao could clearly feel that Shunwei had been forced back. He pondered for a moment. Lin Tianhao stepped into the Mortal Palace. As soon as Lin Tianhao stepped into this place, he saw a not-so-tall statue in the center of the Mortal Hall. He was a man clad in armor, possessing the imposing presence of an ancient Xia general. Lin Tianhao's gaze fell upon it, where the ancient general held a long sword. This long sword was wider than any Lin Tianhao had ever seen before. If it weren't for its considerable length, Lin Tianhao would have doubted whether it was a shield. There are two stone pillars on either side of this ancient general, and there are two lines of text on the pillars. Gods have no way, immortals have no virtue, and mortals suffer. Fight against the heavens, slay gods to live, and forge immortality. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this ancient general was the warrior who slew the god. Lin Tianhao looked around, but did not see the name of the ancient general. At the same time, he was also a little curious. There seems to be no danger here. Since that's the case, just like before, he will encounter danger if he crosses this path. And Lin Tianhao's intuition told him, this is the palace of the god-slaying general. What lies ahead? The answer is obvious. Lin Tianhao stepped through the mortal palace. Behind the mortal palace, there was no longer a vast expanse of white snow. It was magma, a patch of scorching magma. Everywhere Lin Tianhao looked was lava. Lin Tianhao was dumbfounded. On one side, there was pure white snow, and on the other, endless lava. It was terrifying. There was a road in the middle of the lava, which Lin Tianhao could not see the end of at a glance. He stepped onto this dark road with blood-red patterns. Lin Tianhao had no idea what would happen next. It's probably some kind of monster. The ice giant's health has reached 85 million. If there are still monsters here, then how valuable is a life? Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, as if he could happily accumulate health points again. However, some things were destined to disappoint Lin Tianhao. He's been gone for almost 10 minutes. Not a single monster has appeared. It's as if there are no monsters here at all. At that very moment, Lin Tianhao suddenly felt a chill sweeping towards him. You're here. Lin Tianhao was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat looking forward to it. After all, in a dungeon like this, health can be stacked up so rapidly even before the second job advancement. In Lin Tianhao's memory, this was absolutely unique. A woman dressed in ice emerged from the lava in front of her. Spiritual entity? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on her. Health points. Attack. Skill. All of them were question marks. Not a single attribute was visible to Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao tightened his grip on the longbow and asked in a deep voice, "Are you the goddess of ice and snow?" The ice and snow goddess nodded. "That's right, I am the ice and snow goddess." Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to shoot an arrow through the air. The ice goddess frowned slightly, and the arrow that flew in front of her froze into an ice sculpture before shattering with a crash. As expected of the goddess of ice and snow, Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He had guessed that this would happen, but since he had come this far, a battle was inevitable. Adventurers, we don't actually need to become enemies. The ice goddess spoke slowly and deliberately, her voice ethereal and clear, as if it could penetrate one's soul. Oh, Lin Tianhao looked at the ice and snow goddess with great interest. We don't need to be enemies. So, does that mean we can still be friends? Why not? If you're willing to help me, I can give you a country. Star Kingdom, I'm offering my own country's interests to be your friend. Is that enough sincerity on my part? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao's breathing quickened. The Star Kingdom may be insignificant compared to the great powers outside. However, if one could obtain the Star Kingdom, the benefits would be immeasurable. Later, players will create territories, but for most territories to develop into city-states is already a remarkable achievement. To achieve even greater development is extremely difficult. Only, Lin Tianhao was very clear about one thing. Benefits and risks go hand in hand. There's no such thing as a free lunch. When someone presents you with huge profits, there's a high probability that a huge crisis lies behind it. Just like scams in northern Myanmar. What you see is the high salary and benefits, but what others are after is your kidneys, and of course, your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, corneas, and so on. Why should I believe you? Lin Tianhao asked. The ice goddess said with great confidence, I am a deity, I do not lie. Stop talking nonsense. Who can prove that the gods don't lie? You are a god, which at most proves that you are very powerful. Moreover, you are currently in a spirit state, which should still be sealed. That only proves that you were once very powerful, but it doesn't prove that you can't lie. Lin Tianhao's sharp words annoyed the ice and snow goddess. As a deity, how could he be questioned in this way by a mere mortal? Then what will it take for you to believe me? The ice goddess asked. I won't make things difficult for you. Give me a few tens of thousands of free attribute points, or a few divine artifacts or divine skills, and I might believe you. Upon hearing Lin Tianhao's words, the ice and snow goddess's expression turned extremely gloomy. Just give me tens of thousands of free attribute points? Damn it. Do you really think free attribute points are as easy as cabbage? How many more magical artifacts are there? If you were given a magical artifact, you should be thanking your lucky stars. I can't give you any of these. I'm currently sealed away. At most, I can only give you the blessing of the gods. All right, then give me a blessing from the gods first. No problem, but you have to promise to help me first. How can I help you? Lin Tianhao asked. Chapter 90 Shocking the Ice and Snow Goddess. Help me destroy the mortal palace you saw when you came here, and help me break free from the seal. That's what the Ice and Snow Goddess said. You can rest assured, there are no strong individuals in the Mortal Palace. You can handle it perfectly well. Lin Tianhao nodded. I see. Then please bless my gods first. Okay. The Ice and Snow Goddess raised her fair, jade-like hand, a smile appearing on her face. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Tianhao. Ding! The Ice and Snow Goddess is bestowing a blessing upon you. Do you wish to accept? Accept. Ding! You have received the blessing of the Ice Goddess. Frozen Eye. Frozen Eye, passive 1 star. Effect. Your attacks have a 5% chance to freeze your opponent. After freezing your opponent, your next attack will break the freeze and deal 1.5 times the damage. Consumption, none. Cooling, none. Proficiency, 0, 100. This passive skill increases proficiency by 1 point each time it is triggered. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This Frozen Eye looked quite impressive. Basic attacks have a freezing effect, and breaking the freeze will increase damage. Looking at it this way, this skill can truly be considered very powerful. Add control, add damage. Just one question, who else? Most importantly, this has a very high probability of being triggered. This is only 1 star. What if it's 10 stars? With a 50% chance of freezing, plus an even higher damage boost, it's truly unstoppable. Adventurer, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? The Ice Goddess asked. What promise? Destroy the Mortal Palace and release me. Lin Tianhao shook his head. When did I ever promise to help you destroy the Mortal Palace? Moreover, we haven't yet fulfilled our promise to give me the Star Kingdom. Upon hearing Lin Tianhao's words, the Ice and Snow Goddess's expression turned somewhat sinister. So you were just playing me? The Ice Goddess was somewhat annoyed. She didn't care much about the blessing from the gods. What bothered her was that Lin Tianhao, a mere mortal, dared to play tricks on her. This is absolutely outrageous. I'm not playing you. It wouldn't be worth it for me to release you just for a blessing from the gods, and I certainly didn't agree to that. Hearing Lin Tianhao's words, the Ice and Snow Goddess calmed down a little. Immediately afterwards, Adventurer, if you release me, you will become the king of the Star Kingdom. Ding! The Ice and Snow Goddess has issued you a mission. Do you accept? Mission requirements. Destroy the Mortal Palace and break her seal. Mission penalty, unknown. Mission reward, Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Since it appeared in the form of a mission, it meant that the mission was real and effective. If he destroys the Mortal Palace and breaks the seal, he can truly obtain the Star Kingdom. Only, after a brief moment of thought, Lin Tianhao did not accept the mission. The Star Kingdom is very good for him at this stage, extremely good. But his target was not the Star Kingdom. Or rather, the Star Kingdom is good, but it is ultimately only a second-tier kingdom. Limited by the laws of heaven and earth, even the strongest NPCs in the Star Kingdom cannot reach the 3rd level of advancement. In other words, the Star Kingdom is strong in the early stages, but only average in the mid-stages, and becomes insignificant in the late stages. Certainly, if we disregard other factors, taking over the Star Kingdom first wouldn't be a problem. But as Lin Tianhao traveled along the way, he already knew that an ancient Eastern kingdom lay buried beneath this place. If he releases the Ice Goddess, his mission may be over. He wanted to see what this ancient Eastern country was really like. Even, Lin Tianhao had an idea to revive the ancient Eastern country. Therefore, he chose to give up the current benefits. Sometimes, taking a gamble can yield immeasurable rewards. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Raise your hand. Lin Tianhao kept firing his arrows, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the Ice and Snow Goddess. The Ice Goddess roared in exasperation. You lowly human, how dare you play me? Lin Tianhao's arrows flew to the Ice Goddess, where they were all frozen and then shattered. Lin Tianhao didn't care. The Ice and Snow Goddess was no longer at her peak. To be precise, she was already dead, and only a wisp of her spirit remained here. Furthermore, since this instance is located in the Star Kingdom, she, a deceased deity, will still be suppressed by the laws here and will not be able to surpass the level of the 2nd transformation. Therefore, Lin Tianhao did not believe that the Ice Goddess could freeze his arrows indefinitely. As it turns out, that's true. Lin Tianhao's attack speed is maxed out, firing 12 arrows per second. However, the limit of the Ice Goddess's spirit body seems to be freezing 10 arrows per second. She cannot freeze the other 2. Reduce by 105,025. Reduce by 105,025. The fact that a single basic attack dealt over 100,000 damage left even the furious Ice Goddess somewhat dumbfounded. How is this possible? She simply couldn't believe that Lin Tianhao was able to inflict such terrifying damage, even though her current strength is less than 1/10,000th of her peak strength. But Lin Tianhao is only level 1. Even a level 50 second-class archer couldn't possibly take away 100,000 plus HP with a single arrow. However, she simply didn't have that much time to think, because Lin Tianhao's attacks were still coming one after another. "You lowly human, I will kill you." The ice goddess roared, and countless ice spikes appeared behind her, striking out like a storm. Such a wide-range attack cannot be dodged by simple movement. But Lin Tianhao had no intention of dodging at all. Immunity. Immunity. Because of the Godslayer mark, Lin Tianhao has gained immunity to ice and snow damage. Therefore, these ice spikes posed no threat to Lin Tianhao at all. How could this be? "Who are you?" The ice and snow goddess roared repeatedly. Her skills were actually immune to Lin Tianhao. "Damn it, it must be the Godslayer's mark. That madman actually gave you the Godslayer's mark." Lin Tianhao didn't answer, a faint smile playing on his lips. He continued outputting his message. "Die. You're immune to ice attacks. I don't believe you're immune to even my basic attacks." The ice goddess roared, her body turning into a blur, and in the blink of an eye, she was already in front of Lin Tianhao. Bang! She slapped Lin Tianhao. Subtract 135,985. A huge damage number appeared, and Lin Tianhao lost a small piece of health. Seeing this scene, the ice goddess is about to break down. This is impossible. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. She could barely accept the high level of harm Lin Tianhao caused. But why does it have such high damage while also having such an absurdly high health bar? Chapter 91: The Lord of the Mortal Palace. As a deity, her knowledge is undeniably profound. But this was the first time she had ever encountered someone as monstrous as Lin Tianhao. Only, Lin Tianhao didn't give her any time to think, because his attack had already begun. He couldn't afford to be careless in the slightest when fighting a god whose attributes were unseen. Otherwise, what awaits him will inevitably be a devastating disaster. Lin Tianhao's attack speed is maxed out, and his output is nonstop. Such intense combat was of no consequence to the ice goddess. "Adventurer, despite the great surprise you gave me, you are still just an ordinary adventurer. Even with the Godslayer's mark, you are still just an ordinary adventurer." The ice goddess gradually calmed down. Lin Tianhao's output is very strong. Her current strength is less than 1/10,000th of her peak strength. So what? Even with just a basic attack, she was confident she could kill Lin Tianhao. However, Lin Tianhao did not respond. Because it's unnecessary. Only after the battle will we know who will ultimately prevail. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao continued to fire arrows wildly. The ice and snow goddess did not sit idly by either. Her figure, like a ghost, floated behind Lin Tianhao. Immediately afterwards, she slapped Lin Tianhao 10 times in a row. This attack speed is also not to be underestimated. Lin Tianhao's health bar suddenly dropped by more than 1,000,000. Seeing Lin Tianhao's health bar drop so much, the ice goddess couldn't help but smile smugly. I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're nothing special." In the eyes of the ice and snow goddess, the outcome of this battle is no longer in doubt. If we continue fighting at the current pace, there will only be one outcome. That means Lin Tianhao is doomed. Just as the ice goddess was feeling somewhat smug, a deadly sense of crisis welled up in her heart. She felt inexplicably nervous. What exactly happened? The ice and snow goddess couldn't understand it. Even with her current eyesight, she couldn't discern the special power contained within Lin Tianhao's arrow. Call out. It was accompanied by a soft sound. The ice and snow goddess has fallen. The cycle of death was triggered, and she perished. The ice goddess never understood why, even until her death. Why exactly? How could a level 1 adventurer kill her in an instant? No, the ice goddess felt her life force dissipate, and with only one scream left, she perished completely. Ding, you have killed the spirit of the ice goddess. Ding, you have cleared the dungeon's snow corpse footprints. Ding, you have obtained 311 skill books. Ding, you have acquired 598 pieces of equipment. Ding, you have gained 39,999 gold coins. Gained 500 free attribute points. Plus 1 golden lord's heart. Bite. The system notification sounds were incessant. At the same time, Lin Tianhao's level is also rising rapidly. In the blink of an eye, I've reached level 20. If it weren't for the limitation of job change, his level would have increased even more. At least, it won't be limited to level 20. This dungeon is now cleared. It was at this moment. A beam of light shot into the sky from within the mortal palace. Immediately afterwards, the light shone down on Lin Tianhao. Ding! Brave adventurer, congratulations on slaying the ice goddess. In you, I see the hope for the rise of humanity. It's a pity you're an archer. You can't inherit my legacy, otherwise I would definitely give it to you. However, you have done me a great favor, and I will reward you handsomely. The words fell. The illusory figure in front pointed out. Ding! The Lord of the Mortal Palace has gifted you a special skill. Do you wish to accept it? Accept. The next instant, a beam of light entered Lin Tianhao's body. At the same time, Lin Tianhao's skill bar has also gained a new skill. Double true damage. Passive cannot be upgraded. Effect. Your damage will be converted into true damage, and the damage dealt will be doubled. Consumption, none. Cooling, none. Proficiency, none. All of them are nothing. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This skill? Very strong, extremely strong. But for me, it's just SOSO. First, Lin Tianhao's basic attack deals true damage, so the fact that attack damage is converted into true damage is irrelevant to him. The most useful thing is probably the double true damage. But in Lin Tianhao's view, this little bit of use might not be a good thing. He needs to stack health points. If the damage is too high, killing the monster instantly with a single arrow, then he won't be able to stack up his health normally. However, this skill is already bound, so nothing can be changed for the time being. Not only that, higher damage is a good thing. At least it will improve his monster killing efficiency and allow him to conquer more maps. And Lin Tianhao discovered something very interesting. Those are the 3 passive skills that Zhou Xiaoping acquired, and they all start with double. Could there be some kind of deal between them? Thinking this to himself, Lin Tianhao didn't ask any further questions. Senior, are you the powerful figure who killed the ice goddess? Lin Tianhao asked curiously. The illusory figure in front nodded. That's right, it's me. Back then, I was young and impetuous. I couldn't stand the gods oppressing us, so I took action, which resulted in the entire ancient Eastern Kingdom being buried here forever. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. He didn't want the Star Kingdom, but chose to confront the ice and snow goddess head-on. Wasn't that all for this opportunity? Senior, what should I do to revive the ancient Eastern Kingdom? The Lord of the Fan Palace looked at Lin Tianhao with some surprise. Reviving the ancient Eastern Kingdom is a very good idea. However, the ancient Eastern Kingdom was suppressed by the Western gods. If you want the ancient Eastern Kingdom to be revived, you need to break through the power of the Western gods. But you don't have that power yet. If I collect the blessings of the 10 gods of the East before the second transformation, I may be able to break the seal when I come here again. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao's lips twitched involuntarily. Remember, this is before the second job advancement. If you complete the second job advancement, you most likely won't be able to get here. The Lord of the Palace reminded him. Lin Tianhao didn't know what to say. Before the second job advancement, the blessing of 10 gods. It even specifies that it's a blessing from Eastern deities, which is truly outrageous. For ordinary players, let alone the second job advancement, even receiving a blessing from a deity before the third job advancement would be a cause for great gratitude. This actually requires him to collect the blessings of 10 gods before his second advancement, and these blessings must be from 10 different Eastern deities. This is no ordinary difficulty. He has received the blessings of the gods 3 times so far. The source is Hutu Nyang twice, and the source is the ice and snow goddess once. However, according to the requirements of the Lord of the Mortal Palace, this can only be considered as receiving a blessing from an Eastern deity. Okay, I will do my best to obtain the blessings of the 10 Eastern deities before the second transformation, Lin Tianhao nodded. Chapter 92 Upgrading the Purification Jade Pendant. Although Lin Tianhao felt it would be extremely difficult to obtain the blessings of the 10 Eastern deities before the second transformation, he still thought it was worth a try. There are actually 2 difficult aspects to this task. The first one, before the second job advancement. In Ragnarok, it is level 50, second job advancement. Before the second job advancement, the highest level you can reach is 50. Of course, for Lin Tianhao, what could limit him was never his rank. Just like how he was only level 1 before, yet he was still able to cause a ruckus in such a difficult dungeon. The real difficulty lies in the limitations imposed by the Star Kingdom. According to what he knew from his previous life, without special circumstances, players cannot leave the Star Kingdom before the second job advancement. That's where the difficulty lies. Obtaining the blessings of 10 Eastern deities in the Star Kingdom is extremely difficult, very, very difficult. Secondly, the most difficult part is these 10 Eastern deities. Lin Tianhao has received 2 blessings from the Eastern deities. but they all come from the goddess Hutu. Obtaining the blessings of 10 different Eastern deities is far more difficult than obtaining the blessings of 10 gods. After all, the fact that Lin Tianhao has received 3 blessings from the gods, but can only be considered as one, reveals the problem. Regardless, the die is cast, and there's no turning back. It seems I need to obtain as many blessings as possible from the gods as possible. Lin Tianhao looked serious. As a man from the East, he hoped for the revival of the ancient Eastern Kingdom. As a veteran player with extensive gaming experience from my previous life, Lin Tianhao knew very well that if he could revive the ancient Eastern Kingdom, he would gain a great deal of benefits. At this point, Lin Tianhao can leave the instance directly, but he didn't do that. He returned the way he came and went back to the village. When Lin Tianhao returned, everyone in the village came out. Village Chief Li took the lead, stepping forward to stand in front of Lin Tianhao and bowing deeply to him. Brave adventurer, your strength is beyond my imagination. You may take any 3 items from our village. The words fell. Village Chief Li waved his hand, and immediately people brought out one item after another. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up instantly when he saw it. Then I saw Dr. Liu, whom I had met before, holding a job change scroll. Hidden class at heavenly level, Poison Potion Master. There are also several hidden profession rewards, but Lin Tianhao just looked at them. After all, he knew some strategies for obtaining hidden professions. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao was drawn to a small booklet. The Incomplete Secret Manual of the Laws, Unknown. Introduction. It contains insights into the laws of ice. If you can obtain and study it, you will surely be able to touch the threshold of the laws of ice in the future. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath, an expression of disbelief on his face. If it weren't for his memories of his past life, Lin Tianhao wouldn't have thought this thing was anything special. But at this moment, his hands were trembling slightly with excitement. This is actually a secret manual of laws. Even if it's incomplete, it's still an extremely precious thing. One way to become a god, attain enlightenment, and become a god. The reason why enlightenment and becoming a god are so difficult is that for most ordinary people, even getting started is unrealistic. But now, such a copy is right in front of him, which makes him overjoyed. Although, as things stand now, this ice attribute law power doesn't seem to be of any help to him. Just because you don't need it now doesn't mean you won't need it in the future. Besides, Lin Tianhao was also attracted by something else, the Weapon Evolution Scroll in Village Chief Li's hand. Weapon Evolution Scroll, special. Effect, can evolve one of your weapons. Use, disposable item. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This was something he also desperately wanted. Now that it was right in front of him, he was somewhat pleased. Upon receiving it, Lin Tianhao's first thought was of the Book of Life and Death. But the result was that it could not evolve. Pity. If the Book of Life and Death could be evolved, then it would take off on the spot. Since he couldn't evolve the Book of Life and Death, the weapon Lin Tianhao still wanted to evolve was naturally the Tears of the Goddess of Life. This item can effectively increase his health points, making it the perfect match for him. Besides that, there's the purification of the Jade Pendant. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Tianhao finally decided to evolve and purify the Jade Pendant. After all, his health points can be stacked infinitely, but a good item like the Purification Jade Pendant is incomparable to ordinary purification skills. Ding! Do you confirm using the Weapon Evolution Scroll on the Purification Jade Pendant? Confirm. Ding! The Jade Pendant is evolving. Evolution successful. Purification Jade Pendant. Special equipment. Wearing requirements. It may be worn by the person who voluntarily transfers the item, but it must not be dropped or taken out. It may not be worn by anyone other than the person who voluntarily gives it to. Effect. Grants immunity to 85% of negative buffs such as knockback, control, slow, curse, poison, burn, freeze, and paralysis. Abrasion resistance, 100. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He still had the scroll of eternal life in his hand, and he had been hesitating about which weapon to use it on. Now he has finally made up his mind to use it on the Jade Pendant for purification. As long as the Purification Jade Pendant is indestructible, he can run rampant from now on. An 85% immunity to control effects is incredibly powerful, no matter the stage of the game. Use a permanent scroll. Lin Tianhao used the scroll of eternal life without hesitation. The Jade Pendant's wear resistance, which was originally 100, has now been changed to an indestructible state. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. Normally speaking, a Purification Jade Pendant doesn't add any attack attributes, so it doesn't seem very strong. But Lin Tianhao was well aware of just how outrageous this 85% exemption from control was. Even Lin Tianhao had a special idea deep down. Was it possible to upgrade the Purification Jade Pendant to 100% immunity to control? Weapon evolution scrolls are extremely rare, but that doesn't mean they're only found here. Although, given Ragnarok's nature, attribute upgrades become increasingly difficult as you progress. However, this difficulty also has its limits. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Lin Tianhao began to choose his third item. These villagers had quite a few good things, and Lin Tianhao spotted a Saint-grade talent awakening stone. This thing is useless to him, but it is of great use to the people around him. After all, the higher a person's talent level, the more difficult it is for them to awaken their potential in the early stages. The Saint-grade talent awakening stone is already quite useful. Let's look at the other things. There was nothing that Lin Tianhao wanted. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Tianhao still chose the Saint-grade talent awakening stone as his third item. Village Chief Li, I've picked out everything I wanted. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Li smiled. Thank you, adventurer. Because of your arrival, our village will soon return to normal. Return. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. What's the meaning? Chapter 93, The Real Beginner's Village. Yes. Village Chief Li smiled and said, for you adventurers, we should be a beginner's village. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. You should know that any one of the village chief and his group could easily defeat the old village chief and Wang the blacksmith from the newbie village. And now, Village Chief Li is actually saying that they are the real newbie village. What happened to that starting village? Counterfeit? He knows what you're thinking. That newbie village isn't a real newbie village. They're just temporarily taking over our duties because we're not here. Now that the spirit of the ice and snow goddess has been destroyed, we should naturally leave this place to fulfill our duties. As Village Chief Li finished speaking, a beam of light descended from the sky. Server-wide announcement. The true starting village is being revived, and the destroyed starting village is about to return. Server-wide announcement. The true starting village is being revived, and the destroyed starting village is about to return. The announcement resounded throughout the server, immediately shocking countless people. What happened? Is the real starting village reviving? Could it be that the starting villages we encountered before were all fake? Holy crap. Does that mean the players who join later are going to be on a roll? I'm so envious. Discussions and debates continued unabated. The appearance of a true beginner village will undoubtedly shock many people. As Lin Tianhao watched the newbie village disappear, a system announcement suddenly rang out. Ding! You have helped the newbie village recover and have received the following rewards. Red name value removed, and the title of Newbie Village Friendship Home. Newbie Village Friendship Home title. Special. Effect. You can set the starting village as your resurrection point anytime, anywhere. Lin Tianhao was taken aback when he saw this attribute effect. This title, it doesn't seem very strong. It's simply a matter of changing the location where you respawn. However, it seems to be useful for preventing ganks. Especially in the later stages of the game. After players establish their own territories, they can have inscription masters create return scrolls, and they can also choose their own territory as their resurrection location. However, the territory is not invincible. There will be territorial battles later on. In other words, other players can attack the territory. If the territory is breached, the enemy can defend the resurrection altar and even kill the guild leaders down to level 1. After all, such things happened in my past life. But this title can effectively help Lin Tianhao avoid this situation. It's similar to how Lin Tianhao was repeatedly humiliated in Black Wind City. He couldn't escape or fight back. But, if he has this title, he can be resurrected directly in the starting village. Only, looking back now, this talent doesn't seem to be of much help to me. How to prevent fountain diving? That's not scientific. With his current strength, it won't be so easy for him to be spawn camped. Certainly, it's better to have something than nothing, since titles don't really have any impact anyway. Bringing his thoughts back, Lin Tianhao left without hesitation. There's nothing I can do. It seems there's no point in him staying here. Exit the instance. Lin Tianhao reappeared at the Star Kingdom's palace. At this time, there was only one priest guarding the place. He was startled when he saw Lin Tianhao appear. You, how did you get out? Lin Tianhao shrugged and said with a smile, once you clear the dungeon, you'll naturally be out. This is impossible. The sacrificial priest heard this. An expression of disbelief crossed his face. No, impossible. No one has ever managed to get out of that instance. How did you do it? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow and smiled. How I did it is not important. What's important is that I completed the challenge. Upon hearing this, The priest immediately shouted outside, "Help! The Snow Empress is out." A short while later, a large number of people gathered in the main hall. Leona, Tizat, the Prime Minister, the Grand Marshal, Queen Fjordan, and King Abraham all arrived. There is no other reason. None of them expected that Lin Tianhao would actually survive. "Snow Empress, you're out?" Leona exclaimed in shock. "Have your sins been absolved?" Leona's face was filled with barely suppressed excitement. But she managed to suppress her excitement, because she knew very well that she couldn't make it too obvious. Otherwise, all the shrewd people present would definitely notice something was wrong. If we're talking about who's the most withdrawn in the arena, it has to be Queen Fjordan. She wished Lin Tianhao would never be able to leave the instance. But now, Lin Tianhao has actually come out. How could she not be surprised? Not only that, Lin Tianhao knows her secret. If Lin Tianhao breaks off relations with her because she let him into this instance, her situation will be very dangerous. "Your Majesty, how are you now?" Lin Tianhao asked with a smile. King Abraham nodded and said, "Snow Empress, you have given me a wonderful surprise." That concludes the discussion. King Abraham asked, "Tell me, what reward do you desire?" God-level talent awakening stone. Lin Tianhao got straight to the point. Talent awakening stones are not rare, but high-level talent awakening stones, such as Saint-level and God-level, are very important to him. And because his talent is God-level, but the talent awakening stone he used last time was God-level, which only awakened part of his talent. According to his speculation, if he cannot continue to awaken his talent with the God-level talent awakening stone, then his talent will be stuck at 3 stars. However, Lin Tianhao's proficiency in upgrading from 3 stars to 4 stars is not yet sufficient, so he can only guess and is not sure. What if the new God-level talent awakening stone can help him awaken another talent? In either case, he needs a God-level talent awakening stone. King Abraham hesitated for a moment. "Snow Empress, I naturally have this divine talent awakening stone. However, this instance is meant to cleanse your sins, so your request is a bit excessive." Lin Tianhao frowned. "Then, Your Majesty, what do you think would be an appropriate request?" Upon hearing this, King Abraham smiled and said, "I don't have any God-level ones, but if you need one, I can give you a Saint-level one." Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. He knew he had no right to bargain here. Even if he didn't want to agree, the current situation meant he couldn't just do whatever he wanted. "All right, since His Majesty the King has spoken, let's go with the Saint level." King Abraham waved his hand. Immediately, someone delivered a Saint-level talent awakening stone to Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao accepted the Saint-grade talent awakening stone, waved his hand, and said, Your Majesty, now that my mission is complete, may I leave?" Chapter 94, The Red Thread of Bonds. "Certainly." King Abraham laughed. Lin Tianhao waved goodbye. Now that he no longer has the red name value, he needs to consider doing something else. At the same time, Lin Tianhao's mission with the corpse energy bottle is also complete. Ding! You have completed the corpse chi bottle quest. Quest rewards: 500 free attribute points, 1 blessing of the gods, and 1 resurrection on the spot. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This reward was incredibly generous. Resurrect on the spot. Passive cannot be upgraded. Effect: after you are killed, you can choose to revive on the spot with full health. If you do not choose to revive on the spot, you can still revive at the resurrection altar. Consumption: none. Cooling: none. Proficiency: none. Lin Tianhao. This is simply an incredible artifact. However, he was thinking about a problem. After the game and reality are integrated, will this skill still be effective? Because after the game merged with reality, respawning at the fountain has become a thing of the past, and everyone only has 1 life. Certainly, the priest's resurrection skill can still revive players after the game and reality merge. Only, the probability is very low. The effect of this skill is to revive on the spot, and there is no limit to how many times you can revive on the spot. This can only be described as outrageous. Even without considering the integration of games and reality, being able to revive on the spot within the game is still extremely overpowered. Ding! Because you have completed the held difficulty level of Snow Corpse Footprints, the follow-up mission has been triggered. Revive the Ancient Eastern Kingdom. Mission requirements: revive the Ancient Eastern Kingdom. Mission penalty: unknown. Mission reward: unknown. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath. Even if this follow-up mission hadn't been triggered, he would still have done it anyway, since he had already chosen this path. Use the blessings of the gods. A beam of light descended from the sky. Lin Tianhao was somewhat expectant. Who would he receive a blessing from this time? According to his judgment, It was most likely a blessing from some deity in the east. Ding. You have received the blessing of the gods. Ding. The god of love is bestowing blessings upon you. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. The matchmaker? Does he need the blessing of the god of love? No, please. If he were to receive some strange or unusual blessing, he would become withdrawn. Ding. You have obtained the Bond Red Thread. Bond Red Thread, special item. Effect. Binds you to a female character, not limited to adventurers, NPCs, monsters, gods, etc. Only gender is restricted, and you will receive her attack speed and movement speed buffs. Currently bound to none. Abrasion resistance, 100. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He had panicked a little when he first saw the red thread of fate. I'm afraid it might be a skill related to marriage. But isn't this just taking off from the spot? What does he lack most? Undoubtedly, attack speed and movement speed. For Lin Tianhao, the more of these two attributes, the better. This red thread of fate was perfect for him. It's somewhat similar to Zhou Xiaopeng's talent, but the attributes he gains are different. Besides, this bond can only be linked to one person, and it is limited to females. In comparison, it's impossible to compare with Zhou Xiaopeng's talent. But for Lin Tianhao alone, this bond is very good, extremely good. And Lin Tianhao had already decided on the first person he would bind to. Leona. Although Leona isn't particularly strong in the late game, she's absolutely overpowered right now. Of course, this is only a tentative plan. Leona isn't an archer, but perhaps because she's strong enough, she has relatively good attack speed and movement speed. However, they are certainly not as good as archers of the same skill level. Besides, Leona is currently the strongest person Lin Tianhao can get his hands on and bind with the Bond Red Thread. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Lin Tianhao opened his attribute panel. Nickname, Snow Emperor. Level, 20, awaiting job advancement. Occupation, Archer. HP, 351W, 351W. MP, 450, 450. Attack, 2129. Ability power, 5. Armor, 3. Magic resistance, 1. Attack speed, 12.15. Movement speed, 14.3. Physical penetration, 0. Magical penetration, 0. Special attributes, lifesteal plus 5. Critical hit plus 55. Free attribute, 1000. Luck, hidden. Guild, Lone Snow Guild, 6 stars. Talent, Hand of Divine Punishment, godlike. Mark, Godslayer. Title, Friendship Home in the Beginner Village. Skills, Rapid Fire, 5 stars. Basic Attack Amplification, 5 stars. Leap Lightning, 5 stars. Rebirth of Withered Trees, 4 stars. Resurrection, 5 stars. Invincible Golden Body, 1 star. Death Cycle, 2 stars. Spatial Blink, 1 star. Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, 4 stars. Mystic Ice Wings, 1 star. Frozen Eye, 1 star. Double True Damage, cannot be upgraded. Resurrection on the spot, cannot be upgraded. Equipment, 9-in-1 Longbow, gold. Bloodthirsty Necklace, special. Purifying Jade Pendant, special. Immaculate Eye, special. Book of Life and Death, divine gift. Order of Frost, special. Tears of the Goddess of Life, special. Because of his performance in the Snow Corpse ruins this time, Lin Tianhao's skills have all improved. Besides, Lin Tianhao's guild has been upgraded from 5 stars to 6 stars. Don't feel bad about only getting 1 star after clearing such a difficult dungeon. On the contrary, guild star level upgrades are already extremely difficult. A guild's contribution points are not solely earned by the guild leader. All guild members can earn contribution points. In the later stages of the game, it becomes extremely difficult for guilds with hundreds of thousands or even millions of players to upgrade their star rating. The increase was too great because of the guild star upgrade. Just like Lin Tianhao's guild was upgraded from 5 stars to 6 stars, the boost this time was Omnipotent Lifesteal plus 5. Omnipotent Lifesteal plus 5. If applied to a single player, this attribute bonus would be rather ordinary. But what if a guild, with hundreds of thousands or even millions of players, all received such an increase? This is an example of how quantitative change leads to qualitative change. And this plus 5 all-around lifesteal is extremely useful for Lin Tianhao. His health is high enough, but his physical and magical resistances are too low. When facing strong opponents, you may still lose a lot of health. But as long as he can suck blood fast enough, no one can threaten him. They left the palace. Lin Tianhao no longer has any red name points. Next, he should really try to find a way to obtain that God-tier hidden archer class. Actually, before that, Lin Tianhao had also considered whether there might be a hidden god-level profession if someone possessed God-level talent. Is it possible for him to delay and see if he can obtain a God-level hidden profession later? But in the end, he gave up. Without a guide, triggering such a God-tier hidden class on your own is harder than climbing to heaven. Gambling on luck. Lin Tianhao thought it wouldn't work. After all, judging from the number of times his death cycle has been triggered, his luck isn't that good. Chapter 95 Peach Blossom Pavilion. Water like smoke. After leaving the palace, Lin Tianhao began to compile a guide for the hidden class of the God-level archer in the royal capital, Tianqing City. Only, Lin Tianhao had just left the palace when a figure blocked his way. The person who came was none other than. It was the Clinfis bird. The bird, Clinfis, looked somewhat solemn. She stared at Lin Tianhao for a moment before slowly speaking. Snow Empress, name your terms. How can you keep that secret? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. You've arrived so quickly. How about this? It's still the same request from the main hall. A God-level talent awakening stone. Clinfis frowned. The divine-level talent awakening stones in the palace are all recorded. If the queen gives you one, this matter will be difficult to explain. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, What's so hard about explaining this? I can nominally join the queen's camp, and this God-level talent awakening stone will be my reward. The bird Clinfis shook its head. At this critical juncture, who in the palace dares to openly court you? You've been to the Snow Corpse's footprints and cleared the level, so you should know that our Star Empire's god is there. You've gained our god's approval, which, in a sense, means that your influence among the Star Kingdom's nobles is second only to the king. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. Really, to clear the Snow Corpse's footprints level, you don't necessarily have to kill the Ice Goddess. Gaining the approval of the Ice Goddess is also a way to clear the Snow Corpse footprints level. Only, the Clinfis bird believed that he had gained the approval of the Ice Goddess. If she knew, I only managed to escape after killing the remnant soul of the Ice Goddess. I wonder what her reaction will be. Since we can't give it to you, let's talk about it later. I know this secret, but I'm only after my own interests, so you can rest assured that I won't reveal it unless absolutely necessary, Lin Tianhao said. The bird, Clinfis, looked at Lin Tianhao with a meaningful expression. Lin Tianhao's words make sense, and it seems that this is indeed the case. All right, if you want something again, Snow Empress, you can come to me again. I also hope that Snow Empress can keep her promise. Lin Tianhao waved his hand and turned to leave. Instead of rushing out of the city to hunt monsters, he went straight to Peach Blossom Pavilion in Tianqing City. Don't misunderstand. It's a place with many troubled girls. Lin Tianhao came here mainly to trigger the hidden class of the God-level archer. If we could also save a few wayward girls along the way, that would be acceptable. Holographic virtual reality. Those who know. At present, not many players can afford to visit Peach Blossom Pavilion. The few hardcore gamers who can afford it won't be spending large amounts of gold coins here to have fun at this stage. After all, not everyone is like Lin Tianhao, who has accumulated nearly 100,000 gold coins in just a few days. Although players don't visit Peach Blossom Pavilion often, quite a few NPCs do. In particular, some businessmen, in order to seek their own profits, inevitably have to become VIP members here and then entertain the nobles of the Star Kingdom. What is this called? Cater to their preferences. After all, a woman you get with your own money is never as comfortable as one you get for free. Cough, cough. Lin Tianhao coughed twice and walked into Peach Blossom Pavilion. The madam of Peach Blossom Pavilion looked to be in her 30s, still retaining her charm. Certainly, the madam wasn't there to greet Lin Tianhao, but rather to greet a viscount who had walked in with him. Oh dear, Lord Frings, it's been half a day since you last came. Cherry has been missing you terribly. Viscount Frings waved his hand. I didn't come here for the cherries today. I've long heard that today is the day the courtesan Shui Rian is getting married, so I should be the guest of honor. The madam nodded with a forced smile. Miss Shui Rian has been preparing for a long time, but there are quite a few adults here today. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up when he heard their conversation. Water like smoke. One of the three beauties of the Star Kingdom. Of course, this was chosen by the players. If the NPCs were to choose, it would definitely be the king's three princesses. However, Lin Tianhao knew that although the three princesses were all extremely beautiful, their appearances were comparable to those of top-tier actresses in real life. However, compared to the three beauties selected by the players, she is indeed inferior. Only, Lin Tianhao remembered. In her previous life during the game era, Shui Rian never married. Certainly, the so-called coming-of-age ceremony has been held quite a few times, but unfortunately no one has been able to meet Shui Rian's requirements. Later on, some people even thought that Shui Rian's marriage was just a gimmick to help Peach Blossom Pavilion make money. Lin Tianhao's purpose for this trip was not Shui Rian, but it would be nice to have something to look at. After finding a seat, a woman dressed in a light blue gauze dress immediately came up to greet me. Lin Tianhao tossed out a bag of gold coins and asked, "Is the 9 Phoenix chamber still empty?" The woman in green was dumbfounded when she saw Lin Tianhao throw out a bag of gold coins. "You should know that a dozen or so gold coins are enough to spend the night here. This bag contains at least 100 gold coins. You're in luck, sir. All the important guests tonight are here for Sister Rian, and the 9 Phoenix room is still open." Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. "Lead the way." "Yes." The woman in green led the way, bringing Lin Tianhao to the entrance of the 9 Phoenix chamber. As the name suggests, the 9 Phoenix's chamber houses 9 beautiful women, each with her own unique charm, making it a place of unparalleled joy. But Lin Tianhao's purpose in coming here was not to have fun. Be happy. That's all for the future. After entering the 9 Phoenix room, Lin Tianhao looked around and soon spotted a vase that was more than half his height in a corner. According to what he saw in his previous life, there was a mission scroll inside this vase. If you follow that quest scroll, you can obtain a God-tier hidden archer class. Last time, a player got too excited and accidentally knocked over this vase, and ended up having to pay 100 gold coins in compensation. This is all small change. After all, gold coins and God-level hidden professions are simply incomparable. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to pretend to accidentally break the vase, an urgent voice came from outside. "General Kujun, there really are already guests in the 9 Phoenix chamber. I don't care who he is. Today the 9 Phoenix chamber belongs to me, and no one can change that." As the voice faded, the door to the 9 Phoenix chamber was kicked open, and a fierce-looking general in armor was seen kicking it open. Lin Tianhao frowned. After General Kujun kicked open the door, he saw Lin Tianhao and said, "Kid, get lost if you don't want to die." "Get lost." Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally. "What if I don't leave?" "Not leaving." General Kujun sneered. "Boy, do you know who I am?" "Randy Kujun, the Grand Marshal's #1 fierce general," Lin Tianhao said. "Since you know who I am, you still dare to challenge me?" Lin Tianhao said calmly. "I know who you are, but do you know who I am?" Chapter 96, A Divinely Bestowed Illusory Image. Upon hearing this, Randy Kujun looked at Lin Tianhao with some suspicion. Could this kid be some kind of hidden master? Randy Kujun had barely formed this thought when he suppressed it again. He knew perfectly well who in the entire Star Kingdom was not to be offended. Among the people he couldn't afford to offend, this person in front of him was definitely not one of them. Moreover, the person in front of him is an adventurer. He has few people he can't afford to offend, and even fewer adventurers he can't afford to offend. It can only be said that he was unlucky. He was away from the capital recently and had just returned from a mission. "I came here to vent my anger, but I ended up running into Lin Tianhao. Otherwise, if he knew what was going on in the imperial court, he certainly wouldn't dare to say such things. I don't care who you are. If you offend me, I'll kill you today." Although NPCs will be punished for killing adventurers in the main city, but he had just returned from a meritorious service trip, so naturally he didn't care about that. And he was only killing an adventurer, and given his status, he wouldn't care about being punished. In other words, this punishment won't affect him much, and he can accept it completely. Once he made up his mind, he acted without hesitation. As the great general of the Star Kingdom, his combat prowess is beyond doubt. Even a casual strike carries an immense sense of oppression. Lin Tianhao did not dodge and took the blow head-on. Subtract 51,958. With just a casual strike, he took away more than 50,000 of Lin Tianhao's health points, which is already quite impressive. Ding! You have been attacked by a malicious NPC in the main city. You can fight back for the next 24 hours. Lin Tianhao showed no intention of making a move. "If you attack me, I wonder what the Grand Marshal and the King will do to you if they find out." "Dispose of me." Randy Kujun sneered disdainfully. "You brat, I think you really don't know your place. Do you think the Grand Marshal and His Majesty the King would punish me for a nobody like you? Hee, you think it's impossible? Then take a look at this." Lin Tianhao raised his hand, and his aura suddenly changed. A tall, illusory figure appeared behind Lin Tianhao. Her mere phantom appearance exuded a chilling aura, as if it could freeze the heavens and earth. How is this possible?" Randiko was shocked and terrified, and he retreated repeatedly. Not only Randy Kujun, but everyone around him also showed an incredulous expression after seeing the phantom. Immediately afterwards, throughout the entire Peach Blossom Pavilion, whether it's ordinary citizens or NPCs, fallen girls from the pavilion, or nobles and royalty, They all bowed respectfully to Lin Tianhao in unison. Homage to my God. May my God be forever at peace. Homage to my God. May my God be forever at peace. Everyone shouted in unison, showing the utmost respect. After being shocked, Randy Kujun also bowed down respectfully. Homage to my God. May my God be forever at peace. The illusory figure behind Lin Tianhao was none other than the ice and snow goddess. This phantom image is a projection of the blessings bestowed by the gods, and is also known as the divinely bestowed phantom image. The divinely bestowed phantom doesn't grant combat power, but it can be used to show off. Not only that, the divinely bestowed phantom can also be used to intimidate opponents. For example, right now, Lin Tianhao used the divine phantom of the ice and snow goddess to completely intimidate everyone. Inside the Peach Blossom Pavilion, besides Lin Tianhao, there was one other person who did not kneel. That was Shui Ruyan, the most beautiful courtesan at Peach Blossom Pavilion. If there were outsiders present, they would be very shocked. After all NPCs in the Star Kingdom worship the goddess of ice and snow. To refuse to kneel before the goddess of ice and snow would be to betray his faith. Shui Ruyan's lips curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. The blessing of the ice and snow goddess. He actually received the blessing of the ice and snow goddess. It seems that the ice and snow goddess is about to be resurrected. In Shui Ruyan's opinion, Lin Tianhao's ability to receive the blessing of the ice and snow goddess most likely means that he has gained her approval. After all, to clear the Snow Corpse Footprints dungeon, you either need to gain the approval of the snow goddess or defeat the remnant soul of the snow goddess. Now that we have received the blessing of the goddess of ice and snow, the answer is obvious. However, Shui Ruyan probably never dreamed of this. Lin Tianhao was a scoundrel. He even deceived the gods. Can we blame Lin Tianhao for this? This isn't his fault. The only one to blame is the ice and snow goddess for not downloading the national anti-fraud app. But do they have anti-fraud apps in the West? I guess not. At this time, 9 Phoenixes in the middle. Lin Tianhao looked at Randy Kujun with great interest and said slowly, "Now, do you still want me to get out?" Randy Kujun kowtowed repeatedly, saying in fear and unease, I dare not. I dare not. I did not know that the divine messenger had come in person. Otherwise, even if I had 10,000 times the courage, I would not have dared to disrespect the divine messenger. Lin Tianhao waved his hand and said, "Get out, all of you. You've ruined such a nice and elegant place." Randy Kujun nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Tianhao also said to the women in the room, "You all go out too." The 9 women kneeling on the ground dared not delay, and all left. Lin Tianhao only smiled after they left. Although each of the 9 women had her own unique characteristics, Lin Tianhao was very clear about them. Women can cause trouble. His purpose in coming here this time is to obtain a god-level hidden profession. We can't let a woman delay things. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to break the vase, a voice suddenly rang out. Snow Emperor. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. At this hour, someone was still coming to see him. Looking back, Lin Tianhao was stunned. A woman with a curvaceous figure and stunning beauty appeared before him. Her beauty was so stunning that even Lin Tianhao felt it defied description. And she noticed that she hadn't knelt down, nor had she shown any particular respect. Instead, she appeared somewhat hostile. It could even be described as murderous intent. After he revealed the divine phantom of the ice goddess, she still wanted to kill him. This can only mean that she is not from the Star Kingdom, or she is a Nightwalker. You are Shui Ruyan? Among the beautiful women here, the only one Lin Tianhao could think of was the courtesan Shui Ruyan. As for past lives, he had only heard of Shui Ruyan, but had never actually seen her. After all, a visit to this Peach Blossom Pavilion requires a minimum spend of 5 gold coins. Given his past life as a goldsmith, he couldn't afford such high-end places. The guide here was shared by a pro player who boasted about it after successfully changing jobs. Since the job change has been successful, posting it won't cause any harm. On the contrary, it can increase one's popularity. Good. Shui Ruyan nodded. You have gained the approval of the ice and snow goddess. It seems that the ice and snow goddess is about to be revived, and we should leave this place as well. However, before I leave here, I've decided to kill you once. Chapter 97 Clues to a God-Level Hidden Class. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. You have a grudge against the ice goddess? But what does that have to do with me? I'm just an ordinary adventurer. An ordinary adventurer? Shui Ruyan smiled non-committally. That's right, you're just an adventurer. You can be resurrected after you die. Since that's the case, then let me have some fun this time. Lin Tianhao subconsciously took a step back. This is the capital. If you make a move here, aren't you afraid you won't be able to leave the capital? Shui Ruyan didn't speak again. She raised her hand, and a dark, gray longbow materialized in front of her. The moment the longbow appeared, Lin Tianhao felt an intense sense of unease. You scum who has sided with the West. I, on behalf of the Lord of the Mortal Palace, hereby unleash divine punishment upon you. Etc. Lin Tianhao frowned and asked, You think I destroyed the Mortal Palace? Otherwise what? Shui Ruyan said in a cold voice. Lin Tianhao shook his head. No, you misunderstood. I did not destroy the Mortal Palace. Humph, do you think I'd believe you? If you hadn't destroyed the Mortal Palace, how did you receive his blessing? Lin Tianhao smiled and pointed a finger at his brow. A peculiar mark appeared between Lin Tianhao's eyebrows. Shui Ruyan was taken aback when she saw the mark. The mark of a godslayer. How could that be? Even if the village chief gave you this thing, it would disappear after you destroyed the Mortal Palace. Lin Tianhao was secretly alarmed. It seemed his guess was correct. If the Mortal Palace is destroyed, the godslayer mark that the Mortal Palace master once possessed will also disappear. From this perspective, his choice to kill the remnant soul of the ice goddess was absolutely correct. The mark of the godslayer grants immunity to divine power and also allows the user to strip a god of their power upon killing them. For example, the ice goddess, who was killed by the lord of the Mortal Palace with the mark of the godslayer, contributed the characteristic of being immune to ice and snow damage. Since you know that, you should understand that I did not destroy the Mortal Palace. Shui Ruyan looked at Lin Tianhao with surprise and doubt. Then where did you get this blessing from the ice and snow goddess? Have you ever heard the saying? What did you say? V me 50, let me show you my strength. Shui Ruyan. Lin Tianhao could tell from Shui Ruyan's change in expression that she hadn't heard it before. The ice goddess asked me to destroy the Mortal Palace, and the reward was that she would give me the Star Kingdom. I certainly didn't believe it, so I made her VIP me 50 times to show off my strength. VU 50? Is that her blessing? Shui Ruyan asked in surprise and doubt. Lin Tianhao nodded. Not bad. So you took the benefits, but didn't destroy the Mortal Palace? Shui Ruyan asked. Lin Tianhao nodded. Yes, after all, V50 was just demonstrating her strength. I acknowledged her strength, so I killed her. Shui Ruyan's pupils contracted. She realized she couldn't quite see through Lin Tianhao anymore. The mark of a godslayer cannot be faked. The return of the Eastern Novice Village seems to further corroborate Lin Tianhao's words. Shui Ruyan put away her longbow, and Lin Tianhao asked, Excuse me, what's your profession? I haven't changed my profession yet. I am the punishment from heaven, Shui Ruyan replied coldly. Divine punishment? Lin Tianhao had never heard of this profession in his previous life, but seeing that Shui Ruyan had summoned a longbow, she was clearly an archer. Moreover, the oppressive feeling made Lin Tianhao certain that Shui Ruyan's profession was not simple. What? You don't actually want my job, do you? Shui Ruyan asked teasingly. Lin Tianhao nodded. I guess so. I wonder if your profession is saint level or god level. When Shui Ruyan heard Lin Tianhao's words, a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. It seems that hidden professions at the saint and god levels are not worth mentioning in her eyes. Really, the name, Heavenly Punishment, is the same as the name of his godlike talent. God tier. Lin Tianhao's question was a test, and judging from Shui Ruyan's reaction, his guess was probably correct. Shui Ruyan possesses a god tier hidden profession. They're archers. If that's the case, then Lin Tianhao must get it no matter what. With his godlike talent, and if he were to add a godlike hidden profession, Lin Tianhao couldn't even imagine how powerful he could become. What area galaxy, what Western gods, what ancient gods of myriad races. I'm sorry, I'm not targeting anyone in particular. I just want to say one thing. Everyone here is trash. If you want to inherit my legacy, come back to me after you have revived the ancient Eastern Kingdom. At that time, I can give you the opportunity to inherit my legacy. Shui Ruyan said calmly. He then waved his hand, took a step, and disappeared. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. A vase nearby was broken, and inside it, Lin Tianhao saw a mission scroll. Lin Tianhao unfolded the mission scroll, and its contents appeared before his eyes. As people of the East, how can we grovel and beg for mercy in a Western country? Even if we are not strong, we should do our best to help the ancient Eastern country recover. Mission requirements. Kill 100-star Kingdom Government NPCs. Mission penalty, unknown. Mission reward, unknown. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. It seems that information about the ancient Eastern Kingdom existed in my previous life, but it was not passed down. The person who published this guide in the previous life only revealed the process of obtaining the quest scroll. The specific details of the mission and the details of subsequent missions were not disclosed. So, Lin Tianhao only just learned about the mission details. Now I've come into contact with Shui Rian. Lin Tianhao did not immediately accept the task. Since all the clues are pointing towards the revival of the ancient Eastern Kingdom, let's focus on reviving the ancient Eastern Kingdom first and then deal with the rest later. What if I trigger the Archer's God tier hidden class because of this? Then I'll really be able to take off from the spot. According to the method described by the Lord of the Mortal Palace, he needs the blessings of 10 Eastern deities to have the power to revive the ancient Eastern Kingdom. Currently, he only has the blessings of 2 Eastern deities, the Old Man Under the Moon and the Goddess Hoodoo. So he still needs the blessings of 8 more Eastern deities. He pondered for a moment. Lin Tianhao pondered the various strategy guides he had seen in his previous life. And where else can one receive the blessings of the gods? After a brief moment of sorting out his thoughts, Lin Tianhao recalled 2 strategies and another that might trigger the blessing of the gods. Nothing more. Players don't really like to publish these kinds of strategies. I estimate that only 1 or 2 out of 10 will publish their strategies. However, there were only 2 or 3 of them. For the rest, he could only rely on himself. He believed it. With their own strength, it is entirely possible to trigger more blessings from the gods. Having obtained the mission scroll, Lin Tianhao saw no need to linger and decided to leave. Just as Lin Tianhao emerged from the Peach Blossom Pavilion, another figure blocked his path. Snow Empress, you have quite the refined taste. You must be the first adventurer to visit this Peach Blossom Pavilion, right? Chapter 98, sending you to a place where there is no hunger. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised when he saw who had arrived. The eldest princess? I wasn't planning on coming, but I saw the divine phantom of my god from afar, so I decided to meet you anyway. Lin Tianhao nodded and said, and then, Shui Di, I don't know if you're helping Qing Fuyun or Leona, but no matter which one you're helping, it's not very rational. I'm not happy with what you said. Ti Shuejian waved her hand dismissively. I am the strongest among the 3 princesses, and my foundation is also the deepest. I can give you any benefits they can promise you. Lin Tianhao was not surprised. With the blessing of the ice and snow goddess, his influence in the Star Kingdom was now vastly different from before. It's perfectly reasonable for Ti Shuejian to want to win him over. Then tell me, what benefits can you offer me? Ti Shuejian pondered for a moment, then looked up at the Peach Blossom Pavilion behind him. The Peach Blossom Pavilion is yours. After this is done, Qing Fuyun and Leona will also be yours. Obviously, Ti Shuejian mistook Lin Tianhao for the lecherous type. That's it. Lin Tianhao shook his head. I don't have a Qilin kidney, and besides, I don't lack women. Ti Shuejian pondered for a moment, then asked, can you tell me what Qing Fuyun and Leona promised you? I have no comment on that. Lin Tianhao shook his head. However, in the Star Kingdom, I do have high hopes for you. As for Qing Fuyun, although she has the Queen's help, she is too straightforward and not capable of being of great use. Leona has a shallow foundation. If it weren't for this incident, she might have been able to take over the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce and even have the qualifications to challenge you. But now, she has lost that right. Upon hearing this, Ti Shuejian's eyes lit up. So, you're willing to help me? I'm willing, but I need the blessings of the gods. Do you know how to obtain the blessings of the gods? Ti Shuejian frowned slightly. Obviously, even she couldn't casually use the blessings bestowed by the gods. I can tell you who they are, but you have to kill someone for me. Who? Clinphus Bird. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. A pledge of allegiance? I suppose so. Would you be willing? Ding. Princess Tixuajian has issued you a mission. Do you accept? Mission requirements. Kill the Clinphus Bird within half a month. Mission penalty, unknown. Mission reward. 7 clues to the blessings of the gods. Lin Tianhao's pupils contracted. This reward is simply outrageous. 7 portions. Although they are just clues, there is a relatively high probability of receiving these blessings from the gods if you trigger them. Lin Tianhao had no reason to refuse the rewards he could get just by killing an NPC. Except, Lin Tianhao accepted the mission without hesitation. This mission is crucial to his ability to revive the ancient Eastern Kingdom. Kill the Clinphus Bird. For Lin Tianhao at this stage, it's not a big problem. According to Lin Tianhao's speculation, the Clinphus Bird is most likely a level 50 gold boss and possesses some special abilities. In other words, it's highly likely to be a level 50 dungeon, with a gold boss at the held difficulty level. Generally, wild bosses can be defeated by a team of 12 players of the same level. Similar to the Twisted Treant, a wild boss in the starting village, with around 100,000 health, a team of 12 level 10 players equipped with beginner gear has a success rate of no less than 10%. A team of 12 typically consists of 5 DPS characters, with mages and archers depending on the situation, and 4 warriors who are primarily responsible for tanking and drawing aggro. 3 priests help the warrior tanking the monsters recover, and can also cast amplification spells or silence monsters. A team of 12 with coordinated units like this is perfectly capable of defeating ordinary wild bosses. Dungeons are different from the open world. Even bosses with the same title in dungeons have stronger stats than those in the wild. Furthermore, the higher the difficulty, the stronger the boss's attributes. This is why the monsters Lin Tianhao encounters in dungeons are always so powerful. It's because he always chooses the most difficult difficulty level. In Lin Tianhao's estimation, this Clintfus bird is most likely a level 50 gold boss in a hellish difficulty dungeon. As for just how strong he was, Lin Tianhao didn't know. He only found out after they fought. At the same time, Lin Tianhao was also considering whether to switch to a regular job first, so that his attributes could be enhanced and he could continue to level up. Changing to a regular job does not affect the ability to change to a hidden job. However, after a brief moment of thought, Lin Tianhao still did not immediately switch to the hidden class. He planned to use the 3 strategies he knew, 2 of which guaranteed the blessing of the gods effect, and the other also had a relatively high probability of yielding it. Thinking of this, Lin Tianhao walked in another direction. There is a beggar in the southeast corner of the capital city of Tianqing. At first, many people thought the beggar had a hidden quest, as he gave them a lot of good things, from food to gold coins. The result was that they didn't get any tasks from the beggar at all. It was a classic case of throwing good money after bad. However, Lin Tianhao knew this. They opened it the wrong way. This beggar can't trigger the quest, but killing him will drop a quest scroll. This happened when a fool paid a huge amount of intelligence tax, but still didn't trigger the quest. In a fit of anger, he killed the beggar, and the quest scroll eventually dropped from the beggar. After completing the tasks on the task scroll, you will receive the blessings of the gods. Southeast corner. Lin Tianhao saw the beggar in the corner. At this moment, several players are giving things to the beggar, trying to get some kind of quest from him. But soon, they all left dejectedly. Lin Tianhao approached the beggar. The beggar smiled and extended his hand to Lin Tianhao. Beggar, level 15. Health, 2580, 2580. Attack, 108. Skills, none. Note, you may receive unexpected benefits from him. This introduction has misled many people. This led many people to believe that he had a mission. That's right. He does indeed have a mission that will reward him with blessings from the gods. Only, the way to get this quest is not to please him, but to kill him directly and get the quest scroll from him. Please have mercy, sir. I haven't eaten for 3 days. It is a beggar's plea, he said. Lin Tianhao grinned and said, Okay, I'll take you to a place where there's no hunger. The words fell. Lin Tianhao didn't hesitate and immediately fired an arrow. Call out. Reduce by 2580. The beggar stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. But with his health bar depleted, he could only fall down unwillingly. Chapter 99. Bidding for the Golden Lord's Heart. Ding. You have been indiscriminately killing innocent people in the main city. The city guards are about to arrest you. Lin Tianhao paid no attention and picked up the quest scroll that the beggar had dropped. At the same time, more than a dozen city guards arrived and surrounded Lin Tianhao. Outrageous. You dare to kill someone in Tianqing City. The head of the city guards coldly rebuked. Come back with us now to face trial. Judge me. Lin Tianhao smiled knowingly. You're not qualified. The words fell. The divine phantom of the ice and snow goddess appeared. It has to be said, the ice and snow goddess's divinely bestowed phantom was very useful. Upon seeing it, all the city guards knelt down. Homage to my god. May my god be forever at peace. Not only them, but also some of the NPCs around them all knelt down, showing the utmost respect. As for the players around them, they were all staring at this scene with utter bewilderment. Some quick-thinking individuals have already filmed the scene and posted it on the forum. Holy crap, is this outrageous? He killed someone in Tianqing City, and the city guards not only didn't arrest him, they even knelt down before him. Am I playing the same game as him? Last time I only hit another player, and I was fined 5 gold coins. Many people are talking about it. The video of Lin Tianhao using the divinely bestowed phantom to intimidate the city guards quickly went viral online, with various experts coming forward to share their experiences. He expressed his understanding. There are nobles among the players, and there are things like reputation points. Our guild's vice president is now a baron in the Star Kingdom and enjoys certain privileges. A baron can kill people in the main city? Is it because he only killed a beggar that he wasn't punished? No, I think even a baron shouldn't make these people kneel after killing them. And what you heard the city guards say, homage to our god, may our god be forever at peace, is obviously related to the phantom behind that player. In an instant, there are many conflicting opinions online. Later, a player named Poor Taoist's Ambition offered an explanation on the forum. It should be an illusion. I also completed a mission and received the blessing of the gods. After receiving the blessing, I can release something called a divinely bestowed illusion, which is very similar to this fellow Taoists. The goddess of faith in the Star Kingdom is the goddess of ice and snow, and this player's divinely bestowed phantom should be the goddess of ice and snow. The explanation of my ambition immediately made many people realize the truth. I see. But the idea of blessings from the gods is just too outrageous. I don't know, but it sounds really impressive. Could you please explain what the blessing of the gods is? Yes, let's do some science education. What is this blessing of the gods? A large number of people started tagging Ambition Master. After all, very few people have access to the blessings of the gods at this stage. The ambitious Taoist priest was approachable and responded quickly. The blessings of the gods can grant unconventional skills. I received the blessing of the Taoist Golden Light Immortal, which rewarded me with the Golden Light Mantra. Its usage is similar to the Golden Light Immortal you see on TV, combining offense and defense, and it's quite powerful. As for how to obtain it, you can't get it from the quests given by ordinary NPCs. You need to get a quest scroll and complete the quests on it to have a chance to get it. The ambitious Taoist priest is popularizing science. Lin Tianhao had already left Tianqing City. He examined the quest scroll after receiving it. What's the difference between a person who lives without dreams and a salted fish? Even a beggar should dream of becoming the richest person. Mission requirements. Obtain 1 million gold coins within 3 days. Mission penalty, unknown. Mission reward, unknown. Lin Tianhao was somewhat amused and exasperated after receiving this task. Making money? Is it that difficult? It's not difficult. Therefore, Lin Tianhao is preparing to organize an auction. As for the auction location, Lin Tianhao directly chose group chat auction, and he started adding friends like crazy. In his previous life, he knew many prominent figures, guild leaders, conglomerate heads, government officials, and private tycoons. Lin Tianhao added every wealthy person he could think of as a friend. Thanks to the influence he wielded as the Snow Emperor, 90% of his friend requests were accepted. Then, Lin Tianhao added them all to a group chat. Snow Emperor, what are you doing? Futu Divine Wolf popped up in the group chat. Berserker Blade, suddenly you pulled all of us from big guilds into a group chat. Are you going to farm the world boss? Xiao Luo Iza, Shwedi, do you have some ways to make money that you're planning to share? Seeing that the group had gathered enough people, Lin Tianhao posted in the group, we're short on gold coins. We're going to auction off some equipment, ranging from level 10 to level 50. As he spoke, Lin Tianhao first posted several sets of level 10 armor sets that he had obtained from the newbie village. Jinghong Mingshuang, Shwedi, your equipment is not good, level 10, it's a bit outdated. Lin Tianhao hesitated for a moment, then threw out a bunch of level 45 equipment, all of which were dropped by the bloodback Xian Turtle. Shura Iza, Snow Emperor, our elite players are only level 21 or 22 right now. We can't afford to invest heavily in your level 45 equipment. Lin Tianhao rubbed his forehead. He was being rather presumptuous. He got a lot of equipment, but the level difference was too big. As for the previous skill books, they were basically all used on the rejuvenation of Withered Tree's skill. Wait for me. Lin Tianhao responded with a single sentence. Equipment is easily outdated, but skills are not. He needs to farm some more skill books. But he seems to have better options. For example, Lord's Heart. Thinking this way, Lin Tianhao directly posted the attributes of the Golden Lord's heart. The heart of the Golden Lord can be acquired now, and a territory can be built immediately. Because it is of the gold grade, the territory built will have 5 territory characteristics. A brief silence fell over the group chat. A little while later, Xiao Luo Ize then said, SOSO, I'll offer 2,000 gold coins. Floating Pagoda Divine Wolf. Futu Divine Wolf. Since Brother Iza doesn't think it's good, then our Futu Guild will offer 200,000 gold coins. Jinghong Mingshuang. Shwedi is so generous. Our Jinghong Guild has always wanted to build our own territory, and will contribute 250,000 gold coins. Berserker Blade, stop arguing. Our Berserker Guild is offering 400,000 gold coins. The price was immediately driven up. The price stagnated after reaching 400,000 gold coins. Nothing more. These guilds, even if they pool all their resources, can only manage around 300,000 to 400,000 gold coins at most. Xiao Luo Ize, Shuedi, I'm really out of gold coins. How about 400,000 gold coins plus 5 million in cash? Berserker Blade, TSK, Shura Iza, didn't you just say it was SOSO? How come the price has increased? Chapter 100, The Unlimited Golden Set. Xiao Luo Ize, just kidding, don't take it so seriously. Berserker Blade, 500,000 gold coins plus 5 million. Snow Empress, that's the limit. Lin Tianhao didn't speak immediately, but the others couldn't help but complain. Jinghong Hanshuang, Brother Daofeng, what did you do? Our guild has so much gold, and we support over 1,500 gold farmers, yet we're still so far behind you. A gold miner's salary is basically around 5,000, or a little over 1,500, and the monthly expenses for salaries alone amount to 8 million. Berserker Blade, I have 6,000 gold farmers here. Jinghong Hanshuang, as expected of Brother Daofeng, money really makes you amazing. Final. Berserker Blade successfully bid for the Golden Lord's heart with 500,000 gold coins plus 5 million cash. The transaction was completed quickly. Shortly after the transaction was completed, a server-wide announcement was broadcast. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Berserker Blade for establishing the territory Berserker Territory. You are the first player to establish a territory. Rewards. Plus 50 free attribute points. Plus 1 territory attribute bonus. Plus 1 gold level unlimited set. This is hereby announced. We hope that all players will continue to work hard. The announcement resounded throughout the entire server. Holy crap! A reward of a gold tier unlimited set. The group chat created by Lin Tianhao immediately exploded. Just look at the Dream Chaser in the snow. How outrageous is her gold level scepter? This unlimited gold level set is absolutely outrageous, ridiculously outrageous. Most importantly, it's unlimited. That means there are no wearing requirements. Anyone can wear it. In the group chat, Jinghong Mingshuang, Brother Daofeng, show us your stats so we can all be envious. Floating Pagoda Divine Wolf, a gold level set, something unique at this stage. Just ask me, who else has it? Shura Iza. I estimate that even the Book of Life and Death on the equipment ranking list might not be as good as this set. Berserker Blade. Thank you, Snow Emperor. Snow Emperor is invincible. Then, Berserker Blade revealed the attributes of his gold tier set. Lord Armor set, gold. Wearing requirements, none. Attribute 1, attack increased by 19580. Attribute 2, armor plus 20,000. Attribute 3, magic resistance increased by 18,500. Increases health by 300,000. Attribute 5, attack speed increased by 4. Attribute 6, lifesteal plus 20. Increases all-around damage reflection by 20. Set bonus 2, regenerates 10,000 health points per second, uninterrupted by attacks. Set bonus 3, there is a 1% chance to be immune to the damage received. Set bonus 4, during territory defense battles, 3 level 50 gold bosses can be summoned to participate in the battle. Note, these summoned bosses are confined to the territory and cannot leave it. Each summon lasts for 1 hour, with a 24-hour cooldown. When the set bonus was revealed, everyone in the group chat except Lin Tianhao was dumbfounded. Holy crap! Blade, you've struck gold. Equip this gear on a berserker, and he'll be a walking blood bank. The attribute bonuses are outrageous, and the set bonuses are outrageous. Berserker Blade, it's SOSO. To be honest, the set bonus 4 is a bit useless now, and you can't take it out of the territory. Xiao Luo Ize, I've seen Versailles, but I've never seen anyone as Versailles as you. You're despicable. Jinghong Mingshuang, Brother Daofeng, please take care of this little sister. Berserker Blade, cough cough, Mingshuang, stop pretending to be pitiful. I just heard this morning that someone in your guild has switched to a hidden Earth level class. Jinghong Mingshuang, a hidden class at the Earth level. It's nowhere near as good as Blade Brothers' unlimited gold set. Shura Iza, Blade, what about the territory bonus? Post it so we can have some reference. Berserker Blade didn't hold back and unleashed his full power directly. Berserker's domain, gold. Lord, Berserker Blade. The number of people is 13. Construction value, 0, 1 billion. Territory bonus, attack power plus 50, attack speed plus 1, movement speed plus 3, critical hit plus 10, health plus 10,000, skill cooldown reduced by 5, severe wounds plus 5. Note, this bonus applies to all citizens, and the bonus is doubled during territory defense battles. Jinghongming Shuang, is it really that good? All players entering the territory can get these attribute bonuses. Shura Iza, Snow Emperor, what about the guild? How's the buff? If it's this strong, wouldn't it be like the guild and territory are doing the same thing, and our people will take off? Lin Tianhao didn't hold back either, and released his guild's bonuses as well. Guild bonuses, damage +1, critical hit +10, attack +20, attack speed +1, movement speed +3, health +10,000, omnipotence +5. After sending these messages, Lin Tianhao continued. Also, we'll be bidding for a guild creation token in a bit, so you can get ready. Close the group chat. Lin Tianhao has arrived at the area of the level 50 two-headed demon wolves. According to the strategy guide from the previous life, the first kill of the two-headed demon wolf king can drop a guild creation token. It seems that this is how the first guild establishing token in my previous life came about. Two-headed demon wolf, normal 50. Health, 6500, 6500. Attacks, 568. Skills, twin-headed elemental cannon, demon wolf howl, flying demon claw. It's a very ordinary attribute. Let alone Lin Tianhao, even skilled players in the current game, if they team up and manage to draw aggro, could potentially kill the two-headed demon wolf. Lin Tianhao went up and fired an arrow. Reduced by 6500. Clears all health points. No pressure at all. Next, Lin Tianhao began to launch a sweeping attack. With over 6,000 health points, Lin Tianhao could simply slaughter them indiscriminately. Even if an elite level two-headed dire wolf appeared, the result would still be the same. One arrow kills over 3.5 million, and his normal attack dealt over 100,000 true damage. In addition, there is the effect of double serious injury. Lin Tianhao's arrow can now deal over 210,000 real damage. Sweeping through everything in their path, they soon encountered a two-headed demon wolf of the Black Iron level. Two-headed demon wolf, Black Iron 50. Health, 1,325,000, 1,325,000. Attack, 7928. Skills, twin-headed ray, magic cannon, flying demon claw, demon wolf roar, ninefold shadow claw, bloodthirsty red eyes, lone wolf instinct, invincibility, berserk. Lin Tianhao smiled helplessly. This time, 5 Black Iron level two-headed demon wolves were refreshed at the same time. Raise your hand. 5 arrows were fired simultaneously. Less than a second. All 5 Black Iron level two-headed dire wolves perished. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the two-headed demon wolf. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for achieving the first kill of the two-headed demon wolf, Black Iron. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Lin Tianhao quickly looted the corpses, 5 Black Iron bosses, and it was his first kill, so the loot was quite substantial. It's a pity. Lin Tianhao didn't even like them. Certainly, he also had some gold coins, but they were still a drop in the ocean compared to Lin Tianhao's goal of raising 1 million. Chapter 101, 1 million gold coins in hand. But none of that matters anymore. He's now only a little over 300,000 gold coins away from 1 million. If you just need to get the guild creation token, you'll most likely be able to collect them all. The mechanism triggered by this two-headed wolf king is somewhat similar to that of the blood-eyed dragon turtle. If you refresh it a few more times, it will naturally drop. As soon as the two-headed demon wolf spawned, Lin Tianhao attacked without hesitation. Arrows pierced the air continuously, and the two-headed demon wolf was no match for Lin Tianhao. Only a two-headed demon wolf of the Black Iron level could withstand Lin Tianhao's 6 arrows. Even with Lin Tianhao's attack speed, they were all killed in less than 5 seconds. And so the cycle continues. After running it 5 times, Lin Tianhao's health points didn't increase much, but he did get a lot of skill books and equipment. Ding! Your killing of a large number of two-headed wolves has angered the two-headed wolf king, and it is about to descend. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up. The two-headed demon wolf king had finally emerged. Two-headed demon wolf king, bronze 50. Health, 6,990,000, 6,990,000. Attack, 19180. Skills, twin-headed ray, demonic energy chain cannon, flying shadowless claw, demonic wolf roar, ninefold shadow claw, bloodthirsty red eyes, lone wolf instinct, magical clone, blood demon curse, invincibility, berserk. With nearly 7 million health points, its attributes are SOSO. Lin Tianhao didn't care and raised his hand. unleashing a barrage of arrows. Awoo! The two-headed wolf king roared in anger. It couldn't understand how humans, who were like ants, dared to provoke it, a level 50 boss. Its two heads simultaneously opened their gaping maws, from which rays of light poured forth. Boom! The rays struck Lin Tianhao. Subtract 23,985. Subtract 23,999. Two massive blows fell upon Lin Tianhao. They actually took away nearly 1.5% of Lin Tianhao's health points. It's practically murder. The two-headed wolf king, not far away, was also stunned by his high damage and did not react for a moment. Lin Tianhao raised his hand. 12 arrows per second. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows pierced the air continuously, and in just 1 second, the two-headed demon wolf king lost more than 2.5 million health points. Awoo! The two-headed wolf king let out a terrified howl after seeing the damage Lin Tianhao had inflicted. At this moment, the wolf's tail was clenched tightly, giving the impression that it was a weak and helpless little wolf cub. Lin Tianhao showed no sign of stopping and raised his hand again. When the two-headed wolf king saw that his attempts to please it were useless, he roared in anger. Unleash your full power and unleash your berserk mode. At the same time, a curse mark appeared on Lin Tianhao's head. Ding! You have been cursed by the two-headed demon wolf king. Your attack power and magic power are reduced by 75 for 5 minutes. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. That's it. This curse is a negative effect, so it was reduced by 85% by the purifying jade pendant. The actual effect is that both spell power and attack power decrease by 500. Only, what does the reduction in attack power and spell power have to do with him? Cursing his attack power to 0 would have little effect on him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 seconds later, the two-headed wolf king fell. It has been actively fighting against Lin Tianhao, but the difference in strength is simply too obvious. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the two-headed wolf king. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Would you like to hide your name? No. Ding! Congratulations to player Shuedi for achieving the first kill of the two-headed demon wolf king. This is to announce that all players will continue their efforts. Ding! Congratulations to player Shuedi for achieving the first kill of the two-headed demon wolf king. This is to announce that all players will continue their efforts. The server-wide announcement sounded, but Lin Tianhao was already used to it. After all, once ordinary players complete their first job advancement, the server-wide announcement of the first boss kill is no longer so rare. Because Lin Tianhao mainly farms high-level monsters. Lin Tianhao basically didn't touch any bosses below level 40. Next, it's the much-anticipated corpse looting scene. Ding! You have obtained an equipment upgrade of plus 11. Ding! You have obtained a skill book plus 5. Guild creation token. Gained 50 free attribute points. Ding! You have obtained one more dungeon opening scroll. A series of notification sounds rang out, indicating that Lin Tianhao's gains were considerable. The most important thing is the guild creation order. This is Lin Tianhao's main purpose in visiting this site. Thinking of this, Lin Tianhao posted the attributes of the guild creation token in the group chat. At everyone, guild creation token, starting bid 100,000 gold coins. Anyone bidding? Shura Iza. Z's, as expected of the Snow Empress, you got the guild creation order so quickly. Our Shura guild will contribute 150,000. Jinghong Mingshuang. Oh dear, brothers, don't compete with your sister. Your sister has offered 200,000 gold coins. Berserker Blade. 300,000. A fleeting dream of frost. Shura Iza. Blade UI. Futu Shinlang. Brother Iza, calm down. But brother Daofeng, where did you get so many gold coins? You only spent 500,000 gold coins before, and now you've come up with another 300,000? Berserker Blade. Cough cough. Lots of gold farmers. Shura Iza. I don't believe you can farm so many gold coins with thousands of gold farmers. Is there a good place to farm gold coins? Blade, don't keep this to yourself, share it. Futu Shinlang. Everyone has their own opportunities, but we at Futu also have 300,000 gold coins. It's just that we feel the guild creation token isn't worth that much now. In another half month, we should be able to get it ourselves. The words of the Buddha God Wolf are very apt. They've already completed the first transformation, and in another half month, reaching level 30 in the elite group shouldn't be a problem. The demand for guild building tokens is naturally not as high. The key factor is still the price. 300,000 gold coins. In the early stages of the game, when gold coins are scarce, very few people can afford to spend them. Final. Berserker Blade won the guild creation order with 300,000 gold coins. With the sale of the guild creation token, Lin Tianhao was only 100,000 gold coins away from his goal of 1 million gold coins. He himself had a little over 100,000 gold coins, 500,000 Lord's Hearts, and 300,000 guild establishment tokens, which totaled a little over 900,000. Next, we'll sell some skill books, also through an auction. Lin Tianhao managed to get quite a few skill books from farming level 50 twin-headed demon wolves. After all, these are first kills, so the drop rate is pretty good. A total of 50 skill books, sold as a package for 200,000 gold coins. Berserker Blade. Okay, Snow Empress, I'll take them all. A Fleeting Dream of Frost. Xiao Luo Ize. Floating Pagoda Divine Wolf. Jinghong Mingshuang. Brother Daofeng, enough said. Just send me your guide on how to farm gold. Shura Iza. Divine Wolf, Meng Shuang, it's time we joined forces. If we let that kid Blade keep going, we'll have no way out. Futu Shunlang. Blade, don't force us to take action. Just post your gold farming strategy. You've already earned enough. Chapter 102 The God of Wealth's Blessing. Lin Tianhao knew the situation of Berserker Blade. The boss behind their Berserker Guild was related to the War Department. It was revealed in the middle of the previous game that the Berserker Guild was already being operated by the government. As for gold coins, the Great Xia dynasty has 1 million soldiers who have entered the game, and that's a conservative estimate. Anyway, by the time the game merged with reality, the number of soldiers entering the game had exceeded 10 million. This is only the publicly released data. The actual data may be even more alarming. So, don't say 1 million. Even if Berserker Blade took out 10 million gold coins, he wouldn't be too surprised. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Berserker Blade for becoming the second player to establish a guild. You will be rewarded with 100 free attribute points. We hope that all players will continue to strive for excellence. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Berserker Blade for becoming the second player to establish a guild. You will be rewarded with 100 free attribute points. We hope that all players will continue to strive for excellence. Berserker Blade quickly established a guild. Lin Tianhao didn't care. He now has 1.1 million gold coins, enough to submit a quest scroll. Submit the task. Ding. You have completed the task. Reward. Blessing of the Gods +1, free attribute points +50. He was also rewarded with free attribute points, and now Lin Tianhao has accumulated 1,100 free attribute points. He's still not in a hurry to add points, mainly because his current attributes are sufficient, and he'd rather save them for crucial moments to add points in a targeted manner. Use the blessings of the gods. Ding. You have received the blessing of the gods. Ding. The God of Wealth is bestowing blessings upon you. Ding. You have received a high interest rate. High interest rate. Passive cannot be upgraded. Effect. Your currency will automatically increase by 1% every day. Consumption. None. Cooling. None. Proficiency. None. Lin Tianhao was taken aback when he saw the high interest rate. It doesn't seem very useful. Wrong. Damn. He's going to become the richest man in the world. Gold coins are extremely valuable in the early, mid, and late stages of the game. With enough gold coins, you can buy a wide variety of things. Just like shops in the main city, weapons in weapon shops, and titles in the Star Kingdom, all of these can be obtained with gold coins. Ragnarok itself is a real second world. As long as you have money, everything is negotiable. Thinking this way, Lin Tianhao sent a message in the group. You can deposit any extra gold coins with me. They are available for withdrawal at any time, with a daily interest rate of 1,000th. Xiao Luo Iza. Does this count as illegal fundraising? Jinghong Mingshuang. Snow Emperor, something's not right with you. It's not easy for me to save up these gold coins. Your daily interest rate of 1,000th is a bit scary. From what I understand, any investment with an annual return of more than 10% carries a very high risk. Lin Tianhao didn't waste any words and directly posted the passive effect of the high interest rate. Shura Iza. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Snow Emperor, what kind of godlike skills do you have? Jinghong Mingshuang. Wait, Shuedi, you're making a lot of money. You get 1%, but you're giving us 1,000th of the daily interest? Shuedi, even if I give you 1,000th, don't you think it's a pig butchering scam? Jinghong Mingshuang. No, it wasn't me. You've misunderstood. I have complete faith in Shuedi's character. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally, but did not respond. Berserker Blade. Snow Empress, 0.1% is indeed a bit low. Snow Empress, how about we split the interest 50/50ths? 1 in 1,000, just 1 in 1,000. Although he knew that Berserker Blade was a government official, Lin Tianhao would not compromise. He wouldn't actively provoke the government, but that doesn't mean he would blindly give away benefits to them. After all, is it easy for him to earn some gold coins? Shura Iza. 50/50ths is unrealistic. Shuidi, how about 1300? Lin Tianhao. You guys can decide for yourselves how to run a dungeon. It's 1/1000th, so you can use it flexibly and withdraw it whenever you need it. Close the group chat. Lin Tianhao took out the dungeon opening scroll. At the same time, I sent a message to Zhou Xiaoping. According to his understanding, he cannot enter level 50 dungeons alone. He can only find someone to team up with. It's definitely better to benefit your own people than to benefit others. After sending the message, Lin Tianhao took out the dungeon opening scroll. Ding! You have activated the dungeon, Mutant Dire Wolf. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow and stepped into the portal. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Ding! You have successfully activated Mutated Divine Wolf. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuidi for successfully unlocking the Mutated Dire Wolf dungeon. Special reward, 50 free attribute points and 100 gold coins. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuidi for successfully unlocking the Mutated Dire Wolf dungeon. Special reward, 50 free attribute points and 100 gold coins. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Lin Tianhao had already selected the held difficulty level. The result was the same as last time in the Blackwater Lake instance. The level difference was too great, making it impossible to enter solo. Lin Tianhao smiled wryly and could only retreat and wait for Zhou Xiaoping to arrive. However, what surprised Lin Tianhao was Zhou Xiaoping wasn't the first to arrive. Instead, it's Berserker Blade. He saw Lin Tianhao and grinned. Big boss Shuidi, can we talk about the interest rate you mentioned before? We can deposit tens of millions of gold coins, and you'll make a lot of money then. Lin Tianhao shook his head. It's not worth discussing. I'm just making a little money from interest, and it's not easy for me either. Berserker Blade nearly coughed up blood, but he didn't say anything more. All right, let me think about it. After saying that, Berserker Blade led his team into the dungeon. Lin Tianhao had a headache. Berserker Blade has already awakened his hidden class, and with that unlimited gold grade set, the probability of him succeeding is quite high if he only clears this dungeon on normal difficulty. After they went inside, Zhou Xiaoping finally arrived. Brother Hao, I was just fighting the boss, and I was low on health. It would be a shame to give up. Lin Tianhao nodded. Let's go. Let's enter the dungeon. Teaming up with Zhou Xiaoping, Lin Tianhao immediately chose the held difficulty level. As for competing for the first clear of a dungeon, Lin Tianhao was not flustered at all. For him, even the hellish difficulty level was easy to overcome. Even the worst boss in hell difficulty is an elite two-headed wolf with 50,000 health. What's the point of this? Useless. If it's a one-shot kill, then it's still a one-shot kill. The iron level two-headed demon wolf, which is part of the hell difficulty, has over 2 million health points. Is it useful? It was still a 1-second kill. If Lin Tianhao lands a critical hit, it will be even faster. Zhou Xiaoping followed Lin Tianhao. He originally thought that with his current level of frankness, he would definitely be able to help Lin Tianhao. But the result was, he didn't even need to lift a finger. Lin Tianhao simply crushed them all. Then there's the bronze level two-headed demon wolf king, with over 30 million HP, which is quite impressive. But that's all. Chapter 103 The Monkey's Talent. In just 15 seconds, the bronze level two-headed wolf king perished. They crushed everything in their path without any pressure. Ding! Your team has achieved a first-time clear of the Mutant Dire Wolf and will be announced server-wide shortly. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuidi and Xinpengwu Di for achieving the first clear of Mutated Demon Wolf. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuidi and Xinpengwu Di for achieving the first clear of Mutated Demon Wolf. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. At this time, the Berserker Blade, who was leading a team to conquer the normal difficulty level, suddenly changed his expression. The Snow Emperor has already cleared the game? How is that possible? Could it be that he didn't attempt the hell difficulty level this time? After clearing a dungeon for the first time, there is a leaderboard that records the time taken to clear it for each difficulty level. The first person to clear the instance in the shortest time will have their name engraved on the stone tablet in front of the instance gate to increase their visibility. These guilds actually enjoy setting dungeon records, mainly to increase their guild's visibility. Currently, the only dungeons they can actually run are the normal and hard difficulty levels. Even the nightmare difficulty dungeons are very difficult for them to conquer. And they also need to consider the completion time, since only those with the shortest time can make the list. On this point, Lin Tianhao didn't actually put any pressure on them. After all, they mainly target dungeons from level 10 to 30. Lin Tianhao did not touch any of these copies. But in the dungeons that Lin Tianhao had ventured into, every challenge was of hellish difficulty. Therefore, Berserker Blade thought he might get the first clear of the dungeon this time. Brother Blade, Shuedi most likely chose the normal difficulty level, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to finish so quickly. Just clear the level first, and you'll know once you get out. With his gold tier set and the support of his strong teammates, Berserker Blade quickly cleared the dungeon. After they came out of the dungeon, they immediately checked the dungeon completion record. There were 2 names prominently displayed on the dungeon completion log. Snow Emperor, the Invincible Fat Goddess. Difficulty: Hell level. When Berserker Blade and the others saw this scene, they all gasped in shock. Brother Blade, this. Berserker Blade's pupils dilated as he saw the final timer for clearing the game. The completion time was shockingly 56 seconds. Damn it. In Berserker Blade's mind, a million alpacas were galloping through his head. Lin Tianhao had previously cleared some dungeons, but it usually took him several minutes, or even longer. But this time, he cleared a level 50 hellish difficulty dungeon in just 56 seconds. Could it be because of this invincible fat god? Berserker Blade's expression was somewhat solemn. I'll have someone contact this invincible fat guy later and see if there's any possibility of winning him over. At this time, Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaobang have finished looting the corpses and left the instance. Brother Hao, you're amazing. Lin Tianhao smiled. This time, he got another 50 free attribute points for clearing the dungeon for the first time. The accumulated free attribute points have now reached 1,200. Lin Tianhao smiled and took out a Saint-level Talent Awakening Stone from his pocket. Fatty, give this Talent Awakening Stone to the monkey. The monkey's talent is also at the Saint level. Once awakened, it will be very powerful. Lin Tianhao remembered the monkey's talent from its previous life. Moral, intellectual, physical, and aesthetic education cannot be upgraded to higher stars. Effect 1. All free attribute points you gain will be multiplied by 5, including free attribute points gained before awakening talents. Effect 2. Your free attribute points, when added to any attribute, can increase all regular attributes: health, mana, armor, magic resistance, attack, ability power, attack speed, movement speed, physical penetration, magic penetration, and free attribute points already allocated before awakening talents can still trigger this effect. The 2 effects are actually quite good. It's much better than the talent that gave Brother Dong 25 free attribute points per level in that game. Although Effect 1 seems to also upgrade 25 free attribute points, it is not limited to upgrading. For example, completing tasks and obtaining achievements will multiply the free attribute points by 5. Lin Tianhao received 50 free attribute points for his first clear of the dungeon. If it were him, that would be 250 free attribute points. Besides, Effect 2 is also quite powerful. Essentially, adding a free attribute point will increase all 10 basic attributes. In other words, it's like using 1 free attribute point as 10. With the added bonus of 5 times, the final actual return is as high as 50 times. The monkey has a very strong talent, and because of its balanced attributes, it does not have any obvious weaknesses. Just like its name suggests, it embodies all-round development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, and aesthetics. The power of this talent lies in its free attribute points. The free attribute points gained from leveling up aren't actually that strong. But if one could acquire a large number of free attribute points through missions and achievements like Lin Tianhao, then one could definitely take off. Fatty, I have a lot of missions and can't take you and Monkey with me. You're strong now, so you can help Monkey and try to get the first clear of the dungeon. To fully realize a monkey's talents, it must find a way to acquire more free attribute points. In Ragnarok, there are many ways to obtain free attribute points, and there are also many quests available. Of course, rewards like Lin Tianhao's are usually not 50 or 100, or even 3 or 500. Usually, it's 1 to 10 points, but only a few can be rewarded with dozens or hundreds of free attribute points. Okay, Brother Hao. After giving Zhou Xiaobang his instructions, Lin Tianhao began planning how to kill the Clinfus bird. The strength of the Clinfus bird was unknown to Lin Tianhao, and once he breaks ties with the Clinfizzbird and fails to kill it, the Clinfizzbird will hide in the palace and not come out, making it very difficult for him to kill it again. Not only that, he just needs an excuse to get the Cliffsbird out. What excuse? Lin Tianhao had an answer after a moment's thought. Black Wind Stronghold. According to the information Lin Tianhao had previously gathered, Black Wind Stronghold was the Queen's territory. If he attacks Black Wind Stronghold, the Queen will definitely send the Clintfist bird over. A decision has been made. Lin Tianhao returned to Black Wind Village once again. Black Wind Stronghold is only a level 30 dungeon, but Lin Tianhao's current attributes are much stronger than before. To Lin Tianhao's surprise, upon arriving at Black Wind Stronghold, he found that someone was already attacking the stronghold. Chasing dreams amidst the snow and mist? Lin Tianhao saw the people leading the team. They were from the Dream Chasing Guild. Their team consisted of more than 30 people, led by Zhu Ming Yanxue, and most of the members were only level 21 or 22. However, they had all completed their first job advancement and were fully equipped. They were quite adept at dealing with ordinary mountain bandits outside. Only, when elite-level bandits appeared, the members of the Dream Chaser Guild found it difficult to deal with them. Chapter 104: Killing the Clintfist Bird. However, Zhu Minjiangsu and his team cooperated well and ultimately withstood the attack of the elite bandits. However, Lin Tianhao, knew. They're finished. Because the bandits of Black Wind Stronghold don't play by the rules. As expected, just as Zhu Minjiangsu and the others had killed the elite-level bandits, dozens more elite-level bandits suddenly rushed out, along with the second-in-command of Black Wind Stronghold. Run! It happened almost in an instant. Zhu Minjiangsu had already sensed that the situation was not good. In order not to lose a rank, she had no choice but to flee in panic with her subordinates. Ha ha ha! A bunch of cowards, nothing special. The second-in-command of Black Wind Stronghold laughed triumphantly. Lin Tianhao shook his head. He bullies the weak and fears the strong. Call out. Lin Tianhao launched an arrow, right in the center of the Black Wind Stronghold's second-in-command's forehead. Critical hit. Reduced by 420,158. The appearance of a huge damage number startled the second-in-command of Black Wind Stronghold. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tianhao's second arrow has arrived. 12 arrows per second. To be precise, Lin Tianhao was not given the chance to fire 12 arrows at all. The second-in-command of Black Wind Stronghold has already been killed. After killing the second-in-command of Black Wind Stronghold, Lin Tianhao made a series of moves. None of the remaining elite bandits could withstand Lin Tianhao's attacks. They all fell. After these issues are resolved, Lin Tianhao headed towards Black Wind Stronghold again. Black Wind Village was deserted once again. They run really fast. Lin Tianhao was somewhat helpless, but this was also thanks to the fact that he did not rush in at full speed, but deliberately gave the leader of Black Wind Stronghold time to escape. Because he didn't come here to wipe out Black Wind Stronghold. He wanted to give the leader of Black Wind Stronghold a chance to tip him off. We arrived at the warehouse. Really, there are quite a few standard weapons piled up here. Its attributes are quite average, so it's only suitable for players who have just arrived in the main city to use temporarily. Something is better than nothing. All of it was put into the guild warehouse. Every little bit counts. After doing all this, Lin Tianhao waited at Black Wind Stronghold. He didn't have to wait long before the person he was waiting for appeared. Clintfist, Snow Emperor. The bird Clintfist walked up unhurriedly. I know you're annoyed that the queen sent you into the Snow Corpse ruins, but we can discuss things. Isn't it inappropriate to come here to vent your anger? I'm not here to vent my anger, am I? Isn't it perfectly reasonable for a player to explore the wilderness map? Lin Tianhao smiled faintly. Snow Empress, let's not beat around the bush. If you have any thoughts, you can speak them directly. Lin Tianhao nodded. Clintfist bird, since you've put it this way, I won't beat around the bush. I tried to help you out of kindness, but you schemed against me. It wouldn't be right if you didn't give me some compensation. Although Lin Tianhao had already agreed to kill the Clintfist bird in Tixuagen. But if we can extract some benefits from Clintfist before killing it, that's definitely worth more than the price. What do you want? The Clintfist bird asked in a deep voice. Give me a special piece of equipment, preferably one that drains life, Lin Tianhao said. The Clintfist bird shook its head. That's unrealistic. Let's talk about something more realistic. Then tell me, what is reality? 50 free attribute points. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao shook his head. I get this kind of reward for clearing a dungeon for the first time, 300. Impossible. The Clintfist bird looked somewhat gloomy. 100. If you don't agree, we'll give up Black Wind Stronghold. I don't believe you can really guard Black Wind Stronghold and kill people forever. Lin Tianhao nodded. Okay, then it's as you say, 100. Ding. The Clintfist bird has gifted you 100 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao smiled with satisfaction after receiving the free attribute points. Very good. I will not cause trouble for Black Wind's stronghold again. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao smiled. The Clintfist bird nodded. Snow Emperor, the Queen wishes to befriend you. This was merely a test. I hope you can understand. Make friends. Maybe, but it doesn't matter, because Lin Tianhao has his own choices. Call out. With a flick of his wrist, the arrow pierced the air. Clintfist was startled. She was very fast and dodged Lin Tianhao's attack almost instantly. That's absolutely outrageous. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. You reacted quickly, so let's try my Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers technique. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows simultaneously at a speed of 12, meaning that in that single second, 60 energy arrows flew out of his hand. With so many energy arrows, it's practically impossible to predict how the enemy will move and create space. Snow Empress, what are you doing? Lin Tianhao did not respond, and the arrows poured out. Shield of Mystic Ice. The bird Clintfist raised its hand, and a huge shield appeared. As expected, the shield shattered instantly. Shields like these usually have a limited lifespan and a damage tolerance limit. The damage inflicted on Lin Tianhao's arrows was simply too high. However, just as the shield was broken, the Clintfist bird disappeared. Not good. Lin Tianhao immediately turned around, and arrows were thrown out instinctively. Only, it's too late. A huge magic array rose up beneath Lin Tianhao's feet. Countless ice spikes shot towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao, however, paid no attention and continued to unleash his furious attacks. Subtract 210,858. Subtract 210,861. The damage numbers were enormous. Lin Tianhao's damage was extremely outrageous. However, those ice spikes had no effect on Lin Tianhao whatsoever. How so? The Clintfist bird was terrified. However, she no longer had a chance to think, because the cycle of death was triggered at this moment. Clintfist, die? Ding. You have killed the Clintfist bird. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Under normal circumstances, Lin Tianhao would choose to hide, but this time, he is not going to hide. He wanted the Queen to know, and everyone else to know, that he was the one who helped Tissajian kill the Clintfist bird. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shwedi for defeating the Clintfist bird. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue to strive for victory. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shwedi for defeating the Clintfist bird. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue to strive for victory. A server-wide announcement was made. This didn't cause much of a stir among the players. However, it caused a huge uproar among the NPCs, especially within the circles of royalty and nobility. Many people are aware of the strength of Krillin. Besides, the identity of the Clintfist bird is also extremely sensitive, as it is a confidant of Queen Fjordine. Just like that, you killed him? Isn't this just courting death? This Snow Emperor is really too arrogant. Chapter 105 The Netherworld Order. Listening to the Rain Hall, Queen Fjordine slammed her hand on the table in anger, shattering it into pieces. Mother, what should we do now? Qing Fuyun's expression was somewhat unpleasant. This Snow Emperor is clearly retaliating. Queen Fjordine snorted coldly. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Based on my understanding of the Snow Emperor, he is a man who doesn't act without a reason. He wouldn't make a move for no reason. There must be a reason behind it. Could it be that little bitch Leona? Queen Fjordine shook her head. It shouldn't be. I think it's Tixuejian. So, Shwedi has sided with Tixuejian? Qing Fuyun's expression was somewhat solemn. Tixuejian is already at its zenith, and with the Snow Emperor's help. Queen Fjordine's gaze grew increasingly profound. Shwedi is just a greedy guy. As long as the benefits are right, he will help us. But he killed. Queen Fjordine raised her hand to stop Qing Fuyun from speaking. The Clintfist bird knew too many of my secrets. It's good that it's dead. As for this Snow Emperor, the Snow Corpse ruins didn't trap him. He might become the biggest variable in this battle for the throne. Upon hearing this, Qing Fuyun was somewhat surprised. He's just an adventurer after all. Is he really that powerful? Just wait and see. Queen Fjordine sneered. If that doesn't work, then we'll have to get rid of Tixuejian. Not only the Queen, but all the factions in the Star Kingdom are discussing this matter, and many people are shaken by it. Blackwind Village. After killing the Clintfist bird, Lin Tianhao began looting its corpse. Ding. You have obtained a skill book +5. Ding. You have obtained a +13 equipment bonus. Gained 50 free attribute points. Ding. You have obtained Netherworld Secret Order +1. Ding. You have obtained. One item after another appeared. Lin Tianhao's haul this time was quite good. because the skills and equipment dropped by the Clintfist bird are quite good. In terms of sheer numbers, they are not many. The quality is very good. The skills are mostly area of effect spells for mages. As for the 13 pieces of equipment, there is 1 gold weapon, 5 silver weapons, and 7 bronze weapons. Although it's not a set, it's still quite good. It's a pity. The requirement to wear them is level 50, so they're not needed for now. Besides, they're only usable by mages, so they're not useful to Lin Tianhao. Besides, these are the free attribute points. Lin Tianhao's free attribute points are increasing. I've accumulated 1,350 free attribute points, which is no small number. Finally, there is the Netherworld Secret Order. Netherworld Order, Special. Effect, a secret order from the Netherworld clan. Holding this order allows direct entry into the Netherworld Royal City without being affected by the Netherworld Chi. Abrasion Resistance, 100. The Netherworld clan lives in the Dark Kingdom, which is more than 10 times larger than the Star Kingdom. It is home to countless powerful individuals and also hides a great deal of opportunity. Only, entering the Dark Kingdom will affect you with the aura of the underworld, causing you to continuously lose health and experience negative physical effects. Therefore, very few players will enter the Dark Kingdom in the early stages of the game. After all, they cannot resist the Netherworld energy, and they will die soon after entering. After putting everything away, the next step is to find Ti Shuejian and ask for the reward. For Lin Tianhao, the clues to the blessings of the gods were definitely a good thing. Hopefully, Ti Shuejian isn't just playing a trick on himself. Lin Tianhao said this because clues are easy to be fooled. For example, a clue is provided, but it cannot be obtained through conventional means. Instead of asking Lin Tianhao to go look for her, Ti Shuejian took the initiative to find Lin Tianhao. Shuedi, your speed is faster than I expected. Ti Shuejian looked at Lin Tianhao with great satisfaction. This is the reward I promised you. As soon as she finished speaking, Ti Shuejian raised her hand and pointed, and Lin Tianhao immediately received the mission reward. Ding, you have completed the task in Tixuejian. Ding, you have obtained 7 clues to the blessing of the gods. In the Star Kingdom, the following individuals can provide the prerequisite quest scrolls for the blessing of the gods: Ti Shuejian, Qing Fuyun, Leona, Queen Fjordanyu, King Abra, Prime Minister Xenro, and Grand Marshal Lauren Miyuan. Lin Tianhao frowned. This clue didn't seem to be of much use. Princess Tixuejian, since you know what I'm asking for, could you please give me the scroll for the preliminary quest of the blessing of the gods? Ti Shuejian shook her head. I can give it to you, but not now. Oh. Lin Tianhao frowned, while Ti Shuejian continued. Snow Emperor, although you killed the Clintfist bird, I think this pledge of allegiance is not enough. What else do you want me to do? Lin Tianhao asked. Ti Shuejian pondered for a moment before saying, I haven't decided yet, but I know the queen isn't as simple as she seems. You can keep an eye out for her for me. All right, is this considered a task or a favor? Human favors? Ti Shuejian smiled non-committally. Snow Emperor, you really are insatiable. Greedy? I am an adventurer, and you are just passers-by to us. Ti Shuejian walked up to Lin Tianhao, who could smell a faint fragrance emanating from her. Just a passerby? I don't think so. If I become king, I will definitely lead the Star Kingdom to rise to the top. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. The promotion of a kingdom was similar to the promotion of a territory. It means moving from the current stage to the next level. And what is the next level of the kingdom? Empire. A difference of just one word can make a world of difference in strength. Promotion sounds easy, but Lin Tianhao is well aware that achieving it is incredibly difficult. What? You don't believe me? Ti Shuejian circled around Lin Tianhao and came to stand behind him. My god is about to be resurrected, and with my preparations, once I become king, the rise of the Star Kingdom will be inevitable. Lin Tianhao barely managed to suppress his laughter. After all, the remnant soul of the ice and snow goddess was already shattered. Even if it relied on the divine spark and would eventually reassemble its soul in its sealed state, it was unknown how long that would take. Even if the remnant soul were to be reassembled, it would not be able to break the seal. As for others, it would be equally difficult. The Snow Corpse Footprints dungeon is too difficult, and according to Lin Tianhao's speculation, only the Hell difficulty level will allow access to the seal. Just like when he encountered the Hydra Cypress in the starting village, no one in his previous life had ever tried to do so, because the Hell difficulty level was too difficult for most players. Furthermore, in the previous life, there were many instances where special bosses existed in dungeons of hellish difficulty. Princess Tixuejian, if you can elevate the Star Kingdom to a higher rank, I will congratulate you. If you cannot, it will have no impact on me. Ti Shuejin nodded and said, that is indeed the case, but it will have a great impact on me. Everyone else is part of my plan, but you, Snow Empress, are not. Chapter 106 Ti Shuejin's Sneak Attack. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. It happened almost instantly. Lin Tianhao then used spatial teleportation. Boom! After Lin Tianhao used spatial teleportation, a profound ice array condensed at his original location. Lin Tianhao looked coldly at Ti Shuejin. You can kill me, but I can be resurrected. As for you, it won't affect me at all. Ti Shuejin nodded. Of course you can be resurrected, but what if I send you away from the Star Kingdom? As Ti Shuejin spoke these words, numerous mysterious ice formations appeared beneath Lin Tianhao's feet, above his head, and in all directions. Mystic Ice Freeze. At Ti Shuejin's command, 9 generals in silver-white armor charged out. A chilling aura instantly swept over Lin Tianhao, attempting to freeze him. It's a pity. Ti Shuejin probably couldn't even dream that Lin Tianhao could be immune to ice and snow damage. Freezing also provides immunity. Ti Shuejin, you're courting death. You had a great situation, but you should never have messed with me. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. He had originally planned to proceed cautiously. Since Ti Shuejin is determined to die, we have no choice but to grant his wish. Almost instantly, Lin Tianhao spent 785 free attribute points to increase his attack speed to 20. The reason for not further improvement is that after reaching level 20, adding more attribute points only increases the attribute by 0.005 per free attribute point. 5 arrows fired simultaneously. Unaffected by the freezing, Lin Tianhao unleashed the wings of Mystic Ice, firing 5 arrows simultaneously with an attack speed of 20, unleashing hundreds of arrows in a single second. Upon seeing this, Ti Shuejin's expression turned somewhat grim. Immunity? That shouldn't be the case. Her plan was to strike suddenly, freeze Lin Tianhao, and then use the teleportation scroll he obtained to send him out of the Star Kingdom. Without Lin Tianhao as a variable, she was confident enough to reach the pinnacle. Only, she no longer had time to think, because Lin Tianhao's arrow was already in front of her. Her body blurred into afterimages as she dodged Lin Tianhao's arrows, and a long sword of profound ice appeared in her hand. The long sword slashed out, its sword energy raging across the sky and sweeping towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao continued to retreat, while his arrows continued to pour out. No matter how strong Ti Shuejin is, she can't withstand Lin Tianhao's crazy attacks. Only, faced with the rampant sword energy that filled the sky, Lin Tianhao was also somewhat unable to completely dodge it. The only thing to do is to use the wings of Mystic Ice to dodge as much as possible. Divine Gift, the seal of ice and snow. Ti Shuejin was clearly not a person who dragged things out. After suppressing Lin Tianhao with her sword energy, she raised her hand, and a huge ice and snow seal appeared from the void, pressing down on Lin Tianhao with the power to suppress heaven and earth. Lin Tianhao sneered. They actually had divine equipment bestowed by the ice and snow goddess. No wonder Ti Shuejin was so confident. But, if even the ice and snow goddess couldn't do anything to him, then there's even less she, Ti Shuejin, could. Facing the mark of ice and snow, Lin Tianhao neither dodged nor evaded, and continued to unleash a barrage of arrows. Ti Shuejin was controlling the ice and snow seal, so naturally, she couldn't withstand Lin Tianhao's attack. But she was accompanied by 9 generals in silver armor. The 9 people stood in front of Ti Shuejin, each using their own methods to block Lin Tianhao's attacks. Lin Tianhao's eyes were deep, and he continued to fire arrows. Boom! The great seal of ice and snow fell. Subtract 0. A shockingly high damage number appeared, leaving Ti Shuejin and her men dumbfounded. The attacks from the divinely bestowed equipment failed to harm the Snow Empress. Withdraw. Ti Shuejin's face was extremely gloomy. She already had a guess in her heart, but she was unwilling to believe it. Immune to ice and snow damage. This is a very scary thing. Could the ice and snow goddess grant such power? The answer is yes. However, it is said that only the true successor of the ice and snow goddess can receive this power bestowed by her. Could it be that? Is the Snow Emperor the chosen successor of the ice and snow goddess? Ti Shuejin refused to believe it. She had always felt that she should be the successor of the ice and snow goddess. Snow Emperor, what virtue or ability do you possess to become the successor of the ice and snow goddess? Isn't it a bit much to think about leaving now? Lin Tianhao spoke coldly, maximizing his attack speed and unleashing a barrage of arrows. Ding! You have killed Silver General Warrant. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Ding! You have killed Silver General Volinf. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Ding! You have killed the Silver General Volenhai. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Under Lin Tianhao's barrage of arrows, some were injured and killed by him, while others died in the cycle of death. All 9 Silver Generals perished, none of them escaping their fate. 100 arrows per second, even without critical hits, would deal over 20 million damage. Even without triggering the death cycle, these Silver Generals simply couldn't withstand it. But, upon witnessing this scene, Ti Shuejian's face darkened considerably. With one step, he soared into the sky on his sword. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. A murderous intent flickered in Lin Tianhao's eyes. He took out the Book of Life and Death and wrote the name Ti Shuejian on it. While fleeing, Ti Shuejian noticed that she was starting to lose health. Reduced by 45,998. Reduced by 45,998. The fact that she was losing over 40,000 HP per second startled Ti Shuejian. She dared not delay, so she flew back to the palace and entered the kingdom's altar. Royal Altar. Similar to a player's resurrection altar, it allows for rapid recovery of status. The Royal Altar is more powerful than the Altar of Resurrection. Lin Tianhao is losing over 40,000 HP per second. As long as Ti Shuejian doesn't come out of the Royal Palace Altar, she will be fine. But, if she continues to hide in the Resurrection Altar, will she still have a chance to fight for the throne? The answer is obvious. At the Royal Palace Altar, Tisajian's expression was extremely sinister. How could this be? It's impossible. How could the ice and snow goddess possibly train him as her successor? Ti Shuejian looked extremely unpleasant. She had planned everything out. To ensure everything went perfectly, he even brought along 9 Silver Generals. As long as the Snow Empress is frozen, she can be sent out of the Star Kingdom. Without the Snow Empress as a variable, she would inevitably become the queen. However, the result was a crushing defeat. She doesn't know what's wrong with her and is still losing blood. However, Ti Shuejian wasn't particularly panicked, because she didn't think this blood loss would last long. What truly distressed her was that the Snow Emperor was immune to ice and snow attacks, which clearly indicated that she had inherited the legacy of the ice and snow goddess. While Ti Shuejian was lost in thought, server-wide announcements began to ring out continuously. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for defeating Silver General Warrant. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for defeating Silver General Volinf. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Chapter 107. The Wa Family Heavy Armor Set. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for defeating the Silver General Wulianhai. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. One after another, server-wide announcements rang out, shocking countless people. Even though server-wide announcements are not as rare as they used to be, the sheer number of server-wide announcements that Lin Tianhao made at once still shocked many people. Certainly, players were already very familiar with the Snow Emperor, and after a brief moment of shock, they went about their own business. However, compared to the players, the NPCs of the Star Kingdom are even more impressive. This time, Lin Tianhao didn't hide his nickname. Everyone knew it was Lin Tianhao who did it. Snow Emperor, Snow Emperor. Listening to the Rain Hall, Queen Firedino wore a smug smile. Ti Shuejian, you finally lost your composure and actually attacked the Snow Emperor. Qing Fuyun was somewhat surprised. Mother, did you guess that Ti Shuejian would take action against the Snow Emperor? That's natural. Queen Fida nodded. Tixuejin used Shuedi to eliminate my right and left hands. And since you yourself are also useless, she naturally won't take our lineage seriously. Hearing her mother say that she was useless, Qing Fuyun wanted to refute, but in the end she didn't say the words. Leona has just returned, and her own strength and foundation are seriously lacking. Neither of you two poses a threat to Tixuejin. That concludes the discussion. Queen Fjorden changed the subject and continued. But in our Star Kingdom, there is a huge variable, the Snow Empress. To ensure everything goes smoothly, we must send the Snow Empress away. Qing Fuyun suddenly realized, so that's how it is. In other words, Ti Shuejian has really messed up this time, losing 9 generals. Don't be too happy yet. Shuedi's attitude towards us is not friendly either. We still need to plan carefully. You just stay in my Listening Rain Palace and don't go out and do anything stupid. Queen Fjorden reprimanded her. Qing Fuyun felt somewhat helpless, as her mother was anything but polite to her. Aside from the Listening Rain Palace, all the forces in the Star Kingdom are paying close attention to the Snow Emperor's situation. Black Wind Village. Lin Tianhao began to loot the corpse. Ding. You have obtained the Wa Family Heavy Armor Set, +9. Ding. You have obtained a skill book, +42. Ding. You have obtained the Special Item General's token, +9. Gained 450 free attribute points. Ding. You have obtained. Lin Tianhao had previously spent 785 free attribute points, and now he has received another 450, which is considered a recovery. WOJ Family Heavy Armor Set, Silver. Requirements for wearing, Level 50 Warrior Class. Attribute 1. Armor plus 22,100. Attribute 2. Magic Resistance increased by 19980. Attribute 3. Attack increased by 33999. Attribute 4. Attack Speed increased by 5. Increases health by 800,000. Set Bonus 1. Regenerates 15,000 health per second, uninterrupted by attacks. Set Bonus 2. Attacks inflict bleeding on enemies 25 times. Set Bonus 3. Every enemy unit within a 50-meter radius of you will grant you 1 point of armor, 1 point of magic resistance, and 1 point of attack power. Lin Tianhao finished reading the attributes of this set. Overall, it's very good. It could even be said that its attributes are stronger than those of the Berserker Blades Gold Tier set. While the Berserker Blades Golden set is unlimited, it is more based on the current situation. In other words, the Berserker Blades Gold set is estimated to be around level 20 to 30. It's slightly inferior to the level 50 Silver set. This time, Lin Tianhao obtained 9 sets of Wa Family Heavy Armor sets in one go. Although they were all level 50, their value was still considerable. In addition, there are skill books. There are 42 skill books, with a high degree of overlap. Lin Tianhao threw the skill books into the guild warehouse and let Zhou Xiaopeng and the others choose for themselves. As for feeding the dead tree to spring back to life, Lin Tianhao's temporary revival is sufficient. This skill book won't be enough to help him level up. After Lin Tianhao finished counting his spoils, someone sent him a private message. It was the Berserker Blade. Snow Emperor, as you said, I'll deposit 10 million gold coins first. Berserker Blade traded 10 million gold coins to Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao was slightly surprised. Not bad, a very generous decision. With 10 million gold coins, he could earn 100,000 gold coins every day from the high profits. Even after deducting the 10,000 gold coins he gave to Berserker Blade, he would still have 90,000 gold coins left. And this can accrue interest. For example, today's 100,000 in interest can generate 1,000 gold coins tomorrow. Certainly, Lin Tianhao is no good person. He directly took 1,000th of the principal. Many people hate capital, yet many people want to become capital. At least, Lin Tianhao felt that he was a person with a conscience. 1 in 1,000. That year the rate was over 30%. How many people can do that? Not only Berserker Blade, but other major guilds also chose to deposit their money with Lin Tianhao. After all, they can make a fortune just by lying down, so they have no reason not to. This can only be described as a win-win cooperation. After settling the deposit business with Berserker Blade and the others, Lin Tianhao began to plan for the next steps. Originally, he planned to use this opportunity to completely break off relations between Ti Xuejian and Qing Fuyun. Certainly, Lin Tianhao actually had a deeper calculation this time. Otherwise, he would have had no reason to help Ti Xuejian, but instead helped Qing Fuyun and the others. After all, Ti Xuejian is already at the height of her power. If he helps Ti Xuejian again, it will disrupt the balance between Ti Xuejian and Qing Fuyun. But Lin Tianhao still helped Ti Xuejian. To be precise, he didn't want to help Ti Xuejian. He was actually harming her. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao knew some information about the struggle for the throne of the Star Kingdom. Although it wasn't much, it contained one extremely important piece of information. That was King Abraham, who did not want to abdicate. Although the Star Kingdom has stagnated somewhat under his rule, he still wants to hold onto his throne. So, the biggest trouble in this battle for the throne is neither Ti Xuejian nor Qing Fuyun. Instead, King Abraham. If King Abraham can open the ruins of the Snow Corpse, he will definitely be able to see the completion record. In other words, he cleared the Snow Corpse ruins on hell difficulty. King Abraham must know that. Whom does Ti Xuejian's successful recruitment of him pose the greatest threat? Without a doubt, King Abraham. Based on Lin Tianhao's assessment, it was unlikely that King Abraham would personally intervene against him. But figuring out a way to target Ti Xuejian would be an easy task. If King Abraham takes any action against Tisahir, Tisahir will surely retaliate. Let Ti Shuejian and King Abraham play a game of wits, even dragging Qing Fuyun into it. This was Lin Tianhao's original intention in helping Ti Shuejian this time. Ti Shuejian's sudden attack on him ruined his original plan. Chapter 108: The Rebel Army in the Black Wind Mountains. Now that he has already attacked Ti Shuejian, there's no way he'll back down. So, if he wanted to make further plans, he would need to meet with King Abraham in person. Because Ti Shuejian brought this upon himself, it collapsed. Currently, the only ones capable of challenging King Abraham are Queen Faidinyu and King Fuyan. However, Lin Tianhao felt that the two of them were not up to much use. Unless someone is rebelling. For example, Chancellor Xinro and Grand Marshal Lorraine Miyuan. It is entirely possible for them to rebel. However, after coming into contact with the incomplete secret manual of the laws, Lin Tianhao no longer limited himself to becoming a god through incense offerings. He could very well attain enlightenment and become a god. While those who attain godhood through incense offerings can also condense a divine essence, they are certainly not as powerful as gods who attain godhood through enlightenment. Think about it for a moment. Lin Tianhao knew. It is somewhat unrealistic to expect the Prime Minister and the Grand Marshal to rebel. If I had to choose a side this time, I would definitely choose King Abraham. But now is not the time. He needs to let the bullets fly a little longer. Ti Shuejian probably doesn't know how outrageous the Book of Life and Death is, and she probably still hopes that the bleeding will end. He needed to break down Ti Shuejian's psychological defenses. Only then could he obtain the prerequisite quest scroll for the blessing of the gods from Ti Shuejian's possession. There are currently 3 of the 3 deities, the Old Man Under the Moon, the God of Wealth, and the Goddess Hoodoo. We still need 7 more. Tixuejin, King Fuyan, Leona, Queen Faidinyu, King Abra, Prime Minister Croso, Grand Marshal Lorraine Miyuan. That makes exactly 7. Besides, Lin Tianhao himself knew 1.5 strategies. The reason it's a guide of 1.5 is because one part is certain and the other is uncertain. Since he had decided to let the bullets fly a little longer, Lin Tianhao chose to work on the first half of the strategy. At the same time, Lin Tianhao also needs to plan about who he will use his bond red thread with. Currently, the best match for his bond with Hutu is Hutu. However, it is obviously impossible. Using this bond requires an in-person meeting and the other party's consent. Whether Hutu Nyang, the goddess of the earth, would agree is another matter, but meeting in person is unrealistic. Leave Black Wind Village. Lin Tianhao walked towards the interior of the Black Wind mountain range. According to his knowledge from his previous life, there was a rebel army deep in the Black Wind Mountains. They were originally the elite troops of the Star Kingdom, and in a battle where they were outnumbered, they fought against 20,000 elite soldiers with only 3,000 men. The result was that 11,000 enemies were killed, the enemy's attack was repelled, and less than 300 of the 3,000 men were left. They are the heroes of the Star Kingdom. Each and every one of them has walked through the gates of hell. But upon returning to Tianqing City, they were met not with rewards, but only with verbal praise. Even those soldiers who died on the battlefield did not receive reasonable compensation. The remaining 200-plus people could no longer tolerate it and chose to leave the Star Kingdom, hiding in the Black Wind Mountains and becoming a fearsome rebel army. To be honest, Lin Tianhao felt some sympathy for them. After the great catastrophe of the previous life, he had witnessed far too many instances of people joining the Erit system for personal gain, only to stab each other in the back and act hypocritically. Same. He also witnessed those tough guys fighting against the Erit star system with their own flesh and blood, dying without regret. In this materialistic age, people who are willing to sacrifice their own interests for the greater good are becoming increasingly rare, which is truly commendable. Lin Tianhao doesn't consider himself a good person. However, if he has such people under his command, he will certainly reward and respect them accordingly. The Star Kingdom has indeed gone too far. Lin Tianhao remembered that the strategy guide said their leader had a prerequisite quest scroll with the blessing of the gods. To gain their approval, you don't need to fight or kill them. You just need to get their approval. Lin Tianhao no longer remembered the leader's name or the specific details of the strategy. However, he felt that with his abilities, gaining their recognition would not be difficult. After a moment's thought, Lin Tianhao turned back after all. He's going to the main city. After returning to the main city, he first bought 100 return scrolls, each costing 100 gold coins, which was unaffordable for ordinary players. However, Lin Tianhao is rich and doesn't care about this. Then I bought some healing and recovery potions, as well as some clothes and daily necessities. Finally, There's oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, vegetables, meat, and especially alcohol. Lin Tianhao didn't buy particularly expensive baijiu, but rather rice wine, which is more popular among ordinary people. Those rebels live deep in the Black Wind Mountains. Their lives certainly aren't easy. Even if these things don't gain their approval, they at least gain their favor. Once you have a good impression of someone, things will be much easier from there. In order to get on the road, Lin Tianhao chose to use the wings of mystic ice to fly directly. Flight speed is actually increased by movement speed, but what's better than movement speed is that flight is a straight line, so you don't have to wander around in the jungle. We walked in the woods for over an hour. Once the wings of mystic ice have cooled down, Lin Tianhao can fly directly. Finally, he saw signs that someone had lived ahead of him. Certainly, this is because he was able to see it due to his rich experience in his previous life. If it were anyone else, they would probably think this was a normal jungle. These rebels. No, it's this rebel army. To gain their approval, we must discard the fact that they are rebels. Lin Tianhao had just stepped into this place when he clearly felt that many eyes were watching him. My name is Shuedi, and I am an adventurer. I know there are many heroes in these mountains, so I have come to make friends with them. As he spoke, Lin Tianhao brought out all the fine wine and dishes he had prepared. Really, upon seeing the items Lin Tianhao had taken out, a tall, burly man dressed in animal skins stepped forward. You are the Snow Empress who single-handedly killed 9 silver generals of the Wa family? Lin Tianhao nodded. Not bad. You're a real man. You're in the Star Kingdom, and you killed a general of the Star Kingdom. Aren't you afraid of death? I am not afraid of death. They are accomplices to evil, so I will not let them go. Well said. The burly man in the animal skin nodded. But you've come here today for more than just these fine wines and dishes, haven't you? No, I want to become stronger. It's hard to find such an opportunity in the Star Kingdom. I have heard about your deeds, and I believe that I can find a way to become stronger from you. Lin Tianhao did not directly mention the pre-quest scroll for the blessing of the gods. After all, he didn't know whether others knew that the rebel leader had the scroll. Snow Emperor, you are quite frank. I have archers here, and I have a hidden Earth-level profession. Just because you killed 9 silver generals of the Wa family, I can give you this hidden profession. Lin Tianhao shook his head. I have a career I want. I want the blessings of the gods. Chapter 109 Snow Empress and Dogs Not Allowed. Hearing Lin Tianhao's words, the burly man in the animal skin looked rather grim. Snow Emperor, there are no gods here, so naturally no one can bless you. Lin Tianhao wasn't in a hurry. It would be strange if he could get the scroll with just a few words. It's all right. Since you're already here, is there anything I can help you with? If so, I will definitely help if I can. Upon hearing this, the burly man in the animal skin was somewhat moved. After thinking for a moment, he said, we need to get out of our current predicament and have our own territory, instead of hiding in this forest. You want to establish territory? Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. The burly man in animal hides nodded. Ordinary territories won't do. We need high-level territories, preferably ones where we can conquer a city. Lin Tianhao twitched the corner of his mouth. I really can't meet that request. After all, my strength isn't enough to conquer a city. The burly man in the animal hide sighed helplessly. He seemed to have guessed that Lin Tianhao would give this answer. Where is the Lord's heart? I should be able to get it, but it will take a little time. Good. The burly man in animal hide nodded. Once you bring me the Lord's heart, I will give you unexpected benefits. For Lin Tianhao, exchanging a Lord's heart for a prerequisite quest scroll for the blessing of the gods would be a worthwhile deal. Leave from here. Lin Tianhao began to plan how to obtain the Lord's heart. He knew some strategies for obtaining the Lord's heart, but not many in the Star Kingdom. In his previous life, not many people in the Star Kingdom had obtained the heart of a lord and established their own territory. But there are some, after all. For example, chasing dreams amidst the snow. Lin Tianhao found Zhu Minjiang's luck truly outrageous. The luck attribute is hidden. No one knows its exact value. It is said to be related to reality. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao lost both his parents and his sister. He was also a corporate slave, and his luck was really low. According to the analysis of those people, many probability issues in the game are related to the luck attribute. Furthermore, there is also the possibility of luck being suppressed. For example, Lin Tianhao's death reincarnation has a current trigger probability of 1%, but because his own luck attribute is relatively low, the actual trigger probability will be lower than 1%. The exact decrease depends on the value of the luck attribute. Another one is luck suppression. If you're lucky, you might encounter someone with a 95% critical hit rate, who can hit you 10 times without you suffering even one critical hit. If it's a character with low luck attribute attacking a character with high luck attribute, that would be even more outrageous. With a 99% critical hit rate, even if someone with low luck attacks someone with high luck 10 times, it might not trigger even once. On the contrary, even if a person with high luck has only a 5% chance of getting a critical hit, they might get a critical hit 4 or 5 times out of 10 when attacking someone with low luck. This is the difference between the two. And chasing dreams amidst the mist and snow. He has always been known as one of the players with extremely high luck. You get gold equipment in the starting village and obtain the Lord's Heart before even completing your second job advancement. The key point is, to say that she is particularly strong personally is not an exaggeration. You could say that the people around her are powerful, but they aren't really, since she favors her relatives. Yet, this very person always seems to have unexpected opportunities. He didn't publicly reveal his strategy for obtaining the Lord's Heart in his previous life's pursuit of dreams and snow. However, in her previous life, Lin Tianhao was a goldsmith at her company, so he still knew some things about it. It seems to be a series of tasks. The key is that it's a series of tasks with a relatively low difficulty level. Lin Tianhao has received many rewards along the way. However, few of his rewards were easy. These were all rewards he earned by fighting his way through with his godlike talent. We came out of the Black Wind Mountains. Lin Tianhao headed straight for Black Wind City. It seems that the series of quests related to chasing dreams in the snow was obtained in Black Wind City. Only, Lin Tianhao hadn't even arrived in Black Wind City when the message from Berserker Blade arrived. Snow Emperor, my men just saw a notice posted at the city gate that has issued a ban on you. As he spoke, Berserker Blade sent over a ban notice. Ban. The Snow Emperor is heartless and unscrupulous. He actually tried to sexually assault my daughter, Princess Tixuejin, in broad daylight, under the clear sky. It was thanks to the loyalty of the 9 silver generals of the Wa family that Princess Tixuejin was able to escape. But the Snow Emperor, enraged and ashamed, actually wanted to do something that would be abhorrent to both gods and men to the 9 silver generals of the Wa family. He was worse than a beast. The 9 silver generals of the Wa family fought desperately, but were cruelly murdered by the Snow Emperor and left naked in the wilderness. I, the king, hereby issue this decree to seek justice for Princess Tixuejin and for the 9 silver generals of the Wa family who died. From this day forward, neither the Snow Empress nor the dog are permitted to set foot in the main city of the Star Kingdom. Citizens of the Star Kingdom are forbidden from issuing any missions to the Snow Empress or providing her with any assistance. On the 11th day of the 9th month of the year 6661 in the star calendar, King Abraham issued this decree. Lin Tianhao's lips twitched involuntarily when he saw the contents of the announcement. If you're going to issue a ban, then issue a ban. What's with this long-winded explanation? Furthermore, your distortion of the truth and reversal of facts is absolutely outrageous. What do you mean by wanting to flirt with Tixuejin? Not to mention, when did I ever want to do something that would incur the wrath of the gods and men against those 9 roughnecks from the Wa family? This is slander, utter slander. Besides, the ban was eventually lifted, prohibiting him from entering the city. Why add a clause prohibiting him and his dog from entering the city? Lin Tianhao now wishes he could erase Tixuejin's name from the Book of Life and Death and replace it with King Abraham. Only, he was just thinking about it. His ability to drain health from the Book of Life and Death is not yet a threat to a powerhouse of King Abraham's caliber. Thanks, I almost made a wasted trip. Lin Tianhao replied, and then he had a bit of a headache. I can't enter the main city, and I can't accept quests from NPCs. King Abraham had a clear advantage over him. She crushed Tixuejin and weakened King Fuyan, and Leona still failed to obtain the Starry Sky Merchant Guild. Now that King Abraham has used Tissitridge and the 9 silver generals of the Voss family to drive him out, everything in the Star Kingdom will fall into their control. After all I've done, it's all for your benefit, Abraham. You really are a master manipulator. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. So what if you scheme and plot? Since you want to play, I'll play along with you. In his past life, he was a corporate slave for his entire life. Having finally risen to power in this life, he disliked the feeling of being a pawn. Even if the one plotting against him was King Abraham, it wouldn't work. I used to think attacking the main city was a bad idea, but now it seems like it's not so bad after all. Lin Tianhao's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and also a hint of madness. Chapter 110 Preparing to Attack the Main City. Lin Tianhao was originally prepared to put up a fight and have some fun with these guys from the Star Kingdom. Take this opportunity to gather the blessings of 10 Eastern deities. Since Abraham is using him as a pawn, then sorry, he can only give Abraham a gift package of national annihilation. Perhaps other countries, even with his current attributes, would find it extremely difficult to contend with him. However, he happens to have the ability to be immune to ice and snow damage. In the Star Kingdom, a country that worships the goddess of ice and snow, most of the damage is ice and snow-based. In other words, it is entirely possible for him to fight across social classes. Just look at Ti Shuejian. Her combat power is definitely inferior to that of the veteran powerhouses of the Star Kingdom. However, there won't be a significant difference, since the upper limit of the Star Kingdom is within the 3rd rank. Under normal circumstances, there are no players who have undergone a 3rd job advancement or higher in the Star Kingdom. Of course, even if it exists, it probably wouldn't act rashly. That's how it is. Lin Tianhao is fully capable of massacring the city. As for the reasons, God-level talent, purification jade pendant, death reincarnation, Godslayer mark. These are all things Lin Tianhao relies on. Certainly, Lin Tianhao's greatest strength in daring to confront the main city lies in his ability to revive on the spot. It's true that he'll lose a level if he dies, but he can revive on the spot. Furthermore, his equipment basically does not require a level to equip. In other words, all he needs to do is ensure that he can resurrect on the spot when he dies. But he wants to attack the main city, but he alone is definitely not enough. Even if the Purification Jade pendant has an 85% immunity to control, he could still be controlled to death. Therefore, he needs someone to help him. For example, the rebels of Blackwind Mountains, the Night Walkers of the Demon Cave. These are all people Lin Tianhao can win over. Certainly, these are not the most crucial points. They may help you, but they cannot solve the fundamental problem. The best ally he could possibly want was the Drought Demon. The Drought Demon's storyline wasn't triggered in the previous life, but Lin Tianhao brought it out in this life. Lin Tianhao's past life experience told him that the Drought Demon was definitely not as simple as a world boss. She belongs to the element of fire, while the Star Kingdom belongs to the element of ice. They are two worlds of fire and ice. There is likely some connection between them, and they are likely to be adversaries. Only, Lin Tianhao didn't know where the Drought Demon was now. She disappeared after appearing, most likely busy with her own things. Blade, I'll borrow your territory to log in. Lin Tianhao really doesn't dare to log off anywhere now, not to mention whether players will attack him. Those cunning old foxes from the Star Kingdom will most likely not let him off easily. If he logs off in the wild and does something inappropriate to him, then he'll have nowhere to turn and will be left with nothing but regret. The reason for logging off was that Lin Tianhao had been online for 3 consecutive days. He needed to log off to check on his sister. Although he has arranged for someone to take care of him, he is worried that if he doesn't go for too long, the caregiver will not provide adequate care. Berserker Blade replied after a while. Okay, if you need anything in the main city, just let me know. Helping out is no big deal. Good. Lin Tianhao's liking for this person increased considerably. Arrive in the territory of the Berserker Blade. This place is under construction. The territory chosen by Berserker Blade is on a mountain next to the Black Wind Mountains, which is somewhat easy to defend and difficult to attack. It's likely that the location was chosen with the help of government analysts. From a modern perspective, the location of this territory is not problematic. In fact, it's considered a fairly good location. However, in Lin Tianhao's view, generally, it's not particularly bad, but it's definitely not good either. It's barely passable. However, Lin Tianhao didn't say anything, because there was no need. He logged off after entering the Berserker's territory. After leaving the game, Lin Tianhao stretched. Although the contents of the nutrient tank can provide the body with nutrition, nothing beats the enjoyment of hot pot, skewers, and ice-cold beer. Lin Tianhao called Zhou Xiaopeng offline and took him to the hospital to see his sister. Brother Hao, the monkey's talent has awakened. Guess what? It's incredibly powerful. He's well-rounded in moral character, intelligence, physical fitness, and aesthetics, with all his attributes balanced. The warrior he chose. If it weren't for you, Brother Hao, he could be even stronger than me. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally. He was quite familiar with the monkey's talent. The 5 free attribute points for each level up will become 25, and the points will be allocated to the 10 basic attributes. In other words, each level up grants him 250 free attribute points. Of course, the rewards for upgrading are definitely not enough. Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaopeng came to the hospital to visit their younger sister. The caregiver we hired took very good care of him. To be precise, a person in a vegetative state doesn't need much care. His sister is recovering well and is expected to be discharged from the hospital in about 10 days. After visiting his sister, Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaoping went out for hot pot before returning home. It's back online. Lin Tianhao was about to start planning an attack on a major city. Before launching the attack, he needed to go to the demon cave and talk to the night walkers. Let's see if those night stalkers can make a move and hold them back a little. The Devil's Den. It was still deep in the Black Wind Mountains. After all, the Black Wind Mountains are a natural barrier in the fight against the Star Kingdom. After entering the mountain range, Lin Tianhao headed in the direction of the demon cave from his memory. In my previous life, the Star Kingdom gave me a national war mission, which was to attack the demon cave. At the time, it seemed that killing a Night Stalker would reward you with 10 free attribute points and also grant you reputation with the Star Kingdom. I just don't know. With him present this time, will some unexpected changes occur? Upon arriving at the Nightwalker's territory, before even reaching the demon cave, Lin Tianhao was blocked in his path. In front of him was a man in a black robe, his entire body shrouded in black, making it impossible to discern what kind of face was hidden beneath. The mysterious man in black robes. Health points. Attack. Skill. Description: a mysterious being living in the Black Wind Mountains. He is extremely powerful. It is best to stay away from him if you encounter him, otherwise he will not mind sending you back to the city for free. Lin Tianhao knew that this person was the guardian of the demon cave. He stood quietly in front of him without saying a word. It appeared to be just a statue, but Lin Tianhao knew that this mysterious man in black robes was one of the 3 leaders of the Nightwalkers of the demon cave. Because he always hid under a black robe, some people called him the black-robed leader. You killed the demon king's son, Grellerinson, and you still dare to show your face here. The leader in black robes spoke, his voice hoarse and tinged with a hint of killing intent. Furthermore, he noticed that Lin Tianhao bore the mark left by the demon king Greyfront. Chapter 111. The server-wide announcement reverberates throughout the entire internet. Lin Tianhao nodded. I did kill Grellerinson, but I was tricked by the people of the Star Kingdom. That's what you deserve. There aren't many good people in the Star Kingdom. The leader in black robes said coldly. I didn't come here to talk about these things. I don't think your previous attempt to rescue Grellerinson was because of any so-called faith, was it? The black-robed leader's aura subtly changed. You're not very smart. Whether you are or not, what you're saying is making me unhappy. Someone like you can be swayed by a few words? If that's the case, then I can only say I've picked the wrong person. Upon hearing this, the leader in black robes asked, Speak. What is the purpose of your visit here? I'm going to attack the main city. My initial target is Blackwind City. Lin Tianhao's voice was calm, but it caused the black-robed leader to show an expression of disbelief. You're not just stupid, you're insane. The black-robed leader's voice carried a hint of mockery. Even we Nightwalkers dare not attack the main city, so what right do you have to dare to attack it? Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally and said, Whether you believe it or not is your business, but I will definitely attack the main city. I'm only here to inform you. Do you need the help of us Night Stalkers? No. Lin Tianhao shook his head. Whether you help me or not, I will attack the main city. I'm telling you this just to give you a chance. Give us a chance. Adventurer, is it your stupidity that gives you such arrogance? As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed leader's body turned into black smoke. When it condensed again, he was already behind Lin Tianhao and slapped Lin Tianhao with a palm. Subtract 31,080. A huge damage number appeared. The black-robed man's basic attack had taken away more than 30,000 of his health. It's already quite high. The man in black robes was utterly shocked. Because he discovered it. Lin Tianhao's life points decreased by only a tiny, almost imperceptible amount. Less than 1% of health was lost. Not only that, one by one, numbers indicating the restoration of health points appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Add 6,216. Add 10,000. Add 1,000. Add 2,000. The first is the healing from bloodthirsty dragon armor. The second is the healing from the tears of the goddess of life. The third is the healing from skill resurrection. And the fourth is the healing from 9-in-1 longbow. In just 1 second, Lin Tianhao recovered nearly 20,000 health points. Interesting. The black-robed leader looked at Lin Tianhao with great interest. It's quite remarkable to have such a powerful adventurer like you at this stage. Tell me, what do you want us to do? I need the evolution scroll, the blessing of the gods. Lin Tianhao got straight to the point and stated his demands. The black-robed leader nodded. I have all these things, and I can give them all to you, but there's one condition. Explain. You must take Blackwind City, the black-robed leader said. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, He had achieved his core objective in coming to the Demon Cave. As for what he needs to do next, it is to attack Black Wind City. Thinking this way, Lin Tianhao immediately activated 10 server-wide megaphones. Announcement to all servers. The Snow Empress is about to attack Black Wind City. Players in Black Wind City, please evacuate within half an hour, or you will be killed without mercy. Announcement to all servers. The Snow Empress is about to attack Black Wind City. Players in Black Wind City, please evacuate within half an hour, or you will be killed without mercy. Lin Tianhao was not afraid that the people of the Star Kingdom would find out and take precautions. Because it doesn't matter. He used to worry about being imprisoned, but now he can choose to revive on the spot or in the starting village. So, he was not afraid to confront the Star Kingdom at all. Lin Tianhao's announcement, broadcast over the entire server, shook all the players in the Star Kingdom. What did I just hear? The Snow Emperor is going to attack Black Wind City? Is he crazy, or am I? This must be a hallucination. Players attacking the main city? Isn't that just courting death? This is going to be interesting. The Snow Emperor wouldn't make such a statement without reason. He's going to defy the heavens. Messages also started popping up like crazy in the group chat created by Lin Tianhao. Berserker Blade. Shura Iza. Jinghong Mengshuang. Futu Shunlang at Shuedi. Are you going to go head-to-head with the main city? That's a bit crazy. Shura Iza. I have ordered everyone in the Shura Guild to evacuate. Let's wait and see what happens. Lin Tianhao glanced at the group chat and simply replied with a curt comment. Evacuate as soon as possible. Berserker Blade. 1. Startling Dream of Frost. 1. Floating Buddha Divine Wolf. 1. It's not just them. The Ragnarok forums exploded. Countless players began to speak freely on the platform, discussing whether Snow Empress would really attack Black Wind City. There was only one conclusion they reached. The popularity of Shuedi doesn't need to be hyped up using such low-level methods. So, the Snow Emperor is indeed preparing to attack Black Wind City. Shocking. After failing to seduce the princess, the Snow Empress actually attempted to commit an indecent act against the Black Wind City Lord. This is incredible. The Snow Empress and the Black Wind City Lord are actually a top and a bottom. Yuanfang, what do you think about Shuedi's attack on Black Wind City? Various posts began to dominate the charts. It's no longer limited to games. Videos of Snow Emperor attacking Black Wind City have appeared on almost every major forum, browser, and short video platform. In just 20 minutes, these messages have already caused a sensation across the internet, and everyone is eagerly anticipating them. Looking forward to the Snow Emperor's attack on Black Wind City. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, it is extremely rare for a player to dare to challenge the main city. One man against one city. This audacity alone has shocked many people. At the same time, the news that Lin Tianhao was going to attack Black Wind City shocked not only the players. Black Wind City, City Lord's Mansion. Upon hearing the server-wide announcement, the City Lord Butyers slammed his hand on his desk in anger. This Snow Emperor is utterly lawless. He wants to attack my Black Wind City with just a word. What does he take Black Wind City for? Standing in front of Butyers was a withered old man. He said tremblingly, Lord City Lord, he's just a clown, not worth mentioning. Butyers frowned slightly. A clown? I doubt it. Although we don't know what exactly happened between him and Princess Tixuagen, it is a fact that he killed the 9 silver generals of the Wa family. We must not be careless or underestimate our enemy. This is a critical moment for the change of the throne, and we cannot afford to falter at this crucial juncture. The old man nodded respectfully. Yes, I understand. Tianqing City, Marshal's Mansion. When Grand Marshal Luo Linmu heard the server-wide announcement, he looked somewhat surprised, but then a smile appeared on his face. Senro, it seems our chance has come. Chapter 112 Attack on Black Wind City. A middle-aged man walked out from behind the screen. This man was none other than Prime Minister Crozon. If there were outsiders present, they would be very shocked. Because Grand Marshal Lorraine Muyuan and Crozon have always been at odds, they have always been enemies with outsiders, and the two have been fighting for many years. How could two people like that possibly end up together? After planning for so long, things are finally starting to look promising. Even Abraham himself probably didn't expect that what he originally wanted to do to restrict the Snow Empress's behavior would now become the opportunity for her to launch a counterattack. I just don't know how far Shuedi can go. Upon hearing this, Grand Marshal Luo Linmuyuan's lips curled up into a faint smile. Whether Shuedi can achieve that level or not, isn't that up to you and me to decide? Aren't a third of the civil officials in Black Wind City your protégés? Coincidentally, I have a stronger foundation in Black Wind City, and half of the generals are my men. That concludes the discussion. Xenro and Lorraine Miyuan laughed in unison. Haha, since that's the case, let's help Shuedi. Now, let's see what Abra plans to do. After posting the message over the server-wide megaphone, Lin Tianhao stopped paying attention to other matters. He arrived at the gates of Blackwind City. At this time, a number of players have gathered near Blackwind City. Snow Emperor. In the eyes of many players, he is already the strongest player in Ragnarok. Certainly, this is limited to servers in China. There are also some incredibly talented players on servers in other countries, so it's difficult to make a comparison. Not just ordinary players. Many guild leaders have already arrived. Even if it delays their leveling up, they want to see this battle. Brother how do we fight? Zhou Xiaoping jogged over, with a berserker following beside him. This berserker was none other than Monkey. Nickname, the Monkey King, the great sage equal to heaven. Lin Tianhao glanced at them and whispered, "Don't come near me. Stay away. After I take Blackwind City, the Nightwalkers from the Demon Cave will most likely make their move, and it will turn into a national war. Fatty, if you help the monkey kill more Night Stalkers, you should get attribute points as a reward." Lin Tianhao knew very well that his attack on Blackwind City would most likely trigger a war between the Star Kingdom and the Demon Cave ahead of schedule. "Oh, does that mean we should oppose you, Brother Hao?" Monkey asked. Lin Tianhao nodded. "I guess so, but you don't need to worry about me, and I won't worry about you either. You guys find opportunities to kill more Nightwalkers. Fatty, you should let the monkey kill more Nightwalkers. He gets the most free attribute points from killing Nightwalkers, so the benefit is the highest." Zhou Xiaoping and Monkey both knew Lin Tianhao's thoughts, but they were still a little worried. "Don't worry about me. I have my own reasons for taking action against Blackwind City. All right, Hao Ji, just let me know if you need anything." Lin Tianhao nodded and asked, "Where are your glasses?" "He's a bit of a problem. He's trapped in some secret realm and can't get out." Lin Tianhao frowned. This hadn't happened in his previous life. Could it be that my rebirth caused a butterfly effect? But since I was reborn, I haven't had any contact with glasses, so how could I affect them? Could it be that because I destroyed the starting village and released the drought demon, the game trajectory changed, thus altering the game trajectory of the glasses? All right, I'm going to do it now. You two better watch your step. Clear. Lin Tianhao strode out, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone held their breath and watched Lin Tianhao intently. They all wanted to see just how far Lin Tianhao could go. In the direction of Blackwind City, the city guards are already on high alert, and battle is imminent. Snow Emperor. On the walls of Blackwind City, a middle-aged man looked at Lin Tianhao with a cold expression. Attack on the main city is a heinous act. If you leave now, there is still room for maneuver. Otherwise, the consequences of provoking the Star Kingdom are not something you can bear. Call out. The arrow pierced the air. Lin Tianhao hit the middle-aged man in the forehead with an arrow from an extremely long distance. Critical hit. Subtract 421,080. A huge damage number appeared, and many people present gasped in shock. 420,000 plus damage with a single arrow. Is this the Snow Empress? Holy crap, what can I say? I worked my butt off to get a level 15 elite set, and completed 2 quests that rewarded free attribute points, and now my attack power is barely over 2,000. You're lucky if you have 2,000. I'm level 17 with an attack power of 1,500. We're both archers, so why is there such a big difference? The players were shocked. Lin Tianhao remained unmoved. His first arrow was followed by a frenzied barrage of arrows. Ding! You have killed a Blackwind City guard. Since you have not changed your class, you will not be able to gain experience points for the time being. Ding! You have killed a Blackwind City guard. Since you have not changed your class, you will not be able to gain experience points for the time being. The system notification sounds came one after another. The battle between Lin Tianhao and Blackwind City has officially begun. Announcement throughout the city. Due to player Shuedi's malicious attack on Blackwind City, Blackwind City has now issued a bounty for killing Shuedi. The bounty appeared quickly, and many people accepted it. Bounty: kill the Snow Empress. Mission requirement: kill the Snow Emperor 10 times. Mission penalty: none. Mission rewards: each kill grants 100 free attribute points and 1 level 20 Black Iron set bonus. This quest excited many players as soon as it was released. 100 free attribute points are equivalent to a normal level up of 20. There's also a level 20 Black Iron set, which is quite good for players at this stage. Only, this time, no one acted rashly. After all, the scene of Lin Tianhao dealing 420,000 damage with a single arrow was still fresh in their minds, and some of them did indeed want to make a move. However, given the current situation, It's perfectly acceptable to wait until Blackwind City launches a counterattack before taking action. At this time, on the city walls of Blackwind City, the city guards began their counterattack. Their arrows rained down densely, making it virtually impossible to dodge such a wide-ranging attack by simply moving around. Therefore, Lin Tianhao simply gave up resisting. The city guards in the main city are mostly level 50, and their attack power is generally no less than 5,000. Lin Tianhao's armor and magic resistance are now almost negligible, and the city guards themselves have a certain degree of penetration, so the damage dealt to Lin Tianhao is basically true damage. Subtract 5,012. Subtract 5,019. Subtract 5,111. One damage number after another appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. In just one volley, dozens of arrows hit Lin Tianhao, taking away 1/10 of his health bar. However, with the activation of the bloodthirsty dragon armor, Lin Tianhao regained over 70,000 health points. Immediately afterward, Lin Tianhao's arrow struck the city guards, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Tianhao had already recovered to full strength. Chapter 113 Blackwind City activates its protective formation. The Bloodlust Necklace provides life steal equal to 1% of your maximum health. Lin Tianhao now has over 3.5 million health points, and each basic attack heals him for 35,000 health. With Lin Tianhao's current attack speed of 20, he can absorb over 700,000 HP per second. The city guards' attacks on Lin Tianhao were harmless, but Lin Tianhao's attacks on the city guards were extremely terrifying. In less than a minute, over 100 city guards had died. The players around them who were eager to try their luck gradually calmed down, although it is said that wealth and honor are found in danger. But we also need to consider exactly how high the risk level is. As things stand, if they dare to attack Lin Tianhao, the outcome is without a doubt. They will die a horrible death. Blackwind City. City Lord Buetiers had a sinister expression. He had thought that Lin Tianhao might be very strong, but he had not expected that Lin Tianhao would be this strong. Let the priest and mage go into battle. Also, go and invite the fighter Brulink to lead the fighters to attack Snow Empress. Furthermore, go and invite priests and formation masters to give me a comprehensive and unstoppable attack on the Snow Emperor. I don't believe he's really that outrageous. Buetiers made the arrangements quickly, and he valued Lin Tianhao highly, going all out in this move. Lin Tianhao saw that a priest and a mage had appeared, so he began to retreat. The presence of priests and mages means that some strong crowd control abilities may emerge. His Purification Jade Pendant is very powerful, but if there are enough enemies, it may still pose a threat to him. So the Snow Emperor knows to retreat? I thought he was really not afraid of death. Pass down the order. Archers, suppress with fire. Shield warriors, go out of the city to besiege and assist Brulink in killing the Snow Emperor. Lin Tianhao saw the shield warriors who appeared because of his retreat, as well as the fighters hidden among them, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Buetiers, you've been tricked. Lin Tianhao continued to retreat, feigning defeat. After the shield warriors closed in to a certain distance, he attacked without hesitation. 5 arrows fired simultaneously, 100 arrows per second. With his attack speed and lethality instantly maxed out, Lin Tianhao's arrows poured out like a storm. Critical hit. Lightning jump. Slow down. Death and reincarnation. With the activation of various skill effects, even the tanky shield warriors, who were made of flesh and blood, all fell down in an instant in front of Lin Tianhao. The real threat to Lin Tianhao is not ranged classes, but melee classes. He is exempt from 85% of the control measures. But so what? 100 shield warriors lined up to taunt him, knock him back, charge at him, and stun him. Even with 85% immunity to crowd control, he could still be controlled to the point of being unable to move. Moreover, aside from the shield warriors who have crowd control abilities, the real troublemakers are the fighters. The fighters' weaknesses are obvious, short attack range, and few of their skills are ranged attacks. Besides that, the fighter's health bar is only slightly better than that of the archer and the mage. In other words, they are fragile. With a short attack range, short skill casting time, and fragile build, it seems quite weak. But fighters also have a strong point, combo control. Once they get close, they can control you to the point where you question your existence. It's similar to when Lin Tianhao fought the old village chief in the beginner village. He also had a Purification Jade Pendant, although at that time the immunity was only 80%. But he still had no chance to resist the old village chief. So, Lin Tianhao's retreat was a lie. If you want to lure the shield warrior and the fighter over, once you deal with the shield warrior and the fighter, the rest will be much easier. Because of the slowing effect of the Frost Order, plus the freezing effect of the Ice Goddess's Frozen Eye. Once these shield warriors emerge, they should not attempt to escape. Lin Tianhao gave them a real demonstration of what roll call means. Archers calling out names on the battlefield, which is somewhat similar to modern snipers targeting important figures on the battlefield. For example, machine gunners, anti-aircraft artillerymen, commanders, etc. There is a similar saying that refers to someone named on the battlefield of Ragnarok. For example, in Guild Wars, you can first target the opposing priest, high-burst mage, commander, important guild members, etc. Lin Tianhao's current nominations are all for fighters. There were about 50 fighters hidden among the shield warriors, and Lin Tianhao's arrows seemed to have eyes, hitting these fighters among the shield warriors with pinpoint accuracy. This is terrifying. Berserker Blade couldn't help but gasp. This archery skill is far superior to those so-called archery champions. Shooting through the sky was also among the crowd, and his archery skills were outstanding. Seeing Lin Tianhao fire 5 arrows simultaneously and still manage to accurately point out the target, one couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. I would believe it if you said the old man was just playing around with his archery skills. Lin Tianhao's archery skills were honed in the face of life and death. After the cataclysm, Lin Tianhao was engaged in intense battles almost every day. Otherwise, even with his extraordinary talent, he could not have honed such archery skills without intense life-or-death battles. Snow Emperor, we have all probably underestimated his skills. Jinghong Mingshuang's voice trembled. She had also witnessed some truly impressive maneuvers. But Lin Tianhao's archery skills were truly unbelievable to her. This is no longer about taking the enemy general's head from among thousands of soldiers, but about 100 arrows in a second, each one hitting the target. Terrifying. The players who had originally intended to attack Lin Tianhao were now somewhat frightened. Snow Emperor, that's terrifying. Certainly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao's arrows continued to pierce the air, and the fighters fell one by one. After most of the fighters died, the remaining shield warriors had no chance of survival. After all, the slowing effect of the Frost Decree combined with Lin Tianhao's terrifying damage meant they couldn't escape Lin Tianhao's attack range. Interestingly, because Lin Tianhao had just created some distance, the city guards on the city wall were unable to attack him. Activate the city's protective formation. Blackwind City Lord Buteers roared in fear. The battle lasted less than 15 minutes. He has suffered a complete defeat. Lin Tianhao's power made him somewhat apprehensive. Especially when he saw that none of the other players watching made a move, he knew that there was no chance. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. He didn't continue attacking, but instead sent a message to Berserker Blade. Blade, I'll borrow your territory for a while, and I'll have my brothers kill me 10 times over. Good. Berserker Blade hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. Lin Tianhao sent a message to Monkey, asking him and Zhou Xiaobang to go to the Berserker territory. Upon arriving at Berserker territory, Lin Tianhao removed all his equipment and said, "Monkey, come and kill me." The monkey was a little confused, but then he understood why. "You want me to take the bounty reward from Blackwind City?" "That's right." Lin Tianhao nodded with a smile. "We shouldn't let the good stuff go to outsiders. Kill me 10 times, and you'll get 1,000 free attribute points." Chapter 114 Snow Emperor. Are you even human? Good. The monkey hesitated only slightly before nodding in agreement. Then, he began to attack Lin Tianhao. Critical hit. Subtract 5,847. Subtract 5,839. One damage number after another appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Because Lin Tianhao did not resist, most of his attacks were able to land critical hits. Even without equipment, Lin Tianhao's healing from the bloodthirsty dragon armor and resurrection skills is inevitable. He also has the ability to heal from low health when he's dead, so if the monkey wants to kill him, he'll have a tough fight. However, it's not as difficult as you might imagine, because the monkey is currently level 20, and with his innate abilities, his attack speed has already been increased at least 500 times. With the addition of equipment and joining Lin Tianhao's guild, and with Lin Tianhao even making him join the Berserker Blade's territory so that Lin Tianhao could kill him quickly, his attack speed had now exceeded 7.5. In this way, he can deal more than 40,000 damage per second. Even after deducting the bloodthirsty dragon armor and the recovery from resuscitation, Lin Tianhao would still lose around 30,000 health. This only took a second. 1,800,000 per minute. Lin Tianhao will be killed in less than 2 minutes. Because he wasn't wearing the tears of the goddess of life, his life points dropped by 20% to less than 3 million. Even if you kill it 10 times, it won't take more than 20 minutes. After all, the rejuvenation of withered trees effect can only be triggered once, and it only takes a minute or less to destroy the health restored by rejuvenation of withered trees. So, don't think Lin Tianhao is invincible. Once he is subjected to a series of controlled and suppressed attacks, there is a high probability that he will be killed. Lin Tianhao was always cautious in battle, and his positioning and combat awareness were no less than those of the NPCs in the Star Kingdom, which allowed him to remain undefeated. Certainly, there is another crucial question. That means Lin Tianhao didn't fight back, so he didn't absorb blood, and his life points decreased little by little. Berserker Blade watched quietly as Lin Tianhao was killed, showing no intention of intervening. The monkey was practically grinning from ear to ear. Brother Hao, I, monkey, will remember your kindness. Your death was worthwhile. The monkey's talent grants a 5-fold bonus to free attribute points. In other words, killing Lin Tianhao 10 times would actually earn him 5,000 free attribute points. Furthermore, his well-rounded talent allows him to utilize his 5,000 free attribute points effectively, just like 50,000 free attribute points. After allocating all 5,000 free attribute points, the monkey's attributes underwent a dramatic transformation. Attack increased by 10,000, health increased by 100,000, mana increased by 25,000, and attack speed increased by 19.3, reaching a terrifying 26.8. At this stage, no one's attack speed is as outrageous as the monkey's. Not only attack speed, movement speed, armor, magic resistance, magic penetration, and physical penetration, but also other attributes have undergone tremendous changes. After all, with such a small reward, if he leveled up normally, he would need to level up 200 times to get this much reward. Brother Hao, I absolutely love you. The monkey rushed up and gave Lin Tianhao a bear hug. Berserker Blade then asked from the side, Snow Empress, did you just revive on the spot with unlimited penalties? Right. Lin Tianhao nodded. When the monkey killed him, he chose to revive on the spot in 3 seconds. Abnormal. Berserker Blade couldn't help but make a comment. Monkey King, how about we cooperate? How about I get the black iron grade set you just got? The monkey didn't answer immediately, but instead fixed its gaze on Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, You can keep it for yourself, or sell it if you don't need it. The Monkey King nodded. Brother Hao, these are all yours, and you can keep everything that's sold. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. I don't need this. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. This time, after the Blackwind City's protective formation appeared, he did not continue attacking Blackwind City, except to help the monkey. There are 2 other very important reasons. First, he wanted to mislead the people of the Star Kingdom, making them believe that they had no way to break through the city's protective formation, thus making them lower their guard. Secondly, he needs to get all the various forces involved mobilized. The attack on Blackwind City has had a significant impact on the Star Kingdom, and they will definitely take action. But what Lin Tianhao wants is not just Blackwind City, nor is he simply looking to vent his anger. What he wanted was to take this opportunity to make more money. All we need to do now is wait. He waited for someone to come looking for him. He came out from the Berserker's lair. Lin Tianhao went directly to Blackwater Lake and started farming the Dragon Turtle Dungeon. Currently, the rewards from this dungeon are negligible. The reason Lin Tianhao still came here to grind was because the monsters here had relatively high health bars, allowing him to stack up his health more often. The Forum for Ragnarok. At this point, things had completely exploded. Lin Tianhao single-handedly fought against Blackwind City, routing them and forcing them to activate the city's protective formation. The fact that many people recorded videos at the time immediately caused a stir across the internet. Rice Empire player. It's fake. It must be fake. These people from the Dragon Kingdom have no skills. They just brag. 420,000 damage with a single normal attack? Is that even possible? Even if he had a whole set of gold equipment, he couldn't possibly have that much damage. A South Korean player commented, One person fighting for one city. That's a great gimmick, but I want to clarify here that Shwedi is from South Korea. She's just temporarily playing professionally in China. Besides South Korean players, which other countries' players are this good? A player from Japan. I've seen many videos of Chinese players fighting against Japan, and I'm very familiar with their tactics. 420,000 damage per arrow, 100 arrows per second? Even our emperor isn't that powerful. How could any player be so powerful? This time, Lin Tianhao's solo battle against an entire city has made him an international sensation, with players from various countries expressing their opinions. Aside from South Korea, which believes that sealed is from their country. Most other people think it's fake. After all, in their view, whether it's 420,000 damage per arrow or 100 arrows per second, it's all too outrageous. And at this time, who is the most upset player? Without a doubt, it's Donggu from the gaming world. Previously, Donggu, a game developer, belittled Lin Tianhao for the sake of popularity, and this time his comment section was flooded with criticism again. All sorts of teasing and sarcastic remarks came at him, and the worst part was that he couldn't refute them. In fact, he originally thought that with his talent of 5 times the free attribute points, he would surely be able to soar to the sky and catch up with the Snow Emperor in the future. But recently, he increasingly felt that the gap between him and Xue Di was enormous. Especially this time. Lin Tianhao's arrow dealt 420,000 damage, 100 arrows per second, showcasing his precise targeting skills. He was utterly desperate. Snow Empress, are you even human? Chapter 115. The game between them. While the entire internet was in an uproar, the Star Kingdom itself was not at peace either. Although Blackwind City was not captured this time, the losses suffered by Blackwind City were considerable. The combined number of dead city guards and fighters is approaching 1,000. We're not in a state of war preparedness right now. Major cities like Blackwind City only have 5 or 6,000 troops. However, they lost 1,000 men in less than 15 minutes of fighting Lin Tianhao. Blackwind City, City Lord's Mansion. Butiers, his expression sinister, said to the old man behind him, "Has the message been sent up? When will troops be dispatched?" The old man behind Butiers shook his head. "Lord, the message has been sent up, but we haven't received a reply yet. It's such an urgent matter, yet they haven't replied. Don't they know that keeping the city's protective array active consumes energy crystals?" Butiers roared through gritted teeth, then took out a communication talisman. "I will personally report our situation here to the Prime Minister." Butiers activated the communication talisman, and after a long while, an impatient voice came from the other end. "Butiers, you have some nerve. How dare you disturb the Prime Minister's rest?" "Butler Core, I didn't want to either, but the current situation is too difficult, and I have no other choice." "Humph, didn't that Snow Emperor already retreat? He's just an adventurer. Why make such a fuss? You handle it yourself. The Prime Minister has high hopes for you. He trusts you completely, and believes you can definitely deal with this little, insignificant adventurer, the Snow Emperor. Go, Lord Butiers." As the last sentence fell, the transmission talisman stopped. As Butiersi watched the interrupted transmission talisman, his hands trembled. A tiny, insignificant adventurer. He almost laughed out of anger at those words. What does it mean to be a small, insignificant adventurer? Can't we see Shwedi's fighting power? One man fought against an entire city, forcing them to deploy their city protecting formation. Were they small, insignificant adventurers? Those were absolutely reckless adventurers. "Lord City Lord, I have more good news to share," the old man said. "Oh." Butiers immediately became interested and asked, "What good news?" "We have put a bounty on the Snow Emperor, and someone has completed it, killing the Snow Emperor 10 times. Butiers frowned. "This is good news. Can't you use your brain? It's obvious that Xue Di deliberately had his friend kill him, and the rewards all went into Xue Di's friend's hands." Butier's breathing began to rise and fall violently. He really felt like he was going to die of anger here today. However, the old man shook his head at him and said, "Lord City Lord, this is good news." Upon hearing this, Butiers looked at the old man with a strange expression. "This? Good news? Tell me why this is good news." The old man smiled mysteriously and said, "Lord City Lord, we can close the city's protective array now. As long as someone completes the bounty, we will issue a new bounty within an hour. Black iron sets are fine, we have plenty. We can give less free attribute points, and keep each bounty under 100 points. "What do you mean?" Butiers was a little confused. "It's simple. If we keep offering bounties, the Snow Emperor won't attack us easily. Instead, it will be the king and his people who will be anxious." "Why?" Butiers was somewhat confused, but still felt there was something wrong with the situation, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. What was the fundamental reason for Snow Emperor's attack on Blackwind City? It was the king's decree. So what was the essence of his attack on Blackwind City? It was aimed at the king. By constantly offering bounties, we are essentially sending Xue Di a steady stream of free attribute points and equipment. Once Xue Di and his friends have free attribute points and equipment, they will become stronger. Once they become stronger, they may no longer attack our Blackwind City. When they are strong enough, they should attack Tianqing City. When Butiers heard the old man's analysis, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This scheming was ruthless. But what if the Snow Emperor attacks us again? Butyrs asked. The old man grinned. It's simple. Offer bounties for equipment evolution scrolls. And you, City Lord, still have 2 Saint-grade talent awakening stones, right? Also, offer bounties for the gold-grade main weapon, necklace, and ring. What? Butyrs was taken aback. Isn't this like raising a tiger to cause trouble? And what if the Snow Emperor takes advantage of my family by doing this? The old man laughed and said, That's why I told you to offer all your good stuff as a reward if the Snow Emperor attacks again. The Snow Emperor is clearly a smart man to have achieved what he has today, and he naturally understands the reasons behind it. If that's the case, then he will most likely start to exploit others relentlessly, constantly attacking other major cities, and eventually becoming stronger and stronger until he threatens Tianqing City. Butyrs nodded heavily, his eyes turning sinister. Humph, the king created this trouble himself, yet he's trying to hide it and doesn't want to solve it. In that case, let's just throw this trouble at him. Seeing that Butyrs had agreed, a smug smile flashed in the old man's eyes. Announcement to the entire city. Due to player Snow Empress's malicious attack on Blackwind City, causing great damage to Blackwind City, Blackwind City has now issued a bounty mission to kill Snow Empress. A citywide announcement was made. Although there were no players in Blackwind City at the moment, players in the vicinity of Blackwind City could receive the bounty. Because the division of the main city is not simply based on the city itself, the wilderness areas to which the city belongs are also part of Blackwind City. It's similar to a county town in the real world. It's not just the city that's a county town. The surrounding suburbs and rural areas also belong to this county town. The appearance of this bounty mission surprised many people. Bounty: kill the Snow Empress. Mission requirement: defeat the Snow Emperor twice. Mission penalty: none. Mission rewards: each kill grants 50 free attribute points and 1 level 25 Black Iron set bonus. Compared to previous bounty missions, the number of kills required is lower, the reward of free attribute points is lower, but the equipment is better. Even top-tier players at this stage need a level 25 Black Iron set. Only, despite seeing the reward, very few people actually had any ulterior motives. After all, Lin Tianhao's combat prowess is undeniable. One man fights for a city. These players still have some self-awareness. Dominate the guild. Du Ba Tianxia looked at the bounty mission, his gaze sweeping over the man and woman beside him. How confident are you in killing the Snow Empress? Chapter 116 Psychological Game. Upon hearing this, after a moment's thought, Du Ba Yin said, less than 30%. Last time we fought Shuedi, his resilience caused us to suffer. Now his resilience is likely even greater. The gaze of the world's most powerful man fell upon another person. Ambition, what about you? Du Ba Xiong Xin shook his head. It's unnecessary. The returns aren't high. With this time, we can break some dungeon records and get a lot of rewards. It's unwise to provoke Shuedi now. Dungeon clear records can be refreshed, and the rewards vary depending on the difficulty. However, the rewards for breaking records are not many. For example, a record of clearing the game on normal difficulty gives each member 1 free attribute point, on hard difficulty 2 points, on nightmare difficulty 4 points, and on hell difficulty 10 points. Furthermore, each person can only receive the completion reward once. It is not possible to repeatedly obtain the reward by setting a new record. Even so, some people still tirelessly try to break the record for clearing the game. After all, the rewards for free attribute points in a quest aren't always clear, but the rewards for this dungeon are. Lin Tianhao was currently farming the Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle and had cleared the level once again. His health points increased by more than 3,000. This was because he slightly slowed down his attack rhythm. Otherwise, it will be even lower. The damage is too high, so the efficiency of stacking health also decreases. But Lin Tianhao thought of something interesting. That's Genshin. He had obtained the old drunkard's gourd when he was in the beginner village. It was said that if you added rare and precious ingredients to it and drank it, you could gain some unexpected benefits. Lin Tianhao's game pace had been too fast lately, so much so that he had completely forgotten about the wine gourd. Now is the perfect opportunity to test the effects of this wine gourd. 1, 2, 3. Lin Tianhao threw in 10 dragon galls in one go, and at the same time began to look forward to it. What kind of reward can one obtain by soaking Genshin in alcohol? Wine gourd. Automatic brewing in progress. Current progress. 1. Lin Tianhao glanced at it and estimated that it would take at least half an hour for the brewing process to finish. In this way, he can clear the Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle dungeon a few more times and accumulate more health. Just then, a figure stepped forward and quickly appeared in front of Lin Tianhao. The person who arrived was none other than Princess Leona, Snow Emperor. Princess Leona felt a strange sense of loss when she met Lin Tianhao again. Does our previous agreement still stand? Lin Tianhao smiled noncommittally. I originally thought I could control the whole situation, but I underestimated the intelligence of your father, King Abraham. He used me as a pawn. How ridiculous. This was ridiculous. Leona didn't know if Lin Tianhao was mocking her father, King Abraham, or mocking himself. But none of that matters anymore. Since Leona had come, she must have something to say to Lin Tianhao. Tixuejin is trapped inside the royal altar and can't get out. She's constantly losing health, and only the royal altar can save her. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. I don't like beating around the bush. Just say what you want to say. What good would it do to speak frankly to a profit-driven person like you? Leona took out a scroll. This is a quest scroll, a prerequisite quest scroll for the blessing of the gods. I heard from Tixuejin that you were looking for this. Then what? This thing is yours now. Leona handed the mission scroll directly to Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao took the mission scroll and examined the mission on it. King Abra of the Star Kingdom does not want to abdicate and has plotted to prevent Tixuejin from leaving the palace altar. Tixuejin hopes that you can restrain King Abra. Mission requirements. Stop attacking Tixuejin and use the headlocking damage method on King Abra of the Star Kingdom until you kill King Abra. Mission penalty, unknown. Task rewards. God's blessing +1. Free attribute points +1,000. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Is this the prerequisite quest scroll for the blessing of the gods in Tishua Valley? Leona nodded. That's right. Although we agreed to cooperate with Tixuejin, such valuable items should definitely be paid for by her own money. Letting Tixuejin go and killing King Abraham is extremely risky, and to ask for the means of attack is even more outrageous. Lin Tianhao did not immediately accept the task. He desperately needs the blessings of the gods, but the risk is still too great for him. In other words, his efforts and rewards were disproportionate. It is indeed a bit difficult. So she also gave you 1,000 free attribute points, which I believe will be of great help to you. Lin Tianhao smiled noncommittally and said, Can you tell me why you chose to cooperate with Tixuejin? Don't spout nonsense about King Abraham refusing to abdicate. I believe you saw that long ago and were prepared. Leona nodded. I need someone to go fishing. In the Star Kingdom, we're not the only ones eyeing the throne. We are all women in this generation, and foreign officials have long harbored designs on us. Lin Tianhao pondered for a moment. If you want my help, how about adding your God's blessing prerequisite quest scroll? This won't work. Leona shook her head. It's up to you. I'm just running an errand for Tixuejin. I've already given you the quest scroll. Whether you accept it or not is up to you. Lin Tianhao simply threw the mission scroll back. I won't answer. He desperately needs the blessings of the gods. This concerns the revival of an ancient Eastern country. He's gambling. Because if he accepts Tixuejin's mission, it will let Leona know that he has a great need for the blessings of the gods, and that he even dares to accept such an absurd mission as killing Abraham. Leona frowned when she saw Lin Tianhao throw the mission scroll at her. Kill Abraham? What a joke. In the Star Kingdom, who dares to say they can kill Abraham? This mission is simply not scientific. Leona hesitated for a moment, stared at Lin Tianhao for a while, and then said slowly and deliberately, I really won't answer. I won't answer. If you don't pick me up, I'm leaving. Let's go. I'll do some dungeon runs. After saying that, Lin Tianhao turned around and walked into the Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle Dungeon. This is a psychological game. He has to gamble. Otherwise, if he had accepted such an outrageous task from Tixuejin today, Leona might have given him an equally outrageous task tomorrow. Only, Leona didn't call out to Lin Tianhao until he entered the instance. Did we make the wrong bet? Lin Tianhao frowned, but didn't think much of it. He cleared the level in less than 5 minutes. Only, at the entrance to the dungeon, he saw Leona again. Leona smiled at Lin Tianhao and said, Snow Empress, you win. Chapter 117 Another Attack on Blackwind City. While speaking, Leona tossed the mission scroll to Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao took the mission scroll and found that the mission on it had changed. King Abra of the Star Kingdom does not want to abdicate and has plotted to prevent Tixuejin from leaving the palace altar. Tixuejin hopes that you can restrain King Abra. Mission requirements. Cease the attack on Tixuejin and use the headlocking and blood-draining technique on King Abra of the Star Kingdom for 3 days. If King Abra dies within 3 days, the mission will still be considered complete. Mission penalty, unknown. Task rewards. God's blessing +1. Free attribute points +100. The mission has been changed from killing King Abraham to simply attacking for 3 days using the Book of Life and Death. The only change is that the reward of free attribute points has been reduced from 1,000 to 100. Okay, I'll take the task. Lin Tianhao accepted the mission without hesitation, then erased Ti Shuejian's name from the Book of Life and Death and wrote down the name of King Abraham of the Star Kingdom. Royal Altar. Ti Shuejian breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that her bleeding had stopped. But on the other side, inside the royal palace, Abraham, who was handling state affairs, frowned as damage numbers began to appear above his head. Hee, Snow Empress, you can't sit still anymore? Even without relying on the royal palace altar, Lin Tianhao still couldn't kill him by using the Life and Death book's damage reduction effect, given his regenerative abilities. Your Majesty, the Snow Emperor's behavior is a provocation against your authority, and it is necessary to teach him a lesson. A warrior with sharp eyes, clad in golden armor, stepped out from behind Abraham. Luo Linmai, you're not in a hurry to take action against the Snow Emperor. What do you think about the Black Wind City situation? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Lin Muyi said, Shui Di is very strong. Butya Ursi is probably no match for her. However, I recently discovered that my brother and Prime Minister Xenro seem to be planning something using Blackwind City. King Abraham smiled calmly, seemingly not surprised at all. Let them do it. We'll step in and clean up the mess once they've done enough. The Star Kingdom desperately needs a major reshuffle. Luo Linmai hesitated for a moment, then said, the Star Kingdom is currently beset by internal and external troubles, and a major reshuffle is imminent. Luo Linmai, do you know what difficulty level the Snow Corpse ruins that Shuadi cleared are? Could it be the hard difficulty level? I said it subconsciously, Luo Linmai said. Normally speaking, given the difficulty level of the Snow Corpse ruins dungeon, even completing the easy mode is already quite challenging. In hard mode, Lorraine Makino felt that she had already given Shui Di a lot of respect. No, he completed the hell mode. King Abraham didn't beat around the bush. He directly stated the difficulty of Lin Tianhao's attempt to clear the dungeon. What? Lorraine Mai could hardly believe his ears. The thought of the footprints of the Snow Corpses in hell mode sent chills down his spine. I was also surprised that the Snow Corpse footprints were able to clear hell mode, but you should know what that means. Luo Lin Mai's eyes widened, as if he had thought of something unbelievable. Only in hell mode can my divine form be unleashed. The great goddess of ice and snow is about to descend upon the world. Lauren Mai's hands trembled with excitement, and he knelt down in devout worship. Congratulations to our God on his liberation. May our God be eternal, and may the Star Kingdom be eternal. King Abraham waved his hand. Now you should understand why I dare to reshuffle the deck so drastically. Blackwater Lake. Lin Tianhao successfully obtained what he wanted, and a smile appeared on his face. Princess Leona, where is your pre-quest scroll for the blessing of the gods? Why don't you give it to me as well? Princess Leona grinned. Snow Empress, I'll give it to you when I have the chance. Lin Tianhao shrugged and watched Leona leave. After Leona left, Lin Tianhao took out his wine gourd. Brewing progress, 99. Brewing success. Lin Tianhao opened the bottle and took a sniff. The aroma of the wine wafted out. This was much worse than the wine he had drunk in his previous life, but it was still enough to get through a sip. Why the past life? Because Lin Tianhao doesn't drink baijiu at all at this stage. His motto is to drink 1.5 gin of beer and drink cocktails as much as he wants. As for baijiu, not a drop. However, after the cataclysm and the trials of life and death, he realized that baijiu, Chinese liquor, was the real treasure. What kind of stuff did he drink before? Especially after the great cataclysm, the raw materials for brewing are all rare and precious. Even Wuliangya is brewed from spiritual grains, which makes it taste much better. Take a sip. Lin Tianhao immediately felt refreshed. Ding! You have gained a special buff called Burn. Your attacks can cause burn damage to the target, causing 100 damage per second for 5 seconds. It can stack up to 6 times and lasts for 1 minute. Lin Tianhao smacked his lips. This wine is SOSO, and the only buff he got was temporary. Garbage. Certainly. In other words, Lin Tianhao would think it's trash, and any combat-type class could easily get it and be laughing all the way to the bank. 1 attack stacks 1 stack, 6 attacks stack 6 stacks. In other words, after 6 attacks, this buff alone can cause 600 HP loss per second. The duration is 1 minute, and theoretically it can reduce the opponent's health by more than 30,000. At this stage, tanks only have this much health, or even less. After putting away the wine gourd, Lin Tianhao sent a message to the monkey. As the saying goes, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Although the reward for this bounty isn't much, it will be a different story once it gets into the monkey's hands. The monkey ran over excitedly. With his current attributes, he could kill Lin Tianhao even faster. It only took a few minutes to get it done. He successfully obtained 100 free attribute points, which became 500 after the talent boost. With balanced allocation, that would be 5,000. Such a boost to attributes can only be described as terrifying. After completing the bounty, Lin Tianhao went to Black Wind City again. No way. The Black Robe leader's mission was to conquer Black Wind City, and Lin Tianhao was still hoping to get the Black Robe leader's reward. When Black Wind City descended upon it once again, the city lord, Butiers, was not as apprehensive this time, because in his view, he had already come up with a solution. That's a huge reward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao was not one to waste words, so upon arriving, he immediately unleashed a barrage of arrows towards Black Wind City. Announcement throughout the city. Due to player Shuedi's malicious attack on Black Wind City, Black Wind City has now issued a bounty for killing Shuedi. Bounty missions have reappeared, and players are already used to it. Not counting this time, Lin Tianhao has already had a bounty placed on him twice before for attacking Black Wind City. Only, when these players saw the reward for this bounty, they couldn't sit still any longer. Holy crap. Chapter 118, there's always a player who's asking for death. Holy crap, what did I just see? A gold weapon, a Saint-level talent awakening stone, a complete set of bronze-level armor. The Black Wind City Lord is panicking. At this time, players near Black Wind City have gone a bit crazy. Bounty, kill the Snow Empress. Mission requirement, kill the Snow Emperor 10 times. Mission penalty, none. Mission rewards, each kill grants 50 free attribute points, 1 level 25 bronze set bonus, and the first 3 kills will each grant either a piece of gold equipment or a holy grade talent awakening stone. Although the rewards for free attribute points are not as good as last time, the bronze level set, gold equipment, and holy grade talent awakening stone are all incredibly powerful items at this stage. Even though many people know that Lin Tianhao is very strong now and should not be easily provoked, but the benefits offered are too high. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, the daring get rich while the timid starve. Duba Tianxia clenched his fists. The bounty offered by the Black Wind City Lord this time was simply too high. In life, you always have to take a gamble. Based on our observations, Shuedi's resistance isn't that high. As long as our combos are executed well enough, it's possible to kill him. He was also somewhat tempted by his ambition to dominate. Offending the Snow Emperor might only result in dropping a rank, but if we succeed, the benefits will be immense. They've already started dreaming of dominating the world. The beautiful woman standing to the side raised her hand and said softly, "Big brother, third brother, haven't you overlooked something very important? Why is the Snow Emperor attacking Black Wind City? Because of the king's decree. That's right. We've offended the Snow Emperor, and he doesn't even give the king any face. Do you think the Snow Emperor will only make us drop 1 level? Actually, whether we succeed or not, we will eventually be driven to despair by the Snow Empress. Don't doubt what I'm saying. If the Snow Empress wants to kill us, 1 arrow is enough." Both the desire to dominate the world and the ambition to dominate the world were somewhat heavy-hearted. They couldn't deny Du Ba Yinyan's words. If Shuedi is vengeful, their ultimate fate will not be good, regardless of whether they succeed or not. Aren't we going to make a move? He was still somewhat unwilling to dominate the world. After all, such opportunities were rare. Du Ba Yin shook her head. Not everyone is as rational as us. There will always be irrational people who will attack Shuedi. We just need to sit back and reap the benefits. Black Wind City. Lin Tianhao's output terrified the Black Wind City Lord. Forced by circumstances, he had no choice but to activate the city's protective formation once again. According to his estimate, as long as the city's protective formation is activated, it will definitely be able to block Lin Tianhao's attack. As expected, Lin Tianhao stopped attacking. However, it wasn't because of his city protecting formation, but because some foolish guy couldn't resist causing trouble for Lin Tianhao. Snow Empress, I apologize for the offense. Blame it on the fact that the Black Wind City Lord gave you too much. The speaker was a short player who had hidden his nickname. After saying this, he entered stealth mode. Lin Tianhao shook his head. These people are too naive. Call out. Lin Tianhao began to make his move because he knew that there were more assassins around him than just the player who had just spoken. 5 arrows fired simultaneously. An assassin was struck by Lin Tianhao's arrow and died on the spot. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. 5 arrows were fired simultaneously, initiating an indiscriminate attack. Under Lin Tianhao's barrage of arrows, the assassins in stealth mode died before they could even get close. As for why you can still be hit while in stealth mode, anticipate. Based on your own position, predict the location where the assassin is most likely to attack. Then it's 100 arrows in a second. Even with only a 5% hit rate, 5 assassins would be killed in a second. Moreover, the closer you get to Lin Tianhao, the greater the probability of being killed. Abnormal. Xiao Luo Iza couldn't help but complain. I can't afford to offend you. You little brats better behave yourselves. Without my orders, you are absolutely not allowed to make a move against the Snow Empress. It wasn't just Xiao Luo Ize. The leaders of all the major guilds issued the same instruction. Snow Emperor. You can mess with individual players, but you can't mess with guilds. Otherwise, if they offend Xue Di to the death, their guild will have no future. He's just a casual observer. Actually, the scale is quite large. However, in less than 5 minutes, these independent fighters were defeated by Lin Tianhao. Without a systematic attack, and with Lin Tianhao's area of effect damage like lightning leap, they were simply walking into his trap. Scavenging. A smile appeared on Shura Iza's face, and he gave the order. The gold farming team, go. The elite team, don't go. Yes. Lin Tianhao killed so many players, and they dropped a lot of equipment. Scavenger. A relatively special existence in Ragnarok. They are usually explorers who also act as scavengers. Guilds are trying to understand the wilderness map, explore hidden maps, dungeons, and even trigger quests in the main city. The main purpose is to let the assassins explore. Lin Tianhao merely glanced at the scavengers and didn't pay them much attention. He originally planned to conquer Blackwind City in one fell swoop. But now he hesitated. Blackwind City offered such a large reward for him. Does that mean other major cities might also offer very high rewards for him? If that's the case, then he can really take the exploitation of loopholes to the extreme. It's entirely feasible to use the extra wool to help the monkey and Zhou Xiaoping. Both of them possess saint-level talent, so their achievements would normally be considerable, but not exceptionally outrageous. But what if Lin Tianhao could help? Just like Zhou Xiaoping. If you bind to someone else, you'd be lucky to get a 100,000 increase in health. The same goes for monkeys. If it weren't for Lin Tianhao, he would have reached level 200 with the previous 1,000 free attribute points. After helping the monkey improve, Zhou Xiaoping can bind himself to the monkey. The monkey's health points may not be as high as Lin Tianhao's, but its resistances are also improved in a balanced way. This is also of great help to Zhou Xiaoping. Thinking this way, Lin Tianhao has left. He first took the bounty on himself, and the method he used was naturally to let the monkey collect it. 10 kills, another 500 free attribute points, 10 sets of bronze-level equipment, 1 gold-level ring, and 2 holy-grade talent awakening stones. Feeling great. Adding to the previous 1,100 free attribute points, Lin Tianhao had helped the monkey fleece 1,600 free attribute points in Blackwind City. Next, it's you, Ice City. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up. He wanted to try and see if he could unlock so many bounties in Ice and Snow City as well. Announcement to all servers. The Snow Empress will be attacking Ice City in 15 minutes. Players of Ice City are requested to leave on their own, or they will be killed without mercy. The server-wide announcement caused considerable dissatisfaction among many players in Ice and Snow City. Many people were just there to watch the spectacle when it came to attacking Blackwind City. But they had already lost interest in watching the spectacle of the attack on Ice and Snow City. They now felt that the Snow Emperor was interfering with their mission. Chapter 119, 500,000 gold coins. That's a bargain for you. The Snow Empress doesn't treat us ordinary players like human beings. No matter what, if the Snow Empress attacks Ice and Snow City, she must give an explanation. Exactly. If he's so capable, why doesn't he attack Tianqing City? Frankly, he's just a bully who picks on the weak and fears the strong. Trash. Being on the same server as Xue Di is absolutely unlucky. I'm already halfway through my job change quest. Let's go, damn it. Snow Emperor's actions have drawn criticism from many people throughout the city. After all, no matter what, Lin Tianhao's siege affected many of their ordinary players. But Lin Tianhao didn't care and continued to do things his own way. Upon arriving in Ice City, Lin Tianhao launched an attack without hesitation. The arrow pierced the air. The Ice City did not mount any effective resistance. Really? Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, and a smile appeared on his face. He realized that there was discord within the Star Kingdom, and that someone wanted him to stir up trouble within the kingdom. Because neither Blackwind City nor Ice City has produced a single truly powerful individual. The most obvious reason is that someone wants him to make a big fuss. Announcement throughout the city. Due to player Snow Empress's malicious attack on Ice and Snow City. Ice and Snow City has now issued a bounty for killing Snow Empress. Just like during the attack on Blackwind City, the bounty arrived as scheduled. These NPCs in the main city aren't stupid. They most likely already know that the rewards offered to them have gone into the hands of their own people. Yet they still tirelessly offer themselves a reward. Is this a bounty? This is a perk for him. Only, it seems that the people in these main cities are eager to become more powerful. What was the reason for my attack on the city this time? The king's decree. They not only didn't resent our attack on the city, but they also offered us benefits through bounties. In other words, the real purpose of those who orchestrated all this was to target King Abraham. Who could it be? The probability of Leona is very low. She doesn't yet have the ability to influence these major cities. Since it's not Leona, then it must be either King Fuyan or Tixuagen. These two individuals, one backed by Queen Fiordinu and the other the eldest princess, are both powerful and have deep-rooted strength. Neither of them should be underestimated. But, as far as Lin Tianhao knew, the princess's power would not be delegated to the local areas. That is, their power center should be in the capital city of Tianqing. Those who can directly influence the main city are civil and military officials, who were in charge of managing both civil and military officials. Prime Minister Casenro and Grand Marshal Lorraine Muyuan. Could it be that these two are behind this? Lin Tianhao thought to himself. He knew about the long-standing feud between Casenro and Lorraine Muyuan, but he didn't care. Because the benefits are sufficient, it is entirely possible for them to cooperate. The ending didn't change much. Until the protective formation of Ice and Snow City was activated, Lin Tianhao did not encounter any strong resistance. Seeing that the defensive formation of Ice and Snow City was activated, Lin Tianhao gave up the attack. The bounty on his head should be paid out by now. It's the same as always. Let the monkey kill him to maximize the reward. Still in Blade's Edge territory, Monkey completed all the bounty missions for Lin Tianhao. The bounty in Blackwind City offers 500 free attribute points, while the bounty in Ice and Snow City offers 1,000 free attribute points. This time, the monkey gained 1,500 free attribute points in one go. With the help of his talent, the monkey's actual attribute points gain reached as high as 75,000. This time alone, his health points increased by 150,000. Armor, magic resistance, attack, ability power, attack speed, and other attributes have all been comprehensively improved. Lin Tianhao suddenly thought of a hidden profession that was very suitable for monkeys. Demon Warriors. A hidden class that allows you to specialize in both magic and physical attacks after job advancement, thus enabling you to utilize both the monkey's magic power and attack power. The Demon Warrior is only at the heavenly level in the assessment of hidden professions, not even reaching the saint level. The reason is that he has a major flaw. He needs high attack power and high magic power at the same time. Otherwise, the damage dealt by the skills belonging to the Magic Warrior General will not be particularly high. However, most warriors focus on attack power, so who would use their precious free attribute points to boost magic power? However, if this profession were applied to a monkey, it would definitely be able to perform at a level no weaker than a saint-level hidden profession, and might even be higher. At least, monkeys are the most suitable. After a moment's thought, information about the hidden class, Demon Marshal General, came to Lin Tianhao's mind. He didn't know the complete walkthrough, but he did know the clues to triggering the hidden class, Demon Warrior. Monkey, I came across a quest before, you can give it a try. Lin Tianhao sent the prerequisite quest for the hidden class change of the Demon Marshal General to the monkey. The monkey readily agreed. Okay, no problem. As he agreed, a light blue ring appeared in the monkey's hand. Brother Hao, this is for you. Water Spring Ring, Gold. Requirements for wearing, level 25 for all classes. Attribute 1, increases spell power by 39.99. Attribute 2, magic penetration plus 10. Attribute 3, spell vamp plus 5. Attribute 4, reduces the magic resistance of all enemy units within a 50-meter radius by 50 points. Increases health by 10,000. Increases mana by 20,000. Lin Tianhao glanced at the gold equipment that was being awarded this time. It won't work for me. Lin Tianhao shook his head. Of all the attributes here, only the last two were somewhat useful to him. However, these attributes were of little help to Lin Tianhao. A gold ring, it's a pity it's not for the warrior class, what a shame. How about we auction it off? This equipment is still quite valuable at this stage. Lin Tianhao nodded. I'll ask Berserker Blade. As he spoke, Lin Tianhao sent the attributes of the Water Spring Ring to Berserker Blade. After seeing the attributes of the water spring ring, Berserker Blade immediately sent a message. How so? We're all acquaintances, so 500,000 gold coins is a bargain for you. Good. Berserker Blade did not hesitate. Level 25 equipment that all classes can wear is incredibly powerful. Most importantly, mages are very weak in the early game and rely entirely on equipment. Mages need spell power, mana, and most ridiculously, skill level. Even the best skill will have limited power if it's only 1 star. To level up your skills, you need mana. The amount of gold coins that the mages in their Berserker Guild spend on mana potions every day is now an alarming figure. Otherwise, given their size, how could they only have a little over 10 million gold coins? After completing the transaction with Berserker Blade, Monkey gave Lin Tianhao 2 Saint Grade Talent Awakening Stones. I had just obtained the Saint Grade Talent Awakening Stone when Berserker Blade sent me a message. Chapter 120 Negotiation with Luo Lin Mai. Snow Emperor, you should be able to get 2 more Saint Grade Talent Awakening Stones and 10 sets of bronze equipment this time. Lin Tianhao knew exactly what Berserker Blade was up to as soon as he saw the message. A set of bronze armor is worth 200,000 gold coins. We will not sell the Saint Grade Talent Awakening Stone for the time being. Equipment is just a transitional thing. If Lin Tianhao wants better equipment, he can farm it later. As for the Saint Grade Talent Awakening Stone, that's definitely not an option. When he establishes his territory, he will need to recruit some experts, and these Saint Grade Talent Awakening Stones will be useful then. To fight against the Erit system after the Cataclysm, he can't do it alone. He needs his own territory and his own power. Good. Berserker Blade didn't say much and directly completed the transaction with Lin Tianhao. I don't know how much will change in this life because of me. After completing the transaction with Berserker Blade, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but smile. Although the tanks that the fat man was bound to in his previous life were all pretty good, they were only pretty good. In addition, he could only inherit health, armor, and magic resistance, which made the fat man's strength somewhat lacking and his tankiness only so-so. As for monkeys, that's a terrible situation. Although the monkey in his previous life had gained some free attribute points in addition to leveling up, they were not many. Most of the time, a single task would give him a few points or a dozen or 20 points. In addition, his warrior class has very few skills that involve spell power, so his spell power is basically useless. But it's the Berserker Guild. With its government backing, it quickly became the only one of its kind on the Dragon Kingdom server. I've gained a lot of benefits, but it doesn't mean I'll be able to get a level 25 bronze set right now. It's still 10 sets. Lin Tianhao is like a butterfly carrying the power of time, changing the trajectory of some people as he flaps his wings. Certainly, there is a large victim here. I'll survive until the end of time. He was originally the first person to watch the promotional video, but now Lin Tianhao has taken his place. This is why his godlike talent has not yet been awakened. But Lin Tianhao will definitely try to win over Lin Tianhao if he becomes a god-level talent awakening stone in the future. Although Go Dao Wan Gu was a coward, his character was impeccable, and he stood firm on matters of principle. I still remember when I fought against the Erit Galaxy in my previous life. I survived for countless ages and contributed a great deal of effort. I snapped out of my thoughts. Lin Tianhao began preparing for what was to come. He'd already taken advantage of Ice City once. If Ice City were like Black Wind City, there would definitely be even more rewards waiting for him. Therefore, Lin Tianhao decided to launch another attack on Ice and Snow City. Only, before he even reached the Ice City, another person appeared in front of him. Lin Tianhao vaguely remembered this person. Grand Marshal? The moment Lin Tianhao uttered the words, Grand Marshal, his heart leaped into his throat, and he tightened his grip on his longbow, preparing for battle at any moment. Snow Emperor, don't be so nervous. I am not the Grand Marshal. I am his younger brother, Luo Lin Mai. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He knew a bit about some of the people inside the Star Kingdom. However, he didn't have a deep impression of this Luo Lin Mu Yi. It seems that there is such a person in the Star Kingdom, but their presence is very low. Are you here to ambush me? Lin Tianhao asked. Luo Lin Mai shook his head. No, you misunderstood. I'm not here to ambush you. I'm here just to talk to you. Are you here on behalf of the Grand Marshal? Or on behalf of the king? King, Lorraine Mai said seriously. You may have misunderstood the king's decree. What misunderstanding? Isn't it clear enough in the ban? Lin Tianhao asked back. Alas, the king simply doesn't want you involved in the struggle for the throne. Once the struggle for the throne ends, the ban will naturally be lifted. Lin Tianhao smiled noncommittally. So what? He should have said those things in the ban. Did you see the contents of the ban? Is that something the king should do? Lorraine Mai's expression was somewhat strange. He was clearly aware of the contents of the ban. The king only issued a decree, without specifying the contents of the decree. The contents were prepared by the people under Prime Minister Lok Sanro. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up. Sure enough, it was pretty much as he had expected. The content of that ban was designed to provoke him. Prime Minister Xinlo had long planned this, and the key point is that this plan should not have only involved this one aspect. Then what? Snow Emperor, you've been tricked. But no matter what, the ban was issued by the king, and he sent me to talk to you. While they were talking, a scroll appeared in Luo Lin Muye's hand. This should be very helpful to you. The scroll for the pre-quest of the god's blessing. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, not expecting to come into contact with this thing as soon as he arrived. It seems that King Abraham understood him. Because your attack on the main city has affected the internal affairs of the Star Kingdom, Lauren my hopes that you can stop. Mission requirements. Shuedi must cease involvement in the internal affairs of the Star Kingdom for 7 days. Mission penalty, unknown. Task rewards, 100 free attribute points, plus 1 blessing of the gods. 7 days. This may not seem like a long time, but if 7 days pass, the struggle for the throne in the Star Kingdom may already be over. I can take on this task, but I have some requirements. Luo Linmu nodded, seemingly unsurprised that Lin Tianhao would make the request. First, the attack on the king will not end for the time being. The duration is tentative, as it is related to another mission of mine. Luo Linmai's expression was not very good, but he still nodded and said, no problem. Secondly, I have a great influence among adventurers. If this attack on the main city ends inconclusively, it will have a huge impact on my reputation. What else do you want? Luo Linmai's expression was sinister. He had already vaguely guessed what was going on. I will attack Blackwind City, and I will conquer it. That's impossible. Luo Linmai rejected it almost without thinking. Blackwind City is the main city of the Star Kingdom. It's impossible for you to just take it down like that. Lin Tianhao did not back down and shrugged indifferently. That won't do. Blackwind City must be breached, otherwise my Snow Emperor can't afford to lose face. Certainly, Lin Tianhao wasn't afraid of losing face. It was just that this was a mission from the Black Robe leader. Therefore, he was determined to conquer Blackwind City. I can't make that decision. Please wait a few minutes. Lorraine Mai walked to the side, clearly on his way to contact King Abraham. After a long while, Luo Linmai finally came over and said seriously, the king said he can agree to your attack on Blackwind City, but you also need to agree to a few conditions. Chapter 121, The Fall of Blackwind City. What are the conditions? Lin Tianhao asked subconsciously, not expecting King Abraham to agree so casually. If that were the case, he would feel there was a problem. First, we must not tempt the Lord of Blackwind City. Secondly, after the city falls, burning, killing, and looting are prohibited. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Neither of these conditions seemed unreasonable. Although he needs a lord's heart, the lord's heart of Blackwind City belongs to the lord's heart of the main city. If he took it, it wouldn't be impossible for King Abraham himself to come after him and fight him to the death. He is still young and inexperienced, and there is still a considerable risk in him breaking ties with King Abraham. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. If I take nothing after conquering Blackwind City, wouldn't that seem too fake? Although Lin Tianhao was already prepared to agree, sometimes, wouldn't it be better to have a talk? Snow Emperor, you are truly insatiable. No wonder the princesses cannot fully trust you. Lin Tianhao shrugged and said, those who know me know that I am a very honest person. The fact that the princesses think I am not honest only shows that they do not know me well enough. Luo Linmai scoffed. I've investigated everything you've done. In addition, Village Chief Wang has come to the Star Kingdom. We all know what you did in the newbie village. Lin Tianhao wasn't surprised. Village Chief Wang was already a wild monster, and he would respawn after being killed. And since Chief Wang was once the chief of the beginner village, it's not surprising that he has a way to leave the beginner village. Oh, you actually hired someone as insignificant as Village Chief Wang. Luo Linmai smiled mysteriously. A scholar should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days of separation. Snow Emperor, you shouldn't underestimate people. From what you're saying, it seems that Village Chief Wang is no longer the same as before. Lin Tianhao asked. Luo Linmai smiled and said, you'll know when you see Village Chief Wang next time. Are you keeping me in suspense? Lin Tianhao was a little bored. Let's not change the subject. I'm not going to make any unreasonable demands. I want an equipment evolution scroll. In fact, Lin Tianhao had considered getting a lifesteal item, preferably one with a percentage-based lifesteal similar to the Bloodlust necklace. But in the end, he abandoned this idea. In Lin Tianhao's view, purifying the jade pendant was the highest priority. This won't work. Luo Linmu shook his head. A piece of gold-grade equipment. Do I need it? Lin Tianhao retorted. If I go through all the trouble to break through Black Wind City, and all I get is a piece of gold-grade equipment, isn't that shameful? This is the biggest concession I can make. If you still don't agree, then I'll have no choice but to have a discussion with you. Lin Tianhao raised his eyelids, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Sure, but I was thinking, if I killed you, the Star Kingdom would be quite a spectacle. Kill me? Do you think you have the ability? Luo Linmai sneered. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, a faint smile appearing on his face. Why don't you give it a try? Luo Linmai's eyes narrowed. He didn't know where Lin Tianhao got his confidence from. However, considering that Lin Tianhao was able to kill the Demon King's son, Grellerinson, and cause Tisujian and King Abraham to continuously lose health, he ultimately hesitated. Not only that, the Snow Emperor was still blessed by the Ice and Snow Goddess. If he fought with the Snow Emperor, no matter the outcome, the Ice and Snow Goddess would inevitably cause him trouble after she descended. All right, let's equip the evolution scroll. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, Lin Tianhao said with a smile. Luo Linmu stared at Lin Tianhao. Snow Emperor, I hope you won't pull any tricks. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. I said before, I'm an honest man. I won't do those kinds of things. Upon hearing this, Luo Linmu snorted, clearly not believing Lin Tianhao's words. After seeing Luo Linmu off, Lin Tianhao finally smiled, because he will receive quite a lot of rewards next. First, there's the prerequisite quest scroll for the Blessing of the Gods in Tishua Valley, which, as of now, seems to be working perfectly. Secondly, the negotiations with Lorraine might just now also involve the blessings of the gods, and there were also equipment evolution scrolls. Third, the Black Robe Leader's mission is to conquer Blackwind City. The rewards also include equipment evolution scrolls and divine blessings. Once you complete these 3 tasks, you'll receive the 3 blessings from the gods. As for what to do next, the first thing is naturally to conquer Blackwind City and get the simplest reward. Blackwind City. City Lord Buteers saw Lin Tianhao attacking Ice and Snow City. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, can finally be put at ease. It seems this tactic is quite effective. Although we sacrificed a lot of good things, we managed to save the city and give those people above us a headache. The old man behind him smiled and said, The City Lord is wise. He had barely finished speaking when someone rushed in from outside the door. Something terrible has happened. Buteers snorted coldly. What's with all this panic? What do you mean it's a big deal? Aren't I perfectly fine now? Lord of the city, the Snow Emperor is here. The Snow Emperor is attacking the city again. Buteer jumped up in a flash. What did you say? The Snow Empress is here again? I have no grudge against the Snow Empress. Why is she attacking my Black Wind City instead of fleecing other major cities? Buteers was in a terrible state of mind, but there was nothing he could do. Activate the city's protective formation. Based on previous experience, Lin Tianhao had no way to deal with their city protecting formation. Previously, when Black Wind City activated its protective formation, Snow Emperor stopped, and the same was true for Ice and Snow City. Therefore, Buteers firmly believed that as long as he activated the city's protective formation, he would surely leave the Snow Emperor helpless. It wasn't just Buteers who thought this way. In fact, quite a few people thought the same. At this stage, even with Lin Tianhao's output capabilities, it would take him quite a while to break through the main city's defensive formation by brute force. But every formation has a key point. Once the core of the formation is found and destroyed, the formation will naturally be destroyed. Lin Tianhao happened to know the location of the core of the Black Wind City's protective formation. So, less than a minute, another person rushed into the city lord's mansion in a hurry. Buteers glanced at him and said, So, has the Snow Empress left? The man knelt down with a thud and said in a trembling voice, Lord City Lord, the city's protective formation has been destroyed by the Snow Emperor, and he is now attacking the city lord's mansion with overwhelming force. Moreover, for some reason, most of the city's guards have disappeared, and the generals have all vanished. What? Buteers cried out in alarm. The generals have all disappeared? What are they planning to do? Rebel. Chapter 122 Divinely Bestowed Equipment. The Investiture of the Gods. As Buteers stepped out of the city lord's mansion, he saw Xue Di approaching with a longbow in hand. Anyone who tried to stop him was mercilessly killed by him. Not only that, the city guards and generals of Blackwind City seemed to have vanished into thin air. Not a single one was seen. Damn it! Are they trying to kill me? Butiars cursed angrily and turned to run away. As the lord of the main city, he certainly possesses considerable strength. However, he did not want to fight Lin Tianhao. After all, the fact that Lin Tianhao had killed 9 silver generals of the Wa family single-handedly was still there. If things go wrong, he'll have nowhere to cry. Furthermore, he doesn't need to take the blame for the sudden disappearance of the city guards and military officers. He can simply pass the buck to the Grand Marshal. So all he needs to do is survive. Seeing Butiars flee, Lin Tianhao did not pursue them. All he wanted to do was conquer Blackwind City. Outside Blackwind City, many players witnessed Lin Tianhao's attack on Blackwind City, and their faces showed disbelief. Blackwind City has fallen to the Snow Emperor. How did he do that? This is a major city. I wonder if the Blackwind City Lord's Mansion will have a strong force to oppose the Snow Emperor. It's highly likely they will. We can't really let the Snow Emperor conquer Blackwind City. Players outside were discussing the matter, but most did not believe that Lin Tianhao could really take Blackwind City. A main city, especially one backed by the Star Kingdom, is not so easy to conquer. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Empress for conquering Blackwind City. You are the first player in the entire server to conquer the main city. You are hereby awarded 1,000 free attribute points and +1 to divine equipment. When the server-wide announcement rang out, all the players, including Lin Tianhao, were shocked. The players were shocked because most of them hadn't expected that Lin Tianhao would actually be able to breach Blackwind City. Congratulations? Did I hear that right? The Snow Emperor has breached the main city. Shouldn't she be sending an army of 100,000 to besiege him? And even give him a reward? I think I've discovered a slightly different way to play this game. Does this mean that we can also get rewards by attacking the main city? Num. Was I really playing the same game as Shuedi? Lin Tianhao was equally shocked, because in his previous life, no player had ever breached the main city. Even if there are times when national wars break out, they are basically clashes between autonomous forces within Ragnarok. For example, the national war of the Star Kingdom in the previous life broke out with the Demon Cave. Ordinary players also played a crucial role in the national war. However, they were not the main force, so they mostly played a supporting role in siege battles, and there was never a case of someone single-handedly sweeping through a main city. But now, for the first time, he realized that there would be such a huge reward after conquering the main city. 1,000 free attribute points. That's an astronomical number. Of course, if that were all, Lin Tianhao wouldn't care too much. What really caught his attention was the divinely bestowed equipment. He has acquired many good things, but he only has one divinely bestowed equipment, the Book of Life and Death. This time, he can obtain a second piece of divinely bestowed equipment. Lin Tianhao immediately examined the divinely bestowed equipment. Investiture of the Gods, God-given equipment. Just seeing the name made Lin Tianhao gasp. This is insane. I'm about to take off from the spot. Investiture of the Gods, God-given equipment. Wearing requirements. Only for Shuedi, cannot be dropped, stolen, given away, transferred, or traded. Effect. You can add the souls of non-player units you kill to the God list. After being added, the souls will be restored to their full strength and will be absolutely loyal to you. A maximum of 365 souls can be added, and the list cannot be changed after addition. If the added unit dies completely, the number added will not increase. Abrasion resistance, indestructible. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed, and his hands trembled slightly with excitement. This is so awesome, etc. We've suffered a loss. If he had obtained the investiture of the gods before killing the ice goddess, wouldn't that mean he could now have a god as a henchman? The ice and snow goddess is not a deity of incense offerings, but a deity who attained enlightenment and is therefore more powerful than the deities of incense offerings. But thinking about it now is pointless. Even without capturing the soul of the ice and snow goddess, it wouldn't be a problem for Lin Tianhao, because Lin Tianhao is confident that he can collect other deities in the future. However, at this stage, it seems that he has not been able to include any of them. Even Abraham, the king of the Star Kingdom, was not qualified to be included in the investiture of the gods in Lin Tianhao's opinion. After putting away the investiture of the gods, Luo Lin Mai appeared beside him. Here is the equipment evolution scroll you requested. The king will lift the ban, and you can leave now. Just walk out like this? Lin Tianhao asked. This is a teleportation talisman that can send you out of Blackwind City. Lin Tianhao took the teleportation talisman. To be honest, I don't really trust you. That concludes the discussion. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, I'll leave as soon as the king lifts the ban. Empress Shui, Even a king has his pride. Lorraine Mai's tone became more serious. Don't try to be unreasonable. A teleportation talisman is the best option. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, thinking of the rebel army in the Black Wind Mountains, and grinned. All right, give me another lord's heart, and I'll leave now. Luo Lin Mai was speechless. You're the greediest person I've ever met. It's not that I'm greedy, it's that you don't know enough people. Lin Tianhao didn't think he was greedy. Shouldn't he want some benefits? Obviously not. Here's the lord's heart. You can leave now. Lorraine gave Lin Tianhao a common grade lord's heart. This was the worst lord's heart, but at the time, the rebels in the Blackwind Mountains didn't have specific requirements for the grade of the lord's heart. All right. Lin Tianhao accepted the lord's heart and turned to leave. Outside Blackwind City, many people were eager to try their luck, clearly knowing that Blackwind City had now been breached, and they could enter the city to plunder and pillage. In the end, no one took action. The fall of Blackwind City did not mean the fall of the Star Kingdom. If the Star Kingdom seeks revenge later, they won't be able to withstand it. But just because players don't dare to do it doesn't mean others won't. The Nightwalkers, who had been lurking in Blackwind City for some time, made their move immediately after Lin Tianhao left the city. In Blackwind City, a true great battle erupted. Lin Tianhao's smooth journey was naturally at the behest of King Abraham. But now that the Nightwalkers have made their move, the situation is entirely different. Lin Tianhao ignored the battle inside Blackwind City. All he cared about was the reward he deserved. They sped along the road. Lin Tianhao headed towards the Blackwind Mountains. Chapter 123. If you're not fair, don't blame me for killing you. Blackwind Mountains, the place where the rebel army was located. Lin Tianhao returned here, still dressed as the animal hide general from last time. I've brought what you asked for. Lin Tianhao handed a lord's heart to the burly man in animal skin. The burly man in the animal skin's eyes lit up. Because he had no sense of lordship, he could only hide and flee within the Blackwind Mountains. Thank you. With the lord's heart, we can now enter the chaotic lands and establish our own territory. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He naturally knew about the chaotic land. It was a land without a government, a no-man's land. However, as a chaotic place, it is quite dangerous and extremely chaotic, filled with killing and violence every day. Certainly, having your own territory makes things much better in chaotic lands. A good idea. Lin Tianhao nodded. The burly man in the animal skin took out a badge from his pocket. Now that we're leaving the Star Kingdom, this badge is no longer of any use to us. Lin Tianhao frowned. A regional badge? If that's the case, he'll be disappointed. After all, the Star Kingdom is just a transitional place. He will go to a more expansive place in the future. The Ragnarok Online system requires 9 job advancements, while in the Star Kingdom, one can only reach the 2nd job advancement. This shows just how weak the Star Kingdom really is. This place can only be used as a base for initial accumulation. Adventurers Guild Leader, Special. Wearing requirements, none. Effect. Wearing this will make you the Guild Master of the Adventurers Guild in the Star Kingdom. There are Adventurers Guilds in the Star Kingdom, and you can manage them yourself after activation. Abrasion Resistance, 100. Lin Tianhao was somewhat taken aback. It was indeed rather disappointing. However, it only lasted for a moment. Lin Tianhao then thought of something interesting. This is a treasure trove. Why? The Adventurers Guild is a highly credible guild, and this credibility extends not only to players, but also to NPCs. So, he could easily turn the Adventurers Guild into a bank. He can also offer a daily interest rate of 1,000th, and by utilizing this special skill of high interest rates, he can quickly acquire gold coins. Before that, Lin Tianhao still needs to meet with the Black-Robed Leader. He has already completed the Black-Robed Leader's mission, so naturally he needs to ask for his reward. The Devil's Den. Upon seeing Lin Tianhao's arrival, the leader in black robes couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. I had been thinking about your return for a while, but I didn't expect you to come so soon. As he spoke, he handed Lin Tianhao a quest scroll and an equipment evolution scroll. Lin Tianhao took the item, but frowned, because this scroll for the pre-quest of the God's Blessing actually has quest requirements. Nightwalkers should not live in darkness. The Black-Robed Leader desires that the Star Kingdom have 2 regimes. Mission requirements. Help the Nightwalkers establish a regime in the Star Kingdom. Mission penalty, unknown. Task rewards, 100 free attribute points, plus 1 blessing of the gods. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. You said before that all we needed to do was conquer Blackwind City. This prerequisite task is unreasonable. The Black-Robed Leader shrugged. I don't think there's anything unreasonable about it. If you think it's unreasonable, you can give me back the quest scroll. Lin Tianhao sneered. It's a good thing you said you were helping the Nightwalkers establish a regime, otherwise I would have some headaches. Oh, why? The black-robed leader asked with interest. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. Helping the Nightwalkers isn't helping you, so your death won't affect my mission. Upon hearing this, the leader in black robes burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha, Snow Empress, you're quite an interesting player. Do you think you can fight me just because you've conquered Blackwind City? Whether it's possible or not, why don't we just try and see? Lin Tianhao raised his hand, and a barrage of arrows poured out instantly. The black-robed leader immediately turned into black smoke and disappeared. However, when the black-robed leader landed again, Lin Tianhao's arrow still hit him accurately. How is this possible? The leader in black robes was taken aback. Lin Tianhao remained unmoved and continued his attack, because he knew the black-robed leader's methods, including infinite displacement. This infinite displacement sounds impressive, but it's actually not that powerful, because it limits the movement position. If someone figures it out, then his infinite displacement will be useless. On the contrary, his position can be predicted in advance based on his infinite displacement. The black-robed leader refused to believe in evil spirits and transformed into black smoke once more. But when he appeared, Lin Tianhao's arrows rained down on him once again. How exactly did you do that? The black-robed leader looked somewhat solemn. His infinite black smoke displacement was something that not only the Snow Emperor, but even the other two leaders of the Demon Cave were not quite aware of. Lin Tianhao doesn't like to talk during battles, so naturally he wouldn't respond to the black-robed leader. If there had to be a response, it would be the barrage of arrows that Lin Tianhao unleashed. Subtract 216,990. Subtract 216,991. The damage numbers kept appearing, which greatly angered the black-robed leader. Snow Emperor, do you really think I'm an easy target? The black-robed leader roared and charged at Lin Tianhao without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed leader's body blurred into a streak as he charged toward Lin Tianhao. Frozen. This is the passive effect of Frozen Eye. Attacks have a chance to freeze the opponent, and the next attack will deal high damage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao's arrows continued to pierce the air. The black-robed leader, freed from his frostbite, roared and charged forward. His palm, shrouded in black energy, slammed towards Lin Tianhao's chest. Lin Tianhao used the 9-body longbow to shield himself. Only, after the black palm struck the 9-harmony longbow, the black energy began to frantically erode Lin Tianhao's longbow. Abrasion resistance reduced by 1. Abrasion resistance reduced by 1. As a gold-grade weapon, Lin Tianhao's 9-combination longbow will not easily lose its wear resistance. But at this moment, Lin Tianhao's 9-combination longbow seemed unstoppable and began to descend rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the wear resistance of the 9-body longbow dropped to 90. Lin Tianhao immediately retracted the 9-combination longbow and retreated at lightning speed. In terms of movement speed, this black-robed leader was in no way inferior to him. Lin Tianhao's expression was somewhat solemn. He withdrew his weapon and took the blow from the black-robed leader. Subtract 111,125. Ding. You have been affected by the dark energy and are now losing health continuously. Reduce by 1,500. Reduce by 1,500? A huge damage number popped up above Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. I thought you were so powerful, but you're nothing special. You only took away about 100,000 of my health points in one go. Upon hearing Lin Tianhao's words, the black-robed leader nearly vomited blood from anger. Is it bad to take away tens of thousands of health points in one hit? How many adventurers can withstand a hit from me right now? If one isn't enough, then let's do a few more. Chapter 124. 1 Chi transforms into 3 pure ones. The black-robed leader's hand blurred into a blur, instantly dealing over 100,000 damage, and in a single second, he forcefully depleted Lin Tianhao's health bar by nearly 1,000,000. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. You've got some skills. Well, I'll show you a trick of my hand too. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tianhao unleashed a torrent of arrows. In a second, Lin Tianhao's health bar recovered to over 800,000 points, almost full health. The Bloodlust necklace drains 1% of the user's maximum health, 20 times per second, and can drain over 700,000 health. Lin Tianhao's 9-combination longbow has a 5% damage lifesteal, which can heal for over 100,000 HP per second, totaling over 800,000 HP. It can only be described as terrifying. The black-robed leader's pupils contracted. He was shocked by Lin Tianhao's damage and healing abilities. Thick health bar, high damage, and ridiculously high health regeneration. He no longer knows what shortcomings Lin Tianhao has. If I had to point out a drawback, it would probably be that the dual resistance is not good. But is this really a big deal? Now it seems like it's no big deal at all. No one could threaten Lin Tianhao's life. Snow Empress, I was just testing your strength. Please don't misunderstand. I'll change the mission now. You think you can just test me like that? Do you really think I, the Snow Empress, am that easy to talk to? Lin Tianhao's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an extremely strong sense of pressure. Snow Empress, shouldn't we become friends? I used to consider you a friend, but you've done some really bad things. Isn't this a joke? The Black Robe leader clearly didn't want to fight Lin Tianhao anymore. Lin Tianhao remained unmoved. Jokes come at a price. How about this? I won't say anything rash. Give me the key to the Demon Cave dungeon, and I won't pursue this further. Upon hearing this, the black-robed leader narrowed his eyes, staring at Lin Tianhao. Snow Empress, I'm really curious. What exactly is your identity? You know so much about my infinite black smoke teleportation, and you also know that I have the key to the Demon Cave dungeon. Lin Tianhao didn't offer any further explanation, but instead asked directly, So, are you going to give it to me or not? The black-robed leader looked somewhat solemn as he stared at Lin Tianhao without uttering a single word for several minutes. I can give you the copy key, but the quest remains the same. Lin Tianhao shook his head. That's a joking condition. If you want me to help you establish a regime in the Star Kingdom, you'll need other benefits. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to kill you and come and get the dungeon key to the Demon Cave myself. The black-robed leader clenched his fists, and in that instant, he wanted to fight Lin Tianhao again. Nothing more. He felt that Lin Tianhao's demands were simply outrageous. He can't accept any of them. However, now he has to make a choice. To continue fighting, or to compromise. Given Shuedi's power, if things really come to a head, not only will he be in deep trouble, but the entire Demon Cave will be in serious trouble. I agree, and I might even try to get to know Shuedi. If they don't agree, the consequences could be very troublesome. Even if he kills the Snow Emperor now, it will be of no use. The Snow Emperor can make a comeback. Good. I'll give you the key to the Demon Cave dungeon. In return, I'll help the Nightwalkers establish a regime. What benefits do you want? That depends on what other benefits you can offer. The leader in black robes looked up and laughed. I thought you knew everything about me, but I didn't expect there were things you didn't know. Stop talking nonsense. If you can't give me what I want, then there's nothing to talk about. The black-robed leader raised his hand, and a withered flower appeared in his palm. Do you recognize this? Lin Tianhao frowned. This thing seemed somewhat familiar. Then, he showed an expression of disbelief. The flower of talent evolution. Interesting, Snow Empress. I'm becoming more and more curious about you. Who exactly are you? How do you know it? Lin Tianhao did not explain. If it is this thing, then there is no problem with the transaction. Good. The flower of talent evolution is a flower that can evolve a person's talent. While it's difficult to evolve to a higher grade in one go, it's not difficult to achieve a certain level of improvement. For example, Zhou Xiaopan's bond talent, if using the flower of talent evolution, could potentially be upgraded from being able to bind 10 to being able to bind 11. Besides, another possibility is that the number of inheritable attributes will increase from the current 3, health, armor, magic resistance, to 4. The same principle applies to monkeys. Their free attribute points may double from 5 times to 6 times, or even 7 times. Regardless of the direction, the flower of talent evolution is an extremely absurd thing. I just don't know if this flower of talent evolution will be useful for my god-level talent. According to Lin Tianhao's understanding, the higher the talent level, the less effective the flower of talent evolution becomes. The exact number wasn't specifically recorded in my previous life, because there were only about 20 cases that were exposed as having used the flower of talent evolution. Apart from one person who evolved from the profound level to the earth level in one go, no one else showed such a leap in grade. Most of them are enhancements to the talent effect. One of them was used by a god-level talent awakener, whose talent effect was only slightly enhanced. Ding, the black-robed leader has issued you a mission. Mission requirements. Help the Nightwalkers establish a regime in the Star Kingdom. Mission penalty, unknown. Quest reward, flower of talent evolution. Will you accept? Accept. Lin Tianhao accepted the mission without hesitation, then took out the mission scroll and said, Shouldn't you revise this for me? With a wave of his hand, the leader in black robes changed the mission on the mission scroll. The original plan to help the Nightwalkers establish a regime has been changed to giving the black robe leader a copper coin. Lin Tianhao tossed a copper coin to the black-robed leader, and the task on the scroll for the preliminary task of the blessing of the gods was completed. After completing the task, Lin Tianhao smiled. Finally, they received the blessings of the gods again. Use the blessings of the gods. Ding. You have received the blessing of Laozi. Ding. You have attained the 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. Lin Tianhao. What incredible luck I had. Furthermore, how could the blessings of the gods that you, a leader in black robes, present be the blessings of Laozi? Could it be? Recalling the blessing he had received from the god of love, Lin Tianhao made a bold guess. That is because the scrolls for the pre-blessing missions of these gods came from the ancient kingdoms of the East, which is why they all belong to the Eastern deities after the blessings are bestowed, and it has little to do with them personally. In the later stages of the game, the key to the god's blessing is actually related to the person who brings out the quest scroll. For example, the leader in black robes clearly has no connection whatsoever with Laozi, so naturally, he could not possibly receive Laozi's blessing. Chapter 125 Job Change. Wood Archer. But none of that mattered anymore. Lin Tianhao immediately checked the effects of 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. Cannot be upgraded to a higher star level. Effect. You can create 3 clones. These 3 clones inherit all your attributes and characteristics, but they cannot be used in combat. They can only be used for support. They will die if they take an attack or cause an attack. Cost, 1,000 mana. Cooling time, 1 month. Proficiency, cannot be upgraded. Lin Tianhao. In that instant, he felt as if he had been tricked. That's it. 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. This can no longer be described as a simplified version of the 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure ones technique. This is absolutely the worst of the worst. When Lin Tianhao obtained this Qi transformation into 3 pure ones, he had some fantasies. But now, seeing these attributes, Lin Tianhao felt like he had been tricked. Can this be considered as one breath transforming into 3 pure beings? They cannot participate in combat and will die if they take damage. They cannot even withstand damage. So what's the use of this clone? Lin Tianhao took a deep breath. Although he was somewhat angry, he had already figured out the purpose of this clone. First, a side job. Developing proficiency in secondary professions is very time-consuming. So much so that few people are willing to waste time on them in the early stages of the game. However, later in the game, players will discover that the truly powerful weapons and equipment are never dropped by monsters, but are crafted by blacksmiths. Besides secondary professions, there are also various missions that do not require combat, which they can all do. The clone inherits all of his characteristics and attributes. In other words, the clone can trigger missions, and he only needs to complete the combat part of the mission. However, these are not all very good. What's truly useful is a secondary profession. With 3 clones, he can gain proficiency in 3 different secondary professions. Among them, the sub-professions that can most directly improve combat power are alchemist, blacksmith, and talisman master. Although it's still a bit far from what I imagined, if I can start practicing in the early stages of the game and gain an advantage, the future might not be so bad. Secondary professions are not very useful in the early stages of the game, similar to being a mage. Because of their low level and low skill level in their secondary profession, the items they craft are not as good as those dropped by monsters of the same stage. However, in the later stages of the game, secondary professions become just as sought after as mages, or even more so. For now, this is the only option. We can't let the skill, 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure ones, remain unavailable forever. Before that, he needs to undergo a transformation. He had originally planned to go to Blackwind City to change his class, but King Abraham issued a ban, preventing him from entering the city. Now that the ban has been lifted, Lin Tianhao can consider changing jobs. The task of reviving the ancient Eastern Kingdom is limited to the 2nd job advancement, but he could easily complete the 1st job advancement first and raise his level to 50. Otherwise, you'll be restricted every time you enter a high-level dungeon and will have to bring other people with you. Although with his current fame, there are plenty of people willing to take him into dungeons, Lin Tianhao is unwilling. Tianqing City. Job Change Hall. This place is already overcrowded. Lin Tianhao squeezed through the crowd for several minutes before finally meeting the archer's professional instructor. Alice Dodo, the archer's mentor, is not a very pleasant-sounding name. Hello, Alice Dodo teacher, I want to change jobs. Alice Dodo stared at Lin Tianhao, her eyes wide, and exclaimed, "You're the Snow Empress? Someone like you wants to switch to an ordinary job. Is it not allowed?" Lin Tianhao asked back. "Of course, no problem. With your strength, we won't make things difficult for you with the job change quest. As long as you're willing, you can change jobs right now. Good. Lin Tianhao nodded. Ding. Do you wish to change your class to Elemental Archer? Job change. Please select the elemental attribute you wish to change to. Lin Tianhao did not hesitate and directly chose the wood attribute. The archer's first job advancement offers a choice of 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Depending on the attributes, the job titles and passive effects will differ. Metal's primary attribute is armor penetration, and attacks will have a certain amount of penetration, which is useless against Lin Tianhao. The water attribute primarily removes debuffs, and its attacks can eliminate negative status effects. However, it's only at the first job advancement level, so the number of negative status effects it can eliminate is very low. This was somewhat of a double-edged sword for Lin Tianhao, who possessed the purifying jade pendant. Earth element primarily provides protection. A small percentage of an archer's attacks can be converted into a shield to protect themselves. Fire attribute attacks deal continuous damage and inflict burning, causing the target unit to lose a small amount of health over time. The wood attribute primarily focuses on lifesteal, and attacks can have a certain lifesteal effect. The first job advancement doesn't provide as much of a boost to players as one might imagine, especially for ordinary classes, which only offer a slight improvement and 3 additional class skills. As for the bonuses after changing jobs, they're just SOSO. Of the 5 elements, earth and wood should be the most useful to Lin Tianhao. However, compared to shields, Lin Tianhao still felt that lifesteal was more practical. Ding! Congratulations! You have been promoted to a wood archer. You can spend gold coins to learn skills from your mentor. Lin Tianhao left without looking back. Learning skills? Forget it. Aside from the beginner's rapid-fire skill, any one of his skills could easily surpass Alice Dodo's best skills. It wasn't that Lin Tianhao looked down on Alice Dodo, but rather that she was really bad at the game. After completing the job change, Lin Tianhao checked the characteristics of the wood-type archer. All your damaging attacks will have a 1% lifesteal effect. That's interesting. The Book of Life and Death is considered a damaging attack, as is Lightning Jump. Before, neither the Bloodlust Necklace nor the 9-in-1 Longbow's lifesteal includes the damage from the Book of Life and Death and Lightning Leap in the lifesteal calculation. However, this profession includes all kinds of damage-dealing methods, which is quite good. As long as his Book of Life and Death remains locked, he can regenerate more than 400 life points per second. Certainly, this amount of healing is negligible. All we can say is that switching to a wood-type archer slightly improved his strength. The most useful feature is that you can level up after changing jobs, so you don't have to be stuck at level 20 anymore. After completing the job change, Lin Tianhao did not rush to use attribute points to increase his mana. Instead, he equipped a piece of equipment that increased mana. After releasing the 1 Qi transforms into 3 purities skill, he switched back to his equipment. Lin Tianhao gave them orders to switch to a secondary profession. As for what happens next, he doesn't need to worry about it. He'll let his 3 clones level up their secondary professions on their own. After finding an empty alley, Lin Tianhao took out the Equipment Evolution Scroll. He now possesses 2 Equipment Evolution Scrolls. Use the Equipment Evolution Scroll to evolve and purify the Jade Pendant. Ding! Congratulations! Your Purification Jade Pendant has successfully evolved. Chapter 126 Money Exchange Business. Lin Tianhao immediately checked the properties of the Purification Jade Pendant. At this point, the Purification Jade Pendant's ability to decontrol has increased from 85% to 88%. The improvement wasn't as significant as last time, but that was within Lin Tianhao's expectations. Then, Lin Tianhao used the second Equipment Evolution Scroll. This time, the Purification Jade Pendant's ability to decontrol has increased from 88% to 90%. The rate of increase decreased again, but Lin Tianhao didn't care. 90% of the control-removing attributes are already incredibly overpowered. And Lin Tianhao was confident that he would obtain more Equipment Evolution Scrolls later on, which would not only increase the control-breaking ability of the Purification Jade Pendant to 100%, but at least 95% would be no problem at all. I snapped out of my thoughts. Lin Tianhao began preparing for the next step of his plan. Take charge of the Adventurers Guild, and then establish a bank. Do it as soon as you think of it. Lin Tianhao immediately went to the Adventurers Guild in Tianqing City. Adventurers Guild. It was very lively. Many players come and go here. Because the Adventurers Guild offers a large number of regular quests, which are material collection quests that can be repeatedly accepted. If you want to level up quickly, It's very helpful to take on some quests here that offer high experience rewards. After Lin Tianhao entered, he went straight to the staff member in charge of distributing the tasks and said, "I want to see your supervisor." The staff member was a blonde, blue-eyed girl. She looked at Lin Tianhao and shook her head, saying, "Not just anyone can meet with our person in charge." She said this with a touch of arrogance. "Only those who become 7-star adventurers are qualified to meet our leader. In addition to experience points and certain rewards, adventurers who complete guild quests can also receive some relatively special rewards. For example, Adventurers Guild points. The higher your score, the higher your rank in the Adventurers Guild, and you'll also receive adventurer badges from the guild, which provides certain bonuses. The higher the adventurer's badge level, the greater the attribute bonus. This game has only been around for a few days. How could there be players who have reached the 7th star level? This guy probably wants to take on high-level missions, but judging from his appearance, he hasn't even registered as an adventurer. It's just wishful thinking. Instead of wasting time watching jokes, we'd be better off grinding some monsters. Anyone want to team up to hunt a level 25 Jade-Eyed Serpent? Lin Tianhao's actions drew ridicule from many people, but Lin Tianhao didn't care. There were always people who liked to show off their superiority in front of him. If he had to care about all of that, wouldn't he be exhausted? Lin Tianhao took out the Adventurers Guild Master's badge and asked, "Do you recognize this?" Upon hearing this, before the blonde woman could respond, someone nearby proudly pulled out a badge. "Kid, look at this. This is a real adventurer's badge. What kind of trash badges are you holding?" Upon seeing the badge in the man's hand, someone nearby exclaimed excitedly, "Holy crap, that's a 2-star badge. Bro, you're already a 2-star adventurer." The adventurer nodded with a hint of pride. "Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. My strength speaks for itself. Leveling up is as easy as eating and drinking." Lin Tianhao remained silent, but the blonde woman's mouth gaped open and an expression of disbelief crossed her face when she saw the badge in Lin Tianhao's hand. It took her several seconds to realize what was happening. "Wait a moment. I will inform Lady Zamali now." The words fell. The blonde woman dashed inside. After a while, a tall woman with sharp features came out. Her gaze lingered on Lin Tianhao, then fell upon the badge in his hand. "My lord, you're finally back." Zama Lei bowed respectfully to Lin Tianhao at a 90-degree angle. This scene left everyone present with expressions of disbelief. How is this possible? What exactly is that badge in his hand that would make the leader of the Adventurers Guild treat him like this? So the Joker was us. This guy is a real big shot. Lin Tianhao ignored the discussions around him and walked straight into the Adventurers Guild. Zama Lei followed behind Lin Tianhao with utmost respect. "President, we've waited so long. You're finally back." Lin Tianhao waved his hand. "What's the current situation with the Adventurers Guild?" "It's the same old way. Earn some of the difference by posting tasks." Lin Tianhao nodded. He was aware of that. Many of the quests posted by the Adventurers Guild are actually quests that are in demand, but the Adventurers Guild posts them to make a profit from the price difference. This is similar to an auction house. Most of the items there are actually brought in by other people for auction, and the auction house only makes money by charging a handling fee. Not only that, Adventurers Guilds have their own experience system and can offer relatively generous experience rewards. "I'm here this time because I have a way to make money," Lin Tianhao said. Zamali asked instinctively, "What kind of way to make money?" "It's very simple. It's a money deposit service. Let adventurers deposit their coins with us, and we'll offer interest." Zamali was somewhat taken aback. Money makes money? This kind of model exists in the Star Kingdom, but it's not appropriate for our Adventurers Guild to interfere. In addition, our Adventurers Guild savings system is not mature enough to offer generous interest rates, so it's not attractive enough to draw people in. Lin Tianhao remained calm, as he naturally knew that the Star Kingdom had institutions similar to banks. However, he has the advantage of high interest rates, and the interest rates he can offer are simply unmatched by other banks. What are the interest rates offered by those money shops for deposits now? The annualized return is generally between 1% and 3%, and in a few cases it can reach 5%. Lin Tianhao nodded, a faint smile appearing on his face. "What if I could offer an annualized interest rate of 30%? "What?" Zamali's face showed an expression of disbelief. He couldn't believe his ears at all. "This is simply too unbelievable. Guildmaster, our Adventurers Guild will suffer huge losses if we do this." Lin Tianhao shook his head. "No, we won't lose out." Lin Tianhao directly revealed his passive situation involving high interest rates. "Not only will we not lose money, we will make a fortune." Zamali's eyes widened. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. This is truly unbelievable. All right, Guildmaster. I'll make the arrangements right away. All adventurer guilds in the Star Kingdom will start operating money-lending businesses. Okay, go and make the arrangements. Do it as soon as possible. Don't worry about pressure from other moneylenders. If they cause trouble, I'll handle it, Lin Tianhao said. Chapter 127, Zhu Rong's Blessing. Heavenly Fire Meteor. Zama Lei hesitated slightly, but still said, the money exchange is currently mainly managed by the faction of the eldest princess, Tishuejin. Lin Tianhao waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. If Tishuejin has any problems, just have her come to me. Zamali was deeply shocked. This was the first time she had ever met such a strong-willed president. In the past, most of the leaders of the Adventurers Guild would try their best to maintain good relations with the people of the kingdom. But Lin Tianhao's direct confrontation with Princess Tishuejin was bound to shock her. Go ahead and do it. Lin Tianhao immediately revealed his nickname. Snow Emperor. Zamali was startled again. She now understood why Lin Tianhao was so confident. First, they killed the 9 silver generals of the Wa family, and then they captured Blackwind City. This person is absolutely ruthless among ruthless people. Now, King Abraham has been persuaded to compromise and lift the ban. If any of these were released, it would be quite shocking. President, I will do my best to get the money exchange system sorted out within 7 days. 3 days. Lin Tianhao said decisively. Since we're going to compete for business, let's do it as soon as possible. Besides, I don't need a complete money exchange system. I only need the deposit and withdrawal services. If that's the case, it will only take 1 day. Then 1 day. Lin Tianhao said. As for other business, we'll consider it later. Please make the arrangements as soon as possible. Good. Zamali nodded respectfully. After settling things at the money exchange, Lin Tianhao turned and left the Adventurers Guild. Now he can just wait patiently. In just a few days, the mission at Tizot Valley will be completed, as will the mission of King Abraham. As for the task of helping the Nightwalkers establish a regime in the Star Kingdom, it was still too difficult for him. To establish a new regime in a country is to go against the entire country. However, Lin Tianhao was determined to obtain the flower of talent evolution. Even a slight improvement in his godlike talent would result in a significant boost. He's not quite ready to fight the Star Kingdom right now, but given time, he's absolutely capable of doing so. Especially after the money exchange system was established, money truly could make the devil turn the millstone. After leaving the city, Lin Tianhao started leveling up. He needs to level up to level 50 as soon as possible so that he can enter any dungeon up to level 50. With Lin Tianhao's current attributes, leveling up by killing monsters is like riding a rocket. The only thing affecting his leveling speed is the respawn rate of wild monsters. However, even so, Lin Tianhao still managed to level up to level 50 in just 5 hours. Open the ranking list. Lin Tianhao prepared to check the current rankings. Ranking list. First, Shuedi, level 50, 100. Second, Godfat is invincible, level 35, 92. Third, Jin Wushuang, level 31, 11. Fourth, Once a Night, level 29, level 65. Fifth, An Idol Who Loves Killing Pigs, level 28, 93. The rankings at this time are not very close. Apart from Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaoping, the highest ranking is Jian Wushuang. Lin Tianhao felt somewhat resentful towards Jian Wushuang. One man, one sword, guarding one city, protecting millions. Lin Tianhao was once a big fan of Jian Wushuang. How could anyone not be captivated by his charisma as he roamed the world with his sword and slew gods with a single strike? Moreover, behind the very masculine name Jian Wushuang is a heroic and stunningly beautiful woman. The reason why I feel so upset is because Jian Wushuang's ending was not good. She defended the city alone with her sword, and the city was not breached, but later she was betrayed and killed by her own people. In a way, I'm quite similar to her. We were both stabbed to death by our own people. As for the fourth and fifth, Lin Tianhao was not familiar with them. There were quite a few people like Zhu Minjiangsu who took off temporarily with a bit of luck. Zhu Minjiangsu, relying on the Golden Scepter, was very powerful up to level 20, but now that most levels have started to exceed 20, her Golden Scepter is no longer enough. Open the equipment ranking list. Lin Tianhao prepared to check the current equipment situation. First, Investiture of the Gods. Second, the Book of Life and Death. Third, Purify the Jade Pendant. Fourth, Hibiscus Lantern. Fifth, the Mysterious Gourd. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised, not because 4 of the top 5 items were his, but because the Mysterious Gourd was on the list. The mysterious gourd seems to have some use, but at least for now, Lin Tianhao doesn't think it's that amazing. As for the hibiscus lantern, Lin Tianhao was also not very clear about it. After all, this is something from the early game equipment rankings, so whether it's really powerful is anyone's guess. At least in the late game, the hibiscus lantern was not on the level leaderboard. I snapped out of my thoughts. Lin Tianhao returned to Blackwater Lake. He's going to grind for stats through dungeons. Level 50 is the threshold for the second job advancement. Since Lin Tianhao did not advance his job, he could not continue to level up. However, Lin Tianhao can still continue to accumulate health points. As his damage output increases, Lin Tianhao is now able to accumulate less and less health points when clearing dungeons. However, any improvement is a good thing. A day passes in the blink of an eye. By 1.5 million in one day, bringing his total life points to over 5 million. This health value is higher than, or even higher than, that of other world bosses of the same level. The next day, Lin Tianhao continued to increase his health, but due to the increased damage, his health only increased by 900,000 on the second day, a sharp drop of 600,000 compared to the previous day. The third day, Lin Tianhao's health points increased by 500,000, but the accumulated health points decreased again. His total health has successfully exceeded 6.4 million. Lin Tianhao's basic attack now deals over 380,000 damage. A single basic attack deals over 300,000 true damage, let alone other players. Even if Zhou Xiaopeng stood up, he could be taken down in a second. 3 days have passed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the prerequisite quest scroll for Princess Tixuajian. You have gained 100 free attribute points and 1 point of blessing from the gods. Finally, Lin Tianhao received the blessings of the gods once again. Use the blessings of the gods. Ding! The god of fire, Zhurong, is bestowing blessings upon you. You have obtained the heavenly fire meteor. Meteor shower, passive 1 star. Effect: your attacks have a 1% chance to trigger a meteor shower, where 1,000 meteors fall from the sky, affecting an area of 100 meters. Each meteor deals the equivalent damage of one of your basic attacks. Consumption: none. Cooling: none. Proficiency: 0, 100. 1 point of proficiency is awarded for each trigger. Lin Tianhao: this is a bit outrageous. 1 star is already this outrageous. If it were triggered once, wouldn't it be able to clear out all the monsters within 100 meters radius? This doesn't seem like a good thing. If triggering it once clears out a bunch of jungle monsters, how is he supposed to stack health? Chapter 128: Both princesses arrive. Not only that, Lin Tianhao's death cycle has been upgraded again. We arrived at Samsung. The probability of triggering the death cycle has increased from 1% to 1.5%. Fortunately, Lin Tianhao has a very low luck attribute, so the chance of triggering such probabilistic events is relatively low. However, as the probability increases, the number of times it is triggered will inevitably increase as well. Lin Tianhao was wondering if it was possible to obtain a special item, such as the Book of Light and Darkness. The Book of Light and Darkness is a special piece of equipment that is considered quite useless, because its only function is to disable passive skills. Normally speaking, passive skills cannot be turned off by the player. Of course, few players would consider turning off passive skills. Neither Heavenly Fire Meteor nor Death Reincarnation are entirely conducive to his stacking of attributes. However, passive skills cannot be turned off on their own under normal circumstances. However, nothing is absolute. Lin Tianhao knew of a special piece of equipment called the Book of Light and Darkness, which could turn passive skills on and off at will. This way, he can turn off his passive skills when stacking health, and turn them on during actual combat. I snapped out of my thoughts. Lin Tianhao entered the instance again. This dungeon run has given Lin Tianhao a bit of a headache. When he triggers the death cycle, he instantly kills the monsters, but this does not affect his stacked health. After all, even without triggering the death cycle, he can still instantly kill monsters in the dungeon. But now with the passive ability Heavenly Fire Meteor, triggering it once can instantly kill a bunch of monsters. Although the probability is still very low, it has severely hampered Lin Tianhao's ability to accumulate health points. Another day has passed. He only accumulated 250,000 health points. The increased damage makes the Blackwater Lake Turtle Dungeon easier to farm. There are also some issues with the instance itself. It seems that the Book of Light and Darkness is an urgent matter. Lin Tianhao's expression turned serious. Although accumulating more than 200,000 life points in a day seemed like a lot, but Lin Tianhao was not satisfied. He wanted more. He absolutely must obtain the Book of Light and Darkness. With a current accumulated health of 6.65 million, Lin Tianhao's basic attack damage can now exceed 400,000. At this stage, apart from the bosses, there are very few people who can withstand Lin Tianhao's damage. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to enter the dungeon again, a figure suddenly appeared. The person who arrived was none other than Leona. Leona looked at Lin Tianhao meaningfully. Snow Empress, does our previous agreement still stand? Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally. Instead of asking that, let's get straight to the point. Father finally couldn't hold back anymore. He's going to make a move against us. I might have to go back to the starting village for a while. However, the newbie village is not the same as it used to be. I need your help to go back. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow and said, I'm sorry, I probably can't help you with this. He promised King Abraham that he would not interfere in the internal affairs of the Star Kingdom for 7 days. It's only been 4 days. There are still 3 days left. The benefits are negotiable. Leona is already very familiar with Lin Tianhao, and as long as the benefits are right, everything is negotiable. Let's talk again in 3 days, not now. Upon hearing this, Leona frowned. 3 days later, she couldn't wait that long. No, Leona frowned. Father won't give us that much time. But I really can't help you right now. At this time, perhaps only Queen Fiordini can help you. Queen, Leona looked rather grim. Her mother's death was related to Queen Fjorden, and if possible, she absolutely did not want to have any contact with Queen Fjorden. Snow Empress, you're overthinking it. In the struggle for the throne, even if she is the queen, she can't interfere, especially since father has no intention of relinquishing the throne. Since your father is unwilling to relinquish the throne, then you should wait a little longer. There is no need to start a war now. Leona sighed. No, we can't wait. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait another 60 years. That's the rule of our Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao shrugged. This is all your business. What does it have to do with me? Besides, if you go to the starting village now, wouldn't you still have to wait 60 years? Leona's eye sharpened. No, I'm just 1 step away from taking another step forward, finally defeating my father and becoming the new king. I am to lead the Star Kingdom to the throne. My intuition tells me that our time is running out and a catastrophe awaits us. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Logically speaking, someone of Princess Leona's level shouldn't know about the cataclysm 5 years later. If we don't know, what does what he's saying mean? Did she foresee the imminent revival of the ancient Eastern Kingdom? After all, if the ancient Eastern Kingdoms were to revive, the Star Kingdom would inevitably be the first to be affected. This is why Lin Tianhao has been frantically increasing his health points these past few days. He needs to become as strong as possible during this time. Snow Empress, are you really not going to intervene? Leona asked uncertainly. Lin Tianhao nodded and said, I can't take action, but I know how to break the deadlock. Oh, how do we break this deadlock? Lin Tianhao grinned. Give me your prerequisite quest scroll for the blessing of the gods. Upon hearing this, Leona refused without even thinking. That won't do. Tell me first. Lin Tianhao took a step forward and entered the instance directly. Since Leona is unwilling, there's no need for him to waste time here with Princess Leona. A short while later, Lin Tianhao emerged from the instance. Leona didn't leave. She remained there, waiting. To Lin Tianhao's surprise, Ti Shuejian had also come here. I am truly flattered that 2 princesses from the Star Kingdom have come to see me at the same time. Lin Tianhao smiled calmly, then entered the dungeon again without hesitation. Ti Shuejian clenched her fists, clearly displeased with Lin Tianhao's attitude. Shuedi, you really don't take us seriously. Leona sighed. Given our current situation, he has the confidence to disregard us. A short while later, Lin Tianhao emerged from the instance once again. Leona immediately spoke up. Snow Empress, shall we talk? If you're not willing, what's the point of talking? Certainly. Princess Leona nodded. Things can be discussed. You don't have to take action, as long as you can provide a way to bring down my father, and it's something we can do, then I'll give you the scroll. With that, Leona tossed the pre-quest scroll for the blessing of the gods to Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao glanced at it, and, sure enough, the task on it was similar to what Leona had just said. Chapter 129 Earning 15 million through tears and blood. Lin Tianhao grinned. The Star Kingdom is now beset by internal and external troubles. King Abraham's desire to eliminate you is nothing but wishful thinking. But the situation is very unfavorable for us now, Ti Shuejian said. Lin Tianhao shook his head and laughed. You're wrong. The current situation is very unfavorable to your father, King Abraham. Tell me more, Leona asked. I attacked Blackwind City and Ice City without any effective defense, and I even offered a high bounty. This shouldn't be something you're pulling out of the woodwork. Only Prime Minister Casenro and Grand Marshal Lorraine Muyuan are capable of managing this. Of course, your father, King Abra, could also do it, but it is clearly not your father, King Abra. Upon hearing this, Ti Shuejian reacted immediately. You mean that Prime Minister Casenro and Grand Marshal Llewellyn Muyuan are outwardly at odds, but in reality they are deceiving us and secretly cooperating to plot something sinister? Lin Tianhao nodded. Not bad. In addition, the king wants to get rid of you three princesses, and in terms of domestic affairs, he has made enemies on many fronts. Tishu Jin and Leona were both surprised to find that such a dire situation existed within the kingdom. King Abraham might be able to handle the three princesses at the same time with ease, but if the kingdom's two most important ministers were added to the mix, the situation would be completely different. Besides, the Demon Cave attacked Blackwind City. If the Star Kingdom falls into internal strife, will the Demon Cave strike again? Upon hearing this, Ti Shuejian shook her head. Internal strife is acceptable, but attracting external enemies is not so appropriate. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up. This is a choice you have no choice in. The Star Kingdom is in Abraham's hands, and it will be destroyed by the Demon Cave sooner or later. Even if the Demon Cave cannot be destroyed, the powerful members of the Netherworld clan are still eyeing it covetously. Now we can use the power of the Demon Cave to fight against Abraham. Once one of you takes over, we can completely wipe out the Nightwalkers of the Demon Cave. Upon hearing Lin Tianhao's words, Leona and Tixuejin both fell into deep thought. Lin Tianhao's words were all reasonable. King Abraham has ruled the Star Kingdom for many years, but he has accomplished little. The Star Kingdom's national strength not only failed to improve, but actually declined. This is a very scary thing. We roughly know what to do, but this alone is not enough to bring down our father. Lin Tianhao grinned. The most crucial part is Queen Fire-Dinyo. Queen. Leona's expression changed. She was determined to help Qing Fuyun rise to power, but she herself was well aware that Qing Fuyun did not have the ability to do so. All you need to do is have a good talk with Queen Fire-Dinyo and persuade her to sacrifice herself to severely injure King Abraham. And you can promise that no matter who becomes king, you can guarantee Qing Fuyun a life of wealth and honor. Lin Tianhao's tone was calm, but it silenced both Leona and Tixuejin. They all felt that if they went to find Queen Fjordine in the current situation, there was a high probability that Queen Fjordine would sacrifice herself to severely injure King Abraham. After all, King Abraham now harbors murderous intent towards all three princesses. All right, Snow Empress, I hope everything you've said will come true, said Ti Shuejian. Lin Tianhao shrugged. That depends on how you manage the relationships between them. Lin Tianhao took out the mission scroll, but the mission on the scroll did not show as completed. It seems that he will only receive the reward after they have overthrown King Abraham. The two princesses were seen off. Lin Tianhao glanced at his gold coin balance. Over 1.65 billion. The Adventurers Guild had already implemented the deposit and withdrawal service 3 days ago. An annualized interest rate of 30% or more is higher than the returns on other investments. Such a rate of return is simply outrageous. With the added prestige of the Adventurers Guild, over 1 billion gold coins have been deposited in just 3 days. With a 1% return rate, Lin Tianhao could earn 16.5 million gold coins a day, while he only needed to pay out a little over 1 million in interest, earning 15 million gold coins in a single day through tears and blood. Most importantly, this has only been 3 days. Currently, Tisujian is vying for the throne, so naturally, she has no time to concern herself with the Adventurers Guild's money exchange business. Which is more important, making money or the throne? The answer is obvious. With the throne in hand, is making money still difficult? The fact that Ti Shuejian and Leona joined forces with the Demon Cave was also driven by ulterior motives. After all, he had accepted the Dark Leader's mission. If Tixuejin and Leona were to join forces with the Demon Cave would inevitably benefit. In this way, it would be easier for him to help the Nightcrawlers establish a regime. And he had to help them. Otherwise, if the three princesses were dealt with, the situation in the Star Kingdom would inevitably stabilize, which would not be conducive to his efforts to help the Nightwalkers establish a regime. After handling the following matters, Lin Tianhao went to the Berserker territory to log in. Berserker Blade was quite accommodating to him. He basically agreed to everything Lin Tianhao asked for, and he didn't mention anything about trying to win over Lin Tianhao. After logging off, Lin Tianhao checked the nutrient solution in the nutrient game pod and found that it had only been replenished recently. Moreover, a new game pod has been prepared next to his nutrition game pod. Zhou Xiaopeng has logged off and is sitting on the balcony smoking. Seeing Lin Tianhao log off, he laughed and said, "Brother Hao, you're offline? This is the game pod we prepared for Qingqing, the same one as ours. Judging by the time, it's about time. I reckon you should log off to pick up Qingqing soon." Lin Tianhao walked to the balcony and patted Zhou Xiaopeng on the shoulder. "Fatty, it's rare to see you so thoughtful." Zhou Xiaopeng took a deep breath. He didn't offer Lin Tianhao a cigarette because he knew Lin Tianhao didn't smoke. "Brother Hao, Glasses has lost contact in the game. I've been logging off to look for him for the past 2 days." Lin Tianhao was stunned for a moment. Zhou Xiaopeng had said before that the Glasses had entered a special secret realm and couldn't come out. Lin Tianhao didn't pay much attention to it at the time. "What happened? I don't know. The game shows a special status. He can't return to town, he can't send us messages in the game, and even his friends can't send messages to each other. It's ridiculous." Lin Tianhao frowned. "Did he say how he got in?" "I told you. He met a very strange and beautiful woman. She said he had extraordinary bones and wisdom. So she gave him a tomb raiding seal and sent him into the Black Wind Mountains to find the tomb of the Yellow Emperor." Lin Tianhao was stunned for a moment. FHO seal? The seal of the celestial official of the Tomb Raiders? In his previous life, Glasses didn't have this opportunity. What exactly did he trigger that caused Glasses to unexpectedly obtain the Tomb Raider seal? The heavenly official who uncovers tombs has no taboos. Lin Tianhao knew this. In his previous life in the game, he didn't know about the Tomb Raider official, but he did know about the hidden sub-profession of Tomb Raider Captain. Chapter 130, The Former Residence of the Drought Demon. It is said that the secondary profession of Tomb Raider can actually be used to rob tombs during Ragnarok. Don't underestimate them. The first artifact among the players of Ragnarok Online was brought out from an ancient tomb by a Tomb Raider. Not only that, the Tomb Raiders also brought out all sorts of strange and unusual items from the ancient tomb, each one of which was extremely valuable. Therefore, Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised when he heard that the Glasses had obtained the Tomb Raider seal. After all, there is a saying among the people that if the Tomb Raiders do not emerge, then the Tomb Raiders will reign supreme. This is evident. The level of the Tomb Raider is even higher than that of the Tomb Raider captain. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Lin Tianhao said, "Let's go pick Qingqing up first. As for the Glasses, I'll call and ask later. He's most likely gone into the ancient tomb." Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaopeng went to the hospital together. After completing the discharge procedures and settling the bills, Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaopeng took Lin Qingqing home. Now that Lin Qingqing has entered the game pod, it's up to her own fate. Standing in front of the game pod, Lin Tianhao said, "Qingqing, add me as a friend after you enter the game. My game ID is Shuedi. Remember to add me in your message." Lin Tianhao didn't know if Lin Qingqing could hear him, so he could only say this. After dealing with Lin Qingqing's matter, Lin Tianhao took out his phone and called Glasses. It took a while before Glasses answered the phone. "Brother Hao, what's wrong?" Lin Tianhao cut to the chase and asked, "Glasses, what's the situation with you right now?" "I think I'm trapped in an ancient tomb. There are all sorts of traps inside. I'm researching, and I found that the traps in this tomb are very similar to some of the traps recorded in our ancient history. I should be able to get out soon." "Good." Glasses hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother Hao, I got a silver treasure chest in here, but I can't open it." "Treasure chest?" Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. "It's all right, we'll bring it out later. Only thieves can open the treasure chest." "Okay, Hao Ji, you do your thing. I'm going to do my research first. We'll talk when I get out." Hang up the phone. Lin Tianhao re-entered the game. "I just came in." Lin Tianhao then saw the message sent by Berserker Blade. "Hey Snow Emperor, are you interested in creating a hidden dungeon?" Lin Tianhao was somewhat taken aback. "What hidden dungeon?" "The former residence of the Drought Demon." Lin Tianhao was taken aback. "The former residence of the Drought Demon? This is actually a dungeon related to the Drought Demon, which is interesting. Have your people been into the dungeon before?" Lin Tianhao asked. "I've been inside, but even on normal difficulty, you'll lose health at a rate of 100 per second. And the monsters inside are ridiculously fierce." Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He originally wanted to have a chat with Hamba, but he didn't expect such a dungeon to appear. "Some of my people have taken on the task of clearing this dungeon, but we don't have a good way to do it yet." Lin Tianhao nodded. "You want me to lead your people through the level?" "That's right. With your help, I think it's entirely possible to clear even the hell difficulty level." Berserker Blade said to Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally. "It's hard to say, but I can give it a try. In addition, everything obtained from the dungeon belongs to me." Berserker Blade nodded in agreement after only a slight hesitation. As he finished speaking, a burly woman strode over. She was wearing a beginner's outfit. Lin Tianhao didn't ask, but he knew that she hadn't planned to come out alive after entering the dungeon, and it would be a huge loss if her well-equipped gear was lost inside. Snow Emperor, I am Han Shuepiapiao. We both have the character Snow in our names. Isn't that a coincidence? Han Shuepiao's burly figure walked towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao subconsciously took a step back. Nothing more. Han Shuepiao's figure is really a bit too burly. The way she walked made Lin Tianhao feel that she had ulterior motives. In Ragnarok, the game character models are quite similar to those in reality. In my past life, there was a famous player in Ragnarok Online, known as the assassin with 300 pounds. An assassin weighing 300 pounds. Doesn't that create a strong sense of three-dimensionality? The figure of this snow-covered beauty is clearly related to reality. Is this the mission you accepted? Lin Tianhao asked. Han Shuepiapiao nodded. Not bad. I was lucky and happened to trigger this mission. This task is just too difficult. If you don't get attacked, you will continuously lose health. If you are attacked, the continuous health loss will be compounded. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go with you to the dungeon. Okay. Han Shuepiao took out a dark red stone with light blue cracks on it. A portal to the instance. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. He had only heard of this thing in his previous life after the second reincarnation, and he didn't expect that someone would already possess it at this stage. A beam of light emanated from the dark red stone in Han Shuepiapiao's hand, condensing into a portal of light in front of her. Immediately afterwards, Han Shuepiao sent Lin Tianhao a team-up invitation. Lin Tianhao accepted the team invitation and said, "Let's choose hell difficulty." Han Shuepiapiao's lips twitched. Hell level? This was something she never dared to even imagine. After all, she couldn't even pass the normal difficulty level before, let alone the hell level. Berserker Blade said from the side, "You can give it a try? I have absolute confidence in Snow Empress." Han Shuepiao nodded and entered the dungeon with Lin Tianhao. After entering, she chose the hell difficulty level as Lin Tianhao requested. Lin Tianhao received a notification as soon as he entered the instance. Ding, your teammate Han Shuepiapiao has been killed in action. Lin Tianhao glanced at the top of his head. He was currently losing 100,000 health points per second. With less than 100,000 HP, Han Shuepiapiao was instantly killed. Berserker Leader. Seeing snowflakes resurrected from the territory altar, Berserker Blade was stunned for a moment. So fast. Health difficulty. You lose 100,000 HP per second. I got instantly killed as soon as I went in. Berserker Blade gasped. Is it that difficult? Then what about Snow Empress? I don't know. I died as soon as I landed. I don't know what happened to Shuedi. 15 seconds have passed, and Shuedi still hasn't come out. Berserker Blade was startled again. He also noticed Lin Tianhao's condition. He was still alive. In the former residence of the Drought Demon, Lin Tianhao noticed the continuous loss of health after entering. He currently has over 6 million health points, which allows him to survive for 66 seconds. That's all. That's not enough. He needs to suck blood. So after he came in, he started looking for wild monsters. The layout of this instance is surprisingly similar to the footprints of the snow corpse. However, the footprints of the snow corpses were everywhere in the icy and snowy landscape. Here, molten lava is everywhere, and even the ground underfoot has cracks from the lava. Lin Tianhao quickened his pace and walked forward. Chapter 131 Ancient Town. Qiushui. After taking only a few steps, a beam of fire shot out from the lava on one side. Lin Tianhao stepped back, instinctively avoiding the attack. At the same time, a zombie bursts out of the lava. Flame Zombie, Bronze level 50. Health, 10 million, 10 million. Attack, 59850. Skills, Blazing Ray, Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Fire, Burning Heart, Rolling Corpse Chi, Fire Heaven Corpse Source, Heartless Corpse Poison, 9 Corpse Flame Shadow, Invincible Body, Berserk. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The first one was actually a bronze level boss, and it was so monstrous. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao unleashed a torrent of arrows. Just over a second, the flaming zombie fell and died. It's commendable that I didn't defeat him instantly. Lin Tianhao didn't know what to say. He had been killing jungle monsters almost instantly lately. A single basic attack deals over 400,000 true damage, and he fires 20 arrows per second. Occasionally, he can trigger Death Cycle and Heavenly Fire Meteor. Monsters are like paper in front of him. Hell difficulty. Elite players like Han Shuepiapiao would have been killed as soon as they entered, but Lin Tianhao was able to instantly kill the boss here. The second one, the third one, the fourth one. Flaming zombies kept appearing, but Lin Tianhao still killed them easily. These fiery zombies were killed by Lin Tianhao before they could even fight back. With his current damage output, a single flame zombie can only grant him 75 additional health points. This is under the premise of no critical hits, no triggering of death cycle, and heavenly fire meteor. Otherwise, even 75 points of health cannot be stacked. 9 consecutive flaming zombies struck, but fortunately, Lin Tianhao did not trigger death cycle or heavenly fire meteor, thus successfully accumulating over 600 health points. Killing 9 bronze bosses on hell difficulty only added a little over 600 health points. Lin Tianhao knew in his heart that if he wanted to become stronger, obtaining the Book of Light and Darkness had to be put on the agenda. Because the trigger probability of death cycle and heavenly fire meteor is low, but the trigger probability of lightning jump is very high. Triggering it once will kill a whole group. In addition, he has a passive skill called Double True Damage, which doubles his already outrageous damage. These skills, it's not that they're bad. On the contrary, in a real life or death battle, these skills can be described as incredibly powerful. However, from the perspective of stacking health, these skills are slightly less effective, as they affect the speed at which health is stacked. The situation then mirrored the snow zombies' tracks, with 2 flaming zombies appearing together. However, even 2 flame zombies were no big deal to Lin Tianhao. They were killed by Lin Tianhao before they could even launch an attack. There were still 9 groups of 2 flame zombies, and Lin Tianhao's health points increased by a little over 10,000. The increase in health points is negligible. Then, ahead, Lin Tianhao saw an ancient town. The ancient town, with its black bricks and blue tiles, exudes a classic charm. Its pavilions and towers, adorned with carved dragons and painted phoenixes, radiate an ancient atmosphere. This ancient town is different from those modern imitations of ancient architecture. These are truly authentic ancient buildings. After Lin Tianhao stepped into the ancient town, he found that the continuous bleeding from his head had stopped. He looked around, but there was no one there. Walking along the streets of the ancient town, the silence was almost eerily quiet. It seemed as if there was no one else around. Lin Tianhao frowned. The structure of this instance was indeed very similar to the footprints of the snow corpse. Logically, there should be NPCs here as well. I went around in a circle. Lin Tianhao gained some understanding of the ancient town, but he didn't see a single person. Is there no one here? Just as Lin Tianhao was about to continue forward, he suddenly heard the sound of a zither. Following the sound of the zither, Lin Tianhao saw a woman dressed in a thin blue gauze dress playing the zither on a pavilion. With just a touch of makeup, she was stunningly beautiful. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, about to say something. The woman in green continued playing the zither with the same rhythm, but the music suddenly transformed into a sharp blade that flew towards Lin Tianhao. Call out. Lin Tianhao's arrow pierced the air and collided with the sharp blade formed from the sound of the zither. The 2 forces exploded in midair, unaffected. The woman in green did not change her expression despite Lin Tianhao's attack. Her music transformed into swords and blades, attacking Lin Tianhao relentlessly. Lin Tianhao's arrows pierced the air continuously, blocking all of the woman in green's attacks. The music gradually became more urgent. The number of swords and blades increased, and Lin Tianhao's feather arrows continued to pierce the air. As the frequency of the zither music increased, the speed at which Lin Tianhao's feather arrows were thrown also increased. A moment later, the music stopped abruptly. The woman in green stood up and bowed to Lin Tianhao. I am Qiu Shuiru. I greet you, young master. Your archery skills are truly superb. Lin Tianhao smiled noncommittally. Miss, are you the only one in this ancient town? The woman in green shook her head. Of course not. It's just that with your strength, young master, you can only see me. Oh, what's in it for me to see you? Lin Tianhao asked. The woman in green raised her eyebrows slightly, waved her hands, and her outer garment came off, revealing her snow-white skin. Young master's arrow shot was excellent. Would you be willing to enter my boudoir and instruct me in archery? Lin Tianhao was taken aback. The woman in green was beautiful, even comparable to some popular actresses. She's tempting me to commit a crime. But is doing this kind of thing in a game a crime? I don't think so. Just consider it as finding a temporary girlfriend. The premise is, it's only acceptable if the woman in blue is alright. But that's obviously impossible. In a place like this, if a woman throws herself into your arms, is it really okay to say there's no problem? My archery skills are a family heirloom, and I don't easily pass them on to outsiders. If you really want to learn, let me see if you have a broad mind. Otherwise, it will be difficult to teach you. Xiao Shuiru frowned. Watch it here. Is that not allowed? Lin Tianhao grinned. Xiao Shuiru frowned, clearly realizing that Lin Tianhao wasn't falling for her trick. Does the young master look down on me so much? Then I have no choice but to ask the young master to die for me. Lin Tianhao stepped forward and shouted angrily. You audacious monster, how dare you play tricks on me? Show your true form at once. Xiao Shuiru's expression changed. You do have some skill. You were able to tell that I'm not human. Originally, I only wanted to absorb a little of your yang energy, and then let you go, but now it seems that I can't let you go. The words fell. Xiao Shuiru gently stroked the guqin with her jade-like hands. The music carried a chilling aura, which caused a dramatic change in the surroundings of Lin Tianhao. He held a high position, and all the officials below him submitted to him. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Foreign envoys visited, bringing with them 9 beautiful women from the western regions and various rare treasures. Lin Tianhao felt as if he were there, as if these things were truly given to him. The 9 beauties of the western regions are all stunningly beautiful, with gorgeous figures, and are proficient in playing various musical instruments and singing. Chapter 132, The Young Scholar. Besides the 9 beauties, the rare treasures from the western regions were even more extraordinary. God-slaying whip, immortal-slaying sword, sea-stabilizing needle, Eastern Emperor bell. Each one is an extraordinary artifact, and all of these were tributes from the western regions. Lin Tianhao watched all of this with indifference. Human greed is nothing more than wealth, power, and lust. Now that these things are placed in front of you, I don't believe there isn't something that will tempt you. Once you're moved, you can forget about leaving my moonlit music realm. Xiao Shuiru was completely confident in her illusion. She had even imagined the scene of Lin Tianhao's mind being corrupted by the illusion. However, Lin Tianhao looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, raised his hand and grabbed her neck, then mercilessly killed her. Not interested in women? Xiao Shuiru was slightly surprised. After all, Lin Tianhao looked like a womanizer. So how could he not be interested in women? So what if you don't get close to women? You still have money and power. But Lin Tianhao's next move surprised him once again. He raised his hand and blasted those divine weapons to pieces with a single arrow. Then, he executed every single one of the court officials, leaving none alive. Xiao Shuiru's expression was cold and gloomy, and the rhythm of her playing the zither became faster and faster. Even if you don't care about wealth, power, or sex, so what? You still can't escape my illusion. Xiao Shuiru didn't care. After all, anyone who wasn't a fool would know that they were trapped in an illusion. People with strong willpower will resist these things in the illusion. But if simply resisting these things were effective, then breaking through his illusions would be far too easy. Only, just as Xiao Shuiru was preparing to see Lin Tianhao make a fool of himself, Lin Tianhao raised his longbow. The arrow wasn't aimed at Xiao Shuiru, which made Xiao Shuiru even more smug. Call out. The arrow pierced the air. Xiao Shuiru adopted a spectator's attitude, but then she was dumbfounded. Because Lin Tianhao's arrow suddenly changed direction in midair, flying in an arc towards her face. Subtract 400,010. A huge damage number popped up above Xiao Shuiru's head. How about that? Surprised? Unexpected? Lin Tianhao's gaze fell on Xiao Shuiru. Xiao Shuiru's face showed an expression of disbelief. You broke my illusion? How is this possible? Lin Tianhao smiled noncommittally. A mere illusion, nothing to brag about. He possesses the Immaculate Eye, which can see through all illusions. Even though Xiao Shuiru's illusion is quite good, it is not enough to deceive Lin Tianhao's Immaculate Eye. Illusions are useless against you. Then I'll show you the true power of the demon harp ghostess. Xiao Shuiru snorted coldly and began frantically plucking the strings of her zither. The music transformed into the surging phantoms of dragons and tigers, carrying an extremely strong sense of oppression, and charged towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. 5 arrows fired simultaneously. 100 arrows in a second. So intense. Xiao Shuiru's expression was somewhat unpleasant as hundreds of arrows collided with her attack. Boom, boom, boom. The two continued to clash with each other, and Xiao Shuiru was soon overwhelmed by the arrows. Her hands, which were playing the zither, began to tremble slightly, and a blush appeared on her face due to the intense battle. Fine beads of sweat seeped out, wetting her beautiful hair and her thin gauze dress. Lin Tianhao frowned, and the arrows continued to pour out. The next instant, triggered by heavenly fire meteor, thousands of fireballs rained down from the sky, engulfing Xiao Shuiru in flames. Xiao Shuiru was already struggling to cope, and now she was being bombarded by the heavenly fire meteor, making it even more difficult for her to deal with. Stop! I can't take it anymore. Xiao Shiru roared. Where did you come from, you monster? How can you be so fierce? Lin Tianhao's lips curled up. I have something even more powerful. Do you want to try it? Xiao Shiru's face darkened. Enough. I don't want to argue with you anymore. What exactly is your purpose in coming here? Lin Tianhao looked around and said, Of course I'm here for the benefit. I think the zither you have is quite nice. Why don't you give it to me? You're dreaming. Since you won't give it to me, I'll just have to take it myself. Xiao Shiru gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Tianhao. If you kill someone here, you will be severely punished. Oh, are you even human? Lin Tianhao asked a question in return. Xiao Shiru raised her eyebrows, clearly not expecting Lin Tianhao to be so difficult to deal with. You came here to find the former residence of the drought demon, right? You shouldn't linger here. I didn't originally intend to linger here, but what can I do? I've taken a liking to your instrument. With that, Lin Tianhao raised his longbow. Hand over the demonic zither, and I'll spare your life. She just said that killing is not allowed here. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to make another move, a refined and gentle voice came from behind him. Immediately afterwards, a young scholar with a folding fan in hand, pale face, and looking like he was suffering from severe kidney deficiency stepped forward. Lin Tianhao frowned. I want to kill her. Do you have a problem with that? If it weren't for the skill of infinite resurrection, Lin Tianhao might have kept a lower profile. But now, he wants to keep a low profile, but his strength won't allow it. Young man, do you know that a tree that grows wildly attracts the wind, and a person who grows wildly invites disaster? The young scholar spoke casually, his tone calm, yet carrying an indescribable sense of oppression. You said I'm young. Don't you know that youth is often reckless? Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. The young scholar sighed. I used to be very arrogant, until one day, I came here. It doesn't matter anymore. You're so young, and already so powerful, it's normal for you to be a little arrogant. I'll beat you down a few more times, and you'll naturally stop being so arrogant. The words fell. The young scholar made a sword finger gesture with his hand, and a flying sword flew out from behind him. Call out. The flying sword arrived in front of Lin Tianhao in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianhao leaned back, trying to avoid the attack of the flying sword. But the flying sword seemed to have eyes. It changed direction and flew towards him again. Lin Tianhao did not dodge. He also wanted to see just how powerful the young scholar's attack was. The flying sword flew through the hall, reduced by 999,999. An extremely terrifying damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. One sword, nearly 1,000,000 damages. Terrifying. After taking the sword strike head-on, Lin Tianhao unleashed a torrent of arrows. They still fired 5 arrows at once, 100 arrows per second. The young scholar remained calm. He made a hand seal, and 9 flying swords circled around him. All the arrows that came near him were shattered into pieces by the flying swords, and not a single arrow could hurt him. At the same time, he once again launched a flying sword attack on Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. The young scholar's strength was somewhat beyond his imagination. The flying sword was like it had a tracking device installed. No matter how Lin Tianhao dodged, the flying sword could lock onto him. But Lin Tianhao didn't care at all. While he was dodging, arrows were still pouring out. Chapter 133, Ancient Eastern Kingdom, Sunset Town. Despite Lin Tianhao's swift and precise arrow strikes, he was still unable to break through the young scholar's 9-sword defense. The young scholar looked at Lin Tianhao with a calm expression. He even gave up attacking and just looked at Lin Tianhao with amusement. His attitude made it seem as if he was treating Lin Tianhao like a clown. 3 full minutes later, Lin Tianhao still hadn't broken through the 9-swords defense. And, during this period, the heavenly fire meteor was triggered more than 10 times, but it was still to no avail. Not only that, because Lin Tianhao's attack did not cause any substantial harm to the young scholar. Therefore, he didn't gain any health points in those 3 minutes. His godlike talent is that he can only stack health points by dealing damage to living beings with basic attacks. Lin Tianhao stopped his attack and frowned as he looked at the young scholar. The young scholar smiled calmly. Young man, what do you think? Your attacks, which you are so proud of, can't even touch me. Lin Tianhao was not discouraged. He had seen many powerful people, and this young scholar's sword control technique was indeed exquisite. But everything has its limits. While the 9-swords defense is formidable, the durability of his flying swords is limited. With powerful sword control techniques, one might be able to control the rate at which the flying sword's durability decreases. However, Lin Tianhao's arrows inflicted high levels of true damage, and even for someone like the young scholar, the durability of his flying sword continued to decrease. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao made another move, wanting to see how long the young scholar's flying sword could withstand the wear and tear. Still not giving up, the young scholar remained calm, completely unconcerned about Lin Tianhao's attack. Lin Tianhao's 100 arrows per second still couldn't break through the young scholar's 9-sword defense. And, judging from the probability of triggering the meteor shower, this young scholar's luck attribute should be much higher than his. After all, with a 1% probability, he can only trigger it 3 or 4 times a minute. In addition to the above, it could also be due to hierarchy suppression. In Ragnarok, there was no explicit damage caused by level suppression, but Lin Tianhao knew that level suppression had always existed. It won't be reflected in attack or defense, but rather in probabilistic suppression and control. For example, a control skill can control an opponent for 1 second, but if the enemy unit is 10 levels higher than the person who casts the control skill, then the control effect may only last for 0.5 seconds, or even less. Similarly, the same applies to probability. For example, Lin Tianhao's Heavenly Fire Meteor has a 1% trigger probability, but if he attacks an opponent of a higher level than himself, this probability may be only 0.5% or even lower. However, this difference is not directly displayed in the attribute panel. This suppression technique was only gradually figured out by players in the mid-game. Initially, everyone thought that only the luck attribute affected the probability. But as you fight more, you'll gradually discover that there's also a level advantage. Lin Tianhao is currently level 50, on the verge of the second job advancement. Even if this young scholar is subject to a hierarchy, it shouldn't be too outrageous. After all, the upper limit of the Star Kingdom is the second transformation. It is possible that a very small number of special individuals may break through the second transformation limit, but ultimately they are only a very small number of people. After figuring all this out, Lin Tianhao was not discouraged and continued to unleash his full power. A moment later, a smile appeared on the young scholar's face. Young man, not a bad idea. You actually tried to use attacks to reduce the wear and tear on my weapon in order to defeat me. That concludes the discussion. The young scholar grinned. Since that's the case, then I'll show you what despair is. Lin Tianhao frowned. Was this young scholar about to kill him? The young scholar raised his hand and softly shouted, "Sword, come." As soon as he finished speaking, one flying sword after another flew out from behind him, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of flying swords were floating in the sky. The young scholar looked at Lin Tianhao with a mocking expression and said, "Young man, what do you think? Do you think your little scheme will work?" Lin Tianhao gasped. He had expected the young scholar to be strong, but he hadn't anticipated that he would be this outrageous. "Young man, you must remember that there are always people more capable than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding." Lin Tianhao smiled helplessly. "I was being presumptuous. But where exactly is this place? You shouldn't be monsters from a dungeon." If this young scholar were a monster in a dungeon, it would be virtually impossible for anyone to defeat him. Before the second job advancement, who can fight? He now has over 6 million health points, and you can't even take away a single drop of his health. Unless he keeps adding more life points, 10 million is definitely not enough. 50 million? Or would 100 million life points be useful? This is Sunset Town, a border town in an ancient eastern country. An ancient eastern country? A small border town. Lin Tianhao twitched the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but ask, "Are you the legendary reclusive experts?" Upon hearing this, the young scholar shook his head with a wry smile. "There is indeed a hidden expert in our Sunset Town, but it is not me. I have only achieved minor success in cultivation, which is still considered quite powerful in Sunset Town. But looking at the ancient eastern countries, I am like an ant." An ancient eastern country, so terrifying? Lin Tianhao gasped. The young scholar nodded and said, "That's natural. In the ancient eastern country, there are countless powerful individuals who can control the laws and move mountains and fill seas." Lin Tianhao frowned. He didn't believe the young scholar was lying. Since he wasn't lying, does that mean the powerful figures of the ancient eastern countries are much stronger than those of the Western world? If that's the case, then why is the ancient eastern kingdom still asleep? Lin Tianhao asked. The young scholar narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his head. "I don't know. This is not something I have access to. To be precise, there are very few people who can explain this clearly, even among the gods. Because the eternal slumber of the ancient Eastern Kingdom was a decision made between the gods, not something that we mortals could control." Lin Tianhao frowned. Then where is this place? Not long ago, the power of the Lord of the Mortal Palace began to recover, and our Sunset Town was able to recover as a result. However, since the situation is beyond our control, we can only hide in the former residence of the Drought Demon. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. So, you weren't originally here? Yes. What about the Drought Demon? I've been wanting to see her ever since I released her. Upon hearing this, the young scholar shook his head. I don't know. Her former residence is just ahead. If you want to see her, perhaps you can go and take a look. You might have some unexpected gains. Lin Tianhao bowed respectfully. Senior, I have always wanted to help the ancient Eastern Kingdom recover. I wonder if you could help me in any way. The young scholar raised an eyebrow. Want some benefits? Chapter 134 Farewell to the Drought Demon. Lin Tianhao smiled awkwardly and nodded. It's far too difficult for me to revive the ancient Eastern Kingdom on my own. Can? The young scholar nodded. You need to prove your ability to me first. Come back after you clear this dungeon, and I will give you some benefits. No problem. Lin Tianhao bowed respectfully, then turned and left. Passing through Sunset Town, you'll still see lava pools everywhere. Lin Tianhao walked through it, and his health continued to drop. Subtract 100,000. Subtract 100,000. Over 100,000 health points per second has a direct impact on Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao remained completely unconcerned. They hadn't walked more than a few steps. A humanoid monster covered in red fur burst out from the lava. Red-haired fire corpse, silver level 50. Health, 60 million, 60 million. Attacks, 69692. Skills, lava burst, flame claw, blazing body, rebirth from the ashes, blazing scorch, origin of fire, super armor, berserk. It's a bit too intense. With 60 million health points and nearly 70,000 attack power, these numbers are quite terrifying. But for Lin Tianhao, it was nothing special. It does have high health, but its attack power is not very good. Judging from its skills, this red-haired fire corpse should be a magic-type monster. The moment the monster appeared, a ball of flame rose from Lin Tianhao's chest. Subtract 99,999. Subtract 99,999. The huge damage numbers were also a significant amount of damage for Lin Tianhao. But Lin Tianhao remained unmoved and fired his arrow. With Lin Tianhao's current life-stealing ability, this damage is insignificant to him. The red-haired fire corpse was very fast and was able to dodge some of Lin Tianhao's attacks. But Lin Tianhao's arrows were so dense that they couldn't be completely avoided. Moreover, there is no level suppression when facing the red-haired fire corpse, and even if there is a difference in luck attribute, it is not too big. Therefore, under Lin Tianhao's fierce attack, the red-haired fire corpse died on the spot in less than 5 seconds. This was even because Lin Tianhao did not use the 5-arrow volley. 20 basic attacks per second, each dealing over 400,000 damage, totaling over 8 million damage per second. In fact, it's not just that, because it occasionally triggers critical hits and the passive effect of Frozen Eye, dealing extremely high damage. Therefore, the actual damage per second starts in the tens of millions. This is because neither Heavenly Fire Meteor nor Death Reincarnation was triggered. If either of these two effects were triggered, the red-haired fire corpse could be easily killed. 1, 2, 3. Killing the red-haired fire corpse was effortless for Lin Tianhao, who easily pierced through it with a sweeping motion. If the situation here is similar to the Snow Corpse ruins, then there must be something that can solve this continuous loss of health. Lin Tianhao thought to himself, but so far, he had not yet triggered this reward. He probably didn't fully trigger the reward while in Sunset Town. Certainly, this was just Lin Tianhao's guess. Because the Snow Corpse ruins cannot be left after death, while the Drought Demon's former residence allows you to leave the instance immediately after death. From this perspective, it is actually less difficult than the footprints of the Snow Corpse. I snapped out of my thoughts. Lin Tianhao continued forward. After defeating the red-haired fire zombie, Lin Tianhao's health points increased slightly by a little over 7,000 points. It wasn't much, it was better than nothing. Keep going. The ancient town disappeared ahead. It was a temple. The temple was in a dilapidated state, seemingly vandalized and damaged, which is why it is in its current state. From the broken divine tablet, Lin Tianhao saw a single word, God. Lin Tianhao flipped through the tattered divine tablets again and finally managed to collect all the names of the divine tablets. The Temple of the Drought God. God of Drought. Lin Tianhao had some prior knowledge of this drought god, which was none other than the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, Hanba. She is also known as Nuba. Lin Tianhao entered the Temple of the Drought God, which had been smashed beyond recognition, and the statue in the middle was reduced to a mere stone. Lin Tianhao wandered around the temple of the drought god, but didn't find anything. If there's one thing you absolutely must know, it's that you won't lose health here. The daughter of the Yellow Emperor is known as one of the 10 great demon gods of antiquity. She contributed significantly to the great battle between the Yellow Emperor and Shiyu. There is nothing wrong with having a temple erected in their honor. But why was the temple destroyed? Could it be that, like the mortal temple I encountered before, a player received this quest, ultimately leading to its destruction? But that's not right either. After all, at this stage, who else but myself could get this far? I snapped out of my thoughts. After confirming that there was nothing to be gained here, Lin Tianhao continued forward. Surprisingly, there was no continuous damage ahead because there was no more lava. It must be ice and snow. Surprisingly, there are areas covered in ice and snow within this instance. Although Lin Tianhao was surprised, he didn't pay much attention to it. He continued forward, wanting to see what was ahead. Only, after setting foot in this icy and snowy land, Lin Tianhao realized that something was wrong. Because the temple of the drought god behind him disappeared, everything around him was covered in ice and snow. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, activating his immaculate eye, attempting to see through the situation here. However, he failed. His spotless eyes were unable to see through the illusion here. That's interesting. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and fired an arrow. The arrow pierced the sky, flew over 1,000 meters away, and finally disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao's arrows continued to pierce the air, and he had to make sure he was moving in a straight line. If you rely on your intuition, it's easy to go astray and end up going in circles in this icy and snowy landscape. But Lin Tianhao connected the arrows in a line, and he followed the direction the arrows flew in, so he wouldn't go wrong. In this way, it's only a matter of time before he leaves. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Lin Tianhao could clearly feel that the chill around him had decreased significantly. Ahead. You are very smart. Just then, a calm voice came from behind. Lin Tianhao turned around and looked back. A woman dressed in green appeared before him. Health points. Attack. Skill. Lin Tianhao frowned as he saw that all the answers were question marks. Who are you? The woman in green suddenly changed her appearance, her whole body enveloped in flames. Hamba. Lin Tianhao recognized the drought demon he had personally released at a glance. The drought demon reverted to her appearance as a woman in green and looked at Lin Tianhao calmly. It's only been a few days, and we've already met again. Lin Tianhao gave a wry smile. I didn't expect that this instance would actually be your true self here. The true form of the drought demon far exceeds the limits of the second stage. He has almost no chance of dealing with it. No, this is not my true self. The drought demon shook its head. This is just an avatar of mine. I know what you've been doing lately, trying to revive this ancient eastern country. However, I don't wish for your success. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. Why? Chapter 135 Protective Flying Sword. If the ancient eastern country is revived, it will inevitably be the first to bear the brunt and face divine punishment. A great calamity is imminent, and the ancient eastern kingdom, which has been sleeping for ages, may be able to survive. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao shook his head. Senior, you're wrong. The great calamity you speak of, is it an attack from extraterrestrial civilizations or suppression by the Western gods? The drought demon was somewhat surprised. You seem to know quite a lot. You probably know everything. So you think that just because the ancient Eastern Kingdom is now asleep, they won't attack it? The drought demon remained silent. Lin Tianhao continued. A great calamity is approaching. We should not pray for the mercy of others, but should use all our strength to fight back. No matter the outcome, I have no regrets. No regrets. The drought demon muttered to itself, forcing a smile onto its face. What a fine line about having no regrets. You're just doing this for your own benefit. Why bother with such high-sounding words? Interests? I guess so, because I know I must do everything I can to become stronger. Only then can I deal with the troubles that will come. Only when you have power in your own hands can you have a say in some things. The drought demon smiled slightly and said, Snow Emperor, your personality suits my taste very well. But do you know what the first thing the ancient Eastern Kingdom will face if it is revived? The Star Kingdom? Drought demon nodded. I suppose so. But the Star Kingdom is just a tiny place that can be destroyed at will. The real trouble is the Western forces it represents. The West has been working hard for many years, and they will not allow the ancient Eastern country to revive. So what? Since a battle is inevitable, Then let's fight, Lin Tianhao said. The drought demon smiled non-committally. It seems you didn't understand what I meant. The reason you can still thrive in the Star Kingdom is because your blessing as the ice goddess has bewitched them. However, this deception won't last long. They will soon find out that you killed the remnant soul of the ice goddess, and they will also know that you want to revive the ancient Eastern Kingdom. How will they treat you then? Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. It doesn't matter. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be here. Instead, I would be in a dungeon constantly farming health points. The drought demon laughed. If you had done that, you wouldn't have the strength you have today. Lin Tianhao shrugged. Similarly, I wouldn't be in this mess today. The drought demon nodded. Snow Emperor, you are quite interesting. I admire you. However, my experiences have taught me not to trust anyone easily anymore, so you can't get any benefit from me. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao didn't care. I don't need your help, but I want to kill a god. Do you have any connections to gods in a state similar to the ice goddess? Whether it's the investiture of the gods or the mark of the god slayer, both require the slaying of a god. Kill god. The drought demon was taken aback. You have a lot of ideas, but there are cases like the ice goddess, but you can't step into that situation right now. We can set foot here again in the future, can't we? Lin Tianhao said with a smile. The god of slaughter, who proved his Tao through killing, once killed 9 gods in his quest for the highest realm. In the end, he was severely injured and sealed by several god kings working together. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. Where is he? The Moon Wheel Empire, a land of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He naturally knew about the Moon Wheel Empire. After completing the second job advancement, players can enter the next large map, which is the Empire. There are 3 empires, the Moon Wheel Empire, the Vast Empire, and the Shitu Empire. It's not just players from the Dragon Kingdom server who will enter these 3 empires. All players worldwide will enter these 3 empires. That was when the real players truly enjoyed their peak. Certainly, it was around that time that battles began to frequently erupt between players. Because some countries have a history of feuds, war has not broken out in order to maintain peace. However, there are fewer concerns in the game. Lin Tianhao remembered. In the past, during large-scale national wars, more than 10 million players participated, and the ferocity of the battles was indescribable. In my past life, I wasn't strong. I was just cannon fodder in national wars. But in this life, Lin Tianhao muttered to himself, a murderous glint gradually appearing in his eyes. Did you think of anything? Drought Demon asked. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, it's nothing. I just want to kill some people. Oh, then let's kill him. If we don't kill him, it'll just bother us. Lin Tianhao snapped out of his thoughts. But how do I clear this dungeon? It's not like I have to defeat you, is it? Originally, all I needed to do was find my old house. But now that you've released me, seeing me is all it takes to clear the level. I see. Lin Tianhao checked, and, sure enough, the dungeon was already cleared. Your team has cleared the Drought Demon's former residence. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shui Di. Han Shui Piao has completed the first clear of Hanba's former residence. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue to work hard. Ding. You have received an equipment bonus of plus 99. Ding. You have obtained a skill book, plus 62. Gained 100 free attribute points. Ding. You have obtained. Lin Tianhao received a large amount of rewards in one go, but he was not in a hurry to leave. He wanted to go back and see what reward the young scholar could give him. Senior, I'll take my leave now. Lin Tianhao had actually considered asking to use the red bond to bind the Drought Demon, but in the end he gave up. As the Drought Demon just said, she won't give herself any benefits. Lin Tianhao naturally didn't want to make a fool of himself. Return to Sunset Town. A young scholar is drinking tea in Sunset Town. He smiled when he saw Lin Tianhao return. Snow Emperor, not bad. The Drought Demon actually let you pass the dungeon. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. He had actually thought of this before. The real difficulty of this dungeon was the Drought Demon. If the Drought Demon is unwilling to come out and meet him, then he will never be able to clear the dungeon. Senior, what can I expect to receive? Lin Tianhao asked bluntly. The young scholar raised an eyebrow, flipped his hand, and a flying sword, no longer than an index finger, appeared in his palm. Lin Tianhao took the flying sword, and its attributes were displayed before him. Protective flying sword, gold. Requirements. Level 50 for all classes, does not occupy the main weapon slot. Effect. Once activated, it can automatically block attacks from the surrounding area for 1 hour, with a 2-hour cooldown. Abrasion resistance, 100. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. This seemed to be the young scholar's 9 swords defense technique. How many attacks could a flying sword block? In any case, this is an extra weapon for survival, and it doesn't take up the main weapon slot, so he can protect himself while dealing damage. Thank you, Senior. Lin Tianhao bowed respectfully. Chapter 136, Killing Queen Fjorden. The young scholar waved his hand. Go on. I hope you go far and wide. Lin Tianhao nodded, took a step, and left the instance. Exit the instance. Han Shuepiapiao was outside. When she saw Lin Tianhao come out, she ran up to him. Snow Empress, you're amazing. You actually cleared the game. Lin Tianhao smiled faintly. It was just a small favor. Lin Tianhao's gains this time were quite good. Besides the free attribute points, the equipment and skills were also pretty good. However, the equipment and skill books dropped by these monsters were not of much help to Lin Tianhao. Most skill values are related to attack power and magic power, but Lin Tianhao's 2 attributes are negligible. As for equipment, he could choose a replacement for his 9 Harmony longbow, but since no longbows dropped in the Drought Demon's former residence, he couldn't replace it. As for the other equipment, it did improve Lin Tianhao, but not significantly. It can only be used as equipment reserves, to be used when needed. If there's nothing else here, I'll be going now. Lin Tianhao currently doesn't have any tasks he can directly undertake. We can only wait. We'll talk about it after we've completed King Abraham's mission. It's the 5th day now, and in 2 more days, King Abraham's mission will be complete. But at that very moment, a server-wide announcement was made. Server-wide announcement. Queen Fjorden has rebelled and attempted to assassinate the king. She has now escaped from Tianqing City. A bounty is hereby issued. Kill Queen Fjorden. The bounty mission announced server-wide was launched, and Lin Tianhao checked the mission immediately. Server-wide bounty. Queen Fjorden intends to assassinate the king, and a bounty has been issued. Mission objective. Kill Queen Fjorden. Mission penalty. None. Task rewards. 500 free attribute points, plus 1 to the gold set of this class. Lin Tianhao was tempted. This reward is pretty good, 500 free attribute points. It would be even better if the monkey got it. But is the monkey strong enough to kill Queen Fjorden? The answer is almost impossible. Although Lin Tianhao had helped him gain high attributes, it would still be very difficult to deal with Queen Fjorden. But the monkey couldn't do it, but he could. Certainly. Compared to killing Queen Fjorden, Lin Tianhao would rather obtain the Blessing of the Gods prerequisite quest scroll from Queen Fjorden's possession. The prerequisite is that he needs to find Queen Fjorden. Step out of the Berserker's territory. Lin Tianhao discovered that the Berserker territory had begun to recruit people. Judging from their appearance, they intend to kill Queen Fjorden. Both the 500 free attribute points and the class-specific gold set are extremely attractive. In particular, Berserker Blade had obtained a gold level set, so he had some understanding of the attributes boosted by the gold set. It wasn't just the Berserker Guild. Other major guilds started taking action as well. In Ragnarok, cultivating a top-tier player is of paramount importance. You can tell from Shwedi. A top-tier player can easily snowball their success. Lin Tianhao also began to take action. Since Queen Fjorden has already started moving, there's a high probability she'll go to the underworld. After all, Queen Fjorden has always had connections with the Netherworld clan. Lin Tianhao quickened his pace and headed towards the entrance to the Netherworld. As they approached the entrance to the Netherworld, Lin Tianhao spotted a disheveled figure. He is none other than himself. It was Queen Fjorden. Queen Fjorden also saw Lin Tianhao, and she couldn't help but frown. Snow Emperor. Humph. Did you come here on a bounty to kill me? Lin Tianhao smiled meaningfully and said, yes and no. I came here more to get the Blessing of the Gods prerequisite quest scroll from your possession. Queen Fjorden frowned. As expected, you're different from other players. What you're after is much bigger. I can give you the scroll for the prerequisite quest of the Blessing of the Gods, and I can even let you kill me and get the bounty reward. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. When the benefits are great enough, it also means that the difficulty level is also very high. What are your requirements? Kill King Abraham within half a month. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. Are you so sure I can kill King Abraham? I'm not sure, but if you can't kill King Abraham, then no one can. Queen Fjorden threw out a mission scroll. Mission requirements. Kill King Abraham within half a month. Task penalty. You will be punished by the gods, and the experience points required to level up will be increased tenfold in the future. Task rewards. 1,000 free attribute points, 1 Netherworld longbow, 1 Blessing of the Gods. Accept. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. This reward was quite good. If you accept this mission, I'll let you kill me. Lin Tianhao thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll take your task. He dared to accept the offer because he was confident in his abilities. Not only that, he wasn't afraid of the punishment for this mission. The experience points required to level up might increase tenfold, which would be outrageous for other players. But it didn't matter to Lin Tianhao. He doesn't have high requirements for levels, and besides, leveling up would be a piece of cake for him. Even if the price were increased tenfold, it wouldn't be a big deal for him. Therefore, he was not worried about the mission failing. Seeing that Lin Tianhao had accepted the mission, Queen Fjordine revealed a satisfied smile. You can kill me now and receive the bounty. Lin Tianhao was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that Queen Fjordine would actually be willing to sacrifice herself. You've already escaped here. If you insist on entering the netherworld, I may not be able to stop you. Queen Fjordine smiled bitterly. I am no longer of any use to you, and even if I return to the netherworld, I will not have a good end. So, you might as well improve your strength as much as possible. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, Your Majesty is righteous. In that case, let us respectfully send Your Majesty to heaven. The words fell. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of arrows. Queen Fjordine did not resist, but it still took Lin Tianhao 10 seconds to kill her. Ding! You have killed Queen Fjordine. This will be announced to the entire server. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for defeating Queen Fjordine. Reward: plus 100 free attribute points and plus 1 special equipment. We hope all players will continue their efforts. As the server-wide announcement rang out, Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. They even rewarded me with special equipment. Lin Tianhao knew very well that even a gold-level set like the Berserker Blade was just a transitional item and would be phased out after a certain point. However, special equipment can potentially last a lifetime. Chapter 137: A Youthful and Beautiful Girl. Lucky Bracelet. Special. Wearing requirements. None. Effect. Luck plus 10. Abrasion resistance. 100. It's a very simple attribute. Upon seeing this attribute, Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. Because the probability of his items triggering is very low, a major factor is that his luck attribute is insufficient. But this thing can actually add 10 points of luck at once. Does this mean that the trigger probability of skills like Heavenly Meteor and Death Cycle will be increased? Even if Lin Tianhao had a 1% chance before, the actual probability of it being triggered was still very, very low. If it were during the Snow Corpse Ruins, because he was level 1 and the dungeon was full of level 50 bosses, the low probability of triggering the event due to level suppression would be acceptable. However, even though he was level 50 at the Drought Demon's former residence, the probability of triggering the event was still very low. It's better than the Snow Corpse Ruins, but not by much. Now that this lucky bracelet can add 10 points of luck at once, does that mean that the probability of triggering his death reincarnation and Heavenly Fire Meteor will be greatly increased? Thinking of this, Lin Tianhao chose a nearby area with wild monsters to try. As expected, previously, the death cycle might not be triggered even once every few hundred basic attacks, but now the trigger probability has increased significantly, reaching about once every 100 attacks, which is very close to the actual probability. As expected, my luck attribute is very low. Lin Tianhao muttered to himself, because he also received a +1 luck bonus when he completed the Old Village Chief's task. With the addition of the lucky bracelet, he now has an extra 11 points of luck. Even so, his luck attribute is actually worse than that of wild monsters. This is way too outrageous. This lucky bracelet is definitely a good thing, but Lin Tianhao doesn't plan to wear it right now. The high probability of triggering Heavenly Fire Meteor and Death Cycle actually hinders his ability to stack health. It will be just right to wear it when facing a powerful figure like King Abraham. At the same time, Lin Tianhao discovered that the bounty reward had been automatically issued. Lin Tianhao's free attribute points increased by 500, bringing his total to 2,865. If he were to upgrade, he would need to level up over 500 times to obtain so many free attribute points. This is what he got. If so many free attribute points were given to the monkey, then the monkey's attributes could really take off. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Lin Tianhao began to examine the golden suit he had obtained. Green Shadow Set, Gold. Requirements for wearing, Level 10 Archer. When Lin Tianhao saw this, several question marks appeared above his head. King Abraham knew he had the bounty on him and was deliberately playing a trick on him. He's already level 50, and they actually gave him a level 10 gold set. This is absolutely outrageous. Green Shadow Set, Gold. Requirements for wearing, Level 10 Archer. Increases attack power by 99.99. Effect 2. Increases critical hit rate by 50. Effect 3. Increases health by 150,000. Effect 4. Increases mana by 15,000. Effect 5. Increases armor penetration by 15. Effect 6. Movement speed increased by 5. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. This is clearly targeted. It's still so obviously targeted. Do I need attack power? Do I need critical hits? Do I need physical penetration? Of the 6 attributes, 3 are useless. The most outrageous thing is that a set of gold-level archer equipment doesn't increase attack speed. Is this reasonable? King Abraham, I'll change my name if I don't kill you. Lin Tianhao simply gave up on wearing this set of equipment. Certainly, he still put on the 2 gold rings that increased his mana, bringing his mana to over 2,000. With 2,000 mana, his current mana needs are basically met. After finishing his business, Lin Tianhao spent 100 gold coins to buy a server-wide megaphone. All servers shout, "Ching ching, I love shredded pork with garlic sauce and sweet and sour pork ribs. I don't mind the cavities. Add me as a friend if you see this." All servers shout, "Ching ching, I love shredded pork with garlic sauce and sweet and sour pork ribs. I don't mind the cavities. Add me as a friend if you see this." Lin Tianhao wanted to find a way to contact Lin Qingqing, but this was the only way for him now. The server-wide announcement went on for a while, but no one added Lin Tianhao as a friend. That shouldn't be the case. Lin Qingqing's game pod does indeed show that she is logged in. This means Lin Qingqing has entered the game, but why hasn't she added me as a friend? Lin Tianhao didn't know, but he wasn't in a hurry for a day or two. He could continue to communicate with Lin Qingqing later. Returning to the Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle Dungeon, Lin Tianhao prepared to continue stacking his health. But just as he arrived, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you want with me?" Upon hearing this, the man standing in front of Lin Tianhao smiled and said, "Snow Empress, would you be interested in becoming the new king of our Star Kingdom?" Lin Tianhao was slightly surprised. "Kexenro, as the Prime Minister of the Star Kingdom, you actually came to ask me if I want to be the king of the Star Kingdom." Kexenro looked serious, not like he was joking. In the Star Kingdom, King Abraham's abilities are limited. Despite being on the throne for so long, the Star Kingdom's national strength has decreased rather than increased. Now they even want to seize the throne of the Star Kingdom and refuse to give it up. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, "Of the 3 princesses, Qing Fuyun aside for now, the eldest princess Ti Shuejian and the 3rd princess Leona both have lofty ambitions and want to lead the Star Kingdom to a higher position. It's no easy task to lead the Star Kingdom to a higher position. They may have the ambition, but they don't have the ability. If they were sensible, they should find a strong person for the Star Kingdom, and they should serve the strong person well to strengthen the country. In my opinion, you are the strong one." Xenro's expression was serious. "With your abilities, you are perfectly capable of marrying 3 princesses and ruling the Star Kingdom. I know there's an old saying in the East, when you're awake, you hold power over the world. When you're drunk, you rest your head on a beauty's lap. What do you think?" Lin Tianhao smiled noncommittally. "It's hard for me to believe you just by saying this in a few words." Xenro clapped his hands, and immediately 2 girls with good figures and looks came out. One was pure and beautiful, the other had a youthful beauty. Although they lacked the nobility of Tixuejian and Leona, they were still quite good. "These 2 are my daughters. If the Snow Emperor is willing to take over the Star Kingdom, they will both become the Snow Emperor's maids." Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. In a noble country like the Star Kingdom, maids were practically slaves. They could do whatever their masters asked. Lin Tianhao knew from his past life that some people with perverse tastes would spend money to buy maids to satisfy their evil desires. Because of some extreme behaviors, in real life, no one would be willing to do them even if they were paid to. But it's different in the game world. As long as someone is a slave, no matter how far they go, it's all permissible. Chapter 138, God-Level Hidden Profession, Buddhist Divine Monk. That is precisely why, in the past, some small websites featured a number of short videos that harm teenagers. "I am a gentleman, and you cannot seduce me with your beauty." Lin Tianhao's reply was righteous and stern. However, what he was thinking was, "Your 2 daughters are indeed good, but compared to the rabbit-eared girls, fox-eared girls, cat-eared girls, and so on of the Beastman race, they are still somewhat inferior." If he really wanted to satisfy his kidney's needs, why would he need these 2 women? A few coins would be enough to make him feel like he was in a dream world. As for the 3 princesses, it seems like training the princess to be an obedient maid would be quite good. However, Lin Tianhao had experienced countless life and death situations and knew very well that lust was a dangerous thing. What he wants is to become stronger. As long as he becomes stronger, there's no woman he can't have. Not to mention a princess from a small star kingdom. If she has enough power, it's not impossible for a god to massage her shoulders or for an empress to warm her bed. So, now, in Lin Tianhao's eyes, what he values more is strength, not women. Everything is based on strength. Lord Snow Emperor, I never intended to seduce you. I was merely expressing my sincerity. Lin Tianhao grinned. If you want to show your sincerity, then give me the pre-quest scroll of the blessing of the gods in your hand. Prime Minister Casenro was somewhat surprised, but quickly regained his composure. Sure, I can give you the prerequisite quest scroll for the blessing of the gods right now, but the quest is for you to become the king of the Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. If that's the case, I can't accept it. Or rather, a prerequisite quest scroll for the blessing of the gods isn't enough. Snow Emperor, I only have one copy. You only have one copy, but Marshal Luo Linmuyuan has another copy, right? Prime Minister Casenro nodded. I still need to discuss this with the Grand Marshal. Grand Marshal, come out now that you're here. Lin Tianhao looked in one direction. Upon hearing this, Marshal Luo Linmu walked out unhurriedly. I've always heard that the Snow Emperor is extraordinary, and now it seems that it is indeed true. After saying that, Marshal Luo Linmuyuan tossed a mission scroll to Lin Tianhao. As you wish, I will give you both the prerequisite quest scrolls for the blessing of the gods with Casenro. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, and a smile appeared on his face. He accepted the mission scroll. Mission requirement: become the king of the Star Kingdom within 1 month. Mission penalty: none. Quest reward: God's blessing +1. The reason why the Grand Marshal and the Prime Minister were willing to let Lin Tianhao become the king of the Star Kingdom. Besides Lin Tianhao's own demonstrated abilities, there is another very important thing. That is, they all believe that Lin Tianhao released the Ice and Snow Goddess, and that the Ice and Snow Goddess is about to be resurrected and return. Even King Abraham's most egregious act was imposing a ban on Lin Tianhao, yet he never actually laid a fatal hand on Lin Tianhao. All of this is enough to explain the problem. But I wonder what they would think if they knew that the Ice Goddess had died at his hands. Since you are so sincere, then I will agree. Lin Tianhao remained calm. He had no reason to refuse the 2 prerequisite tasks for receiving blessings from the gods. Not only that, if he were to become the king of the Star Kingdom, the benefits he would receive would be immeasurable. The simplest example is the black-robed leader's desire to establish a regime in the Star Kingdom. He could do that with ease. He has now received blessings from 5 Eastern deities: Hutanyangyang, Kaixinyi, Yulao, Huashenjurong, and Taishang Laojun. According to the conditions for reviving the ancient Eastern Kingdom, he needs to receive the blessings of 10 Eastern deities. Currently, he has 5 prerequisite quests for the blessing of the gods, all given to him by Lorraine Mai, which require him to refrain from interfering in the kingdom's struggles for 7 days. The second one was given to him by Leona to help him plot against King Abraham. The third one was given to him by Queen Fjordine, who gave him the task of killing King Abraham. The fourth and fifth ones are the ones we just got, who became the kings of the Star Kingdom. If nothing unexpected happens, he will also receive blessings from the 5 gods. If the blessings from the 5 gods are all from Eastern deities, and there are no duplicates, then the blessing is valid. Then he would be able to revive the ancient Eastern Kingdom. Of course, Lin Tianhao never wanted too many blessings from the gods. According to Lin Tianhao's understanding, both Qing Fuyun and King Abraham possessed the prerequisite quest scrolls for the blessing of the gods. The scroll for the prerequisite quest of the blessing of the gods that Lorraine Mai gave him last time should have been his own, not King Abraham's. Therefore, King Abraham should still have a scroll containing the pre-quest for the blessing of the gods. Only, King Abraham has little chance of obtaining the pre-quest scroll of the blessing of the gods. According to Lin Tianhao's deduction, King Abraham would soon find out about his killing of the Ice Goddess, or perhaps he already did. What about Qing Fuyun? Lin Tianhao had just killed Queen Faidanyu, and it was announced to the entire server that Qing Fuyun was required to hand over the prerequisite quest scroll for the blessing of the gods, which seemed to be very difficult. The quickest way for him to do this now is to become the king of the Star Kingdom. The best chance is to obtain the prerequisite quest scroll for the blessing of the gods from Qing Fuyun by acting as the king. After seeing off Casenro and Lorraine Muyuan, Lin Tianhao began to prepare for the next steps. But just then, a voice suddenly came. Amitba. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but look up. The speaker was a kind-looking monk. He was indeed a monk wearing a kasaya and with a shaved head. A hidden class of god-level prowess. A Buddhist monk. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The other party hadn't hidden his nickname, and Lin Tianhao could see it. Putua Tianlong. Putua Tianlong. He was a renowned monk in his previous life, and in reality, he was a high-ranking Buddhist monk who was proficient in all 72 Buddhist skills. With the help of the 72 Buddhist skills, he can easily fight opponents of higher levels in the game. Not only that, he was also among the first to obtain a god-level hidden profession. Buddhist monk. This is his hidden profession, the specific effects of which are unknown. His talent has also not been revealed to the public. All I know is that he is very strong and can use many Buddhist supernatural powers with great power. Putua Tianlong was slightly surprised when he heard Lin Tianhao's words. You are indeed extraordinary, benefactor. You were able to see through my hidden divine profession at a glance. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. What business does Master Putua have with me? He didn't know how to evaluate Putua Tianlong. It is said that Taoism seeks good fortune and avoids misfortune, but in Lin Tianhao's opinion, Putua Tianlong truly embodies the spirit of seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. They run faster than anyone else when there are benefits, and they run faster than anyone else when there is danger. If we're talking about bad things, he doesn't seem to have done anything wrong, and he has even saved some people when he was absolutely certain of success. However, his extreme tendency to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune has led to many people having a negative impression of him. Chapter 139. It doesn't matter. I will take action. However, Lin Tianhao felt that Putua Tianlong's actions were not wrong. He's not a saint. Seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune is simply the right thing to do. Sometimes, simply being alive is the most important thing. In the event of a major catastrophe, if you are absolutely certain that you can save someone, it is fine to save them. But if you have to take a risk, is it wrong not to save them? The answer is obvious. That's right. To paraphrase a petty thug Lin Tianhao knew in his past life. You're not my son. Why should I save you? In fact, compared to Putua Tianlong, Lin Tianhao disliked those who spouted benevolence and morality, but then ran away when real danger came. Even those who betray those around them to save their own lives. Although Putua Tianlong sought good fortune and avoided misfortune, he never committed evil. He simply did not want to take unnecessary risks. Amitba. Putua Tianlong chanted a Buddhist prayer to Lin Tianhao. Snow Emperor, you should be the most powerful in our server right now. I would like to ask you to help me with a task. Lin Tianhao didn't agree immediately, but asked instead, what benefits would I get? Putua Tianlong didn't care about Lin Tianhao's words, and instead took out a card. When Lin Tianhao saw the card, his breathing quickened. This is a card I obtained by chance. I believe you will be interested in it. As he spoke, Putua Tianlong requested to add Lin Tianhao as a friend. After Lin Tianhao agreed, Putua Tianlong sent the card information to Lin Tianhao. Second job change card, special. Usage requirements. Players who currently only have one main class. Effect. You will gain a second main class after using this. Note. This is a disposable item and will dissipate after use. Really? Lin Tianhao was somewhat agitated. He never dreamed that someone could obtain such a bizarre thing at this stage. Dual careers. How terrifying. Lin Tianhao remembered that in his previous life, a very small number of people had dual professions, which was incredibly powerful. Dual classes mean you can switch to two hidden classes, gain the characteristics of both classes, and switch between melee and ranged combat. Not only that, upgrading to dual professions grants 10 free attribute points. They have a natural advantage. What task do you want me to do for you? Lin Tianhao asked. He really couldn't refuse this reward. You could even say that this is far better than any blessing from the gods. He's an archer now, but he could easily switch to a melee class. For example, a knight, a berserker, a shield warrior, an assassin, or anything like that would work. Having an extra option and becoming proficient at switching between the two classes later on can make combat extremely brutal. Putua Tianlong directly sent over his task requirements. Task requirements. Perform the ritual to deliver 100,000 undead spirits, all humanoid life forms, including players, NPCs, elves, orcs, and other life forms after they die, within 1 month. Current progress, 108, 100,000. Mission penalty, none. The prerequisite information and rewards for the quest, Putua Tianlong, have not been released. It's probably because they didn't want Lin Tianhao to see the mission rewards. To deliver the souls of 100,000 dead? What do you want with me? Putua Tianlong gave a bitter smile. Without anyone's help, Where am I supposed to perform rituals to help these 100,000 souls find peace? Lin Tianhao's lips curled up. Now that you put it that way, I understand. You want me to kill for you, and then you'll perform a ritual to help them pass on. Ba. Although this is not a very kind thing to do, it is just a game after all, so this should not be the case. Lin Tianhao nodded. No, I'll accept your request. Kill 100,000 people? It seemed somewhat cruel, but Lin Tianhao did not hesitate. Killing players? This should be the fastest. After all, most players are newbies now, so Lin Tianhao isn't afraid of 100,000 people. Only, is it appropriate to carry out such a massacre? Killing 100,000 players will cause 100,000 players to lose levels, which will have a certain impact on the game's progress in Dragon Kingdom. Since that's the case, the best option would be to provoke a war between the Demon Cave and the Star Kingdom. That way, it would be possible to kill not only 100,000, but even 200,000. I'll make some plans, you just wait a few days. Putua Tianlong smiled slightly and nodded, saying, all right. He didn't ask any more questions, nor was he worried that wasting a few days would affect the progress. Lin Tianhao smiled. This was indeed quite good. He talks about having many tasks, but in reality, he only has one goal. It all revolves around the throne of the Star Kingdom. However, he is currently constrained by his mission in Luolin Mai and needs to wait 2 more days before he can make a move. Monkey, you and Fatty keep a close eye on the movements of the Star Kingdom's royal family, and send me any news as soon as possible. Lin Tianhao sent a message to the monkey and then prepared to enter the dungeon. Unexpectedly, the monkey replied to the message immediately. Fatty and I just received a very strange mission. It was issued by Princess Tixuejin. The mission requires us to help the Demon Cave attack Blackwind City. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. It seemed that Tixuejin and the others had already begun their operation. All right, then let's do everything in our power to take Blackwind City. Lin Tianhao said. I snapped out of my thoughts. Lin Tianhao re-entered the dungeon and began to stack his health. Nowadays, his efficiency in stacking health is getting lower and lower, mainly because his damage is too high. He can kill ordinary monsters with a single arrow. If a lightning jump or a meteor shower is triggered, a whole group will die instantly. Even if you can accumulate a little bit, before you know it, a day has passed. Lin Tianhao's life points increased by 200,000, reaching 6.87 million. The monkey reported that Blackwind City and the Demon Cave were locked in a stalemate, and King Abraham was furious, dispatching the city guards of Skystar City to assist Blackwind City. The last day, Lin Tianhao continued to focus on grinding monsters, but news of the monkey arrived again. Tixuejin colluded with the Demon Cave, intending to rebel. This was discovered by King Abra, and King Abra is now issuing a warrant for Tixuejin's arrest. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. This was getting interesting. Tissue Gorge has now been exposed. It seems King Abraham is no pushover. Certainly, it cannot be ruled out that King Abraham originally wanted to break off relations. But Lin Tianhao can't interfere right now. He can only continue grinding monsters. On this final day, Lin Tianhao gained another 190,000 life points, bringing his total life points to over 7 million, reaching 7.06 million. Lin Tianhao's increased health points mean that Zhou Xiaopon's health points are also increasing. This is the last day. The monkey delivered a major piece of news to Lin Tianhao. Tixuejin is dead. Lin Tianhao was very surprised. After all, Tixuejin had a deep foundation in the Star Kingdom, yet he died so suddenly. Okay, I understand. Lin Tianhao cleared the dungeon and emerged. As soon as he came out, he saw Leona with a worried look on her face. Snow Emperor, Tixuejin is dead. I'm next. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. He felt that Tixuejin's death was too sudden. It doesn't matter. I'll take action. Chapter 140 Hutu bestows blessings. City God Temple. The restrictions on him have now been lifted, and he has successfully completed the prerequisite quest scroll for the blessing of the gods in Lorraine. What are you going to do? Assist the Demon Cave in establishing a regime, lure King Abraham out, and kill King Abraham. Lin Tianhao said calmly. Upon hearing this, Leona couldn't help but gasp. Lin Tianhao's idea was somewhat crazy. Why should we assist the Demon Cave in establishing a regime? Leona asked her question. Lin Tianhao naturally couldn't say it was because of the black-robed leader's mission. Although I am powerful, I cannot fight against an army of thousands by myself. Moreover, if King Abraham is hiding in the palace, it would be almost impossible for me to kill him. But ordinary bait won't work if we want to lure King Abel out. If the Demon Cave establishes a regime, King Abraham will definitely come out. After all, If a country has a second regime and he doesn't come out first, his people will not agree to it. Leona frowned. She still felt there was something wrong, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what the problem was, because she felt that what Lin Tianhao said seemed to make sense. After Leona left, Lin Tianhao has now completed the mission in Luolin Mai, gained 100 free attribute points, and also received a blessing from the gods. Lin Tianhao now has 2,965 free attribute points. Use the blessings of the gods. Ding. You have received the blessing of the gods. Ding. The goddess Hutu is bestowing blessings upon you. Lin Tianhao was stunned. It was Hutun Yang again. This is a bit of a headache. The reason is simple. He has already received 2 blessings from the goddess Hutu, so receiving another would only be a repetition. It does not speed up the process. Ding. You have obtained the city god temple. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. The city god temple? What is this? Temple? Lin Tianhao immediately checked the attributes of the city god temple. City god temple, a unique building. Usage requirements. Limited to Shui, cannot be gifted, dropped, stolen, or deprived in any way. Effect, unknown. Abrasion resistance, indestructible. Lin Tianhao. The effect is unknown? Are you kidding me? What exactly is the purpose of this thing? Hutun Yang is a saint in the legends of Eastern mythology. Her methods of reincarnation and the Book of Life and Death are quite extraordinary. According to legends of the underworld, this city god temple appears to be the temple of the city god. Is it for collecting incense offerings? To know the specific purpose of the city god temple, one must first build it. However, since Lin Tianhao currently has no territory, the city god temple is temporarily unusable. After securing the city god temple, Lin Tianhao headed to the demon cave. He found the leader in black robes. Snow Emperor, you've finally arrived. The black-robed leader seemed to have been waiting for Lin Tianhao. I can lead you to attack the city now, Lin Tianhao said casually. The black-robed leader's eyes lit up. That's great. I'll mobilize the army right now, and we're ready to move out at any time. I have a request, Lin Tianhao said. What are the requirements? I want your disguise robes. Upon hearing this, the black-robed leader frowned. This wasn't part of the previous agreement. I cannot reveal my identity. Your disguise robes are the best option. The black-robed leader chuckled. Aren't you kidding me? Among adventurers, who has such outrageous damage as you? Once you make a move, whether you wear a disguise or not, you will be exposed. Lin Tianhao smiled indifferently. Only the higher-ups know, but ordinary people may not know my identity. Moreover, I'm just giving them a chance to accept it. After all, I still need to clear my name later. The black-robed leader narrowed his eyes, staring at Lin Tianhao. He seemed to have guessed something and couldn't help but ask. You wouldn't happen to want to be crowned the god of war of the Star Kingdom, would you? Help us establish a regime, receive my reward, and then help the Star Kingdom deal with us. At that time, you can also receive the Star Kingdom's reward. At this point, the black-robed leader couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Snow Empress, you're truly cunning, using the lives of us demon crypt warriors as sacrifices for your rewards. Lin Tianhao rubbed his nose helplessly. Am I really that bad in your eyes? Yes. The leader in black robes answered decisively. Lin Tianhao was somewhat amused and exasperated. He didn't seem to have done anything that would anger anyone. So why was he being targeted like this? The Star Kingdom is just my starting point. There are even more vast and boundless worlds ahead. I won't waste too much energy here. The black-robed leader snorted coldly. But I know you don't mind gaining as many benefits as possible here. Lin Tianhao shrugged. We're partners now. How can you assume such things about me? Okay, as long as you're willing to add a little more to the mission scroll, I can trust you unconditionally. Lin Tianhao frowned. Blackrobe, aren't you pushing your luck a bit? It's not that I'm pushing my luck, but it's really hard for me to completely trust you, Shui Di. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. What other conditions do you want to add? Kill King Abraham. The leader in black robes stared at Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao thought to himself, that's it? Isn't this my mission? That's what Lin Tianhao was thinking, but upon hearing these words, his first reaction was, you're dreaming. Kill King Abraham? Who do you take King Abraham for? Do you think he's so easy to kill? The leader in black robes smiled and said, otherwise, I really find it hard to believe you. Lin Tianhao pondered for a moment, then deliberately spoke in a deep voice. A little while later, Lin Tianhao slowly said, it's not impossible, but what? You need to pay more. The black-robed leader laughed heartily. All right, as long as you're willing to add this clause, I can give you more money. Killing King Abraham is no small task. The reward you offer must match the mission requirements. The black-robed leader nodded. then raised his hand and flipped it over, revealing a golden leaf in his palm. Lin Tianhao frowned. What is this thing? He genuinely didn't recognize them. After all, there were simply too many items from Ragnarok, and he didn't know much about them. A leaf from the Tree of Knowledge. The Tree of Knowledge. Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly contracted. Isn't that the legendary thing? Lin Tianhao had heard of the Tree of Knowledge, but even in his previous life, it was just a legendary thing. That's right, it is indeed a legendary item. It doesn't exist in the entire Star Kingdom, and the one in my area was brought out from the sacred land of the vast empire. Lin Tianhao was startled and subconsciously asked, "Are you from the vast and boundless palace?" Chapter 141 General Kingflin's Scheme. At the imperial level, it is slightly different from the Star Kingdom. Because behind every empire, there is usually a sacred site. The Holy Land is a powerful and mysterious place, and the people there possess extremely terrifying strength. The vast and boundless palace is the power behind the vast and boundless empire. The black-robed leader was quite surprised to hear Lin Tianhao mention the vast and boundless palace. Snow Emperor, you are indeed blessed with great fortune, as you already know about the vast and boundless palace. What's your relationship with the vast and boundless palace? How did you manage to obtain something so legendary? Lin Tianhao asked. The black-robed leader shook his head. You don't need to know that. You just need to know that my knowledge god leaf is real. Lin Tianhao nodded. All right, in that case, let's change the quest scroll and add the reward for killing King Abraham. No problem. Lin Tianhao felt like he was about to become incredibly rich. He has many rewards beckoning him, the ultimate goal being to kill King Abraham. Once he completes this ultimate task, the benefits he will reap will be immeasurable. This is a disguise robe. When do we make our move? Now. Lin Tianhao didn't want to waste any time, so the sooner the better. At the same time, Lin Tianhao sent a message to Putua Tianlong. Get ready. I'm going to lead men to attack Black Wind City. Good. After sending a message to Putua Tianlong, Lin Tianhao sent another message to Zhou Xiaopeng. Get ready. The war between the Star Kingdom and the Demon Cave may be about to begin. Lin Tianhao had previously told Zhou Xiaopeng and Monkey that this national war would be a good opportunity for Monkey. After sending the message, Lin Tianhao led the Demon Cave Army to Black Wind City. During this period, the Demon Cave Army was already engaged in battle with Black Wind City, but had not yet been able to capture it. Now, Lin Tianhao is leading the team to launch an attack. A large number of city guards poured out of Black Wind City and began to fight against the Demon Cave Army. Right now, Lin Tianhao didn't hesitate to fire, releasing 5 arrows simultaneously, 100 arrows in a second. With Lin Tianhao's current damage output, he could easily kill these city guards. The occasional lightning jumps can electrocute many people. Especially after triggering a meteor shower, it terrified the city guards. What kind of attack is this? How can it be so terrifying? Who exactly is that man in black robes? He's even more terrifying than the Snow Emperor who attacked the city before. Lord of the city, save me. We can't win at all. Lin Tianhao was hidden under a black robe, and no one could tell his identity. However, judging from today's attack methods and damage, Blackwind City Lord Butiers has already guessed Lin Tianhao's identity. Damn it, the Snow Emperor is despicable. He actually helped those scum from the Demon Cave to attack the city. What does he want to do? Overthrow the Star Kingdom. If the Star Kingdom had its own agenda when Lin Tianhao attacked the city, then, but now, a siege of the Demon Cave would be a completely different story. The Demon Cave is entirely capable of destroying the Star Kingdom. Lord, but don't worry, I'm here. Just then, a general clad in golden armor strode in. Upon seeing the newcomer, Butia's eyes lit up. It's General Kingflin. Our Blackwind City will have to rely on General Jingflin. Kingflin grinned and nodded. I'm a second-tier golden general at the limit of the second rank. Dealing with those scum outside is no problem for me. The maximum level in the Star Kingdom is second-tier advancement. Most NPCs are first-tier, and a small number are second-tier. The requirement for the second job change is level 50. After completing the job change, you can continue to level up. As long as you don't complete the third job advancement, you can continue to stay in the Star Kingdom. Certainly, certain special beings are able to break this restriction and remain in the Star Kingdom with a third or even fourth level of transformation. This General Kingflin is a second-tier, ultimate general. The second job advancement limit means that the conditions for the third job advancement have been met, but the third job advancement has not yet been completed. Similar to Lin Tianhao's current situation, this is the limit of the first transformation. He is already level 50 and can undergo a second job change. but he has not changed jobs yet. And the limit for this second job advancement is level 100. This King Flynn is a level 100 Grand General, which is why he has such confidence. General King Flynn, the black-robed archer outside, is formidable and should not be underestimated. Buteers reminded him. Kim Flynn sneered, waved the wooden sword in his hand, and said with a smile, "This is the beginner equipment that village chief Wang gave us." Beginner gear? Buteers was somewhat taken aback. He didn't understand why Kim Flynn was so smug about a piece of beginner equipment. Don't you understand? Although beginner equipment adds very few attributes, it has one very important characteristic. Cannot be dropped. No, it's indestructible. This is the bottom line equipment for those adventurers, so they won't be without weapons. We weren't qualified to use this kind of equipment before. Buteers wasn't stupid. Upon hearing indestructible, he immediately understood. This way you can use your wooden sword to deflect the black-robed archer's arrows without worrying about them destroying your wooden sword. The weapon can fire flying arrows. The shadow assassin that Lin Tianhao encountered at the beginning could do that. However, most weapons have a wear resistance, and using a weapon to hit a feathered arrow will reduce the weapon's wear resistance. However, the indestructible nature of the beginner's wooden sword is a perfect counter to feathered arrows. However, the attribute bonuses of beginner equipment are very low, and they are often eliminated as soon as they leave the beginner village. In that case, this beginner's wooden sword is comparable to a divine weapon. In the hands of General King Flynn, it will surely be invincible. General King Flynn laughed loudly. Enough with the nonsense. Let me go and meet that black-robed archer and see what he's really made of. At this time, Lin Tianhao was slaughtering the city guards. These guards couldn't even get close to him before he killed them. With his assistance, the demon warriors quickly reached the city gate. Just as Lin Tianhao was thinking that after conquering Blackwind City, the national war would break out completely. A great general, wielding a beginner's wooden sword and clad in golden armor, charged out. King Flynn, Lin Tianhao, didn't pay much attention to the name of the general. Only, he possessed the immaculate eye, with astonishing eyesight, and immediately noticed the novice wooden sword in King Flynn's hand. A beginner's wooden sword? In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianhao guessed what King Flynn wanted to do. As expected, King Flynn took the lead, wielding a beginner's wooden sword to cut Lin Tianhao's arrow in two. Using the indestructible nature of the beginner's wooden sword to counter my arrows is a good idea. If it were an ordinary archer, they probably wouldn't be able to do it. However, you've met me today. Chapter 142, Tuzzle Technique. Lin Tianhao had encountered the use of the indestructible nature of a beginner's wooden sword to counter feathered arrows in his previous life, so he was quite familiar with it. The beginner wooden sword is indeed indestructible, but the attributes it provides are very low. Furthermore, the beginner's wooden sword is relatively short. As long as you pay attention to where the arrows land, it is not an easy task to use the beginner's wooden sword to block his arrows. This time, Lin Tianhao did not fire all 5 arrows at once. Instead, they used the technique of twisting the bowstring. The arrow flew out in an arc through the air, and it was difficult to judge the landing point of Lin Tianhao's arrow with normal eyesight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao continued to fire arrows, and even with his twisted bow technique, he could still fire 20 arrows per second, suppressing General King Flynn in the blink of an eye. General King Flynn, a level 100 gold boss, is a veteran of countless battles and has an extremely fast reaction speed. Even though Lin Tianhao used the twisted arrow technique to attack from different angles, he was still able to defend against it. Attack speed is only around 10. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already determined General King Flynn's attack speed in the first round of attacks. An attack speed of around 10 is not bad for a level 100 gold boss. However, compared to Lin Tianhao, there is still a considerable gap. Since that's the case, then let me show you what acupoint arrow is. Lin Tianhao smiled. The pressure point arrow could be considered the ultimate move in archery, especially the combination of the twisting bow technique and the pressure point arrow technique is extremely difficult. Lin Tianhao possessed exceptional archery talent and had also experienced 5 years of gaming and 5 years of life or death battles. Even so, his pressure point arrow technique can only be considered to be at the highest level. Whether it's a volley of 5 arrows, a rapid-fire attack, or a twisting bow technique, these are categorized by the Qi family of Tiangong Mountain based on proficiency. There are 5 levels: beginner, proficient, master, pinnacle, and divine. Lin Tianhao's rapid-fire arrows were at a superb level because they were the simplest. The simultaneous firing of 5 arrows is also a superb skill. However, in high-intensity battles, A combination of rapid-fire arrows and simultaneous firing of 5 arrows is usually used. If combined, Lin Tianhao's 5-arrow volley could only be considered the pinnacle of skill. As for the twisting arrow technique and the floating arrow technique, Lin Tianhao should have reached the pinnacle of skill. Lin Tianhao had only mastered the final acupoint arrow technique. If he combined the twisting bow technique with the pressure point technique, he could only achieve a level of proficiency. But that's enough. Acupoint arrow technique, as the name suggests, involves using arrows to strike acupoints. The acupoints on the human body are very small, so it is extremely difficult to use an arrow to strike them in a long-range combat mode. Especially, using the twisted bow technique, a type of archery with an arc, to strike pressure points is an incredibly difficult task. Lin Tianhao's combination of the twisting bow technique and the acupoint striking technique still allows him to achieve a high level of proficiency. Mastery is roughly equivalent to being able to hit pressure points successfully with 5 out of 10 arrows and 9 out of 10 arrows hitting the mark. General Kingflin's attack speed is 10. If Lin Tianhao attacks all at once, he can block 2 or 3 arrows, or even more, with a single sword strike. Even with an attack speed of 20, Lin Tianhao would have a hard time hurting him. However, the acupoint arrow technique can precisely target the limbs and facial features, launching attacks from different angles all over the body, making it difficult for the opponent to defend themselves. As expected, Lin Tianhao had just used his acupoint arrow technique when General Kingflin was hit by the arrow, leaving him in a very sorry state. Subtract 425,120. Subtract 425,121. Lin Tianhao's arrows struck General Kingflin, dealing massive damage one after another. Damn it! General Kingflin was somewhat exasperated, as Lin Tianhao's arrows attacked from his left foot, right foot, hands, head, and abdomen. He had no idea how Lin Tianhao had aimed so accurately. Especially, the harm done to Lin Tianhao was so outrageous. Far away, upon witnessing Lin Tianhao's terrifying archery skills, shooting through the skies, gaze narrowed slightly. Acupoint striking arrow technique, or a combination of bowstring twisting and acupoint striking arrow technique. Just who is this Snow Emperor? Judging from Lin Tianhao's previous damage output and archery skills, shooting through the sky had already determined that the Lin Tianhao hidden in the black robe was the Snow Emperor. Only, even after he saw Lin Tianhao use the acupoint arrow technique, he still found it unbelievable. Lin Tianhao didn't care about anything else. He was still focused on unleashing his full power. Because Lin Tianhao wasn't wearing the lucky bracelet, and because General Kingflin was 50 levels below him, neither the Heavenly Fire Meteor nor the Death Cycle were triggered much. And, under probability suppression, there are not only levels, but also grades. As a gold-level General Kingflin, he can further suppress the actual probability of Lin Tianhao's Heavenly Fire Meteor and Death reincarnation. But, Lin Tianhao was not in a hurry. His original intention was to accumulate more health points, so not triggering the Heavenly Fire Meteor and Death Cycle was not a bad thing. Not only that, Lin Tianhao really can't kill too quickly. The reason is quite simple. If he had crushed Blackwind City in a decisive manner, the national war might have been postponed. He needs to create a crisis for Blackwind City while also giving it a glimmer of hope, which could potentially trigger a national war. The monkey's attributes are already quite good. Now that a national war has been initiated, the monkey will surely be able to dominate the battlefield and earn a large number of free attribute points. Thinking this way, Lin Tianhao began to wear down General Kingflin. General Kingflin roared in exasperation. Who exactly is this black-robed archer? Does he have the guts to fight me head-on? Lin Tianhao paid little attention to General Kingflin, and his arrows continued to pierce the air. On the walls of Blackwind City, when City Lord Butiers saw that General Kingflin was being suppressed by Lin Tianhao and was losing health rapidly, he finally started to panic. His gaze turned toward Tianqing City. Given the current situation, Blackwind City has no chance of stopping them. Your Majesty, what are you waiting for? Let's start the national war. Butiers muttered to himself. All he wanted now was for King Abraham to start the national war as soon as possible. But at that very moment, General Kingflin discovered that the arrows that had attacked him were gone. Looking towards the direction of the black-robed archer, one could see that the black-robed archer used a spatial teleportation to dodge an attack. In the field, Lin Tianhao was still continuously attacking General Kingflin. But suddenly I sensed a crisis, a keen sense that I had developed over the past 5 years of the Great Cataclysm. Therefore, Lin Tianhao used spatial teleportation without hesitation. Sure enough, an assassin nearly hit him with a piercing stab. At this critical moment, Lin Tianhao also saw the assassin's name. Tuzel, gold level 100. Health points. Attack. Skill. A gold level assassin. The level is as high as 100. Lin Tianhao had no recollection of this Tuzel technique. In his previous life, he left the Star Kingdom after reaching level 50 and undergoing his second reincarnation. Naturally, he was unlikely to come into contact with such a limit-up existence as the second reincarnation. Chapter 143, 3 Golden Bosses. However, judging from the sense of crisis I just felt, this assassin called Tuzel is definitely not ordinary. Gold-level NPCs are much stronger than ordinary gold-level monsters. This is an experience Lin Tianhao summarized from his previous life. To be precise, NPCs are always stronger than monsters of the same level. This guy is a level 100 assassin, so his burst damage is absolutely outrageous. However, the strength of an assassin lies in surprise attacks. Since this assassin failed in his surprise attack, he naturally posed little threat to Lin Tianhao. The Night Stalkers around Lin Tianhao saw the assassin and attacked without hesitation. But in just one exchange, the Night Stalker who struck first fell to the ground. One strike, dealing over 100,000 damage, instantly killed the Night Stalker next to Lin Tianhao. This wasn't his ultimate damage, but rather because the Nightcrawler only had a little over 100,000 health points. The other Night Walkers were also frightened by Tuzel's methods. There's no way around it. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly, not paying too much attention. He raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of arrows. Tuzel instantly turned into a blur and then disappeared. Shadow Step combined with stealth. This is a common tactic used by assassins because it is very effective. Entering stealth directly makes it easy for opponents to pinpoint your location, but combining it with Shadowless Step can confuse them. Only, this couldn't fool Lin Tianhao. Call out. Lin Tianhao's arrow precisely locked onto the stealthy Tuzel spell. Tuzel used his dagger to deflect Lin Tianhao's arrow and charged directly at Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao immediately retreated, continuing to fire arrows. This Tuzel has a very fast movement speed, especially as an assassin. He has many speed-boosting abilities. He simply deflected Lin Tianhao's arrows with his dagger. But Lin Tianhao's arrow landed in a much more tricky spot than he had expected. Tuzel hadn't even run a few steps before Lin Tianhao forced him back with his feather arrows. It would be too naive for an assassin to think he could take him down alone. Even if this assassin were a level 100 gold boss, they still couldn't do it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao's arrows became increasingly dense, and in an instant, he suppressed the assassin. Earth-shattering technique. Just then, another voice rang out. A huge crack instantly appeared beneath Lin Tianhao's feet. Wings of Mystic Ice. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao immediately used the wings of Mystic Ice to take flight. At the same time, his gaze locked onto the mage who had attacked him. Archmage Abir, gold level 100. Health points. Attack. Skill. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. It was yet another gold boss at the second stage limit. Mage, Warrior, and Assassin. These are the three classes that have reached their second job advancement limit. Judging from this, King Abraham clearly values him highly. You must be King Abraham's vanguard. Lin Tianhao muttered to himself. The only way to make King Abraham appear is to kill you all. With these second-tier, max-level gold bosses around, it's impossible for King Abraham to appear. In this game, the assassin has high burst damage, but he is a melee fighter. He is now not afraid of melee combat while in the air. So, his arrow flew toward Archmage Abir in an instant. Archmage Abel waved her staff, and an earth-yellow light shield appeared, enveloping her within it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao's arrow landed on Archmage Abel's light shield, and in less than a second, the shield shattered. Only, the moment the protective barrier shattered, Archmage Abir's new magic was already formed. A massive array appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao immediately wanted to escape. However, a beam of yellow light locked onto him, and he felt his body stiffen. In the next instant, his skin began to petrify. Not good. Lin Tianhao sped up and rushed out, but countless boulders fell from the array above his head. Lin Tianhao dodged and weaved, but he couldn't completely avoid the boulder. Bang! A huge rock fell on Lin Tianhao. Subtract 58,210. Just a boulder took away more than 50,000 of Lin Tianhao's life points. This amount of health is negligible to him. Lin Tianhao was about to break through the rockfall formation. Just then, a figure soared into the sky and crashed into Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's pupils shrank. The one who made the move was none other than General King Flynn. He even has the ability to fly. But that's normal. After all, the other party is a level 100 gold general and holds a high position in the Star Kingdom, so it's not surprising that he has some good stuff. Lin Tianhao was knocked back into the rockfall formation by General King Flynn and was hit by a boulder again. Subtract 58,222. Another damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. The damage wasn't much, and Lin Tianhao could easily withstand it. With the presence of the purifying jade pendant, the petrification effect on his body was not obvious, but it still affected his movements to some extent. This kind of veteran mage is truly outrageous. With that thought in mind, Lin Tianhao put on the lucky bracelet. Since they want to fight, let them see their strength for themselves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 arrows fired simultaneously. 3 feathered arrows to deal with 3 gold bosses at the second job advancement limit. The other 2 arrows were aimed at the city guards. His arrows need to hit a target to heal, but whether it's Archmage Abir, General King Flynn, or the assassin Tuzel, they can all block his arrows, preventing him from healing. But now that all 5 arrows are being fired simultaneously, with 2 of them capable of sucking blood, it is naturally no small matter. Only in this way could he suppress 3 gold-level bosses at the same time. As expected, under Lin Tianhao's intense attacks, the 3 were suppressed by him, and Lin Tianhao's arrows were still able to lock onto them. Change position, surround him from 3 sides. Don't give him the opportunity to restrain you at the same time. Archmage Abir immediately made a judgment. The 3 attacked Lin Tianhao from 3 different directions. Even with his superb archery skills, Lin Tianhao could not hit them all at the same time with a volley of 5 arrows. Snow Emperor, no matter how strong you are, you must die here today. General King Flynn took the lead, unleashing a sword strike that ripped through the sky and reached Lin Tianhao in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows simultaneously, all aimed at the city guards below. Bang! Reduced by 185,080. A massive damage number appeared, demonstrating the terrifying power of a level 100 gold general. In my previous life, it would have taken at least 100 people, or even 1,000, to fight against a boss like this. But now, Lin Tianhao single-handedly fought against 3 level 100 gold bosses. This can already be considered legendary. Lin Tianhao can withstand a lot of damage, but his life-stealing ability is not to be underestimated. This is where the power of the Bloodlust necklace becomes apparent. The city guards only have around 100,000 health points, and Lin Tianhao's arrow can only cause around 100,000 damage. Even with 50% damage lifesteal, you can only steal around 50,000 health. Chapter 144, fully healed in a second, stunned 2 golden bosses. However, since the Bloodlust necklace's effect is to restore 1% of maximum health with a basic attack, it will restore health as long as it hits the target, regardless of how much damage it deals. Even if Lin Tianhao only deals 100 points of damage, he can forcibly restore 1% of his maximum health. Lin Tianhao's current health points have exceeded 7 million, and 1 arrow can restore 70,000 health points. 5 arrows equal 350,000 health points. In addition to Lin Tianhao's own blood-sucking ability, he can recover more than 400,000 health points from these 5 arrows fired simultaneously. Interrupt him. Archmage Abir also noticed Lin Tianhao's blood-draining ability, and his pupils contracted involuntarily. General King Flynn charged forward again. The wolf's howl resounds. A halo of light swept towards Lin Tianhao, who felt dizzy and his body stiffened after being hit. But Lin Tianhao was out of this state in just 0.3 seconds. How is this possible? General King Flynn's pupils contracted. How can your resilience be so terrifying? Lin Tianhao's resilience isn't terrifying. It's the effect of purifying the jade pendant that's terrifying. The purification jade pendant's 80% control reduction ability was already quite extraordinary, but now Lin Tianhao has further increased it to 90%. General King Flynn's control effect lasted for nearly 3 seconds and was an area of effect control, which is quite a good move. But then he happened to run into Lin Tianhao. Control connection. As Archmage Abel waved his staff, Lin Tianhao felt as if a mountain had been placed on his back. Not only that, a ring of mud wrapped around his legs, briefly restraining him. This control lasted a full 0.6 seconds, twice as long as the wolf howl of General King Flynn just now. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. Before he could release the control, General King Flynn's novice wooden sword sent Lin Tianhao flying. Lin Tianhao hovered in the air, while General King Flynn performed a textbook-level combo of knockback attacks for the warriors below. Launch the opponent into the air, then follow up with a cross slash to knock them back, followed by a triple slash that leaves them stunned. The reason it's called a 3-stage slash instead of a 9-stage or 12-stage slash is because the 3-stage slash doesn't have any control effects. It can only create a slight stun effect by using the airborne effect. 3 segments is the limit. Any more, and Lin Tianhao will have to break free of his levitation state. After all, Lin Tianhao's ability to reduce control is undeniable. Earth Dragon Impact. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to lose his levitation, the Earth Dragon strike once again caused him to float in the air and also took away more than 80,000 of Lin Tianhao's health points. King Flynn sneered, followed by a straight thrust and a series of slashes, then combined with an absorption crescent slash to knock Lin Tianhao back and prolong the floating effect. Both the straight thrust and the chain slash can only cause a stun effect. Since the stun effect is not part of the aerial combo, it cannot be used to connect control. The crescent slash has a knockback effect. If released at a tricky angle, it can knock you back while simultaneously launching you into the air. Since Lin Tianhao and Jean Feline are both flying in midair, the players below can see the battle clearly. General Kim Flynn's damage was extremely high. Even with the healing from Resurrection and Bloodlust Dragon armor, Lin Tianhao still couldn't withstand the combined attacks of General Kim Flynn and Archmage Abir. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Tianhao had lost nearly 1,000,000 health points. This is because neither King Flynn nor Archmage Abel used any powerful moves in order to maintain their airborne status. Lin Tianhao's armor and magic resistance are too low, so the damage dealt to him is almost true damage. Earth Pulse. Archmage Abir struck again, unleashing another Earth Pulse into the air. Lin Tianhao was delayed, but the Black Wind City direction could not hold out any longer. Because it was during the fight between General King Flynn and Archmage Abel with Lin Tianhao. 2 powerful, second-tier gold bosses emerged from the Demon Cave, leading the Nightwalker army in a devastating rampage. City Lord Butiers watched the battle in the air. It took 10 seconds to reduce Lin Tianhao's health by 1/7. It will take 70 seconds to kill Lin Tianhao. In those 70 seconds, the 2 level 100 Night Stalkers from the Demon Cave could have killed countless city guards. Tuzelshu provided support to the city guards, but it was still a drop in the ocean. Assassins do have high burst damage, but in terms of wide area damage, they naturally cannot compare with mages and warriors. The core issue is that assassins have too few area of effect damage skills. Lin Tianhao wasn't in a hurry at all. His combo was pretty good. He had a purification ability, but he just didn't use it. He was just playing around. As for the reason, he wants to start a national war. If these 3 level 100 gold bosses are killed directly, the start of the nation war may be delayed. He loses 1,000,000 health points in 10 seconds. He could easily wait a bit longer. 1 minute later, Lin Tianhao has lost 6,000,000 health points. He only needs 10 more seconds to be killed. General King Flynn and Archmage Abel both showed joy on their faces. They were both excited, having worked so hard for so long, that they were finally going to kill Lin Tianhao. But Lin Tianhao's next move left them speechless. Purify. Space flickers. They fired 5 arrows simultaneously at the city guards below, 100 arrows per second. Less than a second. Lin Tianhao's health has been fully restored. General King Flynn, Archmage Abir. They fought hard for a minute, and Lin Tianhao is already at full health? This is outrageous. This is outrageous. General King Flynn roared in exasperation. He charged at Lin Tianhao again. Lin Tianhao kept pulling and restraining, and finally, under the combined attack of General King Flynn and Archmage Abel, they finally managed to subdue Lin Tianhao once again with a series of attacks. However, once again, textbook-level control and coordination were demonstrated. If they were of the same level, they wouldn't have been able to keep Lin Tianhao under control for so long. The duration of control is also subject to level and grade restrictions. A level 10 mage's control skill has a panel value of 1 second of control duration. However, if this control skill is used on a level 100 gold boss, the control duration may only be 0.1 seconds or even less. This is not due to resilience, but rather to the suppression of rank and quality. As for quality, a player can be considered to have improved their quality by 1 level by changing their class once. Wild monsters are divided into 4 levels: normal, elite, iron, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. When a player starts at level 1, it's roughly equivalent to an elite level. The reason it's considered an elite level is because players can equip gear. Even without weapons, a level 1 player's attribute values are higher than a level 1 red-eyed rabbit. If equipped, their attributes can be several times higher than those of ordinary wild monsters of the same level. This is why in Ragnarok Online, players can solo normal monsters of the same level or even solo monsters of a higher level. Initially, you're an elite. Once your talent awakens, you're equivalent to iron. The first job advancement is equivalent to bronze, and so on. Of course, this is only a general classification and is not entirely accurate. It is the result of analysis by experts from the previous life. However, one thing is certain. The effect of a low-level character controlling a high-level character will be weakened. Conversely, if a level 100 player controls a level 1 player, even if the control skill can only control for 1 second, the actual control effect on a level 1 player may be 3 seconds or even 5 seconds. Chapter 145 Luo Lin Mu Yi makes a move. Lin Tianhao is currently level 50. When facing a level 100 gold boss, their control abilities will have a certain bonus effect on Lin Tianhao. This is why, even with Lin Tianhao's 90% control reduction ability, he could still be continuously controlled. But Lin Tianhao didn't care. Black Wind City was already struggling to hold on in the battle below. If he continues to delay, it's only a matter of time before Black Wind City falls. The national war that Lin Tianhao was looking forward to never started. It can only be said that King Abraham may have sensed something and did not want a national war to break out so soon. After all, in the previous life, after the outbreak of the national war, Archmage Abel, General King Flynn, and others had never shown their faces. They've already made their move before the national war has even begun. Another 60 seconds. Lin Tianhao's life points dropped to 1 million, but this time, he did not use Star Moon Purification. The Star Moon Purification cooldown time is 10 minutes, and the cooldown time has not yet expired. In addition, we must rely on purification to prevent them from despairing. The national war hasn't started yet, probably largely because they believe that General King Flynn and Archmage Abel are capable of killing Lin Tianhao. Once Lin Tianhao dies, 2 level 100 gold level bosses will enter the fray, and the situation in Black Wind City can be reversed. Since their plan was to kill Lin Tianhao decided to play along and let them kill him once. Then, he revived on the spot, leaving them utterly hopeless. When Lin Tianhao's life points reached 700,000, the Withered Tree Rejuvenates event was triggered. The skill Dead Tree Reborn in Spring is now at 4 stars and can restore 40% of Lin Tianhao's maximum health. In just a few breaths, Lin Tianhao's life points had recovered to more than 3.5 million. General King Flynn and Archmage Abir were both somewhat numb at this point. Why is it so difficult to kill this Snow Emperor? Especially, King Flynn's mana is running low. Don't underestimate the short 2-minute time frame. In order to continuously control Lin Tianhao, they had to chain a skill every 0.5 seconds or so. Even with Archmage Abir sharing the burden, he still needs to cast a spell once, or even twice, every second. Despite the wide variety of skills King Flynn possessed, he still unleashed over 100 skills in those 2 minutes. As a warrior, his core attributes are dual resistance, health, and attack power. His mana is not particularly high. In this intense battle, Jin Flynn's mana was running low. Archmage Abel has plenty of mana, which is essential for a mage. In addition, mage equipment often provides mana. King Flynn also noticed his mana problem. Archmage Abir, I'm running low on mana. You take the main focus, and I'll support you. While speaking, Jin Flynn quickly used a potion to restore his mana. Lin Tianhao's lips curled into a sneer. Now, replenishing mana with potions happens in an instant. But this fleeting opportunity, lasting less than 0.2 seconds, is precious. Lin Tianhao had already created space, and at the same time, arrows poured out. Shield of the Earth. Archmage Abir waved his staff, and a huge earthen wall appeared, completely intercepting Lin Tianhao's attacks. Want to recover your losses? Dream on. Lin Tianhao smiled knowingly and plunged downwards with all his might. In the sky, he was like a sitting duck. Since that was the case, he might as well leave the sky and enter the chaotic battlefield. Where do you think you're going? General King Flynn followed closely behind and gave chase. Lin Tianhao put on the lucky bracelet and began to unleash his full power. In less than a second, the heavenly fire meteor was triggered. Fiery meteors rained down from the sky, dealing terrifying damage. Of course, some Nightwalkers from the Demon Cave were also killed indiscriminately. The leader in black robes saw this scene from a distance, frowned, but remained silent. Because he noticed that after the heavenly fire meteor was triggered, Lin Tianhao's health points recovered by more than 3 million. Is this the Snow Empress? She can restore so much health with just a few simple tricks. Heavenly Fire Meteor is a skill, not a normal attack. Otherwise, triggering it once would have restored Lin Tianhao to full health. This also gave Archmage Abel and General Kingflin a chill down their spines. Lin Tianhao's methods are terrifying. It's even a bit unbelievable. Quickly connect the control. We can't let him recover any more health. Archmage Abir roared in exasperation. This was the first time he had encountered someone as outrageous as Lin Tianhao. High health, high damage, and strong recovery ability. Is this even human? Can a level 50 adventurer really be that strong? There's no chance anymore. My mana is about to run out. General Kingflin already had low mana, and after chasing Lin Tianhao, he used 2 speed-up skills, making his mana even more insufficient. General Makino, make your move. Archmage Abir spoke in one direction. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, realizing something was amiss. Not only Lin Tianhao, but the black-robed leader also narrowed his eyes. Lorraine Pasture. He is the younger brother of Grand Marshal Luo Lin Muyuan of the Star Kingdom, and his strength is comparable to that of Luo Lin Muyuan. Moreover, Lorraine Mai is now very close to King Abraham, and there have long been rumors that Lorraine Mai's strength has surpassed that of Lorraine Muyuan. Regardless of whether he surpassed him or not, Luo Lin Mai's formidable strength is an indisputable fact. Sweep through the enemy ranks. Lorraine Mai descended from the sky, his spear sweeping across the battlefield, killing hundreds of Nightwalkers in a single strike, a sight that terrified onlookers. Is this the Lauren Makino? Lin Tianhao muttered to himself. A skill with an area of effect can actually deal such terrifying damage. This is not the power a gold-level second stage limit should have. Unless this Lorraine Pasture is platinum grade. Lin Tianhao's gaze fell on Luo Lin Mai. Lorraine Mai? Health points. Attack. Skill. He could see the ranks and levels of Archmage Abir and others, but he could not see the ranks and levels of Lorraine Mai. The answer is either that Luo Lin Mai is one of the very few third-tier powerhouses in the Star Kingdom, or Luo Lin Mai is a platinum-level expert. He might even have both. But it doesn't matter which possibility it is. Both Lorraine and Mai are extremely strong and cannot be defeated by force. You cowardly coward, let me end your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Lin Mai transformed into a blur, wielding a long spear as he passed right through Lin Tianhao's body. Critical hit. Reduced by 689,801. An extremely terrifying damage number appeared. Lin Tianhao couldn't help but gasp. The damage was terrifying. After Luo Lin Mu Yi finished his first attack, he launched a second attack without hesitation, aiming to kill Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly contracted, and he immediately did a backflip, narrowly avoiding the attack. Chapter 146 Primordial Chaos Lightning Spear. Luo Lin Mai sneered. Not bad, but in the face of absolute strength, your skills are not enough. The words fell. Luo Lin Mai came up behind Lin Tianhao and thrust his spear toward the back of Lin Tianhao's head. Weakness attack. If it hits, then without a doubt, Lin Tianhao will lose hundreds of thousands of life points. Although Lin Mai's speed wasn't much faster than Lin Tianhao's, the natural advantage of melee classes after rushing in behind archers became apparent at this moment. Lin Tianhao had no way to avoid this attack. Ragnarok emphasizes teamwork. Priest, Offensive Mage, Control Mage, Array Master, Shield Warrior, Berserker, Knight, Summoner, Burst Archer, and Utility Archer. 10 essential classes for group play. 2 Priests and 2 Shield Warriors are needed, so generally, a team of 12 people is required. The maximum number of players allowed in most Ragnarok online dungeons is 12. As for assassins are not fit to team up. Don't be fooled by the assassin's high single-target burst damage and ability to team up for dungeons. The assassin's sustained damage output is terrible. They can't tank, have short range, and can easily die after unleashing their burst damage. It's better to bring an assassin than an assassin, since a fully developed mage can deal just as much damage as an assassin, and being ranged, they're less likely to be instantly killed. Lin Tianhao is very strong. We haven't actually teamed up with anyone along the way. As for teaming up with characters like Futu and Dunshan, that doesn't count at all, because that's just leveling up Futu and Dunshan. Now, the disadvantages of Lin Tianhao fighting alone are becoming apparent. When a powerful warrior like Lorraine Mai got close, he found it difficult to defend himself. This is why he trains monkeys and fat men. No matter how strong a person is, they may have a weakness. With his attributes, if someone helps him restrain Luo Lin Mai, he can kill Luo Lin Mai in a minute at most. But now, nobody is helping Lin Tianhao. Critical hit. Reduced by 319,850. Another huge damage number appeared, and Lin Tianhao's health dropped sharply. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao immediately spent 185 free attribute points to increase his movement speed to 20. Once the movement speed reached 20, Lin Tianhao's movement speed was roughly the same as Luo Lin Mai's. Luo Lin Mai's expression changed drastically. How can someone move at such a fast speed? He was somewhat shocked. Level 50. How can someone have such fast movement speed? It's true that Lin Tianhao is level 50, but he has gained several thousand free attribute points. And Lin Tianhao was not satisfied with a movement speed of 20, because he found that his movement speed of 20 was actually similar to that of Luo Lin Mai, or even slightly slower. So, he spent another 400 free attribute points to increase his movement speed to 30 in one go. Don't ask why. The answer is that I have a lot of free attribute points, so it doesn't matter. Lin Tianhao spent 585 free attribute points in this one go. If he were to level up, he would need to reach level 117. And even after spending so many free attribute points, Lin Tianhao still has as many as 2,300 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao even had ideas, such as spending another 2,000 free attribute points to increase his attack speed to 30. However, after thinking it over, Lin Tianhao decided not to do so for the time being. A 20 attack speed is enough. What he lacks now is neither damage nor attack speed. Because as long as there is room to deal damage, he can kill Lorraine Mai within a minute, let alone anyone else. He needs a frontline tank to help him limit the opponent. In this respect, the fat guy is quite good. The fat guy's attributes make him a formidable frontline fighter. Certainly. After Lin Tianhao's movement speed exceeded 30, Luo Lin Mai could no longer catch up with him. What the hell? Is this even human? Lorraine Mai's movement speed wasn't his outstanding attribute, but he never imagined that one day he wouldn't even be able to catch up with a level 50 adventurer. Wings of the Gale. Luo Lin Mai took off from the spot, his speed suddenly increasing, and he was about to catch up with Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up. He now realized the importance of movement speed. In his previous life, he lacked talent and couldn't allocate his free attribute points to movement speed, so his movement speed wasn't very high. But just now his movement speed suddenly increased, giving Lin Tianhao the feeling that he could dodge even basic attacks with his positioning. Especially, he had just used his movement speed to create distance between himself and Lorraine Mai, which was quite unbelievable. Since movement speed is so useful, let's increase it again. Lin Tianhao spent another 800 free attribute points on movement speed, further increasing his speed, making the movement speed of Luo Lin Mai in flight comparable to that of Lin Tianhao. How is this possible? How can this guy move so fast? Lin Tianhao glanced back at Luo Lin Mai and grinned. You fly very fast, but my speed can still increase. Lin Tianhao spent another 800 free attribute points to increase his movement speed to 45. There are still 780 free attribute points. Even in flight mode, Luo Lin Mai's speed is still slower than Lin Tianhao's. Damn it, run away. Luo Lin Mai roared. Xianyun, heart-piercing strike. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly, referring to headlocking skills. Luo Lin Mu Yi transformed into a blur, appearing before Lin Tianhao in the blink of an eye. Prick. Reduced by 358,214. Upon seeing the enormous and terrifying damage numbers, Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed, and he immediately created distance. Luo Lin Mai was somewhat exasperated. Lin Tianhao's movement speed was too fast. Even with the Wings of Gale, he couldn't catch up. He had just caught up with Lin Tianhao using a charge-type skill, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Tianhao had already widened the distance again. Most importantly, as Lin Tianhao ran, arrows continued to reap the lives of the city guards. So this is what it's like to move fast. Lin Tianhao felt like he was a downgraded version of the Flash. No matter how powerful others were, could they even touch him? I can't reach it. Haha. Lin Tianhao's mood immediately brightened. That speed is amazing. Luo Lin Mai was so angry that his face turned red. He felt like a dog. Lin Tianhao was the one walking the dog. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't catch up with Lin Tianhao. I am furious. I cannot quell my hatred without killing you. Luo Lin Mai stopped running and stood still, pointing his spear at the sky. Primordial Chaos Lightning Spear. As Luo Lin Mai's voice fell, he instantly soared into the sky, then transformed into a streak of light and crashed into Lin Tianhao. A huge sense of crisis surged into Lin Tianhao's heart, and his eyes narrowed. Invincible Golden Body. At the critical moment, Lin Tianhao activated his invincible golden body. Die. Luo Lin Mai grinned maliciously. He didn't believe Lin Tianhao would survive his ultimate move. Weakening immunity. Two unremarkable words popped up above Lin Tianhao's head. Chapter 147 angered Lorraine Mai to the point of plasmolysis. Lorraine Mai? His ultimate move was actually immune. What kind of amazing skill is this? However, Lin Tianhao didn't give him a chance to think and ran away in a flash. His ultimate move was rendered immune, and Luo Lin Mai gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Lin Tianhao was running too fast. He couldn't catch up at all. At a speed of 45, Lin Tianhao felt as if he were flying close to the ground. This movement speed is already faster than his movement speed in his previous life. His movement speed in his previous life was around 20, which is about the same as that of Luo Lin Muyi. Lorraine Mai used the wings of Gale to increase her movement speed to around 30, and then used a skill to further increase it. But it still couldn't catch up with Lin Tianhao's speed of 45. These free attribute points were totally worth it. Lin Tianhao smiled and attacked as he ran. Luo Lin Mai narrowed his eyes slightly. He realized that he couldn't catch up with Lin Tianhao at all. Lin Tianhao can also attack the city guards while running, and if this continues, Black Wind City will be in grave danger. Thinking this way, Lorraine Mai charged into the Nightwalker army, like a war god descending to Earth. With each strike, at least one Nightwalker fell. If it's an area of effect skill, dozens or even hundreds of people will die at once. Nightwalkers fall down in front of him, like cutting melons and vegetables. Lin Tianhao grinned and fired 5 arrows simultaneously, 100 arrows in a second. While dealing damage, Lin Tianhao, relying on his superior movement speed, began scavenging. Every national war is an opportunity for ordinary players. Because of participating in the national war, you will gain free attribute points for each enemy unit you kill. Besides, another great thing is that you can pick up equipment and skill books. The main forces in nation wars are rarely players. They are mostly NPCs, monsters, and other creatures. There is a chance that equipment and skill books will drop when NPCs and monsters are killed. A single national war can easily result in hundreds of thousands of casualties, and the amount of loot dropped is incalculable. Lin Tianhao moved fast enough to begin targeted scavenging. First, there are skill books. After all, apart from a few special equipment and divinely bestowed equipment, most equipment is transitional. Skill books are different. Skills can be upgraded, and even if a skill is rubbish and Lin Tianhao can't use it, it can still be given to ordinary players in the guild. At each stage, different people have countless skills. Lin Tianhao's damage output mainly relies on basic attacks, so he doesn't care about many skills at all. For example, skills that increase attack power or damage are of little help to him. Too many skills can actually hinder gameplay. What Lin Tianhao needs are powerful skills, not mediocre ones. In terms of harvesting ability, Lin Tianhao is in no way inferior to Luo Lin Mai. None of these city guards could withstand a single arrow from Lin Tianhao. 100 arrows per second, meaning that hundreds of city guards would die at Lin Tianhao's hands every second. Of course, there are actually more. Lin Tianhao also possesses 2 area of effect passive skills, Lightning Leap and Heavenly Fire Meteor, which are extremely powerful. Seeing Lin Tianhao's terrifying harvesting ability, Luo Limui's face showed a look of horror. But this feeling of wanting to kill Lin Tianhao, but being unable to touch him, made him feel extremely uncomfortable. At that very moment, a dagger stabbed from behind Lin Tianhao. The one who made the move was none other than Tuzelshu. Lin Tianhao's expression changed, and his body twisted instantly. His extremely high movement speed allowed him to easily avoid the attack of the Earth Zeal spell. Tuzel was not surprised. As Lin Tianhao moved, he threw out a metal bead the size of a thumb. Boom! The metal bead exploded instantly, and the huge impact sent Lin Tianhao flying. Right now, Archmage Abir, positioned at a distance, waved his staff. Earth Dragon Impact. Earth Pulse. 2 knockback skills followed in quick succession. At the same time, General King Flynn rushed forward in a blur, followed by a series of attacks, a flying kick, a triple slash, and a cross slash, sending Lin Tianhao flying repeatedly. Damn it, don't let him hit the ground. Beat this son of a bitch to death. Seeing Lin Tianhao being knocked away, Luo Lin Mai was extremely excited. A ferocious smile appeared on his face as he charged towards Lin Tianhao. Poison Dragon Drill. After Image Frenzy. Sweep through the enemy ranks. Throatlock Skyward Strike. 1 knockback skill after another landed on Lin Tianhao, rapidly depleting his health while simultaneously knocking him back into the air. 3 level 100 gold level bosses, along with Lorraine Mai, began unleashing their attacks on Lin Tianhao. I'm finally going to die. Lorraine Mai's face contorted with excitement. Previously, Lin Tianhao had treated Luo Lin Mai like a dog, which made him so angry that his plasmolysis broke. Now that he finally had a chance, he naturally wouldn't give Lin Tianhao the slightest opportunity and wanted to kill him directly. Lin Tianhao remained calm. He had been careless just now because the sudden increase in movement speed made him feel like he could dodge any basic attack, so he hadn't been moving continuously. This gives him the opportunity to be knocked away by Tuzel. But none of that matters anymore. The real despair will only be revealed after they kill him. Lin Tianhao's star moon purification had already cooled down, but he simply didn't use it. He knew. The reason why the national war has not yet started is because these people still believe that as long as they kill him, they can turn the tide. Since that's the case, let them kill themselves once, and then let them fall into utter despair. Am I finally going to be killed? Far away. Zhu Minjiangsu frowned, not only because she had this thought, but also because many people present had similar thoughts. Lin Tianhao's strength has exceeded their imagination. The myth of invincibility will eventually come to an end. A smile appeared on Berserker Blade's face, as if he felt that if Lin Tianhao could be defeated, then it wouldn't be legendary enough. Boom! Luo Linmu delivered a fatal blow to Lin Tianhao, who died on the spot. Phew, finally killed that damn bastard. A smile appeared on Luo Limuai's face. Follow me in a counterattack on the demon's lair, and let these night stalkers never return. Lorraine Mai led the city guards into the Nightwalkers' camp. However, 3 seconds later, Lin Tianhao revived on the spot and began a new round of harvesting. General Makino, what the hell? He's appeared again. Archmage Abir stared in disbelief at the resurrected Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao is now level 49, which proves that he was indeed killed just now. After being killed, one should respawn in the main city or territory, and it would take time to reappear. How could one appear here so quickly? Upon seeing the resurrected Lin Tianhao, Luo Linmu Yi roared in fury, I'm so angry. Chapter 148 Second Main Class, Warrior. This time, Lin Tianhao gave them no chance at all, maintaining high-speed movement and continuously striking to reap the lives of these city guards. While moving, Lin Tianhao kept changing his position, making it impossible to predict which direction he would move in next. Luo Linmai gasped in shock. Lin Tianhao's harvesting speed was truly terrifying. In the end, it couldn't be stopped? Luo Linmu clenched his fists. Lin Tianhao's level of perversion was constantly subverting his imagination. He took out a communication talisman. Your Majesty, your subordinate is incompetent. Let us begin the national war. A few seconds later, a server-wide announcement was made. Server-wide announcement. Due to the massive invasion of the Demon Cave, the Star Kingdom's national war has begun. Adventurers who kill Nightwalkers will receive high rewards. This is to inform you that all adventurers are urged to defend the kingdom. Star Kingdom Nation War. For each regular Night Stalker killed, you will receive 5 free attribute points and 20 gold coins. For each elite Night Stalker killed, you will receive 10 free attribute points and 100 gold coins. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The national war had finally begun. Fatty, you're in charge of assisting Monkey in the national war, Lin Tianhao messaged Fatty. Clear. The monkey was extremely excited. Killing an ordinary Night Stalker was equivalent to leveling up. Under normal circumstances, it would be a bit difficult for him. But Lin Tianhao had previously helped him obtain a large number of free attribute points, so his attributes were already quite good. Not only that, Zhou Xiaopeng is now bound to Lin Tianhao and the monkey, and his total health is higher than Lin Tianhao's. In addition, the monkey has given him armor and magic resistance. It's no exaggeration to say that Zhou Xiaopeng is now the strongest tank in Ragnarok Online. Although Lin Tianhao's health is high, his physical and magical resistance is too low. Besides, Zhou Xiaopeng initially acquired 3 dual skills, which further enhanced his combat power. Kill. Zhou Xiaopeng and Monkey charged into the Nightwalker army. With the advantage of double shields, Zhou Xiaopeng's tankiness was quite terrifying. The monkey's movement speed, attack speed, armor, magic resistance, health, and physical penetration have all been comprehensively improved. With an attack power exceeding 50,000, it only takes 2 basic attacks to kill an ordinary Night Stalker. If you land a critical hit, you can kill instantly. You need to know, the monkey's attack speed has now exceeded 20, making it faster than Lin Tianhao's. With Zhou Xiaopeng around, he completely used Zhou Xiaopeng as a meat shield, dodging and weaving around Zhou Xiaopeng while constantly killing Nightwalkers. Those two are really fierce. Archmage Abir smiled. With the addition of those 2 adventurers, our pressure will be greatly reduced. Zhou Xiaopeng's ability to reflect damage thanks to his double armor allows him to inflict damage on the surrounding Night Stalkers. The monkey only needs to deal enough damage to kill it. With the monkey's attack and movement speed, almost 10 Nightwalkers die at his hands every second. Although they are all ordinary Night Stalkers, this still amounts to 50 free attribute points. The ability to gain 50 free attribute points in a single second thrilled the monkey. Certainly, his excitement wouldn't last long, because soon elite Night Stalkers noticed them and began to scuffle with them. Lin Tianhao didn't think that far ahead. He began to reap the lives of the city guards with abandon. The battle quickly reached a fever pitch. Lin Tianhao, Luo Limuai, and others went on a killing spree, resulting in heavy casualties for both the city guards and the Nightwalkers. But the Nightwalkers also had some experts, and Lin Tianhao, relying on his lightning leap and heavenly fire meteor, was even faster at killing the city guards. In the distance, Tianlong Putao wore a satisfied smile. Benefactor Shuedi is truly a divine being, to be able to orchestrate such a great battle. As the number of people he was helping to deliver the deceased increased dramatically, Tianlong Putua's smile grew even wider. What Lin Tianhao is doing now has changed the trajectory of many people. I won't even mention Fatty and Monkey, but there's also Berserker Blade, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain, and of course, Heavenly Dragon Puta. If it weren't for Lin Tianhao, it would have been almost impossible for him to complete the task of saving 100,000 people within a month. But now, with Lin Tianhao's help, they are almost ready to complete the mission so easily. With the appearance of powerful figures from the Demon Cave holding back Luo Lin Mai and the others, Lin Tianhao finally began to make some progress. However, there has only been slight progress. Because a large number of players have now joined the battle, they are helping the city guards kill the Nightwalkers. And so, the battle came to a brief stalemate. But this stalemate did not last long. Most players are currently around level 30, and those with overpowered stats like Monkey and Zhou Xiaoping are extremely rare. Therefore, after the two charges, players began to fall in large numbers. Lin Tianhao, leading the Nightwalkers, charged forward and stormed into Blackwind City. Butier's face showed horror. It's over, it's all over, Blackwind City is doomed. Lin Tianhao remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. Blackwind City was already in decline and had no power to fight back. It was swiftly and decisively occupied by the Nightwalkers. After the Nightwalkers occupied Blackwind City, Lin Tianhao quietly left. What happened next had nothing to do with him. He found Tianlong Putua. How about it? 100,000 people should be enough, right? Ba. Tianlong Putua chanted a Buddhist prayer. That's enough. Thank you, benefactor. This is the benefit I promised you before. Tianlong Putua handed a card to Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao smiled. He could finally have a second main job. The archer was ultimately somewhat weakened. If it weren't for the increased movement speed, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand Lorraine's damage. Now that he could choose a career, Lin Tianhao had an idea after only a moment's thought. His mana is a problem, so a mage is out of the question. Assassin? Lin Tianhao has high single-target burst damage, but does he lack damage? Obviously not. In that case, he needs warriors with the highest tolerance for error. If you could change your class to become a swordsman, especially a sword master like the one we met in Sunset Town last time, that would be awesome. Imagine the thrill of having thousands, or even tens of thousands, of flying swords in midair. With a single shout of sword, let 10,000 swords fly. Certainly, Lin Tianhao is only thinking about it for now. One of the possible job changes for warriors is berserker, and swordmaster is also a type of berserker, which means abandoning defense and focusing solely on offense. Shield warriors are basically all about dealing damage with their shields. They have high health and defense, but their biggest damage output probably comes from reflected damage. A knight, wielding a shield in one hand and a longsword in the other, is capable of both offense and defense, with relatively balanced attributes, but amount is very important. After all, there is a significant difference in strength between those who ride dragons and those who ride horses. Lin Tianhao slapped the job change card and chose the warrior class without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations on successfully obtaining your second primary class, warrior. Chapter 149: The Rise of a Mischievous Monkey. After completing the job change, Lin Tianhao opened his attribute panel. Nickname: Snow Emperor. Level: 50, awaiting second job advancement. Class: Wood-type archer, warrior, awaiting class change. Secondary professions: blacksmith, alchemist, talisman master. HP: 709W, 709W. MP: 2080, 2080. Attack: 2329. Ability power: 5. Armor: 3. Magic resistance, 1. Attack speed, 20. Movement speed, 45. Physical penetration, 0. Magical penetration, 0. Special attributes, lifesteal plus 15, critical hit plus 55. Free attribute, 780. Luck, hidden. Guild, Lone Snow Guild, 6 stars. Talent, Hand of Divine Punishment, godlike. Mark, Godslayer. Title, Friendship Home in the Beginner Village. Skills, Explosive Slash, 1 star. Rapid Fire, 5 stars. Basic Attack Amplification, 5 stars. Leaping Lightning, 5 stars. Withered Tree Rejuvenation, 4 stars. Revival, 5 stars. Star and Moon Purification, 2 stars. Invincible Golden Body, 1 star. Death Reincarnation, 3 stars. Spatial Blink, 1 star. Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, 6 stars. Mystic Ice Wings, 1 star. Frozen Eye, 3 stars. Double True Damage, cannot be upgraded. Resurrection on the Spot, cannot be upgraded. Heavenly Fire. Meteor, 1 star. High Interest, cannot be upgraded. 1 Chi transforms into 3 pure ones, cannot be upgraded. Equipment, 9-in-1 Longbow, gold. Bloodthirsty Necklace, special. Purifying Jade Pendant, special. Immaculate Eye, special. Book of Life and Death, God-given. Frost Order, special. Tears of the Goddess of Life, special. Protective Flying Sword, gold. Investiture of the Gods, God-given. Emerald Ring, gold. Asterisk 2, Lucky Bracelet, special. Disguise Black Robe, special. Lin Tianhao now possesses 17 skills. Apart from the 2 basic beginner skills, Explosive Slash and Rapid Fire, Lin Tianhao's other skills are all quite good. As for equipment, Lin Tianhao's current equipment can be described as quite impressive. The worst items are all gold-tier equipment, while the rest are mostly special equipment, and there are even 2 pieces of divinely bestowed equipment. Such equipment is incredibly powerful. Even Lin Tianhao was thinking about whether he could acquire a set of divine artifacts to carry with him, which would make him incredibly powerful. However, after becoming a swordsman, Lin Tianhao himself did not possess particularly strong warrior combat skills. After all, he was an archer in his previous life, so he knows a little about close combat, but he's not particularly strong. However, Lin Tianhao knew of a sect whose close combat skills were quite formidable. Without relying on skills, they can easily fight elite-level monsters even if they are much stronger, just by using melee techniques. 3 of the 10 greatest sword masters in the previous life came from this sect. Lin Tianhao wondered if he could learn the sect's close combat techniques. As for the archer's skills, it's no exaggeration to say that he has already reached the pinnacle. There might be room for improvement, but not by much. At least, there won't be a significant improvement in the short term. At this time, with the fall of Blackwind City, the national war came to an end. The monkey excitedly sent a message to Lin Tianhao. Brother Hao, take off from here. In this national war, I received more than 1,500 free attribute points as a reward. With the support of my talent, my attributes have skyrocketed. Lin Tianhao smiled. A monkey's talent, given enough free attribute points, can rival that of a god. Certainly, the god-level attributes that Lin Tianhao learned about were basically similar to his talent. They could be stacked without limit. The reason why the monkey's talent is at the saint level is because he also relies on free attribute points. Moreover, if he only relies on the free attribute points from leveling up, he cannot gain much power. That's good. This national war was originally intended to help you out. Lin Tianhao expressed his thoughts. You need to grow up quickly, because I'm counting on fighting alongside you guys in the future. This time, the monkey gained more than 1,500 free attribute points, which, after the talent buff, is equivalent to actually adding more than 70,000 free attribute points. Among them, the health points increased by more than 150,000, and the attack, armor, magic resistance, attack speed, movement speed, and other attributes all underwent tremendous changes. In particular, the monkey's movement speed and attack speed far surpass Lin Tianhao's. The monkey now has an attack speed of over 40 and a movement speed of over 70. With a movement speed of 45, Lin Tianhao was able to outrun a powerful figure like Luo Linmai. Imagine how terrifying a monkey's movement speed of over 70 is. Lin Tianhao's only advantages over the monkey right now are health points and damage output. Although monkeys have an attack power of tens of thousands and physical penetration is not low. But Lin Tianhao's arrow dealt over 400,000 damage, which was still beyond his reach. The monkey's current life value is over 300,000, close to 400,000, which is less than 1/10 of Lin Tianhao's. But, to be honest, With Lin Tianhao's help, the monkey's saint-level talent has now reached a level that is in no way inferior to, and perhaps even stronger than, that of a god-level talent. The key is that monkeys have such well-balanced attributes that they have no weaknesses. Brother Hao, will this national war continue? I'm sure I'll be able to kill even more in the next national war. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, it's hard to say, but there's a high probability there will be another one. Now that Blackwind City has been taken over by the Nightwalkers, King Abraham is under immense pressure. Qincheng City, Royal Palace Hall. The atmosphere in the main hall was somewhat tense at this moment. Prime Minister Xinro spoke first. Your Majesty, the Nightwalkers of the Demon Cave are incredibly audacious, daring to attack Blackwind City. If we don't manage them, it will be a disaster for us. King Abraham's face was grim. He felt increasingly out of control over the affairs of the Star Kingdom. Only, how could he not know what Xinro was talking about? This time, he sent 3 level 100 gold level experts, and even Lorraine Mai went with them. Even under these circumstances, they still could not withstand the Night Stalker's attack. Lorraine Mai strode in from outside. Your Majesty. He had just entered when Luo Linmu stepped forward. Your Majesty, although Luo Lin Mai is my younger brother, I still have to say that he bears the greatest responsibility for the fall of Blackwind City. Luo Lin Mai narrowed his eyes slightly. Brother, as the Grand Marshal of the army, you didn't go there immediately, and you even criticized me. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Luo Linmu snorted coldly. I am stationed in Qincheng City and obey the king's orders. How could I leave without permission? All right. King Abraham waved his hand and demanded, Lorraine, what exactly happened? The national war has already begun. Why has Blackwind City fallen? Lorraine gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, a major reason for this failure is the Nightwalkers have a highly skilled archer among them. He single-handedly slaughtered tens of thousands of city guards. What? King Abraham was astonished. Are there such skilled Nightwalkers? Chapter 150 Preparations. Counterattack on Blackwind City. Lorraine nodded. He hesitated slightly, but still said, Your Majesty, I suspect that person is none other than the previously famous Snow Empress. What? King Abraham suddenly stood up. Snow Emperor. He was very familiar with this name. After all, Shwedi had been up to a lot of trouble lately. It should be him. He was wearing a disguised black robe, so I couldn't see through his identity, but his fighting style and damage numbers were almost identical to Shwedi's. King Abraham narrowed his eyes slightly. This Snow Emperor actually helped the Demon Cave attack Blackwind City. Her crime is unforgivable. Grand Marshal, I order you to hold off the Snow Emperor. Under no circumstances should he be allowed to participate in the upcoming battle. Grand Marshal Luo Linmu raised an eyebrow. This was putting him in a difficult position. Shwedi is currently enjoying unparalleled power. Luo Lin and Mu Yi both suffered losses at Shwedi's hands this time, so he doesn't have much confidence in making a move either. What? Is there a problem? King Abraham asked calmly. Luo Linmu shook his head. Your Majesty's order is my duty. I will hold off the Snow Emperor even at the cost of my life. That's good. King Abraham smiled and nodded, his gaze falling on the Lorraine pasture. Luo Lin Mai, are you confident in your plan to counterattack Blackwind City? Luo Lin Mai nodded. If the Snow Emperor doesn't interfere, I'm confident I can take back Blackwind City. All right. Then I will appoint you as the Grand General who protects the nation and give you an army of 100,000. You must take Blackwind City. Your Majesty, I will certainly live up to your high expectations. When Luo Lin Muyuan heard that Luo Lin Mai had actually been appointed as the Grand General who protects the nation, he couldn't help but frown. But he didn't speak. Instead, Prime Minister Casinro stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, Luo Lin Mai just returned from a defeat. Not only was he not punished, but he was also granted the title of Grand General of the state. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? King Abraham's eyes narrowed. What? Is the Prime Minister questioning my decision? I wouldn't dare. Xinro quickly bowed. But I think it would be more proper to bestow this imperial decree after Lorraine Mai has recaptured Blackwind City. King Abraham looked at Xinlo with a half-smile. He was in a hurry to bestow the title of Lorraine Pasture because he knew that time was of the essence. Xinro and Lorraine Muyuan harbor treacherous ambitions, and the army needs someone to replace Lorraine Muyuan. However, replacing Luo Lin Muyuan is not something he can do with just a few words. It requires prestige. Lorraine Mai's current reputation is not enough to replace Lorraine Muyuan's. So, he wanted to bestow titles upon Luo Lin Mai now, and then after Luo Lin Mai recaptured Blackwind City. After, it means attacking the demon's lair and then bestowing titles upon them. With 3 consecutive imperial edicts of honor for meritorious service, Luo Lin might had a chance to replace Luo Lin Muyuan. Both Lorraine Muyuan and Xinro knew about King Abraham's scheme, but Lorraine Muyuan could not say it. He said it was because he was jealous of the talented and capable. After all, they were all military generals. King Abraham stared at Xinro for a moment, a smile spreading across his face. All right, in that case, we will wait until General Mai has recaptured Black Wind City before bestowing titles upon him. Although King Abraham was very unhappy, Xinro had already spoken, and his arguments were reasonable and well-founded. If he were to take a hard line and confer the title of Lorraine Mai, it would backfire. Lin Tianhao then arrived at the Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle. Nothing more. He would spend his time farming health points, but he couldn't rush other things, mainly because rushing wouldn't help. After clearing the Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle dungeon more than 10 times in a row, someone came who was somewhat unexpected to him. Lorraine Pasture. Lin Tianhao might have made a mistake before, but now that he's level 50, he can see the name of Lorraine Pasture. What does the Grand Marshal want with a nobody like me? Lin Tianhao asked. Luo Linmu shook his head with a smile. Snow Emperor, you are no small person. You are a real troublemaker in our Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally and asked, Black Wind City has been breached. As the Grand Marshal, you've come to me not to ask me to help you attack Black Wind City, but to ask me to do so. Luo Lin Muyuan smiled and said, All right, Shuedi, you know what I'm thinking. King Abraham wouldn't personally lead an army to conquer Black Wind City, would he? Unless King Abraham personally leads the army, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill King Abraham. Of course not. He guessed you were the black-robed archer, so he came to guard you. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow and said, He's right. What about you? What are you planning to do? I'll protect you. Black Wind City has already fallen. Do you expect me to let you continue to run rampant? Lin Tianhao smiled helplessly. Putting aside whether you can stop me for now, let's talk about King Abraham. Should we kill him or not? Of course we have to kill him, but killing him is for the sake of the Star Kingdom, while those Nightwalkers from the Demon Cave are going to destroy the Star Kingdom. Obviously, Luo Linmu wanted to stop Lin Tianhao. Grand Marshal, you're confused. Lin Tianhao said helplessly. If King Abraham stays in Tianqing City, who among you can kill him? We can't let you conquer Tianqing City, can we? Lin Tianhao gave a bitter smile. What I want is not to destroy the Star Kingdom, but for King Abraham to personally lead the army and kill him. It's difficult, even almost impossible. He has ways to protect himself. Putting aside everything else, what I know is that he has a space teleportation talisman passed down from the Star Kingdom. What? Lin Tianhao's lips twitched. What the hell is this? How does he have a spatial teleportation talisman? Even though he was the king of the Star Kingdom, Lin Tianhao was still very surprised. Because the space teleportation rune can only be created after 4 job advancements. It requires a 4th tier spatial class, and the Spirit Talisman Master class can only achieve this upon reaching the 4th tier. Having both a main job and a secondary job undergoing a 4th job advancement, and both must be space-related jobs, is an extremely demanding requirement even in the mid-game. Ragnarok's first advancement is level 10, the second is level 50, the third is level 100, and the fourth is level 200. To find a Spirit Talisman Master who is at least level 200, Lin Tianhao knew that in the Star Kingdom, even a level 100 second-tier expert was considered one of the strongest. There are only a handful of people who have reached level 100 and are at the 3rd level of power. As for the 4th level, that's unheard of, except for gods, of course. Even with the teleportation talisman, I still had a chance to kill King Abraham. Upon hearing this, Luo Linmu was very surprised. He didn't know where Lin Tianhao got his confidence from. But now the die is cast, and I must stay by your side. Otherwise I won't be able to explain myself. Lin Tianhao smiled mysteriously. Just guarding me. No need to fight. Just keep watch, mainly to prevent you from going to Black Wind City. Hee, that makes things simple. Lin Tianhao grinned. Come with me. I'll take you to see someone. Whom are you going to see? You'll know when you get there. Chapter 151 Re-attack on Ice and Snow City. While taking Luo Lin Muyuan to find people, Lin Tianhao asked, Who's in charge of this counterattack on Black Wind City? Luo Lin Muyuan. That's right, it's him. Lin Tianhao nodded and immediately sent a message to the monkey. Monkey, you and Fatty go find Luo Lin Mai. He's going to launch a counterattack on Black Wind City. You should be able to get the mission to launch the counterattack on Black Wind City from him. Remember, don't accept the mission to breach the city. Only accept the mission to kill. Okay, brother Hao. Lin Tianhao sent a message and led Luo Linmu to a spirit talisman shop. At that moment, a person was standing inside the shop. A person who looks exactly like Lin Tianhao. This is... Luo Linmu Yuan was somewhat surprised, obviously because this person had hidden his nickname. Lin Tianhao looked around, and, seeing that no one was around, he revealed his clone's nickname. Snow Empress. Snow Emperor. The exact same appearance, the exact same nickname. This is your clone. Lin Tianhao nodded. Yes, you should stay and watch over him. That way, you can give King Abraham an explanation. Good. After settling things off with the matter of Lorraine pasture, Lin Tianhao left Tianqing City directly. After leaving the city, Lin Tianhao found a secluded corner, put on a disguised black robe, and headed towards Blackwind City. Blackwind City. Lin Tianhao successfully met the leader in black robes. The black robe leader was clearly overjoyed to have captured Blackwind City, and a smile spread across his face when he saw Lin Tianhao. Snow Emperor, you've arrived. Lin Tianhao sat down to the side and said, King Abraham has arranged for Lauren Mai to lead his army to counterattack Blackwind City. The black-robed leader frowned. Is that so? After saying this, the black-robed leader continued. However, during the last attack on Blackwind City, Luo Lin Mai should have already guessed your identity, and this time he will definitely take corresponding measures against you. Lin Tianhao nodded. That's right. King Abraham sent Shepherd Lorraine to keep an eye on me. Upon hearing this, the black-robed leader's expression changed slightly. If that's the case, then we're in trouble. Lin Tianhao waved his hand dismissively. You don't need to worry about that. I've already taken care of things at Luo Lin Muyuan. The black-robed leader was somewhat surprised. It's all settled? Lorraine Muyuan is willing to help you? That shouldn't be the case. If he wasn't keeping an eye on you, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to King Abraham. Lin Tianhao smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, since I said I've taken care of it. You don't need to worry. To establish a regime, at the very least, 3 cities and 1 capital are needed. Upon hearing this, the black-robed leader's eyes lit up, and he asked, Are you planning to continue expanding? Certainly. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, I will go with you to attack the 2 cities surrounding Blackwind City, and then make Blackwind City the capital. Then you can establish a regime. The black-robed leader narrowed his eyes and pondered. If that's the case, Blackwind City might not be able to hold out. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up as he chuckled. Our strategy is called besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. If another city is under attack, will Luo Lin Muyi still have the mind to attack Blackwind City? Even if he does manage to capture Blackwind City, so what? We can take the 2 surrounding cities first, and then outmaneuver and defeat the army of Lorraine Mai. The black-robed leader narrowed his eyes, clearly considering the feasibility of what Lin Tianhao had just said. After a brief moment of thought, the black-robed leader nodded. Okay, then we'll do it your way. Time is of the essence, so let's not waste any more time. Let's break through Ice and Snow City first, then Crimson Peak City. Lin Tianhao smiled and set off with the black-robed leader to attack Ice City. Upon arriving in the Ice and Snow City, Lin Tianhao acted without hesitation. An arrow pierced the sky, and 2 city guards at the city gate fell to the ground. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Close the city gates immediately. Alarms blared over the Ice City, and everyone went on high alert. Lin Tianhao remained calm, his arrows piercing the air as he swiftly decimated the city guards near the city gate. Upon seeing Lin Tianhao's fighting prowess, the black-robed leader grinned maliciously and charged forward as well. As one of the 3 leaders of the Demon Cave, his strength was in no way inferior to that of Lorraine Mai. With this move, it was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, causing the city guards to retreat in defeat. Ice Snow City Lord Ice Freeze's expression was extremely sinister. These scum from the Demon Cave have actually set their sights on our Ice Snow City so quickly. Quickly send a message to General Mu Yi. Luo Lin Mai had already led his army to Blackwind City and was preparing to order an attack on it. General, the City Lord of Ice and Snow City has sent word that they have been ambushed by the Demon Cave and are requesting reinforcements. Luo Lin Mai's expression changed. The Demon Cave has only recently occupied Blackwind City, and its foundation is unstable. How dare it attack Ice Snow City at this time? Tell Ice Freeze to hold out, and I will come to her aid as soon as I take Blackwind City. Ice and Snow City. Lin Tianhao was like a god of death descending to earth, slaughtering everyone in his path. Wherever his arrows passed, city guards would fall. Despite the city guards' return fire from the city walls, arrows rained down on Lin Tianhao. Thousands of arrows, mixed with the mage's skills, flew in. Lin Tianhao's movement speed was astonishing. Although he couldn't completely avoid them, he was able to avoid them to the greatest extent possible. Being hit by a dozen or so arrows would be a piece of cake for Lin Tianhao. He could recover his health in less than a second. The black-robed leader charged ahead, directly disrupting the ice and snow city's formation. Activate the city's protective formation. Ice Friss roared, waving her staff. A formation appeared above Lin Tianhao's head, and countless ice spikes fell. Immunity. Immunity. Ice Friss looked on incredulously when she saw the immunity that emerged from Lin Tianhao's head. How did he do that? Ice Friss could hardly believe her eyes. Skill. Still immune to ice and snow attacks. If it's a skill, Ice Freya can barely accept it. If she is immune to ice and snow attacks, then there is nothing she can do. Frozen Vortex. Ice Freeze swung her staff again and launched an attack on Lin Tianhao. Unfortunately, she was going to be disappointed. Immunity. Immunity. What emerged from Lin Tianhao's head was still immunity. How is this possible? An expression of disbelief appeared on Ice Friss's face. She continued her attack, but the result was still predictable. Immunity, and more immunity. How could that be? How could he be immune to ice and snow attacks? That's the ultimate blessing from the ice and snow goddess. How could the ice goddess bestow her ultimate blessing upon a night stalker? While Ice Freeze was pondering, Lin Tianhao's arrows were already raining down on her. Lord City Lord, be careful. A shield warrior charged forward, his shield blocking Lin Tianhao's arrow. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. With just a dozen or so arrows, the bronze shield in the shield warrior's hand shattered with a deafening roar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow fell, and the bronze warrior perished in the blink of an eye. Chapter 152 Goodbye, Village Chief Wang. Upon seeing this, Ice Freeze immediately retreated. Why? Why would the ice goddess bestow her ultimate blessing upon this night stalker? Ice Friss worships the goddess of ice and snow. But now, her faith has even begun to waver because of Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao didn't care about all that. In his opinion, the defensive array of Ice and Snow City was SOSO. Having experienced national wars in his previous life, he knew the weaknesses of the Ice and Snow City's defensive formation. Therefore, he began to relentlessly attack the weaknesses of the Ice and Snow City's defensive formation. Retreat, preserve as much manpower as possible, and wait for General Makino's support. Ice Freeze gave Lin Tianhao, who looked like a god of war, a meaningful look in her eyes filled with murderous intent. Why? Was my faith really wrong? Ice Friss's expression was somewhat deranged, and a barely perceptible glint of black energy flashed in her eyes. If the High Priest of Light were here, he would surely be able to see that Ice Frith has begun to succumb to demonic possession. Lin Tianhao probably never dreamed of this. Because of his immunity to ice and snow, Ice Friss's faith collapsed, and she began to turn to evil. Of course, Lin Tianhao didn't think that much about it. After entering Ice and Snow City, he began to quickly clear out the remaining city guards and finally achieved his goal of occupying Ice and Snow City. Next up is Chiefing City. Under the relentless onslaught of Lin Tianhao and the black-robed leader, Chiefing City was also finding it difficult to withstand the pressure. In less than half an hour, Chiefing City was captured. The 3 cities and 1 capital plan has been initially realized. Next, we'll deal with Lauren and the others. Lin Tianhao and the black-robed leader returned to Blackwind City to fight their way back. At this time, Blackwind City was breached. The leader in black robes had anticipated this outcome and therefore had made arrangements accordingly. Most of the Nightwalkers retreated and gradually took over Ice City and Red Peak City. In Blackwind City, damn it, a bunch of good-for-nothings. In a fit of rage, Luo Linmu slammed his fist on the table in front of him, shattering it into pieces. He originally thought that Ice City could hold out, but he did not expect that Ice City would fall so quickly. Even Chiefing City was breached. General Makino, it's that black-robed archer, his attacks are too fierce. Luo Linmu's expression changed drastically. Luo Linmu Yuan, my good brother, you really want to rebel? Luo Linmu Yi was absolutely certain that the black-robed archer was the Snow Emperor. But now that the black-robed archer has reappeared, he naturally feels that it is because Luo Linmu Yuan has failed in his duties. That's fine. I was just wondering how to bring you down. Now that you've let Shuedi go, let's see what you have to say. Before Lorraine could even rejoice, news arrived from outside. General Mai, the black-robed archer, has arrived with his men and has begun attacking Blackwind City. Luo Linmai narrowed his eyes slightly. If he were to give away the Blackwind City that he had captured, he would have no way to explain it when he returned. After only a slight hesitation, he sent a message to King Abraham. Your Majesty, let's start a national war, otherwise we simply can't defend it. King Abraham of Lorraine spoke through the voice of the wilderness of Lorraine. However, the national war he had been anticipating did not begin. I have sent a master over here. He will help you deal with the Nightwalkers. Lorraine Mai's eyes lit up. He had already guessed who King Abraham had sent. Lin Tianhao was attacking Black Wind City, and Luo Lin Mai was not to be outdone, leading his men to fight their way out. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Luo Lin Mai's location. Lorraine Mai did not appear to be within his attack range. However, due to the amplification of his basic attack, he was actually able to attack Lorraine Mai. I hesitated only slightly. Lin Tianhao did not choose to make a move. Because he knew very well that the increased range of his basic attack was a hidden move, or even a trump card. He intends to use it at the most crucial moment, such as when killing King Abraham. Just as Lin Tianhao was thinking this, his eyes narrowed slightly, because he sensed a danger. Immediately afterwards, ding, you have been cursed. Attack speed reduced by 5, movement speed reduced by 5, and damage reduced by 5. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. He had a purification jade pendant that could reduce negative effects by 90%. In other words, this reduction should be 50%. How is that possible? Lin Tianhao was very surprised. Not to mention the second rank. Even the third rank shouldn't be this outrageous. Curse-type skills are quite rare and their power is considerable, but this particular curse-type skill is ridiculously strong. Lin Tianhao looked up and saw a player dressed in a black robe. That's right, it's a player. Damn it. He would accept it if it were a powerful third-tier expert like Luo Lin Mai. One player commented, "This is outrageous. This is ridiculously absurd." Lin Tianhao couldn't recall any such formidable figure appearing in his previous life at this stage. Could it be because of me that a butterfly effect occurred? But what kind of butterfly effect could create such a powerful skill? 50% attack speed, movement speed, and damage reduction. Is this what we should have at this stage? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao raised his hand to attack, but the player seemed to have anticipated it, and his body began to become ethereal. The arrow pierced his body, but did not harm him. Invincible hollowification. Lin Tianhao gasped. Lin Tianhao knew both the curse from before and the invincible ethereal transformation now. He even knew someone who possessed this skill in his previous life. But it depends on the time. This game has been played for less than 20 days. Lin Tianhao felt a bit conflicted. He gave up attacking the man, and instead turned to attack the city guards. Only, the player had left a deep impression on Lin Tianhao, and if possible, Lin Tianhao would very much like to find him. Such a formidable player would be quite valuable if we could recruit him into our guild. He simply concealed his nickname, and Lin Tianhao was unaware of his identity. But such a formidable person will never be an unknown. They will definitely become famous very quickly. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao heard the sound of something cutting through the air. Almost instinctively, Lin Tianhao turned around and fired an arrow. Bang! Lin Tianhao's arrow was split in two by a throwing knife, which flew towards Lin Tianhao's forehead. Lin Tianhao performed a backflip to dodge the flying knife. Just as he dodged the flying knife, Lin Tianhao realized something was wrong and immediately lunged to the side. Because the throwing knife started flying back, if he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have been hit on the back of the head. It's you. Lin Tianhao's pupils contracted as he saw the person who had just attacked him. Snow Emperor, I said we would meet again, and I will definitely defeat you. Lin Tianhao looked at his attributes. Village Chief Wang Platinum. Health points. Attack. Skill. Lin Tianhao had fought with Village Chief Wang in the beginner village, but the fight was over because Village Chief Wang had transformed into a wild monster. Although Lin Tianhao benefited greatly, he still failed to get rid of Village Chief Wang. Chapter 153 Killing Village Chief Wang. Back in the beginner village, Village Chief Wang was only a bronze-level boss. Now they've actually broken through to the platinum level. This speed of promotion is terrifying. Village Chief Wang, a demonized boss who can be upgraded, is extremely rare. Generally speaking, only after a country completes its promotion can the monsters and NPCs in that country be promoted. But Village Chief Wang's situation is truly exceptional. He pondered for a moment. Lin Tianhao did not hesitate and made his move immediately. Village Chief Wang's visit was ill-intentioned. Since they were going to clash, Lin Tianhao decided to test just how powerful Village Chief Wang really was. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao's arrow pierced the air, but Village Chief Wang paid no attention. A throwing knife appeared in his hand, and he threw it, which spun around him. There is some truth to that. The protective flying sword of the young scholar was of inferior quality, but it was far inferior to the protective flying sword of the young scholar. One leaf can transform into 1,000. Village Chief Wang pointed his finger at the throwing knife, and instantly the knife multiplied into thousands, with thousands of throwing knives hurtling towards Lin Tianhao. Blazing flames, burning heart. Village Chief Wang's attacks did not stop. He formed hand seals, and Lin Tianhao felt a pain in his chest as a ball of flames suddenly ignited on his chest. Reduced by 1,000. Reduced by 1,000. One damage number after another appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Even after being reduced by the purification jade pendant, the damage was still so high. Ding! You have been severely injured, and your blood-sucking ability has decreased by 1. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, and a smile appeared on his face. Purifying a jade pendant? That's insane. The severe injury effect should have been 10%, but after the reduction, only 1% of the effect was applied to Lin Tianhao. A moment later, Lin Tianhao smiled, and his attack frequency increased. Although Village Chief Wang is strong, it's still unlikely that he can charge through Lin Tianhao's arrows. But at that moment, the player who had disappeared earlier reappeared and slammed his palm on the ground. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. He clearly felt that the space around him was becoming slightly disordered. This confusion was not enough to harm him, but it can change the angle of his arrows. In other words, the direction of his attack will be changed. This is outrageous. Snow Emperor, your death is near. Village Chief Wang charged toward Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's arrows failed to hit Village Chief Wang due to spatial distortion. This gave Village Chief Wang the opportunity to attack. Space flickers. Lin Tianhao immediately created distance and then launched an attack on the player. That's outrageous. Invincible etherealization, 50% reduction in all 3 attributes, spatial distortion. What class possesses such a skill? The player once again used invincibility and invisibility, causing Lin Tianhao's arrow to miss its mark. Lin Tianhao rubbed his forehead. The invincible ethereal form can even disappear completely. It's really a bit overwhelming. There's no way. Lin Tianhao had no choice but to turn around and attack Village Chief Wang. Fission, triple shadow slash. Village Chief Wang's body split into 3, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao immediately put away his longbow, drew his beginner wooden sword, and blocked the attack. How is that possible? Village Chief Wang was taken aback. The reason was simple. Lin Tianhao was an archer, so how could he possibly be using a beginner's wooden sword? The beginner's wooden sword has very low damage, but it is indestructible. Therefore, although Village Chief Wang's attack was very powerful, it was still blocked by Lin Tianhao with his beginner wooden sword. Only, Lin Tianhao didn't give Village Chief Wang a chance to think. He unleashed a ghost slash with his sword, then used the wings of mystic ice to soar into the sky and create distance. Lin Tianhao's movement speed was already very fast, and after using the wings of mystic ice, his speed became even faster. But Village Chief Wang clearly wouldn't let Lin Tianhao off so easily. Shadow Chaser, instant kill. Village Chief Wang flashed and appeared behind Lin Tianhao. To be precise, it appeared in Lin Tianhao's shadow. Explosive slash. The moment Village Chief Wang appeared, Lin Tianhao's attack had already landed. Village Chief Wang was startled. Lin Tianhao's reaction speed and combat awareness were excessively strong. Such a fighting spirit is almost impossible to achieve without 10 years of combat experience. As the powerful slash came down, Village Chief Wang instinctively blocked it. Lin Tianhao did not cause any harm to him, and he didn't care, because he was just using offense as defense and preparing to create distance. With a tremor of his Xianbing wings, Lin Tianhao quickly drew back the wings, then switched weapons, unleashing a torrent of arrows. When Wang was in the air, his ability to block was somewhat insufficient. Reduced by 429,108. Reduced by 429,108. Lin Tianhao's attack was extremely swift, knocking Village Chief Wang, who was in midair, to the ground. Can't fly. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up. If Village Chief Wang couldn't fly, the upcoming battle would be much easier. Only, before Lin Tianhao could even rejoice, Village Chief Wang continued to throw his throwing knives, each one multiplying into thousands in midair. Lin Tianhao immediately dodged, but it was too late. Reduce by 9850. Subtract 9,866. Each throwing knife can deal close to 10,000 damage. Lin Tianhao could completely accept this injury. However, now that he's flying in midair, he's like a sitting duck. Found you. A faint smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face, because he had found the player who could achieve invincibility and ethereal transformation. Although he hid his nickname, his appearance was different from that of ordinary players, so Lin Tianhao still managed to find him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao's arrow flew towards the player. The player was taken aback, but his invincible ethereal ability was still on cooldown, and he couldn't block Lin Tianhao's attack. Reduced by 429,018. A huge damage number appeared. The player hadn't been killed. Immediately afterwards, another arrow fell, and the player's health bar was emptied. With over 400,000 health points and so many powerful skills, this player is quite interesting. After dealing with the player, Lin Tianhao created distance and attacked the city guards. There is no other reason. Village Chief Wang's parrying ability was too strong. His arrows couldn't harm him at all. Kill him. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to turn his attack on the city guards, the black-robed leader appeared. He took the initiative to stall Village Chief Wang. Village Chief Wang's eyes narrowed. With the black-robed leader holding him back, he had no way to continue blocking Lin Tianhao's attacks. Really, Lin Tianhao's arrows seemed to have eyes, constantly landing on him. Not good. Village Chief Wang's face was somewhat gloomy because Lin Tianhao's damage was simply too high. Given Lin Tianhao's output ability, he would die at Lin Tianhao's hands in 10 seconds at most. But before he could react, he had already perished. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of Village Chief Wang. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Would you like to hide your name? Chapter 154, Killing a Series of Powerful Individuals. Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who successfully completed the first kill of Village Chief Wang while hiding their nickname. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who successfully completed the first kill of Village Chief Wang while hiding their nickname. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Lin Tianhao had just killed Village Chief Wang when a figure rushed over and looted the corpse. Damn it! He even dared to touch the boss I killed. The black-robed leader clearly knew Lin Tianhao's intentions, and with a single sword strike, he killed the player who was about to loot the corpse. Lin Tianhao landed and began looting the corpse. Ding! You have obtained a skill book +3. Ding! You have gained an equipment bonus of +2. Ding! You have gained 5,000 gold coins. Gained 200 free attribute points. Ding! You have obtained. Lin Tianhao received a large amount of rewards in one go. The equipment was all level 100, so Lin Tianhao couldn't equip it, but the skill books were a different story. The skills that Chief Wang just used, Fission, Triple Shadow Slash, and Shadow Chaser, Instant Slash, have both dropped. Both of these skills are skills that warriors can learn. Fission, Triple Shadow Slash, 1 star. Learning requirements, level 50 warrior. Effect, creates 3 clones that teleport to the front of the target and unleash a slash. Each clone dealing damage equal to 80 of the user's attack power. Maximum range 20 meters. Cost, 50 MP. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Proficiency, 0, 100. Lin Tianhao. The skill is good, but the attack power bonus makes it somewhat unfavorable for him. Chasing Shadows. Instant kill, 1 star. Learning requirements. Level 50 warrior. Effect. Instantly teleports onto the opponent's shadow and launches a slash, dealing damage equal to 120 of the user's attack power. Maximum teleport distance 30 meters. Cost. 50 MP. Cooldown. 300 seconds. Proficiency. 0, 100. Lin Tianhao frowned. His expression, not looking good. The reason is simple. His attack power is too low. Both of these skills have a displacement effect and consume very little mana, making them extremely powerful. In fact, Lin Tianhao is lacking in movement skills, but both of these movement skills require a target unit to be released. Lin Tianhao can still learn this Shadow Strike technique. Because Shadow Strike is cast on shadows, he can teleport to any shadow nearby. So, this skill is pretty good. However, frankly speaking, it was a bit of a waste for Lin Tianhao to learn the Fission, Triple Shadow Slash. He paused for a moment. Lin Tianhao learned Shadow Strike, and as for the Fission, Triple Shadow Strike, Lin Tianhao planned to give it to the monkey. Such skills would be even more powerful on a monkey. Besides, Village Chief Wang has a third skill. Remote Fission, 1 star. Learning requirements. Level 50, all professions. Effect. You can multiply your ranged attacks, currently up to 10 times. With each unit multiplied once, damage remains unchanged after multiplication. Cost. 50 MP. Cooldown. 60 seconds. Proficiency. 500. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This skill seemed pretty good to him. He split one arrow into 10, which doesn't seem very strong. But what if this skill were upgraded to 10 stars? Then the number of copies it could generate would be considerable. Today, Village Chief Wang managed to split 1,000 pieces in one go. Lin Tianhao's intuition told him that Village Chief Wang probably hadn't reached his limit yet. Continuing to upgrade the star level should allow for further fission and the creation of even more stars. Will it eventually multiply to 10,000 or 100,000? Furthermore, the attack range can be increased through fission. Thinking about this, Lin Tianhao learned the skill without hesitation. The skill's current stats aren't high, but it will definitely be powerful after it's upgraded. Imagine shooting an arrow and it splits into thousands upon thousands of feathered arrows. What a scene that would be. And this fission does not change the nature of the attack. In other words, if it splits into 10,000 feathered arrows, the damage would be absolutely outrageous. Most importantly, each arrow is a basic attack, and the arrows he generates can add to his health. Perhaps in simple monster-slaying scenarios, such a fission wouldn't be that powerful. But what if it's a large-scale national war? That's a different story. If he can split into tens of thousands of arrows later on, each split could provide Lin Tianhao with tens of thousands of life points. You need to know, Lin Tianhao's health points increased by only a few thousand after clearing a dungeon. A single fission, resulting in tens of thousands of life points, is quite terrifying. Kill him. The black-robed leader's figure blurred as he rushed towards Archmage Abir. Lin Tianhao smiled. He knew the black-robed leader's plan: decapitation. He planned to get rid of these experts from the Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao was naturally happy to see this, because his goal was to kill King Abraham, but with Archmage Abir and others around, King Abraham would never have appeared. With the black-robed leader holding him back, Archmage Abel was no match for Lin Tianhao's attacks. In just a few seconds, Archmage Abel died at Lin Tianhao's hands. Ding! You have killed Archmage Abir. This will be announced server-wide. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who hid their nickname and killed Archmage Abir. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue to strive for victory. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who hid their nickname and killed Archmage Abir. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue to strive for victory. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face, and he immediately went over to loot the corpse. Ding! You have obtained a skill book +3. Ding! You have gained an equipment bonus of +2. Ding! You have gained 2,000 gold coins. Gained 100 free attribute points. Ding! You have obtained. Lin Tianhao smiled as he killed Archmage Abir, earning him another large reward. The death of Archmage Abir reduced the pressure on the Nightwalkers on the battlefield. Again, the black-robed leader smiled and charged toward General Kingflin. Lin Tianhao didn't care at all. General Kingflin's destructive power was still very strong, but in the face of Lin Tianhao's terrifying destructive power, General Kingflin could not withstand Lin Tianhao's damage. In just a few seconds, General Kingflin died from Lin Tianhao's arrow. Ding! You have killed General Kingflin. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who hid their nickname and killed General Jingflin. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue to strive for victory. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who hid their nickname and killed General Jingflin. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue to strive for victory. Chapter 155. We respectfully invite His Majesty to personally lead the expedition. Seeing that Lin Tianhao had killed so many experts in such a short time, Luo Linmai was furious and his eyes were bloodshot. He wished he could tear Lin Tianhao to pieces, but he knew that in this situation, all was lost. Withdraw. Although extremely unwilling, Lorraine Makino still issued the order to retreat. Luo Linmuyuan, you failed to keep an eye on Shuedi. This defeat is entirely your fault. Despite the defeat, Lorraine Makino remained calm. In his view, this must have happened because Luo Linmuyuan let Lin Tianhao go. After Lorraine Mai and his men retreated, the Nightwalkers of the Demon Cave quickly recaptured Blackwind City. The conditions for 3 cities and 1 capital have been met. Next, the Black Robe leader can establish his own regime. Haha, we are finally going to establish a regime. The Black Robe leader was overjoyed. After being suppressed for so many years, he had finally seen hope. The Nightwalkers began to systematically take over Blackwind, Ice City, and Red Peak. Meanwhile, Luo Linmai had already returned to Tianqing City. Tianqing City, Royal Palace. Your Majesty, the Grand Marshal neglected his duties and failed to guard the Snow Emperor as agreed, which led to the failure of this mission. After returning from Luo Linmai, he immediately wrote a book called Luo Linmai Yuan. Not only that, Archmajabir and General Kingflin both died at the hands of the Snow Emperor. King Abraham's face turned very ugly when he heard these words. Marshal Xianda. A short while later, Luo Linmu Yuan strode in from outside. Seeing Luo Linmai, he asked with a smile, General Mai, I wonder if Black Wind City has been captured yet. Upon hearing this, Luo Linmai roared, Luo Linmai, how dare you ask such a question? What did the king send you to do? Have you forgotten? Luo Linmu knew the reason in his heart, but he pretended to be confused. General Mai, what do you mean by that? I strictly follow the king's orders. Strictly enforced? Luo Linmai snorted coldly. If you had strictly enforced the rules, how could the Snow Emperor have appeared in Black Wind City and even conquered Ice Snow City and Red Peak City? Luo Linmu Yuan suppressed the urge to laugh and said, General Muyuan, have you seen the Snow Emperor? That's natural. Did you really see the Snow Emperor? Luo Linmu Yuan asked again. Luo Linmai frowned. No, but that black-robed archer has reappeared. His abilities are undoubtedly those of the Snow Empress. Luo Linmu Yuan shook his head. General Mai, don't speak so confidently. I've been guarding Shuedi all this time. How is this possible? Luo Linmai stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. General Mai, if you don't believe me, I'll show you. Luo Linmu waved his hand. This is a mission recording. Your Majesty, General Mai, you can both take a look. I was with Shuedi the whole time. In the video, Luo Linmu Yuan and Shuedi were seen drinking tea together. General Makino's expression changed, and he staggered backward. How is this possible? Luo Linmai looked on in disbelief. He really didn't know why Shuedi would be with Luo Linmai. Could the black-robed archer not be the Snow Empress? Lorraine Min bowed to King Abraham and said, Your Majesty, although General Muyuan is my younger brother, this time he not only failed to reclaim Blackwind City, but also lost Ice Snow City and Crimson Peak City. Such a serious crime must be severely punished. Upon hearing Luo Linmu Yuan's words, Luo Linmu Yuan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Your Majesty, this defeat was solely due to the overwhelming strength of the black-robed archer among the Nightwalkers. All right. King Abraham looked very unwell. He had originally intended to take this opportunity to support Lorraine. But now, even if he didn't want to punish Luo Linmai, it would be somewhat unreasonable. Just as King Abraham was at a loss for what to do, the village chief walked in from outside the palace. Your Majesty, General Mai is correct. The black-robed archer is indeed the Snow Empress. Village Chief Wang's words were truly astonishing, and all eyes turned to him. Village Chief Wang, what do you mean? I have been guarding Shuedi all along. Village Chief Wang sneered. What you're guarding isn't the Snow Emperor, but one of her clones. With the Snow Emperor's strength, it seems there's no problem for her to possess a powerful clone skill. Lorraine Mai's eyes lit up. Village Chief Wang is right. The black-robed archer made a server-wide announcement after killing Village Chief Wang, which means that the black-robed archer is not a Night Stalker, but an adventurer. At this stage, Snow Empress is already abnormal enough. I don't believe there is another archer like Snow Empress among adventurers. Xinro stepped forward and said respectfully, Your Majesty, at this point, arguing about the identity of the black-robed archer is no longer important. The Nightwalkers have seized Blackwind City, Ice City, and Red Peak City. They have already met the requirements for establishing a regime. One country, two regimes, this is absolutely unacceptable. King Abraham narrowed his eyes slightly. Then what insightful opinion does the Prime Minister have? Xinro bowed respectfully again and said, If Lorraine and Mai don't work, then there's only one way left. What method? The Emperor will personally lead the expedition. Xinro revealed his purpose. To be precise, this was also Lin Tianhao's goal. To kill King Abraham, the king himself must lead the army. After all, killing King Abraham within the Heavenly Star City Palace was virtually impossible. The Emperor personally leading the expedition? King Abraham frowned slightly, and Lorraine Mai immediately said, Your Majesty, you are of noble birth. How can you personally lead the army? This humble general is willing to take action again, and this time I will certainly live up to my mission. Luo Linmu Yuan sneered. General Mu Yi, you have failed twice already. Even Archmajabir and General Kingflin died on the battlefield this time. Are you kidding me? Are you playing with the lives of our Star Kingdom warriors? Luo Linmai wanted to refute, but he suddenly realized that he didn't know how to refute it for a moment. Because Luo Linmuyuan was right, he hadn't thought of any good way to deal with Xuedi. Snow Empress, you're amazing. We earnestly request your majesty to personally lead the expedition and recapture the 3 cities. Luo Linmuyuan bowed respectfully, and both Prime Minister Kasenluo and Grand Marshal Luo Linmuyuan spoke. The other ministers of the Star Kingdom naturally followed suit. We earnestly request your majesty to personally lead the expedition and recapture the 3 cities. King Abraham took a deep breath. He felt something was wrong. However, he had a spatial teleportation talisman on him, which gave him great confidence. If he encountered danger, he could use the spatial teleportation talisman to escape. And he didn't believe that with his strength, he couldn't defeat Xuedi. In that case, I, the king, will personally lead the expedition and reclaim the 3 cities. Chapter 156, A million-strong army besieges the city. Your majesty is wise. The courtiers offered their flattery. Both Lorraine Muyuan and Kasenlu revealed sly smiles in their eyes. Because they achieved their goal. Next, we'll see if Snow Empress can kill King Abraham. If Snow Empress can kill King Abraham, then everything will be resolved. Just then, a server-wide announcement suddenly sounded. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the black-robed leader of the Demon Cave for successfully establishing the Demon Cave regime. Players can now enter the Demon Cave main city. We hereby announce this and encourage all players to enter the Demon Cave main city to unlock new features. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the black-robed leader of the Demon Cave for successfully establishing the Demon Cave regime. Players can now enter the Demon Cave main city. We hereby announce this and encourage all players to enter the Demon Cave main city to unlock new features. The server-wide announcement resounded through the air, startling many players. King Abraham's expression was extremely sinister. In his own country, he actually established a regime for someone else. This is an absolute disgrace. Lorraine Pasture, assemble the army immediately and set off now. Yes, your majesty. The Star Kingdom began to assemble its army in a grand manner. When Lin Tianhao heard the server-wide announcement, he knew that the real peak national war was about to begin. Previously, when we were defending Blackwind City, a brief national war broke out, but that level of national war was simply not enough. Lin Tianhao sent a message to Monkey. Monkey, get ready. The real national war is about to begin. Holy crap. How gee, there's also a nation war? That's great. One nation war, and we can take off. Lin Tianhao didn't seem to care, while the monkey continued to send him messages. Brother Hao Glasses is out. He switched to the secondary profession of celestial official, which is even more powerful than his main profession. Possessing curse skills, as well as invincible etherealization and spatial distortion, it's incredibly powerful. Lin Tianhao. So that person is wearing glasses. What's wrong? The monkey asked, somewhat surprised. Did you run into glasses? We met, and he attacked me with his curse skills and spatial distortion. The monkey was taken aback. Is that so? Yes, just tell him that I am the archer in black robes, and he will know. So you're the black-robed archer. Glasses was saying you lacked martial ethics, and were just watching him kill. All right, be careful in a bit. Don't accidentally hurt anyone. Lin Tianhao exchanged a few words briefly, then his gaze fell on the black-robed leader in front of him. King Abraham should have heard your announcement to the entire server that you have established your regime. Next, he should personally lead the army. Upon hearing this, the leader in black robes stood up abruptly, his expression grave. If he were to personally lead the army, that would be a real problem. How much do you know about King Abraham? Lin Tianhao asked. He knew of King Abraham, but in his previous life he had never seen King Abraham in action, so he didn't know much about King Abraham's strength. A 3rd-tier limit, a platinum level 200 existence. And your profession? Lin Tianhao was unaware of King Abraham's profession, let alone his skills. Profession, summoner. Lin Tianhao's pupils shrank. It's actually a summoner. So it's a real headache. It's not surprising that a level 200 platinum summoner can summon 10 level 200 gold level war beasts at once. It is indeed a bit troublesome. Lin Tianhao's expression was somewhat solemn. Summoners are inherently fragile, but their summoned beasts are very strong. Especially, King Abraham is still a level 200 platinum summoner. We'll deal with whatever comes our way, we'll see, Lin Tianhao said. Just then, a server-wide announcement rang out. Server-wide announcement. Due to the massive invasion of the Demon Cave, the Star Kingdom's national war has begun. Adventurers who kill Nightwalkers will receive high rewards. This is to inform you that all adventurers are urged to defend the kingdom. Server-wide announcement. Due to the massive invasion of the Demon Cave, the Star Kingdom's national war has begun. Adventurers who kill Nightwalkers will receive high rewards. This is to inform you that all adventurers are urged to defend the kingdom. A new round of nation wars has begun, and many players are excited. You can level up if you drop a level, but free attribute points are not easy to obtain. Killing the Night Stalker will earn you a reward, which is quite easy. Third leader, something terrible has happened. King Abraham of the Star Kingdom has led a million-strong army to attack the outskirts of Blackwind City. Lin Tianhao glanced at the black-robed leader. Do you have any quests that reward luck attributes? The black-robed leader looked at Lin Tianhao with some surprise. Nothing? What do you want to do? I want to improve my luck attribute. The leader in black robes shrugged. I don't have any, but my elder brother does. Speaking of which, it's already this late. Why haven't your eldest and second brothers shown up yet? The leader in black robes gave a wry smile. They have more important things to do. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. Was there something more important to do? Establishing a regime in the Demon Cave isn't important enough? Nation wars aren't important enough? Then what is important? What are they doing? Do they need help? Lin Tianhao asked. The leader in black robes shook his head. I don't know. Lin Tianhao didn't ask any more questions. He didn't believe the black-robed leader really didn't know. Since the black-robed leader isn't saying anything, it means he doesn't want me to know. Let's go. The national war has begun. This battle will be difficult, so I won't be making a move for now. The black-robed leader frowned. Aren't you going to make a move? Yes. Lin Tianhao nodded. That's right. My goal this time is to kill King Abraham, so I can't do it openly. You really intend to kill King Abraham? The leader in black robes found it hard to believe. The idea of killing King Abraham was simply insane. I took on all your tasks. Do you think I'm just joking? Outside Blackwind City, a million-strong army besieged the city, and countless arrows rained down from the sky. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He didn't show himself, but instead looked into the army. Really, under the immaculate eye, he saw King Abraham. Beside King Abraham were Xenro, Lorraine Pasture, Lorraine Field, and a little boy. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised, because he had never seen the little boy next to King Abraham before, nor did he have any recollection of him. Because of the distance, he couldn't see the little boy's attributes. However, Lin Tianhao's intuition told him that this little boy was probably no ordinary person. I snapped out of my thoughts. Lin Tianhao stared at King Abraham. At this distance, it would be too difficult for him to attack King Abraham. Flying over using the wings of mystic ice? That's also unrealistic. With Lorraine and the others by King Abraham's side, it's unlikely his arrows will hit King Abraham. After a moment's thought, Lin Tianhao secretly left Blackwind City, intending to explore other directions to see if there were any opportunities. Chapter 157. Taking action against King Abraham. Of course, he was well aware that it would be extremely difficult for him to kill King Abraham on his own. Lin Tianhao sent a message to Monkey and Zhou Xiaoping. Monkey, you and Fatty help me deal with King Abraham in a bit. Holy crap. How gee, is this really that exciting? Is this some kind of regicide? No problem. Fatty and I are in top tier right now. We should still be able to keep King Abraham in check. Lin Tianhao sent them a voice request directly, saying, follow my instructions in a moment. Thinking this, Lin Tianhao sent another message to Putua Tianlong. Putua Tianlong, can you do me a favor? What? Help me stall Lorraine Mai for a bit. Putua Tianlong was somewhat surprised because Lin Tianhao's idea was a bit too crazy. Putua Tianlong subconsciously asked, what can I get? Consider it a favor I owe you. Putua Tianlong hesitated, wondering if it was really worth it for him to do Lin Tianhao a favor. It's important to know that killing Nightwalkers now grants you the freedom attribute, but if he attacks Lorraine Mai, you'll lose all of that. After only a moment's thought, Putua Tianlong agreed. Okay, I'll do my best. As for the others, Lin Tianhao didn't contact them. He was preparing to make his move. On the main battlefield, the Nightcrawlers are already struggling to hold on. Your Majesty, I'll go and behead him. Luo Linmu rushed towards the black-robed leader because he knew that Lin Tianhao was about to make his move. Lin Tianhao pondered for a moment, then soared into the sky and made his move without hesitation. He wore the lucky bracelet and put all the remaining 1180 free attribute points into attack speed, increasing his attack speed to 25.9. Lin Tianhao pushed his combat capabilities to the limit. The next battle is very important to him. If you kill King Abraham, many quests will be completed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows simultaneously, 124 arrows per second. With the blessing of the lucky bracelet, Lin Tianhao's attack critical hit probability was very high. Moreover, the frequency of lightning jumps was extremely high. In just a few seconds, Lin Tianhao's attack instantly tore a hole in the Star Kingdom's million-strong army. When Luo Linmu saw Lin Tianhao appear, his expression changed slightly. "Your Majesty, this is the guy? I'll go and hold him off." With that, Luo Lin might charge towards Lin Tianhao. "You can't hold him off, you can't keep up with his speed." Village Chief Wang spoke in a deep voice, and then rushed towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao was not in a hurry. He was engaged in a fierce battle with Village Chief Wang, but he was consciously moving closer to King Abraham. Village Chief Wang didn't notice anything unusual. After all, he never dreamed that Lin Tianhao would want to kill King Abraham. "Now, monkey!" At Lin Tianhao's command, the monkey charged out from the crowd and forced Village Chief Wang back with a 3-stage slash. Damn it! Village Chief Wang's expression changed. He still wanted to rush towards Lin Tianhao, but Fatty had already made his move, mocking Village Chief Wang, and, together with Monkey, using a 2-on-1 strategy to hold him back. Luo Linmai roared, "I'll go." He charged towards Lin Tianhao, but Lin Tianhao remained unmoved. A golden light shot into the sky from the crowd, knocking Luo Linmai away. Immediately afterwards, Putua Tianlong charged towards Luo Linmai. Putua Tianlong is quite strong, but he definitely can't hold out against Luo Linmai for long. He needs to finish this quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao's arrow flew towards King Abraham, and at the same time, the Book of Life and Death locked onto King Abraham, causing him to continuously lose health. Lin Tianhao used the severing injury potion he obtained from the Snow Corpse ruins without hesitation. To kill King Abraham, one must not show any mercy. Seeing Lin Tianhao attack him, King Abraham's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. Lin Tianhao was startled. King Abraham seemed unsurprised that he would attack him. "Snow Emperor, you killed the Ice and Snow Goddess. I know you have more to gain, and you will definitely make a move against me." King Abraham already knew that he had killed the goddess of ice and snow, but he did not reveal this information. "You tricked me into coming out to personally lead the army to defeat me, but unfortunately, you are too naive." Lin Tianhao's arrow did not land on King Abraham, but was blocked by an invisible wall. Bang! Lin Tianhao's body was suddenly struck by something, causing him to fly out. Subtract 108,950. A huge damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head, but he was not discouraged. Unleashing the wings of ice, he unleashed a barrage of arrows, which quickly surrounded King Abraham in the blink of an eye. And that transparent thing attacked Lin Tianhao again. "I'm here again. I saw you." Lin Tianhao used spatial teleportation to avoid the semi-transparent monster's attack. Void Walking Gold? Health points. Attack. Skill. This must be King Abraham's summoned beast, capable of walking through the void, making its location impossible to pinpoint. However, Lin Tianhao possessed the eye of immaculateness, so he was still able to capture the outline of the figure walking in the void. Certainly, Lin Tianhao didn't want to waste time with the void walk. After the space flashed and closed the distance, he attacked without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of arrows. Click-clack. The arrow tore apart the spatial barrier in front of King Abraham. King Abraham was slightly surprised. As expected of the Snow Empress, she is indeed remarkable. A 6-armed demon ape suddenly appeared in front of King Abraham. Each of the 6 arms of the demon ape held a golden weapon, which easily knocked Lin Tianhao's arrow away. 6-armed demon ape, golden? Health points. Attack. Skill. Lin Tianhao had a headache. Summoners were relatively weak in the early stages, just like mages, but once a summoner was fully developed, their strength was still very formidable. But Lin Tianhao did not give up and continued to attack, just hoping for an opportunity. "Brother Hao, I'll do it." The player who attacked Lin Tianhao earlier clearly knew Lin Tianhao's identity. He rushed out, waving his staff. The 6-armed ape that had been standing before King Abraham vanished in the next instant. "What's going on?" King Abraham's expression changed as the 6-armed demon ape suddenly disappeared, allowing Lin Tianhao's arrow to strike him. Subtract 422,980. Subtract 422,980. One after another, huge damage numbers appeared above King Abraham's head, leaving him dumbfounded. However, after only a few arrows landed on King Abraham, he had already shattered a talisman. The talisman exploded, and a golden shield rose up, blocking Lin Tianhao's arrow. Chapter 158, Killing King Abraham. Click-clack. The golden shield cracked and then shattered. King Abraham frowned slightly. With a wave of his hand, a a six-pointed star array appeared in front of him. The six-pointed star flashed, and a monster covered in fleshy tumors appeared in the center of the six-pointed star array. Lin Tianhao's arrow landed on the fleshy monster, but surprisingly, it did not cause any damage. It absorbed and devoured all of Lin Tianhao's feathered arrows, and its tumorous body continued to grow larger. If you swallow my arrow, I'll stuff you until you die. Lin Tianhao roared, and arrows rained down upon him. After the tumor-like monster's body swelled to a certain extent, it finally couldn't hold on any longer. Its skin tightened, as if it would explode at any moment. Boom! With a loud bang, the monstrous tumor exploded and died on the spot. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the wounded tumor. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Would you like to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who concealed their name and achieved the first kill of the bloodthirsty tumor. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue to strive for success. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who concealed their name and achieved the first kill of the bloodthirsty tumor. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue to work hard. Lin Tianhao no longer even had the thought of looting the corpse. He was now single-mindedly focused on killing King Abraham. Only, after the fleshy growth exploded, King Abraham disappeared. Lin Tianhao's eyes were sharp as he looked at a large blue bird in front of him, and he felt a headache coming on. For King Abraham was on the back of that great blue bird. Blue-winged bird King Gold. Health points. Attack. Skill. It's all question marks again, so it's probably level 200 again. This is a headache. His flight speed is quite fast, but compared to a level 200 flying beast, it's still somewhat inferior. So, an awkward situation arose. He couldn't catch up. Brother Hao, watch me. The glasses reappeared, and he cast a curse upon the azure-winged bird king. Without any suspense, the azure-winged bird king suddenly slowed down, and Lin Tianhao caught up, continuously firing his feathered arrows. King Abraham finally frowned. He then slapped on another talisman, which enveloped him in golden light to block Lin Tianhao's arrows. I'd like to see just how many talismans you have. Lin Tianhao remained completely calm. King Abraham's golden talisman could only withstand his attack for a second. 1 frame per second. Lin Tianhao wanted to see how long King Abraham could hold out. 10, 20, 30. King Abraham's golden talisman seemed inexhaustible. Damn, a king is a king. His family is incredibly wealthy. Lin Tianhao's expression gradually turned serious. This was because Luo Lin Mai was about to kill Putua Tianlong. The monkey and the fat man were struggling to deal with village chief Wang, especially the monkey, whose health had already dropped by 2/3. At this rate, if the monkey falls, given the fat man's situation, there's no way he can keep village chief Wang. The war situation was not favorable, and if it continued in this manner, his plan to kill King Abraham would fail. Ice and snow, freeze the world forever. Just as Lin Tianhao was wondering how to break the deadlock, a formation appeared above King Abraham's head, and King Abraham was instantly frozen. Qing Fuyun. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised that Qing Fuyun would help him, but he understood in an instant. Queen Fjordine was killed because of the bounty placed on her by King Abraham, so it seems reasonable that she would take action against King Abraham. King Abraham seemed to have no idea that Qing Fuyun would suddenly attack him, and he was instantly frozen, which gave Lin Tianhao an opportunity. Lin Tianhao unleashed a torrent of arrows, quickly enveloping King Abraham. One damage number after another appeared above King Abraham's head. Lin Tianhao maximized his attack speed, aiming for every arrow to be a critical hit, with the sole purpose of quickly killing King Abraham. But Qing Fuyun's freezing spell couldn't even last a second. In the blink of an eye, King Abraham was about to break free of the freezing spell. Mysterious ice, 6 directions freeze. A woman in black robes appeared, and with a wave of her staff, she froze King Abraham once more. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This was interesting. How many people had King Abraham offended that he was being attacked again? Lin Tianhao couldn't let such a good opportunity slip by, and continued his attack. But just then, he heard a whooshing sound behind him. Snow Empress, stop. The person who arrived was none other than Luo Lin Mai. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. Luo Lin Mai had killed Putua Tianlong. This was troublesome. Death cycle, isn't it going to trigger yet? Lin Tianhao was a little anxious. If the death cycle was not triggered, even without Lorraine Mai's help, King Abra could escape using the space teleportation talisman after breaking free from control. If we miss this opportunity to kill King Abraham, it will be difficult to kill him again later. Help! Below, Berserker Blade saw this scene in the air and immediately gave the order. He didn't know if what he was doing was right or wrong, but his intuition told him that helping Lin Tianhao this time would bring him many benefits later. In particular, Ragnarok is not just a simple game, and Lin Tianhao's existence could very well change the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. Archers and mages from the Berserker Guild began attacking Lorraine Pasture. Because the Berserker Guild is backed by the government, its size is absolutely immeasurable. Even a powerful figure like Luo Lin Mai was somewhat overwhelmed by this attack. Damn it, this is a national war. Why are these players attacking me instead of killing the Night Walkers? Lin Tianhao also noticed the Berserker Guild's intervention below. Berserker Blade, I accept your favor today. When Lin Tianhao looked up again, his gaze was unusually sharp, and his arrows were even more accurate, almost every arrow hitting a weak point. Goddess Hutu, give it your all. Lin Tianhao was getting anxious. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. The Earth Goddess did not appear, but the Ice and Snow Goddess did, and King Abraham was frozen by the effect of the frozen eye. It was this arrow. The double damage from shattering the ice, plus the double damage from a critical hit, and the double true damage from Lin Tianhao. This arrow will be incredibly powerful. Lin Tianhao knew that when such high burst damage occurred, there was a certain chance of triggering some low probability effects. For example, the cycle of death and reincarnation. Ding! You have killed King Abraham. This will be announced to the entire server. Do you wish to hide your name? Lin Tianhao grinned. Damn, it finally worked. Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who successfully defeated King Abraham while hiding their nickname. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue to strive for victory. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who successfully defeated King Abraham while hiding their nickname. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue to strive for victory. Chapter 159 Divinely Bestowed Equipment, Summoning Codex. Below, the Star Kingdom's army was dumbfounded. Luo Linmuai, Village Chief Wang, and the others were equally dumbfounded. Their king is dead. The king is dead. The king is dead. Run. King Abraham was the backbone of the army, and now that he had fallen, they naturally turned tail and ran. Lin Tianhao looked excited and immediately went over to touch the corpse. Ding! You have received a +1 Divine Blessed Equipment. Ding! You have obtained a Divine Skill Book, +1. Gained 500 free attribute points. Ding! You have gained 100,000 gold coins. Ding! You have obtained a fragment of the soul of the Demon King, Tu Lien. Ding! You have obtained. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath. Divine equipment and divine skills. These two things alone were incredibly powerful. As for why Lin Tianhao still needs to hide his nickname, it's because he still wants to become the king of the Star Kingdom. If the people of the Star Kingdom knew that he was the one who killed King Abraham, how could he possibly become the king of the Star Kingdom? With King Abraham dead, the Star Kingdom's army withdrew, and the battle came to an end. Lin Tianhao's gains from this battle can be described as exceptionally substantial. The first reward for defeating King Abraham is the divine quest from Princess Leona and Queen Fjorden, the reward from the Black Robe Leader, and the Flower of Talent Evolution. These things are all extremely precious. Next, he's about to take off from the spot. Lin Tianhao sent a message to Berserker Blade. Thank you, I appreciate the favor. Berserker Blade immediately replied, no problem, no problem. We're friends, it's only right to help each other. Berserker Blade's words were a bit diplomatic. He used the phrase, helping each other, to put Lin Tianhao on a pedestal. However, Lin Tianhao didn't mind, since Berserker Blade had indeed helped him a lot this time. Back to Blackwind City. The leader in black robes was very excited, and his face lit up with joy when he saw Lin Tianhao. Ha ha ha, Snow Empress, you are truly amazing. You actually killed King Abraham of the Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao shrugged it off and smiled at the black-robed leader. Black-robed leader, shouldn't you now fulfill your promise? The black-robed leader nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the Flower of Talent Evolution and the leaves of the Tree of Knowledge fell into Lin Tianhao's hands. Talent Evolution Flower. Special. Effect. After use, it can evolve talents, giving them a certain improvement. Note. The Flower of Talent Evolution is a one-time consumable item and disappears after use. Use. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Tianhao directly used the Flower of Talent Evolution on himself. Ding! Due to your excessive talent, one talent evolution flower is not enough to evolve your talent. Please collect more talent evolution flowers. 1, 10. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. He was neither surprised nor dissatisfied by the failure to evolve. If his godlike talent could be successfully evolved with just one talent evolution flower, he would find that problematic. What he was really worried about was that the flower of talent evolution couldn't evolve his talent. But now it seems that his godlike talent can also evolve. 10 flowers. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's not a big problem. Lin Tianhao carefully put away the flower of talent evolution and then picked up a leaf from the tree of knowledge. The leaves of the tree of knowledge usually contain special knowledge. Lin Tianhao's special equipment was actually created from the knowledge of the tree of knowledge. Besides, the tree of knowledge may also bring skills, true meaning, and so on. For example, the true meaning of fire can increase all of a player's fire attribute attacks by a certain percentage. The true meaning is divided into 10 stars. Each star increases the damage of that attribute by 10%, and 10 stars means a 100% increase in damage. This isn't a 100% increase in the damage of a single skill, but rather an attribute. For example, Princess Leona's ice attribute. If he masters the true meaning of ice, the damage of all her ice attribute attacks can be increased, which is quite good. Leaves of the Tree of Knowledge. Special effect. Upon use, you will obtain the forging method for a special piece of equipment. Requires a Tier 1 blacksmith and all necessary materials to forge. Note: leaves from the Tree of Knowledge are consumable items and will disappear after use. A first-tier blacksmith is considered quite weak among blacksmiths. Tier 1, to put it simply, means a blacksmith who can forge level 10 elite equipment. This requirement is not high. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath. This was incredible. It was actually a forging method for special equipment. After only a moment's thought, he used it directly. His 3 clones, created by the one chi transforms into 3 pure ones technique, have been constantly leveling up their proficiency in secondary professions, including the blacksmith profession. Moreover, thanks to Lin Tianhao's financial support, the 3 clones faced no obstacles in acquiring items for their secondary professions. Anything that can be bought with gold coins is not a problem for Lin Tianhao. His daily earnings from his money exchange have already exceeded 50 million, and this figure continues to rise. Use. Ding. You have obtained a special equipment, life or blueprint. Life or blueprint. Special. Forging requirements. Tier 1 blacksmith. Material requirements. Iron or *1, copper or *1, bloodstone *10. Increases health by 100,000 when equipped. Note: this blueprint is for the forging skill. After learning it, you can forge life orbs without limit. Lin Tianhao. What does 100,000 more health points mean? Not to mention for ordinary players, even for him, it was quite good. If it were in the hands of an average player, it would definitely be a god-tier artifact at this stage. Moreover, this thing can be mass-produced. Besides, a forging skill can usually only be learned by one blacksmith, but Lin Tianhao has a clone that can transform into 3 pure beings. The clone possesses all of his characteristics except that it cannot fight. His learning is equivalent to all 3 of his clones' learning. In an instant, Lin Tianhao gave orders to his 3 clones, instructing them to cultivate forging techniques and become first-tier forging masters as soon as possible. In this way, you can then begin mass-producing life orbs. Moreover, the materials needed to forge the life orb are not particularly precious and are easy to obtain. Next, it allows you to view the divine equipment and skills awarded after defeating King Abraham. Summoning Codex, Divine Gift. Requirements for wearing, Summoner. Effect: you can fuse the same type of summoned beast into a higher-level summoned beast. You can only fuse once a day. Abrasion Resistance, Indestructible. Note: once bound, it cannot be dropped or stolen. Lin Tianhao. A divinely bestowed item for the summoner, and, judging by the stats, this item seems a bit overpowered. Summoner. There don't seem to be any summoners around me. Glasses is a mage, and in his previous life, Glasses was a formation mage, not a summoner. Furthermore, Glasses has already become a formation master, while neither the monkey nor the fat man are summoners. Speaking of which, is it possible that my younger sister is a summoner? Chapter 160: Divinely Bestowed Skills and Equipment. Lin Qingqing has been in the game for a few days now, but so far, he has not received any information about her. King Abraham dropped not only divine equipment, but also a divine skill. Soul Binding, Divine Gift. Learning requirements, Summoner. Effect: you can bind your summoned beast and gain all of its attributes. Only one summoned beast can be bound at a time. Consumption, none. Cooldown, 15 minutes after unbinding or when a bound summon dies. Proficiency, cannot be upgraded. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This skill was a bit too overpowered. Summoners rely heavily on their summoned beasts, have virtually no combat skills, and are very poor at protecting themselves. But if you could bind a summoned beast with high tankiness, wouldn't that be like taking off from the spot? These two skills, in the hands of a summoner, are truly exceptionally overpowered. Lin Tianhao can't find Lin Qingqing now, and he's unsure if she's a summoner. However, given the characteristics of the summoning tome, it's definitely better to bind it as early as possible. After much thought, Lin Tianhao came up with a good candidate, Su Li. During the great cataclysm of her previous life, Su Li was undoubtedly a heroine. In order to protect Blue Star, she went through thousands of battles, big and small, and almost perished several times. Human nature. It is in the face of life and death that one's true character is revealed, and Su Li is the most spirited summoner Lin Tianhao has ever seen. Therefore, Lin Tianhao planned to bind the summoning manual and divine soul to Su Li. Even if he later discovers that his sister Lin Qingqing is a summoner, he will not regret it. Lin Tianhao was an absolute opportunist, so he understood all too well how rare it was for someone like Su Li to remain true to her original aspirations even in the face of life and death. Thinking about this, Lin Tianhao took the initiative to add Su Li as a friend. At this time, Su Li is directing her summoned beasts to hunt down a level 45 Blackwater Lake Xian turtle. She is not good at speaking, and is even a little aloof. She is very slow to warm up to people, and the friends she has really talked to are basically those she has known for more than 10 years. She was also one of those players with incredible luck, similar to Putua Tianlong. After entering the game, she triggered a hidden quest and eventually obtained a Saint-level talent Awakening Stone. She thus awakened her Saint-level talent, Beast Taming and Evolution. However, she was too reclusive, and very few people knew about it after she awakened her Saint-level talent. After killing just one Blackwater Lake Xian turtle, Su Li noticed that someone had added her as a friend. She has always been a loner, and it is known that she has very few gaming friends, and no one would add her as a friend for no reason. But when she saw who had added her this time, she was stunned. Snow Emperor. She might not know this from other players because she is aloof. But Shueti's reputation was too great. She had heard of her many times. After a slight hesitation, she accepted Lin Tianhao's friend request. After seeing that she had accepted his friend request, Lin Tianhao immediately sent her a message. Interested in joining my guild? Su Li was a little stunned. She didn't know much about Lin Tianhao's guild, but she could guess why Lin Tianhao added her. Perhaps it was because Lin Tianhao knew that she had awakened a saint-level talent that he had the idea of winning her over. My guild has no restrictions, so you don't need to worry. Lin Tianhao was aware of Su Li's aloof personality, so he sent the message again. Good. Su Li's answer was simple. Lin Tianhao directly pulled Su Li into the guild. Su Li was stunned after entering the guild, because the bonuses from the Lone Snow Guild were a bit too much. Lin Tianhao sent her another message. Welcome to my guild. Here are 2 gifts for you. Lin Tianhao traded the summoning manual and the soul binding. He knew that Su Li had saint-level talent, and he also knew who had god-level talent as a summoner, but he still chose to give both of these things to Su Li. Because of character, Su Li was somewhat flattered. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's wrong with the president giving a newcomer a small gift? Su Li did not respond and accepted the item. However, after checking its attributes, she was completely stunned. Divine equipment, divine skills. She felt a little apprehensive because the 2 things Lin Tianhao had given her were extremely precious. This is so precious. I'm not a summoner, so I don't need it. You can keep it. After a long while, Su Li finally replied, Thank you. You are welcome. After dealing with Su Li's matter, Lin Tianhao took out 2 scrolls of the preliminary tasks for the Blessing of the Gods. These are Leona and Queen Fjordan's reign, respectively. Their mission was accomplished after they killed King Abraham. Use the blessings of the gods. Lin Tianhao was actually a little flustered. He was worried that if the blessing came from Hutanyangyang again, it would be a real headache. Ding. The gods are blessing you. Ding. Neza, the 3rd prince, is bestowing blessings upon you. Ding. You have gained 3 heads and 6 arms. 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Tianhao was stunned for a moment, then immediately checked the attributes. 3 heads and 6 arms, a gift from God. Learning requirements, limited to Shuedi. Effect, you will transform into a 3-headed, 6-armed being, with each of your 6 arms capable of wielding 3 class-specific main weapons. Cost, 100 MP per second. Cooling, 1 hour. Proficiency, cannot be upgraded. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up when he saw this attribute. That's pretty awesome. In other words, in his 3-headed, 6-armed state, he can use 3 main weapons simultaneously. Imagine what it would be like if Lin Tianhao used 3 longbows to fire 5 arrows simultaneously from a 360-degree angle without any blind spots. And he is not afraid of close combat. He can engage in melee combat with a long sword while simultaneously dealing ranged damage with a bow and arrow. This divinely bestowed skill is incredibly powerful for Lin Tianhao. The only drawback is the mana cost. Maintaining 100 mana for 1 second is somewhat of a headache. In Lin Tianhao's view, using free attribute points to increase mana is still a somewhat foolish approach. We can only hope to get some equipment that restores or increases mana in the future. Next, it is the Blessing of the Gods reward from the pre-quest scroll of Queen Phaidon's Blessing of the Gods. Use the blessings of the gods. Ding. The gods are blessing you. Ding. The Jade Emperor is bestowing blessings upon you. Ding. You have obtained the God-slaying whip. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This name sounded pretty impressive. Even if it was just a simplified version of the God-slaying whip, it was still quite remarkable. The God-slaying whip, a gift from the gods. Wearing requirements. Only for Xuedi. Effect 1. Physical penetration increased by 100. Effect 2. Armor penetration increased by 100. Effect 3. When you attack a deity with the God-slaying whip, you will receive a 10-fold damage bonus. Abrasion resistance. Indestructible. Note: this item may not be stolen, dropped, or given away. Lin Tianhao gasped. With this equipment, he could practically take off on the spot. 100% physical penetration isn't much of a help to Lin Tianhao, but 100% armor penetration is an almost heaven-defying attribute. Chapter 161 Princess Leona assumes the throne. Most weapons have wear resistance. Generally, to deplete wear resistance, it is usually through a dimensional reduction attack that will wear down the wear resistance relatively quickly. For example, level 10 equipment can be used to destroy level 1 equipment, or gold level equipment can be used to destroy bronze level equipment. This is how you can quickly break the equipment. The percentage armor penetration of this God-slaying whip is used to destroy equipment. With a 100% armor penetration rate, according to Lin Tianhao's estimation, even gold-grade equipment can be shattered with just 1 strike using the God-slaying whip. What does that mean? If Lin Tianhao were to engage in close combat with Luo Linmai's weapon would be shattered upon colliding with Lin Tianhao's God-slaying whip. Thus, even if Luo Linmai is powerful, without weapons, he is somewhat insignificant in front of Lin Tianhao. That's the terrifying thing about 100% armor penetration. With this God-slaying whip in hand, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for Lin Tianhao to say that he's invincible in close combat. After all, in a head-on confrontation, the God-slaying whip can directly destroy the opponent's equipment. Without equipment, especially without a main weapon, the opponent is just a noob. As for remote, to put it nicely, with Lin Tianhao's archery skills and his current attributes, who can defeat him unless ranged units use overwhelming force against him? In addition to the blessings from the gods, Queen Phaidon's mission also rewarded her with 1,000 free attribute points and a netherworld longbow. With the rewards from Princess Leona's mission, Lin Tianhao now has a total of 1,600 free attribute points. Netherworld longbow. Special. Wearing requirements. Archer. Effect 1. After you kill an enemy with the netherbow can absorb the soul power of the killed enemy to enhance its attributes. Effect 2. Lifesteal increased by 0.1. Effect 3. Attack speed increased by 0.1. Effect 4. Movement speed increased by 0.1. Effect 5. Increases health by 10. Increases mana by 10. Abrasion resistance. 100. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath. What kind of equipment is this? This is practically a divine artifact. The last 5 effects look terrible, but the presence of the first attribute means that the netherworld longbow can't possibly be bad. However, the fact that this equipment has wear resistance is a bit of a headache. Lin Tianhao now only wants to find an eternal scroll immediately to upgrade the netherworld longbow into an indestructible form. If the netherworld longbow were destroyed, Lin Tianhao would be furious. The Star Kingdom must still have the Scroll of Eternity. It seems that becoming the king of the Star Kingdom must be put on the agenda. The netherworld longbow is a perfect match for Lin Tianhao. Attack speed, movement speed, lifesteal, and mana, the 4 attributes Lin Tianhao needs most, are all boosted by the netherworld longbow. Although Lin Tianhao wasn't particularly lacking in health points, having some was definitely better than having none. This time, with the killing of King Abraham, Lin Tianhao has truly taken off. With the netherworld longbow for ranged combat and the god-slaying whip for melee, he really wanted to ask, who else? Black-robed leader, Now that our agreement has been fulfilled, I shall take my leave. Lin Tianhao took his leave immediately. Now that the Star Kingdom is leaderless and beset by internal and external troubles, he doesn't care what others think. He has to seize the throne of the Star Kingdom. Because the prerequisite for both Prime Minister Xenro and Grand Marshal Lauren Miyuan's 2 blessings from the gods is to become the king of the Star Kingdom. Removing his disguise, Lin Tianhao walked into Tianqing City with an air of nonchalance. Tianqing City. The people of Tianqing City are now in a state of panic. With King Abraham dead, someone must succeed him. Royal Palace, Main Hall. Luo Lin Mai's face was extremely gloomy. This defeat is unbearable, and the king even died at the hands of the Snow Emperor. Grand Marshal Luo Lin Mian sneered. Luo Lin Mian, don't be so confident. What evidence do you have to prove that the black-robed archer is the Snow Empress? Luo Lin Mian knew very well that if Xue Di was to become the king of the Star Kingdom, the first thing to do was to sever Xue Di's ties with the black-robed archer. Otherwise, how could Xue Di, an adventurer and the real culprit who killed King Abra, possibly become the king of the Star Kingdom? Humph. Besides the Snow Empress, who else has that kind of strength? Luo Lin Mai snorted coldly, very confident in his judgment. Prime Minister Xenro waved his hand. Lorraine Mai, I think it's best not to speak carelessly about things that are uncertain. That concludes the discussion. Prime Minister Xenro changed the subject and continued. A country cannot be without a ruler for a day. The most urgent task now is to select a new monarch for us. This is the way of the king. No sooner had Xenro finished speaking than a clear, cold voice rang out. Ti Xuejin is dead, and Qing Fuyun has committed treason and attacked the king. Neither of them is qualified to inherit the throne. Therefore, I shall inherit the throne. Princess Leona strode forward, followed by Village Chief Wang. Luo Lin Mai's eyes narrowed, his gaze falling on Village Chief Wang. Are you one of Princess Leona's people? Village Chief Wang smiled noncommittally. I am the king's man. With the king's fall, Princess Leona is the new king, and I will naturally support her. Lorraine frowned. Although he didn't really want to support Leona, who in the Star Kingdom's royal family was qualified to inherit the throne. Nothing more. Only Princess Leona. Princess Leona walked to the throne, glanced around, and coldly asked, if I, Leona, become queen, who among you opposes me? Who supports me? Prime Minister Xenro bowed respectfully. Princess Leona is the only member of the royal bloodline and rightfully inherits the throne of the Star Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Luo Lin Mian frowned slightly, because their original plan was for Xue Di to become the king of the Star Kingdom. If Princess Leona were to inherit the throne now, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? But, just as Luo Linmu was about to speak, Xenru changed the subject. But what? Leona's expression was indifferent, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. However, Your Highness, the Nightwalkers of the Demon Cave have now established a regime in our Star Kingdom, and the king died while attacking the Nightwalkers of the Demon Cave. Now that the king's body is not yet cold, I believe that we should first take back the 3 cities and drive away the Night Stalkers from the Demon Cave. This is the most important thing. Princess Leona's coldness turned into murderous intent, but she quickly suppressed it. What the Prime Minister says makes sense. In that case, I will temporarily assume the role of king, and then inherit the throne after driving away the Night Stalkers of the Demon Cave. What do you say? Xenro frowned. He had originally planned to give Princess Leona some command authority. Unexpectedly, Princess Leona immediately offered to assume the throne, clearly preparing to consolidate her power ahead of time. However, after only a moment's thought, Xenro already understood. If you can kill King Abraham once, you can kill Leona again. If Leona hides away and doesn't personally lead the expedition, then relying on Lorraine and Village Chief Wang, it will be almost impossible for them to retake the 3 cities. Chapter 162, Fourth Job Advancement. Leona. If Princess Leona dares to lead the army in person, she may die at the hands of the Snow Emperor, just like King Abra. Then I wish Princess Leona a speedy recovery of the 3 cities and the restoration of the Star Kingdom. Good. Princess Leona nodded. You may all leave. Also, Village Chief Wang, the Prime Minister, and the Grand Marshal, please stay. Prime Minister Xenluo and Grand Marshal Luolin Miyuan frowned. The others withdrew, leaving only Village Chief Wang and Xenluo. Your Highness, what are your orders? Luo Lin Muyuan asked. If you wish to attack Blackwind City, I am willing to do my part. Princess Leona smiled non-committally and said, Lorraine Plains, Xenro, where is your scroll for the prerequisite quest Blessing of the Gods? Xenro's heart tightened, but he didn't show any problem. he said with a smile. Your Highness, shouldn't this be a private matter? Princess Leona smiled and said, This is not a private matter. I have seen all the battles fought by my father's personal command. Then what? You are condoning the Snow Emperor's killing of my father. Princess Leona's words were quite surprising, and Lorraine Miyuan immediately retorted, Your Highness, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to the Star Kingdom and would never dare to have the slightest disloyalty. Princess Leona sneered, Of course you're doing your best for the Star Kingdom, because you think that since your father has no children, a woman is not worthy to be the queen of the Star Kingdom. So, you want to support the Snow Empress to become the king of the Star Kingdom, is that right? Princess Leona's words made Xinro and Lorraine Miyuan even more uneasy. Princess Leona, I am the current Prime Minister. It's best for you to refrain from making such unsubstantiated speculations. Princess Leona smiled noncommittally and said, I do not have any evidence, but one thing I am certain of is that you have not done your best to fight against the Snow Emperor. My father's personal command of the expedition was also what you wanted to see. Considering all of this, it's not hard to guess that you want my father dead. Lorraine Miyuan's face darkened. Princess Leona, you've gone too far with those words. There's no need to interrupt me so quickly. If I dare to say this, I must have a lot of information. After the Snow Emperor's first attack on Blackwind City, he was able to breach the city so easily. You two deserve great credit for that, right? Xenro gritted his teeth. Princess Leona, if you continue to make false accusations like this, don't blame us for being impolite. You're welcome, Xenro. How exactly are you going to be impolite? Just then, Luo Linmai's voice came from outside the door, and then Luo Linmai led his army to attack. Princess Leona, what do you mean by this? Princess Leona sneered. Isn't it obvious enough? I'm going to kill you all, and that will automatically invalidate your prerequisite quest scrolls for the blessing of the gods for the Snow Emperor. Luo Linmu's face darkened. You think you can keep us here like this? I'll fight my way out of here, gather a large army, and rebel. Then, the Star Kingdom will be destroyed in your hands. Princess Leona smiled faintly. Since I dared to tear off the mask, it means I never intended for you to leave the palace alive. Luo Linmu frowned. With your abilities, you can't keep me here. What if I were included? Qing Fuyun stepped forward, holding a magic staff, her face cold and stern. Humph, what's there to fear if there's one more of you? And me too. Another voice rang out, and a woman in black robes stepped out. After appearing on the palace floor, she lifted her black robes, revealing her true face. It's you. How is this possible? Weren't you dead? Ti Shuejian walked over with a smile on her face, her expression unhurried and subtle. Of course I have to die. If I die, Qing Fuyun will be the daughter of a deposed empress and will not be able to inherit the throne. That will leave only Leona. That's why you were able to carry out your plan to kill our father with such impunity. Prime Minister Casenro staggered back a step, his face full of disbelief. You are using us to kill the king. Who is your father? How can you be so heartless? Casenro knew that things had come to this point, and there was no point in hiding anything anymore, so he chose to speak frankly. Father? If he hadn't intended to kill us, why would we have planned to kill him? Ti Shuejian's expression was icy. I'll use you to get rid of my father, and then get rid of you. This will invalidate the scroll for the blessing of the gods in Shuedi's possession. With Shuedi's opportunistic nature, she will never help you again. Is this what women's scheming is like? I, Xenro, consider myself quite shrewd, but I never expected to be outmaneuvered by the three of you. That concludes the discussion. Xenro then looked at Tisujian. Princess, according to your plan, Leona can only become queen in the end. Are you willing to accept that? Ti Shuejian smiled and said, Casenro, you don't need to sow discord. The plan can be implemented because we have a leader. Leona. Xenro frowned and looked at Princess Leona. Forgive my poor eyesight, but I really don't see what Princess Leona has that would make you, the eldest princess, lower yourself to bow down. Princess Leona stepped forward. Since you want to know, then I'll let you die knowing why. The words fell. Under the incredulous gazes of Xenro and Lorraine Miyuan, Princess Leona's aura began to rise steadily. Third turn. The limit of the third revolution. Fourth job advancement. When Princess Leona's aura reached the fourth level, both Xenro and Lorraine Miyuan staggered backward in terror. How is this possible? The limit in the Star Kingdom is the second level. Even with the help of royal secret techniques, one can only reach the third level, and the conditions are harsh. There are very few people in the entire Star Kingdom who can achieve this. You. How could you possibly be a fourth-tier cultivator? Princess Leona smiled and said, What do you think I've been doing all these years in the starting village? just hiding to avoid the struggle for the throne. These words were spoken. Two afterimages suddenly appeared behind Princess Leona, one ice blue and the other crimson. Both of these illusory figures exuded a powerful aura. In the starting village, there is an ancient drought demon that was sealed. During the years I spent in the starting village, I tried every means to obtain the power of the fire source from that ancient drought demon. Combined with the power of my own ice source, I have become the 4th level cultivator I am today. Xenro sighed. Alas, Princess Leona, if you had revealed your strength earlier, how could we have placed our bets on Snow Empress? Of course it's necessary. Princess Leona said meaningfully. If my father doesn't abdicate, even if I'm powerful, if I were to kill my father, my ascension to the throne would be illegitimate. Therefore, this act of patricide can only be done by someone else. Chapter 163: The Fall of Two Important Ministers. The original plan was for Queen Fjordine to kill my father, but she failed, so naturally she has no choice but to use you. Xenro and Lorraine Muyuan gave a bitter smile. Grand Marshal, we've been scheming for so long, only to become pawns in Her Highness the Princess's game. No, it's your Majesty. Luo Linmu Yuan respectfully knelt down and kowtowed. Your humble servant, Luo Linmu Yuan, pays his respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty enjoy boundless blessings and eternal peace. Xenro also straightened his robe and respectfully knelt down to kowtow. Your humble servant, Xenlo, pays his respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty enjoy boundless blessings and eternal peace. Lorraine Muyuan and Xenro raised their heads at the same time. Your Majesty's grand plan, your sinful subjects are willing to serve you. Today, your sinful subjects will commit suicide before the palace, wishing that the Star Kingdom will be promoted under your Majesty's rule. The words were spoken. Luo Lin Muyuan committed suicide directly in front of the palace. Xenro replied respectfully. May the Star Kingdom rise to power under your Majesty's rule. Xenro also committed suicide in front of the palace. They knew they had to die. Even if the gods don't help, Xuedi will find a way to become the king of the Star Kingdom. With 2 prerequisite quest scrolls for the blessing of the gods, Xuedi will do everything she can to become the king of the Star Kingdom. Only they died. Only if the 2 prerequisite quest scrolls for the blessing of the gods are rendered invalid will the Snow Empress be able to abandon the quest. A proper burial. Princess Leona, no, it should be Queen Leona, gave them an order, and they immediately went to carry out the mission. At this time, Lin Tianhao, who had only recently entered Tianqing City, suddenly changed his expression because he discovered something terrifying. That is, the 2 scrolls containing the prerequisite quest for the blessing of the gods that he possessed were now invalid. There's only one possibility. The person who gave him the scroll for the prerequisite quest of the blessing of the gods is dead. Xenro and Lorraine Muyuan are dead, and they died together. Lin Tianhao gasped. This was definitely not a good thing. Without much hesitation, Lin Tianhao left Tianqing City. Something extraordinary must have happened in the Star Kingdom to cause the simultaneous deaths of Prime Minister Xenro and Grand Marshal Lorraine Muyuan. Who is it? To possess such power that it could cause the deaths of these 2 highest ministers of the Star Kingdom. The most likely explanation is that they committed suicide. If it were a battle, we wouldn't all die together. After all, Luo Lin Muyuan's strength is undeniable. He won't die in a fight for the time being. Although Xenro and Lorraine Muyuan conspired to kill King Abraham, but their original intention was for the good of the Star Kingdom. Now that they have committed suicide at the same time, it means that someone persuaded them to believe that person was more suitable to be the king of the Star Kingdom than they were. Who could this person be? Village Chief Wang. The potential for growth of Village Chief Wang could indeed tempt Xenro and Lorraine Muyuan. But to say that they committed suicide because of Village Chief Wang and his group is not a good thing. And, with the 2 prerequisite scrolls for the blessing of the gods becoming invalid, Lin Tianhao's quest to obtain the blessings of 10 Eastern deities will be postponed. This is a bit of a headache. He originally thought that as long as he took another step forward and became the king of the Star Kingdom, he could complete the task of reviving the ancient Eastern Kingdom. It seems we need to rethink our plans. There must be something about this Star Kingdom that we haven't taken into account. Village Chief Wang. But besides him, who else could make Xenro and Lorraine Muyuan fall in love, even to the point of committing suicide for him? Ice and Snow Goddess. Lin Tianhao rejected the idea again, stating that the Ice and Snow Goddess's condition was unlikely to improve at this stage. Princess Leona. No, not at all. If Xenro and Lorraine Muyuan want to support Princess Leona, then it has nothing to do with me. This is getting more and more of a headache. Lin Tianhao couldn't figure out the reason for a while, so he had to give up. With Xinro and Lorraine Muyuan dead, we definitely can't stay in Tianqing City. If he were trapped in Tianqing City, he would be furious. Let's wait. Lin Tianhao sighed. He knew that King Abraham was dead and that a new king would soon appear. And this new king should be the one who makes Xinro and Lorraine commit suicide. Blade, have your men keep an eye out for me and see who the new king of the Star Kingdom is. He can't contact them now, so he has to hand this task over to the Berserker Guild. Sure, no problem. Berserker Blade agreed immediately. Lin Tianhao looked at his first clone who had been promoted to blacksmith. At most, he would become a first-tier blacksmith in one more day. It was able to be so fast. Besides the support of Lin Tianhao's gold coins, there is another important reason, which is Lin Tianhao's attack speed. Secondary professions also benefit from attack speed. The faster the attack speed, the faster the forging efficiency. After dealing with these issues, Lin Tianhao returned to Blackwater Lake to continue farming dungeons and accumulating health points. Whenever he has free time, he will accumulate health points. Becoming as strong as possible is absolutely no problem. At the same time, he can also improve the Netherworld longbow by hunting Shin Turtle. The Netherworld longbow's potential for growth made Lin Tianhao feel that he could use it for a lifetime without any problem. The premise is the Scroll of Eternal Life. This is something he absolutely needs to get. After repeatedly clearing the Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle dungeon on held difficulty, Lin Tianhao emerged from the dungeon and encountered a man in black robes. Snow Emperor. Upon seeing Lin Tianhao, the man in black immediately spoke up. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The voice seemed somewhat familiar. You are? Ti Shuejian. Ti Shuejian lifted her hat, revealing her true face, and smiled at Lin Tianhao. That's right, it's me. I was somewhat saddened when I heard the news of your death. Lin Tianhao had already guessed that besides Qing Fuyun, Ti Shuejian was also the one who helped him deal with King Abraham. Certainly, he couldn't possibly ask. If you ask, wouldn't that be tantamount to admitting that he is the black-robed archer? I heard your father died. I wonder who the new king of the Star Kingdom is now. Lin Tianhao asked casually. Princess Tishu Jian did not hide anything and said frankly, Leona. Lin Tianhao was slightly surprised. Leona? She had the ability to make Xinro and Lorraine Muyuan commit suicide? It's unlikely. However, since she is the new queen of the Star Kingdom, it means that the deaths of Xinro and Lorraine Muyuan are inextricably linked to Leona. Leona is truly ruthless. She forced Xinro and Lorraine to their deaths, rendering her two gods' blessing prerequisite quest scrolls useless. I wonder what business Princess Tixuejin has with me this time. Lin Tianhao asked. Princess Tixuejin got straight to the point. The Nightwalkers have established a regime in our Star Kingdom, and the new king hopes that you can take action to conquer the cities occupied by the Nightwalkers. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. This time, he didn't ask about the benefits, but instead keenly sensed a hint of conspiracy. Leona, you have ill intentions. Chapter 164 Negotiation, a game of wits between the parties. Princess Leona, or rather, Queen Leona, wanted to isolate herself. As things stand at the moment, he can only contend with the Star Kingdom by relying on the Nightwalker army. If he were to defeat the Nightcrawler army now, he would almost certainly lose their trust. Lin Tianhao chuckled and shook his head. I fulfilled my promise to Princess Leona and helped her become the queen of the Star Kingdom. I haven't even received that reward yet, and you want me to cause trouble again? Princess Tixuejin frowned. Wasn't that agreement null and void a long time ago? Cancelled? No. I risked my life to help her become the queen of the Star Kingdom, and she wants to go back on her word. Princess Tixuejin frowned. To honor you as the god of war of the Star Kingdom, you need a reason. Reclaiming the 3 cities occupied by the Nightwalkers, isn't that perfect? No. Lin Tianhao shook his head. There was no such additional condition in the previous agreement. Princess Tixuejin pondered for a moment. It's impossible for you to be called the god of war. Let's talk about something else. A king of a nation, going back on his word like this? If that's the case, I might as well help the Nightwalkers attack the Star Kingdom and vent my anger. Princess Tixuejin's eyes turned cold, and she gritted her teeth, saying, Snow Emperor, you should know that you are not yet worthy of being called the god of war. You should cherish the opportunity to ask for benefits yourself. Since we've come this far, let's just give you 10 god-level talent awakening stones. Anything? 10. Princess Tixuejin almost laughed out of anger at Lin Tianhao's words. Not a single one. Princess Tixuejin, you came here today not prepared for a proper talk? Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes and took out the 9 combination longbow. It wasn't the Netherworld longbow because Lin Tianhao was worried that Princess Ti Shuejian might have some special methods, and if she destroyed the Netherworld longbow, he would become withdrawn. Kill you, and if you drop some loot, consider it interest. Princess Tixuajian narrowed her eyes slightly because she realized that Lin Tianhao didn't seem to be joking. Kill me? Have you considered the consequences? Lin Tianhao shrugged indifferently. Is this the first time Princess Tixuajian has met me? Why would I care about the consequences of killing a princess? Ti Shuejian's face was extremely gloomy. Snow Emperor, I'm here today to have a proper talk. Let's talk this out. You're saying you don't have a single one. Indeed, there isn't any, but we can consider other options. Princess Tixuajian pondered for a moment. For example, the flower of talent evolution. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, but he said casually, in that case, give me 10 talent evolution flowers. Princess Tixuajian's lips twitched, and she held up one finger. One. No. Ti Shuejian, you're being a bit too kind to a beggar. My original agreement with Princess Leona was to honor me as the god of war of the Star Kingdom and to receive incense offerings. Your talent for evolution is something to be proud of. Princess Tixuajian's face darkened. She had indeed underestimated how thick-skinned Lin Tianhao was. 1 god-level talent awakening stone, plus 2 talent evolution flowers. Lin Tianhao nodded. All right, I'll reluctantly accept. These things will be your reward after you defeat the Nightcrawler. Huh. Lin Tianhao was genuinely annoyed. I should have known that we couldn't reach an agreement. Since that's the case, I'll just help the Nightwalkers smash through your Star Kingdom. I believe the Nightwalkers will be very willing to give me benefits. Snow Emperor. Princess Tixuajian shouted angrily. Do you really think that with you added, those lowly Night Stalkers can defeat us? The new queen is incredibly powerful, and she is destined to lead our Star Kingdom to the top. Now, the new queen is giving you a chance. Chance. If it's such an opportunity, I'd rather not take it. The words were spoken. Lin Tianhao raised his hand, and a barrage of arrows poured out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the arrow pierced the air, Princess Tixuajian immediately retreated, with ice walls constantly appearing in front of her to block Lin Tianhao's arrows. But it was of no use. In an instant, her ice wall shattered layer by layer. Snow Emperor. Princess Tixuajian shouted angrily. We'll discuss the benefits later. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's lips. That's more like it. Stop testing me. Just tell me what you can offer all at once. Princess Tixuajian took a deep breath. 1 god-level talent awakening stone, 5 saint-level talent awakening stones, 3 talent evolution flowers, and 1 scroll of eternal glory. However, the prerequisite is that you must defeat the Nightwalkers and kill at least one of their leaders. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. He was actually tempted by these things. The rewards he mentioned earlier were merely a pretext for better negotiations. That's not enough. Snow Empress, what more do you want? Lin Tianhao smiled and said, I need the help of 3 more people. You need to give each of them 1,000 free attribute points. Not only that, I also need the key to enter the Snow Corpse's Footprints dungeon and a scroll for the pre-quest of the Blessing of the Gods. The Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle dungeon is providing less and less health to Lin Tianhao. Only dungeons like Snow Corpse Footprints can allow him to stack health more quickly. He had calculated it. A node can have a maximum of 27 Ice-type bosses, and he only needs to attack 5 at a time. After attacking the 5 low-health enemies, he switched targets to attack other bosses, allowing the 5 low-health enemies to quickly recover health using the characteristics of the Snow Corpse ruins. In this way, he can accumulate more health points. As for the free attribute points, of course they'll be used to help the monkey, the glasses guy, and the fat guy. 3,000 free attribute points are negotiable, but I need to report to the new king about the Snow Corpse Footprints dungeon key and the God's Blessing prerequisite quest scroll. Lin Tianhao gestured for him to proceed. Princess Tixuajian took out a communication talisman and returned to Lin Tianhao after a while to speak. 3,000 free attribute points are not a problem, but the 2 things you mentioned later are the limit. The new king said that if you don't agree, then forget it and let me just activate the teleportation talisman to go back. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. Leona really liked to manipulate him. All right, then tell your new king. We'll meet on the battlefield. Princess Tixuajian's pupils contracted. She had originally thought that even without the key and the scroll for the prerequisite quest of the Blessing of the Gods, Lin Tianhao would still agree. Because the reward was already extremely generous, she really didn't know what reason Lin Tianhao could have to refuse. All right, then see you on the battlefield. Princess Tixuajian said coldly and immediately turned and left. But after she turned around, Lin Tianhao didn't call out to her. She finally couldn't help but turn around. Snow Emperor, that's enough. I can give you the key to the Snow Corpse's Footprints dungeon, but the scroll for the prerequisite quest of Blessing of the Gods is absolutely out of the question. If you don't agree, then we'll really have to meet on the battlefield. Chapter 165 The Money to Buy Life in Ti Shuejian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao did not respond further, or perhaps his response was an arrow. If that's the case, then Princess Tixuejin, please die first. As arrows rained down, a platinum heavy shield appeared in Ti Shuejian's hand. As she raised the shield, she took out a teleportation talisman with her other hand. A clever plan, but a mere platinum-level heavy shield won't be able to protect you. Princess Tixuejin did not possess a spatial teleportation talisman, therefore it could not be cast instantly and required approximately 3 seconds of activation time. But 3 seconds is enough. Instant slash. Lin Tianhao transformed into a blur and arrived in front of Princess Tixuejin in the blink of an eye. Bang! The god-slaying whip slammed down, and tiny cracks appeared on the platinum-heavy shield. Princess Tixuejin was shocked. This was a platinum-heavy shield. Ordinary attacks, even thousands or tens of thousands of times, could not reduce its durability in the slightest. But Lin Tianhao's single attack caused cracks to appear in the platinum-heavy shield. However, before she could think any further, Lin Tianhao had already struck with the god-slaying whip a second time. Boom! A loud bang. The platinum shield in Ti Shuejian's hand shattered, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. How is that possible? A faint smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. The power of the god-slaying whip was truly remarkable. It shattered a platinum-heavy shield in 2 blows. Ordinary platinum equipment would probably have broken in an instant. Heavy shields are generally more powerful than other equipment of the same level. At the very least, they are more difficult to destroy. Bang! Lin Tianhao's god-slaying whip then descended. Princess Tixuejin's expression changed drastically. A pair of wings appeared behind her, and she immediately soared into the sky. But as she soared into the sky, Lin Tianhao also soared into the sky, and the god-slaying whip followed and slammed down. Critical hit. Subtract 860,010. A huge damage number appeared. A critical hit dealt over 800,000 damage, terrifying Princess Tixuejin. Most importantly, she knew that Lin Tianhao was immune to ice and snow, so her attacks were ineffective against him. With a wave of the hand, one shield after another appeared, attempting to block Lin Tianhao's attack. But she was destined to be disappointed. Under the god-slaying whip, her shield was as fragile as paper, easily shattered. This is the terror of Lin Tianhao. How could you be so terrifying? Princess Tixuejin's face showed an expression of disbelief. Lin Tianhao's attack was extremely powerful. The most crucial point is, she couldn't even keep up with Lin Tianhao's speed. In front of Lin Tianhao, she could only take a beating. Defense? It does not exist. Her magical defenses were completely ineffective. Her platinum shield could only block 2 attacks, and she only had 1 platinum shield. You can't escape, you can't win, and even defense is completely useless. Snow Empress, what exactly do you want? Ti Shuejian was somewhat embarrassed and angry. Lin Tianhao's strength had exceeded her expectations. Don't you know me? I'm a profit-driven person. I don't care how much you scheme, but no one can cut my rewards. You can't, Leona. You can't either. Princess Tixuejin gasped in shock. Only today had she truly witnessed the terror of Lin Tianhao. With such fighting power, she had no chance of winning and no opportunity to escape. Okay, I agree to all your previous conditions. Ti Shuejian knew that if she didn't agree, she would surely die. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. You said it yourself, that was before. Now, the conditions are doubled. Snow Empress, I've come here to discuss this with sincerity. Sincerity? Lin Tianhao sneered. Ti Shuejian, do you believe such a thing? Snow Empress, don't make a mistake. I should be the one saying that to you. Lin Tianhao's eyes flashed with a cold light as he transformed into a blur and charged towards Ti Shuejian. Stop! Ti Shuejian roared. Release me, and you can offer me your reward. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, forming a faint smile. He was waiting for Ti Shuejian to say those words. What benefit would he gain from killing Ti Shuejian? Just a small first kill reward. To be honest, Lin Tianhao didn't care. The Snow Corpse's Footprints dungeon key, the Scroll of Eternal Glory, the Scroll of the Prerequisite for the Blessing of the Gods, and 3,000 free attribute points. You really are asking for the moon. Princess Tixuejin gritted her teeth. Only the king possesses the key to the copy of the Snow Corpse's footprints. I have already given you the scroll for the prerequisite quest of the blessing of the gods. The scroll of eternal life, plus 3,000 free attribute points. This is the limit I can give you. Lin Tianhao frowned, while Ti Shuejian continued. You should know I'm not lying. This is the limit of what I've brought out. Good. Lin Tianhao accepted. To put it bluntly, his request was an attempt to ask for an exorbitant price, and then try to haggle. And what he really wanted was the scroll of immortality and free attribute points. Leona had given him a copy of the scroll of eternity before, which suggests that Tishu Jin might also have one. As for the 3,000 free attribute points, according to Lin Tianhao's guess, this number of free attribute points is almost all that Ti Shuejian can offer. NPCs often issue quests that reward free attribute points, but most of them are only 10 points or less. Only important figures like Ti Shuejian would give a relatively large amount of free attribute points as a reward. However, there are limits to how much there can be. Having obtained the scroll of eternal life and 3,000 free attribute points, Lin Tianhao smiled with satisfaction. Go back and tell Leona that if she doesn't give me the reward I gave her for helping her become king, then I'll pull her off the throne. Princess Tixuejin looked at Lin Tianhao meaningfully. She knew that Lin Tianhao was not joking. He might actually do it. All right, I will tell the new king what you have said. Ti Shuejian left, and Lin Tianhao used the scroll of eternal enduring on the Netherworld longbow without hesitation. This made the Netherworld longbow indestructible. In this way, this put Lin Tianhao at ease. Since the Netherworld longbow couldn't be destroyed, his battle would be much easier. Returning to the Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle, Lin Tianhao continued to replenish his health. At the same time, improve the attributes of the Netherworld longbow. The stronger the monster you kill with the Netherbow, the more attributes you gain. This session lasted a full day and night. Lin Tianhao's life points increased by 180,000, reaching a little over 7.4 million. The damage output is too high, which has significantly hampered Lin Tianhao's ability to recover health. He absolutely had to get his hands on the key to the Snow Corpse's Footprints dungeon, because only in this way could he quickly increase his health in a short period of time. After a day and a night, Lin Tianhao's clone, which had initially been promoted to blacksmith, had reached the level of a first-tier blacksmith. The life orb can now be forged. Lin Tianhao spent 10 million gold coins to buy materials to forge the life pearl. Don't ask why. He's just incredibly wealthy. Chapter 166, The Gift of the Life Pearl. Having just reached the first tier, even with Lin Tianhao's attack speed boost, it would still take an hour to forge a life orb, and there is a certain probability of failure. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. The time was too short, and his clone's blacksmithing level was too low. But there's no rush, he can wait. Lin Tianhao continued to stack his health points. For the next 3 days, everything seemed to have settled down, and no one came to disturb him. At this moment, Lin Tianhao also increased his life points to 8 million. Simply grinding dungeons wasn't enough, so he also equipped himself with a life orb. Not only that, the monkey, the fat man, the glasses, Su Li, and Lin Tianhao each gave away a life pearl for free. In these 3 days, a total of 36 life orbs were produced, averaging 12 per day, with a success rate of 50%. To be honest, it's just average. Lin Tianhao's own people took 5, leaving 30 left. Blade. Lin Tianhao sent a message to Berserker Blade. Great Emperor Shui, what are your orders? Lin Tianhao sent over the attributes of the life orb directly. Holy crap, it has no level limit, doesn't take up any equipment slots, and even adds 100,000 health. Berserker Blade was dumbfounded. This thing was a bit too overpowered. It doesn't take up an equipment slot, meaning it can be worn even in the late game without affecting normal equipment wear. Good stuff. How many gold coins? Lin Tianhao directly traded 30 life pearls to him, saying, You helped me before. This is to repay the favor. Holy crap. Berserker Blade originally thought Lin Tianhao only had 1, but unexpectedly, Lin Tianhao traded 30 over in one go. The most important thing is, it's free. Haha. No problem. We're friends. Shuadi, you're too kind. Berserker Blade calmly put away the things Lin Tianhao had given him. He's been under some pressure these past few days because last time he asked the Berserker Guild to help Lin Tianhao, which resulted in the death of many of the Berserker Guild's elite players. Not only that, they also hunted down quite a few Night Stalkers, resulting in considerable losses both inside and outside the area. Also, if you need them, I can sell them to you in bulk for 10,000 each. The raw materials for a life orb cost about 200 gold coins per batch. With the current success rate of 50%, The cost of one orb is 500 gold coins. We were friends. Lin Tianhao sold Berserker blades for 10,000 gold coins each, earning only a small fee for his hard work. Berserker blades' eyes lit up. 10,000 gold coins a coin was, in his opinion, not expensive at all. Snow Emperor, how many do you still have? 1. Berserker blade originally thought Lin Tianhao had many more, but unexpectedly, he only had 1 left. However, my people can forge this thing and mass-produce it. What? Berserker blade was shocked once again. This thing could be mass-produced? That was too outrageous. Currently, we can forge more than 10 life orbs a day. Without a second thought, Berserker blade said, Snow Empress, our Berserker guild wants them all. No problem. In private chat, Berserker blade was extremely excited and immediately convened a high-level video conference. After all, everyone is playing games, so holding an offline meeting would be a waste of time. Blade, what's up? Berserker Emperor frowned. He was the vice president of the Berserker Guild, which was usually managed by Berserker Blade, and he rarely participated in decision-making. However, the last time Berserker Blade turned around and helped Snow Empress, it did cause their guild a considerable loss. Especially him. With his strength, he could have gotten at least 200 free attribute points. But not only did that fall through, he was almost killed by the Star Kingdom's army. The others weren't in a good mood either. If it weren't for Berserker Blade's prestige and his contributions in establishing Berserker territory, they probably would have lost their tempers. Didn't I say before? We won't lose out by helping Xuedi. What's wrong? The Mad Emperor's eyes lit up. He knew that the Snow Emperor was no ordinary person, and if she was willing to release some good things, it would be of great help to them. Berserker Blade shared the attributes of the Life Orb in the meeting group. Life Orb doesn't take up a slot, adds 100,000 health points. Not bad. You guys don't have any objections to giving me this, right? The Berserker Emperor said without hesitation. The others were also a little envious, but since the Mad War Emperor had already spoken, they couldn't say anything more. No. However, Berserker Blade shook his head. The Berserker Emperor couldn't sit still any longer. Blade, what do you mean? I have no problem with you taking the unlimited golden set, but this life orb was obtained by the brothers who gave up killing the Nightwalker, and many of them even lost levels. You still want it. Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. What I meant was 1 for each of you. What? The Mad Emperor and everyone else in the video conference were completely stunned. Blade, you mean you have more than 1 life orb? That's special equipment. The video conference participants were all high-ranking members of the Berserker Guild. They were well aware that special equipment basically meant uniqueness. To express her gratitude, the Snow Emperor gifted us 30 life orbs for free. 30 pieces. They all understood the value of the life orb, especially at this stage, as it was an exceptionally powerful piece of equipment for any profession. But Xuedi actually gave away 30 in one go. This isn't enough to go around. I'm so angry, said the Berserker weakly. The Mad War Emperor couldn't help but curse. Lielu, you should be content. 30 coins. That's 30 coins. The Snow Empress has been generous enough, and you're still thinking it's not enough. Enough. Berserker Blade continued. 30 coins aren't enough to go around. Mad Warrior Lu asked instinctively. These 30 are a free gift. Because of my friendship with the Snow Emperor, he was willing to sell me some for 10,000 gold coins each. The Berserker Emperor was excited. 10,000 gold coins per coin. This is too cheap. Guild leader, immediately take out 10 million. No. All the guild's gold coins. Buy as much as you have. Berserker Blade gave a wry smile. I know, but the Snow Emperor said that only a dozen or so can be produced each day. I've already told him to sell them to us first. A dozen or so a day is fine too. You can keep using these in the mid to late game. During this video conference, Xuedi's status in their hearts changed. Same. Berserker Blade's reputation within the Berserker Guild has also seen a significant boost. Lin Tianhao cleared the Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle Dungeon again, but he was already finding it rather boring. The Star Kingdom seemed to have suddenly entered a period of peace and prosperity. Since Princess Tixuagen left, there had been no news of any major moves by the Star Kingdom. What are they planning? Chapter 167 Another Siege, Fulling City. Lin Tianhao sorted out his thoughts. He now received blessings from 7 Eastern deities, Hutanyangyang, Neza, Zhurong the Fire God, the Jade Emperor, the Old Man Under the Moon, the God of Wealth, and Laozi. He is still 3 short of receiving the blessings of the 10 Eastern deities. He needs at least 3 more scrolls for the prerequisite quest of God's blessing. Qing Fuyun still has a scroll for the prerequisite quest of the blessing of the gods, but Lin Tianhao is unaware of the others for the time being. But the chief and second chief of the demon cave should still have the scroll for the prerequisite quest, Blessing of the Gods. Based on this calculation, there are still 3 known scrolls for the prerequisite quest of the Blessing of the Gods. This is what Lin Tianhao knows, but there are definitely things he doesn't know. Based on known information from their previous lives, more than 20 players received blessings from the gods in the Star Kingdom. However, these people did not reveal their strategies for obtaining the blessings of the gods, which left Lin Tianhao at a loss. Having killed Queen Faidan, obtaining the prerequisite quest scroll for the Blessing of the Gods from Qing Fuyun's possession will be quite difficult. That's how it is. Then he would have to consider starting with the Demon's Den. It's likely that more than 3 leaders in the Demon Cave have the prerequisite quest scroll for the Blessing of the Gods. The others probably do as well. That's how it is. Then we can have a good talk with them. Thinking this way, Lin Tianhao headed straight for Blackwind City. Blackwind City, the City Lord's mansion. Lin Tianhao arrived here dressed in a disguised black robe. The leader in black robe smiled when he saw Lin Tianhao arrive. Snow Empress, do you want to change jobs and leave the Star Kingdom? Lin Tianhao had reached level 50 for some time, so it was reasonable for him to leave after completing his second job advancement. No, Lin Tianhao shook his head. I want the scroll for the prerequisite quest Blessing of the Gods. The black-robed leader was taken aback. We do have this, but we don't give it away easily. So I'm here to negotiate, Lin Tianhao said with a smile. Lin Tianhao smiled and continued. I will help you destroy the Star Kingdom with 5 scrolls of the prerequisite quest for the Blessing of the Gods, so that your demon cave will not only have political power, but will directly become the king of the Star Kingdom. 5 portions? The black-robed leader frowned, and the benefits Lin Tianhao offered were indeed very tempting to him. 5 prerequisite quest scrolls for the Blessing of the Gods were indeed a bit too many for him. I guess the reason your eldest and second brothers haven't shown up lately is because they're making preparations for a counterattack against the Star Kingdom. But if I help you do it, the money your eldest and second eldest brothers have saved can be used for their promotion. Upon hearing this, the black-robed leader was even more tempted because Lin Tianhao's guess was completely correct. His 2 older brothers had been preparing to overthrow the rule of the Star Kingdom. I don't have any of the 5 scrolls for the prerequisite quest of the Blessing of the Gods right now. My eldest brother and second brother each have 1. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. 2 scrolls of the prerequisite quest for the Blessing of the Gods were not enough for him. 4 portions, plus a flower of talent evolution. The black-robed leader frowned and shook his head. Snow Empress, I'm not lying to you. It really is the limit. However, we have a god-level hidden class change scroll in our demon cave. Although it's not for archers, I think you can give it to your companions. 2 scrolls for the prerequisite quest of Blessing of the Gods, and 1 scroll for a hidden class change at the god level. What kind of god-level hidden profession? Lin Tianhao asked. The shield warrior is called the Ninefold Shield Warrior. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This profession seemed to be a good fit for Zhou Xiaopeng. After all, Zhou Xiaopeng's attributes were already pretty awesome. Okay, but I need the help of 3 more people. I won't ask for more. Just give each of them 1,000 free attribute points. The black-robed leader did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. No problem. 3,000 free attribute points are negligible when switching to another country. In that case, prepare your troops. Once I have captured the city, your troops will move in. No problem. The black-robed leader handed Lin Tianhao 2 scrolls for the prerequisite quest of the Blessing of the Gods. The quest was to conquer the Star Kingdom and hand it over to him. Tishu Jian, Leona, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then I'll let you know what happens when you anger me. After accepting the mission, Lin Tianhao contacted Fatty, Monkey, and Glasses directly. Brothers, I'm going to lead you guys to pull off a big heist. Zhou Xiaopeng was very excited. Hee, it sounds so exciting. After the national war, my big sword is itching for a fight, and I can't find any powerful opponents. Lin Tianhao smiled. The fat man was exaggerating a bit. His health and resistances were indeed very high, but it was unrealistic to say that his output was outrageous. However, these past 2 days, Monkey and Fatty have been playing together all the time. Putting everything else aside, Monkey's current output ability can only be described as monstrous. Certainly, compared to Lin Tianhao's arrow that dealt around 500,000 damage, the monkey's attack was definitely insufficient. But Brother Hao, Glasses has been out of contact again these past 2 days. The latest news is that he has found a new ancient tomb, and he will be out of contact after he goes into the tomb. We asked him in person once, and he said it would probably take 7 or 8 days to come out. Lin Tianhao didn't know much about the profession of the tomb raider. He had actually been inside ancient tombs before, but he couldn't say for sure what it was like inside. But, judging from the skills glasses used last time, his gains in the ancient tomb must have been extraordinary. Alright, then it'll be the two of you. Lin Tianhao was somewhat helpless, as the curse skill of the glasses had a great suppressive effect on high-level experts. It can be used in peak battles. I'm going to attack the main city of the Star Kingdom. Your main responsibility is to help me behead the enemies and hold back the strong ones. Then I'll be responsible for killing them. No problem. Zhou Xiaopang answered very generously. Let's start in Fuling City. Lin Tianhao arrived at Fuling City, where the city gates were open. Looking at his free attribute points, he had accumulated 4,700 free attribute points, enough to further improve his attributes. After a moment's thought, he didn't do it, because he didn't need it for the time being. His attack speed and movement speed are both quite good right now. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and fired 5 arrows at once. This time, Lin Tianhao showed no mercy. 5 city guards were killed instantly. Before they could react, the 5 city guards next to them also fell down. Less than a second, hundreds of city guards on the city wall fell, which shows just how terrifying he was. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Close the city gates. The city guards immediately closed the city gates, and a large number of city guards began to assemble. However, they were stunned as soon as they gathered on the city wall, because their attacks couldn't reach Lin Tianhao. Chapter 168 Besieged on all sides. Basic attack buff. Lin Tianhao has been hiding a passive skill. He hid this skill in order to scheme against King Abraham. Now that King Abraham is dead, there is no longer any need for him to remain hidden, because next, he needs to conquer Fuling City in the fastest way possible. When Fuling City Lord Fuling Changhua learned that someone was attacking Fuling City, her expression turned extremely ugly. Report this immediately, activate the city's protective array, and minimize casualties. Also, summon all the mages to the city for defense. When Fu Ling Changyu learned of the attack, she remained relatively calm. In addition, immediately issue a city defense mission. The goal is not to kill the guy outside, but to use a point system. As long as you control the guy outside, you will be rewarded with an elite-level equipment for every second of control, an iron-level equipment for 10 seconds, a bronze-level equipment for 100 seconds, and so on. Server-wide announcement. The scoundrels of the Demon Cave have attacked Fuling City. The city defense mission is now open. We encourage all players to participate. Server-wide announcement. The scoundrels of the Demon Cave have attacked Fuling City. The city defense mission is now open. We encourage all players to participate. The server-wide announcement was made, alarming many people. Holy crap, am I seeing things? This is basically free equipment. Controlling it for just 1 second rewards you with elite-level gear. No need for kills, just applying crowd control, and you get such an outrageous reward. Let's take off. The city lord of Fuling City is truly kind-hearted. There's no need for him to fight desperately at all. He's simply invincible. Previously, the missions were mostly kill missions, which made many players feel hopeless. But now, the missions are incredibly satisfying. A large number of players rushed towards Lin Tianhao, who also saw the bounty mission in Fuling City. He couldn't help but secretly applaud her. The city lord of Fuling City had a good idea. As long as he was controlled, her people might be able to kill him. It's a pity. She was going to be disappointed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With 5 arrows fired simultaneously, plus the lightning jump, it basically resulted in a massive wave of player deaths. 1 second. Lin Tianhao's red name value has exceeded 1,000. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. What's up with this black-robed archer? His firepower is insane. He killed thousands of players in a second, and we can't even get close to him. In the city of Fuling, Fu Ling Changyu coldly stared at Lin Tianhao, who had just killed an ordinary player, her eyes narrowing slightly. Snow Empress, you are truly a ruthless person. As an adventurer, you are so merciless when it comes to killing. In that case, let's see how many people you can kill. Server-wide announcement. Due to the large number of deaths among players defending the city, a compensation payment is hereby issued. Anyone who falls in the defense battle will receive an additional 50 coins, 1 point of normal equipment, and 1 free attribute point. Server-wide announcement. Due to the large number of deaths among players defending the city, a compensation payment is hereby issued. Anyone who falls in the defense battle will receive an additional 50 coins, 1 point of normal equipment, and 1 free attribute point. Fu Lingchang, you made another server-wide announcement. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. He had to admit that the city lord of Fuling City was quite the player. She had calculated that if she killed a large number of players, they would be terrified. But once the compensation is paid, the outcome is completely different. It's best to get control, but it's not a big deal if you can't. After all, falling from grace rewards you with gold coins and equipment, and you also get a free attribute point. Such compensation is definitely quite good in the early stages of the game. After all, it's not too difficult to level up now that you've dropped a level. In Ragnarok, losing a level does not result in losing free attribute points, and leveling back up does not reward you with free attribute points. Only by breaking through your original highest level can you obtain the free attribute points for upgrading. In other words, losing a level won't reduce your attributes. Instead, you'll gain gold coins, equipment, and a little free attribute. This prompted players to relentlessly attack Lin Tianhao. Controlling the enemy is a huge win, and even if you get killed, it's not a loss. Lin Tianhao glanced in the direction of Fuling City. Very well, then let me see just how much stuff your Fuling City's treasury holds. Whether it's a city or a country, they all have their own treasury, and these city protection bounties are mostly paid for by the city itself. Certainly, if it escalates to a national war, then the nation will provide the rewards. This is why Lin Tianhao previously forced King Abraham to initiate a national war. Only during national wars will there be a large number of free attribute points as rewards. Lin Tianhao showed no mercy, and the arrows continued to rain down. 124 arrows per second, plus lightning jumps and a small probability of meteor showers. No player could get close to Lin Tianhao. Not only that, Lin Tianhao also discovered a pattern. That is, his arrows are more likely to trigger lightning jumps and meteor showers when they hit players of lower levels, which is truly terrifying. Triggering a single heavenly meteor can kill hundreds of players. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Tens of thousands of us players can't even get close. The destructive power is terrifying. At least 1,000 players perish every second under his arrows. It's impossible to get close. What's there to be afraid of? Even if he dies, he'll still get a pension. Let's go kill him. His red name value is so high. If we kill him, we might get some platinum equipment. One by one, players charged forward with ferocious expressions. The reason was simple. They were guaranteed a reward for being killed, so they were not afraid of being killed. Lin Tianhao looked at his red name value, which had exceeded 10,000, and felt slightly helpless. He had already anticipated that his red name value might increase dramatically during this attack on the main city. But Fu Lingchongyu still made a slight miscalculation. That's because her bounty isn't very attractive to truly skilled players, which is why no player has been able to climb it. Ordinary players have no power to resist Lin Tianhao. Tens of thousands? That one isn't enough. If it were several 100,000, there might still be a chance. Just as Lin Tianhao was thinking this, a large group of players charged over from afar. At first glance, it was a dense, dark mass. At least 200,000. Not only that, Lin Tianhao also discovered something rather unpleasant. He was surrounded by enemies. The dark mass of players had all fought their way back from the wilderness, effectively cutting off his retreat. In the city of Fuling. Seeing this, Fu Lingchongyu couldn't help but reveal a sly smile. Hee, Snow Empress, my bounty may not attract truly powerful adventurers, but attracting a large number of ordinary adventurers is not a problem at all. Thinking about this, Fu Lingchongyu waved her hand. Pass on my order. Archers and mages leave the city to provide long-range support to the adventurers. Yes, Lord City Lord. This time, no one interfered, so after Fu Lingchongyu gave the order, the city guard commander immediately led archers and mages out of the city to meet the challenge. With no fewer than 200,000 players behind him and 20,000 city guards and tens of thousands of players in front, Lin Tianhao was suddenly surrounded. Chapter 169 Upgrading the Monkey. Brother Hao, do you need us to help? There are more and more players. Zhou Xiaopeng sent a voice message, clearly worried that Lin Tianhao might not be able to handle it. Fine. Lin Tianhao's response was simple. This was not in the main city, and he was no longer the Snow Emperor who had just left the newbie village. Today, he'll see what these ordinary players can do to him. Thinking of this, wings of Xianbing appeared behind Lin Tianhao, and he soared into the sky. With 5 arrows fired simultaneously, plus a split arrow, Lin Tianhao unleashed a torrent of arrows. At the same time, Lin Tianhao put all his free attribute points into attack speed. His attack speed was already 24.9, and now with the addition of 4,700 free attribute points, Lin Tianhao's attack speed instantly skyrocketed to 39.2. With his attack speed surging, Lin Tianhao's damage output suddenly became extremely terrifying. With 5 arrows fired simultaneously, Lin Tianhao could fire nearly 200 arrows per second. Previously, only a little over 1,000 players died per second, but now the number of players dying per second has exceeded 2,000. Lin Tianhao's frost wings can last for 5 minutes, which is more than enough to clear out these players. And Lin Tianhao discovered that even when hunting players, his netherworld longbow could still be upgraded. In the city of Fuling, when Fu Lingchangyu saw Lin Tianhao's actions, she couldn't help but gasp. This Snow Emperor is truly terrifying. How long until reinforcements arrive? It will take at least another 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, Fu Lingchangyu sighed. Prepare to evacuate. Fu Ling City can't be defended. What? An expression of disbelief appeared on the face of the general guarding the city of Fulingchangua. Lord of the city, aren't you overestimating the Snow Emperor? Our city guards haven't suffered many casualties so far. You'll see, in 5 minutes, we'll be overwhelmed. Fu Lingchangyu's eyes were deep. The Snow Emperor's power is beyond our imagination. Lord City Lord, I'm going. I'll definitely hold them off for 5 minutes. You? Fu Lingchangyu smiled non-committally and said, 5 seconds is hopeful. 5 minutes is enough for you to die many times over. The city's general asked incredulously, Lord City Lord, do you think so highly of the Snow Emperor? It's not that I think too highly of it. It's just how it is. As Fu Lingchangyu's voice fell, Lin Tianhao triggered Heavenly Fire Meteor twice in 1 second, and more than 2,000 players perished. A minute passes in the blink of an eye. Over 130,000 players perished in that 1 minute. Seeing this situation, Lin Tianhao was at a loss for words. He had previously destroyed the newbie village, accumulating millions of red name points. He felt it was just SOSO. Unexpectedly, he gained so much red name value by killing players in just 1 minute. Server-wide announcement. The Fuling City Treasury is empty. The City Defense Bounty mission is cancelled from now on. From this moment on, those who die or control the attackers will no longer receive rewards. Server-wide announcement. The Fuling City Treasury is empty. The City Defense Bounty mission is cancelled from now on. From this moment on, those who die or control the attackers will no longer receive rewards. The server-wide announcement immediately left many people stunned. Run! Without rewards, these players naturally wouldn't continue to throw their lives away. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up. Is this all the treasure in Fuling City's treasury? I thought you could hold out a little longer. The claim that Fuling City's treasury is empty is definitely false. A main city couldn't possibly have such limited resources. This only proves. Fu Ling and Changyu also realized that this was a futile struggle. They couldn't stop Lin Tianhao at all. After the city guard bounty mission was cancelled, the remaining city guards were powerless against Lin Tianhao and collapsed in the blink of an eye. Charge into the city lord's mansion. There's no one here anymore. Fuling City breached. The black-robed leader immediately led the Demon Cave army to occupy Fuling City. Ha ha ha. Snow Empress, you are truly remarkable. You breached Fuling City in less than 5 minutes. The black-robed leader was overjoyed, clearly not expecting Lin Tianhao to breach a city so quickly. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. These are minor issues, but they should be more cautious after this incident. The black-robed leader narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you want? Obviously, the leader in black robes already knew Lin Tianhao very well, and he guessed what Lin Tianhao wanted as soon as Lin Tianhao opened his mouth. Free attribute points. Oh, the black-robed leader was somewhat surprised, because Lin Tianhao rarely asked for such things. At your current level, free attribute points probably won't be of much help to you. It's not a big deal, so I'm asking for it for my partners. They were careless when they broke through Fuling City this time, and their defenses were not strong enough. I also want to see who can become your partner. Lin Tianhao sent a message to Monkey and Fatty, asking them to come in. The black-robed leader frowned as the fat man and the monkey entered. These are your partners? They've killed quite a few of us Nightwalkers before. Lin Tianhao grinned. That wasn't the case before. Now I've talked to them, and I'll help you. How many free attribute points are needed? The black-robed leader asked. Of course, the more the better. 1,000, the black-robed leader asked tentatively. 3,000. Lin Tianhao pulled the monkey over. Just give him 3,000, and I won't ask you for any more rewards until we attack Tianqing City. 3,000 free attribute points. The black-robed leader hesitated, unsure whether Lin Tianhao was trying to fool him. After all, 3,000 free attribute points is not a small number. We've worked together several times, and it's always been a pleasant experience. You should trust me. Lin Tianhao noticed the black-robed leader's hesitation and spoke directly. Moreover, I took over Fuling City first before we started talking, which shows my sincerity. Good. The black-robed leader nodded and gave the monkey 3,000 free attribute points in one go. The monkey's hands trembled with excitement. 3,000 is equivalent to a bonus of 150,000 free attribute points for him. With the benefit of the first talent effect, he actually gained 15,000 free attribute points. With the second effect, each of his 10 basic attributes gained an additional 15,000 free attribute points. With an attack power exceeding 80,000, health exceeding 600,000, and attack speed, movement speed, and armor penetration all reaching an extremely terrifying level, the character possesses incredible power. Alright, in that case, we'll take our leave. Be prepared for the next city, Lone Wind City. Then let's wait for good news. After leaving the city lord's mansion in Fuling City, the monkey jumped up excitedly. Brother Hao, I love you so much. I feel like even players with god-level talents don't have as high a talent bonus as me. I wouldn't get this many free attribute points even if I leveled up to 1,000 levels. Chapter 170 The Tower of Guardians. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, Don't be too smug. The Star Kingdom is full of hidden talents, so we still need to be careful. Fatty, I didn't try to get you any free attribute points. Do you have any thoughts about that? Zhou Xiaopeng shook his head and said, Brother Hao, what thoughts could I possibly have? I'd love to give all my free attribute points for leveling up to monkey. With these attributes added, my health and dual resistances will increase ridiculously. Lin Tianhao smiled with satisfaction. It's good that you understand. What you lack is movement speed, damage reflection, and crowd control skills. You can put all your free attribute points into movement speed. Also, after completing this mission, you should be able to change to a god-level hidden class. What? The fat man's face showed an expression of disbelief. God-level hidden profession. Yes, one of the rewards from the black-robed leader for this quest is the god-level hidden class change scroll for shield warriors. The fat man became excited. Great. If I can switch to a god-level hidden class, I'll be truly invincible. The monkey didn't ask any more questions, because he felt that he had already made a huge profit by getting so many free attribute points. Monkey, from what I know so far, there's only one hidden heaven-level profession suitable for you, and you can't get it yet. Heavenly level. The monkey seemed somewhat uninterested. If he were a new player and heard about a hidden class at the highest level, he would definitely jump for joy. But now, to be honest, it's just SOSO. Lin Tianhao could naturally see through the monkey's thoughts, and said with a smile. Actually, monkey, your biggest problem is that your magic power and magic penetration are too wasted. It would be best to change to a class that combines magic and martial arts. The monkey nodded and said, I have the same idea. Cultivating both magic and martial arts is exciting just thinking about it. Let's go. Next we'll head to Lone Wind City. After I take down Fuling City, there will likely be experts blocking my way in Goofing City. I'll need your help then. The fat man grinned. No problem. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed. Lin Tianhao led the fat man and the monkey towards Lonely Wind City, but before they had gone far, a figure blocked their way. Snow Empress, must it really come to this? The speaker was none other than Ti Shuejin. What? I didn't kill you last time, and now you dare to show your face in front of me? Lin Tianhao sneered. Ti Shuejin sighed. Snow Emperor, I didn't want things to come to this, but you've gone too far. Lin Tianhao shrugged. Let them all come out. You're the only one. You wouldn't dare block my way. The words fell. Luo Lin Mai stepped out, this time holding a beginner's wooden sword. Qing Fuyan also stepped out. Not only him, but also village chief Wang and several other gold generals with levels over 100. The weapons they carried were beginner equipment. Beginner equipment, indestructible, is a great idea. Lin Tianhao wasn't too surprised, because it was normal for them to be on guard after he shattered Ti Shuejin's platinum shield with 2 previous attacks. So many of you, just to kill me? Lin Tianhao asked with interest. I guess so. Ti Shuejin nodded. His Majesty said that no lineup is too much when it comes to dealing with you. As she finished speaking, a small, pale blue tower appeared in her palm. The moment Lin Tianhao saw the small tower, his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems you've really gone all out to kill me, even bringing out the Guardian Tower. The Tower of the Guardians is a pagoda specifically designed for the strong. It can store both enemy units and itself inside the pagoda. However, there are space and area limitations inside the pagoda. In addition, the enemy unit is basically only one person, while the defending side can have multiple people. The only way to leave the Guardian's Tower is to kill the tower's guardian. because the Guardian Tower is basically indestructible. Taking a deep breath, a cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. He knew he couldn't escape this situation. Monkey, fatty, I might be trapped here temporarily, but the experts here will also be trapped here. Brother Hao, do you mean we should attack the city? Yes, all their experts are here. Apart from the king of the Star Kingdom, no one should be able to stop you. Understood. Lin Tianhao didn't actually think they would succeed in capturing the city. However, he needs the monkey and the fat man to experience this high-intensity battle beforehand. Only in this way can their fighting spirit and ability to utilize their own strength be better brought into play. Later there will be a comprehensive combat power ranking, which is a combat power test based on comprehensive attributes. In addition to numerical combat power, there is also actual combat power. But, according to tests, most people's actual combat effectiveness is not as good as their overall combat effectiveness. For example, a person's overall combat strength is 100, but their actual combat strength is only 75. This is because they didn't maximize their combat power. Some formidable individuals, with an overall combat strength of 100, can achieve a combat effectiveness of 120 or even higher in actual combat. This demonstrates the extreme application of one's own power, enabling one to overcome a stronger opponent with a weaker one. Zhou Xiaopeng and Monkey's attribute panels are now incredibly powerful. However, they lack sufficient experience in high-intensity combat. There are no shortcuts to this. The only way is to experience more intense battles. Those two aren't qualified. Lorraine Mai sneered. Lin Tianhao did not respond, but looked at Ti Xuejian instead. Let's begin. Ti Xuejian activated the Guardian Tower in his hand, and soon Lin Tianhao, Luo Lin Mai, and village chief Wang were all taken into it. After entering the Guardian's Tower, this is a thicket. This is the power of the Guardian's Tower. It can simulate various battle scenarios and use these scenarios to target enemies. Archers and bushes have their line of sight and attacks easily blocked. Not only that, the bushes also provide good cover, allowing Lin Tianhao to be in the open while the others remain hidden, enabling them to launch endless ambushes on him. Lin Tianhao knew that today was going to be a bit troublesome, but he wasn't flustered at all. Since these people wanted to play, he would play along with them. Lin Tianhao immediately took out the Book of Life and Death and wrote down Ti Xuejian's name, because the Guardian Tower was activated by Ti Xuejian and was under her control. Prioritize killing Ti Xuejian. Although you can't leave the Guardian Tower directly, you can make the Guardian Tower lose control and reduce the possibility of being targeted. Boom! Lin Tianhao's feet exploded, and he immediately dodged, while also noticing a golden mage. This person should be Archmage Ababil's younger brother, named Archmage Ababil. Your sister died by my hand, and today, you will die by my hand too. Chapter 171. If I unleash my invincible body, how will you deal with it? Using a bow and arrow was somewhat inconvenient here, so Lin Tianhao immediately transformed into a blur and charged forward with the god-slaying whip in hand. He was very fast, but someone had already blocked Archmage Abed's path. Luo Lin Mai used his beginner's wooden sword to block Lin Tianhao's attack. Beginner wooden sword, indestructible. Even a divine weapon like the god-slaying whip was useless against it. But Lin Tianhao's attack speed was incredibly fast, at 39.2. After this basic attack landed, the second basic attack was already aimed at Luo Lin Mai's waist. Luo Lin Mai's expression changed drastically. He could only see Lin Tianhao's arm, which had turned into a blur, and the god-slaying whip. Bang! His gold equipment shattered instantly, and at the same time, a huge damage number appeared above his head, reduced by 492,638. Luo Lin Mai gasped in shock. Lin Tianhao's offensive power was truly terrifying. This single attack had him trembling with fear. Lin Tianhao, however, did not take it seriously, and even had a faint smile on his face. With an attack speed of nearly 40 points per second, Luo Lin Mai had barely reacted when Lin Tianhao's attacks rained down like a storm. Court death. A golden warrior charged from behind Lin Tianhao, delivering a simple and brutal charge that caused Lin Tianhao's health to drop by a fraction, reduced by 59,982. Dealing nearly 60,000 damage with a single skill is already quite impressive. Only, this attack reduced Lin Tianhao's health by less than 1%, which surprised the Golden Warrior. Damn, is the health bar that thick? While he was still in a daze, Lin Tianhao had already turned around and hit him on the head. Although it was a weak point attack, it did not result in a critical hit, because he was wearing a golden helmet. Even so, his golden helmet was still smashed to pieces by Lin Tianhao's blow. What kind of monster is this? The warrior didn't dare to think too much and immediately unleashed a taunt skill on Lin Tianhao. But Lin Tianhao reacted even faster. Instant slash. The instant slash wasn't aimed at him, but at Ti Shuejian, who was preparing to launch a sneak attack from a distance. Ti Shuejian was taken aback, and an ice shield immediately formed in front of him. However, the ice shield was useless against the god-slaying whip and was shattered layer by layer by Lin Tianhao, just like a piece of paper. Is this the terror of the Snow Emperor? Another figure rushed out. This time, it was village chief Wang who attacked with his novice wooden sword, trying to knock Lin Tianhao away. They need a control system, and then enough control chains to connect it. Only in this way can Lin Tianhao be killed. Bang! But they were able to block Lin Tianhao's attacks, and Lin Tianhao was able to block their attacks as well. The god-slaying whip struck down, forcefully repelling village chief Wang's attack. Lin Tianhao's attack speed is currently unmatched in the entire Star Kingdom, except for the Monkey King. Of course, Shui Rian, Hamba, and the people in Sunset Town might also have such terrifying attack speed. However, they were no match for Lin Tianhao. Besides, Leona might also have a faster attack speed than Lin Tianhao. But Lin Tianhao is unaware that Leona is a 4th-tier powerhouse. While Lin Tianhao was fighting alone against the crowd, Zhou Xiaopeng and Monkey also launched an attack on Lonely Wind City. They were clever. They only made their move after entering Lone Wind City. Only, they were also foolish and were quickly surrounded by the city guards. Monkeys have high attack speed, high movement speed, and high damage, so they can be kited around. But the fat guy was in a rather unfortunate situation. He was constantly being ganged up on, and even with nearly 9 million health points, it seemed like a drop in the ocean at this point. He was slowly worn down and killed, and in the end he only managed to kill a dozen or so city guards. The monkey was much braver, killing 300 or 400 city guards before being killed. But this was useless for breaching the city walls. At this moment, they also received a message from Lin Tianhao. Hone your combat experience. Don't worry about your level. At this moment, Monkey and Fatty understood Lin Tianhao's idea, and the two set off again to attack Lone Wind City. They completely regarded Lone Wind City as their training ground. Inside the Tower of the Guardians, the battle was extremely intense, and Lin Tianhao had already destroyed more than 10 pieces of gold equipment. But he hasn't killed a single opponent yet. But Tixuagen is about to collapse. Lin Tianhao has 8.3 million health points, and even 1% of that is 83,000. Plus the base damage of 10,000 from the Book of Life and Death. Currently, Ti Shuejian is losing 93,000 HP per second. Even though Tixuagen has good healing abilities, there are still priests and healing potions to help her recover. However, at this point, all of these measures seemed somewhat insufficient. Faced with such terrifying blood loss, they were not entirely useless, but only mediocre. With millions of HP loss per minute, Ti Shuejian's HP bar was already less than 1/10. Don't worry about me, kill him. Ti Shuejian's eyes were bloodshot. He was clearly going insane. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. Princess Tixuagen, do you think you can get rid of me just because you're dead? Lin Tianhao used the god-slaying whip to continuously parry the attacks. Although he was struggling to defend himself, he remained calm and composed. Because he knew that if these people didn't run away today, they would all die. All he needs to do is hold on. Snow Emperor, it's over. Village Chief Wang's body transformed into a stream of light, enveloping Lin Tianhao. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tianhao felt a terrifying suction force acting on him, making it almost impossible for him to resist. Knocked away, Village Chief Wang sneered. Killing the Snow Emperor will stop Princess Tixuagen's continuous bleeding. It has to be said, Village Chief Wang is so naive. They actually thought that as long as they killed Lin Tianhao, they could save Princess Tixuagen. Today, he is destined to be disappointed. No suspense. Under their relentless attacks and coordinated control, Lin Tianhao's health points quickly dwindled. Invincible Golden Body. Lin Tianhao released his invincible golden body ahead of schedule. Luo Lin Mai sneered. Snow Emperor, don't make a futile struggle. Delaying time is useless. Lin Tianhao smiled noncommittally. Was he stalling for time? No, not at all. He wanted to make these people utterly despair. Dead trees come back to life. After Lin Tianhao's health dropped below 10%, the Rejuvenation of Withered Trees event was triggered. Village Chief Wang's pupils contracted. Increase the output. As soon as he finished speaking, a purifying light shone from Lin Tianhao's body. Want to purify and land? Dream on. Village Chief Wang, Luo Lin Yui, and the others frantically connected in midair, allowing Lin Tianhao to purify the situation, but it only lasted for a moment before the control was broken. Hee, not bad. But if I were to use my invincibility skill, how would you all react? A new skill lit up Lin Tianhao's body, the signature skill of most bosses, invincibility. Chapter 172, A Battle of Despair. Overlord Body. The faces of Luo Lin and Mu Yi all showed disbelief. Overlord Body. Force Decontrol. This is one of the most overpowered crowd control removal skills in Ragnarok. They never dreamed that Lin Tianhao would use this skill. Lin Tianhao had already acquired the Invincible Body skill book, and more than one of them. Because he was an archer, he was unable to learn that skill. However, now, he already has two main professions, so he can naturally learn the Invincible Body skill. Not only that, he also learned the Berserk skill. Lin Tianhao didn't use arrows because most of the time he fought with them and close combat was rare. Because Lin Tianhao knew very well that if he wanted to live longer, he needed to keep his method secret. For example, his basic attack buff was only revealed when he killed King Abraham. The same goes for this super armor skill. Just when Luo Linmui, Village Chief Wang, and the others saw hope, he used his invincibility skill, causing them to completely despair. When Ti Shuejian saw Lin Tianhao land with his domineering body, she couldn't help but sigh. She knew that she was doomed to die today. Ding! You have killed Princess Tixuajian. This will be announced to the entire server. Would you like to hide your nickname? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for defeating Princess Ti Shuejian. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for defeating Princess Ti Shuejian. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. A server-wide announcement was made. Many players were stunned. First, King Abraham died, and now Princess Tisujian has been killed. Moreover, this time the nickname wasn't hidden, making it clear that it was Shuedi who made the move. Outside the Lonely Wind City, the black-robed leader revealed a faint smile. After all these years, is our demon cave finally going to become the master of this country? Tianqing City, Royal Palace. In the Snow Corpse Footprints dungeon, Leona sensed something and looked up in the direction of Lone Wind City. One person died so quickly. Snow Emperor, once I find the Ice and Snow Goddess and obtain the source of power, I will surely imprison you in the Star Kingdom forever. Leona's eyes flashed with murderous intent. She knew Lin Tianhao, an adventurer, possesses the unique ability to revive after death. But she could seal Lin Tianhao away, just like she did with the Demon King's son, Grellerinson. As long as we trap you, when that mysterious natural disaster strikes, you will only have one path, death. Leona's eyes grew colder as she looked at the charging ice serpent, and without hesitation, she slapped it out. The powerful and terrifying force smashed the ice serpent's skull to pieces. The Tower of the Guardians. After killing Princess Tixuajian, Lin Tianhao locked onto the Golden Priest in the Book of Life and Death. Continuous blood loss begins. The loss of over 90,000 HP per second is terrifying. Lin Tianhao, wielding the God-slaying whip, fought fiercely with Village Chief Wang, Luo Linmai, and the others, resulting in a close and evenly matched battle. Violent. Village Chief Wang roared angrily and unleashed his fury without hesitation. Violent. Lin Tianhao also didn't hold back, unleashing his berserk power and instantly feeling his basic attributes such as strength and speed increase. As for the reduction in armor and magic resistance caused by berserk, it was of little consequence to Lin Tianhao, because Lin Tianhao's armor and magic resistance are negligible. Bang bang bang. The group clashed dozens of times in the blink of an eye, fighting fiercely. Three clouds pierce, heart-locking explosion. Archmage Abed waved his staff continuously, clearly unleashing some incredible powerful attack. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't seem to care. While Archmage Abide was casting his spell, he had already unleashed Instant Slash, flying towards the Golden Priest. Stop him! Luo Linmui unleashed a powerful strike that blocked Lin Tianhao's path. Lin Tianhao's attack was not really intended to kill the Golden Priest, but rather to create distance between him and Archmage Abide. Spatial Flash. Just as Archmage Abide's skill was about to land, Lin Tianhao used Spatial Blink to create distance once again. Not good. Lin Tianhao sensed something was wrong, because his two dashes hadn't actually created enough distance for Archmage Abide to cast his spell. He had just used a series of displacements to try and get out of Archmage Abed's casting range, so that even if the casting couldn't be interrupted, he could avoid the skill attack. But after he shifted twice, he found that a yellowish-brown light was gathering on his chest. Bang! A loud bang. A yellowish-brown light exploded from Lin Tianhao's chest, instantly blasting him into the air. Right now, Village Chief Wang transformed into a blur, arriving in front of Lin Tianhao in an instant and launching him into the air. Luo Lin Mai also rushed up, continuously knocking Lin Tianhao back. Snow Empress, let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve this time. Luo Lin Mai's face was contorted with rage, his expression extremely sinister, and he was filled with hostility towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. These people are still hoping to kill him. Lin Tianhao packed away his equipment and gave up resisting. Finally, under the relentless attacks of Village Chief Wang and Luo Lin Yui, Lin Tianhao finally collapsed. Because of his high red name value, Lin Tianhao's level dropped back to level 1. I've become a newbie again. Lin Tianhao didn't care. After all, leveling up was just a regular occurrence for him. Moreover, level drops do not affect attributes. The only thing that might be affected is equipment with level requirements. However, this had a negligible impact on Lin Tianhao, since most of his equipment did not have level requirements. 3 seconds later, Lin Tianhao revived on the spot. Village Chief Wang gasped in astonishment. This wasn't the first time he'd seen Lin Tianhao revive on the spot, but seeing it again still felt unbelievable. Let's retreat. Village Chief Wang sighed. He knew he couldn't stop Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao can be resurrected on the spot, but they cannot. They will truly die. Of course, it wouldn't be him, but rather Lorraine Mai and Archmage Abide, among others. Village Chief Wang, I'm not willing to leave like this. Luo Lin Mai's eyes were bloodshot. No one knew that his feelings for Princess Ti Shuejian were extraordinary. But now Princess Tixuejian has actually died at Lin Tianhao's hands, which he finds hard to accept. Let's wait for the king. Once the king emerges from the ruins of the snow corpse, he will surely be able to sweep everything away. At that time, no one will be able to control us. Luo Lin Mai gritted his teeth. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. Even with so many experts working together, it was still incredibly difficult to kill Lin Tianhao. Moreover, Princess Tishujian has perished, and not only that, the Golden Priest Rutvas is also on the verge of death. You guys retreat first. I can revive, and I'll hold off Shuedi. Chapter 173 The Star Kingdom has a God of the Dead. Luo Linmu and others began to evacuate one after another. Village Chief Wang tried his best to stop them, but Lin Tianhao had no intention of letting them leave so easily this time. His movement speed and attack speed are both faster than Village Chief Wang's, so it's a pipe dream for Village Chief Wang to try and hold him off. However, Lin Tianhao also knew that he couldn't leave everyone behind. Therefore, his move was aimed at Archmage Abide. Besides Princess Tixuejian and the Golden Priest, Lin Tianhao also wanted to keep Archmage Abide alive. Luo Linmu and the others realized Lin Tianhao's intentions, and his expression became somewhat solemn. Walk! Village Chief Wang roared. If we don't leave now, none of us will be able to leave. The words fell. Village Chief Wang charged at Lin Tianhao like a madman, his eyes growing increasingly ferocious. Luo Linmu stared at Lin Tianhao with eyes full of hatred. Snow Emperor, by the goddess of ice and snow, I, Luo Lin Mai, will surely kill you and grind you to ashes. If I break this oath, may I be struck down by heaven and earth. When he uttered this vow, Luo Lin Mai's eyes were already bloodshot. He was furious, extremely furious. Lin Tianhao ignored him, saying, We'll talk when you can beat me. Lorraine Mai left with the others. He actually wanted to save the Golden Priest Rutvas, but at this time, the High Priest Rutvas' health was almost depleted. Ding! You have killed High Priest Rutvas. This will be announced server-wide. Would you like to hide your nickname? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for successfully defeating High Priest Rutvas. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for successfully defeating High Priest Rutvas. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. The fall of a gold priest is a great loss for the Star Kingdom. Next, Lin Tianhao wrote the name of Grandmaster Abide on the Book of Life and Death. Archmage Abide began to lose health continuously from his head. He knew he was going to die. Is there no other way? Sister, I may not be able to avenge you. Shuedi is too strong. The words fell. Archmage Abide's eyes gradually turned fierce and crazed. Immediately afterwards, he waved his staff and began to chant, Great God of the Dead, I, the humble Abid, am willing to offer my soul and my entire life, and I beg you to grant me your blessing and help me to destroy the evildoer." Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao's face showed an expression of disbelief. Abandoning faith, selling one's soul. For a mage, it is inconceivable to either betray one's faith or sell one's soul. But these two unbelievable things actually happened right in front of him. Before he could think any further, a deathly gray beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Archmage Abid. Abid's flesh and blood began to burn rapidly, eventually turning him into a skeletal man engulfed in flames. In his hand was a skull staff, and a chilling, terrifying aura emanated from him. Summon the dead. Return, souls slain by the Snow Empress. Archmage Abid waved his staff, and in the next instant, the soil around Lin Tianhao broke open, revealing a series of skeletal figures in his sight. King Abraham, undead. Archmage Abir, undead. Queen Phaidon, undead. These were all people Lin Tianhao had killed. Lin Tianhao gasped. Undead summoning. Lin Tianhao was no stranger to this skill. In the game of summoning the dead, there is an ability called Soul Capture and Command, which allows one to capture the souls of the dead and make them work for one's own purposes. However, the ability to summon spirits is considered a very powerful technique in necromancy. Aside from a few saint-level or higher talents that might grant the ability to bind spirits and command generals in the early game, most talents only acquire this skill in the late game. And the spirit binding and commanding technique has many limitations. It cannot be captured just because someone has died. It also depends on the strength of the person performing the technique. Even if the capture is successful, the captured person will only possess a fraction of their strength from when they were alive. In this respect, the investiture of the gods is far more powerful than the spirit binding and commanding system. The investiture of the gods doesn't care about the opponent's strength. Even if a god has fallen, Lin Tianhao can forcibly include him in the investiture of the gods. Moreover, after entering the investiture of the gods, their strength will not be affected in the slightest and will remain at its peak. In this respect, the art of summoning spirits and commanding generals is far inferior to the investiture of the gods. Let's get back to the main topic. Archmage Abid only sacrificed himself today. He could not have had the opportunity to use the spirit binding technique before. In other words, the spirits of King Abraham, Archmage Abir, and others were not summoned through his spirit summoning technique. Rather, the god of the dead. That's terrifying. In theory, it is impossible for two deities to jointly govern a place. King Abraham, Archmage Abir, and others all died in the Star Kingdom. Logically speaking, the god of the dead has no reason to be able to capture their souls, unless the god of the dead is in the Star Kingdom. This is a very bold and terrifying conjecture, and only if this conjecture is true can we explain why Archmage Abid is now able to summon them to fight. While Lin Tianhao was pondering these things, he had already clashed with King Abraham's summoned beast. Queen Phaidon also transformed into a blur and rushed towards Lin Tianhao. Princess Tixuejin also transformed into a streak of light and charged forward. Lin Tianhao, wielding the god-slaying whip, unleashed his 3 heads and 6 arms. With the help of 3 heads and 6 arms, Lin Tianhao withstood the pressure all by himself. Seeing this, village chief Wang sighed. Grand Mage Abid, your sacrifice was worthwhile. At least you helped us confirm a piece of information. As he said this, village chief Wang gave King Abraham a meaningful look. Obviously, village chief Wang also knew what the appearance of King Abraham's spirit here truly meant. He left, leaving behind only the crazed Archmage Abid and a horde of undead constantly attacking Lin Tianhao. Under the relentless attacks of the Book of Life and Death, the mage, whose health bar was relatively low, finally succumbed to the continuous damage from the Book of Life and Death. Previously, the Book of Life and Death didn't cause much damage, but now, with over 90,000 HP loss per second, even a third-tier powerhouse like Archmage Abid couldn't withstand it. Ding! You have killed Archmage Abid. This will be announced server-wide. Would you like to hide your nickname? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shwedi for successfully defeating Archmage Abid. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shwedi for successfully defeating Archmage Abid. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Chapter 174 Binding Spirits and Sending Generals and the Light of Heaven. As Lin Tianhao killed Archmage Abid, the spirits of King Abraham, Queen Phaidon, Princess Tixuejin, and others all crumbled and disappeared. After all, they were here because they relied on the power of the necromancer. Now that the Archmage Abid who summoned them is dead, they will naturally perish as well. Next, then came the much-anticipated part, looting the corpse. Ding! You have obtained +1 to the Golden Priest set. Ding! You have obtained a skill book +3. Gained 50 free attribute points. Ding! You have received 9,999 gold coins. Ding! You have obtained. The first corpse Lin Tianhao looted was the Golden Priest Rutvas. Lin Tianhao glanced at Rutvas's gold suit and put it away. The reason is simple. The requirement for wearing it is level 150. In the previous life, most players reached level 150 only after half a year. Because in Ragnarok, the further you go, the more difficult it becomes to level up. Furthermore, since leveling up only rewards 5 free attribute points, fewer players will be keen on leveling up later on. More players will pursue skills and special equipment. And equipment? Certainly. In order of priority, special equipment has the highest priority, while divinely bestowed equipment is difficult even for top players to obtain. Second, skills. Thirdly, there is the normal equipment. The reason why skills have a high priority is that the sooner you acquire skills, the sooner you can increase your proficiency. Once you've leveled up your proficiency, the skill can stay with you for life. Similarly, most special equipment can last a lifetime. The Golden Priest set was unusable, but the skill book caught Lin Tianhao's eye. Heavenly Light, 1 star. Learning requirement, Pastor. Effect, you cast a healing beam on a friendly unit. Healing the unit for 10,000 plus 50 spell power. Health and removing all negative effects except for knockback, curses, and other high-level negative effects, as well as bleeding over time. Cost, 100 MP. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Proficiency, 0-1000. Note, after this skill is upgraded, it can affect multiple friendly units simultaneously. The number of friendly units that can be affected doubles with each upgrade. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This skill was pretty awesome. Healing and restoring health are easy to handle, since priests have no shortage of skills in this area. But the skill is awesome because it heals and restores health, and also has a cleansing effect. And, after upgrading, this skill becomes even more powerful. 1 star can only affect 1 target unit, 2 stars affect 2, 3 stars affect 4, 4 stars affect 8, 5 stars affect 16, 6 stars affect 32, 7 stars affect 64, 8 stars affect 128, 9 stars affect 256, and 10 stars affect 512. Once fully upgraded, this skill can be used for both group healing and group cleanse. How can I describe this? If I had to describe it, I'd use 2 words, perverted. This isn't just ordinary perversion. It's an extremely terrifying perversion. In addition, the Golden Priest also drops 2 skill books. Compared to Heavenly Light, these 2 priest skills are relatively ordinary. Next up is Princess Moshidi Shuejian. Ding! You have obtained a +4 gold equipment. Ding! You have gained a special equipment bonus of 1. Ding! You have gained a skill book +1. Gained 100 free attribute points. Ding! You have gained 12,999 gold coins. Ding! You have obtained. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This time, he had actually obtained a special piece of equipment, and he immediately chose it. Blue Quantity Orb, Special. Wearing requirements, none. Increases mana by 50,000. Abrasion resistance, 100. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, and a smile appeared on his face. This is exactly what I needed, and it came to me. He lacks mana, and this mana orb, like the life orb, has only one effect, but that one effect is quite terrifying. With the boost of 50,000 mana, Lin Tianhao suddenly had no shortage of mana. Aside from the blue orb, the other equipment dropped by Princess Tishujian is negligible. The equipment requires level 200 to equip, which is even higher than the equipment requirements for the Golden Priest, making it impossible for players at this stage to equip. At last, Archmage Abid is still left. I wonder what this great sorcerer, who sacrificed his soul and life, can offer me. Ding! You have obtained +1 gold equipment. Ding! You have gained a skill book +1. Gained 100 free attribute points. Ding! You have received 9,999 gold coins. Ding! You have obtained. Lin Tianhao was slightly disappointed. This equipment was rather insignificant. Scepter of the Dead, gold. Requirements for wearing, summoner. When Lin Tianhao saw this, his pupils contracted. There were no level requirements, which was quite interesting. Increases mana by 50,000. Effect 2. You can summon creatures you have killed to fight for you. You can only summon creatures killed within the last 24 hours. The summoned undead creatures only have 60% of their strength when they were alive. You can only summon 10 creatures at a time, once a day. The summoning lasts for 24 hours or until the creature is killed. Effect 3. Increases spell power by 1,000. Effect 4. Increases health by 10,000. Effect 5. Increases the damage of all your undead summons by 5. Abrasion resistance, 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This equipment seemed pretty good. He doesn't need it, but he can give it to Su Li. Among the summoners around Lin Tianhao, the only one he could truly trust was Su Li. In addition, there is a skills book. Spirit Binding and General Command, 1 star. Lin Tianhao gasped when he saw the skill name. Just how lucky must someone be to have such an overpowered skill as Spirit Binding and Commanding at this stage? Learning requirements. Summoner. Effect. You can capture undead as your summoned beasts to help you in battle. Currently, you can only capture one undead at a time, and the captured undead can only exert 50% of their strength as they were in life. Cost. 500 MP. Cool for 30 minutes. Proficiency. 0-1000. Note. Try not to capture undead that are much stronger than yourself, otherwise you are likely to fail. The success rate will be higher if you capture undead that you have killed yourself. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath and could only say that Su Li was lucky. This skill actually appeared in the Star Kingdom. You really can't have this kind of luck unless you step in 10 piles of dog poop on your way out. For Lin Tianhao, the biggest gain this time should be the blue quantity pearl, which can most directly make up for Lin Tianhao's shortcomings. Besides, this is the Guardian Tower he is standing on right now. This Guardian Tower is undoubtedly a special piece of equipment, and it is most likely an indestructible special piece of equipment. Chapter 175, Defying the Imperial Decree, The Empty City Stratagem. Tower of the Guardians, Special. Wearing requirements, none. Effect. You can forcibly bring one or more people into the Guardian's Tower and create favorable terrain for yourself and your teammates inside the tower for combat. You cannot leave the Guardian's Tower until enemy units kill you and your teammates. Abrasion resistance, indestructible. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up. Wasn't this thing tailor-made for him? He, the monkey, and the fat man, working together, are, without exaggeration, the kind of people in the Star Kingdom whose capture means certain death, with absolutely no chance of survival. After putting away the Guardian's Tower, Lin Tianhao headed to Lone Wind City, having not forgotten the true purpose of his trip. Since he couldn't get what he wanted from Leona, he had no choice but to fight his way through the Star Kingdom and take what he wanted for himself. We arrived at Lone Wind City. The fat man and the monkey arrived just then. Brother Hao, is the trouble resolved? Upon seeing Lin Tianhao appear, the fat man's face lit up with surprise and delight. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, "It's not completely resolved yet. Next, I'll lead you all to attack Lone Wind City." Lonely Wind City, City Lord's Mansion. At this moment, Lone Wind City Lord Lone Wind Nalin was arranging manpower, clearly having some plans. Lord of the city, it's terrible. They're attacking the city again. Gufeng Nalin frowned and said coldly, "They've attacked 3 times already, isn't that all?" "No, Lord City Lord. This time it's not just them. That black-robed archer has also come." "What?" Gufeng Nalin suddenly stood up, a flash of fear crossing her eyes. "What exactly do those scum from the Demon Cave want? Do they really want to destroy our Star Kingdom? What about the new queen? Is she just going to sit idly by?" Even the old king personally led the army into battle. As Gufeng Nalin finished speaking, a sound transmission talisman flew over and entered her ears. Upon hearing the voice transmitted into her ear, Gufeng Nalin's face showed an expression of disbelief. Because the only message Gufeng Nalin received was to activate the city's protective formation and then evacuate with the treasure. Withdraw. You make it sound so easy. What are you going to use to withdraw? Lone Wind City is the base that our Lone Wind family has built up over so many years. Don't they know how much effort our Lone Wind family has put into this place? The old man beside Gufeng Nalin narrowed his eyes and said, "Miss, the black-robed archer is extremely powerful and cannot be defeated by force." "Humph, do you think our Lone Wind family is a pushover?" The old servant in blue pondered for a moment and said, "Indeed, the Lone Wind City holds the foundation of our Lone Wind family, and it is difficult to give up Lone Wind City. If it's so hard to give up, then let's fight." A strong killing intent burst forth from Gufeng Nalin's eyes. But the old king died at the hands of the black-robed archers when he personally led the army. Even the so-called genius of command, Fu Ling Changyu, could not last even 15 minutes against the black-robed archers. "Humph, I know that ranged combat is not advisable. In that case, let's have a positional war. Lone Wind Nalin snorted coldly. Don't those scum from the Demon Cave want our Lone Wind City? Then we'll feign a retreat and lay a trap within Lone Wind City. Kill them after they enter the city. That concludes the discussion. Gufeng Nalin narrowed her eyes slightly. Let's also use the gunpowder we obtained from the ancient eastern country. Lone Wind City is the lifeblood of our Lone Wind family. If we can't defend it, even if it's destroyed, we will never let those scum from the Demon Cave get away with it. The old servant in blue took a deep breath and said, Miss, should we use the power of the god of the dead? Upon hearing this, Gufeng Nalin narrowed her eyes slightly, lost in thought. A little while later, if there's an opportunity to kill the black-robed leader, then we can make a move. If not, then we shouldn't expose ourselves. Outside the lonely Wind City, Lin Tianhao didn't think about all those fancy things. He acted without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows pierced the air, and the city guards fell swiftly. In less than 30 seconds, Lone Wind City had collapsed and its army had scattered. A faint smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. This battle was somewhat unexpected for him. After all, with the strength of Lone Wind City, it should be able to withstand some of his attacks. And Lin Tianhao remembered that during the National War in his previous life, Lone Wind City had used the red cannon. But this time, the red-coated cannon didn't fire a single shot, which was rather strange. Brother Hao, you're too fierce. You wiped out Lone Wind City as soon as you arrived. Lin Tianhao shook his head and said meaningfully, You're overthinking it. Lone Wind City is much stronger than Black Wind City and Ice Snow City. There are only two possible answers to why it collapsed so quickly. Which two? The fat man asked instinctively. The monkey sneered from the side. Fatty, didn't you think of that? It's obvious that you're trying to preserve your strength for a counterattack. However, what is the other possibility? Clearly, the monkey hadn't guessed the other possibility either. That means it's a trap. Lin Tianhao smiled calmly, then sent a message to Berserker Blade. Blade, do you have any men near the south gate of Lone Wind City? Could you check if there's a large-scale evacuation of NPCs from Lone Wind City? Lin Tianhao was located at the north gate. He didn't see any NPCs from Lonely Wind City retreating, which meant it must be the south gate. Because of his position, he could see if a large number of NPCs retreated from the east and west gates. No NPCs retreated. Berserker Blade responded quickly. In fact, his men came over as soon as they saw Lin Tianhao heading to Lone Wind City. Based on their past behavior, they might just release some kind of bounty mission. First come, first served is not true. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. As expected, it's a trap. The fat man immediately asked, What happened? Lin Tianhao smiled and said, I just asked Berserker Blade, and no NPCs in Lone Wind City retreated, which means they are all inside Lone Wind City, waiting for us to enter. Then, we caught them like turtles in a jar. The monkey couldn't help but exclaim, These NPCs are really smart. I often find that their intelligence doesn't seem like that of an AI program at all. It's more like that of a living, thinking human being with emotions. Lin Tianhao gave the monkey a meaningful look and said, Your feeling is right. Ragnarok cannot be simply measured by a game. So, get as strong as possible during Ragnarok. Both the monkey and the fat man nodded. The fat man laughed and said, I also think that Ragnarok is like a fantasy world. If it weren't for the fact that so many things are digitized, I would also think that this is a real world. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. Let's go, let's enter Lonely Wind City. Chapter 176 The Violent Little Bear Who Can't Escape the Resurrection Altar. The fat man was somewhat surprised. Brother Hao is awesome. He went in even though he knew it was a trap. Hee, it might not be a trap, but a bomb, Lin Tianhao laughed. Is it explosive? Be careful with the bomb, or you might get blown away. Please remain elegant. Lin Tianhao made a joke. Then, he led the fat man and the monkey to the city gate of Lone Wind City. Without immediately approaching, Lin Tianhao destroyed the city gate with his feathered arrow. After the city gates were opened, every household had their doors tightly shut, as if it were truly a city that had been breached. At that very moment, a player wearing a complete set of beginner equipment appeared in front of Lin Tianhao. He pointed his new magic staff at Lin Tianhao and said, Snow Emperor, you don't need to play tricks on me. He spoke with great arrogance. Lin Tianhao watched the mage player with great interest. Level 21. Well, his level is below the average level of ordinary players. So, who gave him the courage to challenge himself? I, Violent Little Bear, hereby challenge you by name. Do you dare to fight? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He had been somewhat surprised that a player would challenge him without offering a bounty. It turns out to be the streamer, Violent Little Bear, a streamer who loves to ride the coattails of trending topics. He wants to piggyback on everyone's popularity. Actually, his skills are quite good, but his reckless behavior of constantly trying to gain attention and popularity has kept his level low. Are you trying to ride my coattails? Lin Tianhao smiled noncommittally, then took out the Book of Life and Death and wrote Violent Little Bear's name directly on it. Then, the Violent Bear died on the spot. He was dressed in beginner gear, anticipating that he would die, which is why he wore it like that. But Lin Tianhao didn't care about losing his equipment. This guy challenged him by name, so let him know what the consequences are for challenging him by name. His popularity is not something anyone can easily ride on. Violent Little Bear was killed, but he was still talking to the viewers in the live stream while he was resurrected. As expected of the Snow Empress, I am completely humbled by her strength. The viewers also started mocking them. Does the Snow Empress need you to admit defeat? Do you have any power to resist her? Seriously, this streamer really goes to any lengths for popularity. Isn't he afraid of being knocked back down to level 1 by Shuedi? The Violent Little Bear grinned. As far as I know, the Snow Emperor isn't the kind of person who holds grudges. He killed me once, and that was enough for him. After saying this, the Violent Little Bear has entered the countdown to its resurrection. Hey guys, whose trending topic do you think we should ride next? The viewers in the live stream were about to start a commotion when they saw the Violent Little Bear, who had just been resurrected, die again. Violent Bear? Violent Little Bear, what happened? How did I get killed again? I checked the kill log, and it was Snow Emperor who killed me, but I resurrected at the altar in Tianqing City. He was in Lonely Wind City, so how did he kill me? Seeing that Violent Bear had just revived but then died again, his live stream became even more lively. Hee, Brother Xiong. Of all people to mess with, you had to mess with the Snow Empress. Now you're totally dumbfounded, aren't you? Do you know how they did it? Lonely Wind City is quite a distance from Heavenly Star City. No matter how powerful the Snow Emperor is, she couldn't possibly shoot an arrow from Lonely Wind City to Heavenly Star City, could she? Is it possible that it's a skill that causes continuous damage? For example, a mage's burn passive skill can cause continuous damage for 15 seconds, while Shuedi's continuous damage skill might last longer than burn, perhaps a minute or even 2 minutes. Many people are quite convinced by this player's analysis. While skills that cause continuous damage are relatively rare, at least 3% of mages possess this type of skill, if not 10%. As the current #1 player in Ragnarok Online, Lin Tianhao is at least the #1 player in the Star Kingdom. As for the other servers, it's not that Lin Tianhao isn't good, it's just that the players on those servers are being stubborn. Even after Lin Tianhao's victory in conquering the main city was reported, they still felt that some players on their server were more powerful than Lin Tianhao. Certainly, this does not affect the judgment of players on the Dragon Kingdom server. They didn't care that Lin Tianhao had a powerful headshot skill that caused continuous damage for 1 minute or even 5 minutes. But their guesses weren't entirely correct. Lin Tianhao's Book of Life and Death can indeed lock down continuous blood loss, but not for 1 minute, nor for 5 minutes. Instead, Lin Tianhao can remotely lock onto the target's head without restriction until the target is completely dead. When King Abraham was in his prime, he had high health regeneration, and the ability to regenerate health through the palace altar. Lin Tianhao's Book of Life and Death can only cause him a little trouble, but that's all. As long as he doesn't leave the palace, this continuous loss of health is useless against him, which is why Lin Tianhao couldn't kill him with the Book of Life and Death before. Next, a strange thing happened. The Violent Bear would die immediately as soon as it revived. He also dropped from level 21 to level 1 very quickly. The key issue is that even after dropping to level 1, he still couldn't leave the resurrection altar. He will perish immediately upon resurrection. What on earth is going on? I can't take it anymore. What kind of divine skill does Shuedi have? The Violent Little Bear gave me goosebumps. 15 minutes have passed. They are resurrected only to die, without even a chance to leave the resurrection altar. Seeing Violent Little Bear so devastated, the people in his live stream became excited, and the number of viewers kept increasing. Seeing the streamer like this now, I feel relieved. They've finally bitten off more than they can chew. You can't just ride anyone's coattails. But seriously, isn't Shuedi's continuous health draining skill a bit overpowered? It's been going on for 15 minutes already. Staking out this spot, I'm guessing the streamer will be dead for another 45 minutes. With Shuedi's continuous health draining skill lasting for an hour, it's not unreasonable, is it? They discussed it at length. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao, the instigator, was engaged in a battle of wits with Gu Feng Nalin. The city of Lone Wind is a scene of utter devastation. If those players saw this, they would be absolutely shocked. Is this still the main city from before? It is no exaggeration to say that this is a war-torn city that has been subjected to heavy bombing. Boom! Another loud bang rang out. The floor beneath Lin Tianhao's feet exploded, and Lin Tianhao was blasted into the air. It spun 360 degrees in the air before landing. Reduced by 35,800. A huge damage number appeared, and this damage was quite terrifying, taking away about 0.4% of Lin Tianhao's health. Another landmine. Lin Tianhao frowned. Not long after he entered Lonely Wind City, the monkey was sent away. He died a very unjust death. No one saw it. They were blown up. Brother Hao, what do we do? There are bombs everywhere. Zhou Xiaopeng is tough and thick-skinned, but his health bar is already down to half. Lin Tianhao fared even worse, with only a third of his remaining. Chapter 177, The Butterfly Effect. Signs of the God of the Dead's Resurrection. Lin Tianhao had no resistance. He only had one-third left because his reaction speed was fast enough. Only, this feeling still made Lin Tianhao very unhappy. This positional warfare was truly terrifying for him. They were about to be blown up before they even saw the person. Thinking this way, Lin Tianhao erased the name of Violent Little Bear from the Book of Life and Death and rewrote it as Lone Wind City, Lord Lone Wind Nalin. Tianqing City, Altar of Resurrection. Violent Little Bear was somewhat desperate. Looking at his resurrection countdown, he couldn't wait any longer. That's so tragic. Haha, that Violent Little Bear is really something. He hasn't even left the altar yet. Hee, it looks like Violent Bear will have some trouble getting out of the altar today. They dare to provoke the Snow Emperor. This is what they mean by heaven's sins may be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins are unforgivable. Many people were making fun of Violent Bear in Violent Bear's live stream. Violent Little Bear was feeling utterly hopeless. He wanted to shut down the live stream, but seeing the popularity of the stream, he ultimately gave up. His live stream is now about 10 times more popular than usual. Although, most people are there to laugh at him, and they won't even send him a small gift. As long as people watch it, it will generate buzz. As the saying goes, even haters are fans. If he ends the broadcast now, then he died for nothing. They were resurrected. The Violent Little Bear thought it would be killed instantly, just like before. But this time, something that surprised and delighted him happened. He did not die. Ha ha ha, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Look, I'm not dead. Ha ha ha. The Violent Little Bear was so excited that it danced around and even grabbed a player who had just respawned and started jumping with him. Ha ha, look, I'm not dead. The Violent Bear acted like a lunatic, scaring the players so much that they ran away in a flash. The live stream was filled with question marks and exclamation marks. Is that all? It's only 15 minutes of continuous damage. I thought Shwedi's continuous damage skill would last at least 30 minutes. What are you thinking? 15 minutes is weak. A normal burning skill will only cause continuous damage for about 15 seconds. It's really insane. If you kill someone once and they die 30 times, it's equivalent to losing 30 levels. To put it bluntly, the streamer was level 21 before, and he still owed Shwedi 9 levels. The live stream room of Violent Little Bear was getting quite excited. Lin Tianhao didn't care about any of this. As for his Book of Life and Death, 15 minutes? That is, he needs it now. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao could keep that Violent Little Bear trapped in the resurrection altar for 5 years. In Lonely Wind City, Gufeng Nalin was initially quite happy. Because Shwedi's health points are only one-third left, if she is blown away dozens more times, she might be killed by him. To be honest, she was somewhat excited. The Snow Empress, whom they hadn't been able to defeat in Black Wind City, Ice Snow City, Fulling City, and other cities, was about to be killed by them today. How could she not be excited? Snow Empress, you're nothing special. No sooner had Gufeng Nalin finished speaking than her expression changed, because her health bar suddenly dropped by more than 90,000. Who? Lone Wind Nalin looked around in disbelief. The old servant in blue beside her shook his head. Miss, no one attacked you nearby. Gufeng Nalin's eyes changed. A lock-type curse? Seeing the damage numbers constantly appearing above her head, Gufeng Nalin's face turned extremely ugly. This injury was also quite significant for her. As the city lord of the main city, she has always been strategizing and has broken through the limit of the second transformation, reaching the level of an ordinary third transformation cultivator. The HP has already exceeded 50 million. But Lin Tianhao's current damage numbers are far more outrageous than he expected. More than 90,000 per second. That's more than 5 million per minute. She will perish in just 10 minutes. I want to live. Only by entering the resurrection altar in Lone Wind City and utilizing its healing effect can she withstand the damage. But she looked over there. I happened to see a person at the entrance of the resurrection altar. That was none other than the black-robed archer, Snow Emperor, with a warrior beside him. Miss, we must go to the resurrection altar. Otherwise, with your current health and regeneration ability, you will definitely die in 200 seconds at most. Gu Feng Nalin gritted her teeth. What's the point of me going out? We both know how much damage Shuedi has done. Neither of us can withstand his damage. The old servant in blue robes had a somewhat gloomy expression. Whether we stay or go out, we will die. Only by going out will we have a chance. Gu Feng Nalin took a deep breath, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Since the Snow Emperor wants a direct confrontation, then so be it. Upon hearing this, the old servant in blue seemed to have thought of something and said with some shock, Miss, are you planning to reveal your undead nature now? Lone Wind Nalin nodded heavily and said, if we don't reveal our undead attributes now, we really won't have any chance at all. The words fell. Lone Wind Nalin transformed into a blur and charged towards Lin Tianhao. The old servant in green robes followed closely behind, his body transforming into a streak of light as he rushed towards Lin Tianhao. They're here. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, and he immediately prepared to get up and fight. But before he could even get up, his expression changed, and the netherworld longbow in his hand instantly transformed into the god-slaying whip. The god-slaying whip swept horizontally behind him. Boom! A loud bang. The god-slaying whip struck a giant skeleton behind him. The bones of the giant skeleton were cracked. Was his attack so fierce? Gu Feng Nalin was taken aback. She knew Lin Tianhao was fierce, but she didn't expect him to be this fierce. She knew very well the giant skeleton's defensive capabilities, yet it had suffered such enormous damage after only one attack from Lin Tianhao. Gu Feng Nalin was very surprised, and Lin Tianhao was equally surprised. Because this guy has no health points. Puppet? Or special equipment? Lin Tianhao wasn't quite sure, but he clearly sensed that this thing had an undead attribute. We previously encountered an archmage named Abide who had come into contact with the undead attribute, and this time, the Lord of Lone Wind City also possesses undead power. Lin Tianhao became increasingly certain that there was a god of the dead in the Star Kingdom. Moreover, this god of the dead is reviving. Only in this way can we explain why it is so easy to come into contact with the god of the dead in the upper levels. Only, in his previous life, Lin Tianhao was unaware of the news about the god of the dead in the Star Kingdom. What exactly caused the god of the dead to revive? He didn't appear in his previous life, but he did this time. That can only mean that his rebirth created a butterfly effect. Chapter 178, Killing Lone Wind Nalin. Only, the ability to revive a god of the dead is not something that can be achieved through a mere butterfly effect. Who has the ability to create such a huge butterfly effect? He definitely didn't. His first encounter with the undead attribute was when Archmage Abid sacrificed his own life and soul. The person who can trigger the revival of a deity must be incredibly powerful, perhaps even possessing some special abilities. Who has this ability? Or is it someone who has become extremely powerful through their own butterfly effect? The first things that came to Lin Tianhao's mind were the fat man and the monkey. Both of them are extremely powerful, and both became powerful with my help. However, Lin Tianhao didn't have much time to think about all that right now, because the old servant in green and Gu Feng Nalin had already attacked. Lin Tianhao unleashed a swift attack, charging towards Gu Feng Nalin. Gu Feng Nalin is now locked onto by his Book of Life and Death, so killing Gu Feng Nalin first is the best option. Bang! Lin Tianhao's god-slaying whip slammed into Gu Feng Nalin's shield, creating a series of cracks. Bang! Bang! Lin Tianhao's attack speed was so fast that he shattered Gu Feng Nalin's shield in an instant. Gu Feng Nalin's expression changed drastically, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. She thought she had already thought Lin Tianhao was very capable, but she didn't expect that Lin Tianhao's strength still exceeded her expectations. Bang! Another divine whip struck down, dealing critical damage, with nearly 1,000,000 damage appearing above Lone Wind Nalin's head. Get out of the way. The old servant in blue rushed forward, trying to block Lin Tianhao's attack. It's a pity. His idea was somewhat naive. Under Lin Tianhao's god-slaying whip, apart from indestructible equipment, other equipment was insignificant. Bang! Lin Tianhao easily smashed the longsword in the old servant's hand to pieces. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? Why is he acting so outrageously? The old servant in blue felt his scalp tingle. He simply couldn't imagine that adventurers at this stage could really be this powerful. After forcing back the old servant in blue, Lin Tianhao charged towards Gu Feng Nalin. Gu Feng Nalin's expression changed. A solemn look appeared on his face, and his figure turned into a blur. In the blink of an eye, Lone Wind Nalin had already appeared in the resurrection altar. Obviously, Lone Wind Nalin also realized that her health was not enough to withstand Lin Tianhao's damage. Having just taken a critical hit from Lin Tianhao, he lost another 1,000,000 health points. This brought her 10 seconds closer to death. Seeing Gu Feng Nalin rush into the resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao revealed a playful smile. Hee. This time, it's your turn to take off, Lone Wind Nalin. Please keep up the good style. Lin Tianhao's voice had barely faded when the ground beneath Gu Feng Nalin's feet exploded. Boom! A loud bang. Lone Wind Nalin was blown into the air. My! Gu Feng Nalin and the old servant in blue wore expressions of disbelief. Previously, they used landmines to blow up Lin Tianhao, but this time, Lone Wind Nalin was actually blown away. You're not the only one who knows how to use bombs. Before Lone Wind Nalin could land, her body struck a steel wire, causing 2 bounding mines to explode simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Another loud bang was heard, and Gu Feng Nalin's body was blasted upwards again. The massive explosion also destroyed the resurrection altar, meaning that Lone Wind Nalin's plan to recover health by relying on the resurrection altar was destined to fail. Damn it! The old servant in blue robes paled. He wanted to rescue Gu Feng Nalin. It's a pity. He no longer has that opportunity. Zhou Xiaoping, who had been watching the battle, joined in. With a single sarcastic remark, he subdued the old servant in blue. Then, a brutal charge, followed by control. Before the control was over, the fat man went berserk. Lin Tianhao switched to the netherworld longbow and unleashed a barrage of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down. Subtract 499,999. Subtract 499,999. Subtract 999,998. One after another, huge damage numbers appeared, and Lone Wind Nalin's health began to drop rapidly. Miss. The old servant in blue gave a low shout, his eyes flashing with fire. That's the fire of the dead. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that the old servant in blue was prepared to fight to the death. It's a pity. He couldn't save Lonely Wind Nalin. Lin Tianhao's attack speed was so fast that it was beyond his imagination. In a single second, tens of millions of damages were inflicted. Ding! You have killed Lone Wind City, Lord Lone Wind Nalin. This will be announced to the entire server. Do you wish to hide your name? Don't hide it. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for successfully defeating Lone Wind City, Lord Lone Wind Nalin. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for successfully defeating Lone Wind City, Lord Lone Wind Nalin. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Lone Wind Nalin was killed. Lin Tianhao breathed a slight sigh of relief, since killing one of them first would reduce the pressure on him. Undead beings are absolutely not to be underestimated, or you will pay a heavy price. Ah! The old servant in blue roared repeatedly. Snow Emperor, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. The old servant in green robes transformed into a streak of light, instantly appearing before Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao switched to the God-slaying whip. The old servant in blue, enraged, launched a fierce attack. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming attack enveloped Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao held the God-slaying whip. His defense was impeccable. Today, the fate of the old servant in blue is already sealed. After the old servant in blue finished his attack, Lin Tianhao did not hesitate to strike back, killing the old servant with an even more ferocious and violent attack. Ding! You have killed Lone Wind Green Robe from Lone Wind City. This will be announced to the entire server. Do you wish to hide your name? No hiding. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for successfully defeating Gu Feng Qingyi, the city lord of Gu Feng City. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for successfully defeating Gu Feng Qingyi, the city lord of Gu Feng City. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. As the server-wide announcement sounded again, Tianqing City, inside the royal palace, Luo Linmai's expression was somewhat sinister, and he overturned his table with a slap. Damn it, this Gu Feng Na Lin actually defied the imperial decree. Isn't this a waste of our manpower? In Lonely Wind City, Lin Tianhao breathed a slight sigh of relief. But at that moment, the bodies of Gu Feng Na Lin and the old servant in green, who had been killed, suddenly floated into the air. A deathly gray beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Gu Feng Na Lin and the old servant in blue. Not good. Chapter 179, The Exhilarating Sensation of a Soul Attack. Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly contracted, because he now understood why Gu Feng Na Lin, the old servant in green, had undergone such a change. This is, God bless you. It is somewhat similar to the blessing of the gods. But it is highly likely to be more powerful than the blessing of the gods. Because the power of divine blessings is very strong, extremely strong. Especially since the god of the dead is still in the Star Kingdom. It's equivalent to the power of a local deity descending, and the strength of that power is immeasurable. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. In midair, the previously deceased Gu Feng Na Lin slowly opened her eyes. Those were eyes as black as ink, without the slightest luster, like black holes. Upon seeing those eyes, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but frown. Zhou Xiaopeng came over and said, "Brother Hao, what's wrong with this woman? She seems a bit off. Besides, we haven't even looted the corpse yet. What are we going to do if it revives?" "What do we do?" Lin Tianhao's lips twitched slightly. He felt that the fat man's words were a little inappropriate. She has received the power of the god of the dead, and now she should be called the messenger of the god of the dead, or more commonly known as the messenger of the gods. Gu Feng Na Lin stared at Lin Tianhao with her dark, inky eyes, a strange smile curving her lips. "You even know about the messengers of the gods? Indeed, there are some things about you. It is your honor to die at the hands of the great messenger of the god of the dead." The words fell. Gu Feng Na Lin raised her hand and whispered, "Soul imprisonment." Lin Tianhao felt his body tighten, and he was unable to move. The purification jade pendant reduced the control by 90%, but Lin Tianhao still felt the terrifying power of this restraining force. After Lin Tianhao was imprisoned, Gu Feng Na Lin reached out, and a grayish-white energy palm appeared on Lin Tianhao's chest, instantly piercing through his body. Reduced by 198,547. A huge and terrifying damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. The damage numbers had barely appeared when Lone Wind Na Lin raised her other hand. Then, a grayish-white energy hand appeared and passed through Lin Tianhao's body. Reduced by 198,656. Another huge damage number has appeared. Soul-Tier. Gu Feng Na Lin tore her hands apart, and Lin Tianhao felt a heart-wrenching pain, as if his soul had truly been ripped apart. Reduced by 596,858. A huge damage number appeared again above Lin Tianhao's head. After this combo, Lin Tianhao lost more than 600,000 health points. The damage was over 900,000, but Lin Tianhao had the bloodthirsty dragon armor's damage mitigation and recovery abilities, as well as his own healing capabilities. Therefore, he didn't lose much health. However, he only had 1/3 of his health to begin with, and now he's lost over 600,000, which is quite a lot. However, the soul tearing actually only took 0.5 seconds to complete. Lin Tianhao, however, has yet to break free of his soul's imprisonment. Soul stripping. Gu Feng Na Lin raised her hand again, and a grayish-white light appeared in her palm. The light instantly struck Lin Tianhao's brow. It was that heart-wrenching pain again. The damage inflicted on the soul is truly outrageous. Even someone with Lin Tianhao's exceptional endurance was in so much pain that he gasped for breath. Black Bear Elbow Strike. Zhou Xiaopeng did not stand idly by. He had already made his move while Lin Tianhao was imprisoned. However, he was much slower than Gu Feng Na Lin. Only when Gu Feng Na Lin's second skill was applied to Lin Tian how did he rush to Gu Feng Na Lin's side. But it's not too late. After breaking free from the control of the soul imprisonment, Lin Tianhao threw the feathered arrow without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows enveloped Lone Wind Na Lin. 9 bone shields appeared around Gu Feng Na Lin, constantly rotating around her and blocking Lin Tianhao's attacks. A lament of the soul. Just as Lin Tianhao attacked Gu Feng Na Lin, the old servant in green robes followed suit with his attack. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly as the two of them simultaneously received the power of the god of the dead. This is somewhat unusual. The resurgence of the god of the dead should be a recent development. Neither Gu Feng Na Lin nor the old servant in blue could be the ultimate believers of the god of the dead. But why did they both receive the power of the god of the dead at the same time? What unspeakable secrets do these two people hold? Or perhaps, The god of the dead is targeting him. Certainly, Lin Tianhao is more inclined to believe that Gu Feng Na Lin and the old servant in green have a secret, which is why the god of the dead is helping them so wholeheartedly. But that's no longer important. Receiving divine blessing is quite different from ordinary divine blessings. In particular, neither Gu Feng Na Lin nor the old servant in green robes are players. They are boss-level characters. If he can kill them, he will definitely reap unexpected rewards. Based on what Lin Tianhao knew from his previous life, regarding the current state of Gu Feng Na Lin and the old servant in green, if you are killed by him, you will at least get special equipment or items, and it is even possible that you will get a divine gift. Thinking of this, Lin Tianhao used his mystic ice wings to create distance. At the same time, a bottle of large red medicine was administered. This was the first time Lin Tianhao had used a healing potion during a battle. There are too many undead-type attacks and headlocking skills. Trying to dodge by moving around is almost impossible. A divine gift, an immortal body. The old servant in blue robes had a hint of mockery in his pitch-black eyes. He charged towards Lin Tianhao. Snow Empress, you are doomed to die today. With the blessing of my undying true body, I can maintain absolute immortality for half an hour. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao was pleasantly surprised. Really? That's great. He fired 5 arrows simultaneously, more than 200 arrows per second. It can stack over 600 HP per second. That's over 30,000 HP per minute, and over 300,000 HP in 10 minutes. If the old servant in blue can remain alive for 30 minutes, then the life points that can be stacked on the old servant in blue can exceed 1 million. Feeling great. This old servant in blue is such a good person. Holy crap, what kind of attack is that? It feels so amazing. Zhou Xiaopeng was hit by one of Gu Feng Na Lin's skills, and the pain made his body tremble. Damn it. I've already set the pain level to 10%. How can it still hurt so much? Lin Tianhao smiled. Of course it hurt. After all, this was an attack that affected the soul. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Although Lin Tianhao noticed Zhou Xiaopeng, he didn't stop what he was doing. The high damage and terrifying lifesteal ability allowed Lin Tianhao's health bar to quickly return to full. Snow Emperor, are you even human? Seeing Lin Tianhao's health bar fully restored, the old servant in blue was furious, and cracks appeared in his dark eyes. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. I am human, and you are not. You are a vengeful monster who sold your soul and body. Chapter 180. What is the god of the dead anyway? Lin Tianhao had no intention of arguing with the old servant in blue. He said that. He was simply trying to provoke the old servant in blue. After all, it would indeed be troublesome for the old servant in blue to escape in his immortal form. It would be a shame not to make good use of such a powerful monster that stacks health. Moreover, because he has been infused with the power of the god of the dead, once he is killed, he is guaranteed to obtain special equipment or items. Lin Tianhao didn't want to waste this opportunity that offered multiple benefits. So, it's sometimes necessary to provoke the other person a little. Really, enraged by Lin Tianhao, the old servant in blue charged at him with a ferocious expression. Roar of the Undead. An area of effect skill landed on Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaopeng in an instant. Reduced by 108,598. Reduced by 69,850. 2 damage numbers appeared. Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. He would suffer more than 40,000 more damage than Zhou Xiaopeng, which was no small amount. This is the difference between dual resistance. Furthermore, those who change their class to warrior can generally learn damage reduction skills. Of course, the damage reduction skills of ordinary professions are usually quite weak. Truly powerful damage reduction skills can even reduce damage by 80%. As for why Lin Tianhao knew this, it was because there was a guy in his previous life who possessed such a damage reduction skill. His talent has a dual effect. It increases damage taken while decreasing damage received. Lin Tianhao didn't know exactly how the star rating was increased, but he did know that after that guy's talent reached its maximum level, he would reduce damage by 80% and increase damage by 80%. This is terrifying. It was supposed to take 100,000 damage, but it only took 20,000. It was supposed to deal 100,000 damage, but it actually dealt 180,000 damage, which is quite brutal. And because his damage reduction is a special type of damage reduction, not a dual resistance damage reduction, it can reduce all types of damage, including true damage, critical hits, and burning damage. These thoughts flashed through Lin Tianhao's mind, but did not affect his fighting frequency. Lin Tianhao made his move, and arrows continuously pierced the air. That amount of damage is far from enough to kill him. Death's fate, shattered soul. While Lin Tianhao was fighting the old servant in green, Gu Feng Nalin's attack came again from the side. Guardian Shield. Zhou Xiaopeng was quick-witted and agile, and in the blink of an eye, he was next to Lin Tianhao. A huge phantom image of a shield appeared on the shield in his hand, attempting to block Lone Wind Nalin's attack. Lone Wind Nalin sneered disdainfully. How could a mere guardian's shield possibly withstand my attack? Boom! Lone Wind Nalin's attack landed on the guardian's shield. The next instant, she was dumbfounded. Cracks appeared on Zhou Xiaopeng's enormous energy shield. That's all. It's really powerful. I once encountered a level 50 silver boss, and it couldn't even leave a mark on my guardian shield. Zhou Xiaopeng was somewhat surprised. But Gu Feng Nalin was even more surprised. How is that possible? You withstood such a powerful blow from me, and your shield only developed cracks. Gu Feng Nalin found it unbelievable, but she didn't think much about it. The instant her attack was blocked by Zhou Xiaopeng, she had already used a new skill. 3 souls, the rift of overlapping souls. Boom! As soon as Gu Feng Nalin's new skill was used, Zhou Xiaopeng's guardian shield shattered. As a result, Zhou Xiaopeng also suffered more than 80,000 damages. Terrifying. Zhou Xiaopeng gasped, but he still stood in front of Lin Tianhao. Humph, no matter how honest you are still no match for the messenger of the gods. Gu Feng Nalin snorted coldly, raised her hand, and the shield in her hand instantly flew towards Zhou Xiaopeng. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. This attack was no small matter. Zhou Xiaopeng, however, was not afraid at all. He instantly switched his shield to a beginner's shield and collided head-on with the shield that Gu Feng Nalin was flying towards him. This time, even with Zhou Xiaopeng's tankiness, he still lost over 100,000 health points. Not only that, the powerful impact contained within Lone Wind Nalin's shield sent Zhou Xiaopeng flying. While Zhou Xiaopeng was still in midair, the old servant in green robes had already reached Lin Tianhao with his bone sword. Their purpose? They still wanted to kill Lin Tianhao. It's a pity. They greatly underestimated Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao switched to the god-slaying whip and instantly clashed with the old servant in green's bone sword. Bang! A soft sound. Cracks appeared in the bone sword in the old servant's hand, making his expression increasingly sinister. Curse of the Undead. Although Lin Tianhao forced the old servant in green to retreat with one blow, Gu Feng Nalin's new skill had already landed on Lin Tianhao. Reduced by 19,659. Reduced by 19,659. Lin Tianhao began to lose health continuously due to the curse skill of the lock. It is somewhat similar to the Book of Life and Death, but that's about it. Since we're going to play this game where you lose health over time, let's play it together. Lin Tianhao stepped back, then took out the Book of Life and Death, preparing to write down Gu Feng Nalin's name. Now, Lone Wind Nalin and the old servant in blue seemed to have been prepared all along. After Lin Tianhao took out the Book of Life and Death, gray-white iron chains flew out of their hands at the same time. Soul chains. 2 soul chains simultaneously wrapped around the Book of Life and Death in Lin Tianhao's hand. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. Snow Empress. This is the item you used to make me keep losing health, right? Now it's mine. Gu Feng Nalin revealed a ferocious smile, seemingly excited about being able to steal Lin Tianhao's powerful item. Gu Feng Nalin and the old servant in green simultaneously exerted their strength, attempting to snatch the Book of Life and Death from Lin Tianhao's hands. Click-clack. As soon as they began to exert their strength, cracks appeared in the gray-white chains in their hands. Finally, it shattered with a deafening roar. How is this possible? Both Gu Feng Nalin and the old servant in blue wore expressions of disbelief. These soul chains are special equipment bestowed by the great god of the dead. How could they possibly break like this? Lin Tianhao smiled noncommittally. Are the special equipment of the god of the undead really that amazing? Rubbish. And his Book of Life and Death is a divinely bestowed piece of equipment, far superior to ordinary special equipment. Moreover, the Book of Life and Death is a divine gift bestowed by the goddess Hoodoo. What is the god of the dead? How dare he try to cause trouble? Although the god of the dead is also a deity, the difference between him and the goddess Hoodoo is not even a little bit. Lin Tianhao revealed a faint smile. If this is all you've got, then the battle is over. The words fell. Lin Tianhao charged forward, wielding the god-slaying whip. Not far away, a blur rushed over. The newcomer was none other than the resurrected monkey. Brother Hao, I'll help you kill these 2 bastards. Chapter 181. The Terrified Lone Wind Nalin. The monkey's figure blurred into afterimages, moving faster than anyone else present. The monkey must have been devastated to step on a landmine and die before anyone even saw it. Now he comes up and immediately throws a flying kick. As a basic skill for first-tier warrior classes, the push-ahead skill doesn't deal much damage, but it's a very useful control skill. Especially in the early game when most cleanse skills cannot remove knock-up effects and can only increase resilience. The skill of launching the enemy into the air is practically a minor divine skill. The warrior's knock-up combo is generally only achievable by highly skilled players. The monkey's skills were average, but his attributes were strong enough. He had a fast attack speed and movement speed. In addition, Lin Tianhao dropped many skill books while killing monsters, and he learned quite a few of them, so he was able to perform relatively stable combos. Warriors are not very vulnerable to ultimate skills in one-on-one combat. The key is a continuous stream of fast and invincible small skills. The monkey joined the battle and immediately held back Lone Wind Nalin. Zhou Xiaopeng followed closely behind, joining forces to restrain Gu Feng Nalin. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. He immediately switched to the Netherworld longbow and unleashed a barrage of arrows. Health points increased by 3. Health points increased by 3. Health points increased by 3. Cool. After emerging from the footprints of the snow corpse, Lin Tianhao found it much more difficult to accumulate health points than before. There is no other reason. The damage is too high, especially with the added benefit of the double true damage skill, coupled with Lin Tianhao's increased critical hit rate. This makes him deal more damage than the gold boss. Ordinary monsters are only a matter of one arrow from Lin Tianhao. In other words, killing a monster only grants you 3 health points. If a lightning jump or a meteor shower is triggered, a single arrow can kill a large number of people, which is terrifying. In addition, there is the skill Death Cycle, which has an instant kill effect. This means that Lin Tianhao can sometimes kill even a slightly stronger boss with a single arrow. This is the first time that arrows have been so indiscriminately rained down on the old servant in blue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he watched his health points rapidly increase, Lin Tianhao's smile grew wider and wider. But in the very next instant, Lin Tianhao's smile froze on his face. There is no other reason. The old servant in blue robes, who possessed an immortal body, is dead. The cycle of death is triggered, and the old servant in blue robes perishes. How is this possible? A look of disbelief crossed Gu Feng Nalin's face. The undying true body is formed from the laws of the great god of the dead. Even if you have a skill that can instantly kill, you should not be able to instantly kill the old servant in green who has activated the undying true body. Unless. That concludes the discussion. Gu Feng Nalin's face showed shock. Unless your instant kill rule is more powerful than the undead god's undead rule. Lin Tianhao smiled wryly. The powerful rules of instant kill were indeed a good thing. But he had only stacked over 20,000 life points on the old servant in blue. It sold out in seconds. What a pity. It seems we really need to find the Book of Light and Darkness as soon as possible. Otherwise the passive skill is too strong, and it's not good. Lin Tianhao thought to himself. Gu Feng Nalin, I'm very curious. How did you become a messenger of the gods? Lin Tianhao's gaze fell on Gu Feng Nalin, but he did not rush to make a move. The appearance of the divine messenger was too suspicious. Of course, it is the great artifact of the undead. Gu Feng Nalin's voice was cold. You killed the old servant in blue. If you kill me as well, you will be going against the great god of the dead, and you will be punished by the god of the dead. So, you're afraid of dying too. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Gu Feng Nalin with great interest. Gu Feng Nalin's face darkened. She hadn't expected Lin Tianhao's focus to be on this. You're overthinking it. I'm not afraid of death. I just feel that the great god of the dead has chosen me, so I can't die easily. Hee. Lin Tianhao sneered. Your faith should be the goddess of ice and snow, but you've switched allegiance to the god of the dead, and you can still say it so confidently. And, judging from your expression, you yourself are quite surprised that you were able to become a messenger of the gods, right? A subtle, unusual glint flashed in Gu Feng Nalin's eyes. Lin Tianhao activated his immaculate eye and caught the change in Gu Feng Nalin's eyes. His eyes changed slightly. Just as he guessed, Gu Feng Nalin was still unaware that she had obtained the power of the god of the dead and become a messenger of the dead. If she had known that Lin Tianhao had killed her before, she wouldn't have shown any fear of death. At the same time, when I asked her just now, her eyes didn't show this change. Lin Tianhao noticed all these changes in her. That's enough to prove that she herself didn't know why she became a messenger of the gods. That's how it is. It's highly likely that Gu Feng Na Lin is not qualified to become a messenger of the gods. Her old servant in blue was even less qualified to be a messenger of the gods. The fact that they all became messengers of the gods can only mean that the god of the dead wanted to achieve some kind of goal. Creating two divine messengers at the same time is no small matter for the god of the dead, who is still in the process of reviving. Putting everything else aside, it will inevitably slow down the resurrection of the god of the dead. Lin Tianhao couldn't understand why the god of the dead did this, but he already had a guess in his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow was thrown. Lin Tianhao began attacking Gu Feng Na Lin. Regardless of why Gu Feng Na Lin became the messenger of the god of the dead, Lin Tianhao now only wanted to kill her as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen complications. Lin Tianhao's intuition told him that the god of the dead was targeting him, which was why he created two divine messengers in one go. Snow Empress, do you really not want to live anymore? Going against the messenger of the gods is going against the gods themselves. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao simply smiled non-committally. Threaten me with the god of the dead? Sorry, that won't work on me. Lin Tianhao's attacks continued relentlessly, his output becoming increasingly fierce, forcing Gu Feng Na Lin to retreat repeatedly. Seeing that Lin Tianhao was unmoved by her words, Gu Feng Na Lin panicked. She had initially planned to catch Lin Tianhao off guard by relying on positional warfare, but now she was truly panicked. Especially after dying once, her fear of death is now even greater. Warriors of Lone Wind City, kill them. With a single command from Lone Wind Na Lin, the city guards hidden in Lonely Wind City surged out and charged towards Lin Tianhao and his two companions. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes. There were 5,000 or 6,000 city guards who swarmed in and quickly surrounded Lin Tianhao and his two companions. The fat man was the first to be hit. His health bar was already low, and this wave of attacks made his health bar even more precarious. He doesn't have a high recovery skill like Withered Tree comes back to life, so death is all that awaits him. Violent, Lin Tianhao unleashed his berserk power without hesitation, charging towards the fleeing Gu Feng Na Lin. Halt! I am your opponent. Chapter 182 Divinely Bestowed Skill, Immortal Body. A level 100 bronze warrior stood in front of Lin Tianhao, trying to block his path. A second-tier bronze blood warrior has some skills, but that's about it. Bang! The god-slaying whip struck the blood warrior's greatsword, shattering it instantly. Before he could react, Lin Tianhao's god-slaying whip struck him on the forehead, and his bronze helmet shattered instantly. At the same time, a huge critical damage message appeared above his head. Reduced by 1,035,985. This massive critical hit startled even the bronze-level warrior. But Lin Tianhao ignored him and rushed towards Gu Feng Na Lin. The bronze blood warrior reacted and tried to stop Lin Tianhao, but it was already too late. His movement speed was far inferior to Lin Tianhao's. On the battlefield, Zhou Xiaopeng fought against thousands of troops alone, but he didn't last long before he perished. The monkey moved faster than Lin Tianhao and managed to hold its own against him with its agility and quick movements. But that's all. With Lin Tianhao here, there's no way he can escape. He needed to help Lin Tianhao hold off these city guards, so naturally he needed to stop and take action. As long as he makes a move, he will inevitably be attacked. After all, there are several thousand city guards here. Boom! Lin Tianhao used spatial blink followed by instant slash, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Gu Feng Na Lin. Gu Feng Na Lin's expression changed. She exhaled a cloud of smoke and continued to retreat. Empress Shui, if you kill me, you won't get away with it either. Take my advice and stop now. There's still room for maneuver. Lin Tianhao chuckled and flapped his Xianbing wings, blocking Gu Feng Na Lin's path. If you want to live, then give me something of value. If you can offer something that is enough to impress me, I might let you go. Lone Wind Na Lin's face was extremely gloomy. I can tell you how to make landmines. Sorry, I don't care. Lin Tianhao himself knew how to make landmines. Furthermore, the mechanic class hasn't appeared yet. It will be introduced as a new class after the second job advancement. At that time, landmines will be child's play for mechanics. The scroll for the prerequisite quest of the Blessing of the Gods. Lin Tianhao offered his terms. No. Where is the flower of talent evolution? No. Does it have leaves from the tree of knowledge? No. Lin Tianhao, you have nothing, so why should I let you go? Gu Feng Na Lin's face was somewhat gloomy. She only now realized that she didn't seem to have many truly good things in her possession. 1,000 free attribute points. Gu Feng Na Lin knew very well that she was no match for Lin Tianhao, and the only way to survive was to get Lin Tianhao to let her go. Only 1,000? Are you trying to fetch a beggar? Lin Tianhao sneered. Gu Feng Nalin's expression darkened. So, you're saying there's no room for negotiation? Congratulations, you got it right. Lin Tianhao rushed forward. Gu Feng Nalin conjured a bone blade in her hand, which flew towards Lin Tianhao in an attempt to block him. Bang! The bone blade and the god-slaying whip collided, and a tiny crack appeared on the bone blade, but the damage was not significant. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. This bone blade is interesting. Meanwhile, Gu Feng Nalin's expression grew increasingly grim. That bone blade was no ordinary trick. Its power was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. After blocking the bone blade, Lin Tianhao charged forward again. The bone blade seemed to belong to some kind of flying sword technique, and it flew towards Lin Tianhao again. Bang! The god-slaying whip fell again, and the cracks on the bone blade widened. At most, it would shatter after 2 more blows. And both times, for Lin Tianhao's current attack speed, it's a piece of cake. Bang! The bone blade shattered. Gu Feng Nalin's face turned even paler, and blood spilled from her mouth. Obviously, the bone blade was bound to her mind, which caused it to shatter and backfire on her. It has to be said, the power of the god-slaying whip is unmatched by anyone else. They suffered a backlash. Lone Wind Nalin's movement speed has slowed down considerably. Her expression was somewhat sinister as she continued to flee, making a final attempt to escape. Soul imprisonment. It was that powerful immobilization skill again that made Lin Tianhao stand still. However, because of the purification of the jade pendant, this punishment of standing for only 1 second was allowed. It only took a second. Although Gu Feng Nalin was able to create distance, it was clearly impossible for her to shake off Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao switched to the netherworld longbow, and the feathered arrows swept towards Gu Feng Nalin in a blur. The immortal body. Gu Feng Nalin knew that Lin Tianhao's damage was extremely terrifying, so she could only activate her undying true body. She wasn't sure if her immortal body could withstand Lin Tianhao's attacks. After all, the old servant in blue was killed while he was in his immortal form. But she had no other choice but to give it a try. Lin Tianhao genuinely wanted to disable the death cycle passive skill, which was designed to instantly kill opponents. Nothing more. That's absolutely insane. If the death cycle isn't triggered, he might accumulate millions of health points. Health points increased by 10,000. Health points increased by 20,000. Health points increased by 50,000. Lone Wind Nalin is practically Lin Tianhao's lucky star, giving him so much health, and the death reincarnation hasn't been triggered yet. But that's normal. Lone Wind Nalin has broken through the 2nd job advancement limit. Although she has not yet reached the 3rd job advancement limit, she is already at level 150. Lin Tianhao's current level is just barely at level 50, a difference of 100 levels. This resulted in Lone Wind Nalin's level suppression being particularly severe on Lin Tianhao. Moreover, as the city lord of Lone Wind City, Lone Wind Nalin was already at the gold level, and now that she has become a divine messenger, her level has risen even further. This, in turn, significantly reduces the probability of reincarnation. Soon, Lin Tianhao added 80,000 health points to Gu Feng Nalin. It was at this moment that the cycle of death was finally triggered, ending Lone Wind Nalin's sinful life. The remaining city guards were nothing but chickens and dogs in front of Lin Tianhao. With 5 arrows fired simultaneously, 220 arrows per second, this output capability, combined with lightning leaps and heavenly fire meteors, meant that thousands of city guards were wiped out in less than 10 seconds by Lin Tianhao. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Lin Tianhao put on the lucky bracelet and smiled. Hee, let's start looting the corpse. This was an absolutely epic harvest. The first one is Gu Feng Nalin's. As a messenger of the gods and the lord of Lone Wind City, Lone Wind Nalin is likely to drop the most valuable items. Ding! You have obtained a divinely bestowed skill, immortal body. Lin Tianhao, are you sure this thing can be obtained by killing monsters? Lin Tianhao had little contact with divine gifts in his previous life, and the ways he obtained them varied. However, the discovery of a divinely bestowed skill was something he had never heard of in his previous 10 years. Chapter 183 Heavy Armor Counterattack. Ding! You have received a +3 equipment bonus. Gained 200 free attribute points. Ding! You have gained 50,000 gold coins. Ding! You have obtained crafting blueprint +2. Ding! You have obtained. Lin Tianhao smiled and first checked the abilities of the undying true body. Immortal true body, God-given 1 star. Learning requirement. Gain the approval of the god of the dead. Effect: you will enter an immortal state, in which you will be indestructible for 3 minutes. Cost: 200 MP. Cooling: 12 hours. Proficiency: 0, 100. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. The learning requirement was actually to gain the approval of the god of the dead. This gives it a slightly different flavor. To gain the approval of a deity, one must at least be a faithful believer. Only, the god of the dead is a Western deity, and he is not worthy of Lin Tianhao's faith. And, is the immortal body truly immortal and indestructible? The answer is no. After all, Lin Tianhao had just killed 2 guys who had activated their undying true body. He paused for a moment. Lin Tianhao still tried to learn it. Although the undying true body was countered by the death reincarnation, not everyone has such a heaven-defying, divinely bestowed skill as the death reincarnation. Ding, you have not yet gained the approval of the god of the dead and cannot learn this skill. Really, something unusual must be going on. He wants to gain his faith just by acquiring a skill. Does he deserve to be called the god of the dead? He doesn't deserve it. After putting away the skill book, Lin Tianhao didn't rush to check other things, but instead first touched the old servant in green robes. Ding, you have obtained a skill book +2. Ding, you have gained an equipment bonus of +2. Ding, you have obtained a special item +1. Ding, you have gained 40,000 gold coins. Gained 200 free attribute points. Ding, you have obtained. Aside from the old servant in blue, Lin Tianhao didn't spare any of the city guards, picking up everything they dropped. As humanoid NPCs, the city guards have a very high drop rate. Lin Tianhao alone obtained more than 5,300 pieces of equipment, meaning almost every single one of them got one. Most of these items require level 50 to wear, and since top players are currently aiming for level 50, these items will soon be in demand. There are slightly fewer skill books, only about 900. Most of them are repetitive skill books, and Lin Tianhao thinks there are very few useful skill books. However, one skill book still caught Lin Tianhao's attention. Heavy Armor Counterattack, Passive 1 star. Learning requirements, Warrior class. Effect, physical damage you take will be reflected back by 1, and will cause a grievous wound effect of 1. Consumption, none. Cooling, none. Proficiency, 0, 1000. Note, this proficiency level represents the value of reflected damage. Lin Tianhao started learning without hesitation. At 1 star, it's 1%, and at full stars, it's likely to be 10% damage reflection. While this isn't very high, as a passive skill, it doesn't require any investment to gain this additional damage reflection ability. And this counter damage is a very intuitive form of damage taken and counter damage dealt. Once this skill is upgraded, he can just stand still and let ordinary players attack him. And in the end, it will be the ordinary players who die. After learning about heavy armor and damage reflection, Lin Tianhao began to examine other things. Among the skill books, there was one that Lin Tianhao coveted. That's Soul Imprisonment. This skill is pretty outrageous. Even with Lin Tianhao's powerful Purification Jade Pendant, it was still able to imprison him for a second. In other words, this skill's immobilization duration reaches a terrifying 10 seconds. 10 seconds of confinement. This is extremely unreasonable, especially considering that resilience is not a high stat in the early game. Only, Soul Imprisonment requires a mage to learn. It has nothing to do with Lin Tianhao. After taking stock of his spoils, Lin Tianhao planned to pack up the level 50 equipment he had acquired and sell it to Berserker Blade. Blade, do you buy equipment? At the very least, we have level 50 elite equipment and some level 50 black iron and bronze equipment as well. Receive. Berserker Blade answered quickly. In Ragnarok, the free attribute points gained from leveling up are limited, making equipment the best option for improving attributes. Lin Tianhao directly packed up all the equipment that his own people didn't need and sent it to Berserker Blade. You can check the attributes first. As for the price, I need equipment upgrade scrolls, God's Blessing prerequisite quest scrolls, talent evolution flower, and God-level talent awakening stones. If you have these items, please consider me first. The price is negotiable. When Berserker Blade saw the tens of thousands of pieces of equipment that Lin Tianhao sent him, he was somewhat numb. Is this a bit of equipment? That's absolutely outrageous. Lin Tianhao acquired over 5,000 items in Lonely Wind City this time. He had previously obtained a considerable amount of equipment through various means, and now he's selling them all at once. He wasn't heartbroken. In the past, he might have also tried to get some gold coins. But now, with high interest rates, he has no shortage of gold coins. As for cash, he also considered getting a few small targets in hand, which would be more convenient to use before the cataclysm. But that would be too flashy. He is indeed invincible in the game, but since the game attributes have not yet been reflected in reality, he is just a noob in real life. Ragnarok's ability to attract money is terrifying. Many criminals, in order to gain profit, obtain various kinds of real information from others and then carry out kidnapping and threats. Lin Tianhao knew that in his previous life, a group of top gamers had been kidnapped and taken to the northern part of a certain country. I have to work myself to the bone every day to play games and earn money. I'm being exploited terribly. Lin Tianhao didn't want to become a prisoner, so he couldn't do anything too conspicuous that might expose his identity. Otherwise, let alone hundreds of millions, even if tens of millions appeared in his account through legal means, it would still be noticed by those with ulterior motives. He had also reminded the fat man and the others about this issue, since their current earning power was immeasurable. Sometimes, if the profit is big enough, there will be no shortage of people willing to take the risk. Snow Emperor, you mentioned this? I do have a mission here that you might be interested in. What mission? Lin Tianhao asked curiously. Berserker Blade shared the quest directly with him. A mysterious force is reviving recently, as if a new god is emerging. There is a deviation in faith within the Star Kingdom. Please find the new god as soon as possible. Mission requirements. Find the new god who is recovering in the Star Kingdom before the second job advancement. Mission penalty, unknown. Mission reward, unknown. Upon seeing the quest, Berserker Blade sent a message. This is a quest from the prerequisite quest scroll for the blessing of the gods. We also know that completing the quest will grant us the blessing of the gods, or at the very least, a powerful special skill or equipment. Chapter 184 The Invitation of the God of the Dead. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. There's hope. If it weren't going to work, Berserker Blade wouldn't have said so much less sent him the mission details. What do you want? Lin Tianhao asked bluntly. Berserker Blade sent the quest scroll directly to Lin Tianhao. Consider it a favor you owe me. If you ever get anything good in the future, remember us. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. A favor? Berserker Blade doesn't seem to have lost out either. After all, his favors are quite valuable. Thanks. Lin Tianhao didn't stand on ceremony. After all, he really needed this right now. But I have to say, Berserker Blade has a great design. If he really is making demands, wanting some kind of benefit, Lin Tianhao's impression of Berserker Blade will decline somewhat. Regardless of the past. Even now, Berserker Blade's actions are based on befriending Lin Tianhao, and he has not tried to negotiate with Lin Tianhao. I accept this favor from you. Lin Tianhao was in a pretty good mood after receiving the scroll for the preliminary quest of the blessing of the gods. It's obvious to anyone that this resurrected god is the god of the dead. All we need to do is find his location. When Lin Tianhao killed Lone Wind Nalin and the old servant in green, he also obtained something different. First, there are the blueprints for making landmines and bounding mines, a skill that mechanics can learn. No one should have switched to the mechanic class yet, but this thing was useless to Lin Tianhao, so he traded it directly to Berserker Blade. At last, it's that special prop. Special items are generally quite powerful. Undead Resurrection, special item. Effect. Once activated, all living beings that have died within the last 24 hours within a radius of 500 meters will be revived and obey your commands. Note, this item is a one-time use item and can only be used before the third job advancement. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This special prop was quite powerful. Although it's limited to before the third job advancement, there's still a lot you can do. The second job advancement limit is level 100. With Lin Tianhao's killing speed, even when farming monsters, he could kill dozens or even hundreds of monsters in a single area. Even if the number of monsters in a region is controlled within a radius of 500 meters, the number will not be less than 100. Killing 100 times is equivalent to dying 100 times. The death toll within a 500-meter radius is 10,000. A force of 10,000 level 100 soldiers can definitely play a significant role in the early stages of the game. It's very useful whether you're conquering cities or helping with quests. Only, Lin Tianhao doesn't have a use for it yet, so this is the only option for now. After taking Lone Wind City, the leader in black robes led the Nightwalkers to take over Lone Wind City, and the Star Kingdom's 10 major cities have lost half of their territory. Continue. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. As Lin Tianhao left Lonely Wind City, his path was blocked. Amitba. Putuwa Tianlong chanted a Buddhist prayer to Lin Tianhao, a smile appearing on his face. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. What is it? Putuwa Tianlong smiled, and a phantom image of a deity appeared behind him. A divinely bestowed phantom. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. This divinely bestowed phantom was shrouded in a black robe, wielding a long, barbed weapon, and exuding an aura of death. This seems to be a divine phantom bestowed by the god of the dead. The god of the dead? Lin Tianhao asked with some surprise. No wonder Putua Tianlong said he had a mission to help 100,000 people pass on to the afterlife. Now it seems that this mission was most likely given by the god of the dead. Is the resurgence of the god of the dead related to the heavenly dragon of Putua? Lin Tianhao was unsure, but he couldn't rule out the possibility. Yes. Putua Tianlong nodded. You just killed 2 of the messengers of the god of the dead. The god of the dead sent me to invite you, hoping you can come and see him. Lin Tianhao glanced at the blessing of the god's pre-quest scroll he had just obtained from Berserker Blade. The quest seemed to require him to find the god of the dead. That's great. We don't even need to look for it ourselves. Someone will take the initiative to lead the way. Should I go? Or should I go? Or should I go? The answer is obvious. Go? He had no reason not to go, since he could complete the prerequisite quest scroll for the blessing of the gods in one trip. Certainly, Lin Tianhao's ambitions are even greater. His list of deities has not yet included a single one, which is not a good thing. Although the god of the dead is somewhat incompetent, he is still a deity, so it's acceptable for him to be included in the investiture of the gods list. If the god of the dead knew Lin Tianhao's thoughts, he would definitely be very depressed. He, the god of the dead, is considered a mid to high-ranking deity among Western gods, yet he is so disliked by Lin Tianhao. But Lin Tianhao thought so. There is still a significant gap between the Western gods and the Eastern deities. Even if one were to be included on the list, one would need to be a powerful figure like the Emperor of Fengdu, the Buddha, or the Jade Emperor to be on his investiture of the gods list, if not a saint. Certainly, as things stand, his idea is still a bit crazy. But as the saying goes, the bolder you are, the more you can achieve. If you don't even have ideas, how can you realize them? Go see the god of the dead? He wants to hold me accountable for killing his messenger. Lin Tianhao asked with interest. Upon hearing this, Putua Tianlong shook his head. That's not the case. The god of the dead is about to be resurrected, and he needs someone to lead him. Aren't you one? Lin Tianhao asked with a smile. Putua Tianlong shook his head. Although I have some resources, I am not enough to become the person in charge of the god of the dead. Lin Tianhao smiled noncommittally. What benefit would I get from letting you go? Putua Tianlong pondered for a moment. As long as you are willing to meet the god of the dead, you can learn the undying true body you obtained, even if you don't agree to the god of the dead's request in the end. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The undying true body was very powerful, and he naturally had the idea of learning it. Now, by simply meeting the god of the dead, he could achieve 2 goals at once, so he seemed to have no reason to refuse. Since that's the case, then so be it. But I need to go somewhere, so please wait a moment, okay? No problem. Putua Tianlong readily agreed, and had no intention of making things difficult for Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao left, but he didn't have to wait long before he returned. Only, the Lin Tianhao at this moment is not the real Lin Tianhao. He is Lin Tianhao's clone. Upon encountering a deity whose extent of resurrection was unknown, Lin Tianhao knew very well that necessary caution was still required. Therefore, he sent his clone to see the heavenly dragon of Putua. The ability to transform into 3 pure beings is so powerful that even saints can be deceived, let alone the heavenly dragon of Putua. Putua Tianlong found nothing wrong and led Lin Tianhao toward Strange Stone Lake. Strange Stone Lake is a very large lake with many huge, strangely shaped rocks standing in it, hence its name. God of the Dead, let me see just how far you've come back to life. Chapter 185 Godhood Exchange for Godslayer Mark. Lin Tianhao's clone followed Putua Tianlong all the way, chatting idly. Finally, are we about to fight monsters? Lin Tianhao was stunned for a moment. Did he have to fight monsters to see the god of the dead? He can't use this clone to attack, otherwise it will be exposed. Fortunately, Putua Tianlong didn't even need him to make a move, easily dealing with those level 40 green lizards with swift and decisive action. After winding through the strange rock lake, we arrived at a tomb raider's hole. Lin Tianhao rubbed his eyes to confirm that it was indeed a tomb robber's hole. Glasses. The first thing Lin Tianhao thought of was glasses. He had been wondering before that, with the god-level hidden class of Putua Tianlong, it was possible to revive the god of the dead. But it seems I didn't help him change anything. If I had to say, I did help Putua Tianlong deliver 100,000 lives. When Lin Tianhao first saw the Putua Tianlong, he also made this guess. It's highly likely that the reason the god of the dead was resurrected was because of that quest. However, after seeing the tomb robbery hole, Lin Tianhao's thoughts changed somewhat. It's a pity that Glasses is still in the ancient tomb and cannot be contacted. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao could contact Glasses to ask if this tomb raiding tunnel is related to him. Is the god of the dead inside? Lin Tianhao asked. Putuo Tianlong nodded and said with some helplessness, the god of the dead was sealed here for some reason and is now gradually reviving. Is it because of the mission I helped you complete to help 100,000 people find peace that the god of the dead has been resurrected? Lin Tianhao asked. Putuo Tianlong shook his head. That's not the case. Someone else triggered the seal, which is why the great god of the dead began to awaken. My task is simply to help the great god of the dead to revive more quickly. Lin Tianhao wanted to roll his eyes. Before coming here, Putuo Tianlong referred to the god of the dead as the god of the dead. After arriving here, he was addressed as the great god of the dead. All I can say is, those who understand the times are wise. I'll just have to trouble you, Snow Emperor, to crawl through the tunnel with me. Putuo Tianlong chanted a Buddhist prayer and was the first to enter the tomb. Lin Tianhao didn't care. After all, he was using a clone, so he wasn't afraid of encountering any danger in the tunnel. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised after entering the tomb. After all, there is a strong magnetic field interference inside the tomb. If this weren't an avatar possessing all of Lin Tianhao's characteristics, Lin Tianhao would never have been able to see what was happening inside the ancient tomb. After entering, Lin Tianhao felt extremely depressed, because there are countless skeletons here, and these skeletons emit a grayish-white light. Lin Tianhao followed Putuo Tianlong all the way through the layers of tomb chambers, and finally arrived at the main tomb chamber. Above the main burial chamber is an 8-sided Rubik's Cube. This 8-sided Rubik's Cube possesses an extremely terrifying power. As the owner of a god-level hidden profession, Putuo Tianlong also felt the pressure increase greatly here. A faint smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. Of course, his clone's expression did not change at all, because before the gods, all beings must withstand divine might. After entering, Lin Tianhao observed the changes in Putuo Tianlong's expression to judge the extent of his divine power. After all, he has the mark of a godslayer, which makes him immune to divine power. As they walked, Lin Tianhao noticed that Putuo Tianlong's expression only became solemn upon entering this final tomb chamber. In other words, the divine power of the god of the dead only enveloped this main tomb chamber. That's interesting. Does the fact that the god of the dead's divine power has such a small range mean that the god of the dead is not powerful? The range of a deity's divine power can often be used to determine a deity's foundation and strength. Not necessarily. It's also possible that this deity is deliberately disguising itself to find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Especially for deities in a state of resurrection, it is entirely possible for them to do such underhanded things. After entering, Putuo Tianlong bowed respectfully to the 8-sided Rubik's Cube. Great god of the dead, I have invited the Snow Emperor. Thanks for your hard work. An aged voice emanated from within the 8-sided Rubik's Cube. The voice was old, weak, and feeble. It seems they have only just recovered and are not yet strong. Lin Tianhao wasn't in a hurry and controlled his clone to ask, Great god of the dead, may I ask why you have summoned me here? The Godslayer. The god of the dead immediately revealed Lin Tianhao's mark and title. There's no need to pretend in front of me. Lin Tianhao smiled helplessly. This god of the dead was certainly not beating around the bush. Then, god of the dead, what brings you to me? The god of the dead narrowed his eyes, smiling as he looked at Lin Tianhao, and said, It's simple, I want the Godslayer mark on you. Lin Tianhao shook his head. God of the dead, you know that's impossible. Even if you are a god, I still don't think you can offer me something that matches that. Where's my divinity? The god of the dead made a startling statement. If you are willing to give me the mark of the Godslayer, I will give you my godhood. You can use my godhood to quickly become the new god of the dead. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. For a god, divinity is the core of everything, and Lin Tianhao never expected that the god of the dead would be willing to trade his divinity. It's tempting. If death had said this to me, I might have been tempted, but you're not enough. Lin Tianhao answered calmly, as if it were a matter of course. Putuo Tianlong, who was standing nearby, was greatly surprised. Lin Tianhao's words actually revealed a hint of disdain for the god of the dead. What kind of monster is this that even the god of the dead would despise it? The opportunity to rise to godhood in one step was right in front of him, yet Lin Tianhao chose to refuse. Your ambitions are greater than I imagined. The god of the dead sighed. But what I want, I will definitely get. Since you won't agree, I'll have no choice but to keep you trapped here forever." The words fell. A huge rock fell from the tomb's main entrance, blocking Lin Tianhao's escape route. Being trapped here won't help no matter how strong you are. Lin Tianhao looked at the 8-sided Rubik's Cube without saying a word. Putawa Tianlong's expression changed, and he asked in a deep voice, "Lord God of the Dead, I am still here, and you said before that you would not harm the Snow Empress. Did I hurt him?" The God of the Dead retorted, "I merely closed the door. I did not attack him." Putawa Tianlong's face was ashen. He looked at Lin Tianhao. "Snow Emperor, I didn't know it would turn out like this." Lin Tianhao raised his hand to interrupt Putawa Tianlong and chuckled, "Don't treat gods as your faith. They are just stronger beings, no different from us." Chapter 186 The God of the Dead appears. Putawa Tianlong sighed. "It seems I've thought too highly of the gods in this world." The words were spoken. He stepped forward to the stone gate. "Great Emperor Xuedi, I brought you here, so let me take you away." Putawa Tianlong raised his hand, and a golden spike condensed in his palm. "Call out." The golden spike struck the stone gate and then began to spin wildly. A series of sparks appeared on the stone gate. Lin Tianhao frowned. Since the God of the Dead intended for him to use this stone door to block him, it was clear that this stone door was not simple. "Give up," Lin Tianhao calmly said. "This should be a special piece of equipment. It would be a shame to destroy it here." Putawa Tianlong did not stop and is still trying. Lin Tianhao shook his head. He knew that Putawa Tianlong felt guilty, which was why he was working so hard. "Well," Putawa Tianlong put away the golden spike and sighed helplessly. "Snow Emperor, I'm sorry." Lin Tianhao smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No need. I came here because I wanted to see the God of the Dead." He has now completed the prerequisite quest scroll for the Blessing of the Gods, which he obtained from Berserker Blade. But Lin Tianhao did not submit it immediately. His current red name value is quite high. If he submits it now, there is a very high chance that he will receive a blessing from the goddess Hutu. He wanted to receive blessings from other Eastern deities so that he could complete the task of reviving the ancient Eastern Kingdom as soon as possible. "Snow Emperor, you are not at a disadvantage in this deal, and you have no reason to refuse. You can think it over carefully and give me your answer when you have thought it through." Lin Tianhao smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I'll think about it some more." Lin Tianhao manipulated his clone to sit down, close his eyes to rest, and acted as if it were none of his business. In fact, outside Strange Stone Lake, Lin Tianhao's main body is currently considering a countermeasure. Although the divine power of the God of the Dead only enveloped the main tomb chamber, it appeared very weak. However, the 100,000 souls that Putawa Tianlong previously performed for salvation were most likely related to the God of the Dead. Thinking about this, Lin Tianhao sent a message to Putawa Tianlong, confirming that the 100,000 lives were sacrificed to the God of the Dead. Having received the sacrifice of 100,000 lives, the God of the Dead is definitely not as weak as he appears on the surface. Certainly, it can't be too strong either, since it is in a sealed state. Even if there are 100,000 living beings, not many of them can truly affect it. Putawa Tianlong, if you really feel guilty, you can take action against the God of the Dead. His power has not recovered much, so we actually have a chance to kill him. Lin Tianhao thought it best to send Putawa Tianlong to test the God of the Dead and see just how powerful the God of the Dead really was. In any case, Putawa Tianlong is not a weakling, and it is entirely possible that they could force out some of the true abilities of the God of the Dead. Putawa Tianlong hesitated for a moment. Wouldn't the risk be too high to attack a deity? At worst, we'll die. Maybe we can even die and return to the city, instead of being stuck in this godforsaken place. Don't you think that makes sense? Putawa Tianlong hesitated slightly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, and slowly stood up. He didn't make a move, but instead said with a forced smile, "Great God of the Dead, could you please let me leave?" Lin Tianhao sighed. This Putawa Tianlong really knows how to bring good fortune and avoid misfortune. "No," the God of the Dead replied coldly. "If the Snow Empress is willing to make a deal, I will let you leave. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving this place forever." "I can commit suicide," Putawa Tianlong said without hesitation. Lin Tianhao knew. The heavenly dragon of Putawa is testing us, testing whether we can leave this place after death. Suicide? If you think you can leave here by committing suicide, then you can try it. The God of the Dead's voice carried a hint of disdain. "I advise you to behave yourself and not try to cause any trouble." Putawa Tianlong glanced at Lin Tianhao, said nothing, but sent a message. Great Emperor Shuedi, as you can see, it's useless for me to take action now. There's still no way for me to leave here. Lin Tianhao's attitude hardened. Isn't there still me? Yes, you're here too, but I don't want to be at the bottom. Snow Empress, could you lend a hand and I'll assist you? Lin Tianhao really didn't know what to say to Putuo Tianlong. This is truly being extremely cautious, giving no chance whatsoever. No, it's best for you to take action. If I do, the outcome is hard to predict, Lin Tianhao said. His clone definitely can't make a move, because if it does, it will immediately dissipate. He needed to test the strength of the god of the dead, and only the heavenly dragon of Putuo could do so. Putuo Tianlong's eyes were conflicted. He knew Lin Tianhao was encouraging him, but after a brief hesitation, he still replied, All right, Snow Emperor, things have come to this. Although I know you want me to be used as cannon fodder, I have no other choice now. That concludes the discussion. Putuo Tianlong's golden cone shot out instantly, striking the 8-sided Rubik's Cube. Putuo Tianlong, what are you doing? The god of the dead spoke with a hint of annoyance. Send the god of the dead to heaven. Upon hearing this, the god of the dead roared in exasperation. I gave you so many rewards, and this is how you treat me? I'm sorry, Lord God of the Dead. I must leave this place, said Putuo Tianlong. The god of the dead sneered. Putuo Tianlong, are you stupid? This 8-sided Rubik's Cube is my seal. If you attack my seal, aren't you just letting me out? Lord God of the Dead, stop deceiving yourself. This Rubik's Cube is your true form. You disguise yourself as the Rubik's Cube to make people believe that this is your seal. The god of the dead was somewhat shocked, because what the heavenly dragon of Putuo said was true. How did you know? Putuo Tianlong didn't explain. He raised his hand, and a golden scepter appeared in his hand. The golden scepter slammed down on the 8-sided Rubik's Cube, causing it to crack. I never expected that you would see through my disguise, even though I did it so well. The voice of the god of the dead became aged and no longer sounded weak. Since you're looking for death, then I'll grant your wish. The words fell. The 8-sided Rubik's Cube folded back and transformed into 8 human figures that landed on the ground. These 8 figures were hidden in the grayish-white light, making them difficult to see clearly. 8 figures continuously converged, coalesced, and merged, eventually transforming into a monster with arms, long legs, and eyeballs all over its body. Great Emperor Shuedi, you're right. Gods are just more powerful monsters. As long as you overcome your fear, you will be fearless. It seemed that the heavenly dragon of Putuo had suddenly realized something, and the influence of the divine power on him was actually decreasing. How is this possible? The god of the dead was somewhat surprised. His state of mind has been elevated, and he has lost his reverence for the gods. Chapter 187: The Buddha's Wrath and the Lotus of Freedom. Putuo Tianlong did not respond to the shocked god of the dead. At the same time, his golden spike was thrown out, and his golden scepter also flew out. Boom! A loud bang. The golden scepter and golden cone flew out, and a gray-white beam of light enveloped the 2 pieces of equipment of Putuo Tianlong. The luster on both pieces of equipment is fading at a visible rate. Buddhist compassionate palm. Putuo Tianlong raised his hand and struck out with the palm. In the blink of an eye, a golden palm arrived in front of the god of the dead. You dare to show off your petty skills in front of me? The god of the dead also struck out with his palm, and countless ferocious undead surged out from his hand. Bang! The Putuo heavenly dragon flew backward and crashed heavily onto the stone gate. Reduced by 35,980. Reduced by 985. One is the damage from the attack of the god of the dead, and the other is the damage from the bounce back when hitting the stone gate. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The god of the undead's attack had just consumed the sacrificed undead. The 100,000 dead should be the source of the god of the dead's current power. After taking this attack, the Putuo Tianlong's health bar dropped by 1/3. His health points are over 110,000, which is quite good for an average player. However, compared to Lin Tianhao, the gap is too large. Ba. Putuo Tianlong glanced at Lin Tianhao and, seeing that Lin Tianhao had no intention of making a move, felt somewhat helpless. Great Emperor Shuedi, if you don't take action soon, I won't be able to hold on any longer. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, I can't make a move for now, so go ahead and unleash your power. Putuo Tianlong frowned, feeling as if he had been tricked. But now that the arrow is on the bowstring, he has no choice but to release it. Get up. His aura underwent a subtle change. Buddha's Wrath, Free Lotus. A giant golden red lotus flower bloomed at the feet of the god of the dead, then closed in on him. Damn it! The god of the dead roared in exasperation. His 16 feet, and 16 arms simultaneously pressing against the petals of the Buddha's wrath lotus, attempting to prevent it from closing in. Buddha's wrathful seal of freedom. A Buddhist hand seal appeared above the head of the god of the dead, and then the seal crashed down. A large number of undead began to emerge from the god of the dead. Some of these undead were in pain, some were terrified, and some were ferocious. Their expressions were different. Similarly, they were all resisting the Buddha's wrathful freedom seal of the Patala heavenly dragon. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud bangs followed, and first, the petals of the Buddha's wrathful lotus began to shatter. Then came the Buddha's wrathful freedom mudra, which also could not withstand and began to crumble continuously. Putuwa heavenly dragon, I have treated you well, yet you treat me like this. If that's how it is, then hand over your soul. The god of the dead unleashed a barbed iron chain, which instantly appeared before the heavenly dragon of Putuwa. Putuwa Tianlong was shocked and staggered backward, struggling to regain his balance. Snow Emperor, make a move. Putuwa Tianlong panicked. He was really panicked. If he were to fall here, he would most likely be devastated. Bang! A loud bang was heard. It is behind the stone gate. Bang, bang, bang. Loud noises continued, and fine cracks appeared on the stone gate. How is this possible? The god of the dead's pupils suddenly contracted. He was somewhat incredulous. There's no way around it. What was happening before his eyes was simply too unbelievable. Only he knew just how terrifying that stone gate was. Yet, this terrifying stone gate was covered with countless cracks. Boom! With a loud bang, the stone gate shattered. The heavenly dragon of Putuwa and the god of the dead all looked towards the outside of the stone gate. Standing outside the stone gate was a handsome, dashing, and exceptionally good-looking player. Upon closer inspection, isn't that Xuedi? Putuwa Tianlong looked at Xuedi beside him, then at Xuedi outside the stone gate, and was somewhat bewildered. A clone technique? Lin Tianhao smiled and nodded, then switched to the netherworld longbow behind him, and an arrow shot through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The god of the dead's expression changed slightly, and various weapons appeared simultaneously on his 16 arms. These weapons continuously deflected Lin Tianhao's arrows. Although Lin Tianhao's attacks were extremely fierce, he was still able to defend himself with ease using his 16 arms. As a deity, even in the revival stage, his speed is not slow. Instant slash. Lin Tianhao immediately switched weapons and arrived in front of the god of the dead in the blink of an eye. The god of the dead sneered, I am invincible in close combat. To fight me in close combat is simply courting death. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Tianhao clashed with the god of the dead in close combat, but after several exchanges, he withdrew. Although his attack speed was very fast, the god of the dead was, after all, a warrior with 16 arms and a high attack speed, so he naturally found it difficult to defend himself. His close-quarters combat was an attempt to test whether his god-slaying whip could shatter the weapon of the god of the dead. However, the result was not as expected. After several clashes, he realized that he could not shatter the weapon of the god of the dead. The answer is beyond doubt. The weapons of the god of the dead are indestructible. Actually, Lin Tianhao was also considering whether the indestructible equipment was truly indestructible. After all, in previous wars between gods, Lin Tianhao discovered that the weapons of some demigods and even false gods were shattered. Their weapons, in terms of their condition, should all be indestructible. Since they were all indestructible, yet they were still destroyed, it means that the so-called indestructibility is not absolute. Just like many panel values, the controllable time is 5 seconds, but the actual controllable time is most likely less than 5 seconds. In that case, let me see if I can destroy an indestructible weapon. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes, and he made his move without hesitation. 3 heads and 6 arms. In close combat, Lin Tianhao would find it difficult to fight the undead god with 16 arms, and in range combat, he could only use the netherworld longbow, which didn't have that much armor penetration. So, Lin Tianhao chose the 3 heads and 6 arms option, which allows him to equip 3 main weapons with stacked attributes. With the blessing of 3 heads and 6 arms, his netherworld longbow can also receive the effect bonus of the god-slaying whip, possessing 100% armor penetration. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao unleashed a torrent of arrows. To maximize his attributes, Lin Tianhao also equipped himself with a 9 harmony longbow. Snow Empress, your attacks are useless. Your attack speed is simply not enough to break through the defense of my 16 main weapons. The god of the dead sneered and mocked. But Lin Tianhao didn't care at all, and continued to unleash a barrage of arrows. The god of the dead remained unfazed, continuing to defend against Lin Tianhao's attacks without taking the initiative to attack him. Snow Empress, I'm exchanging my divine essence for your Godslayer mark. You're not at a disadvantage, so why go through all this trouble? Lin Tianhao remained silent and continued his attack. Click. Just then, a soft sound came from the long sword in the God of the Dead's hand. Chapter 188. Driving the God of the Dead to a dead end. The God of the Dead looked at his cracked long sword with an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? You ant. How could you possibly break the indestructible property of my equipment? Lin Tianhao did not answer, but a smile appeared on his face. Because he heard it. His guess was correct. Indestructible equipment can be destroyed, but its indestructibility must first be broken. In other words, even indestructible equipment has its limits. Lin Tianhao successfully broke this limit thanks to the God-slaying whip's 100% armor-piercing ability. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao continued to fire his feather arrows. Since he could destroy it, he would destroy the weapon of the God of the Dead directly. Soul imprisonment. The God of the Dead saw through Lin Tianhao's thoughts and, without hesitation, immediately used a binding technique on Lin Tianhao. Star and Moon Purification. Lin Tianhao instantly broke free from the control effect. For an archer honed through life and death, this was commonplace. Soul-devouring black hole. A black hole appeared beneath Lin Tianhao's feet, but Lin Tianhao's reaction speed was equally astonishing. Spatial flash. Even after using a movement skill to leave the black hole's range, the arrows continued to rain down. Withered bones and decay. The God of the Dead did not stop. His skill combos were incredibly rapid. Overlord body. Lin Tianhao's 3 heads and 6 arms will continuously consume mana, and even with mana orbs, it will only prolong the duration. Therefore, Lin Tianhao could not waste time and had to unleash his full attack potential. In addition, because of his 3 heads and 6 arms, his other 2 heads can use potions to restore mana, thus maximizing his mana reserves. In this way, the 3 heads and 6 arms can be maintained for a longer period of time. Soul torn apart. The God of the Dead is still trying to use Soul Tier to reduce Lin Tianhao's life points as much as possible. But what's the use? Compared to Lin Tianhao's more than 8 million health points, losing this little bit of health is really insignificant to him. Heavenly Fire Meteor triggered. Thousands of meteors rained down from the sky, causing the God of the Dead to retreat in disarray. And inevitably, they were hit by meteors, losing millions of health points. So, who is the god, and who is the player? Even the heavenly dragon of Putuo, who witnessed this scene, was at a loss for words. The God of the Dead skill dealt over 50,000 damage to Lin Tianhao. Is that low damage for a god that has just been resurrected? Not too low. But what about Lin Tianhao? Triggering a skill that takes away millions of the undead god's health, 100-fold difference in damage. Isn't that outrageous? And, in less than 10 seconds, Lin Tianhao triggered the Heavenly Fire Meteor for the 2nd time, taking away millions more health points from the God of the Dead. Not only that, the God of the Dead already has 6 main weapons with cracks. This was even with the God of the Dead consciously avoiding the cracked weapon to block Lin Tianhao's arrows. Otherwise, his weapon wasn't just cracked, it was completely shattered. Enough! The God of the Dead roared, staring at Lin Tianhao with extreme rage. Snow Empress, I admit you are strong, but I have asked myself honestly. I have done nothing wrong to you. I only wanted to make a deal with you. Why did you have to go to such lengths? Lin Tianhao sneered. Why did it have to come to this? You can't win, so all you do is spout this nonsense. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Although Lin Tianhao was responding, the arrows did not stop. Snow Empress, you forced me into this situation. Even if I fall into slumber again today, I will make you die. The God of the Dead roared repeatedly, and countless ferocious and terrifying undead surged from his body, charging towards Lin Tianhao like madmen. The Buddha's light shines everywhere. When Putuo Tianlong made his move, he did not stand idly by. Under the Buddha's light, the power of these spirits diminished slightly, but not by much. After all, it was a method used by a deity, and Putuo Tianlong's current foundation is still somewhat insufficient. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao put away the god-slaying whip, and all 3 heads and 6 arms were equipped with bows and arrows, firing all 5 arrows at once. With over 600 arrows per second, coupled with the constant triggering of lightning leaps, heavenly fire meteors, and the cycle of death, these undead were visibly fading away. Putuo Tianlong was dumbfounded. He could only describe his astonishment at Lin Tianhao's strength. That's incredible. The strength is somewhat unreasonable. Is this the strength a level 50 player can possess? Without exaggeration, even if you said this was the attribute of a level 500 player, no, a level 5000 player, he would still think it was a bit of an exaggeration. Snow Empress, you truly deserve to be the #1 player in Ragnarok Online. Putua Tianlong knew that even after obtaining a god-level hidden profession, he would still be somewhat inferior to Lin Tianhao. But now he realizes, is this a gap? This can't be called a gap. It's not even on the same level. How can they be compared? Cool. Lin Tianhao looked at the densely packed corpses and felt a sense of pleasure. Since these undead are also considered living beings, each arrow fired at a rate of over 600 per second can increase their health by over 1,900. How else could Lin Tianhao describe it besides the word song, shuang, meaning awesome/satisfying? Because of the meteor shower and lightning jumps, even though Lin Tianhao only fired more than 600 arrows per second, the actual number of dead exceeded 3,000. Even so, these undead still held out for 35 seconds before Lin Tianhao finally killed them all. During this time, the god of the dead continued to unleash skills to harass Lin Tianhao. It's a pity. The damage dealt by the god of the dead was less than the amount of health Lin Tianhao recovered. Is this all there is to it, a mere god of the undead? The most direct benefit for Lin Tianhao was that his health points increased by 66,000. The god of the dead looked extremely sinister upon seeing Lin Tianhao kill all his undead in such a short time. Most importantly, after killing these undead, Lin Tianhao did not stop, and a storm of arrows rained down on him. Clang, clang, clang. With over 600 arrows per second, even the god of the dead was finding it difficult to withstand. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? The god of the dead was furious. He could no longer completely block Lin Tianhao's arrows. Some arrows would hit him unexpectedly, and a single arrow could deal hundreds of thousands of damage. If it's a critical hit, it can deal millions of damage. Such terrifying output even made the god of the dead tremble with fear. He is currently in the early stages of his recovery, and his strength is less than 1/1,000,000th of his peak, with his attributes being completely suppressed. If he were to be killed by this adventurer at this moment, he would become a laughingstock among the gods. After all, he is different from the ice and snow goddess. The ice and snow goddess's main body has been killed by the lord of the mortal palace, and she is only a remnant soul that is sealed away. He's different. He's a genuine deity. Even a god in the early stages of resurrection is still a god. To die at the hands of an adventurer, especially one who hasn't even reached the second-class advancement, is utterly shameful. Snow Empress, stop. Chapter 189. Did they drive away the god of the dead? The god of the dead roared, and a powerful wave of energy emanated from him. This gust of air blew Lin Tianhao backward, thus disrupting his attack rhythm. Lin Tianhao was no longer in a hurry. He put away his 3 heads and 6 arms and looked indifferently at the god of the dead. I'll give you 1 minute. Say what you have to say properly, or you'll say I didn't give you a chance. The god of the dead nearly vomited. He is a god, to be looked down upon by a mere first-tier adventurer. Killing me won't do you much good. Let's make a deal instead. What deal? Money to buy life. Lin Tianhao only wanted to say one thing. I'm familiar with this. After all, he had made a lot of money to buy his way out of trouble before. How much is appropriate to pay for the life of a deity? I will bestow upon you my blessing, granting you unparalleled power. You shall leave here and not return for 3 years. How about that? Lin Tianhao rolled his eyes. Not good. To expect someone to back down after receiving a blessing from the gods is nothing short of delusional. He can gain even more benefits by killing the god of the dead. Snow Emperor, do not be greedy. My blessings are not comparable to those of ordinary gods. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, forget it. I still think I'll get more benefits from killing you. Kill me. The god of the dead narrowed his eyes, annoyed, and said, Snow Empress, do you really think you have the ability to kill me? Why not? Lin Tianhao asked in return. Umph, if you kill me, the benefits will definitely go beyond just the blessings from the gods. If that's what you think, then you can give it a try. The god of the dead snorted coldly, and his aura became fierce. Putua Tianlong unconsciously stepped back, saying, Ba, the battle to kill gods, no matter the outcome, is not something this humble monk can witness. This humble monk takes his leave. Putua Tianlong left, knowing that he could not watch the battle to slay the gods today, regardless of the outcome. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. Neither Lin Tianhao nor the god of the dead stopped them. After all, in their view, The Putuo Tianlong was a dispensable entity with negligible impact on the battle. After Putuo Tianlong left, Lin Tianhao glanced at his mana, which had been continuously recovering. Now I only have a little over 20,000 mana left. It's sufficient for basic combat. It takes an hour for the 3 heads and 6 arms to cool down, so he won't have a chance to use it again for the time being. But even if you don't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so what? Lin Tianhao's fighting style is not entirely reliant on having 3 heads and 6 arms. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao continued to attack with his arrows. The regenerative abilities of this undead god are average. Without needing to have 3 heads and 6 arms, Lin Tianhao's arrows would have a hard time penetrating the defense of 16 arms. But Lin Tianhao has the passive effect of Heavenly Fire Meteor. As long as Heavenly Fire Meteor is triggered, the God of the Dead will lose millions of health points. If the critical hit damage is high enough, it can even take away tens of millions of health points from the God of the Dead. He is now firing 5 arrows simultaneously, 200 arrows per second. Even if the probability of triggering it is very low because the other party is a god, it won't be too outrageous. After all, it is only a newly revived god, not a fully formed god, so its ability to suppress probability is not particularly strong. Despite this, on average, it takes Lin Tianhao 1 minute to trigger Heavenly Fire Meteor once. That means it takes about 12,000 arrows to trigger once. The probability of this triggering is rather low. But Lin Tianhao didn't care, because triggering it once will cause you to lose at least several million health points. The God of the Dead could not possibly restore millions of health points in a single second. Besides, Lin Tianhao also wrote the name of the God of the Dead in the Book of Life and Death. In this way, the God of the Dead now has an additional continuous damage effect that causes over 90,000 HP to be lost per second. That's over 5 million damage per minute. And with the damage from Heavenly Fire Meteor, the God of the Undead can reliably lose over 10 million damage per minute. Even if the newly resurrected God of the Dead has high health, it certainly won't be too outrageous. Lin Tianhao refused to believe that the God of the Dead could withstand losing tens of millions of health points per minute. Even though the God of the Undead has a good ability to regenerate health, it is ultimately unable to withstand Lin Tianhao's terrifying damage while sealed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrows continued to be fired, and the God of the Dead's health bar steadily decreased. Lin Tianhao could not observe the specific health value of the God of the Undead, but in battle, he could see the God of the Undead's health bar. Based on the health regeneration and damage reduction, he could roughly estimate that the God of the Undead regenerates around 2 million health per minute in combat. In other words, the God of the Dead loses more than 8 million HP per minute. Healing can be performed in combat or non-combat states. In combat, many healing mechanisms cannot be triggered. Otherwise, even a newly revived god would have a base health regeneration of more than 2 million per minute. However, it was precisely because of these reasons that Lin Tianhao had the opportunity to kill him. The God of the Dead also realized this problem. Lin Tianhao wanted to wear him down. Your 5-arrow volley is not a skill. Using 5 arrows at such a high intensity will consume a lot of your mental energy, which is not a good thing for you. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally and said, "If you're scared, just say so. So what if you're exhausted? I was able to kill a god, so even if I'm mentally exhausted, what's wrong with taking a few days off?" The God of the Dead gritted his teeth. He had finally realized that Lin Tianhao was completely unyielding. Snow Empress, there's no need to fight to the death. We can discuss things and talk about the benefits later. How about that? Lin Tianhao sneered. In my opinion, killing you is the greatest benefit. Upon hearing this, the God of the Dead had an extremely sinister expression. Lin Tianhao had no intention of backing down and didn't even want to give him a chance to negotiate. Snow Empress, I am a deity. I have many good things. You don't have to kill me. Lin Tianhao simply stopped answering and focused on attacking. The God of the Dead was not wrong. There is no doubt that such a high-intensity salvo of 5 arrows would have been extremely taxing on his mental and physical strength. Normally, he can maintain a 5-arrow volley for 5 or 6 minutes without any problem. If you can hold on, it's not impossible to maintain this for 7 or 8 minutes. But maintaining this for 10 minutes would put a tremendous strain on Lin Tianhao's mental state. But if we can kill the God of the Dead, then it will all be worth it. Violent, Lin Tianhao went berserk, increasing his damage and attack speed once again. Snow Empress, you're a madwoman. I can't afford to mess with you, so can't I just stay away? The God of the Dead roared in exasperation, then transformed into a streak of grayish-white light and vanished into an array plate beneath the tomb chamber. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. They ran away? Chapter 190 Henry Group's Billion-Dollar Bounty. The god of the dead actually ran away, something Lin Tianhao never expected. He approached the formation and suddenly laughed. I see. Rather than saying the god of the dead ran away, it would be more accurate to say that he has re-entered a state of complete sealing. God of the dead, you really are a coward. You've re-entered a state of complete sealing, but you're still not out of my combat range. As long as I'm here, you'll never be out of combat. Disengaging from combat requires one side to leave the battlefield. In other words, even while still in combat, the undead god's health regeneration remains at around 2 million per minute, the same as during combat. As long as Lin Tianhao doesn't leave this place and keeps the god of the dead in a state of combat, then he will surely die. Because the Book of Life and Death can generate more than 5 million health points per minute, which is much higher than the 2 million health points restored per minute. The god of the dead's somewhat sinister voice came from below the seal. Below me lies my natal artifact, which greatly enhances my healing ability. Even without leaving the battle, you still cannot kill me. Lin Tianhao glanced down, said nothing, and lay down to sleep. I'm tired. I'm going to take a nap. Lin Tianhao believed the god of the dead's claim about the existence of a natal artifact, but the god of the dead was too hasty and even tried to explain it to Lin Tianhao, which made Lin Tianhao suspect something was amiss. Since that's the case, he decided to wait here and see if the god of the dead was truly immune to blood loss and death. Speaking of which, Lin Tianhao hadn't visited the Ragnarok forum for some time. Open the Ragnarok forums. They're even more lively than in the early stages of the game. Lin Tianhao first entered the Dragon Kingdom server. Now, on the Dragon Kingdom forum, a third of the dozen or so highly popular posts are about Shuedi. One man against a nation. Can the Snow Emperor conquer the Star Kingdom? Is there really no cheating in this game? Shuedi's attributes are a bit too outrageous. Does anyone know the true identity of the Snow Empress? A reward of 1 billion is offered. Once the Snow Empress's true identity is confirmed, the money will be transferred immediately. Upon seeing this, Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed into slits. This guy didn't even hide his ID. It's Henry Ghost Bro. He actually offered a 1 billion yuan reward for his services. This guy's got some skills. Henry. This appears to be the infamous scam group in northern Myanmar. No wonder they offered a 1 billion reward. Given the nature of that fraud ring, it's almost impossible to get the money from them. So even if the bounty is 1 billion or even 10 billion, it won't make a difference. In Ragnarok, currently, only 3 people know their true identities. Fat Guy, Monkey, Glasses. These 3 people had a very close relationship with Lin Tianhao. In his previous life, after the Great Cataclysm, Lin Tianhao and they had become sworn brothers. Therefore, Lin Tianhao trusted them a lot. This message was paid to be pushed up, and it was published 3 days ago. Henry Group. Henry Ghost Brother? A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. He had heard of this infamous group before. Even after the Cataclysm, the Henry Group continued to plunder like parasites, doing things that had nothing to do with humans. I never imagined that one day I would become a wanted bounty on Henry Group's head. Very good, the Henry Group, is it? Lin Tianhao silently noted down Henry Group's involvement and offered a bounty on him. Then he would have to pay the price. The reason why the Henry Group was able to act arrogantly even after the Cataclysm in its previous life was largely because they had cultivated their own power in the game. However, this time, since they dared to offer a bounty on him, then I'm sorry. Lin Tianhao could only prevent the Henry Group from developing within the game. After the Great Catastrophe arrives, they will be sent to the guillotine one by one. Lin Tianhao wasn't particularly vengeful. Otherwise, if someone had offended him before Shadow Kill, he wouldn't have just killed him a few times, but at least returned to the first rank. But whether or not one holds a grudge depends on the person. Henry Group is utterly wicked and utterly depraved. How dare they provoke him? If Lin Tianhao doesn't drive them out of the game, then all his achievements will have been for nothing. Continue. Lin Tianhao saw many posts discussing other things. For example, during the previous national war and under the rule of the Demon Cave, Blackwind City launched a quest that all players could accept, which rewarded free attribute points. For example, the Domineering Guild committed many evil deeds, resulting in the deaths of many players and the loss of valuable items. There was all sorts of random content, but Lin Tianhao didn't pay much attention to it. At the same time, he was also filtering the information to see if there was any useful information. The answer is almost none. They discussed how to clear the level 30 dungeon and who broke the record for the level 35 dungeon. They also discussed teams that had cleared level 25 dungeons on hellish difficulty and all sorts of other challenges. The most eye-catching one is the Berserker Guild. Recently, the Berserker Guild seems to have broken many dungeon records, especially the level 35 dungeon Ice Grass Garden on Nightmare difficulty, which they cleared. Lin Tianhao, however, felt that all of this was normal. He gave Berserker Blade a life orb, which significantly boosted the overall strength of the Berserker Guild players. Breaking a dungeon record isn't a difficult task. Besides, Lin Tianhao also saw an interesting person. Ambitious Taoist priest. The person who saved his sister seems to have encountered some unexpected opportunities after entering the game. The topic is currently very popular, and the Berserker Guild has already offered an annual salary of 80 million. Several other major guilds are also in talks, trying to win over the ambitious Taoist. However, the ambitious Taoist priest has not yet made a statement. Think about it for a moment. Lin Tianhao was about to send a message when he discovered that he was in an ancient tomb and could not send it. He could only view the posts that had already been sent. It seems we can only talk about this after we leave this place. Master Yeshin is a talented person, and we can consider recruiting him into my team. Lin Tianhao secretly thought that Putua Tianlong was actually not bad either. It's a pity. Based on Lin Tianhao's understanding of Putua Tianlong, he was too eager to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. Even if Putua Tianlong were to join his guild now, it would be difficult for him to develop a sense of belonging to the guild. If there's no sense of belonging, then whether or not Putua Tianlong joins his guild is of little significance. After browsing through most of the forums in the Dragon Kingdom region, Lin Tianhao entered the International Forum of Ragnarok. There was even more news on this international forum, and the atmosphere was incredibly tense. The most eye-catching post is, someone in the US has already completed the second job advancement. The Dragon Kingdom region praises Xue Di so highly, but he's still trash. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly and clicked on the post. At that very moment, a voice interrupted Lin Tianhao. Snow Emperor, that's enough. I know you have the mark of a god slayer, and that killing gods brings great benefits, but the benefits I can give you are far greater than what you would gain from killing me. Chapter 191 Slaying the God of the Undead. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up, and he chuckled. Can't sit still anymore? The god of the dead was somewhat embarrassed and angry, but seeing his health continuing to drop, he eventually suppressed his anger. Snow Empress, I'm not lying to you. What do you want? Money, power, or special treasures? I have them all. 5 pieces of divinely bestowed equipment, 10 divine level talent awakening stones, 20 talent evolution flowers, 50 special equipment, and 10,000 free attribute points. That's all I want, right? Is that too much to ask? God of the dead? Not excessive? How could you have the nerve to say something like that? He's not a supreme god, not even a god king, so giving him 5 pieces of divinely bestowed equipment is just a sham. As for the rest, only free attribute points are somewhat reliable. However, in his current state, taking out 1,000 free attribute points is not a problem. Do they really think he's an ATM? That's not a problem. Although the god of the dead cursed Lin Tianhao's ancestors for 18 generations, he still readily agreed. Then give it to me, Lin Tianhao said. The god of the dead hesitated, then said, I only have 1 piece of divine-given equipment right now. I'm out of divine-level talent awakening stones, which I gave to Putua Tianlong. I have 3 talent evolution flowers, 2 pieces of special equipment, and 1,000 free attribute points. I'm not kidding. This is really all I can offer right now. I'll make it up to you later, okay? Lin Tianhao rolled his eyes. Is that all? How dare you call yourself a god? I feel like even the king of the Star Kingdom is richer than you. The god of the dead was scorned once again, but what could he do but suppress his anger? Snow Empress, I have only just recovered, and the power I can use is negligible, so naturally there is very little I can offer. But don't worry, I am a god, and my word is law. As long as you let me go this time, I will definitely give you all these things in the future. Lin Tianhao picked at his ear. The words God of the Dead sounded somewhat familiar. How about this? Give me what you just mentioned first, and I'll give you the rest later, Lin Tianhao said. The god of the dead was secretly delighted. Sure enough, humans were really foolish to actually believe what he said. Who says gods can't lie? Anyway, his god of the dead did not receive such a rule. Ding. You have received a gift from the god of the dead. Ding. You have received a +3 equipment bonus. Ding. You have gained the talent evolution flower +3. Gained 1,000 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao smiled with satisfaction. 1 divinely bestowed piece of equipment, 2 special pieces of equipment, 3 talent evolution flowers, and 1,000 free attribute points. Not bad, not bad. The god of the dead must have been sealed away for too long and lost his mind, as he so easily gave him so many benefits. Snow Empress, now that I've given you the item, shouldn't you stop attacking? The god of the dead asked softly. Lin Tianhao looked bewildered. Didn't you not give me everything yet? What do you mean you didn't give them all? I've given you everything. You need to stop attacking so I can give you the other rewards after I recover. Lin Tianhao shrugged. No, 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 you misunderstood. What I meant was that you give me the money, and I'll stop. Isn't that the obvious thing to do? If you pay a portion first, that can only be considered a down payment. You can only stop when the balance is settled. The god of the dead only then realized that he had been tricked. Snow Empress, you've tricked me. The god of the dead roared in exasperation. What good will killing me do you? What I offer is not cheap. God of the dead, I didn't trick you. I gave you the conditions, and you agreed. It's your own fault for not providing everything, and now you're blaming me. Lin Tianhao looked completely innocent, as if he wasn't the one in the wrong. Snow Empress, you forced me to do this. Even if it means sleeping for another 10,000 years, I will make you pay the price. The god of the dead was truly enraged. Being toyed with like this by an adventurer had finally pushed him to his limit. Deep within the heart of the dead, heed my call, and with your utmost malice, curse the Snow Emperor, that heinous villain, and subject him to the greatest suffering in the world. Using your primordial heart to curse me? Lin Tianhao's expression changed slightly. A curse cast by a deity using the heart of origin was by no means simple. A grayish-white beam of light descended from the sky, giving it a somewhat divine blessing feel. But Lin Tianhao knew that things were definitely not simple. Ding! You have been cursed by the god of the dead. Before you reach the 9th revolution, the damage you suffer will increase tenfold. Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly contracted. The god of the dead, he's up to no good. Before he could think further, Lin Tianhao heard the notification sound in his mind again. Ding! You have killed the god of the dead. This will be announced server-wide. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who hid their nickname and killed the god of the undead. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue to strive for victory. Ding! Your guild has been upgraded to 7 stars. All guild members have gained 10,000 mana. Ding! Your guild has been upgraded to 8 stars. All guild members have gained +1 luck. After defeating the god of the dead, Lin Tianhao's guild rose 2 stars. Not only that, Lin Tianhao's red name value was immediately cleared. This is the benefit of killing a god. Investiture of the gods, collect it. Lin Tianhao summoned the investiture of the gods, and a great power emanated from it, carrying the great Tao of heaven and earth, enveloping the god of the dead. What is this thing? I don't want to go in. The soul of the god of the dead struggled frantically, but to no avail. The power of the investiture of the gods is irresistible even to those below the level of a saint, let alone a deity who has already died. Even though the god of the dead was unwilling, he still could not escape the fate of being included in the investiture of the gods. Finally, the first deity appeared in the investiture of the gods. At the same time, the Godslayer mark fluctuated, clearly because Lin Tianhao had killed a new god. Godslayer mark, God level. Effect 1. You will be unaffected by divine power. Effect 2. For each god you kill, you can strip them of 1 power. Currently slain deities, goddess of ice and snow, you are immune to ice-related damage and negative effects. God of the dead, you can enslave the souls of any creature you slay for 30 days, up to a maximum of 1 million. Compared to before, there is a new effect. This effect is quite powerful. It was far more powerful than the undead resurrection scroll he had obtained before. He can enslave the souls of those he kills, up to a maximum of 1 million. In other words, Lin Tianhao can quickly create an army of millions of undead, and the stronger the creatures that are killed, the stronger their souls will naturally become. Even if the combat power of soul force is not as strong as it was in life, 1 million of them is still a qualitative change caused by quantitative change. Awesome. I was thinking it would be troublesome to break through Tianqing City, but now. Tianqing City, are you ready to be baptized by the undead army? Chapter 192, the first deity to appear on the investiture of the gods. Putting his thoughts aside, Lin Tianhao began to check the rewards for this event. The first reward, without a doubt, is the god of the dead himself. Lin Tianhao unfolded the investiture of the gods and summoned the god of the dead. A necromancer with 16 arms and 16 long legs appeared before Lin Tianhao, looking utterly comical. What did you do to me? Why do I have the urge to kneel down and worship you? The god of the dead stared at Lin Tianhao in disbelief. He was astonished that Lin Tianhao had come back to life. But when he saw Lin Tianhao again, he was surprised to find Lin Tianhao so great that he couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship him, etc. The god of the dead wore an expression of disbelief. I'm back to my peak condition. Haha, I'm actually back to my peak condition. That's great. Snow Empress, weren't you so arrogant just now? Now I've recovered to my peak condition, so prepare to die. The god of the dead wanted to attack Lin Tianhao, but a sense of guilt arose within him. It seemed as if a voice deep within him was telling him, how could I possibly lay a hand on the great Snow Emperor? I deserve to die. Lin Tianhao was not worried about the god of the dead taking action, because due to the investiture of the gods, Lin Tianhao was the master of the god of the dead. This is not simple enslavement, but a binding from the depths of the soul. Kneel down. Lin Tianhao spoke calmly. Thump. Without pausing for a moment, the god of the dead knelt directly in front of Lin Tianhao, his posture as devout as could be. Great Snow Emperor, is there anything your humble servant, Sadrin Gaiyue, can do for you? The god of the dead knelt respectfully on the ground, awaiting Lin Tianhao's instructions. He had just had some other ideas. At this moment, his other idea had been completely extinguished. All that remained in his heart was his absolute faith in Lin Tianhao. Give me all the good stuff you have. The god of the dead offered no resistance and surrendered his 16 main weapons, as well as his natal artifact. Lin Tianhao picked up a complete long spear. Undead spear, demigod level. Requirements for wearing. Undead beings of demigod level or above. Effect 1. Increases health by 30 million. Effect 2. Undead attacks are enhanced by 100%. Increases mana by 1 million. Increases attack power by 100,000. Effect 5. Increases basic attack range by 100. Effect 6. Life steal increased by 30. Effect 7. Attack speed increased by 10. Effect 8. Increases critical hit rate by 100. Effect 9. Physical penetration increased by 45. Effect 10. Attacks have a 10% chance to tear the opponent's soul, causing continuous soul damage. Abrasion resistance. Indestructible. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath. This was actually a demigod-level piece of equipment, something Lin Tianhao couldn't even access in his previous life. Then, Lin Tianhao picked up a long knife that had developed cracks. Its attributes are equally impressive, but the indestructible part has been changed to wear resistance. 91. Was this longsword initially indestructible? Yes. The god of the dead replied respectfully. However, under the Snow Empress's offensive, its indestructible nature was shattered. Lin Tianhao nodded. So even indestructible equipment isn't safe. It can still be destroyed. The god of the dead said helplessly, not entirely. Indestructible equipment usually needs to be subjected to a dimensional reduction attack to break its indestructible property. Mine is a demigod-level indestructible equipment. To break its indestructible property, at least an indestructible pseudo-god-level equipment would be needed. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath. He roughly understood what the god of the dead meant. Indestructibility is not absolute. Even among indestructible equipment, there are varying degrees of quality. High-level indestructible equipment can destroy low-level indestructible equipment. After thinking it through, Lin Tianhao felt somewhat enlightened. So, you really don't have any more god-level talent awakening stones? Lin Tianhao asked. He desperately needs a god-level talent awakening stone right now. When he first awakened his talent, the divine talent awakening stone only awakened a portion of his talent. From this perspective, if he were to obtain another god-level talent awakening stone, he would have a chance to further awaken his god-level talent. The god of the dead pondered for a moment. I do not have any more here. However, besides giving one to Putua Tianlong, I also gave another person a god-level talent awakening stone. Who? Lin Tianhao became excited. If he hadn't used the god-level awakening stone yet, he could use it now. His nickname is the god of physics. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up because the god of physics was a nickname for glasses. Lin Tianhao didn't even care about anything else. He went offline and then used an external device to call the glasses. It took a while before glasses answered the phone. Brother Hao, what's wrong? Lin Tianhao didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Glasses, do you have a god-level talent awakening stone? Yes. Did you use it? Lin Tianhao was a little nervous. If he had already used it, he would really be devastated. No, Fatty gave me a saint-level talent awakening stone, which awakened my talent. Can I have it? Lin Tianhao remained direct and to the point. No problem, but I'm still inside the tomb right now. I can only trade with you once I get out. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tianhao clenched his fist in excitement. After all this hard work, it all came so easily. He's finally going to get the god-level talent awakening stone. Re-enter the game. Lin Tianhao calmed down and glanced at the god of the dead's natal artifact. Those attributes are truly outrageously extravagant. Of course, Lin Tianhao had no use for it at all. It was of no use to him whatsoever. What about other things? Like blessings from the gods? Like free attribute points? Lin Tianhao asked. The god of the dead shook his head. I don't know. He used to have some, but after death, his strength returned to its peak, and all the things he could give to adventurers were gone. Lin Tianhao frowned. This was somewhat similar to a summoner. In my past life, someone enslaved a quest NPC in the wild. After being enslaved, the quest NPC could no longer issue quests or offer rewards. That seems to be the current situation of the god of the dead. Although there were some minor flaws, Lin Tianhao was still very happy. The god of the undead at his peak, if he encountered other gods in their resurrection phase, he would slaughter them indiscriminately. If they are killed and then added to the investiture of the gods list, the snowball will inevitably grow bigger and bigger. After the initial excitement, Lin Tianhao quickly calmed down. No matter how powerful others are, they are ultimately just external forces. Take Abraham, the former king of the Star Kingdom, for example. His summoned beasts were very strong, and his protectors were also very strong, but he still died at the hands of Lin Tianhao. To put it bluntly, it's because King Abraham, as the summoner himself, isn't particularly powerful. Chapter 193, Kunlun Mirror. So, Lin Tianhao would not be complacent just because he had enslaved a god. His goal was to become so powerful that he was invincible. His current godlike talent makes it entirely possible for him to reach such a height. Next, we'll check out the other rewards. First, there's the divinely bestowed equipment. The Book of the Dead, a gift from God. Wearing requirements. Only applicable to Xuedi. Effect 1. Reduces soul-related damage and negative effects by 50%. Effect 2. After you die, you will enter an invincible state, unaffected by any attacks, and can continue fighting for 5 minutes. Note, you will be unable to move during this state. Abrasion resistance, indestructible. Note, do not drop, steal, or give away. Lin Tianhao's lips curled up. This stuff is pretty good. 5 minutes of invincibility, even though you can't move, is enough. Especially when it's a surprise attack, it can catch many people off guard. As for the first effect, it was quite outrageous. Soul attacks are considered quite powerful attacks in Ragnarok. A direct 50% immunity is outrageous. Lin Tianhao speculated that the reason for the 50% reduction was largely due to the fact that there was a death god above the god of the dead. Otherwise, this level of immunity may be even higher. But none of that matters anymore. For Lin Tianhao, what the god of the dead gave him this time was already very good. There are 2 more special pieces of equipment. Replacement Scepter of the God of the Dead, special. Requirements for wearing this item. Necromancer, Undead Summoner. Increases health by 500,000. Increases mana by 50,000. Effect 3. Increases spell power by 50,000. Effect 4. Magic penetration increased by 20. Effect 5. Your undead damage is increased by 10. Effect 6. Monsters you kill will be resurrected as undead and obey your commands. Note, the undead can only exist for 3 minutes. Abrasion resistance, 100. Lin Tianhao frowned. This thing didn't seem to be of any help to him. Necromancer? Lin Tianhao thought for a moment. He remembered a few powerful necromancers, but he wasn't very familiar with any of them. After all, there aren't many people like Su Li who are selfless, have impeccable character, and are so well known throughout Ragnarok. Some are willing to sacrifice themselves for others, and some have good character, but if they lack ability or talent, it won't work. Lin Tianhao could only put away the replacement scepter of the God of the Dead for now and see if there would be an opportunity to trade it later. The last piece of special equipment. Replacement ring for the God of the Dead, special. Requirements for wearing this item, Necromancer class. Lin Tianhao shrugged. It was hopeless. He didn't even bother to look at the attributes carefully before putting the item away. Only the God-given equipment, the Book of the Dead, was decent this time. Everything else was trash. In addition, Lin Tianhao also obtained 3 talent evolution flowers. This is a great gain. After taking stock of all his spoils, Lin Tianhao finally left the ancient tomb. Certainly. There's one more thing I need to do before I leave. Lin Tianhao summoned the God of the Dead. After the God of the Dead appeared, he respectfully knelt down before Lin Tianhao. Great Snow Emperor, is there anything your servant Sadrin Gayue can do for you? Lin Tianhao pointed to himself and said, "The curse you placed on me, shouldn't you lift it now?" The god of the dead was stunned for a moment. "Great Snow Empress, that was a curse I unleashed in my dying counterattack, consuming my heart of origin. To remove it would damage my current heart of origin. What would happen if your current core essence were damaged?" Lin Tianhao asked. "I will enter a state of extreme weakness." Lin Tianhao couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Does that mean if I hunt living beings and replenish my undead cereals, you can recover quickly?" "Yes, Snow Empress." "All right, then lift the curse for me." Lin Tianhao doesn't have a great need for the god of the dead for the time being. And he's going to attack the Star Kingdom next, which will result in many deaths. Rather than wasting time, it's better to use their undead spirits to help the god of the dead recover. The god of the dead raised his hand, reached into his own chest, and then grabbed a grayish-white heart, handing it to Lin Tianhao. The final resting place of the dead, the beating heart, the guidance of arrival, the dissipation of power. The god of the dead murmured incessantly, and a heart, similar in size to the one in his hand, appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. The two hearts wear each other down, and eventually dissipate at the same time. Lin Tianhao's pupils contracted. No wonder the god of the dead said that lifting his curse would leave him in a state of extreme weakness. It turns out that his heart needed to be sacrificed. That is to say, he is a god. If this happened to anyone else, they would probably be heartbroken. Go back and rest. I'm going to hunt many creatures next, so you should take the time to recover. Lin Tianhao included the god of the dead in the investiture of the gods. They then emerged from the ancient tomb. Breathing in the fresh air outside, Lin Tianhao felt refreshed and invigorated. There is a certain oppressive atmosphere in ancient tombs. The trip to Putuatianlong brought him here, and his gains can only be described as outrageous. At last, it's the prerequisite quest scroll for the blessing of the gods given by Berserker Blade. Upon encountering the god of the dead, the quest on the scroll for the prerequisite quest of the blessing of the gods will be completed. However, Lin Tianhao's red name value was too high at the time, so he didn't dare to use it, fearing that it would attract the blessing of the goddess Hutu. It's not that the blessings from the goddess Hutu are bad, but rather that he now needs the blessings of 10 Eastern deities, and the blessings from the goddess Hutu are already available. Use the blessings of the gods. Ding. The gods are blessing you. Ding. You have received the blessing of the Queen Mother of the West. Ding. You have obtained the Kunlun Mirror. Kunlun Mirror, a gift from the gods. Wearing requirements. Only applicable to Shuedi. Effect. You can use the Kunlun Mirror to travel through space and go to any place you have been. Abrasion resistance. Indestructible. Note, do not drop, steal, or give away. Seeing this effect, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but gasp. This thing is incredibly awesome. The Kunlun Mirror allows you to travel through space, which saves travel time, but more importantly, it can be used to escape. Although Lin Tianhao doesn't seem to have anywhere to run away from right now, having this thing is still pretty awesome. With the blessing from the Queen Mother of the West, Lin Tianhao has now received the blessings of 8 Eastern deities, and only the last 2 blessings are missing. Leona, since you forced Grand Marshal Lorraine Muen and Prime Minister Xenro to their deaths, causing me to lose 2 gods' blessing prerequisite quest scrolls, then I can only destroy your country to earn back the gods' blessing prerequisite quest scrolls. Lin Tianhao activated the Kunlun Mirror, took a step, and disappeared. As expected of divinely bestowed equipment, it's awesome. Chapter 194 The Great Mage of Ice and Fire. Footprints of a Snow Corpse. Lin Tianhao came here again. He came here with no other intention than to accumulate 10 million life points before leaving the pass. Only, when Lin Tianhao landed on the footprints of the snow corpse, he was somewhat surprised. Because the footprints of the snow corpses no longer left the snow, but instead showed magma fissures everywhere. Lin Tianhao continued forward, and the village he had previously visited disappeared. It's normal for newbies to disappear when they return to the starting village. But what's going on here? Lin Tianhao continued forward and arrived at the Mortal Palace. Only, the temple has been completely destroyed, and the statue of the temple's master is broken into pieces and lying haphazardly on the ground. What exactly happened in the footprints of the snow corpse after I left? Upon arriving at the place where the remnant soul of the ice and snow goddess was killed, Lin Tianhao's expression changed drastically. Because the seal of the ice and snow goddess had been destroyed, Lin Tianhao saw 5 crystal coffins beneath the seal. Inside the first crystal coffin was a huge woman's head, the size of a millstone. Even through the crystal coffin, one could tell that she was no ordinary woman. The second crystal coffin was an arm, and the third was the same. The fourth coffin The central crystal coffin is the largest and contains the main body. The fifth bite was on the right leg. I never imagined that the ice goddess would be dismembered and sealed here. How tragic. Lin Tianhao sighed, but it also proved the power of the gods. Even though they were dismembered like this and sealed, they were still able to reassemble their remnants. No left leg. Lin Tianhao suddenly noticed something very interesting. The ice and snow goddess didn't have a left leg. Could it be that this ice goddess is disabled? Lin Tianhao's expression was somewhat strange. Of course, he didn't really believe that the ice and snow goddess was crippled. Moreover, the seal here has been broken, which means that someone has been here. As for the ice and snow goddess's left leg, it's likely that someone took it away. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. Someone was up to no good. He didn't believe that someone would go to such lengths to remove one of the ice goddess's legs to satisfy some special fetish. There's a high probability they have ulterior motives. What can a god's left leg be used for? Kamui. Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly contracted. If someone could be like him, able to ignore divine power, what would happen if you held the left leg of a deity, imbued with divine power? Lin Tianhao dared not speak for other places, but at least in the Star Kingdom, that person could absolutely do whatever he wanted. Under normal circumstances, only the king of the Star Kingdom can take away the Snow Corpse Footprints dungeon. After all, not everyone has a divinely bestowed piece of equipment like the Kunlun Mirror. Moreover, the Kunlun Mirror is considered extremely powerful among divinely bestowed equipment. The true Kunlun Mirror can travel through time and space, but the Kunlun Mirror that Lin Tianhao obtained was weakened and can only travel through space, but it is still very powerful. Therefore, it's almost certain that the one who took away the ice goddess's left leg was Leona, the current queen of the Star Kingdom. What will she do after taking away the ice goddess's left leg? Counterattack. Lin Tianhao used something that seemed obvious to everyone. Using the remaining divine power from the ice goddess's left leg, they suppressed the powerful figures in the demon cave and swept through the area. Not good. Lin Tianhao's expression suddenly changed. If the black-robed leader died at Leona's hands, then his hard-won mission to obtain the blessing of the gods would be ruined again. Lin Tianhao opened the Kunlun Mirror and stepped out, arriving outside Blackwind City. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Tianhao had just arrived when he saw countless ice spikes raining down on Blackwind City as if they were free. The Nightwalkers in Blackwind City were affected by the divine power and were unable to mount any effective resistance. Lin Tianhao glanced over and saw Leona. She held a staff in one hand and an iron chain in the other. The iron chain extended out and was tied to a crystal coffin. The crystal coffin contained none other than the left leg of the ice and snow goddess. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao unleashed a barrage of arrows at Leona. Leona sensed something and looked up toward where Lin Tianhao was. Oomph, Snow Empress, you've finally shown up. Leona snorted coldly, and shields appeared one after another in front of her, constantly blocking Lin Tianhao's attacks. A shield was able to block 2 of Lin Tianhao's arrows before shattering. The damage a shield can withstand is around 1 million. Lin Tianhao muttered to himself, not caring, and continued to increase his power output, trying his best to keep Leona tied up here. But then Lin Tianhao was surprised again, because Leona's attack on Blackwind City did not stop. How is it possible for her to deal with me while also being able to focus on Blackwind City? Lin Tianhao was quite familiar with the combat power of Ragnarok. Even if Leona is a platinum-level, 3rd-tier archmage at the limit, it is still impossible for her to deal with Blackwind City while dealing with herself. Unless Leona is a diamond level. Or perhaps she has already reached the terrifying level of 4th-tier advancement. The upper limit in the Star Kingdom is the 2nd rank. The 3rd rank is already very powerful in the Star Kingdom. Only 10 people, including the former King Abraham, Lauren Mai, and Lauren Muyuan, have reached that level. How could anyone reach the 4th job advancement? It's simply not scientific. But Lin Tianhao no longer had time to think about whether it was scientific or not. He couldn't just stand by and watch Leona destroy Blackwind City. God-slaying whip. Lin Tianhao transformed into a blur and rushed forward. Seeing this, Leona sneered, overestimating yourself. You think you can fight me just because you're immune to ice and snow damage. The words fell. Leona lowered the chains, and a brand new staff appeared in her hand. It was a staff imbued with fire attributes. Lin Tianhao's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have thought of something. Before he could fully understand, flames instantly appeared beneath his feet, engulfing Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao dodged to the side, avoiding Leona's attack. The great mage of ice and fire. You are in the starting village to absorb the power of the drought demon's essence, thereby breaking through the 3rd-tier limit and entering the 4th-tier ranks. He had wondered before why someone like Leona would stay in the starting village. Now, seeing Leona's attack, he had his answer. Snow Emperor, you are very clever. I didn't want to be your enemy, but unfortunately, Lorraine Muyuin and Xinro have given you the task of becoming the king of the Star Kingdom. Leona spoke slowly and deliberately. I know that, given your temperament, you would never give up the temptation of 2 blessings from the gods. Therefore, we are bound to be on opposite sides. Lin Tianhao remained calm and said indifferently, what's the use of saying all that now? Since we've decided to fight, then let's fight. After saying that, Lin Tianhao did not retreat, but charged forward again with the god-slaying whip in hand. A 4th-tier ice and fire archmage. Let me test just how high your combat power really is. Chapter 195 Dragon Team. Instant Slash. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianhao arrived behind Leona and slammed down with his god-slaying whip. Resisting Fire Ring. Invincible Body. Leona reacted quickly, immediately casting the fire resistance ring. But this was exactly what Lin Tianhao had expected, so he activated his invincible body before the special effect of resisting the fire ring even appeared. Bang! The god-slaying whip came crashing down, so fast and at such close range that even Leona couldn't react in time. But Lin Tianhao's god-slaying whip didn't hit her on the head. Instead, it was blocked by a layer of ice. Although the ice shield shattered after blocking Lin Tianhao's god-slaying whip, it ultimately managed to block it. Automatic protective shield? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He was certain that Leona hadn't reacted in time to use the ice shield, so it could only be an automatic defense. Similar to his automatic defensive flying sword. Once he wears it, the flying sword will automatically defend against attacks. It's not surprising that mages have this kind of survival skill, but it was precisely because of this ice shield that Leona had time to react. Her body flickered and disappeared, leaving behind an ice doll, while her true form appeared 30 meters away, maintaining a safe distance from Lin Tianhao. The Iceman Substitute. Lin Tianhao was familiar with some of the mage's signature skills. Substitution is a common survival skill for mages, but of course, not many mages can learn this skill in the early stages of the game. Lin Tianhao was highly focused, so as soon as Leona landed, arrows rained down on her. What a madman. Leona was having a headache. Lin Tianhao was switching weapons too fast. Almost the instant he saw her body flicker, he switched to the Netherworld longbow. As soon as she landed, arrows came flying. Bang, bang, bang. Leona once again used ice shields, ice walls, and other means to block Lin Tianhao's arrows. As Lin Tianhao's arrows rained down, they continued to move closer to Leona, far from Blackwind City. Many players are paying close attention to this big battle. After all, Leona had previously dragged the crystal coffin all the way here, crushing her way to Blackwind City. They also wanted to see how this battle would end. Certainly. More. They hoped for another national war, since they always reap huge rewards from each one. Amitba. Putua Tianlong glanced at Leona with some sympathy. Others may not know who killed the god of the dead, but he does. If Lin Tianhao was able to kill the god of the dead, then in Putua Tianlong's view, killing Leona would be no difficult task for him either. Study hard, watch carefully. Shueti's strength lies not only in her skills and attributes, but also in her fighting spirit. A tall, middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice to the people beside him. His combat awareness, his control of the battle situation, and his use of weapons are truly worth observing and learning from repeatedly. Behind the middle-aged man, a mage said with some confusion, Team Leader Long, his fighting style is indeed very pleasing to the eye, but I don't think we are necessarily worse than him. The middle-aged man glanced at the mage and sneered, Luo Yu, you're just lucky to have awakened dual saint-level talents, but in terms of skill and combat awareness, you're still far behind. Fanhua Luo Yu pouted slightly, somewhat displeased. Fine, I'll learn, but if I'm going to learn, it'll be from Leona. The middle-aged man watched the battle between Lin Tianhao and Leona, and his voice rang out again. Shadow Killer, you fought against the Snow Empress. What was it like? Shadow Killer paused for a moment before saying. At the time, I felt that he was very skilled and had high attributes. I was defeated after only a couple of exchanges. The middle-aged man nodded, his face stern, and said, But Shadow Killer, when are you going to change your ways? Shadow Killer lowered his head somewhat ashamed. It would be such a waste not to snatch a low-health boss from the wild. What a load of rubbish. Do we really need that one more world boss? And you not only failed to get it, but also went and caused more trouble. What am I supposed to say to you? Are you really treating this like a normal game? Shadow Killer opened his mouth, but finally said helplessly, Team Leader Dragon, I know I was wrong. Compared to being a decent person, you're far inferior to Berserker Blade. You should learn from Berserker Blade when you have time. That concludes the discussion. Team Dragon hesitated for a moment, then took out a flower of talent evolution. Take this flower of talent evolution. Tell Blade to find an opportunity for you to apologize to Snow Empress. Manhwa Luoyu said from the side. Team Leader Long. This flower of talent evolution is so precious, how can we just give it away? Enough. Team Leader Long waved his hand, interrupting Manhwa Luoyu's words. Are you really stupid, or just pretending? The server-wide announcement previously stated that someone had killed the god of the undead. Who do you think killed the god of the undead? Looking across our Dragon Kingdom server, who has the strength to kill a god? It's most likely the Snow Empress, Shadow Killer said. Manhwa Luoyu pursed her lips and continued. Even if it is him, so what? I don't believe he could kill a god in his prime. He's most likely a god who has just been revived and whose power is less than 1/1,000,000th of what it was at its peak. Give me the attributes of the Snow Empress, and I can kill her too. You. Team Dragon gritted his teeth, clearly angered. Even with dual saint-level talents, you don't have his attributes. And here you are, with strong attributes, strong skills, and strong combat awareness. Do you know how outrageous someone like that is? Team Leader Long changed the subject, his gaze growing increasingly profound. I feel that he seems to know more about Ragnarok than any of us. Shadow Killer pondered for a moment and said, Team Leader Dragon, if that's the case, then forget about the Flower of Evolution. I saw that the Henry Group has put a bounty on Snow Empress. How about I log off and go on a trip abroad? Team Leader Long raised an eyebrow. You think you can manage alone? It's not a big problem. You know me. Okay, let's ask Xiaonie to come with you. Go quickly and come back quickly. Also, the report can only say that you are going abroad for tourism. Clear. Shadow Killer revealed a faint smile, returned to Berserker territory, and then silently logged off. This was just a minor incident. At this point, Lin Tianhao and Leona had already collided thousands of times. Compared to close combat, Leona is no better than Lin Tianhao. With the addition of the god-slaying whip in Lin Tianhao's hands, he was almost invincible. Leona's various defensive methods were no match for the god-slaying whip. Bang! In another clash, Leona retreated to create distance between herself and Lin Tianhao. Snow Empress, is it really necessary to do this? Leona's expression turned serious. She had forced Lorraine Miyuan and Xenro to their deaths because she thought she could easily control Xue Di with her 4th-tier strength. But now she realizes that she seems to be wrong, terribly wrong. Chapter 196 Defeating Leona. Especially, Leona had also heard the server-wide announcement that the god of the undead had been killed, although the nickname was hidden. However, in the Star Kingdom, apart from the Snow Empress, Leona couldn't think of anyone else who had the ability to kill the god of the dead. In the recent exchange, Leona felt Lin Tianhao's strength so much that she lost the will to continue fighting. Want to negotiate again? Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally. Tell me, aren't you guys ridiculous? You always have to fight first before seeking negotiation. Leona, however, didn't see anything wrong with it and stated bluntly, this has always been the case. Only after fighting can we know how to negotiate. Lin Tianhao looked at Leona with interest. All right, then tell me, how do you plan to negotiate? Name your conditions, but there will be no blessing from the gods. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. I gave you a chance to negotiate before, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, let one of us die here today. The words fell. Lin Tianhao summoned the Guardian Tower. Come on. I, a 1st-tier archer, will see the strength of you, a 4th-tier archmage. The Guardian Tower grew larger with the wind, enveloping Lin Tianhao and Leona within it. Snow Empress, are you determined to escalate this to the point of no return? Leona's face was extremely gloomy, and Lin Tianhao could sense that she was brewing immense anger. But Lin Tianhao didn't care at all. I don't know if you received the message I asked Ti Shuejin to bring to you before. I can help you rise to the position of King of the Star Kingdom, and I can also pull you down from that position. Leona knew in her heart that there was no possibility of continuing the discussion today. Between them, someone has to fall. It's kind of funny, really. Compared to Lin Tianhao, she only has one chance. Because if Lin Tianhao were to perish, he could be resurrected. And her? If one perishes, there is no chance of resurrection. But what's done is done, and there's no point in saying anything more. Come on, I also want to see if you, Snow Empress, are truly invincible. If killing you once isn't enough, then I'll kill you 10 times. If 10 times isn't enough, I'll kill you 100 times, until you're terrified. Lin Tianhao smiled noncommittally. All right, I look forward to you killing me. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The words were spoken. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and used a feathered arrow to suppress the attack. Leona's ice shield remained constantly in place, blocking all of Lin Tianhao's arrows. At the same time, the temperature around us is rising. Blazing, boiling. Leona held an ice shield in one hand, while unleashing a fire attribute skill with the other. Subtract 3. Subtract 6. Subtract 9. Under this scorching temperature, Lin Tianhao began to lose blood continuously. Very low. The reason is that the purification jade pendant weakens the jade by 90%. However, the damage seems to be quite low. However, Lin Tianhao soon realized the problem. As the temperature rises, Lin Tianhao's rate of blood loss also increases. Reduce by 90. Subtract 93. Subtract 96. It's still very low, but it's rising very quickly. Moreover, unlike the normal continuous blood loss that occurs once per second, this intense blood loss occurs 10 times per second. Lin Tianhao wrote Leona's name in the Book of Life and Death, who doesn't hurt each other. But Lin Tianhao also realized this. It's almost impossible to suppress Leona simply by relying on arrows. That's how it is. Then let's use the same old tricks. 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Tianhao unleashed his 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding the God-slaying whip and the 9-combination longbow. The 9-combination longbow and the Netherworld longbow attacked together. The God-slaying whip's ability to penetrate armor 100% was immediately apparent. The ice shield, which could originally block 2 of Lin Tianhao's arrows, can now only withstand 1 of them. Not only that, because of the addition of the 9-headed longbow under the 3 heads and 6 arms system, Lin Tianhao's output ability has become even more terrifying. Leona was able to handle Lin Tianhao before, but now, Lin Tianhao's damage output has doubled. The addition of the 9-harmony longbow doubled the effect, and the God-slaying whip's armor-piercing ability turned 2 arrows into 1, doubling the effect again. While Leona's damage output has doubled, her damage output hasn't increased accordingly. Therefore, he was suppressed by Lin Tianhao in just 1 exchange. And the person wielding the God-slaying whip can also use their other hand to consume a mana potion, keeping their mana at a relatively healthy level. Certainly, ordinary mana potions won't work. Lin Tianhao uses 2-star large mana potions, each costing 10 gold coins. The average mage player would probably only carry 2 or 3 bottles with them. But Lin Tianhao was different. He had his clone by 10,000 bottles. A 2-star mana potion can restore 500 mana in 10 seconds, which is a pretty good mana potion. It's a bit expensive, and it's a disposable item. Does it matter? It doesn't matter. Lin Tianhao has plenty of gold coins. Seeing Lin Tianhao use a 2-star mana potion in 10 seconds, Leona felt her scalp tingle. She was finding it increasingly difficult to withstand Lin Tianhao's attacks. And, although most of Lin Tianhao's attacks were blocked by the ice shield, they were still able to trigger the effect of Heavenly Fire Meteor. Therefore, Leona is now in the same predicament as the God of the Dead. They couldn't outdamage Lin Tianhao in direct combat, and their defense was also somewhat strained. Especially the lock from the Book of Life and Death and the area of effect bombardment of the Heavenly Fire Meteor, which gave them no chance at all. That's fucking insane. Leona couldn't help but curse. She had many skills, many of which were extremely powerful. But she's struggling to even defend now, and has no chance to use her powerful skills. Is this a 4th-tier ice and fire archmage? He's much weaker than I thought. Lin Tianhao laughed. Leona's expression turned extremely sinister as she roared. Ice and fire lotus. A lotus flower bloomed from beneath Lin Tianhao's feet. The fact that she used her skill on Lin Tianhao means that her defense will be ineffective. Subtract 531,089. Subtract 531,089. Critical hit. Reduced by 1,062,178. One damage number after another appeared above Leona's head, resulting in huge damage numbers. In the blink of an eye, tens of millions of life points were gone. Leona is ultimately just a mage, even though she is a platinum-level 4th-tier archmage and the queen of the Star Kingdom, so her health bar is somewhat overpowered. But even that couldn't withstand Lin Tianhao's terrifying output. Boundless universe, soaring through the heavens and escaping beneath the earth. Leona bit her red lips, and an ice blue flag appeared in her hand. The flag shattered in Leona's hands. The next instant, she vanished from the Guardian's tower. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. He used the Guardian Tower to prevent Leona from escaping, but unexpectedly, Leona still managed to run away. You can run away, but you can't hide. I'd like to see where you can run to. Chapter 197, Occupying the 10 Major Cities. Lin Tianhao put away the Guardian's Tower and glanced at the Ice Goddess's left leg. This thing was left behind by Leona. Lin Tianhao tried to put it into storage, but it couldn't be stored. To be precise, Lin Tianhao had tried to retrieve the item while it was inside the snow corpse's footprints, but unfortunately, he failed. Unable to retract the Ice Goddess's left leg, Lin Tianhao chose to give up and stepped into Blackwind City. The leader in black robes looked somewhat grave upon seeing Lin Tianhao's arrival. Snow Emperor, if you had shown up any later, I would have died here. Lin Tianhao shrugged helplessly. It wasn't my intention. I rushed over as soon as I found out that Leona had taken the Ice Goddess's left leg. The black-robed leader waved his hand. Anyway, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would definitely be finished this time. Leona is too secretive and too cautious. Even though she is already a 4th-level archmage, she still uses the power of the Ice Goddess to suppress us. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow and said, if she weren't cautious, she wouldn't have waited until today to make her move. That concludes the discussion. Lin Tianhao's gaze became increasingly sharp. Next, let me lead you in a counterattack on Tianqing City and cut off Leona's head. All right, Leona killed so many of our Demon Cave people. This time she must pay the price. Suddenly, a server-wide announcement resounded throughout the Dragon Kingdom region. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Bloodbath Bodhi for being the first to reach the vast continent. Rewards include 200 free attribute points, 50,000 gold coins, 1 unlimited gold level set, and 3 skill books for your class. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will continue their efforts. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This hadn't changed because of his appearance. Bloodbath Bodhi was still the first to head to the vast continent. Certainly, he was just the first one in the Dragon Kingdom region. Lin Tianhao had noticed while browsing the forums that some players from other servers had completed their second job advancement and had most likely gone to the vast continent. However, this is not important to Lin Tianhao. All he needs to do is strengthen himself as much as possible to prepare for the great catastrophe to come. Next, under Lin Tianhao's leadership, the Demon Cave army swept through the 10 major cities without any pause. This feat shocked many players in the Dragon Kingdom region. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Should I side with the Demon Cave now? This is too outrageous. What you said is nothing. I saw Shwedi shoot my job change mentor to death with my own eyes. Hehe, I can tell you're inexperienced. I'm from Blackwind City. My job change mentor wasn't killed, but he ran away. But the Nightwalker's mentor is much easier to talk to than the original one. Exactly. The task is easy and the rewards are generous. You should be secretly happy that your job change mentor was killed. After the 10 major cities were breached, only the Star Kingdom's capital, Tianqing City, remained. Lin Tianhao knew. Leona didn't stop them largely because she wanted to make Tianqing City the final battlefield, concentrating all her strength for a desperate fight. The decisive moment is approaching. Tianqing City, Royal Palace. Leona looked solemn. There were many people in the main hall. Village Chief Wang, Luo Lin Mai, several city lords who were not killed, and several other third-tier powerhouses. These people, they are almost all top-tier combatants of the Star Kingdom. In the past, they are high and mighty. Players have to go to great lengths and try every trick in the book to get a quest from them. They can easily give out some benefits and keep players excited for a long time. But today, they all looked very solemn. This is because the critical moment for the survival of the Star Kingdom has arrived. You all know how powerful the Snow Emperor is. Leona spoke first. He is immune to ice and snow damage, and he can revive on the spot in 3 seconds after being killed. Killing him is useless. Hearing Leona's words, the others all looked very serious. Though they didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. At this critical juncture for the survival of our nation, Your Majesty, we must fight to the death. Luo Lin Mai spoke solemnly, knowing very well that if they retreated from this battle, the Star Kingdom would cease to exist. 2 things. First, hold off Shwedi. Don't worry about dealing damage, just hold him off. Our goal is to kill the Demon Cave leader. Shwedi is helping the Demon Cave because the Black Robe leader promised him enough benefits. Once the Black Robe leader dies, Shwedi's benefits will naturally be gone. Luo Linmu's eyes lit up. Your Majesty is wise. Leona raised her hand, interrupting Lorraine Mai. Secondly, if there are casualties, Village Chief Wang will need you to step up. Here, you have a refresh mechanism. Deaths can be refreshed. Village Chief Wang nodded. To him, this was a trivial matter. No problem. Leona took a deep breath, her expression becoming unusually serious. Finally, and most importantly, if Village Chief Wang dies, then abandon the Star Kingdom, hide in the Black Wind Mountains, and head to the Chaotic Land. What? Everyone present was taken aback. Your Majesty, the Star Kingdom is our root. Living is our foundation. I've fought the Snow Emperor before. His strength sigh. Leona sighed and didn't continue. Clearly, she didn't want to boost others' morale while diminishing her own. I hope you will strictly implement the 2 points I mentioned. Luo Linmai and the others nodded, although they all felt extremely aggrieved. But there was nothing they could do about it. The Snow Empress's power was beyond their control. Sigh. I originally thought these adventurers were just chicks, easy to fool and get away with. Lorraine sighed. I never imagined that we would be driven to a dead end by an adventurer. Blackwind City, City Lord's Mansion. The black-robed leader was very pleased and let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. In less than a day, we've taken over all the main cities. Awesome, so awesome. I've never fought such a satisfying battle before. Lin Tianhao shook his head. Don't be too happy yet. This is just the beginning. Tianqing City is the key. The black-robed leader nodded. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, Leona probably wants to have a final battle with us in Tianqing City. Not with you, but with me. The black-robed leader was taken aback. Snow Empress, what do you mean by that? What I mean is, if you don't go, not only will you not go, but I will also escort you back to the demon cave. Escort. The black-robed leader was stunned for a moment, then realized, Snow Empress, are you saying they want to kill me? Why should I help you? Because of the 2 prerequisite quest scrolls for the Blessing of the Gods and the God-level hidden class change scroll, the black-robed leader answered subconsciously. Chapter 198 On the eve of the decisive battle. They want me to stop. It's difficult to defeat me, and even if they manage to kill me by chance, it won't help. The black-robed leader suddenly realized. You mean they'll kill me, cut off your chance of getting the reward, and thus make you give up attacking Tianqing City? Lin Tianhao nodded, revealing a smile that said, not bad. Should our Night Stalker army go? The black-robed leader asked. Lin Tianhao answered without hesitation, of course I'll go. As far as I know, Leona has amassed an army of 500,000 in Tianqing City. If your Nightcrawler army doesn't get through, it will be difficult for me to fight against such a large army by myself. Moreover, Leona will most likely start a national war, bringing adventurers into the battle, which is all troublesome. Certainly, Lin Tianhao's true thought was, your Nightwalker army isn't going. How can we kill more living beings to help the god of the dead recover? Although, according to the will of the god of the dead, his origin was damaged, the spirits of these first-stage cultivators would not be of much help in his recovery. But if another 100,000 or 200,000 die, there will still be some recovery. Besides, Nightcrawlers are not good people to begin with. In the past, Ragnarok merged with reality, and the Nightwalkers were able to slaughter many humans. So, Lin Tianhao felt no guilt whatsoever for killing the Nightwalker. That's true. The leader in black robes had no doubt that Lin Tianhao had impure intentions. After all, Lin Tianhao had already taken over the 10 major cities. And he also felt that Lin Tianhao's words made a lot of sense. Let's go. I'll escort you back to the demon's lair. Lin Tianhao did not use the Kunlun mirror. It was best not to let the black-robed leader know about it for the time being. It is necessary to appropriately conceal some of your methods. They encountered no danger during the escort and escorted the black-robed leader all the way to the entrance of the demon cave. In fact, Lin Tianhao really wanted to go inside the demon cave and take a look. He walked to the entrance, wondering if the black-robed leader would invite him in. However, that didn't happen. Black-robed leader, you absolutely must live, Lin Tianhao reminded him. For the sake of the demon cave, for the sake of the Nightwalkers, I will definitely live well. The black-robed leader said solemnly. Snow Emperor, I'm entrusting the attack on Tianqing City to you, and my Nightwalker army to you as well. Lin Tianhao smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Tianqing City will definitely be taken. That concludes the discussion. Lin Tianhao added, Black-robed leader, I had a chance to kill Leona when I trapped her with the Tower of the Guardians. But she used an ice blue flag and actually teleported away from the Guardian's Tower. I'd like to ask if you have any items that can interrupt her teleportation. Leona is the new queen of the Star Kingdom and a rare 4th-tier archmage. Defeating her should yield considerable benefits. Even within the 4 stages of advancement, there are still distinctions in rank. Some are regular level, some are elite level, and Leona should be platinum level. However, even a typical platinum level 4th tier archmage is probably not as good as Leona, because Leona is a dual elemental user of both ice and fire. Not only that, she is also the queen of the Star Kingdom. Many people might think that strength is determined by rank and level, similar to a player's talents and level. However, Lin Tianhao knew that this was not the case. Among NPCs, there are also status bonuses. For example, the leader of the Black Robe, as the leader of the Demon Cave, is a gold level 3rd tier cultivator, but he is more powerful than an ordinary gold level 3rd tier cultivator because of his status as the leader of the Demon Cave. The same goes for Leona. The rewards for defeating King Abraham were so generous. The rewards for defeating Leona will surely be even greater. Besides, there's also a personal grudge between Lin Tianhao and Leona involved. Lin Tianhao would feel uneasy if he didn't kill Leona. The black-robed leader hesitated slightly, thinking of Leona's terrifying power, but he still took out an ice-blue talisman from his pocket. This ice-blue talisman is only the size of a palm and has strange runes on it. Vast Ocean Universe Talisman, a special item. Effect. Once activated, it prevents movement and teleportation within a radius of 1 kilometer in the area where it is located and lasts for 5 minutes. Note, this item is a one-time use item and will be destroyed after use. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This thing, why does it look so much like something from the sea god? This black-robe leader is quite interesting. The leaves from the Tree of Knowledge that were taken out earlier came from the vast and boundless palace, a sacred site of the vast empire. Now, this Vast Ocean Universe Talisman is equally formidable, capable of locking down a space for 5 minutes, rendering even movement skills unusable. The key point is, based on Lin Tianhao's judgment, this thing is very likely related to the sea god. Besides the god of the dead and the goddess of ice and snow, does the Star Kingdom have a third deity? Lin Tianhao wasn't sure, but it was probably not like that. The leaves of the Tree of Knowledge that the black-robed leader had taken out earlier were not products of the Star Kingdom, and this Vast Ocean Universe Talisman might not be either. Okay, wait for my good news. After obtaining the Vast Ocean Universe Talisman, Lin Tianhao turned and left. Not long after he left, a cloud of black mist emerged from the demon's lair, and a low, hoarse voice came from within the mist. My lord, the Snow Empress is not a very controllable pawn. If this continues, it may affect your overall strategy in the future. Leona is a cautionary tale. The black-robed leader's voice underwent a dramatic change at this moment, no longer the dull tone it had been before. Instead, it was the voice of a gentle and refined scholar. Peace. If you think that way, then you will indeed follow in Leona's footsteps. Leona used the Snow Emperor as a pawn, which is why she is now facing the crisis of national destruction. That concludes the discussion. The black-robed leader's voice turned serious. The Snow Emperor may become a disruptor of our era. My father said that he had a premonition of a catastrophe that was about to befall us. Not to mention us insignificant people, even those rank 8 and rank 9 adults may perish in large numbers. The person in the black mist remained silent for a long while before speaking. So, what should we do next? Let the Snow Emperor overthrow the Star Kingdom. I think his eagerness to seek the blessings of the gods must have another purpose. Perhaps it is the same thing we want to do. Tianqing City. The experts of the Star Kingdom gathered, and an army of 500,000 stood ready for battle. Players in Tianqing City were asked to leave Tianqing City one by one. Right. Yes, please. In the past, it wouldn't have been an invitation, but rather an immediate expulsion. Given the current situation in the Star Kingdom, players will need to join the battle next. The battle for the survival of the Star Kingdom is about to begin. Tianqing City, Royal Palace. Your Majesty, everything is ready. We are just waiting for the Snow Empress to arrive so that we can begin the final battle, said Luo Lin Muyi respectfully. Leona suddenly stood up. The nation is at a critical juncture of life and death. I must admit that my past arrogance has brought about such a terrible result. But since it has come to this, let me end this war. Chapter 199 The Ultimate Battle is about to begin. Outside Tianqing City, the Nightwalker army also amassed 500,000 men. The team was led by 5 gold generals who had reached the 3rd rank among the Nightwalkers. Although Lin Tianhao was nominally in charge, whether they listened to his orders was another matter entirely. The Night Stalkers of the Demon Cave and the Star Kingdom have clashed many times, but this is the first time they've had such a large-scale confrontation. Brother Hao, how do we fight? Zhou Xiaoping and Monkey arrived immediately. They knew that today's events were unusual. In the real decisive moment, many people may die. I am coming. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao received the message. He was surprised to see that the message was from Su Li. I may not be of much help, but I still feel I should come. Lin Tianhao replied with a single word, okay. No sooner had news of Su Li's passing come than news of piercing the sky arrived. President, do you have any instructions? Should we do it our own way, or will you arrange it? The chief family of Tiangong Mountain. Lin Tianhao hadn't paid any attention to them after bringing them to the guild, and he didn't expect them to show up. Amitba. Putua Tianlong strode over and chanted a Buddhist prayer to Lin Tianhao. This humble monk is also willing to do his part, however small. At the same time, the chat group that Lin Tianhao created was constantly receiving messages. Berserker Blade at Snow Emperor, our Berserker Guild has gathered 100,000 people, just waiting to start the war and smash through the Star Kingdom's army. Shuraiza. Holy crap, Blade, are you crazy? You led 100,000 people to help Shwedi. If they all lose levels, your guild will suffer huge losses. Floating Buddha Wolf. I also brought 20,000. Shuraiza. Xiao Luo Iza. You've gone mad. You've all gone mad. Snow Empress, what are you all doing here? I suggest that when the national war starts later, you go and help the Star Kingdom's army. Earning more free attribute points is the best way. Floating Pagoda Divine Wolf. Snow Empress, I'm not joking. I'm just doing a mission. Why make it so exciting? If you want to be exciting, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Berserker Blade, really? My 100,000 men aren't to be trifled with. Snow Empress, really, I'll try my best to avoid attacking you later, but you should also be careful and not rush in recklessly. Berserker Blade, got it. After replying to the message in the group, Lin Tianhao said the same thing to Su Li, Shipo Tsangqiong, Putu Tianlong, and others. Let them go and help the Star Kingdom. As for Fatty and Monkey, they naturally stayed by Lin Tianhao's side. After all, Lin Tianhao had given them a mission from the black-robed leader. If they were to turn against each other, it would be going a bit too far. Outside Tianqing City, the two armies faced off. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Gubya Jinheshen stepped up to Lin Tianhao. Snow Emperor, may we begin? He is one of the 5 third-tier gold-level experts among the Nightwalkers, a professional berserker. Certainly, it is a hidden class among the berserkers. Lin Tianhao had no idea what the specific hidden profession was. Let's do it. Lin Tianhao slowly stood up and walked step by step toward Tianqing City, with a massive army of 500,000 Nightwalkers behind him. Kill, kill, kill. As Lin Tianhao walked forward, the Nightwalker army behind him began to beat drums and shout, creating a powerful and imposing atmosphere. The sound soared into the sky, shocking many players. This was a genuine 500,000 people shouting in unison. The sheer impact of it was unimaginable. My goodness, this is terrifying. How many people are there? 5 million, right? An unknown player said, trembling. Someone nearby rolled their eyes. What are you thinking? 5 million. There's at most 1 million troops here, but the sheer scale of this force is indeed terrifying. I estimate there aren't even 1 million soldiers, but it doesn't matter. This is a real-life military battle, which is even more exciting than those 3D movies. Many players are discussing it. At the same time, many streamers saw the business opportunity and started broadcasting this epic battle. Hello everyone, I'm Violent Little Bear, the little streamer who got killed by the Snow Emperor so badly he couldn't even leave the fountain. Today, I will be broadcasting live for you the epic battle of our Dragon Kingdom region, with more than 10 million participants, no less than 100,000 third and fourth tier powerhouses, and the leadership of our Dragon Kingdom region's archer goddess, Snow Empress. It is truly unprecedented. The Violent Little Bear's mouth is like a machine gun, constantly firing off. If Lin Tianhao heard these words, he would probably roll his eyes. Tens of millions of people participated in the war. There were no fewer than 100,000 third and fourth tier powerhouses. They have absolutely no idea what the Star Kingdom is like. It wasn't just Violent Little Bear. Many streamers were broadcasting the event live, and this ultimate showdown immediately attracted a lot of attention. At least 90% of the players in the Dragon Kingdom region are paying attention to this ultimate battle. Call out. As Lin Tianhao's arrow pierced the air, this epic battle officially began. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down. It wasn't Lin Tianhao, but rather inside Tianqing City. Arrows rained down upon them in parabolic arcs, their sheer number astonishing, like a torrential downpour. Kill. At Lin Tianhao's command, the Nightwalker army began their charge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows came and went in a deluge. Catapults came flying, carrying huge stones. One after another, the red-clad cannons were loaded with shells and fired shells with astonishing destructive power. Nightwalkers kept falling. On Tianqing City, Soldiers were also falling one after another. Lin Tianhao's arrows seemed to have eyes, constantly locking onto the soldiers, filling the red-coated cannons, ending their sinful lives. Server-wide announcement. Due to the Nightwalker's large-scale attack on Tianqing City, a national war has been initiated. Generous rewards will be given for every Nightwalker killed. We hereby announce this and hope that all players will actively participate in the war. The nation war has begun. Berserker Blade led an army of 100,000 players to attack from the rear, leaving the Nightwalker army attacked from both sides. Break the city, slay Leona, and the nation war will naturally end. Lin Tianhao gave the order again, and he charged ahead, abandoning his bow and arrows, and quickly fought his way to the city gate. He slammed the god-slaying whip in his hand onto the city gate. The heavy city gate was no match for Lin Tianhao's offensive and was shattered into pieces. Behind the city gate, a huge water channel had been dug, with barbs gleaming coldly within it. The Night Stalker who was leading the charge fell straight into the ditch and was plunged to the bone. Countless arrows flew towards Lin Tianhao. At the city gate, Lin Tianhao had limited space to maneuver, and a large number of arrows caused him considerable damage. Subtract 1985. Reduce by 1799. Subtract 2001. One damage number after another appeared. While a single arrow might not do much damage, Lin Tianhao was covered in arrows, and dozens of arrows hit him in a single exchange, causing him to lose tens of thousands of health points. A full 1% of health. Chapter 200 The Terror of 100% Armor Penetration. Lin Tianhao fired an arrow, killing an archer while simultaneously restoring his health to full. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao held the pass single-handedly, and the archers fell one after another. However, he soon discovered that there were also skilled archers among them. That means someone is deliberately attacking his hands, making precise strikes to interrupt his attack frequency. It has to be said, this approach is very useful. It's similar to when Lin Tianhao killed the Twisted Treant King before. He used a feather arrow to interrupt the Twisted Treant King's raising hand, thus interrupting the Twisted Treant King's spellcasting. Archers need to aim when attacking from a distance. For an average archer, hitting a target from 50 meters away is already considered quite good. If the goal is to hit the arm and interrupt the attack, it becomes even more difficult. At first, no one was targeting Lin Tianhao like this. However, after Lin Tianhao killed more than a dozen archers, he was targeted in this way. Lin Tianhao did not activate his super armor, but instead retreated tactically. Let the Night Stalkers rush up, and they fill the canal with planks and stones to create an opportunity to break through. Fatty, Monkey, once the irrigation canal is laid out, you two charge in and force them back. Clear. The monkey moved very quickly, and the fat man was the first to jump onto the plank. The monkey followed closely behind, stepped on the fat man, leaped up, and charged towards the archers. Countless arrows were flying toward him, and if he were hit, he might be shot into the ditch by the impact of the arrows. He will face endless attacks. Invincible body. Leaping slash. The monkey didn't retain any skills. He used 2 skills in one go, and that's why he landed on the other side. Subtract 1. Subtract 1. Critical hit. Subtract 2. The archer's arrows landed on the monkey as if it were just a tickle, posing no threat whatsoever. You need to know, the monkey's armor has now exceeded 80,000, and the archer's attacks are simply not enough to break through his defenses. As for Zhou Xiaoping, the archer's damage was negligible to him. They dealt less damage than he recovered. Call out. An arrow, flying at a significantly faster speed, landed on the monkey. Subtract 2,985. The attack dealt nearly 3,000 damage to a silver archer at the second job advancement. The probability of his attack power exceeding 80,000 is extremely low. Therefore, it is highly likely that his physical penetration is quite good, which is why he caused relatively good damage to the monkey. But monkeys are never easy targets. His attributes, when applied to archers, are like a wolf among sheep. Whirlwind slash. Cross slash. The moon's 4 directions. One skill after another rained down, as if mana didn't matter. As for whether monkeys will lack blue light, that's impossible. Warriors' skills don't consume much mana, but monkeys have over 200,000 mana. At this stage, when it comes to mana, there are really few people who can compare with him. In addition to the monkey's extremely high attack speed, movement speed, and attack power, he truly dominates the battlefield and is unstoppable. Zhou Xiaoping also joined the battle at this time, but compared to his output ability, Zhou Xiaoping was not very good. But he can reflect damage, and he also has 3 passive skills: double shield, double armor, and double slash, making him incredibly powerful. This proves the point. I'll stand still. You can attack as much as you want. Let's see who dies first. Snow Empress, help. At that very moment, the voice of Gubyujin Hessian came. Lin Tianhao realized something was wrong. As expected, as he attacked the city gate, Leona, along with Lorraine Mai and others, suddenly attacked from the side, catching the Nightwalker army off guard. Especially Leona. Her dual elemental area of effect spells of ice and fire were too much for the Nightwalker to handle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as Lin Tianhao appeared, arrows rained down on Leona, suppressing her attacks. Only, before his arrow could even land on Leona, Lorraine Mai blocked it with his spear. Snow Empress, your opponent is us. Village Chief Wang also rushed out, and he and Luo Lin Mai stood one in front and one behind, trying to restrain Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's expression changed slightly. Without the slightest hesitation or any intention to waste words, he made his move directly. 3 heads and 6 arms. 9 combination longbow, netherworld longbow, god-slaying whip. This is Lin Tianhao's strongest form right now. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao unleashed his feathered arrow. The arrow, enhanced by the god-slaying whip, possessed terrifying destructive power. The first arrow. Cracks appeared in the spear in Luo Lin Muye's hand. The second arrow. The spear in Luo Lin Mai's hand shattered instantly. How could it be so terrifying? Lorraine Mai was taken aback, but he was prepared. A novice wooden sword appeared in his hand, and he began to defend against Lin Tianhao's attacks. A beginner's wooden sword? Lin Tianhao smiled knowingly. He tested it on the god of the dead and found that even indestructible equipment can be destroyed. Really, before 100 arrows had been fired, cracks appeared on the novice's wooden sword. Both Luo Linmu and village chief Wang wore expressions of disbelief. Under Lin Tianhao's simultaneous attack of 5 arrows, 100 arrows would only take 0.5 seconds to kill. Before Luo Linmu and village chief Wang could think further, Lin Tianhao unleashed another torrent of arrows. Another 0.5 seconds. The wooden swords in Luo Lin Mai's and village chief Wang's hands exploded together. What the hell? Luo Lin Mai was dumbfounded. He was a man of considerable experience, but the act of breaking a beginner's equipment truly left him speechless. Only, before he could think any further, Lin Tianhao's arrows rained down on him once again. Damn it, they're really not giving us a way out. Luo Linmu Yi cursed angrily and quickly took out a new weapon, but it still shattered in less than a second. The arrow struck him, inflicting terrifying damage. Subtract 531,999. Subtract 531,999. Reduced by 520,000. Lin Tianhao's damage completely stunned Luo Lin Mai. At the same time, triggered by heavenly fire meteor, a large number of fireballs rained down from the sky. Withdraw. Village Chief Wang wanted to rescue Luo Lin Mai, but under the suppression of Lin Tianhao's arrows, he had no chance at all. With meteors raining down and Lin Tianhao inflicting heavy damage, Luo Lin Mai was in grave danger. It wasn't just him. Village Chief Wang, who was trying to rescue them, was also rapidly losing health. Shield of Mystic Ice. Leona made her move. One ice shield after another appeared, blocking Lin Tianhao's arrows. I'll cover you, you retreat. Leona roared. Lin Tianhao's power once again shattered her imagination. The Tower of Guardians. Lin Tianhao summoned the Guardian Tower and took Leona into it. Inside the Guardian's Tower, Lin Tianhao launched a frenzied attack on Leona. Outside, Lorraine Mai's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He wanted to rescue Leona, but Village Chief Wang stopped him, saying, "The king has ordered us to retreat. You shouldn't go, it's useless. Only when we leave can His Majesty depart without any worries."